Can a person be resurrected after death? If you had asked Sheng Ning this question a minute ago, she would have definitely said no. But now, sitting in front of her is a man with a graceful posture and a teasing expression. This man looks exactly like her husband, who passed away 4 years ago. "Wife, do you miss me?" The man tilted his lips, speaking affectionately. But Sheng Ning felt a chill down her spine. This man was not her husband. Ding, new player detected entering the bazaar game, the instance is about to start, please prepare. Sheng Ning was still unsure of the situation in front of her when a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The voice continued, new player reminder, the bazaar game is connected to reality. Death in the game means death in real life. Please cherish your life, follow the rules, and enjoy the game. Then, a faint blue light screen popped up in front of Sheng Ning. Faction, human. ID, 444,477. Name, Sheng Ning, can be modified. Level, LV0, 0. Talent, none. Inventory. Completed instances, 0. Instance countdown, 0:59. The world became surreal. Sheng Ning looked at the man in front of her, who looked exactly like her husband Chu Yunyan, and waved her slender fingers. The man was stunned, seemingly not expecting such a reaction from her, and instinctively leaned forward. The moment the man came closer, Sheng Ning slapped him without hesitation. The force was so strong that her own palm went numb. It hurt. Wait, pain? This isn't a dream. The man's side profile was smooth and fair, his features sleek. The hard slap didn't leave a trace on his face. Sheng Ning. Help! Who's the good Samaritan who starts the bazaar game with a slap to an NPC? The NPC was also stunned. His dark eyes stared intently at Sheng Ning, then looked at her reddening hand, his eyes scanning her up and down, as if contemplating which angle to slice her apart. Sheng Ning made a quick decision and smiled flatteringly, husband, I was just swatting a mosquito, you believe me, right? NPC. To Sheng Ning's surprise, the NPC smiled at her, but the smile was a bit creepy. The NPC carefully and gently held her hand, blowing on it twice. Wife, does your hand hurt? At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Sheng Ning's mind again. Countdown complete, the instance game has started. Meanwhile, in a gray space that Sheng Ning couldn't see, countless live broadcast screens suddenly lit up in the space. Lines of subtitles began to scroll. Oh, another new player has entered. Flowers and sorrow. Let me see what new instance this player is in. Hope there are more human players this time. A broken home. A B-class instance, my goodness, is this new player digging up the game's ancestor's grave? Straight into hell-level difficulty. Sheng Ning, who was in the instance, had no idea about the live stream. She had just pulled her hand away from the husband NPC's hand when loud knocking sounds came from the door. It was only then that Sheng Ning realized she was in a living room, the house likely a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room type. She was standing in the living room, very close to the NPC, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. The knocking grew louder, and Sheng Ning suddenly felt tense, realizing this was not a good sign. Outside the live stream, with the start of the instance, the bullet comments were flooding in. Someone noticed Sheng Ning's live stream, and after recognizing her face, they were so shocked they sent 3 bullet comments in a row. Damn! Beautiful girl. Beautiful player. X3. This quickly attracted some people to watch. Beautiful girl, stay strong. You must survive. A bazaar game cannot go without a beautiful girl, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Wait, beautiful girl, you didn't do anything during the 1-minute buffer time, did you? You're so silly, no matter how handsome the NPC is, he can't be used as food. Here they come, the killer's here, this is a B-class instance, no rules, directly facing ghost-level bazaar creatures, let's have a moment of silence for her. Sheng Ning hesitated slightly, and the knocking on the door outside grew more intense, the unclear voice outside mixed with anger, like the roar of a beast, open the door. Open the door for me. Open the door quickly. Sheng Ning. Open the door for me. I'm your mother. The roar grew more and more pitiful, and the door was being knocked so violently that it almost shook off its hinges, dust falling from the ceiling. Sheng Ning, who was being called out, suddenly felt somewhat uncontrollable, and involuntarily walked toward the door. Her hand just touched the doorknob. If Sheng Ning could see the live stream, at this moment, the barrage in her live stream would be filled with candles and flowers mourning her. Sheng Ning closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just as she was about to gather her strength and open the door, she was suddenly pulled back, and then that figure pushed open the grayish-blue iron door. Outside the door, the eerie figure, all covered in blood and flesh, saw the door open and revealed a blood-red mouth, ready to swallow the delicious human. When she saw the person who opened the door, the blood-red mouth suddenly froze. Sheng Ning, who was behind her husband NPC, could even see the tonsils trembling deep inside the wide-open mouth. the eerie figure outside. Sheng Ning. The blood-red mouth slowly retracted, and the eerie, blood and flesh-covered figure began to grow flesh and hair, turning into a plain-looking middle-aged woman. The woman gave a playful smile at the husband NPC. "Son, what are you doing?" Just now, the NPC, who had mocked Sheng Ning, suddenly became dazed, his voice much hoarser, playing a game. He looked like a fool. "Ha!" The middle-aged woman gave a dry laugh. Sheng Ning could sense that the middle-aged woman was wary of this husband NPC. The next second, the middle-aged woman's gaze fell on Sheng Ning, and it suddenly became crazed. Her eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, and flesh and skin fell off her body. "Daughter, not obedient. Can eat you." "What, not obedient?" Sheng Ning trembled all over, retreating backwards. A feeling of fear surged in her spine. At this moment, she truly felt she had really entered this damn eerie game. The woman's blood-red mouth opened again, and it seemed she was about to swallow Sheng Ning's head. Sheng Ning wanted to run but was grabbed by her wrist. She was shocked and terrified, but suddenly saw the husband NPC, who was holding her, extend his perfectly proportioned and long fingers to manually close the blood-red mouth. The scene was incredibly eerie. What was even more bewildering was the middle-aged woman, whose blood-soaked eyes showed a hint of confusion. Who interrupted my spell?" "Sister, be good, play the game with me," the husband NPC said word by word. In the moment of her dazedness, Sheng Ning suddenly caught a key word. Sister? Game? Did he just call her wife after playing house with his own sister? Sheng Ning felt she had found the truth of the matter. She had been wondering why there was someone who looked exactly like her husband, who also called her wife. Then, her husband must be dead, right? There was no time for sorrow. Sheng Ning then saw the middle-aged woman return to her normal appearance, without any displeasure from the interrupted spell, silently carrying the items in her hands into the kitchen. Sheng Ning. Husband, no, brother NPC once again looked at Sheng Ning with a deeper gaze and said to her, game, continue. Sheng Ning was confused. How could the game of playing house continue? Should she call him husband again? It seemed that the brother NPC, seeing her confusion, kindly said, Sister, I hid something for you to find. If you can't find it, you'll be punished. In the gray space, the live stream of new players vanished by a third, and the blood-red mouth of the eerie mother figure froze in the final scene. A small group of people found the rules of the living room or returned to their rooms to avoid disaster. As for Sheng Ning, a player who was almost helped by an NPC through the crisis, she appeared quite different from the others. Her live stream had turned into chaos. No way, is the beauty using a cheat? Why is the brother NPC helping the sister against this raging monster? Report. I found it. This beautiful woman seduced the manic monster. Spread the word, seduction works. Wait, look, isn't the brother guiding the sister to search for the rules in the living room? What's happening upstairs? This is a manic monster, not bound by any rules. How could it help humans? Exactly, if you believe the manic monster will help humans, you might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Vini 50 monster bills, and listen to my revenge plan. Sheng Ning rummaged through the living room, finding a blurry, wine-stained note under the coffee table. Living room rules. 1. No wandering around the living room after 8 p.m., winky face. 2. Whenever you hear a knock on the door, you must open it. 3. The kitchen is mom's domain, in case of danger, you can hide there. 4. Grandma likes watching TV, if you see her watching TV, you should watch it with her. Sheng Ning frowned in confusion, the first and second rules seem to conflict, don't they? The man appeared behind Sheng Ning without her noticing, his breath brushing against her ear, it's not this one. The cool, hoarse, and sexy voice startled Sheng Ning. Almost falling, a cold large hand reached around her waist. Sister, keep searching, or you'll be punished. His voice was hoarse, magnetic, especially when he said punished, it sounded like flirting. A prickling, itchy sensation spread all over Sheng Ning's body. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ning pretended this was just a game of house, swatting away the cold hand at her waist, turning and continuing to search. In the live stream. Wait, did I just see wrong? How come the beauty seems to have hit the manic monster, and it didn't go crazy? I remember last time a player just glanced at the manic monster, and it directly gouged their eyes out. Oh my god, this isn't the manic monster, it's a fake. Spread the word. The manic monster is an old pervert, it won't go crazy over a beautiful player. I have 2 disguise cards here, selling them at a low price. The search went much smoother than Sheng Ning had imagined. Her mom, the monster, shot her a few glances from the kitchen, seeming unwilling but still wary of the man, not stepping out of the kitchen. While searching, she found not only the living room rules but also some hair with a scalp attached, 2 tongues, an arm, and an organ that looked very much like a kidney. Sheng Ning looked at the relatively fresh kidney in her hand, holding back her nausea. She glanced at the man sitting calmly on the couch, and with a sweet, innocent smile, she cheerfully offered the kidney to his mouth. Her eyes suggested, "Want a bite?" The man. What should I do? My wife doubts my abilities. Sheng Ning initially wanted to test and gross out the man. But she didn't expect the man to grasp her wrist with his cool, even fingers, lower his head, and slowly eat the entire kidney from her hand, bite by bite. Thick, sticky blood smeared all over Sheng Ning's hand, and she felt a bit nauseous. Her beautiful face turned pale as she endured it. After finishing the whole kidney, the man seemed to still be wanting more. He extended his soft tongue and gently licked the blood from Sheng Ning's hand, sucking on her delicate fingers. While licking her palm, he looked at her with deep, dark eyes, full of longing, as though savoring some exquisite delicacy. This pervert! Sheng Ning fought to suppress her disgust, unable to accept that this man, with the face of her beloved husband, was doing such things. After licking the last drop of blood, the man somehow pulled out a wet wipe and slowly cleaned her palm, saying contentedly, "Thank you, sister, it was delicious." What the hell, what kind of livestream is this? I'm reporting this for color play. Ah, old pervert, let go of the goddess, let me come, I also want to be fed by the goddess, I also want to be licked. The strange game has finally grown up. You turned into a weird color // emotional game. Isn't it true that no one cares why the manic, strange one? Did the beautiful woman find some special card? Other live streams have been tearing it apart with the manic strange one. By the way, how many cards are there in the broken home instance? I remember no one has drawn cards that work on the manic strange one, right? No, because of the manic strange one, who doesn't follow the rules, no one dares to enter this instance. We've developed less than 5% of broken home. Sheng Ning no longer looked at the man, having almost found everything she could in the living room. She turned around, glancing at the fabric sofa, stained with blood, its original color barely recognizable. Ding, an idea flashed. Sheng Ning stretched her hand and felt through the sofa crevice, quickly pulling out a photo. No time to look at the photo, a hoarse, mocking voice sounded behind her again. "Time's up, sister, you haven't found the gift I prepared for you." Sheng Ning took a step back, warily eyeing the man. At this moment, the man's lips were still stained with blood, his brows and eyes like ink, his black hair covering his eyes, lips as red as blood, with a somewhat sinister and captivating beauty. Sheng Ning felt a momentary daze. The man in front of her inevitably overlapped with another person in her mind. But that person would never treat her this evil way. The man looked very pleased. "You did well today, sister. I've decided to punish you again tonight." Sheng Ning returned to her room and took out the photo she had not looked at carefully earlier. It was an old, yellowed family photo showing a family of 5, grandmother, father, mother, older brother, and younger sister. On the back of the photo, the clearing rules were clearly written. 1. Live in the house for 2 weeks, C-level clearance. 2. Earn father's love, B-level clearance. 3. Fulfill grandmother's wish, A-level clearance. 4. Save the broken home, S-level clearance. Note, S-level clearance and above can earn hidden items and special bonuses. Sheng Ning, Manual Smile JPG. The surprise of finding the clearing rules was quickly dampened. The simplest way to clear the game was to live in this strange nest for 2 weeks. Otherwise, let me just kill all the weird ones directly. Chapter 3. You can already see the beautiful woman breaking down. Who in their right mind would go to the B-level instance as a good person? Isn't anyone going to praise the beautiful woman? Who would have thought the clearing rules were hidden in the sofa seam? Last time, a player used 3 revival cards and still couldn't find the way to clear it, but the beautiful woman found it so quickly. Sheng Ning put away the clearing rules and began to assess her room. It was a common bedroom layout, with a bed in the center, a wardrobe on one side, and a desk by the bay window, piled high with books. After inspecting the room, Sheng Ning keenly noticed some torn paper in the trash can. She pieced it together and found it was the bedroom rules. Sheng Ning. Alright, I'm trapping myself, am I? Bedroom rules. 1. Sleep from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. The bedroom must not have the lights on when sleeping and must remain silent. 2. Ignore any knocking on the door at night. 3. There is no one under your bed, remember that. The last rule sent a chill down Sheng Ning's spine. Looking at the 1.5-meter bed with deep red bedding, the pitch-black space under the bed, it all seemed extremely eerie. After checking the bed, Sheng Ning unexpectedly found a diary under the pillow. April 5, 20XX, sunny. Grandmother came again. She insisted I drink Chinese medicine, saying that it was a request from the Bodhisattva. After drinking it, I can become like my older brother. April 8, 20XX, cloudy. Dad drank again. I'm scared. Every time Dad drinks, he hits me and Mom. Why doesn't Mom protect me? Dad, when he drinks, must stay away. April 12, 20XX, rainy. I don't want to go for a mental checkup again. I'm not mute because of autism, it's the Chinese medicine from grandma that made me unable to speak. April 14th, 20XX, cloudy. The Chinese medicine is so bitter, if I were like my older brother, a fool, wouldn't I not have to take the medicine? Every time I drink the medicine, mom cries beside me. Why can't mom protect me? Short words, huge impact. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes, collapsed on the bed, with a superstitious grandma, an alcoholic dad, a weak mom, a mentally disabled brother, and the autistic her. The person is still alive, but the soul is already twisted. Finally understand why it's called a broken home: superstitious grandma, alcoholic dad, weak mom, mentally disabled brother, and beautiful her, a perfect match for a novel heroine. Pity the little sister for a second. If that doesn't work, go seduce the old pervert, hug the brother's leg. Sheng Ning processed for a while, then picked up the diary and continued reading. Suddenly, she noticed a small bump on the cover of the diary. What is this hidden rule? She carefully peeled open the cover of the diary. Inside was a blue card. The moment her nail touched the card, information about the card immediately popped up in Sheng Ning's mind. Weapon card, sharp blade, D can attack strange beings / humans, durability 100. After the information was displayed, the card disappeared. And on Sheng Ning's panel, a card appeared in the supply section. As long as she focused, the dagger would automatically appear in her hand. With a weapon that could harm the strange beings, Sheng Ning felt much more at ease. 9 o'clock at night. Sheng Ning lay down on the bed early. A day of mental tension left her a bit tired, and she dozed off not long after lying down. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a faint knocking sound at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was not loud, but it was unusually clear in the eerie night. Sheng Ning instantly woke up, her nerves tight like a startled bird, instinctively curling into the blanket. The underworld has a rule that strange beings cannot harm those who hide under the blanket. Not sure if it was just her imagination, but the knocking seemed to disappear when she was under the blanket. After a long while, when she was sure there was no more knocking, Sheng Ning dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to relax completely, she felt her ankle being grabbed by a cold, large hand. With a gentle pull, she was completely dragged into the blanket. Honey, why didn't you leave the door open for me? A hoarse, familiar voice rang out. Sheng Ning was startled for a second, and her tense body suddenly relaxed a little. Thankfully, it was the perverted, mentally disabled brother. The man crawled into the blanket, the cold air mixed with a slightly sweet, bloody scent, instantly enveloping her. His large hand wrapped around Sheng Ning's waist, applying a bit of force, and she was pressed against his body, trapped in his arms. The posture was very intimate, but also full of control, with a hint of protectiveness. After adjusting himself, the man kissed Sheng Ning's forehead, speaking gently, "Don't be afraid, sleep well." Sheng Ning could never sleep like this. Every movement of the man reminded her of her late husband. Whether it was the posture, the goodnight kiss, or the gentle reassurance, it was exactly like Chu Yuanian. At that moment, Sheng Ning felt that this man was Chu Yuanian. Whether or not he was, the longing and grievances that had built up over the years finally broke down in this familiar embrace. Tears fell silently. Noticing the dampness on her chest, the man became a little flustered, his voice trembling and helpless. "Don't cry, honey, don't cry." He would have been fine if he had said nothing, but once he spoke, he sounded even more like Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning couldn't stop her tears, tightly biting her lips as the tears silently flowed. In Chu Yuanian's understanding, Sheng Ning rarely cried, while he often pretended to cry and made Sheng Ning comfort him. Chu Yuanian tried to comfort her, imitating how she comforted him. In the dark, he captured her moist lips and kissed her repeatedly. "Don't be afraid, with me here, you won't get hurt. Honey, don't cry, seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Honey, I miss you so much, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you, please stop crying, I've been waiting for you for so long. Honey, I only have my own consciousness between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., can we talk?" Sheng Ning's crying suddenly stopped. At this moment, her nose was almost touching Chu Yuanian's. Breaths intertwined with each other. In the darkness, Sheng Ning seemed to see those familiar, wet eyes. After a long while, Sheng Ning stopped crying and said calmly, "Chu Yuanian, how can I make you return to normal?" Although the situation in front of her was too bizarre, once she knew the person in front of her was Chu Yuanian, Sheng Ning suddenly became calm. A person cannot come back to life, but that is in the real world. However, in this strange game, since Chu Yuanian could be resurrected, he could also fully possess his own consciousness. Chapter 4. The live broadcast room was very lively at night. Everyone was waiting for the bed-bottom weird to show its power. At this moment, the newcomer section's live broadcast room was also being harassed by the bed-bottom weird. In Sheng Ning's live broadcast room, the bed-bottom weird appeared just like in other live rooms. It harassed the person on the bed in a 360-degree, all-around manner. As long as the person on the bed moved, the bed-bottom weird could feast. If someone looked closely, they would definitely notice that the bed-bottom weird in Sheng Ning's live room seemed to have slightly lower pixels compared to other weirds, and its movements were more sluggish. Sheng Ning was tightly embraced by Chu Yunyan. He coquettishly demanded a kiss, from her cheek to behind her ear, from her collarbone to her chest, but he refused to answer Sheng Ning's question. After a long while, Chu Yunyan compromised 2 parts and felt 8 parts of grievance, saying, "Wife, when you reach level 5, you will know without me saying." Level 5? Sheng Ning remembered that the information on her panel showed LV0. Level 5 didn't seem that difficult. Noticing Sheng Ning's relaxation, Chu Yunyan forcefully nudged her chest, his cold hand greedily caressing every inch of her warm skin. He lowered his voice, sensually and enticingly saying, "Wife, let's do something meaningful." The love of a long-separated couple needed to be vented, and only skin touching skin, souls trembling together, could carry their longing. Sheng Ning seemed to slip into the mood more easily than ever before. Not sure how long it passed, Chu Yunyan suddenly bit Sheng Ning's earlobe, slowly nibbling and grinding, his hoarse voice tinged with anticipation. "Wife, you've never called me husband. Say it, okay?" Sheng Ning, like a floating piece of wood tossed by the waves, felt her consciousness sinking into the depths of the sea. In a daze, Chu Yunyan's face suddenly appeared in the deep sea, his dark hair, fair skin, lips covering the ends of his eyes, looking as beautiful as a sea demon. Husband. Before Sheng Ning passed out, she thought. If she could see Chu Yunyan once before dying, she could rest in peace. 6 a.m. A crisp doorbell broke the quiet morning. The netizens in the live room woke up even earlier than Sheng Ning. I have to say, the beautiful lady's sleep is really deep. Yesterday, the bed-bottom weird jumped 10 times in front of her bed during the third subject, and it didn't affect her sleep at all. Ha ha, the bed-bottom weird learned something new. I remember it was jumping like a dinosaur before, resisting waves. Ding ding ding. The debt collector weird makes a grand entrance. If you don't open the door in 5 minutes, you'll anger the brother. The rage weird will go wild and won't distinguish between friend and foe. Come on, come on. Make your bets. Let's see whether the player gets the debt collector weird's waist snapped for debt repayment, or the rage weird's rampage. It must be the debt collector weird. The debt collector weird is only a mist-like weird, but the rage weird is at least a fierce ghost level. As soon as the doorbell rang, Sheng Ning immediately woke up. Strangely, although she had been exhausted all night, her spirits were not sluggish, except for some discomfort in certain areas. The man on the bed was entangled around her like an octopus, locking her down completely. She pushed the man, and her eyes, which had been filled with tenderness, suddenly became alert. This man was not Chu Yunyan. The doorbell rang again, and the second rule of the living room, no matter when you hear a knock on the door, you must open it. Sheng Ning felt this rule was more likely to be free of traps. Moreover, she now had a weapon, so it was worth a try. She walked out of the bedroom, came to the door, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her fingers were just about to grasp the doorknob. Suddenly, behind her came a mocking, teasing voice, scaring Sheng Ning so much that goosebumps rose all over her body. "Sister, the punishment from last night, are you satisfied? If you cannot kill the strange thing outside the door, today you will still be eaten by me." The man, no one knew when, had already stood up. He stood sideways in the living room, the faint light of morning shining on half of his handsome face, eyes mocking, the ends of his eyes red, carrying a touch of soft and sinister beauty. The half of his face hidden in the darkness was more like a restless beast, seeming ready at any moment to devour her into his belly. Sheng Ning glanced at him, though very guarded against this man, yet with him appearing while wearing Chu Yunyan's face, her heart still gained a bit more courage. All at once, Sheng Ning pushed open the grey-blue big door. Outside suddenly stood a distorted strange thing patched with crocodile green. A human head, yet with the eyes of a falcon, the nose of a dog, and the tongue of a cat. The body of a crocodile, the legs of a giraffe, its whole body stitched together with surgical thread, like a creepy and horrifying stitched doll from a horror movie. Sheng Ning fell backward retreating. What the hell is this monster? It simply made one's sanity value drop madly. Compared to Sheng Ning's terror at seeing the debt-collecting strange one, the debt-collecting strange one, upon seeing Sheng Ning, revealed surprise in its falcon eyes, its voice sharp and thin. "Such a beautiful human, such a beautiful human." Sheng Ning forced herself to stay calm, wanting to open her mouth to speak, yet at the critical moment, in her mind suddenly came the content from the diary. "Sister does not speak." Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thankfully she remembered. Although this was not a rule, it was the little sister's persona. If the persona collapsed, Sheng Ning dared not imagine the consequence. The live barrage was filled with sighs. Damn. Just a little bit more and the beautiful player would have died. Once the persona collapses, all the rules will lose effect. The debt-collecting strange one can directly eat the player. No, I think the manic strange one will eat first. Fight, I love to watch. Fight for the beauty with the manic strange one. Debt-collecting strange one, I respect you as a real man. Sheng Ning gestured with her hand, not knowing if the debt-collecting strange one understood or was just following the plot. Its strange eyes showed greed, its gaze making one's spine go cold. Your father owed me 5,000 strange money. The father's debt you will repay. If you cannot repay, he. The sharp laughter pierced Sheng Ning's nerves. She felt dizzy. In front of her, the debt-collecting strange one started to blur into double images. Sheng Ning thought to herself, not good, at once bit her tongue, using pain to stay clear. Her hand behind her summoned out the weapon card, turning into a sharp dagger. The debt-collecting strange one was still laughing. Sheng Ning saw it laughing uncontrollably, the look in its eyes at her face full of greed, as if it already possessed its trophy. No turning back now. Sheng Ning clenched her teeth, her body suddenly burst forward. With a fierce rush, the blade in her hand stabbed hard into the mouth of the debt-collecting strange one, piercing through its whole mouth, splitting the cat tongue in two, piercing out the back of its head. Cold, stinking blood splashed all over Sheng Ning, her face full of ferocity, her whole body tense. The debt-collecting strange one widened its falcon eyes, unbelieving. How could there be a player so without martial morals? Seeing the debt-collecting strange one still struggling, the killing intent in Sheng Ning's heart already covered her fear. She stabbed 3 more times, each thrust hitting a vital point. Throat, heart, brain. At this moment the live broadcast room had already turned into a sea of blood. Shining golden barrage appeared. The mechanical announcement voice not only rang in Sheng Ning's mind, but also in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to new player number 444477 for completing the first kill in Broken Home, killing a phantom level strange one, gaining 50 experience, first kill bonus 100 experience, one hit kill bonus 100 experience, reward skill card copy, see? Before Sheng Ning's eyes appeared a panel glowing with faint blue light. Camp, human. Number, 444,477. Name, Sheng Ning, modifiable. Level, LV1, 250. Talent, none. Inventory, skill card copy, C, weapon card blade, D. Cleared dungeons, 0. Sheng Ning looked at that string of numbers. Chapter 5. At the very instant Sheng Ning rushed forward and exploded the head of the debt-collecting strange one. The bullet screen in the live streaming room was unusually blank for 3 seconds. Until the announcement was made, the live streaming bullet screen started scrolling wildly. Doubts. Amazement. Worship. A newbie level 0 player shattered the phantasmal level monster. By player level, this is a level 1 monster. Cross-level kill. And it was a one-hit kill. The excitement wasn't just in the live streaming room, but also on the Monster Forum. On the Monster Forum, a post marked with bright red and featured was on the forum's front page, with replies constantly pouring in below. 1L, how lucky is the newbie beautiful player? Let's dig into the rules of the debt collector monster. This debt collector monster can only be killed by hitting its true body. And this debt collector monster has replaced every part of its body, probably only its mouth hasn't been replaced by the debt collector monster. Number 444477 just miraculously hit the mouth. This lucky point. Incredible. 2L, I declare, player 444477 is the ancient Greek goddess of luck. It's my Allenbell. 3L, honestly, the combat power of the debt collector monster is really average. It's a phantasmal level monster, and as long as you have enough monster bills, you can send it away. No need to hype it up, it's just a reckless newbie player. 4L, oh, are you jealous upstairs? If you're so capable, then go ahead and get a one-hit kill too. Also, where would a newbie player get monster bills? When you were a newbie player, you probably didn't even know what monster bills were. The body of the debt collector monster turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Sheng Ning hadn't recovered from the shock yet, and stiffly turned around to meet the man's face, which looked as though he had taken drugs, brimming with excitement. Baby, you're amazing. You're amazing. The man was so excited that he seemed a little crazy, black mist emanating from his body. Sister. Cheer up. You're a born player. Let me kill you, alright? Join our monster camp. The man was extremely excited, and in his eyes, a strange light flickered, his hand suddenly transforming into a giant axe, ready to strike at Sheng Ning's head. Sheng Ning's face was covered in the blood of the debt collector monster, sticky and suffocating. She glanced at the excited man and performed a Pan-Jo-Dan sidestep to avoid the axe, heading towards the dark, grim bathroom in the depths of the living room. The bathroom had no lights, and the yellowed walls were peeling off in patches. The mirror was half shattered, and there were surging bloodstains along the edges of the drain. Sheng Ning's heart was torn between killing intent and fear. The woman in the mirror had a pale face stained with blood, her black hair hanging over her shoulders, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. Suddenly, the woman in the mirror revealed a chilling smile, with rows of sharp, pointed teeth, the corners of her mouth stretching all the way to her ears, showing the same blood-red, gaping mouth as Mama Gue. Sheng Ning's eyes were cold, and she drew a dagger, its sharp cold light shining brightly in the dark bathroom. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, full of deterrence. The woman in the mirror's mouth paused, her gaze falling behind Sheng Ning, and she quickly transformed into a cloud of ink and disappeared. The man leaned against the door, persistently brainwashing Sheng Ning. Sister! Join us. I can grant you eternal life, infinite power. I can make you a leader. Sheng Ning, okay, let me revive my husband. The man's expression froze. Sheng Ning realized, whether it was because of Chu Yuanyan's consciousness or not, she didn't feel like her words would break her character in front of this man. The man suddenly raised his voice, I am your husband. After cleaning off the bloodstains from her body, Sheng Ning returned to the room and locked the door before the man could enter. The person outside the door. As expected, the person I picked is amazing. Even at such an excited moment, she remains so calm. Sheng Ning now needed a quiet and safe environment to calm her emotions. She curled up in the blanket, making herself into a small ball, breathing in small, shallow breaths, her body shaking more and more obviously. Even the people in the live streaming room noticed Sheng Ning's abnormal behavior. Hug the beautiful woman, which family's good person has a B-level beginner instance? Alan Bell Goddess, don't be afraid, just get over this hurdle and you'll be fine. TSK, isn't it just killing a debt-collecting ghost, what's all the bragging for? I've killed so many ethereal ghosts I don't even know how many. Footskin brother, were you scared out of your wits the first time you went into a dungeon? You're trembling again? Sheng Ning clenched her fists, repeatedly telling herself, it's just a ghost, she's not killing a person. After a long time, Sheng Ning's mood calmed down. She opened her panel and suddenly noticed that there was an extra item in her inventory. The inventory now lit up 3 slots. The first one was a weapon card, Sharp Blade, the second slot was the copy card she just received as a reward. Skill card to copy, C can copy all lifeless objects, 10 uses. The last lit slot seemed to appear out of nowhere. Incense stick, ghost special supply, just one can make a ghost lose its mind. Sheng Ning? At 10 a.m., the sound of the door opening and closing came, followed by a rough man's voice, Wuxia. Give me money. Give me money. I need to win the money back. Not long after, her mother's ghostly voice sounded, you went gambling again, didn't you? You still want money? That's for the son and daughter's medical treatment. You're not allowed to touch it. Daughter? It's fine for the son's treatment, but why should I pay for the money-losing little thing's treatment? The little money loser. Come out. The sound of footsteps stopped outside the bedroom door, and then the door was slapped with a banging sound, little bitch. Come out. Sheng Ning suddenly opened the door, stepped aside, and a short, fat man fell straight in. He glared at Sheng Ning, hiding by the door, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Little bitch, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Sheng Ning acted frightened and shook her head repeatedly. Her mother's ghost stood in front of Sheng Ning, almost pleading, our daughter is about to take the college entrance exam, don't disturb her studies, please, we only have one daughter, please let our family of 3 go. Sheng Ning was a little surprised. Her mother's ghost now looked much more normal and even seemed to be protecting her. It seems that the master bedroom is a must-go, maybe she could find grandma's ghost's wishes or something else. After lunch, the short, fat ghost carried an iron box out of the bedroom while her mother's ghost was in the kitchen. At 4 p.m., her mother's ghost went out to buy groceries, and only Sheng Ning and the man with Chu Yunyan's face were left in the house. The living room was empty, and there was no television as mentioned in the rules. Seeing that the time was right, Sheng Ning ignored the man's following steps, gripped the dagger, and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The window of the master bedroom was closed, and the room was in complete darkness. After waiting for 2 minutes with no movement, Sheng Ning threw a crumpled piece of paper inside. After confirming there was no unusual response, she dared to enter. The master bedroom was half bigger than her own room. The layout was similar to her bedroom, a grayish bed, a whole wall of cabinets, and a bay window full of clutter. In the corner, there was a dressing table covered in dust. Sheng Ning started searching the dressing table. In just 2 minutes, at the very bottom of the jewelry box on the dressing table, she found a prescription slip. On the back of the prescription slip were her mother's rules. 1. Mother loves her children every day, except for the disobedient ones. 2. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can find mother. The front of the rules was the prescription slip. The time on it was a bit old, and some of the words were hard to read, making the effect of the prescription unclear. Remembering the contents, Sheng Ning placed everything back and continued searching elsewhere. Soon, she found a stack of identical cardboard boxes in the cluttered bay window, inside which was an instruction manual. For treating cerebral palsy. Literally cerebral palsy, Sheng Ning glanced at the man who followed closely behind, her eyes filled with meaning. Man? Did she fall in love with me? At the very bottom of the box, Sheng Ning found a stack of medical records. The name was unclear, but it was a male, 7 years old. It was the brother's medical record. The room was too dark, and Sheng Ning couldn't clearly read the details on the records. But she did not dare to take the medical record away. Suddenly, she remembered the sea-level copy card in the supplies bar. It was exactly the time to see the effect of the copy card. Ding, the copy card was used successfully. Sheng Ning held a medical record in her left hand and her right hand, her eyes turned, she turned around and smiled obediently and cute, her voice sweet. Brother, can you tell which one is real? The man's eyes had a moment of dizziness, he was bewitched by this smile. Whose wife is this, how can she be so cute? The two medical records in Sheng Ning's hands were exactly the same, even the oil stains on the cover and the worn edges were the same. The man shook his head in a daze, and received a praising smile from Sheng Ning, his eyes uncontrollably intoxicated and drifting. Sheng Ning put the fake medical record back in place and continued to search. Half an hour passed, Sheng Ning finally found a pile of IOUs under the bed. X year X month X day. Sheng Jinshan borrowed 1,000 ghost bills from Brother Tiger, to be returned in 3 days, if not, use daughter's heart to pay the debt. X year X month X day. Sheng Jinshan borrowed 500 ghost bills from Brother Three Mouths, to be returned in 2 days, if not, use daughter's thigh to pay the debt. X year X month X day. Sheng Jinshan borrowed 800 ghost bills from Brother Big Tooth, to be returned in 3 days, if not, use daughter's eyes to pay the debt. Sheng Ning. This old man, in the morning really should have given you a stab. Looking at these IOUs, Sheng Ning thought of a question. The IOUs that were taken back were from the lenders, then the ones not taken back. Doesn't that mean her whole body was mortgaged by this old man? This old man, Sheng Ning got angry, thought of the clearance rule being to gain father's love. This old man, perhaps what he likes is her broken to pieces self. The master bedroom was almost searched through. Sheng Ning looked at the time. It was almost the time when mom came back yesterday. She slipped out from the master bedroom and returned to her own room. The old man didn't come back last night, today don't know if he will come back or not. Sheng Ning right now really wanted to give the old man a couple of hits. Warning, forbidden to harm mainline plot NPC. In Sheng Ning's mind suddenly appeared a prompt sound. Sheng Ning. Fine, she can only be beaten right. Back in her room, Sheng Ning carefully studied brother's medical record. Through this medical record, Sheng Ning knew how brother became cerebral palsy. This sickness seemed to come from the womb, seemed to be foolishness caused by drug poisoning. During treatment, don't know why, brother gradually became violent, also very strong, often punching and kicking others, never stopping until death. Sheng Ning glanced at the man bubbling with strange bubbles. Foolishness was real. Not long after, mother came back, again the crazy banging on the door sound. After knocking for about 10 minutes, Mother Ghost entered by herself, started washing vegetables, mechanically repeating yesterday's process. Dinner time 6:30, Sheng Ning went out to eat, suddenly saw beside the table an old person with snow-white hair. Seeing Sheng Ning, the old person revealed a kind look. Little Ning, come eat, after eating you should drink medicine. Sheng Ning had a bad premonition, in the diary it was written, she could not speak exactly because of grandma's herbal medicine. She thought for a moment, revealed a timid smile, looked to Mother Ghost for help. Mother Ghost's expression did not change, as if she did not see her asking for help. After eating, Grandma Ghost somehow brought out a bowl of thick black fishy bitter herbal medicine, lovingly said. Little Ning is the most obedient, drink this bowl of medicine, you will become like brother, and fulfill Grandma's wish. Fulfill Grandma's wish, achieve A-level clearance. Sheng Ning instantly thought of the clearance rule, she glanced at Grandma Ghost, beneath the loving gaze was a hideous fervor. The porcelain bowl pressed to Sheng Ning's lips, Sheng Ning stepped back, face showing fear. From the diary, it seemed younger sister was very afraid of drinking grandma's herbal medicine, showing such expression should not be wrong. At this time the live broadcast chat was very unified. Cannot drink, if drink will stay forever in this strange world. The second big trap of broken home is grandma's herbal medicine. Many players heard that they could fulfill their grandmother's wish and thought that drinking the traditional Chinese medicine would allow them to clear the level, only to end up trapped forever in the eerie world. The greatest wish of grandmother Gue has nothing to do with the younger sister. Pretty sister, hold on. Never drink the medicine. Hey, the person in front, explain clearly. What exactly is grandmother's wish? And why did grandmother suddenly appear today? Seeing Sheng Ning dodge, grandmother Gue was enraged, her face darkened, and the loving light in her eyes gradually disappeared, turning into vicious and hateful eyes. Sheng Ning felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Grandmother Gue held the medicine bowl, forcing her way forward, cursing as she walked. You and your worthless mother are the same. I just want a grandson. Drink it for me. Drink. The medicine bowl was almost pushed to Sheng Ning's face. Grandmother Gue wanted to grab Sheng Ning's chin and force the medicine into her mouth, her sharp fingernails like eagle claws. Sheng Ning thought, if this old woman really grabbed her, there would definitely be 2 bloody holes on her jaw. The space around the dining table was narrow, and there was nowhere for Sheng Ning to hide. In front of Mama Gue and Grandmother Gue, NPC brother became completely dazed. Though his gaze was on her, his eyes were empty. Mama Gue sat beside, her brows tightly furrowed, seeming to want to stop it but dared not. Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembered her mother's second rule: when encountering something that couldn't be solved, she could ask her mother for help. Sheng Ning decided to try. She rushed into Mama Gue's arms, crying out for help, pointing to her throat, then pointing at Grandmother Gue, and then started hitting her own head, showing how painful it was. Mama Gue was stunned for a moment, and suddenly, a look of pity appeared on her grayish face. Tears began to fall. Sheng Ning, it's my fault. I didn't protect you well. Mama Gue's face was full of pain and regret, but the next second, it became resolute and brave. She stood up in one swift motion, protecting Sheng Ning behind her. Mom, Sheng Ning's throat hurts, she doesn't want to drink the medicine. Sheng Ning. Even though, that's not what she meant by throat pain. Grandmother Gue's gaze shifted from Sheng Ning to Mama Gue, and her eyes became even more sinister, gradually turning into madness. Bitch, it's all because of you. It's because of you that I don't have a grandson. The porcelain-white medicine bowl was thrown at Mama Gue, and the medicine spilled all over Sheng Ning and Mama Gue. The next second, both Sheng Ning and Mama Gue were grabbed by the hair by Grandmother Gue. Sheng Ning didn't expect it, and Grandmother Gue tore a bloody chunk of scalp off her. She's going bald. Mama Gue seemed to be injured even worse. The skin on her entire face was ripped off, revealing raw flesh, exposing her gums, and her face became unrecognizable. Sheng Ning clutched her scalp, the pain was overwhelming, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Her gaze collided with Mama Gue's. Ding, congratulations player, you have activated Mama Gue's hidden talent. Chapter 7. Ding. Congratulations player, you have activated Mama Gue's hidden talent, maternal love. Mama Gue has awakened her talent, her level has been upgraded to a ghost-level entity, and the absolute domain has been unlocked. The next second, Mama Gue's aura exploded, her facial flesh twisted, growing back, while the face in Grandmother Gue's hand turned into a corrupt black smoke. Sizzling sounds, Grandmother Gue's half-arm was corroded into a charred black, and she screamed in pain. Her scream was sharp, and Sheng Ning felt her eardrums bleeding from the impact. NPC brother was also affected, a wave of madness surged in his eyes. Instinctively wanting to tear everything apart, but his wrist was grabbed by a pair of soft, large hands. Looking at her pained children, Mama Gue's aura surged again. If there was an energy meter at this moment, it would show Mama Gue's power rising, climbing to the edge of the ghost level and calamity level. Sheng Ning and NPC brother were pushed into the kitchen, and the glass door was slammed shut. Entering absolute space, protect my treasure. In Mama Gue's absolute space, all attacks will be nullified. Even the mechanical broadcast voice carried a hint of excitement. It's easy to imagine the chaos in Sheng Ning's live stream room. The Lifetime series. NPC's hidden talent. This is probably the 7th case in the entire Bazaar game. I declare that she is the Alan Bell of the Bazaar game. The chosen one. Triggering the NPC's hidden talent is like this: once you're in a dungeon from the same world, the NPC will automatically sense the player. Who is chasing me, I won't say. It's not that no one is paying attention to the new player spamming B-level dungeons, first getting the first kill. Then triggering the hidden talent. Stepping on the crazy ghost and punching the grandma ghost. The strongest newcomer. Alan Bell. Triggering an NPC's hidden quest is extremely rare in the whole Bazaar world, not to mention this is a newbie. It has attracted the attention of many high-level players. A level 4 big shot posted on the forum, and as soon as the post was created, it attracted countless people's attention. Let's take a look at our Alan Bell's game path. 1L, punching the vengeful ghost, stepping on the deadly curse, LV4. As everyone can see, the crazy ghost in Alan Bell's livestream seems very interested in her, inviting her to join them. We can guess, during the 1-minute buffer time, what did Alan Bell do to gain the favor of the crazy ghost? 2L, punching the vengeful ghost, stepping on the deadly curse, LV4. Without the crazy ghost's indiscriminate attacks, Alan Bell explored the living room, bedroom, and master bedroom, found the rules of the living room, bedroom, and mom's rules, and killed the debt collecting ghost with a single blow, without knowing the rules. It must be said that as a newbie, she is really full of energy. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to act directly, Nabla. 3L, punching the vengeful ghost, stepping on the deadly curse, LV4. Now she has a weapon card that can deal damage to the Bazaar, and a copy card. Who's chasing me? I won't say. Damn it, the copy card. Why copy rules of all things? Such waste. Condemnation. Strong condemnation. 4L, condemnation. Give me the copy card, I'll teach you how to use it. 5L, big disaster. Please analyze why number 444477 was able to trigger the hidden talent of the Bazaar. I don't get it. Why did the mom ghost suddenly awaken? 3L, punching the vengeful ghost, stepping on the deadly curse, LV4. Damn it, call me the vicious god. Since everyone asked, let me explain. First of all, I don't think it's very sudden. Just now, it was obvious that Alan Bell asked the mom ghost for help. Recall that at the dining table when the grandma ghost first mentioned the medicine, Alan Bell already asked for help. When the short, fat guy was smashing the door, the mom ghost also protected her. There must be a plot we don't know, and Alan Bell triggered it. Damn it. This person's luck is really amazing. In the dark space where it's hard to tell whether it's night or day, a fierce, intimidating man with a buzz cut slapped the keyboard far away with a look of anger. People make me angry. Spamming B-level dungeons to trigger a hidden talent, damn it, this must be an S-level clear, sob, goddess, take my luck. The man's face was almost pressed up to the live stream screen. In the screen, Sheng Ning obviously had no idea how much of a sensation this hidden talent was causing. She and brother were locked in the kitchen, and through the glass door, they could see the mom ghost and grandma ghost fighting, with back and forth action. You pull one of my arms, I'll tear off one of your legs. You stab my eyes, I'll pull out your tongue. The scene was bloody and brutal. Sheng Ning looked at her mom ghost desperately fighting grandma ghost, and her heart felt a little soft. She and Shu Yu and Nan were both orphans, growing up together in the orphanage. Then they fell in love, got married, and she became a widow. In her short life, she never had a mother role, and now, there was a mother fighting to protect her child. That child was herself. This was a feeling Sheng Ning had never experienced before. Her heart felt soft, swollen, and sour. She almost wanted to cry. Brother seemed to notice her emotions, and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes at an inopportune moment. The mom ghost and grandma ghost were equally matched in strength. Both of them were emitting black smoke, turning the already dim living room into an almost pitch-black night. Sheng Ning took out a dagger, pointed it at brother, then immediately opened the glass door and rushed into the black smoke without hesitation. The black smoke seemed like a layer of black mist. Although Sheng Ning tried her best to control her breathing, she still inhaled a breath of it, and it felt as though she had fallen into a cold ice cave, her teeth starting to chatter. Ning Ning, be careful. Mom Gui's strange cry came from the side. Sheng Ning raised her stiff arm to resist forward, and something powerful hit the dagger in her hand inside the black smoke. A crisp clinking sound echoed. Now is the time. This was the only moment Sheng Ning could confirm the enemy's position. She thrust the dagger forward forcefully, and the dagger plunged into a figure. Then came the eerie scream of pain from Grandma Gui. At the critical moment, Sheng Ning sensed a faint airflow beside her ear, and her scalp suddenly tingled. She bent down and rolled to the side, only to see a huge gray-blue eagle claw appear at the spot where she had been standing. It was Grandma Gui's hand. Mom Gui also rushed over, tearing Grandma Gui's hand apart. The black smoke in the room suddenly thinned, and within 2 seconds, the room was clear again. Grandma Gui was rolling on the floor, clutching a severed arm and wailing in agony. Sheng Ning saw the muscle texture remaining on Grandma Gui's elbow joint, clearly indicating that the forearm had been forcibly torn off, with a very clean cut. Grandma Gui glared at Sheng Ning with a venomous gaze, and Sheng Ning felt a chill run down her spine. She hid behind Mom Gui, no longer displaying the fearless attitude she had before, shaking Mom Gui's sleeve and acting like a child, showing her fear. Mom Gui seemed to enjoy this. 1 second, she was looking at her little daughter with gentle eyes, and the next second, she revealed a hideous mouth and swallowed Grandma Gui's severed arm. Grandma Gui couldn't bear the shock and suddenly vanished into the air. Only the mother and her 2 children remained in the living room. Mom Gui returned to her normal appearance, burped, and praised, Ning Ning, you were really amazing just now. You helped Mommy, you're really Mommy's good baby. She kissed Sheng Ning's cheek, and Sheng Ning, looking incredulously, suddenly started crying. She choked as she said, Ning Ning, from now on, Mommy will protect you and brother well. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Mom Gui's gaze was filled with love and clarity, radiating infinite strength, almost matching the image of a mother Sheng Ning had imagined. Strangely, Sheng Ning began to like this Mom Gui. She hugged Mom Gui, nuzzled her head and made a few ah sounds, revealing a little bit of arm muscle. I can protect you too. The night after the great battle seemed even quieter. Compared to the crazy rolling bullet screens, Sheng Ning lay on the bed like a corpse at rest. Of course, she wasn't asleep. No one who had chopped up 2 Gui in 1 day could fall asleep. Sheng Ning tried to calm her emotions, telling herself that they were Gui, not humans. As she turned over, she suddenly remembered what Mom Gui had said earlier in the day. I will not let anyone hurt you and brother again. This meant that someone had previously harmed her sister and brother. Her sister's muteness, her brother's stupidity, could they all have been man-made? The battle between Grandma Gui and Mom Gui today was clearly old grudges and new resentments. New grudges, old resentments, were they related to her brother and sister? What was Grandma's wish? One mystery after another swirled in Sheng Ning's mind, and she felt like there was a crucial clue in Grandma Gui's presence. As long as she found the rules of Grandma Gui, perhaps the truth would be revealed. As time passed, Sheng Ning fell into a light sleep, keeping a sliver of awareness waiting for Chu Yuanyin. But Sheng Ning didn't expect that what came first was not Chu Yuanyin, but the eerie presence from under the bed. The eerie presence under the bed almost immediately crawled out from beneath as soon as the time arrived. Who understands? Having a level eerie husband, is that something impressive? Not only did you deprive others of their nighttime activities, but you also had to block the livestream for these two scoundrels. The most frustrating thing is, you also want us to listen to your secret conversations. Monsters can be killed, but never humiliated. Last night, I listened to the livestream all night long. I'm just a passing elementary school student, why do you have to pollute my pure heart? Scoundrels! In a daze, Sheng Ning suddenly saw a strange figure, emitting a thick black smoke, staring at her right by the bed. In the dark night, although she couldn't clearly see its eerie face, Sheng Ning strangely felt that it was filled with sorrow. Other monsters are filled with monstrous energy, but this one is filled with resentment. Sheng Ning. Big brother, I didn't offend you, did I? Sheng Ning closed her eyes, pretending to have fallen asleep. Today, I killed a monster, cut off its arm, I guess I don't have to work overtime tonight. Monster games, don't push it too far. He. I know, you're not asleep. The eerie voice sounded like a child's playful laugh, blowing cold air into Sheng Ning's ear. Sister, let's play hide and seek. Sheng Ning. Sister, I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and if you can't find me, I'll eat you. The malicious laughter of the child echoed around the room in 360-degree stereo. Sheng Ning. Brat. I'll beat you up. The monster under the bed, seeing Sheng Ning not moving, became even more resentful, and the black smoke almost filled the whole room. It knew that the hour before consciousness shifted was the most vulnerable, and it could only take this chance to bully his wife and get revenge for the black work yesterday. Sheng Ning didn't move. Due to the rules, the monster under the bed couldn't do anything to her. It scratched its head and anxiously paced around the bed. Suddenly, it remembered what its mother had told it. With a creepy laugh, it said, I heard that when someone really falls asleep, their arm will unconsciously rise. Back then, its mother had caught it using this trick, and it had gotten a good beating with bamboo shoots and meat. This foolish human will definitely unconsciously raise their arm, and then I can Sheng Ning. Thanks for the invite, but we orphanage kids stopped playing these games when we were 3. Seeing that Sheng Ning still hadn't raised her arm, the monster under the bed's expression, which was on the verge of triumph, gradually turned into confusion. Really asleep? The monster under the bed muttered to itself, leaning in close to Sheng Ning's face, studying her expression. After a while, the monster under the bed suddenly sighed, she's really beautiful. This short sentence caused the once peaceful livestream room to become lively again. I knew it. Even in the weird world, there are old perverts. Whoa, the goddess's face. Even the monster can't resist it? Who has a directional disguise card? I want to change into the goddess's face and go into the dungeon to wreak havoc. Little monsters. Take them all down. Haha, stop bragging in front, this is just a low-level newbie dungeon, it's full of shallow monsters. Ah yes, great god, may I ask what your newbie dungeon is? I might not know the characters, is this a B-level dungeon? Is this a B-level dungeon? Capital B-level dungeon. The Berserk monster boss. Sheng Ning almost broke character, her mouth twitching involuntarily. But the sharp-eyed monster under the bed noticed it, and excitedly shouted, you really aren't asleep. How narcissistic you are. Ha. Today, I'm going to taste what a narcissistic human tastes like. Saying that, its originally normal mouth suddenly expanded multiple times and aimed to bite down on Sheng Ning's head. The rush of blood and wind hit her face, but Sheng Ning rolled to the side quickly. As she stood up, a dagger appeared in her hand. In the dark night, Sheng Ning was slender and agile, like a ghost, her dagger gleaming sharply as if still dripping with blood. The black smoke surrounding the monster under the bed momentarily solidified, and Sheng Ning revealed a dangerous smile at the perfect moment. Monster under the bed. Ah, Mom has a monster. When Chu Yuanian arrived, he saw a pitiful monster under the bed whispering to the corner of the bed in Sheng Ning. What are you doing? Chu Yuanian glanced at the little monster under the bed. Xiao Gui immediately stood straight at the corner of the bed. Sheng Ning gazed at Chu Yuanian, who quickly jumped into Sheng Ning's quilt in 2 steps, holding her tightly and taking a deep breath, affectionately saying, Wife, it's me. The familiar embrace, though cold, did not bother Sheng Ning at all. She found a comfortable position nestled in Chu Yuanian's arms, just like before, chattering about what had happened today. The instant Chu Yuanian entered, Sheng Ning's live stream unexpectedly froze for a moment, and then she was seen chatting with the strange shadow under the bed for a bit before lying down. The live stream was silent. In the screen, Sheng Ning had already fallen asleep, yet the number of viewers continued to rise, seemingly more eager for what was to come. After listening to her experiences of the day, a deep tenderness welled up in Chu Yuanian's eyes. Wife, not all the strange ones are out to kill. As long as you don't break the rules, they can't harm you. Sheng Ning responded, I will be careful. By the way, there are only 3 rooms in the house, one is mine, the master bedroom is one, and the remaining one is for grandma. Which one is yours? Restricted by the rules, Chu Yuan couldn't reveal any information related to the strange game during the time he was conscious. Sheng Ning saw the helplessness and faint pain in his eyes. She understood that Chu Yuan must have suffered a lot in the world of the strange game. She hugged her husband and gently comforted, it's okay if you can't say anything. I will find a way to help you recover, just wait for me. 1,000 words turned into a tender kiss filled with affection. That night, Chu Yuan simply covered her with the quilt and slept. At 3 in the morning, a mechanical voice suddenly came from the dark screen of the live stream, intermittent. In the night, the man bit Sheng Ning's earlobe, wife, you're awake. The rising tone mixed with a teasing tone made Sheng Ning's hair stand on end, instantly waking her up. A wet, cool sensation came from her earlobe. Sheng Ning pushed him away forcefully, frowning in disgust at the man with lips wet and bright red, and cautiously got out of bed. The man lay back on the bed, revealing a satisfied look in the darkness. The sound of static electricity and buzzing flowed through the walls into Sheng Ning's bedroom. She recognized it as today's legal analysis. What's going on? Even being strange requires learning the law? Sheng Ning just finished interrogating the shadow under the bed tonight, knowing that there was a TV strange hidden in the house. It only appeared randomly in the living room in the early morning. To her surprise, the TV strange appeared today. The bedroom was a bit far from the living room, separated by walls, so she shouldn't have been able to hear anything. But the sound from the TV strange seemed to seep through, becoming clearer with each passing second. Amidst this noise, no matter how deep a sleeper you were, you would be awakened, clearly indicating that the TV strange was driving her out of the bedroom. Sheng Ning had killed the debt-collecting strange, pressured the shadow under the bed, and slept with specific strange ones day after day. Now, she was no longer as terrified of the strange as she had been at first. What Sheng Ning cared about now was that among all the rules, only the grandmother's rule mentioned the TV. What connection did the TV strange have with grandma? Without needing to think, Sheng Ning knew she had to meet this TV strange. If luck was on her side, she might learn about grandma's wishes. She opened the bedroom door, and the sound of buzzing plate instantly became clear. Then Sheng Ning's eyes brightened, the dark corridor turned into a bright little path, with shouts echoing all around. She looked around and realized she was no longer at the door of her bedroom. She was now in a corner of the vegetable market. In the large old vegetable market, there were all sorts of goods for sale, bustling with voices and constant shouting. Sheng Ning carefully observed the people around her, dressed very retro, like people from 20 years ago. She took a couple of steps forward with the crowd. At the end of a narrow path in the vegetable market, a stall selling who knows what was surrounded by a crowd of people. Before Sheng Ning could figure out what was going on, her body moved toward the group of people on its own. As she easily pushed through the tightly packed crowd, in the center sat an old lady in a vest, carefully holding the hand of a middle-aged woman, studying it intently. After a moment, she mysteriously said, Sister, looking at your palm, I fear your wishes may not come true. The middle-aged woman panicked immediately. Great master, please look again. I just want a grandson. My son has married 3 women, all he has are daughters. Is it really true that I have no fate for this? With that, she burst into tears, heartbroken as if her ancestral grave had been dug up. The old lady in the vest had silver hair, but her face looked like a 34-year-old young woman's face. Noticing the middle-aged woman crying without any dignity, the silver-haired vendor sighed with feigned difficulty, Alas, sister, we have a fate, so let me help you this time. Saying this, she took out a packet of traditional Chinese medicine from her bag behind her, looking rather pleased, and shouted to the crowd around her. I, the old lady, have traveled far and wide for a living, and it was this that has fed me. In the past at Shenzhen, not a few 10,000 yuan could buy my secret recipe. Now that I am old, my spirit is also gone, so let's consider it a good deed. It was just a packet of unknown herbal medicine. The big sister seemed somewhat skeptical, but it wasn't disbelief in the master. She asked, 1 packet, will it be enough? The old lady got a bit angry and glared at her. 1 packet isn't enough. You want more packets? If it weren't for our fate, I wouldn't even give you 1 packet. The big sister instantly became submissive, smiling, Great master, how much is it? The old lady shot her another glare. We cultivators don't talk about money, we talk about fate. The crowd watching the spectacle translated, 888 yuan. 20 years ago, 888 yuan was quite a lot of money. The big sister clearly winced at the amount, but clenched her teeth and took it out anyway. The old lady was pleased, accepted the money, and her sharp eyes scanned the crowd before finally landing on Sheng Ning. This sister, among these people, you and I are the fated ones. Do you want me to read your fortune? Sheng Ning was still pondering why the old lady called her sister, when someone behind her pushed her forward, shouting, Old Sheng's family, haven't you always wanted a grandson? Why aren't you going? By the time Sheng Ning reacted, she had already been grabbed by the old lady, forced to open her palm. The silver-haired woman took a look, again letting out a faint sigh. Alas, another one without descendants. Is this the decree of the goddess of childbirth, letting me help the world? After speaking, the old lady's sharp gaze turned to Sheng Ning, filled with pity. Young sister, have you perhaps already lost 2 unborn grandsons? Sheng Ning opened her mouth to say something like what the hell, but when she spoke, it turned into, yes, yes, yes. Great master, you're so accurate. That useless daughter-in-law of mine is pregnant with twins, and when the doctor checked, they were all daughters. Great master, help me, send me a son. This voice was from the old woman. Sheng Ning realized she had entered someone else's body, witnessing events that had happened in the past. The old lady was pleased with being called that. Since you've called me the goddess of childbirth, I naturally can't disappoint your request. With that, she took out another packet that looked exactly the same as the previous one and handed it to the old woman. The old woman was overjoyed, carefully cradling it in her palms as if it were a priceless treasure. Great master, how do I use this medicine? The goddess of childbirth looked at Sheng Ning meaningfully, a gaze that seemed to pierce through Sheng Ning's soul. Thank you, great master. Thank you, great master. The old woman fumbled for money and bowed, almost treating her like a deity. A flash of the scene, Sheng Ning found herself back in darkness. The corridor was pitch black, with only a dim light coming from the direction of the living room. Just now, all of this was obviously a trick from the TV ghost, and as for why the TV ghost wanted her to see this, it seemed like she could only ask in person. When Sheng Ning walked into the living room, she saw someone sitting on the sofa in the living room, that person's figure hunched over. When she saw that face clearly, Sheng Ning's entire body broke out in goosebumps. Sheng Ning, are you awake? Come over and keep grandma company while watching TV. That face was clearly the delivery immortal from the screen just now, and at this moment, she was smiling tenderly at Sheng Ning, saying she was her grandmother. Living room rule 4, Grandma likes to watch TV. If Grandma is watching TV, please watch it with her. The creepy feeling made Sheng Ning instinctively not want to go over. But the TV ghost could have given her a door kill, yet it just let her enter a delusion. As long as she did not violate the rules, the TV ghost could not harm her. Sheng Ning sat down at the edge of the sofa. As soon as she sat down, the barrage in the live broadcast room paused for a second, followed by a series of mixed questioning voices. She, how could she dare to do this right next to the TV ghost? A warrior, a true warrior. It's not like this sister can just act recklessly just because she is lucky. The bed ghost is clearly fooling her, and she really dares to meet the TV ghost offline. This is a B-grade ghost, which one of them could squash a newbie in a minute? I can't, even a fool knows that Grandma looks fake, and she still goes over. Isn't this seeking death? I'm not watching, it's bad luck. Chapter 10. As Sheng Ning just returned to the door of her room, she suddenly felt a cold hand on her waist. The next second, the world spun, and Sheng Ning was picked up in a princess carry. The man felt very familiar to her, but Sheng Ning knew he was not Chu Yuanyan. Put me down. Sheng Ning whispered coldly. The man chuckled softly and hugged her tighter. Wife, don't be so cold. Sheng Ning froze. If before, Sheng Ning dared to act with this brother ghost, then the question from the immortal ghost just now made her dare not move easily against this man. Time rewinded half an hour ago. The ghost on the sofa was surprised by Sheng Ning's boldness, gazing at her silhouette with a meaningful smile. Very brave, interesting. The old-fashioned black television was originally filled with snowflakes, and as Sheng Ning sat down, the snowflakes gradually disappeared. A skull icon appeared in the upper left corner, and a family ethics drama began to play. And the protagonist of this ethical drama was none other than the mother ghost. On the screen, the young mother ghost had just given birth, and a nurse happily carried a baby out to congratulate the short and chubby ghost and the grandmother ghost. The grandmother ghost was so excited that tears flowed down her face, kneeling on the spot in front of the delivery room, worshipping the gods and Buddhas. Then the scene shifted, still in the hospital, but the sign outside the room changed to neurology. The mother ghost stood hesitantly at the door with a 3 or 4-year-old little boy, showing despair and sadness. The next second, the short and chubby ghost came out from within, slapping the mother ghost across the face while punching and kicking her, yelling, "Bitch! Useless bitch! The son you gave birth to is an idiot! I'll beat you, you useless bitch!" The mother ghost curled up her body, silently crying. Someone wanted to step in to stop it but was pulled back by a nurse. "Don't go, it might bring you trouble." That was a woman who looked energetic and competent. Hearing this, she frowned in disagreement. "How can that man beat his wife like this? We need to help her." The nurse held her back again and explained the reason. "This isn't the first time. Even if you step in to help her and call the police, she will forgive her husband in front of the police, and we will also get scolded by her husband." The energetic woman furrowed her brows tightly, just as someone called her from behind, making her have to leave. The scene shifted again, and Sheng Ning recognized it as the vegetable market she had just seen. In the market, the grandmother ghost was throwing a tantrum, pulling. Grabbing the deliverer of children next to her, she ruthlessly cursed at the woman as the deliverer's vest and pockets were scattered all over the ground. Someone tried to stop the grandmother ghost, but was spat away by a mouthful of phlegm. Until the arrival of the short and stout ghost and the police, the three of them entered the police station together. Inside the police station, the grandmother ghost repeatedly claimed that the deliverer had given her the secret recipe for birthing grandchildren, which had caused her to give birth to a mentally disabled grandson, a huge embarrassment. In recent years, she had spent tens of thousands of dollars on her grandson's medical bills, demanding compensation from the deliverer. The deliverer on the screen was surprised for a moment, confidently addressing the police. "This is indeed a recipe for birthing. Comrades, you can send someone to find out that everyone who bought this recipe has given birth." The police conducted a simple inquiry and were about to speak, but the scene froze for a moment. The deliverer on the couch mechanically turned his head, coldly gazing at Sheng Ning and asking, "Do you think I should pay?" Sheng Ning. It seems today she also had to take on the role of a judge. Across a long sofa, Sheng Ning looked back at the deliverer, his sharp gaze revealed no other emotion. At this moment, she was no different from her surroundings or the one on the television. The deliverer's expression was even soft, but the sense of fear in Sheng Ning was even stronger. If this question wasn't answered well, she might lose her life. Sheng Ning fell into deep thought. This eerie figure, she didn't know its connection with the television ghost, hadn't killed her, but instead brought her to understand the past of this family. What was its intention? The deliverer sensed Sheng Ning's doubt and said, "I am not that kind of lowly ghost, I won't just eat people." As if thinking of something, the deliverer paused and casually explained. Eerie beings in the world of eerie games are divided into 7 levels, the lowest is the wandering spirit. Fortunately for you, there are no wandering spirit level eerie beings in your home. Sheng Ning. Next is the ethereal level, the vicious ghost level, the cursed level, the disaster level, the annihilation level, the king level, and the unspeakable top level. The deliverer became confident, leaning back on the sofa, teasing the cat like, "Guess what level of eerie I am?" Sheng Ning took a piece of paper from the coffee table and quickly wrote, "Cursed." This world had no wandering spirits, so the debt-collecting ghost she killed should be ethereal level, while mother's and grandmother's ghosts, which were much stronger than the debt-collecting ghost, were vicious level. The eerie in front of her was stronger than the mother and grandmother ghosts, at least cursed level. What a clever girl, correct. Now guess the level of the man in your room. Sheng Ning paused, perhaps due to Chuyu's consciousness, she couldn't perceive the danger from her brother ghost, so she couldn't guess his level. She honestly shook her head. The deliverer was taken aback, suddenly laughed, and looked at Sheng Ning with less sharpness and more friendliness. "Little girl, you must answer me one of these 2 questions tomorrow night." "See you tomorrow night." Noticing something off about Sheng Ning, the man's voice turned cold. "What's wrong?" In his expectations, Sheng Ning might have given him a shove, but now being so docile made him uncomfortable all over. "Did she bully you?" The man's steps stopped as he returned to the room, his voice tinged with anger, as he held Sheng Ning and turned, looking like he was ready to fight. Sheng Ning. Did eerie beings have such unpredictable moods? Sheng Ning didn't want to fuss any longer, she quickly wrapped her arms around the man's neck to stop him. "I'm tired, let's go back to sleep." The man paused, looking down at Sheng Ning, and found her brow lightly furrowed, seemingly genuinely tired. He snorted coldly, "Then I'll let her go this time, but remember, I'm not just letting it go." The man set Sheng Ning on the bed, leaned over her, and coaxingly asked, "Baby, how about I turn you into an eerie being?" After becoming an eerie being, you could just kill that old witch, and then we could fly together forever. How wonderful. Chapter 11. Now the male ghost happily acquired a big stick and honestly wrapped his arms around Sheng Ning's waist to sleep. The male ghost behind her quickly fell silent. The ghost had no breath, no body heat. Sheng Ning did not know if the ghost behind her had fallen asleep, but she could not sleep. This was the second time the male ghost had lured her, wanting to turn her into a ghost. With the male ghost's ability, turning her into a ghost did not require discussion. Why did he have this attitude? Sheng Ning thought for a moment. The answer could only be that the consciousness of Chu Yuanyan hidden in the male ghost's body did not allow it. Only if she was willing to become a ghost could the male ghost take action. But then another question arose, why did the male ghost want to turn her into a ghost? Sheng Ning couldn't figure this out, but she felt it had something to do with Chu Yuanyan. Since she couldn't make sense of this question, Sheng Ning did not dwell on it. There was still the ghost of the great immortal and the story of this home waiting for her to sort through. According to the rules to clear the game, the B-level task was to gain her father's favor, based on the images from the debt collector and the great immortal ghost. She had 2 ways to win her father's love. First, to become a son. Sheng Ning, this pass. So there was only the second way, endless money. The key was that she had no money. Sheng Ning searched her bedroom and truly couldn't find a single cent. The A-level task was to fulfill her grandmother's wish. Sheng Ning felt that the great immortal ghost was quite righteous. Previously she had wondered what her grandmother's wish was, but after seeing the illusion given by the great immortal ghost, she could confirm that her grandmother's wish was to have a grandson. But wasn't her brother Ghost the grandson of her grandmother Ghost? Why did her grandmother still want a grandson? Could it be that her brother Ghost was not the child of the short fat ghost? Not to mention, Sheng Ning thought it was quite possible her mother Ghost was an ordinary middle-aged woman, and the short fat ghost's genes were truly miserable. How did they end up having a nearly 1.9 meter tall, extraordinarily handsome son, whom even as a ghost Sheng Ning would not hesitate to embrace? She would search the last bedroom tomorrow to see if she could find anything else. When Sheng Ning opened her eyes again, it was already late morning. She sleepily walked out, preparing to find something to eat, when she unexpectedly saw her mother Ghost in the kitchen, who usually hardly ever appeared in the morning. The mother Ghost looked at Sheng Ning with loving eyes and tenderly said, "Ning Ning, you must be tired from studying. Mom made you pig's trotters and walnut soup to help you replenish your brain." Then the mother Ghost brought out a bowl of soup that looked unappealing and didn't smell great. Clearly, the ghost world had no temperature, but Sheng Ning felt as if she could see her mother Ghost cooking in the kitchen with steam rising up. She suddenly recalled many years ago, right before the college entrance examination, her deskmate always complained that her mother would make her drink all sorts of strange brain-boosting soups. What others found tedious was something Sheng Ning longed for. She did not expect her regrets to be fulfilled in the ghostly world. Despite the soup looking truly unappetizing, Sheng Ning still finished every drop and took out paper and pen to write, "Thank you, Mom. Thank you for completing the regrets of my youth." The mother Ghost was deeply moved, carefully taking the paper and folding it to put in her pocket, her icy lips kissing Sheng Ning's cheek. This scene happened to be seen by the male ghost who had just walked out. He quickly stepped forward, his eyes clearly dull, yet with a hint of urgency. "Sister, kiss me, I want to." Without waiting for permission, his cold thin lips kissed the corner of Sheng Ning's lips. "Sheng Ning." She saw the triumph deep in the man's eyes. The mother Ghost looked at her son with mixed feelings, surprise, disbelief, and of course, a touch of caution. For the mother Ghost, as long as the crazy ghost did not go berserk, it was fine. Sheng Ning was feeling uneasy, having been taken advantage of by Chu Yunyan's strange face. Her discomfort meant she couldn't allow this strange one to feel comfortable either. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, writing on the paper, "Big brother should also drink soup to nourish the brain." Yes, I'll go serve you some soup." Mom quickly entered the kitchen and soon brought out a bowl of the same nourishing soup, placing it in front of the strange man. The strange man stared blankly at Sheng Ning, his clear pupils reflecting Sheng Ning's smile, which looked somewhat cunning. In the end, the brother Strange finished a bowl of soup that was unforgettable. Just when the family was enjoying their time together, a sudden knock on the door rang out again. Sheng Ning immediately tensed up. Every time there was a knock, it meant trouble. According to the rule, Sheng Ning was supposed to open the door, but before she could stand up, a figure dashed like lightning to the door. It was the mom Strange. She glanced at Sheng Ning and warned, "The kitchen is Mom's absolute territory, no one can harm you." The door opened to reveal a strange unfamiliar figure. One hand was carrying a short, chubby Strange, and the other held a piece of paper. Sheng Ning recognized the paper. It was an IOU. Another debt collector. The debt collector threw the chubby Strange harshly inside, holding up the IOU, revealing a mouth full of golden teeth. Sheng Ning swore. She could see that this Strange even had its last cavity filled with gold. The debt collector said, "He owes me 2,000 Strange currency and has already mortgaged his daughter to me." After speaking, his gaze landed on Sheng Ning, eyes widening in amazement, followed by an expression of hitting the jackpot. This guy, once sold, could fetch at least 5,000 Strange currency. Sheng Ning felt a chill and hid behind her brother Strange. The chubby Strange recovered and looked at the mom Strange, his eyes filled with resentful threats. "Quickly bring out all your secret savings, otherwise, your daughter will be sold today." Feeling his threat wasn't strong enough, the chubby Strange continued, "Ugly people usually have their organs taken. Your daughter is so beautiful, do you know where she would be sold?" Mom Strange's hair stood on end in anger, black smoke swirling around her, quickly surrounding the chubby Strange. The moment the black smoke touched the chubby Strange, his skin was instantly corroded to a charred black as if it had touched strong sulfuric acid. In just 2 breaths, the chubby Strange was corroded to the point where his bones were visible. Just when Sheng Ning thought the chubby Strange was surely doomed, another wave of black smoke swept through the room, dispersing Mom Strange's corrosive black mist and saving the chubby Strange. Then, a malicious curse echoed throughout the living room. "Wretched woman, you dare to try to kill my son? I will kill your daughter." As she spoke, another wave of black smoke charged toward Sheng Ning's face. Sheng Ning stepped back in terror, readying her dagger, but sadly, the oncoming force was the mist, and her dagger could not defend against it. The black smoke moved quickly. She had no time to hide in the kitchen. "It's over." The live stream was filled with wails. Large candles were lit once more. "It's over, the beauty is going to be disfigured. This old woman is too vicious, she's actually attacking the beauty's face. Don't panic. I believe in Alabel. My lucky goddess. Lucky goddess, have you ever seen a disfigured lucky goddess? Oh dear, I wonder if 444477 will still like her after she's disfigured. It's finished. Chapter 12. The black smoke was close at hand, and Sheng Ning thought to herself that it was bad, quickly covering her stunning beauty with her coat. At that critical moment, a large hand pushed Sheng Ning aside, and a golden glimmer flashed, slashing at the black smoke. The black smoke retreated step by step, and Sheng Ning looked back in disbelief, only to find that it was the debt collector who had pushed her. And the glimmering golden light was a butterfly knife. The butterfly knife in the debt collector's hand sparkled with an extravagant and dazzling light, both gorgeous and sharp. The black smoke from the grandmother demon prevented any advance. The debt collector demon had an arrogant expression, speaking domineeringly, "You dare to touch my person." Sheng Ning. In that moment, Sheng Ning surprisingly felt a bit of safety. So, the CEO was this reliable. Grandmother demon. The grandmother demon was left speechless. Sheng Ning was indeed beaten by this debt collector demon. Sheng Ning's gaze was fixed on the golden butterfly knife that kept swinging. The debt collector demon's eyes swept over Sheng Ning, not seeing a trace of fear on her face. Instead, she looked at him with desire for his knife. "Do you like it?" the debt collector demon asked, flashing a golden toothy smile. "If you also like butterfly knives, then we are good friends." Sheng Ning kept nodding, quickly writing, "Is it pure gold?" The debt collector demon proudly declared, "Of course not. 24K pure gold. Absolutely pure." Sheng Ning liked it even more, pure gold indeed. She gazed admiringly at the debt collector demon and raised her note, "Can I touch it?" Seeing Sheng Ning's genuine admiration, the debt collector demon faintly felt a connection and generously tossed the butterfly knife to her. Sheng Ning caught the heavy pure gold butterfly knife. At the same time, in a place unseen by others, Sheng Ning's inventory suddenly added two identical pure gold butterfly knives. Gently stroking the stylish butterfly knife, Sheng Ning took out a note, writing, "How much is this knife?" The debt collector demon replied, 10,000 demon dollars, you can't afford it. Sheng Ning said, "I can give you a similar golden knife, can you let me go?" The debt collector demon. Sheng Ning hurried back to her room, took out the butterfly knife, and broke its wings. It looked different from the debt collector demon's knife, so he wouldn't suspect. She placed the original butterfly knife into the inventory and rushed back out. The live stream's comments exploded. "What happened? Report. I want to report. Someone is cheating. Wait, report what? Isn't this a C-level copy card got from the beautiful girl's first kill? What, the girl has succeeded, she copied a useless rule before, now she knows how to copy a pure gold butterfly knife, what? Copy card. Rare skill card. Also C-level. The first kill reward is not me, Muller, I won't say." The debt collector demon took back his butterfly knife, not noticing any difference. Then he took the broken wing butterfly knife from Sheng Ning, bit it, and after confirming it was pure gold, showed a hint of confusion. "This knife feels a bit familiar, it looks like my knife?" Sheng Ning was not flustered at all, smilingly waving her hand, patting her chest, "It's mine." The debt collector demon found Sheng Ning very pleasing. How could someone who likes butterfly knives be a bad person? She surprisingly liked gold just like him, with taste. Demons mostly liked demon dollars, rarely appreciating gold, which was beloved by humans. And Sheng Ning clearly suited the taste of the debt collector demon. The debt collector demon had no doubts about the two knives Sheng Ning produced. Weighing the broken wing butterfly knife, it felt heavy. He stuffed the IOU into Sheng Ning's hand and said, "Here. We're even." Sheng Ning received the IOU, displaying a heartfelt smile to the debt collector demon, sweet as sugar. The debt collector demon's ears turned red. You have good taste." After speaking, he kicked the still-sitting short and fat demon on the ground. "Old dang, if you use your daughter as collateral again, every time I see you, I'll hit you." Short and fat demon. The debt collector demon came angrily but left very satisfied. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the living room dropped to freezing point. The short and fat demon looked at Sheng Ning with the eyes of a hungry wolf spotting delicious meat, slowly approaching her, his voice greedy and hoarse. "Where did you get the gold?" Sheng Ning took a step back, drawing her dagger. Mom Demon stood in front of Sheng Ning. She didn't know where her daughter got the gold, but she knew that if it weren't for her daughter's cleverness just now, she might have really lost her daughter. And this old lady wanted to harm her daughter's beautiful little face. Mom Demon was furious, facing the short and fat demon and the grandmother demon. No one is giving in. The atmosphere is tense, a great battle is about to erupt. It seems that today will either be the day Mom dies mysteriously or Grandma and the short, chubby one meet their end. Just then, an untimely voice broke the deadlock. "I'm hungry." The voice was dull, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, freezing the three strange bodies present. Mom reacted first, withdrawing all her imposing presence, and in a flurry, ran into the kitchen. Wait a moment, I'll cook right away. The short and chubby one and Grandma vanished from the living room like escaping ghosts, fearing they would be called out by mistake. Sheng Ning. The broken home returned to calmness once again. This lasted until the afternoon. Not long after lunch, the short chubby one left again. Sheng Ning looked towards the last bedroom at the end of the hallway, and glanced back at the male ghost who had been following her. The male ghost was dull yet strikingly handsome, slightly tilting his head, resembling the foolish face of Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning closed her eyes, made up her mind, and bravely pushed open the ajar door. Inside the ajar room was darkness, the kind without a single ray of light. Standing at the door, Sheng Ning could smell the musty odor of the room, which seemed mixed with a hint of incense. Sheng Ning cautiously threw something inside, and after a long while confirming there was no danger, she stepped in. The layout of the ajar room was simple like a bare house: a bed, a table, and a very basic wardrobe. In the wardrobe hung several pieces of male clothing. Sheng Ning. Is this the difference between a son's room and a daughter's room? The male ghost had somehow arrived behind Sheng Ning, his voice no longer dull, mocking. Wife, do you know what it means to come alone into a boy's room? Sheng Ning shot him a glance. It means your dirty little secrets can't be hidden. Male ghost. The room was indeed plain, with nothing worth searching through. The only thing worth Sheng Ning's attention was the very simple little bed. Alas, Sheng Ning understood. Boys are quite rough, and the male ghost was no exception. No wonder this male ghost comes every day to snuggle into her soft and cozy quilt. As Sheng Ning bent down to move the pillow, she was suddenly tackled onto the bed from behind. The male ghost's icy body surrounded Sheng Ning, his voice inexplicably tinged with two parts grievance. Wife, is the butterfly knife cool? Sheng Ning, of course it's cool. What's with this sudden mood? The male ghost stiffened for a moment, dissatisfied. You are not allowed to like butterfly knives. Remembering how earlier that day Sheng Ning had shown admiration for the debt-collecting ghost, the male ghost felt a deluge of sour rain in his heart, making him feel rotten, uncomfortable, and twisted in despair. If it weren't for the other NPCs being present and unable to show any odd reactions, he would have long wanted to grab Sheng Ning and spank her. Sheng Ning looked down on him, with Chu Yuanian's face. He really thought he was Chu Yuanian. She wouldn't spoil this counterfeit. Unable to escape the male ghost's embrace, Sheng Ning simply gave in. The butterfly knife is so cool. I love it. Men who can play with butterfly knives are so charming. Male ghost. Chapter 13. At 10 o'clock at night. The ghost under the bed appeared right on time, only to be scared back by Sheng Ning's butterfly knife. Underbed ghost. That night, Sheng Ning carefully examined the original butterfly knife of the debt-collecting ghost, which in the item panel showed it could intimidate ghosts below the ethereal level. Clearly, the underbed ghost had become Sheng Ning's testing subject, but Sheng Ning found that the underbed ghost only had about 3 parts fear. Was this pathetic little ghost really a powerful ghost? This strange game truly regards her highly, starting her off at the powerful ghost level. Sheng Ning walked out of the bedroom, slowly swinging the butterfly knife in her hand as she approached the ajar room. She hadn't discovered anything in the ajar room during the day. What about at night? That strange incense smell had no discernible source. Sheng Ning couldn't shake the feeling that the room was a bit strange, too simple to be a room in this house. The entire 3-bedroom apartment was engulfed in darkness. The corridor was so quiet that it was impossible to see forward or backward, like a never-ending abyss road. Sheng Ning relied on her instincts, moving forward step by step. Beside the bathroom, there was an odd secondary room that could only be accessed by passing through the bathroom. She remembered something strange in the bathroom, so she moved even more carefully, hoping to avoid it. Just as Sheng Ning was about to push open the door to the secondary room, she sensed something behind her and quickly turned to dodge. All she heard was a bang. A dull sound, as if something had collided with the door of the secondary room. Sheng Ning spun her butterfly knife faster, making a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Something kept getting closer to Sheng Ning, but was quickly sliced away by the sharp butterfly knife. After a while, the thing fell silent. Sheng Ning felt chills all over her body, the sense of crisis still lingering. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her ankle, like a thick rope had tightly wrapped around it, pulling her down to the ground and dragging her towards the bathroom. It was the mirror in the bathroom that was strange. The live stream was once again flooded with candles. Amid countless candles, there were also a few sighs. Sigh, as expected of a B-grade game, it's full of weirdness. The mirror monster, an old silver coin, doing nothing but lying in wait at the door to the secondary room for players to bite the hook. Once a player gets dragged into the bathroom, survival is practically impossible. No one knows where the true form of this old silver coin is. Isn't the mirror its true form? It's obvious that the person up front hasn't done their homework. A previous player burned the bathroom, and the mirror shattered into pieces, but the mirror monster still wasn't gone. It ambushed that player directly from the reflection. Silent tribute. Candles candle, may you rest in peace. The moment Sheng Ning was dragged into the bathroom, she hunched over and used her dagger to cut through the rope around her ankle. The fluorescent light in the bathroom emitted a weak glow. It illuminated the shattered mirror in the bathroom. In the dim light, Sheng Ning saw that what was wrapped around her ankle were all hair from the sewer. EW. Sheng Ning felt grossed out, goosebumps rising all over her body. He. The mirror monster's laughter from behind was especially high-pitched, echoing like a needle piercing her eardrum in this small space. Without hesitation, Sheng Ning thrust the butterfly knife straight into the mirror. Cracks like webs appeared on the mirror, spreading outwards. The blurry outline of the mirror monster seemed even more sinister amid the patchy brokenness. He, now is its weakest moment, and you dare to come out. He, I'm going to eat you. Hair from the sewer surged forth, wrapping around Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning fought back with both the butterfly knife and dagger, resisting the encroaching hair, but there was simply too much of it. Like the endless spring snow, it just wouldn't end, it couldn't be cut down at all. If this went on, Sheng Ning would only tire herself out and die, exactly playing into the mirror monster's hands. Sheng Ning knew that the best way to deal with the continuously surging hair was to burn it away. But she didn't have a lighter. Unconsciously, she glanced at her supplies bar and discovered a nearly moldy incense stick in the corner. Incense! Though it seemed unrealistic, Sheng Ning thought, if there's incense, there must be fire, right? No time to think too much, Sheng Ning conjured a pale yellow incense stick in her hand, its tip glowing a bright red in the faint light while light blue smoke curled upward. The moment the incense stick appeared, the hair from the sewer seemed to be frozen in mid-air, distorted in its shape. Sheng Ning stepped forward with the incense stick, and the hair seemed to be forced to shrink back by an invisible power. Stop, the mirror monster screamed sharply, but its gaze was fixated on the incense in Sheng Ning's hand. What do you have in your hand? So fragrant, so nice. So refreshing, so wonderful. I inhale. Sheng Ning did not reply. Holding the incense stick up to the mirror ominously, she still remembered the instructions for the incense. The eerie atmosphere was dizzying, but this mirror didn't seem to be dizzy, right? The mirror hissed, swallowing hard, an empty mind racing quickly. You, give me what's in your hand, I can tell you a secret. Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows, the greed and desire in the mirror's eyes could no longer be hidden, like an addict seeing pure powder, eyes shining bright green. Sheng Ning slowly took out a piece of paper and wrote, You know how precious this is, right? The shadow in the mirror nodded crazily, unable to control itself. Sheng Ning wrote, You go first, then I will decide. At that moment, she felt like a shrewd dealer, dropping the toilet lid, sitting on the toilet to negotiate with the mirror. Actually I'm not human. Sheng Ning. The mirror spirit realized it had said something wrong, quickly corrected, Actually, I am a spirit. Sheng Ning. The mirror spirit thought for a moment, Actually, I'm not a spirit. Sheng Ning got angry, Are you done? Do you want to take advantage of me for free? She had seen it all. The smoke from the incense was rising and drifting into the mirror. Although the mirror spirit's face could not be seen clearly, its expression of intoxication made it easy to discover. Exposed, the mirror spirit's hair awkwardly twisted. Actually, I'm your mother. Sheng Ning picked up the slipper on the floor and threw it at the cracked mirror, increasing the fissures on it. Hey! You child! Too impulsive, the mirror spirit muttered. In order to get the incense, the mirror spirit revealed its background and experiences. Now Sheng Ning fell truly silent. The incense burned quickly, soon, one stick was almost finished, and the mirror spirit was already lost in ecstatic dancing within the mirror. Just as Sheng Ning was pondering the connection between the mirror spirit and her mother spirit, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Sister, I'm here to pick you up. It was Chu Yuanyan. Sheng Ning jumped up. Chu Yuanyan had many names for Sheng Ning, among which sister he had called for 18 years. Even though they were married, Chu Yuanyan still instinctively called her that. His tangled, seaweed-like hair thoughtfully opened the door for Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanyan's tall figure appeared in the cramped bathroom. He wrapped Sheng Ning in his arms, tightly protecting her, a heavy smell of blood and a sense of killing intent surrounding him, his gaze darting toward the mirror. Did she bully you? Chapter 14. When Chu Yuanyan appeared, he blocked the livestream screen as usual. Now the number of people in the livestream had reached 100,000, and the focus of the discussion was none other than what kind of prop that incense was that made the mirror spirit change its expression in an instant. The flurry of comments in the chat had no effect on the two holding hands tightly. Chu Yuanyan's cold hand wrapped around Sheng Ning's small hand, leading her back to the bedroom. The corridor was dark as ink, seemingly endless. How Sheng Ning wished this was truly a never-ending road. Chu Yuanyan, who only appeared at night, felt like a person from a dream. Back in the bedroom, lying down, Chu Yuanyan held her tightly. Sheng Ning's silence made him somewhat uneasy. Wife, do you have anything you want to ask me? Like why you entered this game, or why those spirits were so afraid of you? No, let's sleep. Sheng Ning's voice was soft, hugging Chu Yuanyan's waist. His touch felt a bit cool and was very comfortable on this early summer night. Chu Yuanyan felt somewhat frustrated, burying his head in Sheng Ning's chest, his voice muffled. Wife, am I useless? I didn't protect you well, letting you enter this trash game too. Chu Yuanyan's classic show, Late Night Emo. After dealing with spirits all day, Sheng Ning replied, no, you are amazing. If I didn't know you were also in this game, I wouldn't have lasted a single day. Sheng Ning actually really enjoyed the feeling of being relied upon. She was 4 years older than Chu Yuanyan. In the orphanage, she had always taken care of Chu Yuanyan. For all these years, if it weren't for Chu Yuanyan's cries, looking so pitiful, Sheng Ning would probably have collapsed long ago. Now, why has Chu Yuanyan come back to life in this game? How can she find the complete Chu Yuanyan? These questions are the motivation that drives Sheng Ning to clear this game. Whether it is a person or a monster, Sheng Ning wants Chu Yuanyan by her side. Noticing the change in Sheng Ning's mindset, Chu Yuanyan curled his lips, thinking his sister is still so easy to deceive. At 3 in the morning. The sound of the television came on. Sheng Ning instantly opened her eyes and checked her resource panel. Weapon card, Sharp Blade, D. Skill card, Copy, C. 24K Butterfly Knife, Special Edition. Incense Stick. Incense Stick, Copy version. What puzzled Sheng Ning was not just the 2 incense sticks, but the once shiny weapon card now appeared somewhat gray. She tapped the weapon card, and in the lower right corner, there was a line of tiny words almost needing a magnifying glass to see. Dagger Durability, 10%, 100%. Sheng Ning's eyes darkened. In other words, the dagger is about to break? Such an important hint is placed in such an inconspicuous spot. Really, sinister. As for the incense sticks, Sheng Ning touched her chin, having a guess. Could it be that the incense stick refreshes every day? The sound of the television grew louder, and Sheng Ning quickly got out of bed, but was grabbed around the waist from behind, the voice sounding pitiful. Wife, I'm scared. Sheng Ning gave him a slap on the head, pretending that Chu Yuanyan was still addicted to that. What a weird thing. The monster who got slapped immediately became obedient. Opening the door, the big monster was still sitting in the same spot as yesterday, gazing at her with intense eyes, as if seeing the light that would save her. Sheng Ning felt a chill run down her spine from their gaze. The big monster got straight to the point. Have you thought of the answers to the 2 questions from yesterday? Sheng Ning took out a pen and paper. Before I answer your questions, you must first answer mine. The big monster paused, her expression turned cold, seemingly anticipating that Sheng Ning wouldn't ask any pleasant questions. Soon, her premonition came true. How did you die? These 6 words drove the whole livestream audience crazy. I admit, you are the Greek god of luck, but this time you really are going to die. It's well known that asking about a monster's death equals directly triggering the deadly rule. Little thing, how many surprises do you still have that I don't know? No way, no way, who exactly is this big shot's alternate account? To ask such a question, do you really have no attachment to this world? The last item might confuse a monster, but dear. That's a deadly monster, with very high mental energy. Otherwise, do you think just any monster can create illusions for you? Don't rush, I think the beautiful player has a backup plan, haven't you noticed? She's even calmer than yesterday? When the big monster finally saw what Sheng Ning had written, the temperature in the living room dropped below 0, the big monster showing sharp teeth as she smiled sinisterly. You really have guts. Then, the big monster snapped her fingers handsomely, and the snowy screen of the television redisplayed an image. Sheng Ning took a glance. The scene on the TV was exactly the same as the living room she was in. Just one glance, she suddenly felt the surroundings change again, and the space she was in now was identical to the one on the TV screen just moments ago. Another traversal? This old witch really has some tricks. Before Sheng Ning could react, a huge slap hit her face with such force that she rolled on the ground twice. The grandmother monster wore a sinister expression. Liar. You are a heartless liar. Bring my grandson back. The grandmother monster raised her fist and smashed it fiercely at her. The last illusion was from the grandmother monster's perspective, and this time Sheng Ning still didn't know whose perspective she was in. But the pain that fell on her was real. Sheng Ning wanted to struggle, to push away the grandma ghost on top of her. Before she could push away the grandma ghost, a sharp pain shot through the back of her head, a wave of dizziness hit her, and the pain was so intense that Sheng Ning nearly blacked out, her body going limp and collapsing to the ground. With only a thread of consciousness left, Sheng Ning heard a familiar voice. The voice of the short and fat ghost was filled with uncertainty, but even more so with madness. Mom. Mom. Hurry. Check how much money she has on her. She has tricked so many people, she must have a lot of money. I can pay off my debts. Sheng Ning's mind blurred, and she suddenly understood this perspective was that of the great sage ghost. The grandma ghost's eyes were blood red, coming out of the kitchen with a butcher knife, clearly having lost her reason. She cheated me. She cheated me. Without her, I would have a healthy and smart grandson. She ruined my whole life. I want her dead. A terrible death. After the grandma finished speaking, she aimed to chop at Sheng Ning's head. Now trapped in the body of the great sage ghost, Sheng Ning bore the pain inflicted on her, the agony blurring her consciousness. She wanted to speak, but her throat felt blocked, only managing to produce a gasping sound. The short and fat ghost blocked the grandma ghost. Mom. You're going to kill someone. The grandma ghost fell into madness. Son, what's the difference between killing one more or one less? There's still one in the bathroom. The short and fat ghost's expression froze for a moment, then he revealed the same crazy smile as the grandma ghost. Yes. Death. They all deserve to die. The grandma ghost raised the glimmering, bone-chilling butcher knife high and suddenly brought it down, the knife embedding deep into the great sage ghost's neck, blood spraying out like a fountain and splattering onto the grandma ghost's face and eyes. Everywhere was an eerie red, the whole world stained with bright crimson blood. Chapter 15. Sheng Ning felt she was dying, a sharp pain in her neck. She wanted to touch her neck, but when she raised her hand, she found that only a segment of her upper arm remained. The dull sounds of chopping bones continued. One sound, two sounds. One chop, two chops. Sheng Ning felt as if her entire body had shattered, but her consciousness remained. She floated out from the body of the great sage ghost, hovering in the middle of the living room. The blood-soaked grandma ghost and the short fat ghost stood amidst dozens of disfigured severed limbs. Blood filled the entire living room, slowly seeping into the floorboards like a waterfall pouring down. After finishing with the dismemberment, the grandma ghost threw the knife aside, a satisfied smile on her face, contently sighing. Son. Burn it. Burn it. We're rich now. You can find another woman and have a son. The grandma ghost had completely lost her mind, and after speaking, she took out a lighter from her pocket, the weak flame flickering with an eerie green light. No, the short and fat ghost firmly refused. It's not time yet, 2 more days, just 2 more days. The grandma ghost listened to her son and put away the lighter. At that moment, a loud banging sounded at the door. Both ghosts froze for a moment, exchanging a glance, bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. Who is it? The grandma ghost hid the butcher knife behind her back, while the short and fat ghost concealed himself by the door, holding an axe, ready to drag anyone in and kill if things went wrong. Open the door. Shang Gingshan. I know you're home. Still eating spare ribs, huh? Hurry up and open the door. A strong man's voice came from outside, a hint of fear crossing the short and fat ghost's face. It was a debt collector. Let them in. The grandma ghost recognized these people. They came every day to collect debts. If not for them tempting her son to gamble, how could he have lost so much money? Killing one is the same as killing two. The door opened a crack, and debt collector number 1 didn't even catch a glimpse of the living room before he pushed the door open and stepped inside. When he saw the blood-red living room and the wide-eyed severed head, he couldn't even scream before being stabbed straight through with a knife. The pain in Sheng Ning's body continued, and amidst the blurred consciousness, she heard a voice. Don't you hate them? You helped them with good intentions, gave them the secret to having children, and they killed you, dismembered you. Don't you hate them? Scenes flashed before Sheng Ning's eyes, too many and too chaotic. She couldn't discern what was what. One moment, her grandmother was forcefully making her drink medicine, threatening her with a slap if she refused. The next moment, her father was secretly opening the back of the television, hiding the scattered flesh behind it. Then a strange man appeared in the scene. Sheng Ning had never seen him before, yet somehow knew he was her original brother Gue. Brother Gue returned to the home where the blood had already dried, with a vacant expression, calling out, "Hungry, hungry, food, food. Hungry, hungry, food, food." But no one paid him any attention, and in her memory, a gentlewoman and a cute little girl were also nowhere to be found. The blood-filled world felt like a huge monster, opening its mouth as if to swallow him up. Brother Gue suddenly went mad, running wildly around the room. He pushed open the bathroom door and saw a woman lying on the ground. It seemed he encountered something horrifying, and he grabbed something nearby to smash. In no time, the bathroom was in ruins, shattered mirrors shining like silver-clad clothes, covering the woman's body. Brother Gue left the bathroom and wrecked the entire room, but the panic and rage in his heart remained unrelenting. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the side. Stinky rat. Found you. Sheng Ning's consciousness gradually sunk amidst Brother Gue's destruction. She wanted to cheer for Brother Gue, but found her awareness trapped within the television. Like a dark prison, locking her inside forever. Sheng Ning couldn't break free, and slowly, she felt a lot of hatred growing inside her heart. In a daze, she saw the life of herself. When she was very small, she could see what a person desires most. Money, wealth, power. One year, she met an old Taoist, who was on the verge of death and could no longer speak. She knew the old Taoist wanted to see his apprentice one last time, so she helped him dial his apprentice's phone number. The apprentice was very grateful to her, giving her a secret recipe that supposedly could help women conceive. At first, she didn't believe it, but after trying a few times, she discovered it really worked, so she began to use the recipe to make money. In less than 3 years, she had made a fortune. Around this time, she encountered the apprentice again. He told her she had committed a sin and needed to accumulate good deeds to avoid a tragic end. So she specifically targeted families that were suffering, who would face doom without grandchildren, selling them the secret to having children. Saving a family, how could that not be counted as accumulating good deeds? But she had never expected to face failure. She was captured and taken to the police station. She thought it would be fine, but instead, she was locked up for being a superstitious fraud. 10 years later, she met that person who had captured her again. She held on to hatred, so she gave the old woman a package of gunpowder, lying that it could turn girls into boys. The old woman seemed to know her reputation and believed her completely. 8 more years passed. She originally planned to finish her last job and then go home, but was caught by the old woman who she had once given the powder to, dragged back to her home. She was filled with hatred. She wanted revenge. She wanted to escape this tiny box of a television. She wanted to kill that evil mother and son. Sheng Ning's consciousness became increasingly vague. She thought she was truly just a drug seller. Someone had harmed her. She wanted revenge. Sister, I want to eat chestnut cake. Suddenly, a familiar ethereal voice appeared in Sheng Ning's ear. Chu Yuan Yen. No, she wasn't a drug seller. She was Sheng Ning. Consciousness gathered. Sheng Ning took out a pure gold butterfly knife and made a cut in the void. The black and red intertwined space before her seemed to be sliced open, revealing a glimmer of light. Sheng Ning quickly pulled out an incense stick, its faint red glow resembling a fierce flame, slowly burning in the black space. Her vision blurred, and she found herself back in the original living room. At this moment, in the other corner of the sofa sat the TV spirit. No, it should be called the television spirit. The television spirit was fixated, staring intently at the thing in Sheng Ning's hand. I sensed it a few hours ago. What is this? The television spirit's sharp eyes had a hint of confusion. She was a deadly level of weirdness, yet she couldn't see through what this incense stick was, that could fill her spirit. The unwillingness, anger, and bitterness in her heart seemed to be soothed and gradually turned calm. Sheng Ning was panting heavily, feeling as if she had just been pulled out of water, her face as pale as paper. If her personal attribute panel could be opened at this moment, it would definitely show her spirit value was below 10. The information from just now was overwhelming, but Sheng Ning remembered one thing: her sister would become a mute, entirely because of this woman. Chapter 16. For the grievances of others, Sheng Ning always respected their fate. For those who caused her misfortune, Sheng Ning had 2 ways to resolve it: compensation or becoming more unfortunate than herself. The first method, this television spirit probably couldn't do. That left only the second method, becoming more unfortunate than herself. With great difficulty, Sheng Ning handed over the soul-reversing incense stick, even lacking the strength to hold a pen, writing, "Let me go." The television spirit received the incense stick, took a deep breath, as if every pore in her body had opened, feeling calm and joyful inside. Oh, why does it feel like someone is singing in her ear? On your heart, flying freely. Distant starlight drifting freely. Seeing the television spirit's expression gradually sinking, Sheng Ning's mouth curled into a smile, lowering her eyes as if surrendering to fate, but a cold killing intent burst forth from her eyes. But Sheng Ning knew that this television spirit was more powerful than any weirdness she had encountered. Even dealing with the deadly mirror spirit was challenging, facing this deadly level was even harder. She couldn't let her sister's revenge go unpunished. The next morning, Sheng Ning was awakened by the sound of thunder. Following was the sound of countless raindrops smashing against the window. So strange, Sheng Ning got up and opened the window. When she had just arrived home, she observed the outside situation through the window and balcony. The only difference was the light, and everything else was a vast, misty scene like an island in the fog, isolated from the world. There was no change in the weather, sunny days, or dark nights. But today was different. It started pouring rain. An unease rose in Sheng Ning's heart. She felt something was going to happen today. What intrigued her more were the words from yesterday's vision with the television spirit, where the grandmother spirit and the short, chubby spirit spoke. Why wait 2 days? There must be some secrets in this house that she didn't know. Sheng Ning decided to ask the mirror spirit again. There were still 2 incense sticks in the supplies, one freshly replenished today, the other duplicated. With a flash of inspiration, Sheng Ning revealed a sly smile. Who said you could only duplicate 1 incense stick at a time? However, contrary to her wishes. Duplication failed, cannot copy a copy. On the golden card, a line of flashy little words rolled around. Sheng Ning. Feeling mocked. Sheng Ning used the duplication card to copy 2 incense sticks as backups, took them, and entered the bathroom. At the moment she entered the bathroom, the mirror spirit came out, drawn by the scent. Its blurry face made it hard to see the expression, but Sheng Ning inexplicably felt that this mirror spirit looked as if it had seen a client enter the establishment loaded with cash. Coming, you dead ghost. Sheng Ning. Incense was inserted into a piece of soap, and pale blue smoke curled up. Sheng Ning went straight to the point and wrote, "What is the situation with the tilted position?" The mirror ghost paused its strange action with the smoke. "I don't know, my territory is in the bathroom, I can't get out." After the mirror ghost said this, Sheng Ning realized that if a ghost died somewhere, it seemed that it would be stuck in place. The debt-collecting ghost that was killed, as well as the ghost under the bed, and the mirror ghost. But, the tilted position is different between day and night. Sheng Ning. If it weren't for her good temper, she would want to snuff out the incense right now. If it weren't for her, she could have discovered the anomaly of the tilted position yesterday. Sheng Ning continued writing, "Is there something special about today?" The actions of the mirror ghost paused again, with a strange expression mixed with a hint of resentment, as if Sheng Ning had interrupted her good deeds. "You will know soon." Without getting an answer, Sheng Ning endured. The tip of the pen paused sharply, the ink seeped into the paper. "If you and Mom fuse together, can you defeat that fierce ghost in the living room?" The mirror ghost gave a response that saddened Sheng Ning. "No. Why should she fuse? Is it not good to be herself?" Sheng Ning put away the half-burned incense into her space and left without mercy. Freeloading, impossible. The sound of rain outside was disturbing and annoying. Sheng Ning paced back and forth in the room, and in just a few minutes, her WeChat steps skyrocketed by 5,000. Besides the tilted position, was there any other missing information? There must be something she hadn't discovered yet. The illusion shown to her by the TV ghost allowed Sheng Ning to confirm the ins and outs of this storyline. The only thing still uncertain was the circumstances under which Mom Ghost was killed. Where was her sister when Mom Ghost was murdered? Was she killed, or was she not home? Sheng Ning inclined more towards the former. Right, the diary. Sheng Ning took the diary she had placed on her desk, flipped to the middle, and the date startlingly stopped at June 5, just 2 days before the college entrance examination. She flipped through and found an electronic watch still ticking. It showed June 6, 20XX, 9:44. In an instant, a chill surged up Sheng Ning's spine from her tailbone. The time of her sister's death is. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds startled Sheng Ning, and the watch snap fell to the ground. Sheng Ning. Come out for your medicine. Grandma Ghost shouted powerfully at the door. Sheng Ning hid in the room, too scared to open the door, while Grandma Ghost relentlessly banged the door, twisting the doorknob trying to get in, and grew even angrier after finding the door locked. Sister's death must be closely related to Grandma Ghost. As Sheng Ning considered whether she could kill Grandma Ghost, Mom Ghost's voice appeared. "Mom, what are you doing? Shao Ning has college entrance examinations tomorrow, don't disturb her. Get out. No one can stop me from holding my grandchild." Grandma Ghost roared angrily. Mom Ghost stepped forward to block, and at this moment, the front door happened to be pushed open. A short, chubby ghost with a pale gray face entered. When Grandma Ghost saw the chubby ghost, she followed suit and fell, lying in the living room shouting. "Oh, my daughter-in-law wants to kill her mother-in-law. How pitiful, my old bones can't hold a grandchild, and my daughter-in-law is so unfilial." Hearing the commotion outside, Sheng Ning was almost laughing out of anger. If this continued, the chubby ghost would inevitably beat Mom Ghost again. Sheng Ning stared at the white wall, knowing that outside were strange beings, and it would be best to let them deal with their own matters, but when she thought of Mom Ghost's experiences over the years. Before having children, she had already lost 2 girls. Brother Ghost had intelligence problems, she was a girl herself, she had suffered inhuman torment for a long time. Thinking of the kind face of that woman, Sheng Ning felt a mix of emotions in her heart. She had no mother, no one to be good to her. But in this bloody strange world, she felt the feeling of having a mother. Determining to act was a momentary decision. The moment Sheng Ning opened the door, she saw the short, fat monster holding up its hand, ready to slap Mama Gue. Taking out her butterfly knife, Sheng Ning skillfully twirled it in her hand, the tip of the blade finally pointing steadily at the short, fat monster. This time, Sheng Ning stood in front of Mama Gue to protect her. Chapter 17. Sheng Ning's action was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to the short, fat monster. The moment the blade tip was aimed at the monster, a flash of white light flashed outside. Bang! Within 2 seconds, a thunderclap erupted. The short, fat monster seemed to be struck by the thunder, its round body swelling up like a balloon, filling the entire room, loomed like a small mountain, leaning towards Sheng Ning and Mama Gue behind her. Die! Those who are disobedient must die. The voice of the short, fat monster was no longer recognizable as human, sounding more like a furious beast. As its massive body crashed down, Mama Gue pulled Sheng Ning back quickly. Just now, that small figure stood bravely in front of her. Mama Gue felt it was incredible. The corridor was blocked, and Mama Gui and Sheng Ning could only hide in the bathroom. The short, fat monster was approaching, but Mama Gui showed no signs of panic, her face full of love and comfort, glowing softly. Ning Ning has grown up and can protect Mama now. Sheng Ning opened her mouth to say something, but Mama Gui smiled and shook her head. Ning Ning, don't be afraid, Mama won't let Daddy hurt you. After saying that, she was about to leave the bathroom, but Sheng Ning pulled her back, using her other hand to tap on the broken mirror. A blurry shadow flashed in the mirror. What? Sheng Ning was anxious. The short, fat monster had now become much stronger, and there was also a Grandma Gui, who was not something Mama Gui could handle alone. There was no time. The fragile glass door was crushed into pieces by the short, fat monster, its arms stretching in through the opening, as Sheng Ning met it with her butterfly knife. Compared to the round, fat monster, Sheng Ning was as nimble as a little fish wagging its tail in water, stabbing the knife into the monster's body, creating one bleeding hole after another. The rancid blood sprayed out like a column, arcing through the air. The short, fat monster's body deflated like a balloon, quickly returning to its original form, but its face grew even more menacing as it lunged at Sheng Ning along with Grandma Gui. Sheng Ning looked at the uncooperative mirror monster. You don't act kindly, so don't blame me for being ruthless. She used the duplication card to copy 2 sticks of incense again, leaving only 2 chances on the card now. She spun the 2 sticks of incense in front of Grandma Gui and the short, fat monster. 1 stick was enough to stop the evil spirit-level monster, and the doubled incense directly robbed Grandma Gui and the short, fat monster of their senses. Sheng Ning threw the incense into the bathroom and dragged Mama Gui out. Let them fight among themselves. Mama Gui also wanted to go, clearly affected by the incense smoke. Sheng Ning dragged Mama Gui back to the master bedroom, quickly copying another stick of incense and placing it in Mama Gui's hand. Here, I've prepared a little treat for you. Mama Gui held the incense, took a deep breath, her expression becoming softer, her eyes watery. Thank you, Ning Ning. Sheng Ning's heart felt as if gently brushed by a warm spring breeze, causing her to relax, revealing a shy smile like a child praised by her mother. Whoa, the girl is so cute. Whoa, my wife is so pretty. The goddess is so clever. She actually thought of having them fight among themselves. Wait, has no one figured out what this incense is? Why cannot even the fatal level monster resist this incense? The bathroom soon decided the victor and loser. The mirror monster had the advantage of timing, location, and support, and although it was 1 against 2, it held its ground. Soon, the short, fat monster fell, its body turning bluish, the smoke emitting from it changing from deep black to light gray. At death's door. Grandma Gui held on for a while, until she was ambushed by Sheng Ning, who stabbed her several times, leaving her in a dire situation. Mirror Gui shot a glance at Sheng Ning, seemingly displeased with her recent actions, but after receiving 2 incense sticks, Mirror Gui quickly returned to the mirror, dancing gracefully. She and Mother Gui were essentially the same person. When Sheng Ning provided a special treatment for Mother Gui, the incense absorbed by Mother Gui would also transfer some to her body. This was one of the reasons she could win against 2 equally powerful ghouls. Sheng Ning thought about dealing with Grandma Gui and the short and fat ghost, wondering if she could produce a card from it. Just as she was about to take action, she heard the prompt again. Prohibited from attacking key NPCs in the dungeon. Sheng Ning. Mother Gui walked out from behind Sheng Ning, a bone-cutting knife appearing out of thin air in her hand. Sheng Ning knew that Mother's domain was in the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen was connected to Mother Gui. Mother Gui seemed to have never seen such weak mother and son ghouls. She stared at the 2 ghouls on the ground, and before she knew it, tears had filled her eyes. It's all your fault. You harmed me. Mother Gui cried out in despair, tears falling like big drops to the ground, turning into thick smoke. The smoke gathered together, and Sheng Ning saw a scene unfold. The beginning of the scene was similar to what Sheng Ning experienced an hour ago. The turning point came at the moment Sheng Ning appeared. In the scene, the younger sister heard the sound of their mother being beaten, chose to open the door, took the medicine, wanting to stop the short and fat ghost from continuing to beat the woman, but was pushed into the room by Grandma Gui. Mother Gui was dragged into the bathroom by the short and fat ghost, who began demanding money from her. When she said she had none, he decided to take nude photos of the sister to make money. In a moment of desperation, Mother Gui grabbed a bottle of aromatherapy placed in the bathroom and smashed it on the head of the short and fat ghost. This completely enraged the short and fat ghost, welcoming Mother Gui with an unimaginable brutal attack. By the time the short and fat ghost stopped, Mother Gui had already lost her breath, covered in blood, her face unrecognizable. The short and fat ghost, in a panic, discussed strategies with Grandma Gui, and the sister, sensing something was off, happened to overhear this news. She ran into the short and fat ghost just as he was about to corner her. Having already killed one, he didn't care about this daughter anymore. The short and fat ghost wanted to take nude photos of the sister. To resist, the daughter took out a utility knife and cut her own face, aiming to stab the short and fat ghost, but was easily killed instead. When the short and fat ghost looked up, he suddenly saw a mischievous child outside the daughter's window, picking up his paper airplane from the security bars. Thus, another life was added. The child's corpse was hidden under the daughter's bed. The daughter's body was thrown on the bed, the light blue sheets stained a deep red. Grandma Gui wandered around the room, her expression gradually becoming crazed, muttering, "I'm going to buy a bone-cutting knife, buy a bone-cutting knife. What's killing people?" She wanted to cut them into pieces, and burn them all to death. Once the smoke dissipated, Sheng Ning understood, the unfortunate events in this family all stemmed from a grandmother who favored boys over girls and a father who was less than an animal. Mother Gui raised the bone-cutting knife high, using all her strength to strike at the short and fat ghost's neck. Bang! A tremendous sound of impact fell, the short and fat ghost's head was severed, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that the woman who had been weak all her life had struck off his head. Chapter 18. When the short and fat ghost disappeared, Sheng Ning saw a line on the completion rules panel turn gray. Earn Daddy's favor, achieve B-class completion. This meant that reaching B-class completion was something she would never achieve. Sheng Ning didn't care, she didn't even care about A-class completion. This family deserved to pay for their blood debts with blood. Her mother's tragedy, her brother's foolishness, her sister's inability to speak, the root causes were all Grandma Gui and the short and fat ghost. They deserved to die. Sheng Ning did not stop her mother's actions, and soon the line "Fulfill Grandma's wish, achieve an A-level clearance" turned gray. Only the C-level clearance and the S-level clearance remained. Sheng Ning had previously thought that the C-level clearance was an impossible task, but now it seemed to be the simplest. However, Sheng Ning's gaze fell on the last line of text. Save the broken family, achieve an S-level clearance. What does it mean to save a broken family? At 10 o'clock at night, the bottom ghost appeared by Sheng Ning's bed at the appointed time. Whoa, he only had 1 hour of activity time, and the rest had to be spent under the bed, so pitiful. Sheng Ning on the bed had already changed into a set of bedding in the gray color that Chu Yuanyan liked. When the bottom ghost came out, he didn't even look at the person on the bed, he freely jumped in the room, immediately yelling, "I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you standing tall without kneeling, I love you facing despair without tears, I love you in ragged clothes yet daring to block fate's gun, I love you for being so much like me, oh 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 oh." Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning, the times have changed, no one sings this anymore. The bottom ghost, who is eavesdropping on my singing? When he saw Sheng Ning on the bed, he suddenly noticed she was speaking, and the protection from the rules was gone from her. This meant he could devour Sheng Ning. Just as the bottom ghost opened his big bloody mouth, a half-stick of incense appeared in Sheng Ning's hand. It was a private Marseille, the half-stick left over from being taken advantage of by the mirror ghost in the morning. The big mouth paused in midair, and the bottom ghost sniffed. So fragrant. So satisfying. Like mom's braised pork. In a second, the bottom ghost turned into a good child. "Beautiful sister, can you give me this?" The bottom ghost died unjustly, he was wronged, really a big wronged one, just wanted to pick up a plane, but not only saw a bloody murder scene but also lost his own little life. Here's a stick of incense as a token of comfort. The bottom ghost hazily finished half of the incense, his whole being lazily sprawled on the ground with a dreamy smile. Like a kitten high on catnip. Sheng Ning chuckled softly. After a while, the little kitten recovered. "Sister, you were so nice," the bottom ghost said sincerely. After being assimilated into something strange by this family, his heart was filled with violence, wanting to kill, wanting to eat people, wanting to destroy the world. But when he caught the scent of the incense, he magically felt his heart become calm, satisfied, and happy. It was like eating the braised pork made by mom. He hadn't felt this way for so long that he had forgotten who he was, and just moments ago, everything came back to him. At the same time, he felt his power increasing. The bottom ghost took out a card, similar to the weapon card Sheng Ning found in her diary, but this weapon card had a dagger shape, while this one showed a plane. "This is a skill card, speed, D level." Hesitating for a moment, Sheng Ning took the card. "Thank you." Truly. At 11 o'clock at night, Sheng Ning stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. The bottom ghost floated about freely in the room. Everything was not the same as before. Why hadn't Chu Yuanyan come yet? A big doubt rose in Sheng Ning's heart. Until after midnight at 12 o'clock, the incense refreshed, the original incense changed from 1 to 2, and Sheng Ning still hadn't waited for Chu Yuanyan. In yesterday's television Ghost's illusion, Brother Ghost seemed to have come back from outside, which meant Brother Ghost was not home today. At 12:10, Sheng Ning pushed open the slanted door with a butterfly knife. As soon as she pushed it open a crack, she discovered the incense smell inside was heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. The arrangement inside was completely different from what she had seen during the day. The room at night did not look like a room but rather a small temple. In the room stood a brass statue about 1 meter tall, and Sheng Ning recognized it as a Rakshasa statue holding a boy with closed eyes. That Rakshasa looked fierce. In front, 2 hands were holding the child, while 4 other hands behind seemed to grasp something in the void, overlooking the world below, and instead of compassion, it brought an eerie feeling. The moment Sheng Ning entered the room, it felt like stepping into a cold storage, so cold that it seemed 2 different worlds from the outside. In front of the bronze statue were some not-so-fresh offerings, the incense ashes overflowing from the burner, scattered ashes lying on the table and the floor. On the ground was a mat, and in the center of the mat were 2 deep pits. It seemed that the person who worshipped this bronze statue was exceedingly devout. Sheng Ning's gaze swept around the room and landed on a piece of bone at the edge of the table. That bone had some connection to Sheng Ning. This was the bone of her grandmother's hand that she had chopped off a couple of days ago. Her grandmother later appeared still intact, and Sheng Ning thought NPCs could self-repair, but now it seemed that maybe it wasn't her grandmother self-repairing. Sheng Ning had no fondness for this bronze statue. She did not know what kind of ghosts or monsters her grandmother was worshipping. She quickly searched the room and soon found a stack of documents under the satin-covered table, personal accident insurance. It was her mother, brother, and sister's insurance, with the beneficiary being the short and fat ghost. Sheng Ning flipped to the last page, and the date was clearly just the day before yesterday. So it was. The short and fat ghost wanted to commit murder and arson, create an accident, and thereby defraud the insurance. As for why to wait 2 days, it was because the insurance had an effective date. And the effective date was today. Sheng Ning gasped, the heavy smell of incense choking her, making her cough repeatedly. She suddenly regretted letting the short and fat ghost die so easily. Someone with such a heart of a wolf and lung of a dog truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Now that things had come to this, Sheng Ning already knew all the past events of this instance. Since she knew the past, how could she save this broken family? Sheng Ning sorted through her thoughts. 1. Let the mother ghost and mirror ghost merge into a ghost. 2. Heal the brother ghost. For the first, Sheng Ning still had some ways. For the second, she really couldn't think of how to do it. Sheng Ning wandered around the room, and as she saw the incense burner burning out, an idea suddenly struck her. Use a duplication card to copy incense X2. Ding, duplication successful. Ding, current environment detected as strange altar, triggering special usage environment, tenfold duplication successful. On the panel, a series of gorgeous fonts flashed by. Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning had always felt she had bad luck, not only as an orphan but also as a loser. Whenever it came to lotteries or scratch cards, she had never won. Now, she suddenly understood the feeling of becoming rich overnight. Sheng Ning screamed crazily inside. Chapter 19. Now, no matter how Sheng Ning looked at the bronze statue, it seemed more pleasing to the eye. Children from orphanages must have keen eyes. Holding 3 sticks of incense, Sheng Ning respectfully bowed 3 times and placed the incense in the burner. The light blue smoke gradually rose and disappeared. Sheng Ning seemed to see a hint of satisfaction from the fierce-looking Rakshasa statue. Since she lit the incense, she felt no need to hold back. I hope my brother can return to normal. The room was silent, only the 3 sticks of incense burning rapidly. Sheng Ning offered 3 more. Burning. Wow. Burning. Incense. Burn. Finally, after 18 sticks of incense burned down, a black light flashed across the table. Skill card, healing, B-level. Sheng Ning was stunned. B-level card. Just moments ago, she was still feeling sorry for the incense, and now Sheng Ning felt refreshed. This Rakshasa ghost could really help you. With a card, it truly gives you something. With this card, healing the brother ghost was no problem. Sheng Ning was now very confident. She still had 6 sticks of incense, a butterfly knife, a broken dagger, and a speed card left. With incense that could leave the strange spirits reeling, as long as the mother ghost could merge, dealing with the television ghost would be no issue. Speaking of which, the television ghost is both a victim and a perpetrator. Without the medicine she provided, perhaps the older brother wouldn't have intelligence problems. If it weren't for her, the younger sister wouldn't be mute, aloof, and gloomy. Moreover, her secret medicine for childbirth has changed the fates of many, causing countless people to crave sons and abuse daughters. Those who favor sons over daughters are not good people. Neither are those who aid and abet the wicked. At 3 in the morning, the sound from the television starts playing. Sheng Ning took a short break. Instead of going to the living room, she headed to the bathroom. She took out a note she had already written and handed it to the mirror ghost. My mute sister is not autistic. It was the television ghost who gave grandma the mute medicine, falsely claiming it would change gender. The mirror ghost's figure froze on the shattered mirror, looking somewhat confused and somewhat angry. Sheng Ning lowered her eyelids, appearing a bit sad. I want to kill the television ghost, but I can't do it alone. The mirror ghost remained silent for a long time, long enough for the sound from the television to reach the bathroom. I can't do it either, the mirror ghost finally said before disappearing into the mirror. Sheng Ning was prepared. She took out 2 incense sticks from her space and left a note that read, "Take care, be yourself." In the living room, the television ghost's expression was dark, almost shrouded in black energy, the aura around her making Sheng Ning's heart race. "Give them to me." The television ghost pointed to the incense sticks, her eagle-like eyes blood red. Sheng Ning took out 3 incense sticks, there was only one left in the supply column. The faint blue smoke almost took on an entity, wafting towards the television ghost. After the television ghost inhaled the smoke, the blood red in her eyes gradually faded, and her rationality slowly awoke. Today is her death anniversary, she is trapped inside the television, repeatedly reliving the pain she suffered before dying. She hurts too much, so she hates. She hates Grandma Ghost. She hates that disciple. She hates that Taoist priest. And she even hates herself. She wishes to kill everyone. But she can't. She originally wanted to entice this human to sink into pain and forget who she was. When this human gets trapped and dies in the illusion, she could finally be free. Or, by understanding the level of the bizarre that is not limited by rules, she might find a way to escape from here. But the television ghost didn't expect that the incense sticks in this human's hand could soothe the resentment in her heart, making her remarkably calm. It was like sitting by a green lake under the warm spring sun, leisurely fishing. Behind her was an endless expanse of grass, dotted with tiny flowers, white, pink, and yellow, with a little bee hovering above. The world was peaceful and serene, the television ghost couldn't help but drown in it. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, as if something had pierced through it. But the beautiful scene was still before her. Was that just an illusion? No. It wasn't. The image gradually faded, and the television ghost's gaze grew more resistant. She saw Sheng Ning up close, the butterfly knife in her hand thrusting towards her again. The television ghost merely squeezed lightly, and the butterfly knife instantly warped, thrown aside with a crisp sound. Sheng Ning wanted to run. But the powerful television ghost did not give Sheng Ning the chance. As Sheng Ning stepped back, she moved faster, her sharp claws wrapping around Sheng Ning's neck and lifting her up. With just a slight force, this beautiful, fragile, brave neck could be snapped. "I admire your courage, but brave people must pay a price. Little girl, are you ready?" Blood rushed from the television ghost's neck, quickly withering down, exposing her ghastly white bones inside. But she didn't care at all, even kindly explaining. "To kill a ghost, you must have absolute strength greater than hers, you must know her weaknesses, you must have powerful weapons. Unfortunately. Merely a few incense sticks? You are too young." The television ghost sighed eerily, as if feeling regret. The black claw gripped tightly, and Sheng Ning's face instantly turned blue-purple, her eyes rolling back, her consciousness beginning to fade away. At that moment, countless black hairs suddenly surged up from the ground, sharp and pointed, piercing the television ghost's claws into shreds before Sheng Ning completely lost her breath. The television ghost gasped, glancing toward the corridor, its expression unusually serious. When did a second death-level abnormality appear in this home? Time rewinds 2 minutes earlier. When the incense in the bathroom had burned out, the mirror ghost did not appear, but rather, the person outside pushed open the bathroom door. The mother ghost still wore a gentle expression, warmth mixed with determination. "Ning Ning will die." "Mirror ghost, that is your daughter." "Mother ghost, you are me, aren't you?" Like recalling a memory, the mother ghost slowly said. "All these years in this home, here is the only place I can confide. I would speak my grievances and pains to the mirror, and in truth, I pass my resentment onto you, right, mirror?" The mirror ghost is the mirror that carries the mother ghost's resentment, absorbing years of her anger, hatred, and suffering. The mirror became the dark side of the mother ghost. The eerie itself survives on negative emotions. If the two of them merge, dealing with the television ghost would not be an issue. In the living room, Sheng Ning was already being choked, leaving no time for the mirror ghost to think. The mother ghost turned and left, the morning scene still fresh in her mind, that small, frail figure standing in front of her, blocking the short and fat ghost. Like a beam of light breaking through a dark and deep swamp, steadily striking her heart. Since the television ghost is one of the culprits harming her daughter, the mother ghost thought she must seek justice for her daughter. Chapter 20. In the darkness, she saw nothing. A shadow slipped out from the mirror, slowly merging into her feet. At this moment, the mother ghost's aura grew immensely, countless long, thick black hairs spread forward, transforming into sharp needles. Sheng Ning fell to the ground with a dull thud. The black hair became soft, gently climbing up Sheng Ning's cheek, trying to awaken her. Just on the brink of death, Sheng Ning was now aware but felt her consciousness was trapped in her mind, unable to control her own body. The mother ghost and the television ghost quickly engaged in a fierce struggle. The battle of two death-level abnormalities caused the live stream signal to become unstable. The footage flickered, yet within the brief images, one could still see the brutal fight between the television ghost and the mother ghost. The television ghost dragged the mother ghost into an illusion, ignoring the effect of the incense. Almost within 2 seconds, the mother ghost awakened, thick strands of hair entwining the television ghost while also wrapping around the television in the living room. Like a python coiling around its prey, with a slight exertion, the television was smashed. The flying shards just hit Sheng Ning's chest, causing her to gasp awake, her spirit returning to her body. But she felt an intense pain in her throat, trying to speak but feeling as if her vocal cords were torn apart. Alright, now I have really turned mute. Sheng Ning scoffed at herself as a butterfly knife reappeared in her hand. The television ghost clearly favored mental attacks, yet the incense seemed to counteract mental attacks, quickly awakening the ghostly thoughts. Now she was suspended in the air by hair like steel wire, a strand wrapped around her neck, her withered flesh being torn away, revealing the pale white of her neck bone, with a huge crack on it. On the brink of dying, Sheng Ning recalled the words of the television ghost: to kill an abnormality, you must know its weakness. The crack on the neck bone is the weakness of the television monster. Sheng Ning switched her dagger, her gaze locking onto her prey like a cheetah. The television monster sensed the crisis and tried to break free, but was bound tighter by the mother monster. It was at this moment Sheng Ning suddenly leaped up, using a strand of hair for support, and thrust the dagger fiercely into the neck bone of the television monster. The neck bone split in two, and the head of the television monster rolled on the ground. The strands of hair seemed to come alive, transforming into thousands of steel needles, piercing the head of the television monster into shreds. Before the television monster turned into black smoke, Sheng Ning absorbed its energy. A mechanical voice broadcasted. Congratulations to newcomer player 444477 for defeating the dungeon boss, the eerie monster at the deadly level, earning 500 experience points and an attack card, Spirit, C1. Sheng Ning ignored the broadcast and looked at the mother monster. The mother monster was not in a good state, her originally loving face was now only half there, with the other half appearing blurry. The mirror monster. Sheng Ning thought about how the mother monster and the mirror monster had merged, but it now seemed that although they were combined, a rejection reaction had occurred. What should we do? Both the mother monster and the mirror monster were clearly in great pain. Meanwhile, outside, the sky was slowly brightening. Suddenly, Sheng Ning felt something standing behind her, a powerful sense of oppression washed over her as she was grabbed by the collar and thrown onto the nearby sofa. Sheng Ning? Wait, may I ask? Dizzy from the impact, Sheng Ning barely managed to get up and look. It was Chu Yuanian. No, it was the brother monster. The brother monster was not right, darkness swirled around him, and he was just blankly calling out, hungry, hungry, food, food. Hungry, hungry, food, food. The mother monster and the mirror monster both displayed expressions of terror on their half faces. Good son, mommy will cook right away. The mother monster could hardly stand. She crawled while speaking to the brother monster. The brother monster seemed triggered by something, the dark mist thickening around him as he grabbed the mother monster and opened a gaping maw that Sheng Ning had never seen before, swallowing the mother monster whole. Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning stood there in shock. At that moment, the brother monster seemed to remember a small cake on the sofa, wiped his mouth, and walked towards Sheng Ning. Wait. Ignoring the tearing pain in her throat, Sheng Ning wanted to speak, but only managed to utter a series of ah. Oh? The brother monster circled around Sheng Ning, curiously sticking out his tongue to lick her nose. So fragrant. The brother monster smacked his lips. Sheng Ning. The butterfly knife was ready, but Sheng Ning really couldn't bring herself to attack that face. The brother monster lewdly licked her face, and she watched as he was about to lick her lips next. So disgusting. Sheng Ning suddenly pushed him away, remembering she still had a healing card, and quickly activated it. Ding! A gentle green light flowed into the forehead of the brother monster. The brother monster slapped his forehead, the dazed look in his eyes gradually fading as his expression changed, suddenly opening his gaping maw again. Vomit! An eerie shadow was expelled from the brother monster's mouth. The mother monster, covered in slime, lay helplessly on the ground, her senses gradually returning. Sheng Ning noticed that the mother monster looked much more normal now, her breath steady. Was it a blessing in disguise? The mother monster shook off the slime and looked at her son in the living room and her similarly sticky daughter. Son? Still want food? After saying that, the mother monster froze. She noticed that a glimmer of intelligence was flashing in that hollow gaze. Mom! The brother monster called out. This mom crossed 20 years of time. Congratulations to newcomer player 444477 for completing the dungeon, Broken Home. Rating is now in progress. As the mother monster and brother monster held each other and cried, Sheng Ning heard the voice of the dungeon completion in her mind. Suddenly, the mother monster wiped her tears. Ning, you have to take the college entrance exam today, go wash up and rest, mommy will make you breakfast. The broadcast sounded again. The player's dungeon exploration rate is 95%, hidden completion achieved, rated SSS, rewards will be settled after exiting the dungeon. Does the player wish to exit the dungeon? Sheng Ning chose, no. The live stream went black the moment Sheng Ning chose, no, leaving only the dungeon settlement screen. A 5-minute countdown appeared on Sheng Ning's panel. After 5 minutes, she would be forced to exit the dungeon. Sheng Ning looked at her brother Gue. Brother Gue was also looking at her as Sheng Ning returned to her bedroom. Wife. Brother Gue hugged Sheng Ning the moment he closed the door and kissed her neck. Wife is really amazing. Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning looked up in disbelief, only to see the man with clear eyes, filled with gentle love. Reaching out to touch her lover's brow and eyes, he looked no different from when he left. Sheng Ning rasped, can we see each other again? We will. Chu Yuanian kissed Sheng Ning's lips, his nose affectionately brushing against her face, smelling the familiar and reassuring scent that belonged to her. With the reassuring answer, Sheng Ning felt at ease. As long as she could see Chu Yuanian, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, she would push through. Wife, on the first day of the game, it seems you haven't found the gift I gave you. Time was running out, and Chu Yuanian had a sly smile, his dark eyes filled with Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning raised her eyebrow, wasn't that an excuse? Chu Yuanian let go of her, gently held her fingers, kissed the joint of her ring finger, and took out a red velvet ring box. Inside was a pair of exquisite wedding rings. Sheng Ning looked at the rings, tears suddenly overflowed, like torrential rain. The 4 years of Chu Yuanian's death instantly became damp. Chu Yuanian. Chu Yuanian had the car accident on the way to get the rings. Chapter 21. For years had left no trace on Chu Yuanian. This person seemed to still be the one who once knelt on one knee, proposing to her. He held the ring, kneeling on one knee, his dark eyes filled with love, his voice tender and sincere. Wife, I'm sorry, this day has made you wait for too long. Sheng Ning closed her eyes, suppressing the swirling bitterness in her heart. The past cannot be chased, the lightboat has sailed past countless mountains. As long as he is alive, as long as he exists, everything is good. Noble, beautiful, elegant, lovely Sheng Ning, would you marry poor, unwanted, only able to hold you and cry, but very handsome Chu Yuanian, who loves you the most in the world? Sheng Ning smiled through her tears. The 4 years of waiting finally bore fruit. She extended her delicate finger, wanting to say, I do. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Sheng Ning's vision suddenly went black, the scene changed instantly, and a mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations player, you have exited the dungeon, and we will now calculate this round's rewards. Congratulations player for achieving SSS level clearance, dungeon exploration rate 95%, ranking first on the dungeon leaderboard, rewards personal base value plus 10 in each item, reward points 500, reward 3 optional cards. This announcement of SSS level clearance that thrilled the entire livestream and half the audience couldn't elicit any emotion from Sheng Ning. She stared blankly for more than a minute before regaining her senses, her gaze slowly falling on the panel. Faction, Human. ID, 444,477. Name, Sheng Ning, modifiable. Level, LV1, 750. Talent, none. Inventory, Incense X1. 24K Butterfly Knife, Special Edition. Skill card, Speed, D. Attack card, Spirit, C. 3 optional cards. Cleared dungeon, 1. Ding, detecting player has cleared the beginner dungeon and leveled up. Does the player wish to draw a talent? Sheng Ning, yes. Talent drawing in progress. Ding, drawing complete. Congratulations player for drawing D-level talent fusion. Sheng Ning felt a hint of mockery amid the cold, mechanical announcement. Without any explanation, Sheng Ning knew how useless this talent was. She opened the talent description. Fusion, old items merge into new items, cooldown time determined by the level of the merged item. Sheng Ning. This talent indeed has no offense, no defense. There is mental strength without physical power, and speed without agility. In short, to sum it up, a D-level talent, truly deserving of the name. Sheng Ning could only accept that having some is better than having none. The second page of the panel opened. Basic attributes. Attack, 27. Speed, 35. Strength, 19. Agility, 37. Defense, 15. Mental, 30. Observation, 32. At the bottom of the panel, there were 3 extra windows. Friends Store Forum. When she clicked on the forum, Sheng Ning was stunned. What greeted her was a full page of red highlighted posts. The first post was white medium star 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 newbie players must read white medium star 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 white medium star. Logically, Sheng Ning should have clicked on this one without hesitation, but the second post had even bolder and larger text. White medium star 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 welcome player 444477 to the strange game white medium star 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 white medium star. Sheng Ning. She glanced at her game code, and a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. This post had already received 20,000 replies, more than the pinned newbie must read. She felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Clicking on the post, the first thing that met her eyes was a GIF picture. It was the scene of Sheng Ning being devoured by a strange monster, blood-soaked and horrifying, even stranger than the strange itself. After the picture ended, her dungeon completion information appeared. Like the MVP settlement screen in some games, it was very cool and flashy. How could these images appear in the forum? Fortunately, the second reply to the post gave her an answer. 2L welcome player 444477, the beautiful player, to the Strange Game family. Don't be curious why your image appears here, because the Strange Game is live-streamed, every move you make is watched by us. P.S. The Strange World will block physiological need scenes. Sheng Ning. Is there a Fisher in the Strange Game? Want to move out QAQ. Why didn't Chu Yuanyan tell her that this game is live-streamed, so her and Chu Yuanyan scenes? 3L Goddess. Look at me. Slurp slurp. You're so cool, can we be friends? 4L don't hog the toilet without doing anything useful. Can I ask something helpful? Noble 444477, what is the incense used in the game? I'm willing to pay a lot for it. 5L buying it heavy +1. 67L not really, 444477, shouldn't you come out? Seeing so many people inquiring about incense and you haven't responded at all? We are all human compatriots, how can you hoard something to deal with the strange? 89L why are you silent, acting dead? Do you think your SSS level clearance is impressive? Without incense, you're nothing. 97L don't you think you're very noble? Why don't you speak? Private message me, I'll give you a chance to apologize. At this moment, Sheng Ning's social anxiety began to calm down as she exited the thread and directly opened the newbie must read. The first floor of the post had blood-red bold letters. Game death equals real death, so immediately purchase a revival card after clearing a dungeon. Immediately. Listen to good advice, eat your fill. Sheng Ning opened the store and found a revival card in the far corner. Ding, purchase successful, deducted 444 points. Now, Sheng Ning didn't have many points left. The second post was about the levels in the Strange Game. When Sheng Ning saw that the experience points required to level up increased tenfold, she was stunned. LV1 100, LV2 1000. LV3 10,000, LV4 100,000. LV5 1 million, LV6 10 million. LV7 1 billion. Chu Yuanyan said it takes 1 million experience points to understand his situation after level 5. Who said level 5 isn't hard? Cards are divided into weapon cards, attack cards, defense cards, skill cards, and special cards. Card levels from high to low are SSS, SS, NES, A, B, C, D. The fourth post introduced friendship and live streaming, like gifts or rewards received during live streams can be exchanged for strange currency, which can be used in dungeons. New folks don't have permission to open gifts or rewards in live streams. The fifth post introduced the use of points that can be used in the store to buy what you want. In addition, every day living in the virtual space will cost 20 points. Once points are depleted, one will be forced into a dungeon. The forced dungeons are generally ones with lower exploration levels and are relatively difficult. It's recommended to enter a dungeon a day in advance. The sixth and final rule, to leave the game, one must reach level 6 to have the chance. Many people later added some other knowledge. For example, when the attack reaches above 30, one can burst the soul-scorching level strange creatures, etc. People in the forum continuously called for her, hoping she could tell everyone what the incense stick actually was. Now, Sheng Ning has made a name for herself in this strange game, she replied under the latest post. Thank you all for your love and concern. I don't know what the incense stick is, but it appeared in the supplies column after leveling up. After sleeping for a day, Sheng Ning recovered quite a bit and entered the dungeon again. When Sheng Ning's live stream room opened once more, everyone exclaimed, "This is not the ancient Greek goddess of luck, but the goddess of the ancient Greek scroll king." Welcome player Shang Xiaomei to the game Wilderness Uninhabited. Chapter 22. Welcome player Shang Xiaomei to the game Wilderness Uninhabited. Game level, C. Game difficulty, 3. Please explore the game actively, have fun. Everything blurred before her eyes. When Sheng Ning opened her eyes again, she saw a rich green before her, with nearly 2 meters high grass blocking the sunlight. She couldn't see any direction, only the sunset in the west swaying and about to fall. In this strange world, there is an unwritten agreement. Night is a carnival of the bizarre. Sheng Ning must find a place to shelter before dark. Half an hour later, the sun set, and there was only a ray of afterglow left in the sky. Sheng Ning didn't notice what was under her feet and suddenly stepped on something. The butterfly knife in her hand flew, but all she heard was a muffled thud. A wooden box. Sheng Ning showed a puzzled expression and opened the box. Inside were bread and bottled water, along with a card. The pattern on the card looked familiar. Skill card, copy, D. Seeing the card, Sheng Ning felt a bit confused. A starting gift card, could it be some kind of welfare dungeon? Welfare dungeon, as the name suggests. Not only is it easy to clear, but the items inside are also easy to obtain. Sheng Ning's narrow eyes swirled with emotion, she couldn't believe she was so lucky. But who could refuse a box with a card inside? The sky darkened, the afterglow disappeared, and it entered the last blue moment before nightfall. On the way, Sheng Ning found 2 more boxes. They only contained some food and clean clothes, with no cards appearing. She knew that not every box had a card inside. When she encountered a box again, Sheng Ning suddenly had a whimsical idea. She sincerely washed her hands and burned incense, bowing 3 times to the box, making onlookers think she was visiting a grave. The box opened, and a card appeared. Useful. Skill card guidance. This card can guide you to the place you want to go. Sheng Ning's lips curled into a wicked smile, pulling out the copy card. Ding copied #UN%, obtain skill card guidance, 1 piece. Smart as Sheng Ning, she used the guidance card without hesitation. The arrow on the guidance card suddenly became 3-dimensional. To a safe place to spend the night, Sheng Ning said to the card. The arrow spun around for a moment before pointing to the right. Following the card, Sheng Ning finally found a wooden cabin before the last ray of light vanished from the horizon. The cabin was dark, faintly smelling of blood, and its furnishings were very simple, with only a few pieces of furniture. There were some barely noticeable knife marks on the walls and floor, as well as dried blood seeping into the wooden seams. Sheng Ning hesitated to go in. She lit an incense stick that had a deadly attraction to the strange and waited to see if any strange presence could withstand the test. 5 minutes later, the incense had burned nearly half, and there was still no movement in the room. At this moment, Sheng Ning's tense nerves relaxed a bit. Looking around the room, she noticed a dark water tank in the corner and discovered a copper box. The box was a deep bronze color, about the same size as the wooden box. Sure enough, the copper box was much more advanced than the wooden box. Her excited heart. Trembling hands, Sheng Ning sincerely washed her hands and lit incense. In the ancient bronze box, there was only a light, floating card. Skill card transformation, D. Can transform into anything within sight, duration 30 minutes. Sheng Ning thought, another card that could save her life. Little did she know, before she had even warmed it, this card had already been used. The back of the card had 2 rules written on it. Rule 1, the wilderness at night is very dangerous. Rule 2, after nightfall, do not easily trust anyone. At midnight, Sheng Ning was awakened by a knocking sound. Almost the moment the knocking began, Sheng Ning was already awake. Sheng Ning held her breath, listening to the sounds outside. The rules she found in the box flashed through her mind. At night, it is very dangerous. Just then, a weak voice came from outside. Is anyone in there? I'm hurt, can you let me in? Rule 2, after nightfall, do not easily trust anyone. Even without this rule, Sheng Ning did not plan to open the door. Which child has not heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood? When there was no movement for a long time, the person outside began to panic, knocking louder and louder, but suddenly it stopped. The sound of footsteps walked away. Sheng Ning did not dare to relax her guard, holding a butterfly knife in one hand, and the card in the other. Time passed second by second, the pitch-black room was silent beyond belief. Just when Sheng Ning thought she was being paranoid and was ready to let her guard down, the door was suddenly slammed open by an outside force, sending the table and chairs used to barricade the door scattering everywhere. A huge, snake-like black shadow rushed into the wooden house, hissing in furious roars. In the room, there was no one. Sheng Ning was glad for her cleverness, curled up at the door, safely playing the part of a piece of wood in the crack. There was no choice, there were too few things in this room. The cunning shadow, unable to find prey, reluctantly left, but returned again 15 minutes later. This time, seeing the empty room with no changes at all, it finally departed completely. With the first light of dawn, Sheng Ning walked out of the wooden house, looking exhausted. Who said this place was safe to spend the night? It must have been a false guide card, otherwise, if she hadn't gotten that transformation card, last night would have surely been a tough battle. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ning stepped forward boldly. Today's main mission was still to find the box. There was one more thing that concerned Sheng Ning. Game difficulty, 3. This 3 actually referred to the number of players in the game. In other words, besides Sheng Ning, there were 2 other players in this scenario. The more players there were, the harder the scenario became. For new players, many people thought they must quickly find teammates, share information, and act together. But Sheng Ning had seen in the posts that in strange games, conflicting interests and murderous betrayals were common among players. Players are not always good people, perhaps everyone finds different ways to complete the game, leading to conflicts over interests, with only one person surviving. Everyone hopes that person will be themselves. Sheng Ning is no exception. Moreover, Sheng Ning still needed to find Chu Yuanyan. She did not want others to know about Chu Yuanyan's matters. So in the upcoming game, if she encountered other players, she would definitely keep her distance as much as possible. Thus, Sheng Ning began her journey, walking towards the direction opposite the sun. 3 hours later, the temperature in the wilderness began to rise. Sheng Ning found a place to rest, just in time to open the 4 boxes she had found. Just as Sheng Ning prepared to open the boxes, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass beside her. A pale-skinned youth poked his head out of the bushes. Hee, found you. Chapter 23. The boy was strikingly handsome, his beautiful features unforgettable. Under the high, elegant bridge of his nose, thin lips showed a light shade of red, unable to suppress the corners that turned up into a beautiful arc. Sister! Are you unhappy to see me? The youthful version of Chu Yunyan looked at Sheng Ning, dazed and stunned. Unable to hold back, he lunged forward, pinning her to the ground, pouting for a kiss. This was Chu Yunyan during his first year of college, a common tactic he used to act cute. Sheng Ning slightly spaced out, her body honestly began to respond to this reckless kiss, their breaths intertwined, creating sounds that made hearts race and faces flush. If there was someone who could make Sheng Ning's heart flutter more than Chu Yunyan, it was the younger version of him during his first year of college. College is a crucial turning point in life, and it was the same for Chu Yunyan. That year, he was 18, possessing the most wonderful qualities a boy could have. Full of spirit, unbreakable. No one could refuse a sweet, innocent boy, and even more so, this boy was raised by Sheng Ning. At that time, Chu Yunyan's ears would easily turn red, spreading warmth throughout his body. In his brilliant, star-like eyes, there was a bright love for Sheng Ning that made one unable to resist sinking into it. Such a pure little puppy, who could not love him? Later, Chu Yunyan slowly grew up, transforming from a ripe little shrimp into a seasoned man. The innocent Chu Yunyan seemed to become a limited-time offer, and Sheng Ning often reminisced about the little Chu Yunyan who would blush so easily. The sun shone down fiercely. Sheng Ning pushed away the still-immersed Chu Yunyan, touching her own bleeding red lips, her face filled with anger. Chu Yunyan, knowing he was in the wrong, leaned in with a droopy face. Sister, it's me, I'm your little darling. Shut up. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes. Where's my ring? Chu Yunyan, flustered, took out the red velvet ring box. It's here. Sister, put it on for me. The ring was intact, sparkling with silver light under the sun. Having produced the ring, Sheng Ning no longer doubted his identity. Chu Yunyan, whether in heaven or on earth, in life or death, you are mine. No matter where you are now, wait for me, I will definitely find you. Saying these words felt like she was seeking revenge. But the youthful Chu Yunyan smiled more brilliantly than flowers. He placed the ring on Sheng Ning's finger, a small row of sparkling diamonds gleaming, making her slender fingers look beautiful. The moment the ring was on, Chu Yunyan's expression changed, pitifully reporting, Sister, they split me into dozens of pieces and threw me into different copies. They are so bad, bullying a newcomer like me. A child away from home won't cry when wronged, only in front of someone who cares will all the grievances burst forth like a flood. Chu Yunyan was a crybaby. Sheng Ning had known this since childhood. Carefully, she hugged him close, wiping away the tears on Chu Yunyan's face, offering a few bear hugs and head pats until he calmed down. Sheng Ning didn't know who they were, but she understood that this matter was settled. In the live stream, as Sheng Ning opened the box and started eating bread, it took 20 minutes for a piece of bread, and suddenly, a young man appeared on the screen. Now, everyone realized that the previous live stream was covered up. Wait, this sister has a tool to block the live stream at level 1 already? What are you talking about? The tool to block the live stream costs 1000 points, she just cleared one copy, at most 500 points. It's also possible this NPC blocked it. Didn't you see the rings on their hands? Is this a tool? A tool bound to NPCs? After the two were all lovey-dovey, Sheng Ning began to open the box. Chu Yunyan obediently watched from the side, his watery eyes filled only with her, making Sheng Ning feel a bit flustered. There were 4 wooden boxes. Sheng Ning guessed that copper boxes might only drop inside the wooden house. A higher-level box. The first box, hamburger, cola, chicken wrap. The second box, skirt, underwear, skill card, copy, C. The third box, plastic bag, coffee, durian daifuku. Sheng Ning. Giving a plastic bag is to tell her not to litter. Only the last box remained. Sheng Ning took a deep breath, washed her hands with mineral water, and took out an incense stick to pray. Sister, what is this? Chu Yuanian was attracted by the incense stick. He smelled its fragrance and suddenly felt his fading consciousness awaken again. Incense, I don't know what it's for, how do you feel? Sheng Ning asked. The incense stick appeared out of nowhere in her inventory. She thought it was a game item, and only after leaving the game did she realize that in the entire strange world, only she had it. Chu Yuanian said, it can enhance my consciousness, a spiritual item? Sheng Ning nodded, thoughtfully. The incense stick was indeed very useful for eerie spirits. Sheng Ning handed the incense stick to Chu Yuanian. She had plenty of copy cards, so she wouldn't run out of the incense anyway. If she could find a special scenario and get a critical hit, that would be even better. Sheng Ning opened the last box and glanced. Oh, sister, isn't this your favorite bag? Chu Yuanian exclaimed. The last box, a bag, durian, and a piece of paper. The paper was really inconspicuous. If Sheng Ning hadn't looked at it a few more times out of persistence, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. Sheng Ning felt slightly disappointed. This wasn't a way to clear the level, just a rule paper. Rule 3, when the golden box appears, you cannot be alone. This alone is a bit intriguing. Not alone means that there can't be any people, eerie beings, or NPCs around, or does it mean she must have a teammate? The prerequisite also includes a golden box, and the best she has seen so far is a copper box. Since the rule mentions boxes, it shows that this game must be related to boxes. Sheng Ning rested for a while, and under Chu Yuanyan's enthusiastic spirit, she put on the bag she had always liked. Of course, after a while, the bag was taken by Chu Yuanyan. After all, carrying a bag for his girlfriend is the first lesson in male virtue, which Chu firmly remembered. The two held hands tightly, walking and stopping along the way. An hour later, Chu Yuanyan stopped. Sister, I have to leave. Chu Yuanyan's brows drooped. Thanks to this incense today, otherwise I might have left much earlier. Sheng Ning understood. Just like the situation in the last dungeon, Chu Yuanyan's consciousness could not always stay by her side. After a moment of silence, Sheng Ning gently lowered her head to kiss the puppy's drooping eyelids. It's okay, I will work hard to find you, don't be afraid. Chu Yuanian smiled. Even though his sister was just a level 1 newbie with items that couldn't even measure up to his spare change, his sister was always so brave. Okay, sister, I will wait for you. The affection in Chu Yuanyan's eyes faded with the wind, replaced by a little fear. The boy suddenly looked at Sheng Ning with a strange and fearful gaze, making Sheng Ning's heart feel a little uncomfortable. My name is Xiao Mei, what's yours? Sheng Ning did not let go of the boy's hand. The boy's voice was low, unsure if it was shyness or fear. His fingers trembled slightly. You can call me a Chu. Chapter 24. A Chu was very timid. He wanted to pull back the hand held by Sheng Ning, but when he found she wouldn't let go, his little face turned red with panic, looking at her with pleading eyes. The soft and squishy Chu Yuanian was too easy to bully, making one want to pinch him flat and roll him up. Sheng Ning felt a smile rising in her heart but maintained a serious face. A Chu, this place is very dangerous. The grass is overgrown. If I let go of you, we might get separated. A Chu blinked his pitch-black eyes. Is it? Sheng Ning nodded. Yes. Trust me. A Chu compromised. Okay. Sheng Ning knew he was an NPC, so she started asking a Chu about the situation in this wilderness. 10 minutes later, Sheng Ning understood that this wilderness was like ancient times, with no countries, only tribes. A Chu said he had been wandering outside, and no tribe was willing to accept him because he was too timid. The tribes he knew of were two, the Longfang tribe and the Jijiao tribe. The people here had only one task every day, which was to search for these boxes. All their food, clothing, and shelter came from what they found in the boxes. If they were lucky, one box could provide a month's worth of food. Thus, Sheng Ning led a Chu across the grassland, searching for boxes and for a tribe. The sun began to tilt to the west, and the temperature gradually dropped. Around 3 in the afternoon, Sheng Ning spotted a box in the grass ahead, and just as she was about to pick it up, she heard a Chu's startled cry from behind her. Sheng Ning rolled to the side, and a silver light swept past her ear. If she had moved a fraction slower, the silver light would have slit her neck. Who are you? The man asked first. Sheng Ning frowned and looked over. The man speaking was dressed in ragged clothes, from a style that looked like it was from the 60s or 70s. He was tall and strong, with dark skin, holding a long gun. To be strict, it wasn't really a long gun, it was just a dagger tied to a stick. And who are you? Which tribe are you from? Sheng Ning asked back. The man carefully observed Sheng Ning, noting she was a woman and a boy. There seemed to be little threat. The man said, I am from the Longfang tribe, are you a wanderer? Sheng Ning remained alert. How do you know we are wanderers? The man scoffed, the Jijiao tribe doesn't have a beautiful woman like you. After saying this, the man felt a bit frivolous, his face turning red for a moment, and he quickly waved his hands. I didn't mean anything disrespectful, it's just that you are very pretty, with great temperament. His flustered explanation made Sheng Ning feel a little more at ease, and she nodded. I am a wanderer with my brother. The man showed a look of realization, picked up the box on the ground, thought for a moment, and handed it to Sheng Ning. Would you like to join our tribe? Sheng Ning asked, what conditions are there to join your tribe? The man said, there are no conditions, but you must be loyal to our tribe. From the man's disdain for the Jijiao tribe, it seemed that there was quite a bit of conflict between the two tribes. Sheng Ning nodded in agreement. She looked at a Chu. What about you? A Chu cautiously moved behind Sheng Ning. I'll follow you. Sheng Ning found a Chu's demeanor adorable and patted his head, so obedient. With a tribe now, Sheng Ning could finally have a place to rest at night. At 4 in the afternoon, Sheng Ning and Long Fei began to head back toward the tribe. Long Fei said, we must return to the tribe before dark. Sheng Ning pretended to worry, is the tribe absolutely safe at night? Long Fei looked at her strangely, of course the tribe is safe at night, we will have people guarding the tribe with divine weapons. Now, Sheng Ning felt even more at ease. Joining a tribe not only guaranteed her safety at night, but also the rules she had just seen could be guaranteed too. She couldn't be alone, by joining the tribe, she wouldn't count as alone anymore, right? Long Fei held a small bamboo dragonfly, turning left and right following its direction, and returned to the tribe. Long Fei. You're back. As soon as Long Fei appeared, someone came over to greet him, looking at Sheng Ning and Chu with great curiosity. An even bigger man came over and put his arm around Long Fei's neck. Long Fei, is this the new one? Long Fei led Sheng Ning and Chu straight inside. Yes, I brought them to meet the chief. What was called a tribe was actually just dozens of interconnected houses, but the population was quite large, with men, women, and children, each fulfilling their own roles. What puzzled Sheng Ning was why the entire wilderness was almost covered in grass, but the place where the tribe was located was just a patch of turf? The chief's room was in the middle of the first row. Long Fei knocked on the chief's door. Chief, I met 2 wanderers. Can they join our tribe? The chief looked over 50 but stood tall like a pine tree, his calm gaze carrying a sense of scrutiny. Sheng Ning pulled a Chu forward. Hello, chief. My name is Xiao Mei, and this is my brother Chu. We hope to join the Longya tribe. The chief assessed the 2 of them, then suddenly laughed heartily. No wonder you want to bring them back. People from the Chicken Foot tribe can't raise someone with such presence. Since you've arrived, stay. Long Fei, the people you've brought back, you will be their guide. Long Fei arranged a place for the 2 to stay and said earnestly, you can settle down here. If you need anything, just tell me. Also, the males in our tribe must go out to gather supplies. Long Fei's tone was suggestive. Chu shrank back behind Sheng Ning. When they entered the tribe, the sky had already darkened. Sheng Ning remembered the rules, locked the doors and windows tightly, and pulled Chu to bed. Chu initially kept some distance from Sheng Ning, but as the noise of the tribe gradually faded, he crept closer. Sister. I'm scared. Sheng Ning pulled him into her embrace, resting her head on Chu's not-so-wide shoulder, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Chu instantly quieted down. A night passed in silence. Sheng Ning woke up to a piercing scream. With the scream came a violent knocking at the door. The person seemed unable to wait. Before Sheng Ning could open the door, he kicked it open, and saw Sheng Ning and Chu cozily asleep together. I told you something was wrong with them. What kind of siblings sleep like this together? The speaker was Long Yi, the man Sheng Ning had seen talking to Long Fei yesterday. Sheng Ning frowned slightly, with a hint of anger. You barge in without permission, kicking the door down. Do you think you're bullying us because we're newcomers? Bullshit. Don't pretend. The tribe has always been safe, nothing has ever happened. Since you 2 arrived, people in the tribe are dying. Chapter 25. Sheng Ning's expression darkened. I understand your anxiety and anger. A death is no trivial matter. You can suspect us, but do you have evidence that we killed anyone? Long Yi was infuriated by the woman's attitude. Even with a death, she remained so calm. Who else could it be if not them? What evidence? You being alive is the best evidence. There's just a wall between you and Dragon Chun. Why are you fine, but he's dead? Enough. The chief's voice came from behind the crowd, and everyone consciously parted to make a path. Chief Long Tian's face was dark, and his gaze at Sheng Ning and Chu was sharp and cutting, making Sheng Ning's heart tremble. Xiao Mei, Chu, Long Yi's panic is understandable. I hope you don't mind. Now please come to my room, we need to talk about last night. She was still being suspected. Sheng Ning glanced at Chu, whose deer-like eyes were full of confusion. Okay. But Sheng Ning had another thought in her heart. It seemed that they couldn't stay in the Longya tribe for long. There were only 4 people in the chief's office. The others waited outside for the result. The chief coldly asked Sheng Ning, what happened yesterday? Be honest, unless you are strange, we won't harm you. Sheng Ning silently scoffed. After nightfall, we just went to sleep and didn't wake up until morning. The chief continued to press, do you have any evidence? Sheng Ning countered, what evidence do you have that we killed someone? The chief seemed annoyed by Sheng Ning's tough attitude and snorted heavily, looking at Long Fei, the people you brought back, you handle it. Long Fei's expression was rather normal. He asked Sheng Ning one question, did you kill the person? Sheng Ning replied, no. Long Fei pondered for a moment, then looked at the chief and firmly stated, Xiao Mei did not kill anyone. The chief looked at Long Fei in surprise, are you so sure? Long Fei replied, she is not strange. When we saw her yesterday, she was picking up a box, and she is not a spy from the Chickenfoot country, there is no need to kill us. Clearly, the chief was persuaded by Long Fei, but now the tribe was in a state of panic. The chief could no longer keep Sheng Ning and the others, you take them away. Sheng Ning didn't say anything more and once again set off on the journey with a chew. Long Fei felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, I invited you to join, but now the tribe has to send you away. Sheng Ning had a good impression of this honest NPC. She held a chew's hand. Don't mind it, it's our bad luck. We're already very grateful that you managed to accommodate us for a night. This was Sheng Ning's honest feeling. Before leaving, Long Fei gave Sheng Ning a bamboo dragonfly, saying, this bamboo dragonfly can take you to the wooden house where I usually stay. I hope the wooden house can protect you. Mentioning the wooden house, Sheng Ning asked another question, is the wooden house built by all of you? Long Fei replied, no, some eerie beings will also build wooden houses to attract wandering people. Sheng Ning. She was sure that the wooden house she stayed in on the first day was built by something eerie. But shouldn't the guidance card lead her to a safe place? After seeing Long Fei off, Sheng Ning opened her inventory, and she was shocked when she looked. Using the copied guidance card, that D-level copying card should have only 2 uses left, but it still showed 3. This meant that the copying of the guidance card had failed back then, leading her to an eerie wooden house. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Sheng Ning's back. Alright, so the eerie game also plays tricks like this. Feeling the dampness in Sheng Ning's palm, a chew squeezed Sheng Ning's hand. Sister, what's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? Such a thoughtful and caring child, Sheng Ning felt warm in her heart. She patted a chew's head and smiled to refuse. Sheng Ning used the copied guidance card again. Ding, copy successful, gain skill card guidance D1. After seeing the number of copied cards decrease, Sheng Ning confirmed that the guidance card had copied successfully. Please guide me to find the boxes, Sheng Ning said to the guidance card. The guidance card transformed into an arrow, pointing the direction for Sheng Ning. 2 hours later, the arrow disappeared, and Sheng Ning happily stopped to rest. In just 2 short hours, Sheng Ning followed the guidance card and found 12 boxes, 2 of which were copper boxes. Sheng Ning felt hopeful about finding the game rules. Washing hands and burning incense, offering love. Sheng Ning carefully opened the first copper box, alcohol, pizza, skill card copy, C. Another copying card? Although copying cards can be quite useful at times, Sheng Ning also wanted to try other cards. The second copper box, Sheng Ning thought, it was already the 3rd day of the game, it should be time to find the game rules. The second copper box, fried chicken leg, fresh coconut latte, peace card. A new card. Sheng Ning saw the usage of the peace card. Using the peace card, wars are prohibited in the world for 3 minutes. What surprised Sheng Ning even more was that on the back of the peace card, there were actually 2 rules written. Rule 4, when the eerie becomes a messenger, please do not harm them. Rule 5, in the wilderness, please follow the law of conservation of energy. When there are more boxes, there are more dangers, as eerie ones decrease, so do humans. Sheng Ning. She was a liberal arts student, but is the law of conservation of energy really used like this? With the remaining boxes, Sheng Ning and a chew divided them, each taking 5. As expected, Sheng Ning continued to open copying cards and some food, as well as toiletries. However, a chew didn't find a single card on his side. After resting for a while, the 2 set off again. Just as Sheng Ning was about to use the guidance card again, a chew stopped her action. Sister, I'm here, I'm super powerful, Chu treasure-seeking Mouse Yunyan said. It was the time for Chu Yunyan to appear. With him around, Sheng Ning not only relaxed a lot but her smile also became more genuine. Under the bright sun, the 2 couldn't do much, and since this dungeon wasn't as eerie and narrow as the last one, the 2 walked as if they were taking a stroll in the wilderness. Despite the stroll, before Chu Yuanyan disappeared, he and Sheng Ning together found 17 boxes. Treasure hunting mice were even better than guidance cards. Among them were 4 copper boxes and 1 silver box. The higher the box level, the more uneasy Sheng Ning felt in her heart. More boxes meant more dangers. The wilderness had always been quiet, only the sound of the wind rustling the grass could be heard. At this moment, amidst the rustling sound, Sheng Ning heard the sound of grass leaves snapping. Be careful, Sheng Ning pushed Chu away. As she drew out her butterfly knife, a massive snake-shaped shadow opened its bloody mouth and lunged at her. It was the strange creature they encountered on the first night. The snake-shaped creature wasn't very high in level, probably only at the misty level. But this creature was faster and more aggressive than Sheng Ning, and she could only dodge while defending passively. When they reached a corner where it wouldn't harm Chu, Sheng Ning pulled out a tang knife and, as the snake-shaped creature pounced at her, she skidded down and thrust the knife into its vital spot. Chapter 26. Congratulations, player Shang Xiaomei, for successfully killing a misty-level creature, gaining 50 experience. Damn. This is a joke, right? An A-rank weapon tang knife, how did she get it? It's like using a laser to swat a mosquito. What's the point at all? Unknown incense, A-rank knife, is this the biological daughter of the strange game? Stop being sour, stop being sour. SSS level has 3 self-selected cards, obviously something from a self-selected card. Haha, she could only get a duplication card, and you all laughed at her. By the way, The Wilderness with No People is a benefit book, right? I remember it as a confrontation book? It is a confrontation book. And it's a 3-person confrontation book. Exciting. I want to see Xiaomei be a spy, haha. An A-rank weapon tang knife against a misty level creature was quite easy. In an instant, the snake-shaped creature turned into black smoke and disappeared, leaving a pile of items and a copper box on the ground. Sheng Ning rummaged through, and the only useful one was a D-rank speed card. Sheng Ning was more interested in the boxes. Boxes dropped from strange creatures must have clearing rules inside. Picking up the box, Sheng Ning didn't rush to open it, she still had to go back and find Shu. In the silent wilderness, the grass swayed like dancing girls. Sunlight poured down as Sheng Ning returned to the spot where she landed, and apart from a few scattered boxes, there was no one. Sheng Ning panicked, Shu. Shu. The answer to her was the rustling sound of grass leaves. Shu was gone. In this endless grass, Sheng Ning suddenly felt a bit lonely. Forget it, after Chu Yuanyan wakes up, he will find his way back. After all, he could still roam around even after being dismembered. Sheng Ning pressed down the strange feeling in her heart and followed the wooden dragonfly to the wooden house to open the box. In less than an hour, Sheng Ning found 2 copper boxes and 1 wooden box. The number of boxes was increasing. Just as Sheng Ning could see the roof of the wooden house, a cry for help suddenly came from behind the house. Help! Help! There is a strange creature. The voice grew closer, and Sheng Ning stood ready with her knife. Here it comes, more experience points were coming. She wasn't a righteous person, it was better to sneak attack the strange creature. In less than a minute, a man ran past her, panic written all over his face. When he saw Sheng Ning, he even pushed her towards the direction of the strange creature. Sheng Ning, I can't believe you. Fortunately, she was already ready to attack and charged in with her tang knife. It was a monkey-shaped creature, with shark teeth dripping blood, moving extremely agilely. Fortunately, Sheng Ning's speed and agility were high, and the two of them engaged in a dance where neither could harm the other. Sheng Ning felt a bit anxious. To kill the strange creature, she needed to find its weakness. The monkey was too fast, she couldn't observe closely. Sheng Ning could calm the monkey down, but she also had a peace card. But this card couldn't be used carelessly. So, in the wilderness, a scene unfolded where she fled, he chased, and she struggled to escape. Suddenly, Sheng Ning felt a strange presence rapidly approaching from behind. When she turned around, she saw that monkey-like creature had sprouted wings, diving down from the sky, its monkey feet transformed into sharp eagle claws. Sheng Ning. This is so unfair, how can it cheat like this? Sheng Ning pulled out her speed card, and even had no time to copy it. In the last second before the eagle claws reached her neck, her figure sped away, leaving only a piercing sound of breaking air. The prey escaped, and the monkey screamed. The monkey, once again losing its prey, was infuriated, its aura rising once more. Little trash, this broke my defense. According to the instructor's words, if the enemy advances, I retreat, if the enemy retreats, I advance, if the enemy tires, I strike. Sheng Ning's speed card had 30 minutes of time, so she flew a kite in the wilderness for 30 minutes. Each time, she slipped away just as the monkey was about to catch her. Every time this happened, the monkey would scream in rage. When the monkey realized the eagle form was ineffective, it quickly transformed into a cheetah, relentlessly chasing her from behind. Sheng Ning only wanted to express, "Don't chase me, I don't have cough syrup." Live stream room. While being chased, Sheng Ning also managed to deal with a weird creature that lunged at her, resembling a wandering soul. As the forum said, an attack level of 30 could tear apart wandering souls. Sheng Ning's attack was only 27, but she was fast. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully killing a wandering soul level weird creature, gaining 10 experience points. Sheng Ning. Is that too little? When only 5 minutes were left on the speed card, Sheng Ning took out incense. After less than 2 minutes, the monkey restored its original form, squinting its eyes into a narrow slit, chasing after the incense in Sheng Ning's hand and licking it. Without hesitation, Sheng Ning stabbed her blade through the patch of brown fur on the monkey's chest. Behind that fur was the monkey's heart, its weak point. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully killing a fierce ghost-level weird creature, gaining 200 experience points. At this point, Sheng Ning had gathered enough 1000 experience points to level up to LV2. The monkey's body turned into a puff of black smoke and vanished, leaving only a pair of objects and a golden chest on the ground. Sheng Ning recalled the third rule. When a golden chest appears, you cannot be alone. She always thought Achu would be with her, but now Achu was gone, and there were no other humans around, nor any weird creatures. She was alone now. A great panic surged in Sheng Ning's heart, and suddenly she remembered that man who had pushed her, he couldn't have gone far. Taking out the guidance card, Sheng Ning said, "Take me to the nearest human." The card transformed into an arrow, and she ran wildly in the direction of the arrow, even using her speed card again. A minute later, Sheng Ning caught up with the man. When the man saw Sheng Ning, he went pale with fear, shouting, "Private Marseille! Private Marseille!" The sense of crisis didn't disappear. It felt as if a guillotine was hanging over Sheng Ning's head, about to fall. No, it couldn't be just one person. Two people wouldn't work either. That is a tribe. Let me join your tribe, do you agree? A butterfly knife pressed against the man's neck, the tip piercing into his flesh. The man cried out in pain, "I agree, I agree, I agree." Suddenly, the man felt the pain on his neck disappear. Sheng Ning released her grip, gasping for breath. The sense of crisis faded. It turned out that not being alone meant she had to join a tribe. Chapter 27. What tribe are you from? Sheng Ning looked down at the slime man with disdain. The man was short, with a flat face, and his eyes had a strong sense of theft, vastly different from the people Sheng Ning encountered in the Longya tribe. He looked like a rat in the gutter. Holding his bleeding neck, the man said, "Chicken Foot Tribe. Do you want to go back to the tribe?" The man nodded, his eyes suddenly shining with surprise. This woman was a wanderer, she could kill such powerful weird creatures. It can definitely protect the tribe. He must bring this woman back to the tribe. Yes, please come back with me. After saying this, he deeply bowed to Sheng Ning. For this action, Sheng Ning accepted it calmly. If it weren't for her strength, she would have been killed by this man just now. On the way back to the Chicken Foot tribe, Sheng Ning picked up another dozen boxes, and the man's gaze at her became even crazier. Sheng Ning didn't care at all, she only cared about the number of boxes she had. Fortunately, after leveling up, her resource bar also expanded a bit. 2 hours later, when only a faint light remained on the horizon, Sheng Ning finally arrived at the Chicken Foot tribe. Upon entering the Chicken Foot tribe, Sheng Ning realized the differences between the Long Tooth tribe and the Chicken Foot tribe. When she was at the Long Tooth tribe, she felt like she was back home. Now that she was at the Chicken Foot tribe, she just wanted to ask. Have you seen houses that look like eerie grave mounds? The Chicken Foot tribe is a large graveyard. Have you seen outdoor toilets in the courtyard? The Chicken Foot tribe has them. Have you ever seen a toilet right next to the kitchen? The Chicken Foot tribe has that too. Have you ever had to go to the toilet instead of the kitchen for drinking water? Sheng Ning. She once saw in a book that in some country the toilet water is drinkable. How is this not drinkable? But strangely, everyone in the Chicken Foot tribe was dressed very brightly, all clean and tidy, greeting each other with eager bows. As the man led Sheng Ning, he bowed countless times along the way, especially after learning that Sheng Ning solo killed the eerie creature. These people bowed 90 degrees to her in gratitude, smiling like blooming chrysanthemums. When the man explained Sheng Ning's situation to the chief of the Chicken Foot tribe, the chief was overjoyed. "Honored Miss Warrior, welcome to join our tribe." Sheng Ning fake smiled, "Sorry to bother." The chief of the Chicken Foot tribe, GD, sincerely pleaded with his accent, "Miss Sheng, please be sure to protect our members, our entire tribe will be grateful to you." Just imagine a cute accent, huh? Sheng Ning stood up straight, her tone light, "I will do my best." After receiving the response, Chief GD instructed Ji Chi, the man who brought Sheng Ning back, to accompany her to tour the tribe and take her to the first-class accommodation. Along the way, many people learned about Sheng Ning's identity and bowed to her in greeting. Sheng Ning. Ji Chi felt that Sheng Ning was a bit rude. "Miss Sheng, since you have joined our tribe, please learn our tribe's customs and not the barbaric ways of the long-tooth people." Sheng Ning pulled out a butterfly knife, gracefully spinning it a few times, sharply displaying the knife tip, and nonchalantly picked her ear. "What did you say?" Ji Chi. Upon reaching the accommodation, Ji Chi left without a moment's pause. Sheng Ning thought that the first-class accommodation would at least be a wooden house. But when she arrived, it was just a slightly larger mound. All right, only in her 20s, and she had already avoided 60 years of detours. After confirming that no one was around, she took out the golden, shining box. Since it could become a rule-based item, it must be an important box. To be safe, Sheng Ning still lovingly prepared offerings, devoutly washing her hands and burning incense. After her rituals, she dared to open the box. What came into view was a golden note, on which the words "clearance rules" were written in big letters, making Sheng Ning deeply excited. Clearance rules. 1. Survive for 15 days, C-level clearance. 2. Protect the tribe for a week, with no one dying, B-level clearance. 3. Kill 12 different eerie creatures, A-level clearance. 4. Find and kill the Ghost King, S-level clearance. With the clearance rules, Sheng Ning was no longer a headless fly. In the forum, Sheng Ning learned that C-level clearance wasn't necessarily the simplest among the 4 clearances, but it definitely had the most garbage rewards. C-level clearance only had a basic reward of 100 points. Other props and cards are all absent. Sheng Ning has now killed 2 strange creatures. She wants to conserve her strength for the battle. Sheng Ning repeatedly looks at the clearing rules and always feels something is off. 12 different strange creatures? This can actually be understood in many ways. For example, if there are 100 strange creatures, she only needs to kill 12 to clear the game. Or do the strange creatures reappear? For instance, the snake-like strange creature she killed is at the ethereal level, a rat at the wandering soul level, and a monkey strange creature at the vengeful spirit level. One type of strange creature can have 3 levels? Sheng Ning can't think of an answer and can only continue to open chests. She opened 5 silver chests and got 3 copies. Copy cards. 2 C-level cards and 1 D-level card. Sheng Ning felt dizzy. Am I really such a pathetic person? Do I only deserve copy cards? If only I could get a speed card or a transformation card. In the last silver chest, Sheng Ning opened another set of rules. Strange Rules 1, Night is the home field for strange creatures, their combat power increases by 50% in the night. Strange Rules 2, when the number of players is below 100, strange creatures do not fear day or night. Strange Rules 3, when a golden chest appears, strange creatures can invade territories. Sheng Ning's heart tightened instantly. The golden chest had appeared, which meant that the territory had lost its protection against humans. It seemed to confirm Sheng Ning's suspicion. Tonight's darkness seemed even darker than before, like thick ink spilling, without a trace of light. Even though Sheng's surname is Shang, she is by no means a saint. Strange creatures are already strong at night, she can see nothing, and going out would be suicide. Only taking 2 seconds, Sheng Ning disregarded the fate of the Chickenfoot tribe and continued to open chests. After finishing the copper and wooden chests, it had already been half an hour. She found some living supplies and then opened 3 more D-level copy cards. Copy cards. Copy cards. As the night deepened, Sheng Ning was too angry to sleep. In this strange game, may I ask, can you sleep? Outside, it was so quiet that even the sound of insects was absent, peaceful to the point of feeling like a graveyard. Sheng Ning turned off the light and lay down, gripping her butterfly knife tightly, her mind skimming through the panel. Among these boxes, the food and living supplies she had obtained were enough for a month. Besides these, the most were the copy cards. Different copy cards shimmered with different lights. While sorting through them, Sheng Ning suddenly noticed the talent on the panel fusion. At this moment, it was flashing with purple light. It seemed to say that purple had a unique charm. Sheng Ning, is there a possibility that fusing 2 D-level copy cards would yield a higher level copy card? This is a high-stakes gamble. Sheng Ning took a deep breath. Let's gamble. The purple light swallowed the 2 D-level copy cards. Fusion countdown 5 o'clock. Fusion countdown 0:59. As the fusion was about to succeed, Sheng Ning felt a tension like waiting for exam results. Just then, a sound of a door pushing open echoed. Sheng Ning's boiling blood suddenly stopped, and her whole body felt like it had plunged into an ice cave. Chapter 28. Footsteps approached, stopping in front of Sheng Ning's bed. The person pushed Sheng Ning. Hey, you're a player, right? Sheng Ning's scalp tightened, and many thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Rule 2, after nightfall, do not casually trust anyone. But do strange creatures even know about players? Ding talent activated successfully, gain skill card, copy, C, 1 card. It worked. Her talent could really fuse cards. Sheng Ning was overjoyed, not expecting her talent could be used this way. But now is not the time to celebrate. A person's luck is limited. Sheng Ning just took a big gamble and won. Now she had no courage to gamble whether this speaking person was a strange creature or a real player. She simply pretended not to hear the voice and continued to close her eyes and feign sleep, while actually sorting through her supplies. The man saw she was unresponsive and pushed Sheng Ning again. I am a player too, believe me. Hoof. Sheng Ning. Man, what do I need to do for you to believe me? I really am a player. Hoof. Let's exchange information. Sheng Ning remained silent, and the man spoke faster and faster. Until it finally couldn't hold back any longer, in the darkness it opened its blood-filled mouth, ready to swallow Sheng Ning's head in one bite. At the moment the strange being revealed itself, Sheng Ning accurately sensed the eerie presence. It felt like after she leveled up to level 2, she could automatically distinguish beings lower than her level. For example, what was about to open its blood-filled mouth to eat her was a spectral-level creature. At the moment the creature opened its mouth, Sheng Ning lit the super lighter in her hand, and a flame burst forth, illuminating her eerie side profile. Only then did Sheng Ning see clearly that before her was a pig-headed creature, with ears like fans and a pig nose that jutted out like a small hill. On the screen of the live broadcast, a woman with chest-length hair revealed a spine-chilling smile, and in the next second, she struck down with a knife, causing the pig's head to roll on the ground. Darn, for a moment I couldn't tell who was really the strange being. Whoa, the pig is so cute, how can we kill the pig? Just as Sheng Ning thought the pig-headed creature had been defeated, she suddenly felt a surge of scorching air rise behind her. She hurriedly used her tang sword to block it, but still got burned on her arm by a beam of laser. An ordinary grave was split in two by this laser, debris fell down with a clatter, and the entire grave shook dangerously. Sheng Ning looked at her deformed tang sword, feeling furious. Who said this was a spectral-level creature? Enduring the excruciating pain in her arm, she realized that the laser actually came from the pig's eye. And the body without its head stood up again, moving towards the direction of its head, ready to press it back on. If the head was pressed back, wouldn't that laser shoot wherever it wanted? Sheng Ning swung her tang sword and directly severed the pig-headed creature's legs. Now, the pig head could only look in one direction, and the laser could only shoot in one direction. Without a body, the pig's laser didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Sheng Ning felt pained for her tang sword, its durability directly dropped by half. This tang sword had already killed two strange beings, and its durability hadn't dropped at all, but now it had lost half of its durability. Sheng Ning felt like she had never suffered such a huge loss before. Damn it! With rapid strikes, Sheng Ning chopped the pig-headed creature's body into pieces, and facing a pile of bloody, foul-smelling flesh, she was now able to remain calm. The pig-headed creature lay quiet, as if it knew its fate was sealed, its face filled with a stillness that revealed a hint of human-like despair. Sheng Ning crouched behind the pig head and asked, "How do you know about players?" The pig-headed creature had a heroic sacrifice look, remaining silent. Sheng Ning thought for a moment, "If you tell me, I won't kill you." The pig-headed creature suddenly opened its eyes, filled with hope. "Really? Sheng Ning, really? Pig-headed creature, you said that Huaxia people do not deceive Huaxia people." Sheng Ning, Huaxia people do not deceive Huaxia people. The pig-headed creature sighed in relief. "I once met a human who chased a strange being, claiming to be a player. They were in cahoots, so I learned a bit." Sheng Ning, are you Huaxia? Pig-headed creature, what? Is Huaxia delicious? Sheng Ning smiled, raising her knife and directly splitting the pig-headed creature's skull. Sheng Ning suddenly remembered that this was a live broadcast. Although she couldn't see the camera, she still looked into some empty space, gently and kindly saying like a teacher, "Little friends in the live broadcast room, don't learn from this, learning anything will only bring you harm." In the live broadcast room, whoa, after such a long time, my wife finally remembered me, her husband. She's so cute. I like her so much. Slurp slurp. She's so meticulous, she only acted after asking if it was a non-Huaxia strange being. I love it. Wow. This smile is exactly like the teacher I just had in the perfect school dungeon. I want PTSD. No, just one sentence and everyone is excited? Flattering streamer, let's block this. I want my wife for myself. The pig head's skull transformed into a black smoke and disappeared, leaving behind a silver box and a silver chess piece. Inside the silver box, a D-grade replication card popped out, which no longer surprised Sheng Ning. The real chill is not the loud quarrel. What shocked Sheng Ning was that a piece of gauze was also produced from the box. Combined with the alcohol she had previously opened, Sheng Ning endured the pain and treated her wound before starting to study this silver chess piece. This thing looked somewhat familiar. Sheng Ning recalled that after the monkey's death, there seemed to be such an item, but her attention was then on the golden box, and she only noticed it while sorting supplies just now. Placing the two items together, Sheng Ning looked at them, one monkey, one pig. This shape. This pattern. These two strange abilities. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through Sheng Ning's mind. Despite the loud commotion, no one dared to come near in this silent deep night. When the first ray of morning sunlight appeared on the horizon, it marked the fourth day for Sheng Ning in this instance. She got up, washed up simply, and opened the door to see Ji Qi waiting outside, looking respectful and enthusiastic, his eyes filled with fervor upon seeing her. "Miss Sheng, good morning." "Good morning. What's the matter so early?" Ji Qi replied, "I am sure you already know what happened last night. We lost 16 people. It was very tragic. Right now, our chief and the high priest are in the shrine praying. Would you like to go?" In fact, only 5 strange beings arrived at the Ji Jiao tribe last night. Aside from Sheng Ning and the high priest, everyone else encountered by those strange beings was already dead. Even the high priest was injured. When Ji Qi saw Sheng Ning come out of the room unscathed, he looked as if he saw a savior. Chapter 29. Ji Qi once again recognized Sheng Ning's strength, and he spoke freely with her along the way, unreservedly sharing everything he knew. From him, Sheng Ning learned that the tribe had left behind a prophetic warning 1,000 years ago when the person carrying the golden box appeared. His guidance would determine the tribe's survival. So the people in the tribe had been waiting for this person carrying the golden box. Just yesterday afternoon, when Sheng Ning joined the tribe, that person carrying the golden box happened to be encountered by other members of the tribe, brought back, and became the high priest. The high priest said, "The box can produce cards, and the cards can resist the strange beings. At this point, Ji Qi became excited. He asked Sheng Ning, "Miss Sheng, can you produce cards?" Sheng Ning was slightly taken aback. "What, cards? How do you make a man feel heartbroken with just one sentence?" Sheng Ning did it. Just 4 short words left Ji Qi feeling like his life had been extinguished, losing all light. Silent all the way until they reached a small altar in the middle of the cemetery. The players had not appeared. Sheng Ning had been wondering if others were hiding too well so she hadn't found them, but unexpectedly, they were found so quickly. This high priest must be a player. When opening boxes, Chu also opened many boxes but did not receive a single card. Sheng Ning thought he just had bad luck at the time. Now it seems only players can produce cards. The altar was very simple, so simple that Sheng Ning couldn't even bear to look at it. A circular platform 50 centimeters above the ground held a water jar, and it was called an altar. Standing on the altar was a tall, thin man. Perhaps due to last night's injuries, he looked pale, kneeling on the altar surrounded by boxes. According to Ji Qi, the high priest's name is Wu Yu. He was bitten on the shoulder last night by a rat-shaped strange being. If he hadn't had a pause card at that moment, he might have suffered greatly. But in the end, that strange being was severely injured and managed to escape. Wu Yul endured the pain and opened the box, revealing a transformation card inside. Beside him, Sheng Ning's eyes sparkled with desire. Seeing Sheng Ning's surprised and eager expression, Ji Qi's last hope vanished. No matter how powerful Miss Shang was, she was not the person foretold in the prophecy. After Wu Yul opened another speed card, he stopped his actions, and someone immediately helped him down. He wore black clothes, and although the wounds were not visible, Sheng Ning noticed that the area on Wu Yul's shoulder was a deeper color. Noticing Sheng Ning's gaze, Wu Yul frowned slightly. He had heard about another vagabond yesterday. Was she a player? Wu Yul's eyes narrowed, and he scolded, "Who is this person, and why doesn't she kneel before the high priest?" Sheng Ning, "Great, I encountered a fool." Ji Qi said, "High priest, please forgive, Xiaomei just arrived yesterday and doesn't understand our tribe's rules." Wu Yul was very displeased. "Then teach her." Before entering the game, Wu Yul was a local thug, and after coming to this strange game, he suffered many losses. The bizarre game taught him humility, and he had tucked his tail between his legs for quite a while. Finally entering a dungeon that treated him like a god and getting hurt for these damn dogs, he couldn't help but put on a show. Ji Qi tugged at Sheng Ning. "Xiaomei, quickly pay your respects to the high priest." Sheng Ning remained indifferent, giving Wu Yul a faint glance, as cold as the eternally frozen ice and snow on Tianshan Mountain, instantly making Wu Yul feel a sense of crisis. "You are a player." Wu Yul stared at Sheng Ning fiercely, convinced that this woman was indeed a player. Sheng Ning feigned surprise, then willingly admitted, "I am indeed a player." "You really are? Quickly tell me, what are the rules to pass the level?" Sheng Ning was stunned again, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. "What is that? Why should I tell you?" She looked as if she didn't know, yet was strong and calm, ready to bite back. This made Wu Yul feel a sense of doubt. How could there be a player who didn't know what the rules were? Unless... Wu Yul sneered, "You say you don't know the rules, yet you claim to be a player? Ji Qi, she is a spy. Quick, capture her." Sheng Ning, "I am a player." "Why do you say I am not? Then what's your number?" Wu Yul pressed forward, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. Sheng Ning panicked, Why should I tell you?" Wu Yul was now 100% certain that this woman was an NPC. No player would admit so quickly that they were a player. Wu Yul felt confident in the conclusion he reached. As Wu Yul relaxed his guard against her, a glimmer of darkness flashed in Sheng Ning's eyes. People may not believe what others say. But if they have doubts themselves, they will actively seek clues to prove those doubts. The moment Wu Yul suspected that Sheng Ning was not a player, Sheng Ning had already won. Looking at the woman's charming face, smooth white skin, and her enticing figure with long, slender legs that seemed capable of captivating anyone, Wu Yul revealed a disgusting smile. "Whether you are a player or not, you'll know after a sleep with me. We players all sleep together." He didn't care if the livestream was on or off. After all, he was not the only player who strong-armed NPCs in the game. Sheng Ning touched her pants pocket and pulled out a butterfly knife, spinning it in her hand, creating a sharp flower of steel. "Oh really? The player I saw was stabbed 20 times by a bizarre creature and didn't die. You must be like that too, right?" The fierce look on Sheng Ning's face sent a chill through Wu Yul. Where did such a barbaric NPC come from? Ji Qi saw Sheng Ning was about to offend the high priest and hurriedly pulled her away. Wu Yul didn't want Sheng Ning to remain in the tribe. Her presence was like saying that as a player, he was even less than an NPC. Before Sheng Ning had time to think about Wu Yul's cards, Wu Yul assigned her to search for boxes. Coincidentally, she also wanted to go out and find Chu. Strangeness can invade the tribe at night, seeming to prove that the wilderness tribe is no longer safe. Originally, the tribe members searched for boxes alone, but now they formed pairs. Sheng Ning walked together with a short and thin guy named Chicken Taro, who was said to be the son of the chicken chief and would be the next chief. Along the way, Chicken Taro was very polite, asking Sheng Ning about her well-being, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Sheng Ning pretended not to know he was prying into her past, giving some bland yet pleasing answers that Chicken Taro enjoyed. 2 hours passed, and the two found 26 boxes. The more boxes they found, the more dangerous it became. In stark contrast to Sheng Ning, Chicken Taro seemed much happier, hugging the boxes as if they were gold. Sheng Ning looked at the tall grass and suddenly asked, after all these years, everyone relies on the supplies in the boxes, hasn't anyone thought about farming? Chicken Taro, lost in joy, answered carelessly, this land can't be farmed. Why? The grass grows so lushly, indicating that the land is fertile, how could it not be farmed? Chapter 30. Chicken Taro said, it's because the people of Dragon Tooth Tribe are savage and ignorant, they ruined the seeds. Ever since 1,000 years ago, any seeds planted will turn into grass. Later, our Chicken Foot Tribe prayed to the heavens, and the great deity granted us boxes that can take away supplies to save us. What the hell? With that angry shout, a nimble figure flashed past Sheng Ning and kicked Chicken Taro away. Sheng Ning. When she saw who it was, Sheng Ning realized it was Long Fei, and in that moment, she suddenly felt a warm sense of familiarity with a fellow townsfolk. Xiao Mei. Long Fei still wore the same attire as before, carrying a string of dozens of boxes, clearly having had a good haul. Sheng Ning smiled and replied, Long Fei Gu. A sudden look of guilt appeared on Long Fei's honest face. Xiao Mei, we wronged you the day before yesterday, I'm sorry. Yesterday, 6 strange creatures suddenly appeared in the tribe, and we suffered heavy casualties. Of the 2 players from the Chicken Foot Tribe, more than 10 had died yesterday, and naturally, the Dragon Tooth Tribe couldn't have escaped unscathed, suffering even more losses. Long Fei good, did anyone with a golden box appear in the tribe yesterday? Sheng Ning suddenly thought, this is a 3-person dungeon, maybe another player went to the Dragon Tooth Tribe. Long Fei's expression turned mournful, it seems you also know about the prophecy, but no one from our tribe appeared yesterday. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, did the Chicken Foot Tribe have a great priest appear? Sheng Ning nodded at Long Fei's heavy gaze. From the perspectives of the Dragon Tooth Tribe and the Chicken Foot Tribe, the 2 tribes seemingly had not seen eye to eye for a long time. The person with the golden box was the key to the survival of both tribes. Yet, at this moment, the Chicken Foot Tribe had found their great priest while the Dragon Tooth Tribe had not. No wonder Long Fei's face looked grim. Xiao Mei Jia, can you help me for a moment? A weak voice came from behind Sheng Ning, belonging to Chicken Taro. As she turned around, she saw Chicken Taro putting on a pitiful expression, but she didn't miss the envious hatred in his eyes. Perhaps it was directed at Long Fei, or perhaps at her. Long Fei recognized Chicken Taro and realized that Xiao Mei had joined the Chicken Foot Tribe. It is the freedom of a wanderer to join whatever tribe they wish. Though it may not be ethical, Long Fei still spoke up, Xiao Mei, do you want to return to the Dragon Tooth Tribe? Before Sheng Ning could respond, Chicken Taro suddenly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth where he had been kicked, and spoke first, shameless Dragon Tooth people, Sheng Xiao Mei is one of us, you shameless. After walking all morning, Sheng Ning felt a bit tired and didn't want to see these two arguing over her in this dangerous wilderness. Sheng Ning, let's go to the wooden house in front to rest for a while. Everyone came out around the same time. After searching for the box all morning, I felt a bit tired. Longya and Jitai Lang didn't argue, and walked with Sheng Ning for a few minutes until they reached a wooden house. The wooden house ahead looked somewhat old, with a few drops of pitch-black goo at the entrance, the nature of which was unclear. Jitai Lang was kicked, his chest burning with pain, and he just wanted to find a place to rest. He moved quickly, pushing open the door of the wooden house, and a foul smell rushed to greet him. Sheng Ning felt something was off, and Longya stood in front of her. Xiao Mei, this seems strange. Mr. Long Fei doesn't want to say this is a strange wooden house again, does he? Jitai Lang kindly reminded, Sister Xiao Mei, don't worry, Longya just likes to scare others to show his strength, but he really doesn't want us to stay in the wooden house. Unlike us from the Chicken Feet Tribe, Longya welcomes everyone. Sheng Ning smiled slightly, not caring much for Jitai Lang's words. Seeing Jitai Lang still walking inside, Sheng Ning kindly reminded, come out first, let's observe a bit. Since seeing Sheng Ning with the people from Longya tribe, Jitai Lang felt particularly displeased, but on the surface, he was very polite. With a provocative smile, he said to Sheng Ning, this place is safe, Sister Xiao Mei, please trust me, I will protect you. Then, Jitai Lang walked into the room, turning around a circle and suddenly screamed, seeds. There are actually seeds here. On this land that could only grow weeds, seeds hadn't been seen for hundreds of years. Not only Jitai Lang was surprised, but so was Long Fei. Now, he could no longer care about danger and rushed in. In the snake skin bag on the ground, half a bag of seeds lay quietly. Sheng Ning recognized that it was wheat. Seeds. God Amaterasu bless our Chicken Feet Tribe. We truly are the chosen ones. Hee hee. Jitai Lang exclaimed in joy. This was in stark contrast to the silent Long Fei. Sheng Ning noticed Long Fei's guilt. He might be thinking, why couldn't he be a little braver? Perhaps being brave, the seeds would belong to Longya tribe. The appearance of half a bag of seeds was peculiar, and Sheng Ning didn't let down her guard. Her gaze scanned the small wooden house again and saw a water tank in the corner. Around the water tank, there were also some earthy yellow remnants. What remnants? It was wheat. Sheng Ning couldn't help but smile slightly and kicked Long Fei, signaling towards the water tank. Long Fei also saw the scattered wheat seeds around the water tank and was overjoyed. He opened the lid of the water tank, and inside was indeed more than half a tank of wheat, so much that it couldn't fit in 2 snakeskin bags. The smile wouldn't disappear, it would only move to someone else's face. Seeing the commotion, Jitai Lang couldn't hold back any longer, glaring at Sheng Ning. Why did you give the seeds to him? You are from the chicken feet tribe. Sheng Ning shrugged and blinked, looking innocent. Jitai Lang, you were so kind, you would share the seeds with Mr. Long Fei too, right? Jitai Lang. Jitai Lang looked at the snakeskin bag, finding it unappealing, simply tossing it aside and looking for food in the box. Seemingly venting his frustration, he opened all the boxes he and Sheng Ning found. Just as his hand was about to touch a clearly darkened box, Sheng Ning's brow twitched. Stop. Jitai Lang had opened the box to provoke Sheng Ning, and now that she reacted, he ignored her, smiled slightly at her, and opened the box directly. In an instant, a shadow that blotted out the sun suddenly appeared inside the wooden house. The wooden door slammed shut, and a bizarre figure revealed sharp cow horns on its head. A human body, a cow head, a punch came down, and the wooden house collapsed in an instant. Sheng Ning needed to be on guard, and Long Fei got far away. The unluckiest was Jitai Lang, who opened the box. His legs were smashed by the cow-headed monster's punch. Save me, save me. Chicken Taro gurgled on the ground. The bull-headed monster smelled the scent of blood and extended its blood-red tongue, wrapping it around Chicken Taro's legs, which were smashed into a meat paste, and began to munch. The bull-headed monster had a huge appetite. Even after eating Chicken Taro's 2 legs, it still let out a loud, hungry belch. Sheng Ning pulled Long Fei and wanted to run, but Chicken Taro shouted from behind, "Save me. Please. I have cards. I have cards that can kill monsters." Long Fei stopped, clearly wanting to save him. Don't go. Sheng Ning frowned and looked at the bull-headed monster. This was a ghost-level monster, incredibly strong. Sheng Ning wasn't sure she could protect Long Fei without getting him hurt while killing the monster. As for Chicken Taro, that was his own doing. Please, save me. My father is the chief of the Chickenfoot tribe. I can make him give you many cards to resist monsters. I have to say, that was a condition that really moved Long Fei. Xiao Mei, you go first. I'll draw the monster away. Long Fei gripped his spear tightly, not giving Sheng Ning a chance to resist, and charged at the bull-headed monster. Chapter 31. Sheng Ning didn't even have time to say that she could also create cards before Long Fei lunged at the bull-headed monster with a knife. A few strands of cow hair fell out. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. The bull-headed monster kicked, and Long Fei was sent flying, spitting blood. Without checking his injuries, Sheng Ning knew Long Fei must have hurt his internal organs. The bull-headed monster briefly engaged with the two of them, then opened its dripping bloody mouth and headed toward Chicken Taro. Chicken Taro panicked completely, unable to hold onto his hypocritical mask any longer. Save me. Shang. Xiao Mei. I command you to save me. He held the cards in his hand, calling for help incessantly, already starting to lose his words. Sheng Ning pretended not to hear and looked at Long Fei's injuries. Chicken Taro again hurriedly called out to Long Fei for help. Save me. I'll give you 3 cards. A freeze card. I have a freeze card. Long Fei finally regained his composure, and Sheng Ning held onto him. I can also create cards. Long Fei gave a pale smile. He said, I understand. He thought Sheng Ning didn't want him to take risks. Rubbing his chest, Long Fei stood up with difficulty, as if saying his last words, Xiao Mei, if something happens to me, you must take this kid's cards back to the tribe. Saying this, he handed the bamboo helicopter he had tied to his waist to Sheng Ning and was about to charge forward again. Sheng Ning drew her Tang Dao and, before Long Fei, struck at the leg of the bull-headed monster. A tremendous crash echoed across the wilderness. Sheng Ning's hands were numb from the shock, but the bull-headed monster only had a nearly negligible wound opened on its leg. This bull-headed monster had defenses that were off the charts. Taunted again and again, the bull-headed monster's eyes turned red with rage, and it grabbed Chicken Taro and stuffed him into its mouth. In a critical moment, Long Fei leaped up again. At that instant, Sheng Ning saw Chicken Taro, almost being stuffed into the bull-headed monster's mouth, suddenly transform into Long Fei. The bull-headed monster didn't care who it was, it swallowed him whole. And Chicken Taro appeared where Long Fei had just been, falling onto the ground, quickly pulling out a speed card to crawl away. Shang Xiao Mei, save me. I can give you many cards. Big, big cards. Sheng Ning's mind was still stuck on the moment when Long Fei was swallowed. A simple and honest man, thinking of the long-toothed tribe even in death, was just calculated to die by this treacherous chicken taro? Sheng Ning's fury boiled, her gaze seemed ready to kill. What just happened? Every hope of survival for Chicken Taro rested on Sheng Ning, and he dared not hide anything. It was a teleportation card. It can only be used within 1 meter. Sheng Ning understood, and sneered, both angry and hurt. What a pity. Why couldn't she create these cards? If only she had one card, Long Fei wouldn't have died. Long Fei was the first person in this world to show her kindness, simple and honest, yet he was tricked to death by this seemingly cultured and polite rogue. Save me. Please save me. If you save me, I will give you all the cards. Jitai Lang knew that once Sheng Ning got the cards, he would never be saved. This ungrateful woman. The bull-headed demon gave the two no chance to breathe, swinging its fist once again toward them. Sheng Ning quickly dodged, taking out incense as a pale blue mist rose up. In less than a minute, the raging and powerful bull-headed demon began to waver. At this moment, Sheng Ning brandished her tang knife, leaping into the air, aiming at the heart of the bull-headed demon, and thrusting it down fiercely. Blood sprayed out, staining Sheng Ning completely, and she saw the durability of the tang knife drop by another 10%. This damned old cowhide is too thick. What surprised Sheng Ning even more was that the bull-headed demon was not dead at all. Stimulated by her, its consciousness gradually recovered. It's over, its weakness is not the heart. When the bull-headed demon saw Sheng Ning drenched in blood, its eyes instantly filled with veins, and it charged at her with its sharp horns. Sheng Ning. Speed card used successfully. Sheng Ning's speed was much faster than the bull-headed demon. She turned to look at the charging beast, its sharp horns gleaming with a dull black shine. Sheng Ning's gaze fixed, she stopped, raising her tang knife to slash at the monster again. Ding! The sharp impact echoed painfully in Sheng Ning's head, as the bull horn was chopped off. The bull-headed demon became even more frantic, losing one horn. It seemed to lose balance, and after just a few steps, its body tilted to one side. With a swift motion, she brought down her knife, cutting off the other horn, and she saw the bull-headed demon transform into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind a golden box, a parchment, a silver chess piece, and a pile of miscellaneous items. Sheng Ning did not open the box. There was nothing in it that could surprise her anymore. She returned to her original path and found Jitai Lang, who had turned into minced meat, with 2 cards left on the ground. One was a standstill card, D, and the other a confinement card, D. The moment she picked up the 2 cards, Sheng Ning copied them at once. Now she had 5 C-level copied cards and 3 D-level copied cards. The talent's 6-hour cooldown had ended, and this time, Sheng Ning chose to fuse 2 C-level copied cards. The wild wind howled past, the sky was very blue, clear and cloudless, almost unreachable. At this moment in the wilderness, besides the wind, Sheng Ning was the only person around. She held the bamboo dragonfly that Long Fei had given her, following its guidance, searching for 2 hours, and finally saw the Longfang tribe where the bamboo dragonfly landed. But the tribe, which should have been bustling, was now utterly silent. Sheng Ning felt something was wrong, worrying that the tribe had been attacked again by the monsters. 10 minutes later, Sheng Ning found a note in front of the chief's door. It turned out that after Long Fei and the others had gone out looking for the box, the monsters had attacked again. The Longfang tribe lost 4 people fighting off the monsters, which told them that the Demon King would night raid the tribe tonight. Left with no choice, the chief led everyone away from the tribe, beginning their migration. When Long Fei and the others returned, they would just follow their predetermined route to search. Sheng Ning. Long Fei knew their migration route, but Sheng Ning did not. Sheng Ning was tired too, so she sat down in front of the chief's door, took out a Coke and a hamburger, and began to eat heartily. Zhu Yunyan's conscious time seemed to be between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. It was now almost noon, and Sheng Ning didn't want to move, if only Zhu Yunyan could come by. After finishing her meal, Sheng Ning continued to open boxes. In addition to the golden box obtained from killing the monster, Sheng Ning found about 10 other boxes on the way. As expected, she opened another copied card, C. To her surprise, there was also a transformation card, C, and finally a parchment. As Sheng Ning felt the material of this parchment, it was similar to the one dropped by the bull-headed demon. But the 2 pieces couldn't be connected, and there were no words on the parchment. Maybe I have to find all the parchments to reveal the content? In the comments, people seem to catch a whiff of treasure map vibes from the parchment. Does anyone know what this parchment is for? Laughing to death, the rare copy card was kicked out like this, directly lowering its value. Newcomer. This is my second dungeon. Last time I only found 5 pieces of parchment, but this one looks completely different from the goddesses. Conservatively speaking, there must be at least 10 pieces of parchment. Doesn't anyone recognize this charm? I also went to Wuyu's livestream. He encountered pig trick, rat trick, and rabbit trick, while Alan Bell faced snake trick, monkey trick, pig trick, and cow trick. That's true, but why do some tricks drop charms while others don't? These charms can't be real, right? After finishing unpacking, Sheng Ning also received 2 C-level copy cards and 4 D-level copy cards. Sheng Ning looked at the talent bar and suddenly found that the fusion progress had stopped at 66.6% and wouldn't move forward. Chapter 32. With the progress stuck, Sheng Ning had no choice but to drag another C-level copy card onto the talent interface. The progress bar moved. Fusion countdown 1500 hours. At 1 p.m., Chu Yuanyang did not show up. Sheng Ning decided to set off again. With the system's announcement, Sheng Ning looked at the talent bar, and fusion changed from purple to dark gray, with 6 hours of cooldown remaining. In her supply bar, Sheng Ning saw a B-level card shining with a purple glow. Skill card, copy, B. Copy card, can copy all non-living things, usable 20 times, each use has a 60% chance of a 10x critical hit, a 30% chance of a 100x critical hit, and a 5% chance of a 1000x critical hit. Wow! Is this really a B-level card? Sheng Ning stroked the shiny purple card, and suddenly felt that her talent was quite impressive. Rubbing a B-level card, huh? In the live stream, as the B-level card appeared, the comments went wild. Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable that a B-level card appeared in a C-level dungeon? No way, a B-level card. I grinded through 3 B-level dungeons to save up for one, and she gets one in her second dungeon? Oh no, I was wrong, I really messed up, I shouldn't have laughed at her D-level talent, this is even more awesome than a B-level talent. Report the strange game for favoritism. No, dude, this is just an exception. Who was laughing at her for only being able to get copy cards? Collect C-level confinement cards? What's going on up front? I can't believe this, collecting cards, 3 C-level cards for 1 B-level card. You can't hog everything for yourself. The good mood from getting a B-level card didn't last long. By evening Sheng Ning still hadn't found any trace of the tribe. In this vast wilderness, it was hard to know when she would encounter them again. At 4 p.m., Sheng Ning found a clean and brand new wooden house that showed no signs of trickery. She decided to rest here for the night. She hoped that the Longya tribe would come across the player who had yet to appear, and they could safely get through tonight. When the fusion in Sheng Ning's talent bar changed back to a charming purple again, Sheng Ning suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out a C-level copy card, tapping it against a D-level copy card. In that instant, the C-level copy card suddenly became hot, scorching Sheng Ning's mind, making her feel like she was struck by lightning, her hair singed and curled. What's happening? Is there something weird? No, she must have touched the weird game's forbidden laws and got zapped, right? What's the forbidden law? Ha 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 ha. It's a bug. If I'm not wrong, this lady must have tried to use the copy card to copy the copy card, ha ha ha. Sheng Ning took a full half an hour to recover. Even if the bug wasn't forbidden, it didn't have to be this harsh. After this jolt, Sheng Ning obediently dragged 3 C-level copy cards onto the fusion panel. Fusion countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Cheerfully, she enjoyed a slice of durian milfai. After washing up, Sheng Ning changed into clean and comfortable sportswear, leaning against the door and falling asleep. Not knowing how long she had slept, Sheng Ning was startled awake by a sudden knock at the door. The person outside seemed to sense that Sheng Ning was awake and said through the door, "Confused one, I am a messenger of the gods, here to guide you to where you should go." Messenger? Rule 4, when the strange becomes a messenger, do not harm them. A tang knife appeared in Sheng Ning's hand, and she stood alert behind the door. The divine messenger said, "Child, open the door. I have what you desire, as long as you can pay the equal cost." Sheng Ning thought, since the strange has become a messenger, does that mean they cannot harm humans? This is the time to test courage. Sheng Ning stroked the tang knife and slowly opened the door. Outside stood a man in a wide white robe, youthful and familiar. Achu? Achu revealed a shy smile. "Sister, surprised?" Sheng Ning, more scared. "You come in." Achu walked in, bringing along a bright candlestick that illuminated the entire wooden house. "Sister, do you have anything you want?" After placing the candlestick, Achu began to shake out things from his robe. Knives, swords, guns, flashlights. All things that had never appeared in the box. There were also a few books and parchment scrolls. Sheng Ning paused, parchment rolls again. Achu noticed Sheng Ning's gaze. Sister has a good eye. He took the parchment roll and held it out to Sheng Ning. When she reached for it, she suddenly thought of something and asked, "What is the price?" Achu's ears turned red. "Can sister give me a kiss?" Sheng Ning tilted her head, her gaze on Achu suddenly becoming sharp. "Is it really that simple?" "Yes, can sister do it?" Achu rested his chin on his hand, looking at Sheng Ning with anticipation. The man's most proud and precious thing is his wife. If his wife kissed another man, I wonder if that man could still smile. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. If someone is to kiss, it should be me. I am the wife's favorite. I report that there's a lecherous strange here. Damn it, the filthy strange is stealing my wife.
Sheng Ning curled her lips, took Achu's hand, and gently kissed the ring on his ring finger.
Achu. In the live broadcast room. Ah, wife, you are so clever. Damn lecherous strange, trying to bully my wife, go crush it. No, I can't make the first move, breaking the rules means death. Achu's smile froze momentarily, then he took out 2 more parchment rolls from his robe. Sister is truly amazing, one kiss could drain me dry. He pushed the parchment rolls toward Sheng Ning, showing an admiring and innocent smile. With these 2, there would be 5 parchment rolls. Sister, kiss me here, Achu pointed to his lips. Sheng Ning remained unmoved, even raising the stakes. What about 2 more for a French kiss? Chapter 33. As soon as the words fell, Achu's entire face turned bright red, like a lovely young lotus.
Sheng Ning smiled, her posture relaxed. The initiative was instantly back in Sheng Ning's hands.
All right. You said it. Achu was eager to move. He got up and went out, returning in less than half an hour. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room.
Ha, just came out of Wu Yu's livestream. Achu just beat up the messenger looking for Wu Yu and snatched 2 parchment rolls.
Wait, doesn't anyone find it strange? Why is Achu treating Xiaomei so well? He doesn't really think he is a lecherous strange, right? Achu's level is obviously very high, an NPC with self-awareness? Has anyone been through this dungeon before? Please tell me who Achu really is.
Been there, for real, I randomly encountered an NPC, don't know who Achu is, my exploration rate is only 35%. Achu threw the parchment rolls in front of Sheng Ning, leaning closer and pouting, Sister, hurry and enjoy me. Sheng Ning smiled, 2 incense sticks quietly appeared behind her. The light blue smoke soon quietly dispersed. Since it was strange, it was impossible to resist the incense. Achu closed his eyes, feeling a warm hand gently touch his cheek, inch by inch, cherished deeply. Warm breath sprinkled on his face. Achu heard Sheng Ning's lowered voice, filled with deep affection. Honey, if you don't come out soon, I'll kiss him. Achu only felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was already another person. His wife was right in front of him, and with the aid of the incense, Chu Yuan easily shielded the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room showed that Achu suddenly regretted leaving, and Sheng Ning was sleeping on the ground. The picture quality was still quite detailed, and for a moment, no one could find anything wrong.
Sheng Ning had been roasted for an entire night. Before the light of day appeared, Chu Yuan had to leave. In the silent wooden house, Sheng Ning was still deep in sleep. Chu Yuan's eyes were filled with reluctance. He kissed Sheng Ning's forehead and turned to leave. If he could, he wanted to stay by his sister's side forever. Unfortunately, he was too impatient in the final copy, attacked by 4 indescribable strange beings, cut into 18 pieces, and discarded in different copies. One indescribable existence caught sight of Sheng Ning and pulled her to this place as well. Named to save him, but who really knows?
In the last moment, Chu Yuan exhausted all his strength and arranged Sheng Ning's copy before level 3. As long as Sheng Ning clears the copy, he can slowly regain his body and gather strength. Walking out of the wooden house, the first ray of dawn illuminated Chu Yuan. There was a consciousness in his mind fighting for control of the body. In the gap of alternating control, Chu Yuan coldly warned, if you dare to provoke her again, don't blame me for ruining your copy. Chu said pitifully, clearly, sister also likes me, she has been holding my hand all along. Thinking of that scene, Chu Yuan couldn't help but want to devour this strange being.
But it couldn't be. Chu was a crucial NPC in this copy.
If he died, the copy would collapse, and Sheng Ning would be trapped here forever.
Chu Yuan sneered, you are lucky, you have her favorite face. Without this face, she wouldn't even glance at you.
Chu, no, even without this face, she would still like me.
I'm much cuter and purer than you old creep.
Chu Yuan, next copy, you two can use your own faces.
Chu, are you so sure she can clear this copy?
Although Chu also felt that it was just a matter of time for Sheng Ning to clear it. Chu Yuan sneered, sounding very proud, I taught her myself, it took only 4 years to reach where you are. When Sheng Ning woke up, Chu Yuan had already left.
Last night was a high-stakes gamble. Clearly, she won the bet. At 1 p.m.
While Sheng Ning was picking up boxes, she suddenly found blood on one of the boxes, along with a bloody finger nearby.
Someone was nearby and had been attacked. Following the dripping blood on the ground, she ran over.
She hoped it wasn't the Longya tribe. But contrary to her wishes, just as a rat-shaped strange being was about to devour that man's skull, Sheng Ning threw her tang knife, almost piercing the rat-like strange being's belly. The rat strange moved very quickly, seeing someone had come, its black eyes turned, understanding it couldn't beat the person in front of it, and without any hesitation, it fled. Sheng Ning went over to help the man up, From his plain clothes, it was evident he was from the Longya tribe. The man covered the entire arm that had been torn off, revealing a bloody wound, yet he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaomei, it's you." Sheng Ning quickly took out alcohol and gauze to stop the bleeding for the man. The man's first words were an apology. "Xiaomei, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. Long Chun's death has nothing to do with you."
"Don't talk, let me bandage you." Sheng Ning frowned, the bloody wound still dripping with muscle fibers was truly nerve-wracking.
She showed worry, her expression serious, her hair tied up with a rubber band, revealing her beautiful side profile. Long Xia felt his ears turn red, if only Xiaomei were willing to be his wife. Unfortunately, just when he had this thought, Sheng Ning poured alcohol on his wound, causing Long Xia to roll his eyes in pain and pass out. 2 hours later, Long Xia woke up and brought Sheng Ning back to the new Longya tribe. Although it was called a tribe, it was actually just a patch of grass enclosed by stones. The weeds on the ground, only a few dozen centimeters tall, were slowly growing. This was not a place for the long term. Seeing Sheng Ning and Long Xia return, everyone rushed over, with some concerned about Long Xia and others apologizing to Sheng Ning with guilt. The leader among them was Long Yi, the person who had kicked the door to Sheng Ning's room back then. Sheng Ning waved her hand, took out a golden box, and slowly said in the astonished gaze of the Longya tribe, "Can you take me to find the chief?" Long Yi reacted, and his attitude toward Sheng Ning became even more respectful. "Little Great Priest, please follow me." The chief, troubled as he arranged defenses for the night, wore a worried expression. The tribe was at the brink of life and death. Why hadn't the great priest shown up yet? Just then, a gleam of gold flashed at the corner of his eye, and looking over, it was actually Shang Xiaomei, who had been expelled from the tribe, holding a golden box. "Little Xiaomei." The chief was shocked. "It's me, chief. No need for many words. How many boxes do we have? I'm here to open them." Yes, we have 100, all waiting for you." The chief couldn't believe it, his lips even started to tremble. He led Sheng Ning to the center of the tribe, and when everyone saw Sheng Ning in the golden box, they all understood her identity and stood up respectfully. Before opening the boxes, Sheng Ning confessed, "Chief, the cards I open might mostly be duplicate cards. Although I can only produce duplicate cards, I now have binding cards, freezing cards, speed cards, transformation cards, plus duplicate cards, ensuring the safety of the tribe members should be no problem." Sheng Ning added. To the chief, any card was better than no card at all. Moreover, this duplicate card was not bad at all. With duplicate cards, wouldn't that mean all cards could be supplied infinitely? Much better than single-use cards. Seeing that the chief didn't mind, Sheng Ning sat down to open the boxes. More than 100 boxes, without any surprises. Sheng Ning opened 25 D-level duplicate cards and 11 C-level duplicate cards. Sheng Ning kept 3 C-level cards and took out 1 B-level card. She wanted to try the power of the B-level card, which she had been looking forward to for a long time. With 25 D-level cards, there were 75 chances to duplicate, resulting in 25 binding cards, 18 freezing cards, 17 speed cards, and 15 transformation cards. There were also over 20 useless cards that didn't work but still produced cards. With 8 C-level cards and 80 chances to duplicate, she produced 4 types of cards, each with 20 copies. Through this attempt, Sheng Ning also discovered that C-level cards had a 100% success rate for duplicating D-level cards. Not a single useless card appeared. Next was the long-awaited chance to use the B-level card. First time, duplicated a binding card. After 3 consecutive attempts without critical hits, Sheng Ning panicked, the people of the Longya tribe panicked, and the livestream chat was filled with praying emojis. Sheng Ning took out incense, bowed to the shimmering purple B-level card, and then used the B-level duplicate card again. Ding, duplicated a transformation card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, obtaining 10 transformation cards. She succeeded. The Longya tribe erupted in cheers. The chief felt that this was much better than other cards. If they had a few more critical hits, it wouldn't be a problem for every tribe member to have a card. The 5th time, duplicated a binding card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, obtaining 10 binding cards. During the 20 chances with the B-level card, there were 15 critical hits, 10 of which were 10-fold critical hits, and 5 were 100-fold critical hits. However, the long-anticipated 1,000-fold critical hit never appeared. Sheng Ning accumulated 5 primitive incense sticks over 4 days, and during the last use, a 100-fold critical hit appeared. She handed the incense and over 600 cards to the chief. The chief looked at so many cards, tears streaming down his face. "We are saved, the tribe is saved." When he left the tribe he had relied on for hundreds of years, the chief did not cry. When tribe members died, the chief did not cry. When he heard that his son, Long Fei, had died, the chief also did not cry. Now, looking at so many life-saving cards, the chief could no longer hold back his tears. The chief choked up and said, "Xiaomei, on behalf of the Long Fong tribe, thank you." "It's nothing, I should do it," Sheng Ning said, feeling overwhelmed by such formal gratitude. The comments online were also filled with emotion. "I see who still dares to say the daughter is unlucky. What's wrong with only drawing duplicate cards? Duplicate cards are super amazing. This is a combat encounter. I'm convinced. How can the Chicken Claw tribe fight the Long Fong tribe? They can bury people with cards. I report, there is a cheater here. The report guy is still around. Report, my king, I just went to Wu Yu's livestream and saw he only drew a total of 45 cards. Although there are C-level cards, this guy kept the C-level ones for himself.
Does this guy even know what a combat encounter means? It's the two tribes fighting, not players fighting. With so many cards, the Long Fong tribe finally had hope of surviving the night. Sheng Ning wanted to keep watch, but the chief and Long Yi forced her to the center of the tribe to let her rest well. She rarely had a peaceful sleep. As soon as midnight passed, a sudden commotion broke out in the tribe, and Sheng Ning instantly woke up, asking the person beside her, what happened? Next to her was a middle-aged woman holding a child, a bit timid, tightly holding her child in her arms. It seems there is an envoy ahead, the chief is. Envoy. Ah, Chu.
But Sheng Ning's first thought was still the rules. You cannot attack the envoy. Long Yi was a reckless man, and if a fight broke out, it would be disastrous. At the front of the tribe, the chief stood in the middle, surrounded by people holding bright torches to illuminate the area. Sheng Ning also saw the envoy, but it was not Ah Chu. It would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed. High Priest, you have come. Someone made way for Sheng Ning. The envoy saw Sheng Ning, and his eyes lit up. Lost child, do you have what you desire? As long as you pay an equal price, I can satisfy you. Sheng Ning wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by Long Yi, his sturdy body blocking her firmly behind. It's fine, he is an envoy who can trade. I happen to have what I want. Sheng Ning gave Long Yi a reassuring look, stepped forward, and asked the envoy, do you have a parchment? The envoy smiled and took out 2 pieces of parchment from his white robe. Child, what can you offer me in exchange?
Sheng Ning smiled back, grandson, what do you want? Calling him grandson, who is benefiting from that? The envoy's smile vanished.
Smiles don't disappear, they only shift. The people of the Long Fong tribe, hearing the word grandson, finally couldn't hold back their tightly wound nerves. Even the usually steady chief couldn't help but smile. The envoy gritted his teeth. You are very good.
Raise the price. I want to raise the price. Sheng Ning stood tall and proud, of course. The envoy, 1 piece of parchment for 5 human hearts.
Seeing the stiff expressions on the faces of the Long Fong tribe, the envoy showed a honeyed smile again. However, Sheng Ning did not relent, taking out 2 incense sticks. The light blue smoke dispersed, and the envoy immediately changed his expression. 1 incense stick for 1 piece of parchment.
2 sticks. 3 sticks for 2 pieces of parchment. Deal.
The trade went too smoothly, so smoothly that the people of the Long Fong tribe did not react to what should have been a bloody negotiation. The envoy, having received the incense, took a deep breath, feeling entirely refreshed. After a long while, he revealed a cunning smile. 2 pieces of incense, in exchange for the new tribe's address. How about that?
A new tribe.
The people of the Long Fong tribe gasped.
The messenger wanted this reaction. He felt a bit regretful. Should he have asked for less? Sheng Ning smiled. The old tribe has lost its function, and a new tribe is born. Messenger, if I'm not mistaken, this news was meant for you to tell us, right?
The messenger's thoughts were hit right on target, and his face stiffened. 1, it can't be less.
Sheng Ning took out an incense stick and probed. Do the people of Chicken Foot tribe know about the new tribe?
The messenger had already been bribed by the incense and opened up. I haven't been to Chicken Foot tribe yet.
How about you give me another stick, and I'll tell you all I know.
The messenger knew the incense was precious. This woman had taken it out with such ease, he could really exploit her.
Sheng Ning thought for a moment. Times have changed, the incense had just gotten a 100-fold boost. She was also quite rich now. Here you go. Chapter 35.
After indulging, the messenger rarely became sober and spoke endlessly.
This new tribe can only have 1 tribe's people living in it. Otherwise, we'll either kill everyone on the opposite side or be killed ourselves. As long as 1 person from the opposite side enters this new tribe, the tribe will lose its protective function. I'm quite righteous, right? If you don't know this, how many people might die?
The messenger spoke truly. If the opposite tribe's people infiltrated, and the tribe thought the strange beings wouldn't invade, the damage would surely be worse than usual.
Sheng Ning paused slightly, suddenly remembering a saying on the forum.
There are 5 types of dungeons: puzzle dungeons, confrontation dungeons, competition dungeons, treasure hunting dungeons, benefit dungeons, and special dungeons. It wasn't until Sheng Ning saw the clearance rules that she realized this dungeon couldn't be a benefit dungeon. But she also didn't expect it to be a confrontation dungeon.
Confrontation dungeons are quite similar to competition dungeons. The difference is that confrontation dungeons are about who can hold out to the end, while competition dungeons are about who clears it first. In a competition dungeon, the first to clear it wins. The losers are wiped out by the game. As for confrontation dungeons, you have to kill everyone. Sheng Ning was silent for a long time and took a deep breath.
She already had an answer in her heart.
5 sticks of incense, how about leaving them in our tribe tonight?
Sheng Ning asked with a smile, her eyes curving into pretty crescents. Anyone familiar with Sheng Ning would know that behind this smile definitely hid a scheme. The messenger wavered, his eyes darting. 10 sticks.
Sheng Ning's smile deepened. Deal. Ha! The messenger stood in a daze, feeling some indescribable sensation, as if he had lost out.
Sheng Ning informed the chief that in the state the messenger was in, he couldn't attack humans, but humans couldn't attack the messenger either.
Otherwise,
the chief understood immediately, sending a few strong men with barrels of fine wine to welcome the messenger.
Hey, when friends come, there's good wine, when wolves come, there are shotguns.
At 3 in the morning, the thick night had dissipated, and the sky turned into a beautiful deep blue.
The dazed messenger suddenly spoke, they're coming, they're coming. As soon as he finished, someone in the tribe blew a sharp whistle.
The strange beings were attacking. Sheng Ning couldn't sleep well. Upon hearing the whistle, she immediately got up and joined the fight against the strange beings. What Sheng Ning didn't expect was that this time, there were a full 10 strange beings. The fight lasted until dawn. This was the first time the Dragon Tooth tribe used cards to resist the strange beings. Although they had protected most of the people, 26 were severely injured and died, and many others were lightly wounded. Especially that messenger. Just as the dawn broke, he transformed into a strange being. If it weren't for Long Yi staying vigilant and using a stasis card at the critical moment, perhaps even more people would have suffered.
After dawn, they set off again.
But this time, in the vast wilderness, they had a direction to move forward. Everyone put in their full effort, eager to take advantage of the additional day over Chicken Foot tribe.
Sheng Ning kept opening boxes on the road.
During the lunch break, she pieced together 9 pieces of parchment. The parchment emitted an ancient glow, and when the 9 pieces were placed together, they automatically merged. Sheng Ning looked and saw that only 3 more pieces were needed to complete the merge. The chief and Sheng Ning were now the central figures of the tribe. Every move they made was watched by others.
As Sheng Ning was piecing the parchments, Long Qiu approached, saying, "High Priest, what is this?"
Sheng Ning thought he was just making small talk and casually replied, "Parchment, I heard that important things are usually recorded on this."
"Recorded what? This has no writing." Sheng Ning stroked her chin and said, "Yeah, what is recorded? Maybe we need to find the remaining pieces to find out."
All the pieces were with the strange creature.
What could possibly need to be kept by such a being? Long Qiu chuckled and waved at a pair of mother and child not far away, saying, "Long Qiu, bring your potty here." "Sheng Ning?"
The child, called Long Qiu, waddled over with his chubby bottom, saying, "Old man, here's your potty."
"Mom says to clean up well."
Long Qiu expertly tucked Long Qiu under his arm, grinning as he handed the parchment to Sheng Ning. "High Priest, see if this is a parchment." The parchment was damp and still steaming, clearly just soaked by the little child.
"Sheng Ning."
Just one look, and Sheng Ning confirmed it was a parchment. The chief witnessed the entire scene and rushed over to give Long Qiu a playful slap on the back of the head. "You little rascal, I wondered where the rag on the bookshelf went. It was you who took it."
Sheng Ning.
Only 2 pieces were left to complete the parchment. Sheng Ning felt that the remaining 2 pieces were most likely in the Chicken Foot tribe. She smiled, making the chief feel a chill. This girl was not good news. "Chief, there were a lot of strange occurrences yesterday. It must be related to the Chicken Foot tribe.
Our people should encounter the Chicken Foot tribe first, and then, in short."
The chief rarely showed a casual smile, his eyes sparkling. "Little May, so the snake-hearted woman refers to you."
Sheng Ning.
As the sun set in the west, those scattered in search of supplies returned to their tribe.
The Chicken Foot tribe had already migrated from their original settlement.
Yesterday, the high priest said there was a way to avoid strange attacks, and indeed, no strange beings appeared last night. Today, more people went out searching for boxes to contribute to the high priest.
"High Priest, bad news. Our people were robbed."
Wu Yu's brow twitched. "What? The Long-Tooth tribe people are so despicable. They came over to greet us and shake hands, but once we engaged, they stripped us of everything. Where's the box?"
"It's gone." Wu Yu gasped. "What about the cards?" "They were stolen."
"Ha, the girl is so bad, hilarious, starting with one hand, all gear relies on robbing."
"It's not her lack of manners, how can she rob someone's stuff?" "I report. There's a white lotus here. The goddess livestream is dirty."
"Bro, this is a survival challenge. It's either you die or I live, and you should be grateful it was just robbery. If it were someone else, they might have killed you." "Of course, there would be killing. This is a survival challenge. If someone invades your tribe, your people will die. If you don't kill them, wait for them to kill you." The Long-Tooth tribe stole several weapon cards and nearly 100 boxes from the Chicken Foot tribe. Today, Sheng Ning obtained a total of 40 D-grade replicated cards and 19 C-grade replicated cards. From last night to today, she also gained 3 B-grade cards from her talent. After distributing the replicated cards, it was already completely dark. Soon after midnight, the strange beings attacked again, 10 of them this time. Among them was a ghost-level snake spirit that could become invisible. More than 20 people in the tribe tragically died at its hands. Sheng Ning looked around at the green grass stained with blood. The Long Chiu who was laughing and talking at noon was now a headless corpse.
This snake-like monster must be an eerie one with a curse. Dealing with an invisible monster, Sheng Ning is also at a loss.
Without hesitation, she takes out a selection card. Ding, selection card used successfully, skill card acquired, Eye of Tracking, A. Eye of Tracking, no living creature can escape your tracking. If it does, then you are too weak.
After using the card, the scene in Sheng Ning's eyes suddenly turned black and white.
In her sight, she could clearly see the snake monster 2 meters away from her, chewing on a corpse while glaring at her. In the instant their eyes met, the snake monster shot toward her like a launched cannonball, its mouth wide open in a bloodthirsty grin.
Chapter 36.
The tang knife unsheathed, the snake's fang collided with the tang knife. The huge impact sent Sheng Ning flying back 10 meters. The snake's fang, cut in half by the tang knife, oozed out thick black poison, falling to the ground, where the blood burned the grass, creating a mist of blood red. Sheng Ning's arms felt numb, as if crushed by a heavy truck, but there was no time for her to catch her breath.
With the fang severed, the snake monster went berserk, its body swelling in anger, its tail swinging violently, breaking nearby grass and leaves, releasing its fury. This also made it easier for Sheng Ning to move. She gritted her teeth and charged at the snake monster again with the tang knife. The snake monster was agile, but Sheng Ning was even more nimble. The snake monster could not bite Sheng Ning, and after several attempts, its tail couldn't catch her shadow either. Between evasion and pursuit, Sheng Ning found an opening and thrust the knife into the snake monster's 7 inches, erupting with blinding white light. The snake monster let out a long howl, then with a final mournful cry, collapsed to the ground, transforming into a cloud of black smoke. The people of the Dragon Tooth tribe couldn't see the snake monster, but they could tell from Sheng Ning's struggle that it had been a hard fight. As the snake monster died, the Dragon Tooth tribe members rushed over to check her injuries. Congratulations, player Shang Xiaomei, for successfully killing a ghost-level monster and gaining 200 experience points. Not far away on the grass, in the pool of blood, besides a silver box, there was a talisman that Sheng Ning had expected. Having dealt with the most troublesome monster, the others were also driven back by the Dragon Tooth tribe. Before dawn, the tribe counted their numbers. Originally over 3,000, now barely over 1,500 remained. Upon hearing this number, the chief remained silent, but his reddened eyes revealed his sorrow and pain. Then, the chief issued orders for everyone to rest well before dawn. After sunrise, they would set off again. He was the chief. He had no time to mourn, no time to be sad. After encountering 10 monster attacks twice, Sheng Ning confirmed her suspicions through these monsters' forms. These monstrous shapes were the legendary 12 zodiac signs.
But what puzzled Sheng Ning was that she had never seen the dragon-shaped monster or the rooster-shaped monster. There was also one thing that Sheng Ning cared a lot about. Among these 10 monsters, aside from one turning into a messenger and one monster king, this meant that all 10 monsters were in the Dragon Tooth tribe.
This was abnormal, very abnormal. As for the reason, Sheng Ning could only think of one answer. The third player. This must be related to him. Moreover, this player probably had a deep connection with the monsters. The golden sunlight gradually appeared on the horizon, pouring down radiant beams over the wilderness. Look! What's that?
Amidst the golden light, a mountain peak quietly emerged not far away. On the peak, sunlight filled the sky, and where the sunlight fell, life brimmed. The chief gazed towards the mountain peak, his eyes unable to hide his joy and excitement. They had finally reached a new tribe. The appearance of the mountain peak boosted the morale of the demoralized Dragon Tooth tribe. Sheng Ning moved slowly in the team. Her injuries from the previous night had yet to heal, and she was still carrying a little carrot head, Long Jojo. Jojo's mommy and daddy had died at the hands of the snake monster. He was the only one left, having escaped, protected by his parents.
As if understanding the meaning of death, little Radish Head kept trembling, unwilling to make a sound.
Only when Sheng Ning held him did he dare to cry softly, and after crying until tired, he fell asleep again. At noon, the peaks grew clearer. They were almost at the foot of the mountain. Sheng Ning could no longer follow the main group. She needed to find that third player.
After calming Long Jujiao, and under the worried gaze of the chieftain, Sheng Ning's figure once again disappeared into the wild grass.
Along the way, she smashed 3 ghost-level strange beings and scared off 4 ethereal-level strange beings, and finally found the third player. As expected, the third player was strange. The rabbit-type strange being showed a slight bitter smile. On the first night I entered the instance, I was killed by a strange being. When I woke up again, I had become a strange being.
Sheng Ning was puzzled. Since you have become a strange being, can you still clear the instance?
The rabbit-type strange being did not hide, giving an answer that surprised Sheng Ning. As this instance develops, you should know that this is an opposing instance.
But who says opposing instances can only have 2 factions?
We strange beings are also a faction. Sheng Ning took a breath, her eyes darkening with a hint of understanding.
She said. So, the strange faction kills everyone, counts as your win? You and the Chicken Foot tribe agreed to kill all the Dragon Tooth tribe members first, right?
The rabbit strange being nodded in satisfaction. You are so smart.
How about we cooperate? You and I can wipe out the Chicken Foot tribe first, and then we can duel.
The rabbit strange being met Wu Yu yesterday, and it wasn't a pleasant encounter. He felt sad inside, if only he had met this beautiful sister earlier. Sheng Ning had more than one question in her heart. Without clarifying these, she didn't dare to joke with the over 1,000 people in the Dragon Tooth tribe. Saying this, she took out an incense stick and tossed it to the rabbit strange being. I'll give you 10 sticks of this incense if you answer me 2 questions, how about that? The rabbit strange being had smelled the intoxicating incense in the Dragon Tooth tribe last night. Fortunately, he was a special strange being with a bit more resistance, otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped death last night. But Sheng Ning was too smart enough to make the rabbit strange being a bit scared, yet the strange being's body and the incense were irresistible.
Gritting his teeth, the rabbit strange being nodded. You ask. Sheng Ning, why do strange beings keep reappearing, and their strength varies? Rabbit strange being.
The rabbit strange being took a deep breath of the incense, showing a hint of enjoyment in his expression. Strange beings do not die. As long as one strange being is alive, the rest will respawn at midnight.
Sheng Ning's expression gradually became serious.
The rabbit strange being whispered, there's another piece of not so good news. The strengths of the respawn strange beings are uncertain, ranging from ghost level to vicious ghost level.
The air fell into silence as Sheng Ning once again realized the difficulty of this instance.
To achieve a high-level clear, she needed to kill all strange beings, including the strange king, within 24 hours. The reason the rabbit strange being dared to tell her this was simply that he thought she wouldn't be able to kill all the strange beings within 24 hours. She herself found it difficult, especially with some special strange beings carrying charms. At that moment, Sheng Ning even thought of uniting with Wu Yu and the 2 tribes to kill all strange beings, but sadly, it was impossible.
After a while, Sheng Ning asked the second question, what's going on with the dragon strange being and chicken strange being that haven't appeared?
Rabbit strange being, it's related to the tribes, you'll know when enough people have died. Sheng Ning took out 10 incense sticks. I promise to cooperate with you.
Cooperating with the rabbit strange being was currently the best way to protect the Dragon Tooth tribe.
After saying goodbye to the rabbit strange being, Sheng Ning wandered in the wilderness for a while, took down an ethereal level strange being, and then returned to the Dragon Tooth tribe with the bamboo flying insect. When she was just getting close to the Dragon Tooth tribe, she suddenly heard waves of agonizing crying.
Chapter 37.
Sheng Ning pushed aside the grass. Everywhere was blood, and everywhere were severed limbs and broken arms. Everywhere there were howling tribesmen. The further they went, the more bloody and brutal the scene became. Someone saw Sheng Ning return and knelt on the ground, begging, High Priest, please, you are so powerful, save us. The speaker was a woman who had lost one arm, with her other arm tightly holding a man's head.
High Priest.
Long Yi appeared, covered in blood, his face a mix of blood and tears, wetly falling into the blood on the ground.
Sheng Ning's blood seemed to freeze, her eyes blankly sweeping over the entire tribe. What happened?
She had almost guessed the answer.
It wasn't strange, it was.
Long Yi suppressed his anger, his voice hoarse, holding back tears. It's the Chicken Foot tribe, they attacked us by surprise. Their high priest card is very powerful, we simply couldn't withstand it.
They targeted only the women and children. Wu Yu, it really is you.
Sheng Ning closed her eyes, her face filled with self-blame and pain, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Indeed, mercy is worth nothing in this damn game.
Where is the chief? Sheng Ning asked, needing to discuss something with the chief. Mentioning the chief, Long Yi's tears could finally no longer be held back. The burly man was now in tears, his voice choking. The chief has broken one leg, he is old, and may not survive tonight. Sheng Ning's voice was calm to the point of being heartless. Do you want revenge?
Long Yi's choked voice stopped, his eyes filled with hatred. Revenge.
We must have revenge. Sheng Ning, gather 20 people, rest for a while, we are going to the Chicken Foot tribe. After Long Yi left, Sheng Ning took out several D-level weapon cards that she had previously stolen from the Chicken Foot tribe and eagerly dragged them into the talent bar. A countdown appeared after the purple fusion. 29 minutes and 59 seconds.
When she had merged D-level copy cards before, it had only taken 5 minutes, now half an hour. Sheng Ning started to look forward to what would emerge from the fusion.
Half an hour later, Long Yi and the others were ready to set off.
Sheng Ning looked at the card that was merged and suddenly, the corners of her lips curled up. Weapon card, Special Synthesis Triangular Spike, C. This triangular spike, made from numerous blades and rods, had 2 heads and was about 1.6 meters long. Its sharp brilliance made it look dangerous at first glance. With 2 C-level copy cards, Sheng Ning solved the weapon problem for 20 people. After equipping each person with 50 cards, binding card, stasis card, speed card, transformation card, Sheng Ning took out the copy guidance card and followed its direction towards the Chickenfoot tribe. The Chickenfoot tribe members were boasting about their achievements today, and seeing the dragon tooth people's severed heads excited them greatly. There was no longer any politeness that Sheng Ning had shown when meeting them.
Demons are demons.
A stasis card was thrown over, and the people who had just been gathered together fell silent instantly. 10 seconds later, blood began to seep from their necks, and their heads slowly rolled off. The dragon tooth people had always been frugal, and even now, they were fully committed to their frugality. They collected everything from the bodies without missing a single item and handed them over to Sheng Ning. Repeated cards, find the original cards, Sheng Ning accepted them and tossed them into the supply bar. After taking care of one batch, they continued moving forward, and only after killing the third wave of people did Sheng Ning discover a healing card, D, in the pockets of the corpses. Sheng Ning was not stingy, she took out a B-level card and lit some incense to pay her respects. A total of 17 critical hits occurred, with 12 10-fold critical hits, 400-fold critical hits, and 1,000-fold critical hit. This 1,000-fold critical hit was a timely blessing, a total of 1,540 cards. Sheng Ning instructed each person to keep 20 cards, and the rest were urgently sent back to the tribe, save as many as they could. The sky grew darker. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. After midnight, the strange creatures would attack the Chickenfoot tribe. The strange creatures do not differentiate between tribe members, so Sheng Ning and Long Yi knew. They must deal a heavy blow to the Chickenfoot tribe before midnight. Long Yi selected 20 people, all of them the young and strong of the tribe. Adding to this, after several rounds of surprise attacks, these people had completely mastered the perfect timing for card usage. Even if they encountered resistance from the Chickenfoot tribe, their weapons were all one level higher than those of the Chickenfoot people, making it a matter of minutes to eliminate them. Compared to the strange slaughter, Sheng Ning was even less skilled at killing. These were living people, her kind. Long Yi did not dare to let Sheng Ning really charge to the front, so Sheng Ning kept providing cover around him, with only one opponent to face. Attacking the Chickenfoot tribe's headquarters was completely different from ambushing several small teams. After losing over 100 people to the surprise attack, the Chickenfoot tribe finally reacted, quickly surrounding the 20 people from the Dragon Tooth tribe, putting them at a disadvantage. But the situation reversed within just a few breaths. The Chickenfoot tribe's cards were varied, but they couldn't compare to the quantity of cards the Dragon Tooth tribe had. 20 people against 500, they surprisingly did not fall at all behind, especially with Long Yi and others red-eyed with killing fury, almost chasing down Chickenfoot people with their double-headed tridents.
Hearing the news, Wu Yu hurriedly arrived. Sheng Ning was waiting for him. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment when he saw Sheng Ning, then quickly reacted, "You are a player? You tricked me."
Sheng Ning curled her lips and smiled coldly, "I already said I was a player."
"I'll screw you."
Wu Yu couldn't finish his sentence before Sheng Ning's tang knife stabbed fiercely forward, directly interrupting his remaining words. Wu Yu was somewhat knowledgeable and immediately recognized that it was an A-level knife, incredulously saying, "This is a rookie dungeon, you.
How could you possibly have an A-level knife?" Of course, Sheng Ning wouldn't explain to him. A double-headed trident appeared in her hand, stabbing fiercely at Wu Yu. Freeze card. In the moment he drew out the card, Sheng Ning used the power of the trident to leap out of the range of the card. That bastard, what was left were all C-level cards. The D-level card had only a 3-meter range, and the C-level card's freeze range was 10 meters. If Sheng Ning hadn't been guarding against it, she would have almost been caught. The freeze card could only be used once, and when a moving object entered a still space, it wouldn't be affected by the freeze. So, before Wu Yu could react, holding the trident again, Sheng Ning charged at him once more. The sharp tip aimed straight at Wu Yu's throat. Wu Yu had never seen such speed, it could only be compared to the strange. Just a slight moment, and Wu Yu used the shadow swap card, quickly exchanging places with a shadow he saw. When the sharp trident pierced that person's throat, Sheng Ning realized that the person was actually the chief of the Chickenfoot tribe.
And she was 3 meters behind him. Wu Yu also looked stunned, he hadn't even seen clearly who that person was. In the chief's hand, there was a machete. He wanted to help Wu Yu ambush Sheng Ning but unknowingly became a scapegoat.
Chapter 38.
The movements of the high priest and the chief were being watched by many. The moment the blood sprayed from the chicken chief's carotid artery, the world strangely fell silent for an instant. Then, someone shouted, "The chief is dead." Only then did the tribe erupt in chaos, the morale of the Chickenfoot tribe shattered, and the Dragon Tooth tribe pressed the attack. In a short half-hour, blood flowed like a river, turning the Chickenfoot tribe.
Wu Yu, in a daze, had his arm chopped off by Sheng Ning.
When she wanted to strike again, suddenly a member of the Chickenfoot tribe rushed out and directly carried Wu Yu away using a speed card. Long Yi and the others were red-eyed with killing intent. Seeing the chief dead and the high priest fleeing, the people around continued to fall, their eyes filled with fear and confusion.
There were still 20 minutes until midnight.
The chicken foot tribe, which originally had about 2,000 people, sharply decreased to only 1,300, with the dead being the elite of the chicken foot tribe.
It's time to leave.
Halfway there, Sheng Ning suddenly patted her head, remembering that Wu Yu left without taking anything, so why not check his camp to see if she could find something useful? Longy was worried about her being alone, so he brought a group of people back with him.
Although they had been traveling for a day and night, the people of the Longya tribe were all bright-eyed and full of energy.
Sheng Ning moved quickly. She found nothing useful at Wu Yu's place, but instead discovered a piece of sheepskin scroll on the chicken chief's soft mat. Only the last piece of the sheepskin scroll remained.
Sheng Ning was extremely excited and prepared to leave after reuniting with Longy. At midnight.
Suddenly, a wild wind rose in the endless black wilderness, forcing the surrounding blades of grass to lay flat on the ground. If it weren't for the darkness of the night, their group would have been exposed. Sheng Ning gazed toward the heart of the whirlwind. A black shadow slowly emerged from the body of the chicken chief, and the surrounding objects, even the blood, began to float slowly. When the wind calmed and silence fell, a bizarre figure shaped like a rooster floated in the air, its mung bean-like eyes scanning the surroundings with a pure blood-red glow. Just one glance made Sheng Ning feel an overwhelming sense of crisis. This chicken-like anomaly was the pinnacle of ghost-level bizarre creatures. The people of the chicken foot tribe had just experienced a bloody battle. They hadn't even had time to catch their breath before seeing the sudden appearance of the bizarre creature, their faces filled with despair. Even more despairing was that strange figures kept emerging from the lush grass.
A new round of slaughter was about to begin. On the 8th day of the bizarre game, the chicken foot tribe was wiped out completely. Except for a few people who had escaped with Wu Yu. What chilled Sheng Ning and the others the most was that the one who killed the most wasn't anyone else but that chicken bizarre. It seemed to know that it was just a bit away from upgrading, killing its own kin wildly just to elevate itself. It even killed 2 other bizarre creatures. This anomaly is too strong. What if it comes to our tribe? Longy was anxious, scratching his head.
Sheng Ning said in a deep voice, "We need to reach the new tribe quickly. The new tribe can resist the anomalies."
At noon, Sheng Ning and Longy rejoined their team.
The atmosphere in the tribe was low, the chief was severely injured, and after Longy returned, there was no time to rest, as he had to manage tribal affairs. With the healing cards returned from yesterday, most people had recovered, but some, severely injured to D-level, couldn't be saved and were on the verge of death. Among them was the chief. Chief Long was in a coma, and when Sheng Ning appeared beside him, he seemed to sense her presence, struggling to open his eyes on the stretcher and showing a weak smile at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she hated herself for not being able to produce a high-level healing card, and on the other hand, she regretted not catching up with Wu Yu yesterday to obtain a C-level healing card. Chief Long noticed her thoughts and smiled weakly. "Great Priestess Xiaomei, meeting you is a blessing for our tribe. The copy card is great, don't blame yourself."
Sheng Ning looked at the chief.
The chief continued, "I'm afraid I won't make it through today. The next chief will be Longy, please help him."
I will protect the Longya tribe."
Though their time together was short, Sheng Ning felt very comfortable during this period.
She had no family since childhood and didn't know what it was like to be loved by relatives.
If she had to say what the chief felt like to her, Sheng Ning thought, the chief was like her uncle. The chief smiled, "The most regrettable thing in my life is that I misunderstood you, but luckily, you came back. Oh, by the way, that piece of sheepskin scroll was something I found among the remaining ancient texts of the tribe. The remaining fragments may be in those ancient texts." The chief chatted on about many things, his voice growing softer, and the tribe stopped moving forward. The dragon wings and others surrounded the chief. The chief looked at the distant peaks, smiling as he closed his eyes. "Chief!" The cries of the tribe shook the heavens, and Long Wings was also crying silently beside them. Sheng Ning silently stepped out of the center of the crowd, feeling incredibly heavy in her heart.
"Sister, don't be sad."
A voice came from behind Sheng Ning, followed by a pair of big hands wrapping around her waist, letting her lean against its solid chest. Chu Yunyan said, "They are all NPCs of the strange game. Death is not real death. Perhaps there will be a chance to meet again in other instances." Chu Yunyan's appearance was brief. Almost as soon as the time was up, he vanished completely. With his company, Sheng Ning felt a little better. She thought of the chief's last words and remembered the books she had left in the box after the strange death. She took these books out to check and finally found the last piece of a worn-out sheepskin scroll in a book that looked unremarkable. The 12 pieces of sheepskin scroll automatically fused together successfully, and Sheng Ning saw the truth of this instance on the scroll.
1,500 years ago, the Dragon Tooth tribe was still the Dragon Tooth Kingdom.
Their leader cultivated rice that could yield 2,000 kilograms per mu, and the Dragon Tooth Kingdom rapidly rose to power over 100 years, far surpassing the neighboring Chicken Foot Kingdom. The people of the Chicken Foot Kingdom looked at the increasingly powerful Dragon Tooth Kingdom, feeling both fear and jealousy. First, they discharged wastewater into the Dragon Tooth Kingdom, trying to pollute its land. Later, they directly sent spies to steal the mother seeds of its rice. After the Chicken Foot Kingdom stole the mother seeds, they cracked the gene of the seeds. They developed a potion and began spraying it on the land of the Dragon Tooth Kingdom using drones. The land was polluted by the potion. From then on, no crops could be grown, only wild grass could grow. Before the Chicken Foot tribe could rejoice, they discovered their land was also polluted by the potion. From then on, the land lay waste, the population sharply declined, and the world's economy quickly regressed to primitive times. Just as the whole world fell into despair, they discovered a box that contained food and daily necessities. But the box also held a threat. Strangeness appeared. From that moment on, humanity in this world could only survive on the things from the box. It seemed that as a price for obtaining the box, strangeness emerged in the wilderness, beginning to hunt humans, even to this day. So this is the truth of this instance. Oh my! The Chicken Foot tribe truly deserves to die. I felt sorry for their slaughter yesterday, but it's well deserved. Next time I enter this instance, I will kill a few Chicken Foot people to vent my anger. Damn, this reminds me of before I entered the game when a thief stole our country's seeds. How vicious. The bullet screen was filled with anger. Sheng Ning felt the same, her heart filled with a righteous killing intent. The people of the Chicken Foot tribe must die. Chapter 39. As the sun set, the tribe still did not reach the mountaintop. Tonight was destined to be a long night. Longwing seemed extremely anxious. He had seen how the chicken strange appeared yesterday. Now he was very afraid that the chief would also become like that, attacking his own people. Sheng Ning patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, the night before dawn is the darkest. What they needed to do now was to rest well. Before falling asleep with Dragon Chiu, Sheng Ning thought it would be great if they could draw a card that instantly restored energy. At 10 o'clock at night, the tribe sounded a sharp whistle. Everyone from the Dragon Tooth tribe quickly responded according to the previously arranged formation. Wu Yu planned to ambush Sheng Ning, handing her over to the strangeness when she was weak, to reap the benefits. He thought that according to the fifth rule, with the Chicken Foot tribe's complete defeat, the human population would decrease, and so would the strangeness, which would correspondingly reduce the boxes. Shang Xiaomei also had few cards left in her hand. But he was wrong. Sheng Ning used up all the C-level and D-level cards tonight. Now the Longya tribe was armed from head to toe, with at least one card in every person's hand. When Wu Yu was caught by Long Yi, he had a look of disbelief on his face. Why? How do you have so many cards? Not returning to one's hometown in riches is like walking in finery at night. Killing without breaking the heart is like giving birth to a son without an anus. Sheng Ning's gaze was cold, but she wore a smile, waving a B-level card in front of Wu Yu. Do you recognize this? B-level, copying card. How could this be? This is just a C-level copy, at most a C-level card. The weirdest would only be a ghost level. How could it be? How could it be? Wu Yu was engulfed in great confusion. Suddenly, he realized that this was not the time to be puzzled. This was about survival. Shang Xiaomei would kill him. You, please. Granny Xiaomei, please let me go. I'll give you all my cards. All of them. Please let me go, I'm willing to join your tribe. Long Yi kicked forward. It's you. It's you who harmed the chief and the high priest. We cannot let him go. Sheng Ning gave him a calming look. What cards do you have? Wu Yu's face lit up. I have C-level shapeshifting cards, C-level dagger cards, C-level transformation cards, C-level speed cards, C-level flying cards, C-level freezing cards. Goodness, they were all C-level cards. Without Wu Yu having to turn them over, Long Yi searched his body and handed all the cards to Sheng Ning. He carried Wu Yu away. Midnight. The wind roared again, similar to the situation when the chicken ghost appeared yesterday. Not far from where the tribe rested, where the chief was buried, a high-pitched dragon roar echoed across the sky. The previously clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, as if it wanted to tear the night apart. Then fireballs rained down from the sky, instantly illuminating the wilderness. The fire quickly spread across the open land. Run! Long Yi shouted, leading everyone to run towards the top of the mountain. Sheng Ning held the rear, fending off the oddities. The first to arrive was the rabbit ghost. One person and one ghost quickly exchanged blows. The rabbit ghost was incredibly fast, so swift that even Sheng Ning, using her speed card, could barely keep up. As she dealt with the rabbit ghost's attacks, Sheng Ning shouted, "What are you fighting with me for? We are both players. Can't we resolve everything in a good way?" The rabbit ghost intended to sneak attack Sheng Ning but had to call a truce when it failed. I'll listen to you. After the rabbit ghost came the elusive mouse ghost, the size of a basketball. Just when she thought she could easily deal with the mouse ghost, she saw the grass nearby suddenly come to life, countless blades wrapping around her. A special oddity. Sheng Ning now had 4 talismans. She wondered if collecting 12 of them would yield some special item like the parchment scrolls. The agile grass blades were endless, but Sheng Ning tirelessly took out a card dot. Ding, copying a transformation card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, obtaining 10 transformation cards. Using the transformation card, Sheng Ning transformed into a massive 3-color cat as large as a cheetah. Before the grass could wrap around her, her figure moved like lightning, biting down on the mouse ghost's neck, which turned into black smoke before it could struggle.
A copper box and a mouse talisman were left on the ground. Sheng Ning couldn't use these talismans.
She looked at the rabbit ghost beside her.
You have talismans too, right? The rabbit ghost was on guard. Sheng Ning, don't worry, I can't use talismans. I'm not interested in that.
The B-level mage ghost was also a special oddity. Sheng Ning used several speed cards and freezing cards to finally kill this oddity, obtaining the horse talisman. After another hour, she dealt with the non-special oddities of the dog ghost, pig ghost, and tiger ghost. At this point, Sheng Ning was already very tired. She desperately needed something to recover her strength, even drawing incense to inhale had no effect.
At 2 a.m, a rooster's crow echoed throughout the wilderness. In the next second, a 2-meter-high rooster suddenly appeared above Sheng Ning's head, its sharp beak pecking down. Sheng Ning thought it was the end, ready to use her revival card in just a second. Just as despair settled in, something bit her pant leg and dragged her away from the spot. It was actually a weird dog-like creature. And on the back of the dog creature, there seemed to be a figure, achoo. Sheng Ning took a breath, then looked again, but the back of the dog was empty. The dog creature looked more like a husky, with its ears perked up and a wildly wagging tail that seemed to be begging for a meat bone from its master. Sheng Ning. Incense sticks. With 2 incense sticks, the dog creature immediately rolled happily on the ground.
Seeing this scene, Sheng Ning suddenly had an idea. She took out 5 incense sticks and gestured, "Rabbit, help me out, attack that chicken, and I'll give you 2 incense sticks."
Rabbit creature.
The rabbit creature didn't want to be part of dog training, but the offering was too tempting. The dog creature saw the rabbit quickly stab the chicken creature and get 2 incense sticks, its excited tail spinning like a propeller again. Sheng Ning smiled with narrowed eyes, petting the dog's head. "Good dog, bite that stinky chicken, and all 10 incense sticks are yours." The dog creature had starry eyes, woof 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 charge. The chicken creature floating in the air seemed wary of the dog creature. When the dog creature nearly died for the 3rd time, it resurrected again within 5 seconds, full of energy.
Sheng Ning knew this dog creature was also a special anomaly.
At the same time, the falling fire rain was getting closer, the sound of dragon roars filled the air. Long Yi was rushing back with his tribesmen, covered in blood for some unknown reason. Looking at the circling dragon creature in the sky, Long Yi's face was filled with grief. "Chief, I am Long Yi." In response, only foreign dragon roars echoed back. The powerful chicken and the seemingly invincible dog were locked in a fierce battle. The rabbit creature leaned close to Sheng Ning. "Give me 10, I'll join in." "Whoa whoa whoa, mommy, I feel so useless, unable to resist such delicious incense sticks, more addictive than magic mushrooms, whoa whoa." Of course, Sheng Ning wouldn't refuse, and with the rabbit creature's help, the chicken creature couldn't hold on for more than 30 minutes. The key was that the dog creature could revive itself too. 10 minutes later, the massive body of the chicken creature fell to the ground, turning into the corpse of the chicken chief, with a golden box and a chicken amulet beside it. The dog creature and the rabbit creature both wanted to grab the amulet, but the faster rabbit creature won by a slight edge and got the chicken amulet, floating in midair, saying boldly, "Add 5 more incense sticks."
Sheng Ning. Good little rabbit, you've even learned to take advantage of chaos. Long Yi and the Dragon Tooth tribe hesitated, afraid to attack the 4-clawed black dragon anomaly that was spewing fire madly from the sky. Sheng Ning said, "This is an anomaly, not the chief. Only by killing the dragon creature can we bury the chief peacefully."
In response, the dragon creature swooped down, breathing flames and scorching the surroundings into a blackened wasteland. The rabbit creature wouldn't let its golden daddy get hurt, and with the floating chicken amulet plus its own speed, soon it carried Sheng Ning into the air.
Rabbit creature, I don't have a girlfriend. It was the first time being ridden by a girl. Sheng Ning grabbed the rabbit's ears. "What? Quick, get away." As dawn broke in the east, Sheng Ning and the rabbit creature finally cut through the dragon creature's tentacles, thunder and lightning filled the sky, and the dragon creature fell as a corpse. After flying in the sky for a while, when Sheng Ning finally landed on solid ground, she felt a wave of dizziness. When Sheng Ning woke up again, it was already noon on the 9th day. As soon as she woke up, the dog creature barked eagerly, and Chu Yuanian furrowed his brows, stepping quickly to her side. "How are you?" Sheng Ning shook her head, trying to clear her mind. "I'm fine now." Dog creature, woof woof. Sheng Ning took out an incense stick. The dog creature was satisfied. It was only then that she noticed she was in a brand new room, and Chu Yuanian explained, "You have arrived at a new tribe." Sheng Ning pointed in confusion at the dog creature. "Then can it still enter the tribe?" Chu Yunyan curled his lips, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. "Sister, only those who are entirely from the same tribe can resist the strange." In other words, there are spies within the Longya tribe. Finding spies is best left to Longi.
Sheng Ning leaned against Chu Yunyan, analyzing her gameplay rules: A-level clearing, kill 12 strange beings, and now only the sheep strange has not appeared. We were so close to an S-level clearing, just fine, and killed a strange king. As she spoke, Sheng Ning lifted her head to glance at the rosy-lipped, white-toothed, youthful-looking Chu Yunyan.
Your Excellency the Strange King, what is your weakness?
Chu Yunyan showed no surprise, nor did he hide anything. Smash this guy's head. But how does sister know I am the Strange King? Sheng Ning rolled her eyes, touching Chu Yunyan's cheek, becoming fonder the more she looked. I always thought one of the 12 strange beings was the Strange King. But from what happened last night, the sheep strange I haven't seen must have attacked Lomi with a different method. So, none of the 12 zodiac signs are the Strange King, leaving you as the only strange one in this wilderness.
Wife is really smart. Chu Yunyan couldn't help but nuzzle closer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yunyan disappeared.
The bruised and battered rabbit strange walked in, sad and aggrieved. You and the Strange King
are having an affair. Sheng Ning revealed the ring on her hand. Can't we just be in a normal marital relationship?
The world turned magical, and the rabbit strange was stunned.
Human and Strange King? Marital relationship? Is this from the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Or is it the overbearing Strange King loves me?
The rabbit strange shed sad tears. But you rode me yesterday, you have to take responsibility.
Sheng Ning pointed to the corner of her mouth, smiling. Does the corner of your mouth hurt anymore?
The rabbit strange touched its mouth corner, a flash of shame and anger in its eyes, sobbing, being hit by his girlfriend's husband. If it weren't for the rabbit strange last night, they wouldn't have solved the chicken strange and dragon strange so quickly. Still, she was quite grateful to the rabbit strange. She took out 10 incense sticks. Do you want me to take responsibility, or do you want incense? Adults obviously choose. Sheng Ning's lips curled in a half-smile. Of course we choose incense. Right now, they were only missing one sheep strange, which meant an A-level clearing. Apart from the dog talisman and rabbit talisman, they were missing a tiger talisman and sheep talisman.
Sheng Ning naturally wanted to achieve SSS level clearing.
At that moment, the rabbit strange returned after leaving. Xiaomei, the strange rules have refreshed, and now the strange rebirth time is noon. Then, Sheng Ning's heart thumped in excitement. Does the rule of killing all strange beings before midnight no longer apply? The rabbit strange shook its head. No, but it may not be certain after tomorrow. This was simply a golden opportunity. Sheng Ning was struggling to find the sheep strange. The people in the livestream watched Sheng Ning so excited, some uncertainly asked. Is she really a newcomer? Are newcomers really so eager to chase ghosts and slash them? This must be a small account. Is anyone still concerned about this? Why don't you guess what level this sister will clear? At least an S level, and the exploration rate is also very high, probably around 80%. Before long, a ghost-level tiger strange appeared. 10 minutes later, the rabbit strange, bribed with incense, handed the tiger talisman to Sheng Ning. The sheep strange had still not shown up. Sheng Ning opened her tracking eye, searching for the sheep strange's traces in the tribe. In a makeshift infirmary, Sheng Ning saw a sheep-shaped strange gnawing at the bodies of the injured, and it was in a soul form. An ethereal sheep strange, Sheng Ning easily controlled it. Dinged congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing the A-level clearing of the Wilderness No Man's Dungeon. Would you like to continue the game? Sheng Ning only paused for a second, then decisively chose yes. She was very close to SSS clearing. The chips in her hand were enough for her to take a gamble. Now, only the rabbit talisman and dog talisman remained. The rabbit strange fell silent and backed away, a wary expression returning to its eyes. The dog strange, oblivious to the odd atmosphere, rushed to Sheng Ning's feet, seeking petting. Sheng Ning petted the fluffy little dog while looking at the rabbit strange, casually asking, "What's your game name?" The rabbit strange was taken aback. His ears turned red, feeling shy to speak. "I love you for 10,000 years. Did he just confess to his girlfriend? Oh no, will he be beaten up? Sheng Ning didn't notice the little emotions of Tu Gue and continued to ask, "Have you used a resurrection card?" "I love you for 10,000 years," paused for a moment, mouth suddenly opening in disbelief. "You have a resurrection card? Such a low-level dungeon is usually only for beginners and semi-beginners. How could someone afford a point card?" Sheng Ning calmly nodded. "Collecting all 12 talismans must have other uses, and since we are in different factions, someone has to die. I am willing to compensate you, a resurrection card for you, and 50 incense sticks. How about that? You can pick any card." Such a generous offer was truly sincere. Not only did "I love you for 10,000 years" feel touched, but even the viewers in the livestream were excited. Although using a resurrection card would mean entering the dungeon for free, which other dungeon could provide such controlling and eerie 50 incense sticks and so many cards? "I love you for 10,000 years" looked deeply at Sheng Ning. "I am willing." In life, one cannot only look at the present. As Sheng Ning thought about duplicating the resurrection card, at that moment, she felt a layer of cold sweat on her back, as if being shocked.
Come on, if it's not possible, then it's not. Why keep using the electric stick?
Feeling frustrated, Sheng Ning handed the resurrection card to I love you for 10,000 years and then pierced through his heart, which burst open revealing a silver box and a rabbit talisman.
The dog-like ghost affectionately rubbed against Sheng Ning. She gripped the three-edged dagger, took several deep breaths, yet couldn't bring herself to strike.
The little obedient dog seemed to sense Sheng Ning's difficulty, licked her palm, and suddenly spat out a talisman from its mouth. Then, the ghostly dog's body quickly shrank, fresh blood continuously gushing out, and in 2 breaths, it had lost all life. It transformed into a puff of black smoke. Sheng Ning fell silent, her eyes dimmed. In the instant all 12 talismans were collected, they emitted a soft white light, floating in the air. 5 minutes later, the white light disappeared, leaving only one card. The card had a Tai Chi pattern on both sides. Special card, the vitality of all things. The card gave no explanation, leaving Sheng Ning momentarily puzzled, so she simply put the card aside. She looked around. This area was where the dragon ghost had rained down fire the previous day, the flames burned intensely, and everywhere was dark, charred earth. As she walked, Sheng Ning sensed something was wrong. The areas scorched by the flames had no new grass growing. Sheng Ning had a realization and pulled out a lighter to set fire again on the prairie. The flames spread but extinguished within 10 minutes. At this moment, in the places first burned by fire, new grass began to sprout, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding scorched earth. The dragon ghost's fire rain can suppress the growth of the grass. Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembered the seeds she had found in the wooden cabin from before. She eagerly sprinkled them on the scorched earth. The vitality of all things card seemed to have appeared for this very moment. She placed the card on the ground, chanting, "Grow." The Tai Chi pattern on the card started to rotate. A gentle green light spread out from the card's center, and the seed she had just sown grew fresh shoots in just 2 seconds upon contact with the green light. The land could be cultivated. Sheng Ning's eyes shone with joy, and she directly rushed back to the tribe to tell Long Yi about this. Long Yi murmured, "The strange occurrences we've been facing, without the dragon ghost, there naturally wouldn't be fire rain. The dragon ghost's fire burns away this evil grass." It turned out the prophecy was true. A high priest could indeed guide the tribe in directions of survival. Strange events refreshed, and soon they awaited the dragon ghost. Sheng Ning took out the incense sticks to lure it, leading the dragon ghost to burn down the evil grass on the prairie. The dragon ghost finally stopped in front of a black wooden cabin. In front of the wooden house sat a leisurely person sipping tea, someone Sheng Ning was all too familiar with. "Sister, you've come." The young man's eyes sparkled as he happily rushed over, but Sheng Ning mirrored Pan Zhoudan's movements, dodging a Chu's embrace. It was already 10 o'clock at night. As long as they killed Long Gui and Gui Wang before midnight, this game would be over for good. A Chu saw what Sheng Ning was thinking and smiled at her with an innocent grin. With a fair and delicate hand, he made a grasping motion in the air, and Long Gui seemed to have his throat cut, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. "Sister, now it's just the 2 of us left here." A Chu pouted cutely as he entangled Sheng Ning's little finger. Sheng Ning stared at a Chu, unable to discern his level, nor could she tell that a Chu was a strange being. "I need to kill you to clear the game," Sheng Ning said coldly, distancing herself from a Chu. A Chu appeared even more wroth. "Sister, how can you say such cold words with your 36-degree mouth? Let me warm you up, okay?" A Chu seemed to know what kind of expression he needed to make to soften Sheng Ning's heart. With red lips, white teeth, and sincere, dark eyes, he pleaded in a pitiful manner. "You are not him, this trick doesn't work on me." Sheng Ning coldly pushed a Chu away. "Really doesn't work? Does sister really not like me?" A Chu drew closer. "Sister, if you kiss me, I'll tell you a secret, okay?" Sheng Ning replied, "I'm not interested in your secrets." A Chu pouted. "Does sister know who I am? Or do you know who that pervert was in the last game? We are the same person, all his dark sides, the best at acting good in front of you, sister. In reality, he's a disgusting pervert who wants to tie you up and do outrageous things to you." Sheng Ning sharply caught some information. "You are him?" A Chu affirmed, "Yes, we are him, all derived from his consciousness. Otherwise, how could he control us? Sister, do you like me or do you like him?" Sheng Ning smiled. It turned out this was the reason she didn't reject a Chu and her brother Gue. She took the initiative to touch a Chu's face, her gaze seeming to look past him at another person. "As long as it's you, I like it all." A Chu was taken aback, as if he hadn't expected this reaction from Sheng Ning, greedily rubbing against her palm, his ears turning red, betraying his inner feelings. He really wanted to take his sister away, tie her up, make her cry for him, drive her crazy. Sheng Ning continued, "Now, may I kill you?" The crazed emotions that surged within a Chu abruptly ceased, a flicker of shock in his eyes. So, this is also a madman. No wonder he said he was taught by her. "Come on, sister, kill me. I will wait for you in the strange dome, you must remember me."
Chu's eyes glinted with mad admiration. He handed a silver dagger to Sheng Ning, holding her hand, slowly pressing the dagger into his own forehead. Bright red blood flowed down as Sheng Ning watched Chu excitedly close his eyes, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations player Shang Xiaomei for completing the boss kill in the dungeon. Killing the strange being earns 200 experience points, an additional 100 experience points, and a skill card, Confusion, C, X1. Congratulations player Shang Xiaomei for clearing the dungeon, No Man's Land. Now rating. Player dungeon exploration rate is 98%, hidden clearance completed, rating is SSS. Rewards will be settled after leaving the dungeon. Does the player wish to leave the dungeon? Sheng Ning chose no. A countdown of 1 hour and 25 minutes appeared on Sheng Ning's panel, corresponding to midnight tonight. Chu lay on the ground, his whole body seeming to sleep peacefully. Sheng Ning lowered her head, kissing Chu's forehead, her blood-stained red lips lingering down from his forehead, kissing his nose tip, his thin lips. Wait for me. In the wild wind, a soft whisper dissipated into the night. As the voice fell, Chu's body suddenly transformed into a puff of black smoke and disappeared, leaving behind a diamond box. The people in the livestream saw Sheng Ning and the Ghost King drink a cup of tea, and before they knew it, the Ghost King was dead, followed by the news of Sheng Xiaomei clearing the level on the screen. Immediately after, Sheng Ning did not choose to exit the dungeon, but returned to the tribe instead. The tribe members, as per Sheng Ning's instructions, had planted the first batch of replicated seeds on the scorched earth. The seeds that were found now became the mother seeds of the entire world. After Sheng Ning returned, she took out the Everything Grows card, and green light rippled over the land. In just 10 minutes, the first batch of wheat had matured. There were still some boxes left in the tribe and Sheng Ning's supply bar, and she opened all the boxes, unsurprisingly, finding more replication cards. With the replication of a batch of seeds, the tribe members hurried to plant them, and before leaving, Sheng Ning used the Everything Grows card once more. This time, the green light covered the entire wild world. The Dragon Tooth tribe permanently resided on the peak, the wilderness filled with vibrant life. Chapter 41. Before exiting the dungeon, Sheng Ning left all the food and replication cards obtained from the boxes to Longi, along with a dozen D-grade replication cards and 5 C-grade replication cards. These items were enough for the tribe until the wheat was ready to be harvested. The eerie creatures would not respawn, and those in the wild disappeared. According to Rule 5 of energy conservation, when the eerie beings disappeared, the boxes would also vanish. As Sheng Ning left, Long Jiuzhou's eyes were tearful, looking so pitiful. She didn't know if she would ever see this child again. Congratulations player on exiting the dungeon, now calculating the rewards for this level completion. Congratulations player for achieving SSS level completion, dungeon exploration rate 98% correction, exploration rate 100%, ranking first on the dungeon leaderboard, reward, personal base value for each item plus 10, reward points 600, reward attribute card and self-selection card, choose 1, 3 cards. After the calculation, a light blue panel popped up in front of Sheng Ning. Faction, Human. ID, 444477. Name, Shang Xiaomei. Level, LV2, 3400. Talent, Fusion. Supply bar, Incense X10, Tang Knife, A, Replication Card, B, X5, Replication Card, C, X6, Self-Selection Card X2, Attribute Card X2, Stasis Card, C, Confinement Card, C, Flying Card, C, Speed Card, C, Transformation Card, C, Shifting Card, C, Mental Attack Card, C, Special Synthesis Triangular Dagger, C, Guidance Card, D, Healing Card, D, Peace Card, Everything Grows Card, Apple X1, Diamond Box, 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife. Dungeons cleared, 2. Though this dungeon left Sheng Ning feeling very tired, the rewards were satisfying. B-grade cards, and countless C-grade original cards. With these, she felt more confident entering the next dungeon. She looked at the apple in the corner of the supply bar, frowning. Didn't she give all the supplies to Loni? Ding, detected player leveling up to LV2, would the player like to draw a talent? Sheng Ning, yes. Talent drawing in progress. The spinning wheel turned, and slowly stopped after a minute, the pointer landing on the largest colored section of the panel. Ding, drawing complete. Congratulations player for drawing D-grade evolutionary talent random. Another D-grade talent. Sheng Ning took a deep breath and clicked to check the description. Talent random, after entering a dungeon, can randomly draw a talent of the same level once. For each dungeon cleared, talent level evolves by 1 level, usable once per dungeon. After reading the description, Sheng Ning felt a little better. Though it was still a D-grade talent, the random talent could evolve, which gave her some hope for the future. On the second page of the panel, base attributes. Attack, 37. Speed, 45. Strength, 29. Agility, 47. Defense, 25. Spirit, 40. Observation, 42. Each attribute had increased by 10 points. In the dungeon completion rewards, Sheng Ning selected 2 attribute cards, each card could add 5 points. Without hesitation, she added them all to defense. Defense, 35.
With defense increased, next time when fighting eerie creatures, at least she should not be as severely injured. Sheng Ning still remembered how her arm felt like it couldn't lift after a brutal fight with a ghost-level snake creature. The numbers on the panel, not below 30, gave Sheng Ning a sense of security, and she wondered what the next dungeon would be. At least the level of wandering souls and the level of ethereal beings are no longer to be feared. With the help of cards, even the level of vengeful spirits has a fighting chance. With a casual click, Sheng Ning wanted to enrich her knowledge about the strange game. To her surprise, the top post on the forum was actually glowing star 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 come Sheng Xiaomei, let's get rich. Glowing star 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 glowing star.
Who could resist such temptation?
Upon clicking in, it turned out that many had noticed Sheng Ning's fusion talent. She could fuse cards, and many people were already tagging Sheng Xiaomei for orders.
Sheng Ning.
She had previously thought this talent was useless, now it seemed.
This D-rank talent was actually quite valuable.
Everyone knew that fusing cards was not free, and they eagerly offered their rewards to lure Sheng Xiaomei to friend them and help them fuse cards. Sheng Ning browsed the forum and added 4 people as friends. Pharrell Bird gun trading for laser, esteemed little beauty, fusing a C-rank prophecy card with a B-rank, once successful, the original card is yours, I only want 5 copies.
72 LGG Yuying, Sister Shang, how many B-rank cards can be fused into an A-rank? Would you like 100 strange bills?
196L stealing footskin, wifey, look at me, I have 3 C-rank substitute cards to fuse into a B, if successful, I'll give you a binding card. 1004L punching evil ghosts and kicking death, oh, Goddess Allenbell, look at me.
Dream card defuses into C, the reward is the original card, I want 8 copies of C-rank dream cards, okay?
Really, the dream card is rare.
After adding friends one by one, Sheng Ning decided to leave the B to a fusion for last.
She had never fused an A card and was unsure of the results. The other 3 had very special cards that Sheng Ning wanted. On the first day of resting in the void, after successfully fusing the cards from Bird Gun, Footskin, and Punching Kicks, Sheng Ning began to fuse the B-rank cards. Gigi provided 4 B-rank X-ray cards, with a fusion time of 30 hours. The fusion countdown paused at 6 hours.
Still lacking 1 card.
Gigi had gathered all their family's effort to trade for the 4 X-ray cards, the cost for obtaining another had become too high. Sheng Ning returned the cards unopened, and of course, didn't take those 100 strange bills, but out of embarrassment, Gigi gifted Sheng Ning an X-ray card as the original card, which she could copy and use freely. Now everyone knew that Sheng Ning had the most copy cards.
After the talent fusion cooldown ended, Sheng Ning began to fuse her own A-rank copy card.
At the same time, Sheng Ning clicked on the dungeon page and hit the lower right corner's enter.
After a dizziness.
Welcome player Sheng Xiaomei to the game, Forbidden Depths.
Game level, C. Game difficulty, 5. Please explore the game actively, have fun. Chapter 42.
Sheng Ning found herself in a dead, deep blue ocean. Before she could make sense of her surroundings, a loud crack sounded behind her as a whip struck her back fiercely. The fiery pain spread, and Sheng Ning's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with shock and anger as she turned to look back.
Oh, stinky woman, you dare to resist. Let me teach you a lesson.
Sheng Ning's action to fight back froze. The speaker was actually a fish person. The upper body was human, while the lower body was a dark gray fishtail, with a hideous face, bulging eyes, and a glowing pearl hanging on its forehead. As soon as the words left its mouth, a barbed whip lashed towards Sheng Ning once more. Not knowing what was happening, Sheng Ning quickly dodged. She didn't know any rules and couldn't attack this fish person.
You dare to dodge.
The lantern fish person became angrier, moving swiftly with the whip mercilessly swinging towards Sheng Ning. In her panic, Sheng Ning discovered she was also a fish person. Her golden red fishtail was covered in wounds, and her exposed skin was riddled with scars. Just as the whip was about to land, a pale pink fish person suddenly swam over from a distance, moving quickly, and within a breath, reached the lantern fish person, holding a basketball-sized pearl and said, "Sir! Look, we found such a big pearl." The lantern fish person was indeed distracted by this. Throwing away the whip in hand, the lantern beads on the forehead emitted a dazzling white light, extremely excited. Good, good, good. Such a big pearl, we can complete our task this month. You are excused from work today. The lantern mermaid held the big pearl tightly, her upside-down dead fish eyes appearing even more bizarre.
The light pink mermaid smiled flatteringly. Sir, this is my best friend, can we take a day off today?
She's not very bright, and here she can only bring you trouble.
Sheng Ning was puzzled. Why was this light pink mermaid speaking for her? Was this a soft-hearted NPC?
The lantern mermaid shot a disdainful glance at Sheng Ning, full of contempt. Get lost.
Just seeing you makes me angry. Receiving the order, the light pink mermaid grabbed Sheng Ning's arm and quickly escaped.
After swimming for a while, Sheng Ning realized that they were in a deep-sea canyon, where countless mermaids were busy digging something. For every 10 digging mermaids, there was one lantern mermaid guarding them, like a group of slave criminals. Not knowing how long they swam, the light pink mermaid brought Sheng Ning to a giant coral tree, warmly saying, "This is our home." Sheng Ning looked at the huge grey coral tree, which resembled concrete. There were many tree holes in the coral, which was what the light pink mermaid meant by home. The light pink mermaid watched Sheng Ning calmly assessing her, secretly admiring her, truly, a goddess, unflappable. She quietly leaned closer to Sheng Ning, but was sharply pulled away by Sheng Ning.
"Don't be afraid, I'm also a player." The light pink mermaid's round apricot eyes contained a hint of glee.
Sheng Ning showed no expression, but her breath stopped for a moment. The light pink mermaid led Sheng Ning to a hidden spot, eyes shining like stars, and said, "You can call me Xiaoruan, I've watched your stream, you're amazing, I'm your fan." Sheng Ning took a step back, startled. Xiaoruan didn't mind, cheerfully saying, "That time when you killed the debt collector monster, it was so cool."
"Which newbie is that brave? You went straight in and took it down. You're incredible, sister."
Sheng Ning felt a bit awkward, her whole body started to heat up, as very few people praised her so straightforwardly.
"Thank you." Sheng Ning tried to force a natural smile. "What just happened? How long have you been in this dungeon?"
"Xiaoruan, I just entered this dungeon 17 hours ago, and I haven't found the rules yet. Right now, we are all in the identity of slaves, just now we were mining. The pearls we mine can purify the seawater. You've noticed that this is an ocean world. According to them, hundreds of years ago, a fisherman clan went ashore without permission, exposing the mermaid territory, so the gods delivered punishment, and the ocean became filthy. Only pearls can purify seawater."
Sheng Ning slightly furrowed her brow. "Thank you for today, since we don't have to mine, why not take this opportunity to search for the rules?" Xiaoruan happily replied, "Okay. There are no rules in the coral treehouse, and the pearly mine is watched by lantern mermaids, we can't find an opportunity to search for the rules. Not far from here, there is an ocean market, how about we go take a look?" Perhaps it wasn't the right time, as there were not many people at the ocean market. The so-called market was just a flat coral reef group, uneven but enough for some items to be placed on it. The mermaids placed items on top for trading, and over time it became an ocean market. Now, the number of mermaids setting up stalls was few, but as soon as Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan appeared, they immediately attracted all the mermaids' gazes in the market. It was not a friendly gaze. When those mermaids saw that they were red-tailed mermaids, their eyes flickered with disdain and scorn. The two wandered around the market, when suddenly they heard a bout of angry shouting from not far away. Exchanging glances, Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan decided to check it out, as it might be an NPC giving a quest. The dark blue ocean had low visibility, everywhere exuded a breath of death. The two moved forward until the edge of the clean water area. Here, the water is already a bit thick and smelly. Maybe because of high attribute points, Sheng Ning only feels a little uncomfortable, and the closer they get to the edge, the whiter Xiaoruan's face becomes. The angry curses continue. "Fuck you, blue-tailed mermaid. If it weren't for your blue-tailed and red-tailed fish colluding, how could our ocean be polluted? He even dares to glare at us, hit him. Hit him hard. If you dare to fight back, break his fish tail." Sheng Ning looks at her golden red tail, which contrasts sharply with the black and blue seawater. "Are we going to save this blue-tailed mermaid?" Xiaoruan gasps for breath, her face turning pale. Sheng Ning takes out a tang knife. "You retreat first, I'll be there soon." After saying that, her figure swims toward the edge. A group of people surrounds a coral reef. No wonder the mermen who hit people are so strong. They wear small pearls, creating a small clean water area that surrounds them. But that blue-tailed mermaid is not so lucky, lying on the verge of death, with only her eyes shining brightly in the deep sea. There are 3 mermen hitting people, all with brown or gray fish tails. Sheng Ning punches one child after another, quickly defeating the 3 mermen. The blue-tailed mermaid looks at Sheng Ning with the same hatred, and Sheng Ning, holding back her difficulty in breathing, wants to pull the blue-tailed mermaid but is bitten on the finger instead. Furious, Sheng Ning slaps him, knocking him out cold. She drags the glossy blue fish tail back to the clean water area. Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan bring the unconscious mermaid to a hidden corner away from the market, and Xiaoruan takes out a pearl the size of a grain of rice and places it on the blue-tailed mermaid's forehead. Before long, the blue-tailed mermaid wakes up, reaching out to punch Sheng Ning, but she catches his hand and twists it behind his back. The blue-tailed fish wants to resist but is forcefully subdued by Sheng Ning, who presses his face hard against the ground. "Let go of me," the blue-tailed fish shouts in humiliation. Sheng Ning coolly replies, "Scream all you want, no one will come to save you." Chapter 43. The blue-tailed fish has a hard bone. Even after being beaten by several people, he dares to resist, and now being pressed by Sheng Ning, he shows no sign of backing down. "Annoying red-tailed fish, it's all your fault," the blue-tailed fish grits his teeth. "If you dare to hit me again, I'll tear you apart." Totally harmless bragging. Sheng Ning pats the blue-tailed fish's face, and he is indeed quite handsome, with a tightly knitted brow that looks a bit irritable, full of rebellious spirit.
"What's wrong with our beautiful red-tailed fish?" she says, flipping her golden red fishtail, not daring to imagine how beautiful this color would be under the sun. After becoming a mermaid, Sheng Ning feels no discomfort at all, as if she was born to be one. Her seaweed-like black hair floats. As Sheng Ning says the word beautiful, the blue-tailed fish's gaze focuses on her face, suddenly at a loss for words. At this moment, he somewhat understands why the blue-tailed mermaid clan leader would help the red-tailed fish. The red-tailed mermaid, known for her beauty and grace, is indeed very pretty. With her beautiful big tail, he wants to touch it. After a while, the blue-tailed fish reluctantly compromises, puffing up. "Let go of me, I won't run or hit you anymore." Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan exchange glances. Xiaoruan nods. "Sister Shang, why don't we let him go?" The blue-tailed fish glances at Xiaoruan again. She's also good-looking. Another look. Still prefers the one from before. Sheng Ning releases the blue-tailed fish and casually punches him. "Keep your lewd gaze to yourself." What's the deal between blue-tailed fish and red-tailed fish? The blue-tailed fish shakes his injured tail, raising his proud head. "I am Yu Xing, a noble blue-tailed fish."
Sheng Ning. Xiaoruan.
Yu Xing continues, 500 years ago, after your red-tailed fish fell in love with the two-legged beast on land, divine punishment fell, and most ocean creatures perished. We could only rely on pearls to survive in the deep-sea canyons. Since then, the red-tailed fish has become the culprit of marine life, punished to be a slave in the mine. Don't you know that? Sheng Ning, what does that have to do with the blue-tailed fish? Yu Xing rolled his eyes and bared his teeth. "Isn't it all because of your flashy red-tailed fish that seduced our chief into finding a potion to become a biped, allowing you red-tailed mermaids to leave and bringing down heavenly punishment?" Flashy red-tailed mermaids. Xiaoruan, are you complimenting us on being beautiful? Looking at this, it really seems that the red-tailed fish dragged the blue-tailed fish down with them. Sheng Ning asked again, "Besides blue-tailed and red-tailed fish, what other fish are there?" Yu Xing got angry. "Which deep-sea canyon do you live in? Is your home not connected to the internet? Or are your eyes not working? There's also the black-tailed fish." Black-tail. The one that hit me was the black-tail. Guliolu. After venting, a grumbling noise suddenly came from Yu Xing's stomach, as if protesting that he used too much energy. Sheng Ning. Xiaoruan covered her lips, feeling guilty. I usually don't laugh. Unless she couldn't help it. Yu Xing's ears turned red, his canine teeth showing a threat. "I'll eat you in a bit." Sheng Ning glanced at her supplies, and besides an apple, there was nothing to eat. Using the replication card, she duplicated an apple for Yu Xing. The moment she took out the apple, Yu Xing's eyes lit up. This fruit smelled so good. Sheng Ning then realized that his eyes looked a bit different, sparkling with a deep blue glow, just like his fishtail. His face, which had a hint of hostility, became much more handsome because of those eyes. "Eat it." Sheng Ning threw the apple to Yu Xing. Yu Xing gobbled it down, not even leaving the apple core, and after finishing, he looked at Sheng Ning with big eyes. For a moment, Sheng Ning thought she saw Chu Yuanian. "Sheng Ning, it's gone, unless..." Yu Xing interrupted angrily. "Unless what? Hurry up and say it, don't dawdle." Sheng Ning stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Unless you take us to find the mermaid rules or deep-sea rules or something." Yu Xing asked in confusion, "Where did you come from? Have you never seen the mermaid laws at the deep-sea gate?" Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan's eyes brightened as they pulled Yu Xing and swam toward the deep-sea gate. Yu Xing explained along the way. Mermaids now live at the bottom of the canyon, and the deep-sea gate stands on the peak above. It is said that the mountain on the opposite side of the gate is where the current mermaid palace is located. However, the current mermaid king is a black-tailed fish, who greatly hates blue-tailed and red-tailed fish. In fact, he hates blue-tailed fish even more because the last mermaid king was the leader of the blue-tailed clan. The deep-sea gate is a 10-meter-long tunnel. Outside the tunnel is a sewage area, and on the stone wall next to the gate, colorful mermaid laws are written in a powder made from mother of pearl, warning all mermaids. But these laws appeared to Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan as game rules. Rule 1, there is day and night in the deep sea. Rule 2, if you don't stay in your room at night, the world will change. Rule 3, never leave the clean water area. Reading these 3 rules made Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan's scalps go numb. Especially Xiaoruan, who covered her mouth in terror. "I have been here for 19 hours, and the world I see is always black-blue, how can I tell day from night?" Sheng Ning's world was the same. She suddenly grabbed Yu Xing next to her and asked, "Is it day or night now?" Yu Xing looked at Sheng Ning with a look of disbelief. "Are you blind?" "Of course, it's night." Yu Xing could distinguish between day and night while they could not. Almost instantly, Sheng Ning knew that something must be wrong with their eyes. At that moment, the surrounding seawater began to swell, waves wrapping around her and Xiaoruan. In the next second, the current suddenly accelerated, pushing Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan in 2 opposite directions. "Ah! My fruit!" Yu Xing exclaimed, jumping straight into the current without hesitation. Rushing towards Sheng Ning.
The water flows quickly, so fast that in just a blink, Sheng Ning has already been swept out of the clean water zone. Rule 3, never leave the clean water zone.
Sheng Ning doesn't know if this is a rule of certain death, and before she can think clearly, the water flow accelerates again. The sticky feeling of the sewage zone makes it hard for her to breathe. Along with the fast-moving water, everything in front of her goes black, and just before she passes out, she seems to see a golden blue mermaid rushing towards her.
Sheng Ning wakes up from a sensation of sneaky touching.
Someone is touching her thigh, oh no, her fish tail.
Hey, you dirty pervert. Sheng Ning holds a butterfly knife, about to stab that person. Honey, you're awake?
The butterfly knife halts 3 centimeters away from the agitated mermaid. Yu Xing now looks like a different person, his fierce brows and eyes softened.
In his deep blue eyes, Sheng Ning's pale face is reflected. The golden red fish tail and the dull blue fish tail intertwine, shaking as if they are comforting one another. Sheng Ning squints, what are you calling me? Yu Xing's face is filled with tenderness as he raises his right hand adorned with a ring. Honey, can you really not recognize me?
That ring, in the wilderness dungeon, was personally given by Sheng Ning to Chu Yunyan, she can't mistake it.
And that ring is now on Yu Xing's ring finger. Chapter 44.
The surrounding seawater has completely turned black-gray, like a huge net blocking all light. Only around Yu Xing is there a faint white glow, creating a clean water space of about 2 square meters. The person in front claims to be Chu Yunyan, but he looks like someone else.
Sheng Ning frowns and suddenly asks, what do you like to eat the most?
Yu Xing chuckles, his unfamiliar brows and eyes revealing a familiar look. I love to eat the sweet and sour ribs that my wife makes, with extra sugar.
And your favorite is cola chicken wings, especially the crispy ones. The answer is flawless.
Sheng Ning's wariness melts like ice and snow, turning into a soft smile as she hugs Chu Yunyan's waist, revealing 8 muscle abs, and affectionately says, I miss you. The last dungeon, they hardly had the chance to be together. Especially when Chu used Chu Yunyan's face to hold Sheng Ning's hand to kill him. This left Sheng Ning with a heavy feeling in her heart, making it hard to breathe. Until Chu Yunyan appears again, Sheng Ning finally feels a bit of solace. The two share a tender moment, and then Chu Yunyan says, we need to leave here, there are many distorted mermaids in the sewage zone.
Sheng Ning and Chu Yunyan clasp hands tightly and quickly swim forward. The occurrence of fast-flowing water proves Rule 2. If you are not in the room at night, you will be swept away to the dangerous sewage zone, but it is not a rule of certain death. What puzzles Sheng Ning is that Rule 2 and Rule 3 both seem to warn mermaids not to enter the sewage zone. Is it because the sewage zone is too dangerous, or is there something in the sewage zone that shouldn't be known to mermaids?
On the way back, they pass many deep-sea fish spirits, all of which look bizarre and strange.
But luckily, these fish spirits are not of a high level, and Sheng Ning easily collects some experience.
Chu Yunyan watches Sheng Ning earnestly gathering experience, feeling mixed emotions, his gaze towards the void cold and bitter. This debt will be settled one by one later. After almost an hour, Sheng Ning finally returns to the clean water zone, and as she passes through the tunnel, she thinks of Xiaoruan. This is a 5-person dungeon, and Xiaoruan is not just her fan, they are also teammates in the same faction. Fortunately, Xiaoruan has pearls, so Sheng Ning is not afraid of her getting polluted. What she fears is that she might lose her way back. Just as Sheng Ning is about to return to the sewage zone, Xiaoruan rides back on a strange creature with a shark head and 8 tentacles.
Sheng Ning. Xiaoruan beams, Sister Shang, guess what my talent is? Sheng Ning let out a sigh, the city lord of Animal City?
One night passed, and the two did not return to the coral treehouse, but stayed at Chu Yunyan's place. They could no longer distinguish between day and night, only relying on Chu Yunyan's reminders. When Xiaoruan was there, Chu Yunyan transformed into an irritable Yu Xing. When Xiaoruan was not around, he became a big dog wanting to cuddle, circling Sheng Ning in a clockwise manner. In the early morning, Chu Yunyan woke Sheng Ning up. Sheng Ning was a red-tail fish slave, needing to work at the mine. If she didn't go, she didn't know whether it would trigger a deadly rule. Mermaid's food was very simple. Sheng Ning wanted to eat a copy apple, but when she opened the supply bar, she found that the apple had become 2. This meant that the apple and incense stick were the same kind of item. No wonder Yu Xing looked like he was indulging in a delectable earthly treat when he ate the apple yesterday. Wasn't that the same as weirdly consuming incense sticks? Beep 2 copy cards for apples, triggering a 10-fold crit, obtain 20 apples. Good things must be used with B-grade copy cards. This was the B-grade card Sheng Ning just synthesized. She divided the apples between Xiaoruan and Chu Yunyan, and secretly stuffed 2 more into Chu Yunyan's hands while Xiaoruan wasn't looking. The favoritism was clear and obvious. After eating the apple, Sheng Ning suddenly felt a rush of energy, and the faint pain from her back injury was not as severe. Xiaoruan's eyes lit up. Sister Shang, is this item the same as the incense stick? Sheng Ning nodded. Xiaoruan exclaimed, Dear Sister Shang, where did you get these items? How did they appear? Not only Xiaoruan wanted to know the answer, but everyone in the livestream was eagerly awaiting it. The comments became unusually quiet for a long time.
Sheng Ning shrugged, to be honest, I don't know either.
It just appeared in my supply bar out of nowhere.
If it hadn't increased in quantity, I would have thought it was just an ordinary apple.
Sheng Ning spoke sincerely, but the livestream did not get the answer they desired, quickly erupting into chaos, some scolding her for being selfish, while others called her despicable. Of course, Sheng Ning was unaware of all this and did not care. Upon arriving at the mine, the Lantern Mermaid had changed. This fishtail was larger and looked fiercer.
Sheng Ning picked up a shovel and immediately joined the mining team.
The Lantern Mermaid looked at Sheng Ning's diligent efforts, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, as she flicked her massive fishtail and leisurely went to supervise elsewhere. The more Sheng Ning dug, the more scattered her focus became, her movements growing faster. When she dug out a pearl the size of a fingernail and tried to store it in the supply bar, she could not get it in at all. Xiaoruan peeked over, "Sister, this isn't our supply, it can't go into the supply bar.
You need a space card to take things that don't belong to us." Sheng Ning.
Luckily, she had a self-select card. She chose the space card, A. Skill card is space, A, 100 cubic meters of space. When mental power reaches 40, items can be taken remotely. When mental power reaches 60, space can be sliced. When mental power reaches 80, space of up to 10 cubic meters can be created. When mental power is full, exploration can be done freely. In Sheng Ning's mind, a cube of 100 square meters appeared.
In such a vast space, a fingernail-sized pearl was just like dust.
The effect of the A-grade card was already incredibly powerful, especially something like a space card, which was permanent. It was almost like gaining an innate ability. Not long after, Sheng Ning dug out a pearl the size of a fist. A pearl of this size could cover a clean water area of 5 square meters. For Sheng Ning, that was already enough. She stored the pearl in the space. The purpose of coming to the mine had been achieved, so Sheng Ning no longer focused on mining and instead began to survey the entire mine. According to the peculiar nature of the game, there should be rules of the mine somewhere within. 2 hours later, Sheng Ning found nothing. She couldn't keep wasting time here, so Sheng Ning pulled Xiaoruan and prepared to bribe the lanternfish with incense sticks.
Leaving the mine.
The lanternfish looked disdainfully at the 2 red-tail fish, as one of the red-tail fish took out an incense stick, but found that the incense couldn't burn at all.
Sheng Ning. I forgot this is in the sea.
Seeing the lanternfish grow impatient, Sheng Ning quickly put away the incense stick and took out an apple. "Sir, try this, it tastes really good, just one bite and you'll know." The lanternfish took it with suspicion, wondering what these 2 red-tail fish were up to. The unremarkable fruit, the lanternfish devoured it in one bite after another. It hadn't held out much hope, but when the juice of the fruit burst in its mouth, the sweet flavor was like a firework exploding in the night sky, dizzying and intoxicating.
The lanternfish shook all over, radiant, the whites of its eyes sparkling with brightness. It now felt like swimming a marathon would be no problem.
With energy surging, it was even more spirited.
Good stuff, is there more?
The lanternfish rubbed its hands together.
Sheng Ning smiled, yes, but it's a bit far, should we go help the sir pick some?
The lanternfish was excited, constantly licking its tongue in reminiscence of the taste. Let's go quickly.
Chapter 45.
Meeting with Yuxing, Sheng Ning and the 3 fish quickly crossed the edge of the clear water zone, arriving at the sewage zone. Each of the 3 fish wore a pearl to ensure normal breathing in the sewage area. Their faint light was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, attracting countless deep-sea fish monsters to approach. "It's over, Shang Jia, my spiritual power isn't enough, I can only control one ethereal fish monster," Xiaoruan exclaimed. Today, there were especially many fish monsters, each with twisted, deformed faces, practically a mental attack. Tang Dao unsheathed, Sheng Ning quickly dealt with 4 approaching fish monsters at incredible speed.
Sheng Ning asked Chu Yuanian, "Where are we going?" Chu Yuanian's handsome face was angry, "Of course we're going to the Lost Palace."
Xiaoruan quietly whispered, "With such fierce fish, they definitely won't find a wife." The Lost Palace was a full 4 hours from the clear water zone. If they hadn't eaten an apple on the way, the 3 fish might have perished halfway through their venture. Visibility in the sewage zone was very low, and the seawater was thick and gooey, especially as they got closer to the palace, where the seawater was as thick as black jelly. The 3 fish were moving with great difficulty, and the light of the pearls was growing dimmer. The moment they entered the palace, a giant orca over 10 meters long suddenly appeared, opening its massive mouth, ready to swallow the 3 tiny shrimps in one bite.
Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian both reacted swiftly and in perfect sync.
Sheng Ning stepped aside with the stunned Xiaoruan in her arms, while Chu Yuanian took out the fist-sized pearl that Sheng Ning had thrown to distract the orca.
After setting Xiaoruan down, Sheng Ning immediately joined the battle.
In the faint light, Sheng Ning saw the misshapen orca covered in mouthpieces. Each mouthpiece was spewing out sewage at a faster and faster rate. Drawing her long knife, Sheng Ning moved quickly forward. She couldn't match the orca's speed, so she used a speed boost, quickly accelerating. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning reached the orca's side, enduring a strong sense of discomfort. She didn't slow down but plunged the Tang Dao fiercely into one of the orca's mouthpieces. The orca let out a painful cry. Sewage surged up, and in the dark palace, countless cries echoed, seemingly responding to the orca's wail. Hurry up! This little guy doesn't follow the rules and has started to shake things up. Xiao Ruan used his talent to control the consciousness of the orca. If these misshapen orcas surrounded them, not to mention whether the three fish could share enough, just one mistake could cause the orcas to tear down the palace. Sheng Ning made a decisive move, pulling Chu Yuanian with one hand and Xiao Ruan with the other, racing toward the palace at a very high speed. In the deep, dark sewage, it was like a shooting star streaking across, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. In the pitch-black, cramped room, the three of them huddled together. Outside, groups of orcas circled above the palace. Unwilling to leave for a long time, seemingly determined to find the killer who harmed their kind and won't give up. The orca's bizarre movements caused the sewage to ripple, stirring the silt around the palace, making the already unclear view of the palace even murkier. Little Soft patted her chest, clearly frightened. It's so terrifying, the clean water area is much safer.
Little Soft's words seemed to awaken everyone from a dream.
The mutated orcas appeared in groups around the palace, which was indeed thought-provoking. It was as if they were a group of guards, but it was unclear whether they were guarding the palace or preventing outsiders from entering it. About an hour later, the outside fell silent again. The orca swarm seemed to have left. Sheng Ning was the first to go out. All she saw was darkness, only pearls illuminating a very small surrounding area. After confirming it was safe, Sheng Ning let the two come out. The palace was too large. If the three of them acted together, it would be much safer, but also easier to expose themselves, and efficiency wouldn't be high. They had to seize every moment to find clues in the palace. On the surface, it was three people splitting up, but in reality, as soon as Little Soft's figure disappeared, Xu Yuanyan popped out from a corner, his fishtail coiling around her, pushing Sheng Ning into a corner, showering her with kisses, releasing his suppressed longing. The ocean palace was immensely vast, the floor at least 50 meters from the ceiling.
Sheng Ning and Xu Yuanyan were the first to arrive at the Merfolk King's study, where the decor was very simple yet grand, exuding authority. One could faintly imagine how the Merfolk King wielded power in this study.
The room was chaotic, with scattered shells all over the floor, and the majestic coral pillars were covered in parasites. Wife, come look at this. Xu Yuanyan stopped in front of a shell. The shell was covered in dust, its color gray, but the one Xu Yuanyan pointed to had a small, new handprint on it. The handprint was only half, looking slender and even. It was a woman's finger.
Has someone been here?
Sheng Ning pondered, realizing this was a 5-player instance. Someone had come before them. Xu Yuanyan opened the shell, and in the dusty prepared notes, there was a clean square area. It looked like a card. There were definitely other players here.
Oh no!
Little Soft. Sheng Ning suddenly thought of something and dashed out, her figure once again turning into a streak of light, swiftly swimming towards Little Soft's direction. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. She saw Little Soft retreating rapidly, and just 2 centimeters from her neck, a square halberd was pressing in.
Boom!
The sound of a violent metal clash echoed throughout the palace, as Sheng Ning was knocked back and caught by Xu Yuanyan.
Sister Shang.
Little Soft.
Sheng Ning's arms felt numb, and the durability of her tang knife dropped by another 2 points. You're also a player?
A shadow quickly approached. Its figure was that of a black shark's tail fin.
A black-tailed merfolk. Since you are players, why attack us? Sheng Ning asked first.
Behind the black-tailed merfolk, 2 figures slowly emerged, one male and one female, both black-tailed merfolk. The round-faced player holding the halberd scanned the area, a cold smirk creeping up his lips. 3 mermaids. I thought the instance was wrong and there were 6 players. The other female black-tailed merfolk frowned and said, Brother Fong, stop trying to keep us in suspense. The round-faced man replied, only these 2 girls are players. This one is an NPC. These 2 girls are quite charming, able to entice an NPC to join your quest. Why don't you spend a night with us brothers, and I'll allow you to join our team? How about that? The 3 black-tailed merfolk looked confident about this instance, and Sheng Ning was sure they had discovered the rules within the palace. She guarded Little Soft and Xu Yuanyan, backing away. 2 against 3 was not a feasible option. Xu Yuanyan, as an NPC, couldn't provide any clues or take action unless the players broke the rules. The 3 merfolk were eyeing them sharply, especially the round-faced one. All eyes were glued to Sheng Ning. Behind her, Xu Yuanyan's aura grew heavier, as he struggled to control his emotions. You look a bit familiar. You're that newcomer with fusion talent, Shang Xiaomei. Chapter 46. Seeing her identity exposed, Xiao Ruan was even more nervous than Sheng Ning. This meant all your trump cards were laid bare before the enemy's eyes. The enemy knows you inside and out, and that is certainly not good news. That woman with fish-like eyes swept a malicious gaze over Sheng Ning. Since Shang Xiaomei arrived, whether on forums or anywhere else, people have been talking about her remarkable achievements, as if she were the only powerful female player in the world.
Fang Xianrua was annoyed, her eyes cutting into Sheng Ning like knives.
Suddenly, her gaze landed on the ring on Sheng Ning's ring finger, and the NPC next to her also had a ring on that finger. These two rings were clearly a pair.
Fang Xianrua suddenly understood why this fish NPC was willing to help Shang Xiaomei. She grabbed Fang Lian's arm and shouted, "Brother Fang! That ring can definitely control the NPC."
Fang Lian's gaze instantly zeroed in on Shang Ning's finger, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes as he maliciously grinned at Sheng Ning.
"Did you take off your ring yourself? Or should I chop off your finger?"
After saying this, Fang Lian felt smug. He could almost imagine the suffocation and helplessness in Sheng Ning's heart, completely unaware of the blue-tailed mermaid beside them.
"You want the ring?"
Zhu Yunyan spoke before Sheng Ning could, his voice cold enough to kill. Fang Lian dismissed Zhu Yunyan without a second thought. No matter what NPC it was, as long as they did not break the rules, they could not kill anyone.
"I not only want the ring, but I want to wear it too."
Before he could finish, Zhu Yunyan suddenly raised his hand, a red light flashing in his palm, piercing through the dark, murky water. Before anyone could react to what was happening, a long, heavy whale song echoed throughout the entire palace. A huge shadow appeared from nowhere, followed by a loud splash that erupted as Fang Lian, the black-tailed mermaid, vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood. Such a bizarre incident happened in the blink of an eye. The woman with fish-like eyes pupils contracted, wanting to scream. But she was firmly muzzled by the other mermaid, who had been very inconspicuous. In the sky above everyone, a shadow continued to ripple, its enormous body nearly capable of collapsing the entire palace. Sheng Ning and the others were hiding beneath this giant body, and no one dared to make a sound and disturb this colossal creature. After a long time, the massive figure finally disappeared. The black-tailed mermaid lay on the ground, utterly drained, her face pale as she looked at Sheng Ning and the NPC.
She didn't understand. Wasn't this just an ordinary NPC? Just a tool to bind him. How did he summon this thing?
Sheng Ning was also shocked, looking at Zhu Yunyan, asking with her eyes what was going on.
Zhu Yunyan's murderous intent faded, his brows furrowed in a familiar irritation. "What are you staring at? Can't even protect your own stuff." "Sheng Ning, fine, be fierce with me." Fang Xianrua was helped up by another black-tailed mermaid.
What awaited her was a loud, unhesitating slap. This slap left Sheng Ning stunned.
"You useless piece of trash! Why did I draw you? Why isn't it you who is dead?" Fang Xianrua screamed hysterically.
The slapped mermaid lowered her head, seemingly used to it, quietly saying, "I'm sorry."
"What good is sorry? Brother Fang is dead. Can you help me clear the level?" Fang Xianrua cried with tears streaming down her face, but her words were full of resentment and blame. Noticing Sheng Ning's confusion, Xiao Ruan explained.
"Sister Shang, this should belong to some guild, and Fang Lian probably accompanied this lady here to clear the dungeon." The obviously square-faced mermaid was stronger, and just with one move, she was defeated. Xiao Ruan was very curious about what just happened. It was simply so cool. Whose Ultraman transforms into summoning a big monster? She carefully glanced at Yuxing, only to see Yuxing secretly curling his fingers in Shang Jie's hair, twisting and tangling it, smoothing it out, changing into clumps. Fang Xinro finished venting her frustration and cast a hate-filled glance at Sheng Ning, preparing to leave. "Want to leave?" Just now it was 3 against 2, and Sheng Ning was at a disadvantage.
Now it's 2 against 2, whether you leave or not is not up to you to decide.
The golden-pink fishtail gracefully created an arc in the dim light, as Sheng Ning stood in front of Fang Xinro, curling her lips. "Are you going to present the rules, or shall I cut you and you find them yourself?"
Sheng Ning never holds grudges because she never waits overnight for revenge.
Fang Xinro was taken aback, her expression changed, and she finally cursed. "What the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to us like that?
Do you know who I am?
I'm the girlfriend of the vice president of the Guisha Association."
Sheng Ning smiled. "Even if you are my husband's girlfriend, you still can't be this arrogant."
It seemed this girlfriend of the president would not voluntarily hand over the rules. Sheng Ning was not angry, and she charged forward, wielding her tang knife. The mermaid following Fang Xinro was named Zhou Yan, and the moment Sheng Ning made her move, Zhou Yan drew his military knife to block her.
Zhou Yan had already cleared 5 C-level dungeons, so his next dungeon should have been a B-level.
It might have been his lucky day, as he was chosen by Fang Xinro, and this time, he was still in a C-level dungeon. As an experienced player, he had almost no rivals in a common dungeon for newbies like this C-level. Not to mention he was up against a woman who had only been in 2 dungeons. At the moment 2 blades clashed, Zhou Yan felt a numbness in his hands, and before he could react, another strike was already upon him. Zhou Yan fought back with all his might, but unfortunately, Sheng Ning's speed was astonishingly fast, her movements even more agile than an Amazon monkey. To Fang Xinro, watching this forced defense seemed like Zhou Yan was holding back. She yelled, "Zhou Yan! Kill her!"
Otherwise, you'll be in for it when we get back to the guild. Zhou Yan. He really didn't know whether to think of himself as lucky or unlucky.
Fang Xinrou's talent was guidance, with no combat power at all, yet she was still over there nagging. He simply withdrew his knife and retreated swiftly. I can't beat her, her speed and agility are too high. As he waited, another slap from Fang Xinrou was coming, but she was intercepted by the approaching Sheng Ning. Hand over the rules, or die.
Here. Here. Here you go. Isn't this enough? Anyway, you don't need it. Fang Xinrou reluctantly took out the rules. A piece of pure black paper. Clearance rules, Black-tailed Mermaid.
1. Survive for 30 days, clearance at sea level.
2. Explore all ruins, clearance at B level. 3. Stabilize the position of the Black-tailed Mermaid, clearance at A level.
4. Cover up the truth of the deep sea, clearance at S level.
Did you only find this rule?
Sheng Ning looked down at Fang Xinrou, lifting her chin.
Fang Xinrou's eyes flashed with reluctance. What else do you want? We just arrived a bit earlier than you. Fang Xinrou was clearly spoiled, and whatever she thought was written all over her face. You can leave now. Sheng Ning took a step back. She and Zhou Yan were evenly matched, continuing to tangle wouldn't result in anything. Chapter 47.
Fang Xinrou was obviously unwilling. She couldn't believe Fang Gu was killed so easily. Although everyone had revival cards when they entered, without Fang Gu in this dungeon, how could she clear it? Furthermore, this was a competition dungeon. If Shang Xiaomei obtained the rules for the red-tailed fish, she would definitely be stuck in the dungeon.
Zhou Yan took Fang Xinrou away, braving the risk of being slapped. Xiao Ruan found it hard to believe. Sister Shang, are you really just letting them go?
Sheng Ning smiled and explained, the most important thing now is to explore the palace.
The two black-tailed mermaids quickly vanished in the black sewage.
Sheng Ning took out a replication guidance card and quietly followed along with Zhu Yuanyan and Xiao Ruan. The sea was dark and heavy, making it easy to hide their tracks. When encountering Zhou Yan and Fang Xinrou again, Fang Xinrou was complaining.
What good are you anyway? You can't fight, you can't talk, why am I so unlucky to get you? Zhou Yan.
Fang Xinrou, we need to go to the underground palace, hurry and find the entrance.
You have to be quick. Fang Xinrou, I thought that with Brother Fang here, we could definitely clear the competition-type dungeon easily, but now it's only you.
Hearing Fang Xinrou's words, Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan exchanged surprised glances.
The competition-type dungeon, it appeared that there were 5 players, 2 red and 3 black, meaning there were 2 camps.
Xiao Ruan gave the seemingly frustrated Yuxing a thumbs up. Brother Yuxing is amazing.
He defeated the strongest one on their side in an instant.
Yuxing rolled his eyes and swam to Sheng Ning's other side with a flick of his tail. And Sheng Ning took out the rules for clearing the Blacktail Fish dungeon once again.
No need to read for C-level clearance. B-level clearance is to explore all the ruins.
At present, Sheng Ning only knew about the Royal Palace ruin, which meant there were other places. It seemed that Fang Xinrou and the others were supposed to choose this method of clearance.
What concerned Sheng Ning was A-level clearance, to solidify the position of the Blacktail Fish. Since there were 2 camps, could she boldly speculate that the A-level clearance for Redtail Fish was to solidify the position of the Redtail Fish? Thinking of this, Sheng Ning fell silent. What position did the Redtail Fish need to solidify? Since it wasn't about solidifying a position, was it about rising to power, solving the current predicament of the Redtail Fish? The S-level clearance was to cover up the truth of the deep sea. The premise of covering up the truth was knowing the truth. Using the word cover up was quite peculiar. Cover up, so it was a bad thing to cover up so they could protect the Blacktail Fish tribe. Then correspondingly, did that mean the Redtail Fish was to unveil this layer of truth? Zhou Yan quickly found the entrance to the underground palace, where there was a formation. Sheng Ning didn't see how Zhou Yan opened it, the formation just opened, and she guessed it might be related to Zhou Yan's talent. Upon deeper thought, it didn't seem strange. Zhou Yan's talent wasn't for fighting, so Fang Xinrou's defenses were down. Before they could get close, they heard Fang Xinrou's startled shout as she stepped into the cave, scaring Sheng Ning and the others to quickly retreat, thinking a monster was attacking. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see anything come out from inside. Xiao Ruan hesitantly asked, Sister Shang, should we go in or not? The entrance to the underground palace sloped down, and they were too far from the ground to see what was inside. Sheng Ning thought for a moment, it should be fine, the mermen are very strong, if there's anything inside, we can bring that noisy woman fish out. After she spoke, her little pinky was suddenly twisted hard by someone. Zhu Yuanyan had unknowingly gotten extremely close to her and lowly questioned, who's strong? Sheng Ning. Sister Shang, there's no light here. Xiao Ruan fully trusted her sister Shang, and after Sheng Ning said it was fine, she swam inside. Heaven knows how grateful Sheng Ning was to Xiao Ruan at that moment. She gently touched Zhu Yuanyan's face. Good boy, let's go. Fang Xinrou's surprise wasn't because there was anything strange or monstrous in here,
but rather that there was simply no light. The very moment they stepped into the entrance, the faint light of the pearls completely disappeared. It was as if this place was a black hole, absorbing all the light. Even holding her fingers right in front couldn't make them clear. Sheng Ning felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She pulled back a little distance with Chu Yuanyan, and before he could speak, she gently kissed his cool lips. Flipping their roles happened in an instant. Chu Yuanyan pressed Sheng Ning's waist with one hand and supported her neck with the other, kissing her urgently and passionately, like a drowning fish longing for clear spring water, constantly drinking.
In the dark entrance.
Beneath the silent water, the seawater was thick and did not stir. The two breaths intertwined, and Chu Yuanyan longed for the familiar scent in his dreams. Finally able to see it, yet it was out of reach, something to admire but not to play with. The emotions he had been holding back transformed into gentle entanglement at this moment, tightly wrapping around the person in his arms, unwilling to let go for a long time.
After an unknown time, Xiaoruan could no longer hold back. Ahem, I said, why don't we go in to take a look? Watching time pass second by second.
Beside her, Yang Xiaoruan, who was wishing to find a hole to hide in, finally couldn't help but speak up. She couldn't even imagine that Sister Shang would be tempted by beauty. This mermaid wasn't even close to the last one from the previous chapter.
Chu Yuanyan still wanted to cling to this, but Sheng Ning pushed him away.
Fortunately, it was completely dark here, and she couldn't see her flushed cheeks.
Indeed, darkness could hide many things.
At least the audience in the livestream could only hear intermittent sounds of water, and did not see any explosive scenes. Chu Yuanyan, visibly filled with unsatisfied agitation, followed behind Sheng Ning. 3 mermaids swam along the cave's wall, not in a hurry. After swimming for about 10 minutes, the wall beside them suddenly vanished. It seemed they were now in a vast space.
Darkness, silence.
Suddenly, a familiar shout came from the lower right. Ah, Zhou Yan, hurry up.
Ah, there's a dead fish. Zhou Yan. He really couldn't take it anymore. Could this woman stop shouting? Was she not even afraid of what strange things could be in this underground palace?
Zhou Yan groped his way forward. They were now at the bottom of the underground palace, and it seemed there was a mermaid's corpse lying there. As he felt around, Zhou Yan's movements suddenly froze, a layer of cold sweat rising on his back.
This hand could move?
Without hesitation, Zhou Yan pulled out his military knife and stabbed forward. There was a dull sound of piercing flesh, and then there was no further movement.
Beside him, Sheng Ning narrowly avoided Zhou Yan's blade. The seawater was so thick that no matter how much movement she made, it wouldn't cause any ripples. Zhou Yan didn't even notice anyone was beside her. But Sheng Ning could be certain.
On the ground, there was more than one fish corpse.
Chapter 48. Zhou Yan also realized what was happening on the ground. More than one fish corpse. Could this be an ocean graveyard?
Thinking of this, Sheng Ning shivered all over and instinctively moved closer to Chu Yuanyan, seeking a sense of safety. Before coming over, the 3 of them had already tied ropes around their waists to keep track of each other. Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembered she still had the eye of tracing. She didn't know if it would work here. Opening the option on the panel, she activated the eye of tracing. Before Sheng Ning's eyes, things became clear. When she saw the scene on the ground, she froze in place, goosebumps covering her body.
There were hundreds of mermaid corpses densely packed on the ground, all red-tailed and blue-tailed mermaids.
The corpses were surrounding a circle, all facing towards the center of the underground palace. Next to her, Zhou Yan was feeling along the ground and suddenly seemed to understand something, quickly retreating with Feng Xinro.
When the eyes can't see, the inner fear of humans is magnified invisibly.
Zhou Yan's voice was tinged with horror. You quickly use your talent to check the direction. There's more than one fish corpse here. Feng Xinro was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. After using her talent, she whispered, It's on the left. The left was precisely the center of the underground palace.
Sheng Ning slightly tugged the rope. Now she knew the talents of the 2 opposing sides. Since neither of them had an attacking talent, things would be much easier now. Sheng Ning was a bit faster than Feng Xinro and arrived at the center of the underground palace first. In the center of the underground palace was a stone platform that looked like a 9-layer cake. At the very top of the stone platform, there is a small groove. In the darkness, a deep purple sea urchin is placed on the groove. This color clearly indicates extreme toxicity. Sheng Ning couldn't help but glance around again at the mermaid corpses, almost certain that the mermaids must have wanted to reach for something on the stone platform before they died. Is this sea urchin it?
Zhou Yang was groping his way to the bottom of the stone platform, quickly about to discover them. Now among these people, only she can see, and Sheng Ning had no other choice but to draw her tang knife, lift the purple sea urchin, and swim toward the exit with Chu Yunyan and Xiaoruan. The moment they exited the underground palace, the light returned, and Xiaoruan clearly seemed a bit unaccustomed. Before they could say anything, a tremor came from beneath the palace.
The palace is going to collapse,
Xiaoruan exclaimed, and was immediately pulled by Sheng Ning to swim quickly out. The 3 soon escaped the crumbling palace. Countless orcas calls echoed, blending into the silent dark ocean, adding a touch of sorrow. Back at Chu Yunyan's residence, Sheng Ning finally took out the purple sea urchin and explained what had happened then.
Sister Shang, you are really amazing, Xiao Ruan immediately praised. Chu Yunyan, how could someone steal my lines? The three focused their eyes on the sea urchin. What exactly is this sea urchin? Why did all the mermaids die trying to obtain it? Or was it to protect it?
Xiao Ruan took out a pair of gold-threaded soft gloves. This is my D-level defensive gloves, impervious to all poisons.
Just what they need. Sheng Ning took it and looked it over, uncertain. Are you sure it will work?
Xiao Ruan confidently replied, trust me, the toxicity of a sea-level poison isn't that strong.
Sheng Ning pulled out an identical pair of gold-threaded gloves. Let's use this replica, then.
Xiao Ruan was momentarily stunned but happily accepted. Thank you, Sister Shang. The moment the gold-threaded gloves touched the sea urchin, it was like a hot furnace suddenly splashed with cold water, making a sizzling sound, with white smoke continuously billowing out.
Xiao Ruan used some strength and finally pried the sea urchin open, revealing a transparent bead inside.
When Xiao Ruan took off the gloves, they were already scorched with black marks.
Xiao Ruan wailed, oh no, the durability dropped by 70. Woe is me, my golden gloves, luckily this is just a replica. The bead wasn't exactly transparent, instead, it was a pure seawater blue, like a glass jar filled with seawater. The moment Sheng Ning's palm touched the bead, images began to appear in the air. The sky is bright, and the sea is a deep blue expanse.
In the distance, seagulls soar, their joyful cries drifting toward the depths of the sea. A giant sightseeing cruise ship sails on the surface, when suddenly several men leap from the top deck, flipping freely in the air, as if competing in diving. Suddenly, one man's entry into the water is awkward. The moment he hits the water, the splash knocks him unconscious, sinking toward the ocean floor. By the time his friends noticed, the man had already vanished without a trace.
The scene shifts. In the deep blue sea, countless large pearls illuminate this mysterious land at the bottom of the sea.
Sheng Ning and the others see the palace that had not yet fallen into ruin.
Majestic and grand, it emanates an ancient and mysterious aura. One strong, muscular team of black-tailed mermaids patrols the area around the palace. Not far from the palace, a red-tailed mermaid was cautiously conspiring with a man. That man is the one who fell into the water.
When he sank to the bottom, it was this red-tailed mermaid who saved him. The red-tailed mermaid clan is the most elegant and beautiful among mermaids, particularly the female mermaids who are even more stunning and radiant. At this moment, the man had already fallen in love with the red-tailed mermaid, repeatedly persuading her to leave with him. The red-tailed mermaid, who lived at the ocean floor for many years, yearned for the land world described by the man, and finally, she made up her mind. Arriving at the shallow sea with the man. The mermaid cannot come ashore, so the man settles by the sea, every night bringing red-tailed fish to swim in the ocean with his mermaid. The scene freezes on the happy smile of the red-tailed fish. The light of the mermaid's pearl gradually dims, turning into a blue color like the seawater, standing out awkwardly in this black murky water. Xiao Ruan feels a mix of emotions. No wonder everyone hates red-tailed fish so much. If it weren't for the red-tailed fish, if it weren't for that divine punishment, how beautiful the seawater would be.
Who would say otherwise?
This beautiful ocean, nurturing countless lives, has now turned into pitch-black sewage, and the living space for sea creatures has been crushed down to a mere mountain range.
Sheng Ning pondered, stroking her chin. I feel something is off. Xiao Ruan's eyes brightened. What's off?
Sheng Ning explained, the legend says the red-tailed fish fell in love with humans, and that's why the seawater turned to sewage, but to punish the entire ocean because of one fish, is that reasonable? Xiao Ruan sensed something wrong. The seven fairies' love for Dongyang got her taken back. San Shangmu had her child but was just locked at her own door. Niulang and Jinu were together, but Jinu was also taken back to work. How did a mermaid's love for a human lead to the destruction of the entire ocean?
Zhu Yuanyan looked at Sheng Ning, who was earnestly analyzing, and couldn't help but smile. A serious and focused wife is really so charming. Chapter 49. The answer to the problem may lie in other ruins.
Like a television series, The Mermaid's Pearl in the Palace may just be the first episode.
Night falls.
Xiao Ruan found an excuse to return to the coral treehouse.
Come on, who wants to live with a couple? She didn't understand why Shang Jia looked so much like a couple with an NPC.
In short, since such an absurd and strange game exists, it's not weird to fall in love with an NPC. After a whole day's journey, only after Xiao Ruan left did the two dare to speak some private words.
Before Sheng Ning could speak, Zhu Yuanyan skillfully blocked the livestream. Sheng Ning asked, this time there's no time limit? Counting the time, Zhu Yuanyan had been online for nearly 24 hours. This is quite different from the time frame in the first two instances. Zhu Yuanyan smirked, lazily lying on the shell-made bed. Of course, it's my wife who is amazing, blowing up the first two instances, while I took back some strength during their reorganization. Sheng Ning frowned, then what about this face?
Zhu Yuanyan, I made a bet with them, they wanted to use the faces of other handsome guys to tempt you.
Sheng Ning continued to ask, what's going on with that fish in the palace? Sheng Ning was actually very scared. What if that fish was like a Chu? She couldn't accept killing Chu Yuanyan again.
Chu Yuanyan's fishtail curled around Sheng Ning's. He said nonchalantly, he ate my flesh and blood, so he listens to me more.
Sheng Ning's brows twitched. She suddenly asked, what is your talent?
Chu Yuanyan raised an eyebrow, not expecting Sheng Ning to ask this question. I only have one SSS level talent, Blood Master. My flesh and blood possess great power. Anyone who drinks my blood or eats my flesh will be at my command. After his flesh and blood were consumed by other strange beings, it became an anchor point. As long as his power is strong enough, he can descend on any of these strange beings and replace them. Naturally, the strange beings that consumed his flesh and blood would become his slaves.
Perhaps due to daily thoughts, or maybe because Chu Yuanyan's matters weighed heavily on her mind. Sheng Ning rarely had a dream.
In the dream, she held the pearl that played past images, but what she saw was a different scene. In the image, a young man cut open his palm, blood flowing freely, while the strange beings around seemed to see some deadly temptation, rushing over to continuously drink the blood.
In the eerie scene, there was her brother Gue, Chu, and some frightening figures she had never seen before. And a whale that was as thin as a python.
Hundreds and thousands of those strange beings surrounded the young man, like leeches, with no place unoccupied. The young man's face quickly turned pale, even more so than the eerie faces around him, and suddenly, across the water curtain, it seemed like he saw someone. A glimmer of compromise appeared in his eyes. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but Sheng Ning couldn't hear it clearly. When Sheng Ning wanted to get closer, the young man suddenly transformed into pieces of flesh and vanished.
Don't!
Sheng Ning woke up with a start, no longer feeling sleepy.
At dawn, Sheng Ning arrived at the mine, handed over 2 apples, and left with Xiaoruan.
But in front of the deep sea gate, she encountered a group of aggressive black-tailed mermaids.
Fang Xinru and Zhou Yan.
Fang Xinru had her head wrapped in bandages, and Zhou Yan had his hands bandaged, looking very disheveled. The collapse of the underground palace happened too suddenly yesterday. The two of them had no time to react, and if it weren't for Fang Xinru's talent, they would have likely been trapped underneath.
With their current strength, they simply couldn't continue exploring the other ruins.
Fang Xinru felt instinctively that the collapse of the underground palace yesterday was related to Shang Xiaomei, but she had no proof. This was a competitive instance. Even if she didn't know the red-tailed fish's rules for clearing the stage, she absolutely couldn't let Shang Xiaomei clear it first.
As a player with no options, Fang Xinru thought, as the current mermaid princess, capturing 2 red-tailed mermaids would be very easy. Capture them. They are runaway slaves. With a command from Fang Xinru, the large and strong black-tailed mermaids immediately surrounded them.
According to the laws of the underwater kingdom, minors who escape will be burdened with chains weighing 100 pounds. As red-tailed mermaids, your punishment is even greater, so surrender quietly. The black-tailed mermaid spoke coldly, with a hint of disdain. The sizes of Sheng Ning and the others seemed like adults and children in front of a group of adult black-tailed mermaid guards.
If the red-tailed mermaids represented elegance and beauty, the blue-tailed mermaids stood for wisdom and reason.
And the black-tailed mermaids symbolized strength and power. Xiaoruan felt a bit flustered, but upon seeing Sheng Ning's calm demeanor, she felt her heart suddenly calm down as well. Sheng Ning was not calm. She suddenly noticed that Zhou Yan and the black-tailed mermaids beside him had quite a significant difference.
Maybe it's due to malnutrition, she thought randomly.
She looked at Fang Xinru. Miss Fang, why make things difficult for fellow players?
Fang Xinru spat. You have the face to say that?
It was you all who attacked Fang Gu first.
Xiaoruan couldn't hold back. You all attacked us first yesterday.
If it weren't for your square face being so disgusting, a brave fish wouldn't have eaten it.
If this were in human society, they'd definitely award a medal for bravery. Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning, Miss Fang, let's call yesterday's incident off and make a deal. How about that? Fang Xinru naturally disagreed, but Zhou Yan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. What deal? Sheng Ning, this is a competitive instance. You've chosen to clear it at B level, right? Zhou Yan paused for a moment, then nodded.
They had used 2 bound cards to enter the C level instance. If they chose to clear it at C level, they would lose everything, even their pants. If Fang Gu were still around, they could take a shot at clearing it at A level. Now it was just him and Fang Xinru, so to be safe, they could only choose B level.
Sheng Ning continued, I won't compete with you for B level. Just take us to the other ruins, how about it?
Fang Xinru widened her eyes in disdain. Your scheme is laid out too clearly. Without you, we could still clear it with our guiding and breaking talents.
Zhou Yan covered his face.
Sheng Ning, it had been a long time since she saw someone so innocent and simple, strike out, adorable.
Teacher Zhou, what do you think?
The title of teacher is always appropriate, no matter when.
Indeed,
a rare look of shock appeared on Zhou Yan's face for a moment, then his expression became somewhat unnatural, and his back straightened involuntarily.
I think what you said is very right.
We are all players, and this is not a guaranteed death scenario.
We can cooperate. Another loud slap awaited Zhou Yan. Fang Xinyo screamed, damn Zhou Yan.
You never talked this much to me.
Zhou Yan had become numb from the beating.
He shot a glance at Fang Xinyo, then swam over to Sheng Ning's side and said to the black-tailed mermaid guard, "Everyone disperse, the princess is throwing a tantrum."
Chapter 50. 5 mermaids stopped in front of an ancient temple that was several times more magnificent than the royal palace. Sheng Ning patted the pale-faced Fang Xinyo and handed her an apple. "You've worked hard."
"Humph." Fang Xinyo shot a glance at Sheng Ning, but her body honestly accepted the small apple and began munching on it.
Reaching the ocean temple was indeed thanks to Fang Xinyo's talent.
It was about a 5-hour distance from the clean water area. This included passing through a long, winding underwater tunnel. Without Fang Xinyo's A-level talent that refreshed every 5 minutes, Sheng Ning would have surely taken a lot of detours to get here.
The temple was huge, standing nearly 200 meters high.
The temple architecture was simple and ancient. At the center of the great hall was a spiraling 5-clawed golden dragon, gilded all over, with scales that looked lifelike.
The dragon's eyes glared, as if pitying all beings, yet also like an omnipotent deity.
In each corner of the hall, there were 4 similar 5-clawed divine dragons, each with different postures, some gazing, some sprawling, some chasing, lifelike as if real dragons were present. Whether it was a feeling from the heart or some special blessing of the temple, the wastewater here seemed much shallower than outside.
Swimming here wasn't as exhausting. Fang Xinyo snorted, 5 dragons, just right for the 5 of us. Let's split up and look for clues. I contributed the most. I want the one in the middle. Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan and Zhou Yan. You're an elementary school student, you call the shots. Sheng Ning swam around and chose the northern side of the Great Hall, where the divine dragon's posture was very vague.
Upon getting closer, she realized that it was a pitch-black dragon. Its scales lost their luster, obscured by murky wastewater, making it appear blurry.
In the center was the golden dragon, to the east was the azure dragon, to the south was the crimson dragon, to the west was the white dragon, and to the north was the black dragon. Sheng Ning suddenly realized 5 divine dragons correspond to the 5 elemental directions. Zhou Yan immediately reacted, "Is this a formation? Look, is something missing from the dragon's mouth?" It was quite common for dragons to hold jewels in their mouths. Of course, not every dragon held something, so everyone ignored it at first. Once Zhou Yan pointed it out, everyone noticed that there was something empty in the dragon's mouth, as if it was missing something. Sheng Ning, inspired, took out the pearl she obtained from the palace. No, it should be called a dragon pearl now. Its size fit perfectly in the dragon's mouth, so Sheng Ning aimed to place it inside the dragon's mouth. "Sister Shang, wait." Xiaoruan called out urgently. Sheng Ning's movement halted just as Xiaoruan spoke.
The two exchanged glances, clearly thinking the same thing.
Fang Xinyo frowned, "Why are you stopping? Hurry up. There are still 2 more rooms we need to go to."
Xiaoruan rolled her eyes at her. "Big sister, please get it clear. It's obvious the dragon pearl corresponds to each dragon."
"We don't have any clues right now. What if we mess it up?"
Fang Xinyo, feeling wronged but refusing to lose momentum, shouted, "Who are you calling big sister?"
The loud, sharp voice echoed throughout the entire temple.
There was a moment of silence, and then suddenly a resonating roar came from below the temple. Following this, the temple began to tremble. Under the dim light, several people saw dozens of pillars suddenly rise into the sky around the temple.
Like a cage, tightly surrounding the temple.
Sheng Ning immediately reacted, not caring to scold Fang Xinyo, dragging Chu Yuanyan and Xiaoruan to run wildly using the speed card. When they reached the pillars, they finally saw clearly that the pillars, dozens of meters thick, were covered in suction cups and were continuously shaking.
What the hell are these pillars? These are the tentacles of an octopus. Legends say that an octopus has 3 brains. There are also legends saying that each tentacle of an octopus has a brain. Sheng Ning made an example. Damn it, every tentacle of an octopus has a brain.
Before they got close to the tentacles, 3 of them seemed to have eyes and all rushed towards them. If the huge tentacles smashed onto the 3 small kalami, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy.
Fortunately, Xiaoruan's talent had refreshed, and she attacked one of the octopus tentacles. "Sleep, sleep my dear baby." Xiaoruan was so scared by the tentacles that her voice nearly broke, and the tune of the song was out of key, but even so, the attacking tentacle suddenly slowed down. Wobbling along with Xiaoruan's song, it gently drooped down. Xiaoruan felt exhausted, almost unable to steady herself. At the same time, while being whipped by the tentacle, Sheng Ning threw an apple over, and then thought of something, pulling out a row of bright red apples. "These are delicious. Do you want to try one?" A tentacle monster that could understand children's songs could never be a bad kid. The octopus tentacle abruptly stopped, and after a moment, as if testing, it poked the apple with the tip of its tentacle, suddenly tilted, as if thinking, and then without hesitation, grabbed all the apples. In the dark, silent deep sea, the crisp sound of apple crunching broke the silence. Xiaoruan bit into an apple, drawing closer. "Sister Shang, it's super delicious. I declare, anyone who says apples are the most repulsive fruit from now on, I will be mad at them."
Over there, Zhou Yan and Fong Shinro had already been whipped into spinning tops by several tentacles. Suddenly, all the tentacles halted sequentially and surged towards Sheng Ning. The huge tentacles stopped in front of the petite mermaid, continuously nudging Sheng Ning with their tips. But they were too afraid to use too much strength, and soon the tips of the tentacles turned bright red. The tentacle that snatched the apples danced around Sheng Ning, making the surrounding seawater churn with ripples, as Sheng Ning wobbled and was pulled by Chu Yuanyan. Chu Yuanyan protected Sheng Ning with one hand, disdainfully saying, "Pathetic, just a few apples and you've forgotten who you are." After saying this, he got slapped by the nearest tentacle and narrowly dodged it. Sheng Ning touched the bright red tip of a tentacle, which suddenly seemed to be stimulated, turning completely red and wriggling non-stop. Tentacle, the fruit goddess is touching me, touching me. Suddenly, Sheng Ning saw the suction cups of the tentacle suddenly close tight, charging up, bounce. A card, shining with a black light, burst out from the suction cup.
Sheng Ning.
For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit unwilling to have this card. She didn't need to move, the tentacle tip had already pushed the card towards her, presenting it like a treasure.
The moment she touched the card. Ding, A-level heart connection card used successfully.
Immediately, a 10-year-old boy's voice suddenly appeared in her ear, "Sister, sister, 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 I'm Qi Sheng, you can call me Little 8.
Before Sheng Ning could respond, Chu Yuanyan's face suddenly darkened, pinching Little 8's tentacle, angrily saying, "Did you just use the heart connection card on my wife?" Chapter 51.
The tentacle that could collapse a mountain was pinched by Chu Yuanyan, leaving glaring blood marks. The tentacle didn't struggle, drooping down weakly, crying, "Sister, I'm sorry, I used the card on you because I liked you too much."
"It's okay, sister, it doesn't hurt at all." Sheng Ning.
The development of the situation caught Sheng Ning by surprise.
She pulled Chu Yuanyan and took out a few small apples for the injured tentacle. "I'm sorry, he thought you wanted to hurt me. This is compensation for you."
The tentacle wrapped around Sheng Ning's ankle. "Thank you, sister.
You're so kind." Chu Yuanyan was furious, "So they're trying to steal the corner in front of him, huh? You little bastard, I'll teach you how to behave today."
A red light flashed in his hand, the seawater around the temple surged, and a sense of pressure fell down from above. A few people looked up and saw the giant figure that had appeared in the palace once again manifesting out of thin air, tugging mercilessly at the octopus's tentacle.
Wah, sister, it hurts so much. So what if I like my sister? Damn it, you like the little apple. I like both the little apple and my sister. You like the little apple but still slander me. Wah, sister, save me. Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanyan's eyes turned red with anger.
If it weren't for Sheng Ning holding him back, he would have already rushed over to beat up this green tea octopus himself.
Alright, you all stop fighting. Sheng Ning looked speechlessly at the temple below.
The waves of the sea surged higher and higher, while that temple remained steadily at the seabed. Sheng Ning could finally see clearly that the green tea little octopus was pinned beneath the temple, only its tentacles could move freely. Given that half of its body was suppressed, the green tea little octopus was soon pulled apart by the gigantic snake-like whale, its whimpering cries echoing incessantly in their minds.
Can we turn off this connection card? Sheng Ning held Chu Yuanyan's hand, not caring whether anyone in the livestream was watching anymore.
After all, everyone thought this was an item used on NPCs.
Chu Yuanyan's angry expression turned to grievance. He's a dirty rogue. This card can only be used once per person in a lifetime. He made you use it on him.
Sheng Ning had not expected it to be like this. She comfortingly stroked Chu Yuanyan's soft hair. Just think of it as a way to clear the game.
Only you are my treasure. Chu Yuanyan seemed unchanged, while the snake-shaped whale over there was happily rolling on the ground. Did you hear that?
I am her treasure.
Sheng Ning, I heard its heart voice. Chu Yuanyan was stunned, but the snake-shaped octopus was even happier, taunting, "Waste little green tea, do you see? Sister is mine.
Although she used it on you, my favorability is higher than yours.
Sister can connect with my heart.
I am her big treasure." The green tea little octopus, wah, sister, it doesn't matter if you don't like me, I am willing to wait for you.
Sheng Ning, she couldn't help but laugh. The two big dogs at home were fighting for affection.
She tossed a bunch of apples to the snake-shaped whale and the little green tea, and the two giant fish finally ceased fighting. The agitated dirty water soon calmed down. Zhou Yan and Fong Shinro were seriously injured. Even though they used healing cards, their wounds had healed, but the pain still remained.
Especially Zhou Yan, Sheng Ning could sense his killing intent even from a distance.
Sigh, he is also a person with a hard life. Sheng Ning ignored them and was the first to enter the two rooms behind the temple to search, hoping to find other rules or Dragon Balls.
The first room seemed to be a shrine. It was filled with spirit tablets of the mermaid royal family. Little Soft discovered the clearance rules for the blue-tailed mermaid behind the spirit tablet of the first mermaid king. Blue-tailed mermaid? Little Soft was confused. Aren't there only red-tailed fish and black-tailed fish?
Sheng Ning was also puzzled, maybe our instance only has red and black factions. After she finished speaking, she felt it was also not quite right, but 5 players had already appeared, 3 black, 2 red, and no blue-tailed mermaid.
Clearance rules, blue-tailed mermaid. 1. Survive for 30 days, level C clearance. 2. Explore all ruins, level B clearance. 3. Become the Mermaid King, restore the glory of the blue-tailed mermaid, level A clearance. 4. Uncover the truth of the deep sea and make the right decision. S level clearance. The rules above only apply to C level and B level, just like the black-tailed mermaid. The A level and S level clearances are not just difficult, especially the S level's clearance rules. What exactly does a correct decision mean?
The black-tailed fish conceals the truth, the blue-tailed fish seeks out the truth and makes the correct decision, while the red-tailed fish probably reveals the truth. Sheng Ning ripped the rule paper down from the spirit tablet, turning to Xiao Ruan and saying, "No matter what our rules are, they must be related to the truth of the deep sea." Xiao Ruan nodded. "Let's check another room.
Maybe we can find Zhou Yan using his talent to see if there's a crypt here. I feel like there's a Dragon Ball here."
In the other room, Zhou Yan was already inside. The room was very spacious, with many murals on the walls depicting the 5 dragon gods blessing all things in the ocean, symbolizing that the 5 divine dragons are the true essence and worship of all things in the ocean. Zhou Yan felt around on the mural for a while, and suddenly a white light flashed, and 2 lines of words appeared on the wall like a projection. Temple Rule 1, please do not make loud noises. Temple Rule 2, the dragon god can fulfill the wishes of his people, as long as he is very lucky.
The white light flashed, and the text quickly blurred. Everyone already knew the reason for the first rule. The second rule left a few people puzzled.
They answered in the center of the hall, facing the mighty giant dragon.
Sheng Ning suddenly thought, what if we kneel and pray? Since it's a wish, how can we stand?
Fang Xinruo's pain had just faded, and upon entering the hall, she heard Sheng Ning's words. Without hesitation, she slid to kneel before the dragon god. "Please bless me, dragon god, that I can clear the instance." The hall was silent. Sheng Ning heard the muffled sound of little green tea chewing an apple in her mind. "Sister, this is not right, you should kneel in front of the dragon god and chant, 'The abyss forgives all look to the abyss to make it work, okay?'"
Sheng Ning hesitated. Xiao Ruan followed Fang Xinruo and tried to bow 3 times.
Still, there was no response in the hall. Little green tea urged, "I won't lie to sister.
You should try."
Sheng Ning glanced at Chu Yunyan, not knowing why, but Chu Yunyan could also hear little green tea's voice, and after she used the mind connection card, she could even hear the voice of the serpentine whale.
Chu Yunyan shook his head. "I can't say." Sheng Ning knew he couldn't talk about anything related to the plot. "Since that's the case, let's take a gamble."
"The abyss forgives all look to the abyss." The ancient, almost incantational voice echoed in the silent, spacious dragon god hall. The moment the incantation fell, the entire dragon god hall suddenly trembled, as if some monster was about to break through the ground. And the childish voice in Sheng Ning's mind suddenly turned a bit sinister. "Sister is so good, since you prayed to the abyss to see me, here I come."
Chapter 52.
As everyone was in a daze, the entire temple suddenly sank, and a colossal octopus body, blocking the sky and almost occupying all vision, slowly crawled out from beneath the temple.
Sheng Ning immediately used the acceleration card, pulling Chu Yunyan and Xiao Ruan to run.
Clearly, she had been tricked. This was her first failure even after using special tools like incense and little apples. There was no need to think about why. Right now, there was only one word: run. Although the green tea little octopus was huge, she thought its movements would be very clumsy. At least Sheng Ning believed it couldn't catch up with her who had used the acceleration card. But in the blink of an eye, a mountain peak hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the 3. The voice of the green tea little octopus changed, sounding a bit like a young man's voice, gritting its teeth and saying, "Dog compared to a whale, you felt really good hitting me just now, didn't you?" The giant serpent whale spiraled behind Sheng Ning and the others. At first glance, it looked like they were surrounded and attacked by 2 mountain peaks. The 2 giant creatures could strike with their tails at will. They were truly going to meet the dragon god. "You didn't think I was using all my strength just now, did you, little trash? Let me teach you how to behave." With that, the massive serpentine whale suddenly sped up and crashed straight into the octopus's belly, throwing it into the distant canyon. On the other side of the canyon, the ground trembled, and the waves of the sea surged, sweeping Sheng Ning and her companions away, unable to resist the torrent. In the rushing water, Sheng Ning seemed to see Chu Yunyan smile slightly at her, his lips moving on leaving. Amid the murky water, a dark red light pierced the sky, heading towards the canyon. Before long, Sheng Ning heard a painful wail echoing in her mind, crying out for help. After all this commotion, they returned to the clean water zone just as night fell. Sheng Ning frowned and said, "Tomorrow, give the lantern fish a little bribe, and we won't come back. This back and forth is wasting too much time and energy." Xiao Ruan agreed, suddenly thinking, "Sister, do you think Zhou Yan and the others will be okay?"
Sheng Ning shook her head, not sure, but their talents, though not combat-related, are still quite impressive. They won't easily get into trouble.
After sending the unconscious Yu Xing back to his place, the two returned to the coral tree house.
Counting the time, Sheng Ning woke up at dawn.
Before they reached the mine site, she and Xiao Ruan were stopped by a group of black-tailed fish guards. The leader of the black-tailed fish gruffly said, "His Majesty wishes to see you." The Mermaid Palace stood at the top of the deep-sea canyon. It was only half the size of the original palace.
Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan were quickly brought into a bright and transparent study.
A 5-meter-long black-tailed mermaid wearing a crown of pearls stood at the window, gazing into the distance. Hearing movement behind him, he turned around, a fierce scar cutting across his nose and cheek, making this Mermaid King look quite intimidating.
"Miss Sheng, Miss Yang." The Mermaid King smiled. "How did you rest last night?"
The seemingly ordinary greeting made the two tense up.
The Mermaid King must know what happened yesterday.
The Mermaid King continued, "You two don't need to be nervous.
I only wish to make a deal with you."
With that, he slid a white glass box, which had been prepared on the desk, toward them and opened it. Inside lay a red paper and 3 B-grade cards.
Sheng Ning's fingers gently stroked the 4 pieces of paper. Listening to the prompt sound in her mind, she asked, "What do you want us to do?"
The Mermaid King waved his hand, in a very good-natured way, "Miss Sheng, you worry too much.
On the contrary, I need you to do nothing. You just need to hand over the Dragon Pearl and stay in the Dragon Palace until you achieve C-grade clearance. As compensation, here are 3 B-grade cards for you." The Mermaid King seemed quite confident that Sheng Ning and Yang Xiaoruan would agree. In fact, Xiaoruan was already tempted.
Although it was C-grade clearance with no rewards, having 1 B-grade card made this trip quite worthwhile.
Sheng Ning looked at the Mermaid King, curious, "You NPCs are able to know about us players now?"
The Mermaid King sighed. "Last night, Lord Qi Xing and Lord Yu Xing caused too much commotion, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. All right, Lord Qi Xing and Lord Yu Xing are both pets of that esteemed person. Decades ago, Lord Yu Xing suddenly betrayed us."
"Do you know the reason, Miss Shang?" Sheng Ning recalled Chu Yuanyan's talent, realizing it all came together now.
Taking someone else's pet, that was something that scoundrel could do.
With a very smug smile, Sheng Ning arrogantly said, "Reason? What reason is needed to turn away from darkness to find the light?"
The Mermaid King was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "Ah, Miss Shang, you really fear nothing in your ignorance.
That esteemed person is the ruler of the dungeon, aren't you scared at all?"
Sheng Ning stood up, curling her lips into a faint smile. "It seems he sent you to stop me. Please tell him to take good care of the little octopus, it has a special connection with me." Then, she left the palace gracefully. As Sheng Ning expected, the Mermaid King did not stop her, or rather, was unable to stop her.
If he could, the mighty Mermaid King could lock them up or tempt them to trigger the deadly rules.
He would never go through all this trouble just to give gifts. Not long after Sheng Ning stepped out, Xiao Ruan followed her out.
Receiving the Mermaid King's card, sea-level clearance was a low-risk gain.
Following Sheng Ning, that was high risk but also high reward. Xiao Ruan thought for 2 seconds and had already come to a conclusion. Sister Shang was already strong enough to make high-level anomalies wary, it was obvious whom to choose. At this moment, the live chat room was also buzzing with noise.
What is happening? How can anomalies buy off players? Am I seeing things?
This is even more unbelievable than hitting a hidden talent.
Can someone explain what's going on? I've always thought this sister was a bit too strong. What did she mean when she said that to the Mermaid King? What does abandoning darkness to embrace light mean, and who is her light? I report. There's someone with connections here. I knew she was a connection holder. Incense, apples, rings. I'm really convinced. If I had these props, I'd be terrifyingly strong too. This sister is so cool.
Talking tough to high-level anomalies, love it, love it.
Capable of managing a C-level 5-person game anomaly is at least a disaster-level anomaly. Anomalies like Destruction level and King level have their own domains. Wow. A level 5 big shot. Thank you for the explanation, but how strong is a King level anomaly really? How to say, you know Xing Chang, right? It's about as strong as Shang Chang. Chapter 53.
Stepping out of the Mermaid Palace, all that met her eyes was the vast, endless black ocean. Sheng Ning felt a bit troubled.
Fang Xinro and Zhou Yanqing's fates were uncertain, and now there wasn't even a guide to lead the way.
Using the guidance card was very unrealistic, but Sheng Ning suppressed the curve of her lips and took out 3 B-level cards from her resource panel. These were exactly the 3 cards the Mermaid King had wanted to give them. The 3 cards were Skill Card Domain, B, Attack Card Obscure, B, and Special Card Resuscitation, B. It seemed the Mermaid King truly had sincere intentions, even providing a special card. However, without a guidance card, Shang Ning's dilemma remained unsolved. Opening the resource panel, Sheng Ning wanted to rummage around for something useful. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the talent panel, Fusion Random.
Second talent. Ding, activating second talent.
Ding, gaining random talent, Summon.
Can randomly summon amount within 500. Sheng Ning, is this reliable? Mermaid, please. With no other choice, Sheng Ning could only use the talent. Summoning. Summon successful, your cute little aid is on its way. Sheng Ning's pupils constricted. It couldn't be the little aid she was thinking of? Murphy's law proves that the more one fears something, the more it comes true. As Sheng Ning saw the distant peak suddenly emerge in the light of the mermaid palace, she felt a bit speechless and even wanted to laugh. It wasn't just one D-level talent, how did it summon this colossal creature? Xiaoruan happened to see that familiar tentacle lifting Sister Shang up, nearly scaring her into inheriting Feng Xinruo's talent, screaming out loud. Sister Shang. Sheng Ning, expressionless, don't be afraid, this is my deep-sea delivery.
Then she turned to Little 8 and said, Driver 8, please take my friend along. A shy and obedient male voice echoed in her mind, okay, sister, your friend is my friend too.
Immediately, Xiaoruan was also pulled onto the octopus vehicle. Little 8 happily said, Sister, are you happy to see me? Thank you for letting me out yesterday. Sheng Ning. Little 8, sister, let me guess where you want to go.
Sister came from the Deep Sea Palace and then went to the temple.
I guess her next destination is the Deep Sea Hall.
Xiaoba said, the Deep Sea Hall is very beautiful. Before the sewage appeared, it was filled with little corals and many pretty little fish. I heard that the first mermaid king and queen met, fell in love, and got married there.
Xiaoba continued, Sister, if we go there, does it count as a date? No. You trashy octopus, you stole my wife.
A furious voice suddenly came from behind Sheng Ning. It was very familiar. Without looking, everyone knew whose angry voice it was. Yu Xing was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Sheng Ning, questioning, why didn't you sleep with me yesterday? He looked fierce, but there was a hint of grievance, like a wife who had cheated on her husband.
Sheng Ning bit her lip, revealing a hint of sadness, I thought you didn't like me. Before Yu Xing could say anything, he was slapped by Xiaoba, don't be mean to sister. Seeing the two fish about to fight again, Sheng Ning quickly intervened, giving them each 10 little apples, and both immature fish calmed down. The Deep Sea Hall was in the southern part of the clear water area. Xiaoba was already fast, but it still took more than 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the Deep Sea Hall. If the style of the temple leaned towards a Chinese style, then the hall had more of a Western church style, resembling the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris but much larger and more magnificent. The carvings on the building were also more exquisite. The outer walls of the hall were carved with all kinds of creatures from the seabed, from sardines, small turtles, to sharks, killer whales, and octopuses. Every ocean being was sculpted here, lifelike. At the end of the sculpture was a strong mermaid, kneeling with her fish tail toward the dragon god, who held a dragon pearl in each of his 5 claws, offering them to the mermaid. As if saying, the ocean's countless beings were entrusted to the mermaid clan to protect. Xiaoba's body was too big to enter the hall, so Sheng Ning coaxed him, you wait for me outside for a while, okay? Yu Xing was proudly flipping his tail around Sheng Ning, his annoying expression was so unbearable that even Xiaoruan couldn't bear to look, sister, you should manage him. Xiaoba was so angry that his more than 20 arms were trembling, twisted, and said, just wait, I'll go find my big brother. After saying that, Xiaoba vanished in a flash. Yu Xing sneered, little trash, can't fight back so you call for a parent. Sheng Ning glanced at him, did you not call yesterday? Yu Xing exploded, you must not say that. You are mine. Humph. The interior of the hall was already eroded by seawater, and only the dragon god statue above still stood majestically. Sheng Ning said to Xiaoruan, let's split up and see if we can find the dragon pearls again. The mermaid king specifically mentioned the dragon pearls. They must be related to the truth of the deep sea. The 3 fish searched both inside and outside the hall. Yu Xing found a blue shell at the tail of the dragon god statue. The shell was tightly shut, and shaking it produced a rolling sound from inside. Xiaoruan asked doubtfully, sister, do you think the dragon pearl is inside? Sheng Ning replied, it sounds very much like it. Let's try to open it. Sheng Ning took out a butterfly knife, wanting to knock open the shell, but saw that the shell seemed to come alive, chewing and swallowing her pure gold butterfly knife in just a few bites. Fortunately, it was a replica, otherwise, Sheng Ning would have really felt heartbroken. Xiaoruan leaned closer, it's alive? Let me try my talent? Thinking of her talent, Xiaoruan turned a little red, Sister Shang, don't laugh at me. Little bunny, open the door, hurry and open, mommy is back already. The shell moved. It's promising. Xiaoruan softened her voice further, little dog, open the door, bump with your head, little mouse, open the door, nibble with your mouth, little cat, open the door, kick with your feet, shell, open the door, ring the doorbell. After singing, Xiaoruan tapped the shell with her fingers.
After a few breaths, the blue shell slowly opened, revealing a blue pearl inside. Xiao Ruan's eyes lit up, humming a nursery rhyme, and gently took out the blue dragon pearl. Nod your head. With her hands on her waist, Little Shell showed her best performance. The cyan dragon pearl was taken out, and Little Shell's clam meat suddenly shook, continuously dripping water droplets, as if it were crying. Little Soft was stunned. The cyan dragon pearl in her hand became scorching hot. Ah, wait, it really feels like bullying a child. Sheng Ning suddenly felt some guilt, as if they had tricked a child out of their lollipop. Just as they were at a loss, Sheng Ning suddenly thought of the fist-sized pearl she had hidden. Without hesitation, she took it out and placed it where the dragon pearl was. The clam instantly stopped crying, as if its shaking meat let out a hiccup of tears. After placing the pearl, the cyan shell slowly closed, swimming gently to the dragon god's feet and becoming motionless. Sheng Ning and Little Soft looked at each other. At that moment, the cyan dragon pearl projected an image again. Chapter 54. The buildings in the image were the temple that Sheng Ning and the others had seen yesterday. The underwater temple was white, and sunlight filtered through the clear sea, casting a faint golden light on the magnificent temple, making it breathtaking and radiant. This was the most sacred place in the vast ocean land. Before the solemn and grand dragon god, two mermaids knelt, one red and one blue. The blue-tailed mermaid wore a golden ruby crown, her face heavy, and after a long time, let out a deep sigh. Are you really telling the truth? The red-tailed mermaid's face was also full of sorrow, tears continuously sliding down, rolling on the ground and turning into little pearls. Lo Sun, I beg you to give me the dragon pearl, I must go ashore. The blue-tailed mermaid slowly took off her crown. She looked piously at the dragon god statue and threw out a pair of holy cups. The holy cups landed on the ground, one yin and one yang. Only then did the blue-tailed mermaid finally show a relieved smile. The dragon god has agreed. The ruby on the crown was taken off by Lo Sun and handed to the red-tailed mermaid. Ming Xing, take care of yourself. The scene shifted to a Western-style church, and Sheng Ning saw that Ming Xing had now turned into a human form. The only difference was her striking red hair. She was holding on to a man, the same man whom Sheng Ning had seen, the human Ming Xing saved. In front of the priest's witness, the two kissed, the man showing a happy smile, while Ming Xing was also smiling, but her brows slightly furrowed, containing two parts of sorrow. After that, the scene seemed to fast forward. Ming Xing happily lived with the man, got married, and had children. On the first birthday of Ming Xing's child, the man booked an entire cruise ship to celebrate. At that time, the sky was overcast, storm clouds gathered above. The ocean became turbulent, waves crashed one after another, as if some giant beast was rolling. The image froze at that moment. After the cyan dragon pearl finished projecting the scene, it slowly fell into Little Soft's hands. Little Soft thought for a moment. Sister, you take care of it. Sheng Ning took it over and placed it together with the first blue dragon pearl. Now, adding the dragon pearl brought ashore by Ming Xing, there were a total of 3 dragon pearls. It was still early in the day, they needed to hurry to find all the dragon pearls. Let's go, stop dazing off. When Sheng Ning turned around to leave, she saw Little Soft still in a daze. Only then did Little Soft seem to wake up from a dream and followed, worried, Sister, didn't you find the projection just strange? Is this really divine punishment? Because Ming Xing not only went ashore but also had children? The union of humans and demons must bring down heavenly retribution. Sheng Ning. Wow, it seems you watched too many melodramatic short dramas. She explained, did your family ever oppose you dating? Little Soft, ah? Sheng Ning, if your family opposed you being together with your boyfriend, but you were determined, at that moment, would you be more sad or more resolute? Little Soft substituted herself into the situation. Perhaps I would be more resolute. Sheng Ning, exactly, and the blue-tailed mermaid doesn't seem heartbroken. Instead, it was despair. The red-tailed fish wasn't resolute, more like despair. After thinking for a moment, Sheng Ning added, Ming Xing and Luo Sun, you could say they are more like preparing to die together. Xiao Ruan suddenly became enlightened. What they said was ambiguous, so what is on the shore? The red-tailed fish must go ashore, but what is on the shore? The driver had already been waiting outside. Seeing Sheng Ning come out, he elegantly turned in a circle, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that each of his arms was adorned with little white socks, crossed out, gloves. He, sister, I can shrink now. I listen to sister. If sister wants me to grow big, I will grow big. To prove that what he said was true, the mountain-sized little octopus suddenly disappeared into thin air, and Sheng Ning instinctively felt her long hair gently fall. The Q-version octopus hairpin had already clung to her strands. Sheng Ning smiled helplessly, cradling the little octopus in her palm, poking it with her fingertip, suddenly feeling the sensation from yesterday when the little octopus poked her. Little Ba, we are going to the next ruins, can you take me there? Sheng Ning quietly coaxed in a tone that made the little octopus bubble with happiness. Of course. I am someone's sister can trust and rely on. After saying this, like a proud rooster, he posed with 2 arms on his hips, his body growing to the size of a whale.
Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan sat on Little Ba's shoulders, speeding through the seabed.
3 hours later, the deep-sea DD driver stopped beside a completely dark building. The building looked like a 9-story tall tower, with broken wind chimes hanging from each apex.
The driver cheerfully introduced, "Sister, this is the deep-sea altar. Every mermaid king must defeat the strongest black-tailed mermaid here to ascend to the throne. Of course, if the decision made by the king of mermaids is questioned, the king must accept challenges from others."
With Little Ba acting as both driver and guide, Sheng Ning felt like she was on a roll.
She relayed everything to Xiao Ruan.
It was not Xiao Ruan who was surprised, but everyone in the live broadcast.
"Mom, am I watching a weird game live stream or a children's channel? Youth has no price, octopus goes straight to the ruins, deep-sea DD, you deserve it. Family, can someone explain how this is a 5-person difficulty dungeon? It's simply a joke."
Upstairs, you are watching an Animal World version of a weird game, think about it.
Without this colorful octopus's help, could you speed through the unknown depths of the sea for hours?
Let's stop talking, just came out from the dungeon, cleared with a C grade, really couldn't find the ruins, had to dig for minerals every day. Only after coming out did I realize I'm the only unlucky one. Thankfully, my skill is positioning, and the pearls I dug are big and round, otherwise, I would have been stuck in the dungeon. Bro, I feel for you, some are mining in the deep sea, while others are like damn caretakers. The Weird Games Real daughter is confirmed, smile, game, quickly compensate me with 5 A grade cards, and I won't report you. Sheng Ning took out dozens of little apples to reward Little Ba, and in return, received a round of cuddles from Little Ba. Yu Xing pouted beside them, "I found the Azure Dragon Pearl for you, and you didn't give me any little apples."
Sheng Ning.
To be honest, parents of 2 children must have a tough time.
It's really hard to keep everything balanced.
Fortunately, both fish didn't have high IQs. Sheng Ning took out dozens of little apples to give Yu Xing, saying, "Whoever finds another dragon pearl, I've got more little apples and little red flowers here."
After she finished speaking, the 2 fish ignored the apples and dove straight into the deep-sea altar. Xiao Ruan placed a hand on her forehead, gazing at the silhouettes of the 2 fish, and gave Sheng Ning a thumbs up. "Sister, you train pets so well."
Sheng Ning smiled, a hint of delight flashing in her eyes. She gently patted Xiao Ruan's head and tossed an apple to her. "Xiao Ruan gets a reward too, you are awesome."
Chapter 55.
The altar was a return to the spiral steps. When Sheng Ning just entered, she saw strange, distorted fish corpses lying on the ground. The sounds of fighting upstairs continued, making Sheng Ning's heart tighten. She quickly shouted, "Leave me a little."
Playing is one thing, making jokes about experience points is another. Sheng Ning brandished her long knife and swiftly chased after 2 crazed big fish.
These strange creatures were not high level, and with 2 small fish protecting her, the experience point notifications in Sheng Ning's mind never ceased. Seeing Sheng Ning move so skillfully, Xiao Ruan was somewhat dumbfounded. Once she composed herself, she took out her weapon to follow along and pick up the scraps. The higher they went, the higher the strange levels became, and Sheng Ning's speed in killing the strange creatures slowed down. Fortunately, both fish took her as their leader and fought alongside her to the top level. The top level was very simple, with niches on all sides, and in the middle, a high platform held a beautiful white box. Sheng Ning took a bite of an apple to regain her strength, gazing at the white box, guessing that the dragon ball must be inside. As she moved closer, she suddenly felt a creepy sensation from behind. "Sister, we cannot help you with this weird thing, please don't think I am useless." The green tea octopus bit its glove, its black, glass-like eyes shining with a pitiful light.
Yu Xing snorted disdainfully, "Even if we cannot break the rules to help you, I will not stand by if you are in danger." This should be a mini-boss, and Yu Xing and Xiao Ba were unable to break the rules. Sheng Ning was not really planning to rely on them. Plus, with the 2 nearly invincible fish by her side, she felt inexplicably at ease. She was confident to fight this strange creature. Just as she took a step forward, her vision blurred, and she suddenly saw Yu Xing lunging at her neck with its gaping maw. Using the speed card, Sheng Ning hurriedly retreated. The illusion came too fast. Even though Sheng Ning suspected that it couldn't truly be Yu Xing, she still didn't dare to strike. Yu Xing reverted to its true form, becoming a long, thick whale snake, lunging at Sheng Ning once again. Suddenly, the wall behind changed, and Xiao Ba grew 8 heads, each with dark, cavernous mouths ready to swallow her whole. Using the Obscure Vision card. Attack card Obscure Vision. When this card is used, the opponent will lose sight of your whereabouts. When mental power reaches 50, there is a 40% chance of seeing the most terrifying thing in their heart. If you want to see it, you can also. This card has no right to privacy. Sheng Ning felt somewhat disappointed. Her mental power was only 40, so she couldn't see the thrilling images. Since this was an illusion, the one controlling the illusion was nearby. Sheng Ning opened the tracking panel on her interface, and the scene before her abruptly changed. A pink strange fish was lazily lying on top of the white box, looking at Sheng Ning with a mocking and disdainful gaze. Having found the true body, Sheng Ning wasted no time. Brandishing her tang knife, with the boost from the speed card and the tracking eye, she sliced off the tail of the strange fish in one swift motion. The strange fish yelled in shock, yen. Hashtag. Hashtag percent at an asterisk asterisk. Though Sheng Ning couldn't understand, she guessed that the fish was cursing profusely. Very well, I'll make fish head soup with you tonight. With the support of the speed card and tracking eye, the strange fish's illusions and invisibility were perfectly countered, losing their effectiveness. In almost no time at all, the pink strange fish was chased down and turned into sashimi by Sheng Ning. Successfully obtaining the white box, she opened it to find a white dragon ball inside. The projection of the dragon ball appeared once more. The deep blue ocean floor was now on high alert, with countless marine creatures fleeing in all directions as black sewage continued to spread behind them. Luo Sun led the mermaid clan, activating the golden dragon ball, trying to stop the spread of the sewage. Unfortunately, the ocean was too vast, the sewage too extensive, and no matter how hard the mermaid clan worked, they could not prevent the encroaching pollution of the sea. The scene shifts, and a furious black-tailed mermaid shouts in front of the sewage, "It must be that the red-tailed mermaid named Mingxing left the clan, betraying the ocean. This is the punishment from the dragon god for us." Word spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Some people disagreed with this statement, but when they learned that Mingxing took away the dragon pearl of the mermaid clan to come ashore, they demanded to capture Mingxing and return the dragon pearl to save the ocean's ecology. No matter how Luo Sun explained that Mingxing went ashore with the dragon god's consent, by now no one cared about that anymore. Under the sewage, countless ocean companions were dying and mutating, harming their own kind. A huge panic engulfed the ocean. They urgently needed a solution, a way to vent their anger, and an excuse to blame for the disaster. Rather than saying this was a disaster for all ocean clans, it was better to say it was one person's mistake, allowing them a brief relief and hope in their hearts. The black-tailed mermaid clan leader sent out powerful black-tailed mermaids to lure Mingxing and bring her back to the ocean. The final image freezes on Mingxing bound to a huge stone pillar in front of the temple. What awaits Mingxing is a cruel and inhumane torture. After seeing all this, Sheng Ning felt somewhat disappointed. They still hadn't found the truth about Mingxing's coming ashore. Outside the law platform, the seawater was thick as ink. The faint light on Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan was insignificant in this vast ocean. Facing such seawater, how desperate were the marine creatures at that time? They didn't know what they did wrong to suddenly face a catastrophe. What was it exactly? The driver, Ba, got back on the road, 5 hours away from the deep sea law platform. As they crossed a high mountain, a majestic and solemn tomb came into view. The small cemeteries surrounding the tomb were in ruins, the gravestones collapsed and broken. The tour guide, Ba, introduced, "This is the Mermaid Cemetery, originally a forbidden area for the mermaid clan, but after the sewage arrived, everything outside the clean water zone became a forbidden area for mermaids. The circular building ahead is the tomb of the Mermaid King. It is said that after the Mermaid King died, the body would be buried here." Before reaching the tomb, Sheng Ning heard a familiar scream, "Ah Zhouyan, come here quickly, there are bugs." Sheng Ning. This person was not dead. Sheng Ning was not surprised. What surprised her was that Zhou Yan was actually still with her. Enduring for so long, he must be tough. Sheng Ning felt somewhat admiration for Zhou Yan. Striding over, Sheng Ning saw Zhou Yan using a military knife to chase away bugs from Feng Shinro. The bugs were crawling out from the tomb passage, probably triggered by the two. Seeing Sheng Ning, Feng Shinro screamed, "Ah, you're not dead." Xiao Ruan took a step forward. "Who are you cursing? Even if you die 8 times, we won't die." Feng Shinro jumped up, not out of anger, but from being bitten by the bugs. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed her eyes as she pulled Zhou Yan and ran behind Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning understood her intention and raised a tang knife in front of her, her expression solemn. "Step back." "Ah, Zhou Yan. This dead woman is pointing a knife at me." "You hurry, hurry." Feng Shinro couldn't finish her sentence, and the image of Brother Feng disappearing flashed in her mind. She couldn't lose Zhou Yan again, or she would be trapped in this side story. Zhou Yan was still hacking at the bugs, not giving Feng Shinro a glance. "Little Ba, knock them out." Sheng Ning's voice was cold and merciless, instructing Xiao Ba to act. "As you command, Your Majesty," Ba answered, saluting with a tentacle, while other tentacles quickly knocked Feng Shinro and Zhou Yan unconscious. Yu Xing, feeling neglected, grew agitated. "Why didn't you call me? I can knock them out too." A huge snake whale appeared, its eyes seemed to spray fire. Sheng Ning felt. With a cold expression, she said, "Yu Xing, take care of these bugs." Yu, receiving the task, was thrilled, and with a short fish fin, put her hands on her hips. "Got it, Yu. You have good judgment. My queen." With a heavy body falling down, the worms and fish on the ground were instantly wiped out. Chapter 56. The tomb was filled with many mechanisms, yet great strength produced miracles. Yu Xing pushed his way through with his enormous size, while Sheng Ning reached the main tomb room effortlessly. Inside the main tomb room stood a huge coral stone coffin, shining with a bright red hue. It was very vibrant. In the center of the coffin's front, a red dragon pearl was embedded.
Seeing this scene, both Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan had a question in their hearts: whose coffin is this? The red dragon pearl had been brought ashore by Ming Xing, who was then caught by the black fish and brought back. So why was the red dragon pearl here? Sheng Ning approached and gently stroked the dragon pearl. At that moment, a phantom red figure appeared above the pearl.
Ming Xing.
Ming Xing looked Sheng Ning up and down and said with delight, "You really are a descendant of my red-tailed mermaid." Ming Xing could be considered the ancestor of the red-tailed mermaid, and Sheng Ning wasn't sure if she should call her great-grandmother, so she could only awkwardly say, "Hello." Ming Xing was extremely beautiful, with a bright red fish tail adorned with light purple scales, sparkling with a hint of golden sheen. Her stunning red hair, large gentle eyes, and slightly upturned eyelids revealed an unapproachable beauty. As a red-tailed mermaid, you can ask me 3 questions, but I can only answer with yes or no. Although I can't answer directly, having the person involved speak is like giving the answer to Sheng Ning and her companions.
Cherishing the opportunity, Sheng Ning removed some exploration questions and, after a long while, asked the first question. Can gathering 5 dragon pearls solve the problem of ocean pollution? Ming Xing smiled and shook her head, no. Sheng Ning thought for a moment and asked again, to achieve the hidden level, do we need to solve the ocean pollution problem? Ming Xing nodded, yes. For the last question, Sheng Ning looked at Xiaoruan, do you have anything to ask? Xiaoruan shook her head, I don't have anything to ask. Can this opportunity be saved? Ming Xing didn't speak, nodded, and took a deep look at Sheng Ning and the Yu Xing behind her, slowly disappearing. At the same time, a clear unlocking sound rang out, and the groove tightly holding the red dragon pearl opened, causing the pearl to pop up. The moment Sheng Ning touched the dragon pearl, the projection activated again, connecting with the scene of the white dragon pearl. Ming Xing was tied to a stone pillar, while Luo Sun had already taken off his crown, being pressed down by 2 black-tailed mermaid guards. Different from what was imagined, Ming Xing showed no resistance. She said to the black-tailed mermaid leader, if my death can appease the dragon god, then I would not hesitate to die 1,000 times. The black-tailed mermaid leader showed a hint of pain. No matter the tribe, they were all from the mermaid clan. Sacrificing a fellow mermaid to appease the dragon god pained him as well. But the mermaid clan was appointed by the dragon god to manage the ocean, naturally possessing wisdom, and they had to give an explanation to all life in the ocean. With a command, water poured into Ming Xing from above her head. She made no cries of pain or pleas for mercy upon her death. The scene shifted to the mermaid tomb. Luo Sun and the black-tailed mermaids closed the coffin, placing the red dragon pearl on top. Luo Sun said, it seems, only the dragon pearl can maintain the ocean from being polluted. Now all tribes no longer trust me. Ing Chen, you should take the dragon pearl and retreat to the South China Sea with the tribe. Ing Chen shouted angrily, you should have told me why Ming Xing came ashore. She grew up alongside you, wasn't she with me too? Luo Sun seemed to remember something, lost in thought, and said with a smile, Ming Xing said that if she told you, you'd probably have to take the tribe ashore tomorrow. Ing Chen was furious, You all. Luo Xuan patted his shoulder, the palace's underground is extremely dangerous. I will take people to retrieve the dragon pearl. Ancient, the merfolk and the ocean creatures will be left to you. With a shift in the scene, the ocean appeared to be split in half. One half was already occupied by sewage, while the other half was filled with bright red. The sacrifice of Mingxing did not bring any turning point. When some intelligent species in the ocean realized that the dragon pearl could purify water, a battle for the dragon pearl began. More than half of the ocean creatures died in this war. Ancient led the merfolk to retreat to the current deep sea canyon, while some other intelligent species occupied several old ocean cities. Unfortunately, within less than 100 years, these intelligent species disappeared into the sewage-filled ocean. The dragon pearl also drifted back to its original position. The scene came to an end here. Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan looked at the ocean's tragic state, feeling a deep silence in their hearts. Xiaoruan took 2 deep breaths and finally spoke, Sister, we're still missing the most important memory. Sheng Ning turned around and swam towards the tomb exit. Let's go back to the current palace. Xiaoruan asked, Huh? Sheng Ning explained, the last dragon pearl should be in the hands of the Merfolk King. It's the last dragon pearl that supports the existence of the purified water area. Xiaoruan immediately understood, angrily saying, no wonder the Merfolk King was willing to let us go. He feels confident. The key dragon pearl is in the hands of the Merfolk King, and they still have to go back to find him. Back in the purified water area, Sheng Ning didn't rush to look for the Merfolk King. 1. It's nighttime now, and they also need a rest. 2. Perhaps the Merfolk King is waiting for them to come. Of course, Sheng Ning would not let the Merfolk King hold the upper hand. After washing up, Xiaobai transformed into a little octopus hairpin and perched on the top of Sheng Ning's hair. On the left, Yueshing lay down, and on the right, Xiaoruan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaoruan's stamina was not as good as hers. To hold on until now, she must have been exhausted. In this silent, dark deep sea, thankfully Xiaoruan was there to keep her company.
After hearing Sheng Ning's steady breathing, Yuesheng stealthily tossed aside the octopus hairpin, wrapping his fishtail around Sheng Ning's fishtail, and finally fell asleep with satisfaction. Sheng Ning did not sleep soundly. She had that dream again, where the dragon pearl projected images related to Chu Yuenian. In the space where red and black intertwined, Sheng Ning saw 5 men in different outfits sitting at a round table. Chu Yuenian sat opposite the 5, covered in blood. Some spoke, some sneered, some glared in anger. Chu Yuenian's expression was determined, and Sheng Ning understood his lip movements.
I want to go back. I want to go back.
In the end, the 5 voted, 3 raised their hands, and Chu Yuenian's body began to split. Before the 5 could act, Chu Yuenian's head and 2 arms left. The other parts of his body were absorbed by those 5. Finally, Sheng Ning heard the voice of the one wearing a crown. What a delicious supplement.
Chapter 57. Sister, are you unhappy? From the morning, Sheng Ning's expression was not good.
On the way to the palace, she remained silent, looking extremely stern. Xiaoruan thought that her own homeroom teacher, who had taught for over 20 years, was not as intimidating as Sheng Ning appeared.
Sheng Ning silently shook her head. She did not believe that what happened yesterday was a dream. It must be something Chu Yuenian actually experienced.
Thinking about that man's stubborn figure in the dream, and about those dignified people directly absorbing Chu Yuenian's body,
Sheng Ning felt an urge to kill.
But she couldn't do anything now. She could only get through the game to achieve a higher score. Entering the palace went smoothly. The Merfolk King had been waiting for them. Still courteous, the Merfolk King said, "It seems that Miss Sheng has collected all the dragon pearls?"
Much faster than I imagined. When he saw the blue-tailed mermaid beside Sheng Ning and the exquisite little octopus hairpin in her hair, he shook his head and chuckled. With those 2 around, whether it's the direction at the bottom of the sea, the distance, or even some strange things, it's all meaningless to you. Miss Sheng, you are truly amazing. No wonder that one would be anxious. This one seems to be even more troublesome than the one from back then.
Sheng Ning didn't waste time chatting with him, saying directly, "Since you know I would come, you must know my purpose.
I want the last Dragon Ball."
The Sea King spoke leisurely, sitting in a huge blackback soft chair, like telling a story. "Miss Sheng, since you have gathered all the scattered Dragon Balls, you should also know that even collecting 5 Dragon Balls cannot solve the ocean's problems. Otherwise, let's end it here and yesterday's deal still counts." Sheng Ning was quite puzzled. Back then, Ing Chen already knew the truth about Ming Xing coming ashore. Out of guilt, he left the red Dragon Ball in the mermaid tomb. Since Ing Chen knows this truth, you must know it too.
Then why stop us from making the truth public? The Sea King slowly shook his head. Sometimes the truth isn't that important, Miss Sheng. Unless you can solve the sewage problem, I won't give you the Dragon Ball.
In such a vast ocean, solving the sewage problem is no easy task.
As the Sea King's voice fell, the atmosphere in the study plunged into silence. After a long time, a knock on the door broke the silence.
The guard outside said, "Your Majesty, Princess Shinro requests to see you."
The Sea King curled his lips slightly, saying with interest, "Let her in." Fang Shinro entered the study with Zhou Yan, her gaze towards Sheng Ning filled with endless hatred. Last night, she was knocked out by Sheng Ning and thrown into the mermaid tomb, encountering deep-sea undercurrents. Fortunately, she woke up in time and used her guidance talent to return to the palace.
This woman almost killed her.
Sea King, I heard you made a deal with Miss Sheng. Whatever it is, I agree.
On the surface, Fang Shinro was the mermaid princess and the daughter of the Sea King, yet she showed no respect and instead acted bossy. The Sea King glanced at her, seemingly indifferent.
Fang Shinro became anxious. Did the Sea King mean to disdain to make a deal with her?
She hurried forward and said urgently, "I will kill Sheng Ning, and you help me pass."
How about that?
The Sea King scoffed. Miss Sheng really has a good temper. Back then, that one would have killed such trash directly.
Sheng Ning's gaze slightly tightened. Was it as she thought? That one referred to Chu Yuenian?
But it wasn't the time to discuss this now.
Sheng Ning scanned Fang Shinro and Zhou Yan, finally fixing her gaze on Zhou Yan. "I have the passing rules for the blue-tailed mermaids. Do you want it?"
Sheng Ning just wanted to test Zhou Yan, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yan, who had been with his head down, suddenly lifted his head, a flash of eagerness crossing his eyes.
Fang Shinro didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, she sneered, "We don't have blue-tailed mermaids here."
Your condition has no allure at all.
Sheng Ning smiled and looked at the Sea King. "Maybe you can believe me. Getting the last Dragon Ball might just have a solution."
The smile at the Sea King's lips disappeared, and he said seriously, "Miss Sheng, I cannot gamble the lives of my people on a possibility with you." Since that was the case, Sheng Ning did not linger and left with Xiaoru. Outside the palace, Xiaoru looked at the pitch-black ocean and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Sheng, where shall we go now?" Sheng Ning confidently smiled, "Back to the mine, to be miners." At the mine, the lanternfish were still waving their little whips, and the red-tailed mermaids looked pale, holding high their shovels, digging through the pitch-black mines. The red-tailed mermaids were the most knowledgeable, elegant, and beautiful group among the 3 major mermaid tribes, comparable to the foxes on land. Now, the red-tailed mermaids could only survive in the crevices, living in coral treehouses that could only fit 1 person. Every day, they had to dig in the mine to atone for their sins to the ocean's creatures.
But what sins were they atoning for? Mingxing had done nothing wrong. Back again, the lanternfish rolled its eyes high. You come back and don't get to work?
Don't think you can skip out just because you have His Majesty's favor, you damned red-tailed merfolk. Xiaoruan, filled with anger, cursed in her heart, wait until I find the last Dragon Ball and clear the red-tailed mermaid's name, I will be the first to pull you down then. The 2 spent the entire day in the mine, digging until their backs ached, yet they still found nothing. When they returned to Yueshing's small house at night, Xiaoba quickly flew down from Sheng Ning's hair, transforming to about her size, and began to massage her shoulders and back with all 8 arms.
Sister, you really worked hard.
If I wasn't afraid of scaring those lanternfish and causing you trouble, I would definitely take them all out. Xiaoba was very skilled, perhaps she had trained somewhere, and before long, Sheng Ning felt much more relaxed.
Seeing the diligent and crafty look on Xiaoba, Yueshing gritted her teeth and could only curse, shameless.
In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door of the small house. Sheng Ning and the others instantly woke up, and just as Yueshing had wrapped around Sheng Ning's tail, she was interrupted, her temper flaring as she opened the door without looking, swallowing the person whole.
Sheng Ning. If she wasn't mistaken, that person was Zhou Yan, right?
Just after swallowing, Yueshing's face turned sour, as if she had eaten expired food, and within 2 seconds, she gagged and spat him out. Black bile mixed with blue-tailed merfolk poured out. Yueshing was forced to shed physiological tears, her eyes glistening with hurt, as she accusingly pointed, he poisoned me.
Sheng Ning. Xiaoruan. On the comments section. TSK, this kid is really lucky, opening the door and being saved by his paint. Oh wow, it's actually a blue-tailed mermaid.
I was wondering how the red and black factions had blue-tailed merfolk's pass rule.
Did the goddess know all along? That's why she told Zhou Yan she had the blue-tailed merfolk's pass rule, fishing law enforcement? Ha ha, am I the only one wondering what it feels like to be swallowed and then spit out? It looks quite appetizing.
Whoa, I report this, someone here is not hygienic, throwing up everywhere.
Chapter 58.
Zhou Yan's face was pale, looking quite disheveled.
Sheng Ning remained silent. Why don't you wash up and come back? Zhou Yan. Keep your dog in check, don't let it bite anyone. Yueshing immediately exploded, one hand on her belly, the other pointing at Zhou Yan's nose. Who are you calling a dog?
Sheng Ning hurriedly hugged Yueshing, soothing her. Our Yueshing is not a dog, here, have an apple to calm down.
Xiaoba, with sparkling eyes, said, Sister, I want one too. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan knocked on the door again, this time it was Xiaoruan who went to open it. Zhou Yan looked at the 2 obedient creatures in the room, reaffirming his determination. He said, How did you know I was a blue-tailed mermaid?
His complexion was indeed not good. Sheng Ning was afraid to anger him further and replied gently, Your paint tends to fade. Zhou Yan, I can make you a deal. Before you clear the levels, I won't let Feng Shinro disturb you.
How about that? To be honest, Sheng Ning wasn't very tempted by this offer. With Xiaoba and Yueshing around, whatever Feng Shinro wanted to do would be in vain.
Sheng Ning shook her head with a smile. What I need is Feng Shinro's talent. You persuade her to find the Dragon Ball in the clean water zone. She passed over the blue-tailed mermaid's rules. This is my sincerity, the rest depends on you.
Zhou Yan looked at Sheng Ning's earnest expression and couldn't help but ask.
The red-tailed fish's rules are with the Mermaid King. Are you so confident you can guess the red-tailed merfolk's passage rules, or do you think that with these 2 advanced anomalies, you'll be completely safe? Sheng Ning stood up to usher him out. See you tomorrow. The next day. I don't know what method Zhou Yan used, but he really brought Feng Shinro to the mine. After all, Feng Shinro is a mermaid princess, and the lanternfish still showed respect towards her, treating Sheng Ning and the others somewhat better.
Feng Shinro frowned. You know the dragon pearl is in the mine, why did you still bring me here? Sheng Ning, big sister, look how big this mine is. How long will it take me to dig?
Feng Shinro held her head high. If you want something from me, you need to act like it. Kneel down and bow once, and I'll help you.
Sheng Ning smiled and glanced at Zhou Yan, not putting him in a difficult position.
She called out, Xiaoba, take her to get her brainwashed. Okay, sister. Xiaoba's figure grew like an inflated balloon, wrapping around Feng Shinro and flew out directly. 10 minutes later, Feng Shinro returned with a pale face, and as soon as she touched the ground, she vomited.
With Feng Shinro's guidance, and Zhou Yan being this chosen laborer, Sheng Ning quickly dug out a small tunnel.
After digging all day, she didn't find the dragon pearl, but instead, she dug up the Merfolk King. The Merfolk King looked at the deep tunnel Sheng Ning had dug inside, conceding again, Miss Sheng, I can tell you the truth.
Can you please stop digging? Sheng Ning, with her hair disheveled, emerged from the tunnel holding a hoe. Ah, it's you. No way, I feel like I'll dig it up by tomorrow at the latest. My teacher taught us not to give up halfway.
After 2 days of physical labor without thinking, Sheng Ning was now extremely relaxed, her speech playful. The Merfolk King smiled wryly. If you dig up the dragon pearl, all of Emperor Ring Chen's efforts will be in vain. Many years ago, he worked very hard to make this mine produce the dragon pearl. Sheng Ning curled her lips. Yesterday's probing of the Merfolk King yielded the answer. I cannot gamble the fate of my people on a possibility. Once Sheng Ning obtains the dragon pearl, it would mean the clean water zone would cease to exist. And the existence of the clean water zone was the gem of the mine, so the dragon pearl had to be closely related to the mine's treasures.
Who would have thought it would turn out exactly as she imagined?
Seeing the Merfolk King's helplessness, Sheng Ning put down her hoe and took out a bag of apples, handing one to each of the hard-working young men. Sitting down on the spot, she said to the Merfolk King, "Here's your chance, tell the truth about what happened back then." In the mine, there were countless red-tailed mermaids. The moment the Merfolk King appeared, he attracted everyone's attention.
Now, their every action was being watched. The Merfolk King's smile of distress deepened. "Miss Sheng, do you really have to do this?"
Sheng Ning, not really, I could find the dragon pearl myself and discover the truth, see if I can solve your sewage problems. The Merfolk King, that person back then also thought of many ways to solve the sewage problem, but he couldn't do it.
With your D-class talent, what can you accomplish? Sheng Ning confidently replied, "Just because he couldn't do it, doesn't mean I can't." Someone protested loudly, "Who can't do it?" "Shang Xiaomei, who are you talking about?"
Yuxing flicked her tail and came to Sheng Ning's side, wrapping her arms around Sheng Ning's waist, her face showing a familiar mix of anger and embarrassment.
You came.
Sensing the change in Yuxing's aura, the Merfolk King instantly felt his demeanor drop, wishing he could curl up and get away from this madman.
Sheng Ning pinched his waist, smiling, "You heard me talking bad about you, so you showed up?"
Zhu Yunyan lowered his head and rubbed, complaining, "You don't care about me at all."
Xiao Ruan, ahem. Sheng Ning, alright, I'm busy with important matters now.
Zhu Yunyan looked up, staring at the Merfolk King, cold and proud. "You should know that your master lost a bet to me. There's no need for me to say who she is. If you want to solve the ocean's problems, no one but my wife can do it."
The Merfolk King wiped his cold sweat. Then why not give it a try?
After all, if he didn't let her try, she'd find a way to make the ocean completely turmoil.
How about a gamble?
This one has said that he was brought up by Miss Sheng herself.
A crazy master, what good person could he be?
Under someone's coercion and temptation, the Sea King crawled into the tunnel dug by Sheng Ning, and soon brought out a transparent Dragon Ball.
The Sea King frowned. "Even if you don't want the Dragon Ball, my lord, this Dragon Ball probably won't last long."
The moment Sheng Ning touched the Dragon Ball, a projection unfolded again. This time, the entire mining area of the red-tailed mermaid saw the projection.
Back in those years, Mingxing and the man lived by the sea, with sunrises and sunsets, and tides coming and going.
Until the man's birthday, Mingxing arrived at the shore early, wanting to give the man a surprise, but heard the man's voice talking with someone else in the small house.
"When are you planning to go back? Humans are migrating inland now, we can no longer live by the sea." The man said, "Do you know what you are doing? Discharging nuclear waste into the ocean, the entire ocean will be polluted, the earth is not just for humans." The other person was speechless, "But you know we can't stop it. The first phase of the nuclear wastewater plan will be discharged in a year. This year is to allow all humans to migrate. Come with me." The man said, "I won't go. I won't leave Mingxing." The other person said, "How long will you remain stubborn? She is a mermaid, and you are a human. The distance between you is not that of a rich young master and a slum girl, there is an entire species between you. Because of her, my aunt has been hospitalized 3 times. I beg you, can you consider the family more?" The man replied, "I have always thought about the family since I was a child. Let someone else take this time, even if I die, I want to be with Mingxing." The other person was infuriated. "Do you want to die? Does she want to die? You can only go back now, take over the family head position, expand business into the island country, and control the economic lifeblood of the island country to stop them from discharging sewage into the sea." The man stated, "You go, I won't leave." Chapter 59. The scene shifted, and Mingxing had returned to the palace, telling the then Sea King, Luo Sun, about this matter. Luo Sun immediately dispatched someone to investigate. They indeed found a section of the ocean polluted in the North Sea area. As the Lord of the Ocean, Luo Sun was very angry and sent the dead fish caused by pollution to the shore of the island country to warn humans. Humans did not notice the ocean's anger at all and continued their ways. Luo Sun wanted to summon Ing Chen to discuss how to handle this. Mingxing opposed. That reckless fish, if he knew, would definitely take the guards to topple the human fishing boats. By then, the existence of mermaids would be exposed, and I fear our mermaid race wouldn't even see the day of ocean waste discharge a year later. Luo Sun remained silent. This matter could not be told to the myriad races of the ocean, otherwise, the war between humans and the ocean would start, and the ones hurt would certainly be the myriad races of the ocean. Mingxing said, "Let me go ashore, there is still a chance." He is a good person and will definitely help me. Luo Sun firmly refused, no. Humans are too dangerous.
You have no self-defense ability at all once you go ashore, and I can't sense your situation.
No.
In the end, Mingxing still persuaded Luo Sun and took the red dragon ball ashore. A year later, Mingxing and that man had mastered 30% of the economic wealth of human society. They tried to stop the discharge of nuclear wastewater, but unexpectedly, the island country behaved hypocritically, secretly discharging nuclear wastewater. Mingxing's son's first birthday party was actually a robbery aimed at the island country, but unfortunately, Ingchen just happened to lead people ashore and captured Mingxing's child, exposing her identity as a mermaid. The robbery failed, the man was imprisoned, and the nuclear wastewater began to be fully discharged. The projection of the transparent dragon ball disappeared, and the deep-sea mining area was now dead silent. The mining area, which originally shimmered with the luster of pearls, from the moment the dragon ball was taken out.
The light gradually dimmed. After a long time, a red-tailed mermaid finally spoke, so, this is not a divine punishment for us red-tailed mermaids on land, but for humans?
It is humans who have annihilated our ocean. We red-tailed mermaids are innocent. The starry princess died for the sake of the mermaid clan.
It's all humans. It is humans who have destroyed the ocean. Kill. 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 I want to go ashore. I want to wipe out all humans. Let them pay the price for what they have done. At this moment, the crowd was filled with righteous anger. The bony red-tailed mermaids were completely consumed by fury, waving their hose and ready to charge out.
The blackfish guards rushed to stop these mermaids, but now they looked at the red-tailed fish with a hint of sorrow.
Did we really misunderstand the red-tailed fish all these years? Back then, the red-tailed princess Mingxing willingly accepted divine punishment, skinned alive, and the mermaid king Luoshuan died on the road searching for the dragon pearl.
Later, the mermaid king Ingchen sacrificed himself to preserve the last pure land of the ocean, merging the dragon pearl into the mountains, which resulted in the last clean water area. What happened back then turned out to be like this. The mermaid clan has always been fulfilling their mission to protect the ocean and all races. Yet, we black-tailed fish look down on our own kin, beating and kicking them.
All of this. Some black-tailed fish were already trembling, tears streaming down their faces.
After the red-tailed mermaids calmed down, they began to cry bitterly, as if they wanted to wash away the injustices of the years with their tears.
From birth, the red-tailed mermaids bore the weight of sin, and every day in adulthood was a day of atonement, endless atonement. Until today, at this moment, the truth finally came to light. The red-tailed fish were not wrong. The red-tailed mermaids were also guardians of the ocean's mermaid clan. In the face of the commotion behind, the mermaid king simply sat quietly, holding his fish tail, as if he had seen these scenes play out countless times in his mind. Sheng Ning took a deep breath, even though she was mentally prepared. Seeing such a truth still filled her with emotions. Mingxing's gamble when taking the red dragon pearl, her bravery in facing divine punishment. She truly was an extraordinary mermaid. Suddenly, Sheng Ning seemed to realize something, her eyes flickering, and she asked the mermaid king, "You already knew the truth." The mermaid king also already knew the truth. Mingxing is innocent, but why didn't you say anything? She seemed to be asking the mermaid king, yet also asking herself. The mermaid king couldn't give her an answer. The one who answered her was the group of red-tailed fish behind her, who had stopped crying. A red-tailed mermaid shouted, "Fellow kin.
Our century-old shame has finally been vindicated today, but we cannot turn against each other.
All of this has been caused by humans. It is humans who have destroyed the ocean. Humans have taken our homes. Fellow kin. We must bravely resist, treating humanity with the way of the fish. We will go ashore. We will declare war on humans, drowning their islands. Capsizing their fishing boats. Kill. Kill. Kill."
The mermaids' vigorous cries were soon echoed back, not just the red-tailed fish, but also the blue-tailed fish and black-tailed fish in the mine, every face filled with killing intent and hatred towards humans.
Sheng Ning stood in disbelief.
Mingxing faced death with calmness, taking on all the consequences to prevent the mermaids from hating humans and going to war. She used her own body to protect all mermaid descendants. No, it was the descendants of all the races of the ocean.
Sheng Ning's breath grew unsteady, and now there was no turning back.
The last dragon pearl supporting the clean water area had already been taken out. It wouldn't be long before the clean water area would lose its effect. This was the catastrophe of destruction for all races of the ocean. All the dragon pearls were brought out, among which two had the most abnormal colors. One was blue, and the other was transparent. Why did the colors of the dragon pearls change?
Xiao Ruan said from the side, "If we gather all 7 dragon pearls, can we make a wish? Is this a miniature version?" 5 dragon balls quietly lay on the ground, showing no signs of chemical reaction. "Xiao Ba, let's go to the temple."
Putting the 5 dragon balls back into the mouth of the dragon may unleash their true power. The Sea King left a group of mermaids to accommodate the red-tailed mermaids, and he went to the temple with Sheng Ning and the others.
The temple had already sunk into the abyss.
Xiaoba felt a bit guilty, he had been too anxious to leave and had knocked the temple over. Fortunately, his sister didn't blame him, the 8th driver brought everyone down into the abyss like a parachute. The dragon gods corresponding to green, white, and red were clearly visible, but the transparent and blue ones were rather baffling. The Sea King said, I remember, King Yingchen used the yellow dragon ball back then. Yellow, belonging to the earth element. Then the blue one must be the water dragon ball. As the 5 dragon balls returned to their places, 5 beams of light shot up to the sky, illuminating the entire temple. The broken temple was instantly restored to its former glory, with brilliant colors flowing on the walls, and the scales of the 5 divine dragons shining more sacredly and solemnly. In the end, the 5 beams of light merged together, transforming into a card that fell into Sheng Ning's hand. Special card, Wish. You are the lucky fish, and the dragon god will grant your wish. Sheng Ning caught the card and said without thinking, I want 10 wish cards. The card ignited in her hand, and a burst of flame suddenly lit her hair on fire. Xu Yuanian reacted quickly, cutting off her hair to prevent the fire from spreading. A flame that could burn underwater couldn't be easily extinguished. Sheng Ning's face turned dark. Are you playing around? I'm only asking for 10 wish cards, not 100. After all her struggles to gather the dragon balls, you are actually burning me with fire? You're done for. The glass-like wish card went smack as it stuck to Sheng Ning's forehead, and after a while, it transformed into 3 wish cards as if in compromise. Wait, it can still be done like this? What's the difference between this and duplicating cards? Shang Jia, you're being too outrageous. Buying wish cards at a high price, 500,000 fake money, private message if interested. No, bro, these are wish cards. There may not even be one in an A-level dungeon, yet you just gave 3. Not playing anymore, not playing anymore, the strange game is going to close down, wish cards are in bulk supply. Chapter 60. 3 wish cards lay in Shang Ning's hands, and Fang Xinruo's envy nearly made her bite her teeth off. Why should this woman be worthy of 3 wish cards? Without these items, she was nothing. Sheng Ning took out the All Things Live card obtained from the wilderness dungeon. At that time, she could use this card to sprout plants in the wilderness. She wondered if she could use it to purify the ocean. That's right. Sheng Ning slapped her forehead. Ning Xing is still in the Dragon Balls. They still had one last question to ask. It seemed as if someone heard their call. A red stream of light flowed out from the center of the wish card, and moments later solidified into a red figure. Ning Xing floated in the air with a smile, her golden red tail splashing beautiful waves behind her. Dragon tail? Xiao Ruan stared blankly at the tail, which was even more brightly colored and gleaming than the others. At that moment, Ning Xing's fish tail had lost its fish-like characteristics and looked exactly like the dragon god's tail in the temple. Ning Xing gratefully said, Thank you all for preserving my last bit of consciousness, and only by gathering the 5 dragon balls can I evolve into a dragonfish. Both are essential, one cannot be missing. The Sea King looked at the sight before him in disbelief, and suddenly his tail softened as he knelt before Ming Xing. Princess Ming Xing, is it really you? You're still alive? Ming Xing glanced at his tail, knowing he was a descendant of the black-tailed mermaid, her smile unwavering. No, I've long since died, but thanks to Wing Chen, he left the dragon balls, allowing me to preserve a trace of consciousness within them. The strong and rugged Sea King, with a scarred face, was instantly teary-eyed. Princess Mingxing, after you and King Luoshuan left, King Yingchen spent every day and night in regret. He only wanted to ask you before he died, do you hate him? Mingxing was stunned. I have never hated anyone. As her voice fell, a dragon's roar resounded through the temple. The people saw the already transparent dragon pearl suddenly turn golden, and even the entire dragon god statue became more vivid, as if responding to Mingxing's answer. Xingning had to interrupt the two's reminiscence. She remembered that Mingxing still owed her a question. She spoke, Princess Mingxing, there was still one question left back then, does it still count? Mingxing nodded, now not just one question, even 10 questions are fine. Xingning, that's great. Please take a look at this card, can it purify the ocean? All Things Born floated in front of Mingxing, her pupils shrank, covering her mouth. It really appeared. How do you have this card? Xingning, I got it in the last instance, can this card purify the ocean? Mingxing was overjoyed, crying tears of happiness. This is a creation level card. With it, the ocean can recover, but... Mingxing paused slightly, looking at Xingning. Only when your mental strength reaches 100 can it fully unleash its power. Xingning furrowed her brow. I only have 40 mental strength right now. Xiaoruan exclaimed, what? Only 40? I've cleared several instances and I'm only at 21. Comparing people can be frustrating. Xiaoruan wanted to pinch her own cheeks gently. Mingxing looked at Xingning, hinting, it's not hard for your mental value to reach 100. She has a wish card. Xingning understood, took out a wish card, and showed a humble and sincere smile. Let my mental strength become 100. The wish card became hot. Suddenly, the temple trembled twice, and the golden giant dragon hovering in the center of the hall opened its golden eyes, scolding Sheng Ning, "You ungrateful brat, my mental strength is only 98. After scolding, the dragon god closed its eyes, as if it had never been there.
Sheng Ning. Mingxing. The crowd. Fang Xinro mocked, "It's a dragon god, not some turtle in a wishing pool, what greed ah."
Before Fang Xinro finished speaking, she was swatted away by the dragon god's tail. Sheng Ning's heart trembled. Now that it had targeted her, it couldn't target me anymore.
She pouted, "This won't do, that can't do, then can you at least give me a card that can help purify the ocean? Please, I'm helping your people."
The last sentence voiced the hearts of Mingxing and the Merfolk King. They are all children of the dragon god, it makes no sense to watch them die without helping.
Dragon god.
The wish card continued to heat up, and then a flash of golden light appeared, transforming the wish card into a black gold card, special card temporary attribute, SS. Permanent card, can increase attribute value by 50 when used, cannot be split, cooldown time 48 hours. Mingxing was overjoyed, bowing to the dragon god, "Thank you, great dragon god, for granting this card." The dragon god gave no response, but Sheng Ning saw the dragon's tail flicking uncontrollably. Sheng Ning used the attribute card, Ding, gained 50 mental strength. In an instant, Sheng Ning felt the whole world shrinking around her, the dark ocean taking shape in her mind, countless strange beings hiding in the dark she could sense clearly.
She could even sense that outside this instance, several pairs of black eyes were watching here.
When she focused her gaze, she saw a man somewhat similar to Mingxing. The man was also surprised, nodding slightly at her, "Madam Chu, please convey my regards to Princess Mingxing." Then, she heard Chu Yuanyan's voice beside her ear, "Ning Ning, come to your senses, don't pay attention to that ugly freak." The scene in front of her rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning saw Chu Yuanyan's slightly displeased face.
"Isn't that an illusion?"
Chu Yuanyan curled his lips, somewhat smugly saying, "You now have 90 mental strength, as long as you wish,
Your mind can break through 90% of the instances, I can reach full value, you know."
With a flicker of thought, Sheng Ning realized that if she filled her mental energy to the max next time she entered the instance, soon she could. Chu Yuanyan interrupted her thoughts, "No, your physical condition can't keep up. Too high a mental energy will overwhelm your body, causing blood to flow from all your orifices and lead to death." Sheng Ning shot him a sidelong glance, taking out the creation of all things card. Slowly injecting her mental energy into the card, Sheng Ning sincerely recited, "Purify the filth of the ocean, return to the age of the ocean." A streak of blue light shot out from the card like a meteor, piercing through the temple and through the pitch-black ocean, like a sacred fire that would never extinguish in eternal night, a horn signaling the return to the age of the ocean. 5 divine dragons seemed to be summoned, roaring toward the sky along the blue light, their clear dragon cries echoing across every ocean. The first to rush out was the black dragon, spiraling upward along the blue light, with a blue orb in its mouth radiating a purifying glow similar to the streak of light.
Countless marine creatures bowed down in submission, praying.
The blue light spread out in circles. The dark ocean swirled in ripples centered around the temple.
With each wave that rose, the seawater became clearer and more transparent.
6 hours later, the blue light dissipated, turning back into the gray, creation of all things, card, which returned to Sheng Ning's hand. Feeling something, Sheng Ning gently said while holding the card, "Thank you for your hard work." The 5 dragons returned to their places, and Sheng Ning noticed that the dragon orb in the black dragon's mouth had also turned black, looking at her with approving and gentle eyes. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan.
Chapter 61.
Congratulations player Shang Xiaomei/Xiaoruan for clearing the instance, Forbidden Deep Sea, now proceeding with rating.
Player Shang Xiaomei's instance exploration level is 100%, completing hidden clearance, rating is SSS, detected that the player saved Princess Mingxing, rewards for clearing the instance are doubled, rewards will be settled after exiting the instance, would you like to exit the instance? Player Xiaoruan's instance exploration level is 70%, completing an S-level clearance, detected that the player saved Princess Mingxing, rewards are 3 selectable B-level cards, rewards will be settled after exiting the instance, would you like to exit the instance? Unexpectedly, the clearance prompt came so quickly. Xiaoruan didn't expect that by following Sheng Jia, she would achieve an S-level clearance. In the gaze of Chu Yuanyan wanting to kill, she hugged Sheng Ning and gave her 2 big kisses. Family, choice is greater than effort. It turns out that being close to a big boss is this joyful. Sheng Jia, are you going to exit the instance?
Chu Yuanyan held Sheng Ning's hand, and Sheng Ning didn't plan to leave, so she shook her head, "I still have some things to do, you go ahead." Xiaoruan felt a little uneasy, but thinking about the fact that there was not only the Fish King, but also the big boss of Yueshing and the mighty Xiaoba, she thought nothing would happen. Sheng Ning chose no, and Xiaoruan joyfully returned to receive her rewards. This was the most rewards she had received since her debut. The ocean purification succeeded, the cheers of the Ocean King and 10,000 clans could be heard even from 1,000 miles away in the temple. Mingxing and the Fish King sincerely thanked Sheng Ning, "Thank you. Being thanked by such a beautiful sister made Sheng Ning feel a bit shy, her earlobe slightly reddening. I was just doing it for clearance, it's nothing. The Fish King said, Miss Shang, if you reach level 4 in the future, you can establish your own territory. We, the Forbidden Deep Sea, are willing to belong to you, this is also the will of our elders. After saying this, he presented his pearl crown to Sheng Ning as a sign of submission. Sheng Ning didn't plan to take it, but Chu Yuanyan stepped forward and took it on her behalf. Accept it, it's someone's heartfelt gesture. Xiao Ba chimed in with a smile, sister, it's just a crown. My brother has plenty, he's very generous. Would you consider my brother? Oh, and, my brother would never be split into 18 pieces. Before Xiao Ba could finish her sentence, dozens of arms were broken, and cries echoed across the ocean. It's obvious who did it. Sheng Ning instinctively jabbed Chu Yunyan, he's still a child. Chu Yunyan glared, he dug a hole under my nose. Little Eight's pained body twisted like a rope, yet he didn't forget to say, sister, I'm not in pain, I definitely won't be this violent. Just wait for me, I'll go steal my brother's treasure to take care of you. After that, Little Eight's figure disappeared. Probably off to heal. Ming Xing smiled as she returned to her card, which was her resting place. The Mermaid King smiled at Zhou Yan and Feng Xianro, this is a racing chapter, you should know that the loser will be stuck in the instance. Zhou Yan remained silent. The Mermaid King quickly added, don't worry, you must have heard about special instances. When the special instance opens, all humans who are stuck in the instance will enter, and then you can return to the game hub. Zhou Yan remained silent as the Mermaid King left. He looked at Sheng Ning and suddenly said, next time, I hope we can be friends. Sheng Ning was very smart and also very strong, especially beside someone, making her seem not only clever but also emotionally stable. Moreover, only those who have been through the instance know that Sheng Ning is different from all the players. That person beside her, is he really an NPC controlled by props? Soon, only Chu Yunyan and Sheng Ning were left in the temple. This instance had been on the move, and the two had hardly enjoyed each other's company. Once everyone left, Chu Yunyan couldn't wait to kiss her. Wife, let's try the mermaid. The raspy, desire-filled bubble voice made fireworks explode in Sheng Ning's mind, and she lost all resistance to Chu Yunyan. Reefs, sunrise. Chu Yunyan leaned on Sheng Ning's shoulder, watching the colorful clouds and the rising red sun. Only a few minutes remained before Sheng Ning had to leave. The two sat there quietly together, no words were needed. Before Sheng Ning left, Chu Yunyan said, Ning Ning, no matter when, no matter where, no matter how I change, you are the one I love the most. Ding. Congratulations player, you have exited the instance. Rewards for this completion are being calculated. Congratulations player for achieving SSS level completion, 100% exploration of this instance, ranking first on the instance leaderboard. Rewards, individual basic value plus 10 for each item, reward points 600, reward for attribute cards and selected cards, choose 1, 3 cards. Special task completed, double rewards. Rewards, individual basic value plus 20 for each item, reward points 1200, reward for attribute cards and selected cards, choose 1, 6 cards. At the same time, countless live streaming screens in the void flashed with a golden barrage. Congratulations player Shang Xiaomei for completing the special task, double rewards, hereby announced. Please continue to put in the effort, players. The barrage rolled 3 times, extremely dazzling. Sheng Ning was a bit speechless, people fear becoming famous just like pigs fear growing fat, isn't this looking for trouble? As expected, the strange game is insidious. After the calculations were completed, a light blue panel popped up before Sheng Ning. Faction, Human. Number, 444,477. Name, Shang Xiaomei. Level, LV2, 6320. Talent, Fusion, Random. Material Inventory, Incense X15, Incense 1212. Apple X6, Apple 758. Temporary Attribute Card, SS. Tang Dao, A, X1. Copy Card, A, X1. Copy Card, B, X1. Space Card, A, X1. Prophecy Card, B, X1. Domain Card, B, X101. Revival Card, B, X11. Blinding Card, B, X10. Stillness Card, C. Bound Card, C. Flying Card, C. Speed Card, C, X95. Transformation Card, C. Shadow Shifting Card, C. Mental Attack Card, C. Special Synthesis Trident, C. Dream Card, C, X1, Dream Card, C, X2. Guidance Card, D. Healing Card, D. Peace Card. All Things Living Card. Binding Card. Wishing Card X2. Selected Card X3. Attribute Card X4. Pearl Crown, Diamond Box, 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife.
Completed instances, 3.
Sheng Ning looked at her full inventory, most of which had been accumulated in the wilderness instance.
This deep sea instance only yielded 3 cards of the Mermaid King.
Copy cards cannot be copied again, and she only triggered a critical hit of 10 when copying it. Sight being unable to use incense in the deep sea was truly a big loss.
Panel page 2 Basic attributes. Attack, 57. Speed, 65. Strength, 49. Agility, 67. Defense, 45. Spirit, 60. Observation, 62. Each attribute has increased by 20 points. Everything is related to Mingxing, why saving Mingxing is a special task.
Suddenly, Sheng Ning thought of the man who made her bring good fortune to Mingxing. She wanted to summon Mingxing, but was prompted that it was not in the dungeon, unable to summon.
Sheng Ning. In the dungeon's completion reward, Sheng Ning chose 4 attribute cards, each card can add 5 points.
This time, she did not rush to add points, although she really wanted to focus on spirit power, but she decided to wait for the next dungeon. Sheng Ning had just looked at her upgrade panel, ready to open the forum to do some business, using her talent to make up for her original cards. But unexpectedly, the moment the panel closed, a mechanical and eerie announcement sounded. Detected that a player has completed hidden passes 3 times in a row, among which one received a mysterious hidden talent with help, and one completed a special task, special dungeon opened as a reward. This dungeon has 100 participants. Participants include players, trapped dungeon players, mysterious beings, and mysterious players.
This special dungeon is rated as a B-level dungeon, with rich rewards. Please participate enthusiastically, wish everyone a happy game, and early death leads to early reincarnation. Chapter 62.
Accompanied by the sound of the prompt, Sheng Ning's vision went dark, and she entered the standby space. Please player select supplies, the game mall will not reopen after purchasing is finished. Sheng Ning looked down on this, she had not seen the mall open in other dungeons.
The mall panel popped up. The first line wrote in bloody big letters.
High risk and high reward, more items mean more chances.
Behind the big letters was a glaring blue background with red button loan. Sheng Ning.
The items in the mall were collectively half off, like a crazy clearance sale, as if Huang Yi took his sister-in-law and ran away. Excluding the 444 points from the first purchase of a resurrection card and 40 by 2 from survival points after 2 dungeon completions, Sheng Ning now had 1756 points left. Now that the resurrection card was half off, hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the resurrection card. Clicking to open the resurrection card's introduction, she saw the original. Using the resurrection card directly exits the dungeon, without receiving any rewards from this game.
Changed to Special dungeon opened, resurrection card unlimited use. Sheng Ning felt uneasy in her heart. When did the mysterious game become charitable? It seemed that everything in the mall was urging players to buy cards.
Sheng Ning's points were not many, but among a group of players, her usable points were not few.
Buying cards put her under no pressure, but what should others do if they couldn't afford cards? The answer is obvious.
Of course, when others are having a crazy clearance sale, Sheng Ning still wanted to join in.
Resurrection card, points minus 444. Weapon repair card, A, points minus 200. Invisibility card, A, points minus 200. Disguise card, A, points minus 200. Copy card, S, points minus 400. Camouflage card, A, points minus 200. Immunity card, B, points minus 100. Looking at the remaining 12 points on the interface, Sheng Ning was quite satisfied. Considering the trust from 3 dungeons, who could be stronger than her? Mysterious game. Your strength has come. Just as Sheng Ning was about to enter the game, a prompt sounded suddenly. This time it seemed to carry 2 points of human emotion. The half-price opportunity in the mall only opens during special dungeons. Really not buying a bit more cards? Sheng Ning was not fooled, no points left. Mysterious game, you can take out a loan. Sheng Ning, the police uncle taught us not to trust any in-game loans. Mysterious game, which police? I'll make sure he reports to the game tomorrow. Clicking to enter the game switch, Sheng Ning's vision went dark, and then an eerie ho-ho sound came to her ears. When she finally saw the scene before her, a large mouth covered in rotting flesh was only a centimeter away from her nose. Beneath the putrid smell, Sheng Ning's body uncontrollably bent backward, completing a 180-degree extreme backbend. Perhaps due to the improvement of her physical fitness, her body's reaction was even more direct than her brain. The time it took Sheng Ning to regain her senses was almost less than a second. The loud sound of teeth clashing echoed as Sheng Ning pushed herself up from the ground, suddenly kicking the owner of the mouth away and flipping back to stand up. Only then did Sheng Ning clearly see her current situation. What was trying to bite her in front of her was not some strange creature, but a zombie with a distorted face, oozing green pus. Coincidentally, she was in the center of a circle of zombies. Having copied a weapon repair card, Sheng Ning hurriedly repaired her tang knife and charged forward, slicing a bloody path through the horde.
The effect of the increase in physical attributes by 20 points was very obvious. Sheng Ning could clearly feel the strength of these zombies. If it weren't for that 20-point boost, it would not have been so easy for her to deal with them.
Oh right. Princess Mingxing, are you there?
Sheng Ning called out in her heart.
A cheerful voice replied, I'm here, Ning Ning. You've entered a new instance. Hey, a special one. Sheng Ning didn't expect Mingxing to actually be there. She tentatively asked, can you help me with a copied guidance card? I need directions.
Mingxing was very happy to help Sheng Ning. In a way, it was like Sheng Ning was giving her life again.
Sure.
Mingxing brought up Sheng Ning's supply drawer with the guidance card. Go to a safe place. A blue arrow appeared, and Sheng Ning charged towards the zombie horde with her tang knife.
Ning Ning, what is that blue thing?
Mingxing, small in stature, sat on Sheng Ning's shoulder like a universal helper. Following Mingxing's gaze, Sheng Ning looked over. That was the zombie crystal core.
In post-apocalyptic novels, crystal cores are a hard currency.
When her space card's mental value reached 40, she could take items from a distance. Sheng Ning had been waiting for a chance to try it out, and now was just right. An hour later, the vast city shopping district was covered in shattered corpses. Sheng Ning had a mask on her face, sunglasses on, and her clothes were splattered with green corpse liquid. Mingxing had already shrunk back into the wish card, unable to bear the sight. On the ground, there were at least 10,000 broken zombies. In her space, there were at least 5,000 crystal cores. However, Sheng Ning was not feeling good. It was the first time she felt physically exhausted and mentally drained.
If it weren't for the apple she had, standing would have been a struggle. Even worse was the stench of corpses all over her. She couldn't find anywhere to wash up. What is most precious in the apocalypse? One is food, the other is water.
Using another guidance card, Sheng Ning quickly followed the arrow to find a place to bathe. Fortunately, this was the city shopping area, and not far away was a star-rated hotel, all of which had their own water and power supply systems. After the city collapsed, the number of zombies in the shopping district was in the tens of thousands, but the resources in the star-rated hotels were well preserved. After cleaning out the zombies in the hotel, Sheng Ning headed directly to the penthouse suite. After a comfortable shower, Sheng Ning opened a few intact packages she had picked up and found a set of sportswear to wear.
She finally felt like she was alive again. Mingxing popped out, all done? It seems this instance doesn't provide food. Should we go look for some?
The penthouse suite had not been occupied by anyone before the apocalypse. There were still some food items on the bar. Sheng Ning found some exquisite packaged pastries and drinks. They didn't seem expired and could fill her stomach. After eating, Sheng Ning did not overlook the items in the penthouse, including the toiletries in the bathroom. This special instance had players, trapped players, strange beings, and strange players all in it.
Sheng Ning felt that the number of these contestants wouldn't be less than 30.
To put different factions of competitors in the same instance was obviously the aim of this strange game.
To foster trouble.
This instance would definitely be harder than all previous ones, and Sheng Ning needed to prepare for a protracted battle. It was still early outside, and following the guidance card, Sheng Ning searched through the hotel's warehouse. A lot of alcohol and some exquisite pastries, as well as some chips were found.
Before leaving, Sheng Ning also drained the water from the hotel. Hey, she has read many dystopian novels, you know. Coincidentally, she still has a space card. There's no need to worry about the locusts passing by. Before she left, Sheng Ning took a look at the front desk in the hotel lobby. Just now, she had blown the heads off 2 zombies there with one slash. Actually, she had always been curious if the hotel could check the room records. Sheng Ning put away her dagger and, looking at Mingxing's strange expression, said somewhat sheepishly, "Ha, just curious." The hotel's power system was still working, and the computer could be turned on. Sheng Ning operated it and saw the room records. Sure enough, the hotel front desk was a good place to gossip. Look, a man brought 3 women to check in over 1 week. Look, 2 men checked in 28 times in 1 month. Look, huh? Chu Yunyan. Sheng Ning glanced at this Chu Yunyan's ID number, stunned. How come it was the same as Chu Yunyan's? She looked at the time in the bottom left corner, May 20th, 2047. But on the screen, it clearly showed May 20th, 2046. She clicked on that room record, wanting to see which little flirt this Chu Yunyan was with. On the screen, in black font on a white background, Chu Yunyan/Sheng Ning. Oh, so it was this charming little fairy. Chapter 63. Leaving the hotel, Sheng Ning's cheeks were still slightly flushed. Mingxing, covering her mouth, giggled, "It seems fate has brought you 2 together, even a random copy world has someone checking in with someone." Sheng Ning felt embarrassed and angry. "Please, stop talking." The hotel's room records were stuck in last November, which meant it was now the 6th month of the apocalypse. Sheng Ning observed the business district of this city. Near a low-end business area there were around 10,000 zombies, indicating the city must be quite large.
She found a drivable car and checked her pile of dirty crystal nuclei, suddenly having an idea to drag all these nuclei onto the talent panel.
Fusion countdown 1500 hours. Does it really work? Sheng Ning was surprised, and Ming Xing was also a bit incredulous. I wonder what will happen with crystal nucleus fusion.
Ming Xing was just a faint shadow, yet she seemed to be sitting on Sheng Ning's shoulder as if she had a physical presence.
She could see Sheng Ning's panel and could utilize it as well. It was fascinating.
The car drove toward the outskirts of the city, with Sheng Ning driving while Ming Xing used the space car to clear the obstacles ahead. They worked together all the way. As the number of zombies increased, they finally reached a point where the car could no longer advance.
Sheng Ning got out of the car, holding her knife.
If she were truly in the apocalypse, her first priority would be survival, but now, in a copy world, Sheng Ning certainly wanted to gather as many supplies as possible. Just as she had taken down 13,000 zombies, the game's prompt sounded without any warning. Ding, 100 players have successfully entered. Welcome to the Fallen Capital copy world.
Please protect your identity.
Ding, detected 5 high-level players have bound to enter the copy. Thank you for your contributions to the game. Rewards are now doubled, and each high-level player killed will increase reward multiples. Ding, this copy game has no time limit, no usage limit, no player limit, and no camp limit.
Wish everyone a happy game. The sooner you die, the sooner you reincarnate. As the mechanical voice fell, Sheng Ning paused slightly in her action of biting an apple. 100 people? And there are 5 high-level players.
Those called high-level players are all level 4 and above. These people generally won't enter a copy lower than grade A.
So what are they aiming for by coming to this special copy rated only grade B?
It's for rewards, but how can the cost-performance ratio of an A-grade copy not be higher than that of this special copy?
So why come here? Like Zhou Yan, to protect someone, or come in to kill?
The selected players are random, but there is only one person confirmed to enter, and
that is oneself.
She is now somewhat of a well-known figure in the strange game, especially with incense and apples. The more Sheng Ning thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and suddenly the apple in her mouth lost its flavor. Finding a hidden corner, she took out her disguise card and appearance card. Fortunately, she had been prepared and chose these 2 cards. The B-level duplication card in Sheng Ning's hand had merged into an A-level duplication card, leaving her with only 1 B-level card, and not many uses left. Skill card, duplicate. A can duplicate all inanimate objects, 20 uses, 80% chance for a 10x critical hit, 50% chance for a 100x critical hit, and 20% chance for a 1000x critical hit each use. Skill card, duplicate. S duplicate all inanimate objects, able to be used for 120 minutes cumulatively, 80% chance for a 10x critical hit each use, 50% chance for a 100x critical hit, and 20% chance for a 1000x critical hit, with a chance to attempt copying organic lifeforms when mental energy reaches 80. Compared to A level, the only difference with S level is the number of uses. The critical hit effects are the same.
Sheng Ning did not hesitate to choose the S-level duplication card.
Ding, duplicated an appearance card, triggered a 10-fold critical hit, gaining 10 appearance cards.
Ming Xing happily said, timing starts in 5 seconds.
Duplicating a card takes 5 seconds. For 120 minutes, it can be duplicated 1,440 times.
Is this the charm of the S-level card?
Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with surprise. She took out 3 sticks of incense. Ding, duplicated an appearance card, triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, gaining 1,000 appearance cards.
Haha, Sheng Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. The incense can be used. Sheng Han-san is back.
Ding used the appearance card. The A-level appearance card can not only mimic a person's appearance but also imitate that person's voice, movement arcs, and even body scent. However, the time is a bit short. An A-level appearance card can only be used for 1 day. At the moment of using the card, Sheng Ning's figure and face began to change, and after a minute, a female version of Chu Yuanian appeared in front of Ming Xing. Chu Yuanian had fair skin, red lips, and white teeth since childhood, with features even more beautiful than girls. At that time, the orphanage was underfunded, and Chu Yuanian, having a cleanliness obsession, was forced to wear the dress she had retired, looking even prettier than this proper girl. When they were together, Sheng Ning had a birthday wish for a year to see Chu Yuanian in women's clothing. As a result, a photo was leaked by one of his friends, and from then on, Chu Yuanian often received some suggestive messages on his phone, from both boys and girls. Just after changing her appearance, Sheng Ning couldn't help but think of Chu Yuanian's heavily made-up, enchanting face. Her height also increased by 10 centimeters. Sheng Ning thought, I wonder if Chu Yuanian is in this instance. If so, what would it feel like to kiss myself? Sheng Ning decided not to use the disguise card just yet. The A-level disguise card not only can disguise skills but also mask panels, so she planned to wait until she could see others' panels first. Her fusion talent is also famous on the Strange Forum. Almost everyone who knows Shang Xiaomei knows of this talent, yet she must be careful not to expose it. After everything was disguised, Sheng Ning discovered that the crystal nucleus had also merged well. After merging, the blue crystal nucleus became a deeper color, previously resembling aquamarine, but now like genuine sapphire, very beautiful. Besides being more refined in energy, the crystal nucleus did not seem to change in any other way. Sheng Ning continued walking forward with Ming Xing, looked at the sky, and realized it was already afternoon, and at that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a card floating on the rooftop of a building across the street.
Acceleration card.
Sheng Ning called out to Ming Xing, her feet already starting to run wildly. Over 100 floors tall, she reached the top in 2 minutes. To be safe, Sheng Ning opened her Eye of Trace to ensure there were no hidden dangers nearby before going to pick up the card. The back of the card had the game rules. Rule 1, do not attack the natives. Rule 2, protect your identity well. Once your identity is dead, you will be replaced. Rule 3, at night, some identities will be reshuffled. Rule 4, when the number of indigenous deaths exceeds 1,000, everyone's identities will be reshuffled. Rule 5, do not trust anyone. The front of the card changed, revealing a familiar card face to Sheng Ning.
Skill card, copy, C. Sheng Ning.
Is she really such a cheap person?
Why is it another copy card?
Just as Sheng Ning was about to arrange a meetup with the strange game offline, an unpleasant voice came from behind her. Bro, meta beauty, just as good as that Shang Xiaomei, our luck is here.
Chapter 64. Sheng Ning put away the card and turned around with a dark face.
Isn't this just a pillow for a sleepy head? The punching bag has arrived. Unfortunately, the 3 men behind her didn't notice Sheng Ning's suppressed anger at all. Instead, they thought her bad mood was due to fear. The group laughed even more wildly. Bro, I said it's good, with such a beautiful one, you have to be gentle, let's play a few more times. The leading man slapped his palm, very arrogant. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, such a beautiful lady, of course, she is mine. After saying this, he walked over with a lewd smile, exposing a mouth of crooked black teeth, his tone sickeningly soft. Beauty, don't be afraid, we are not bad people, we are just here to save lonely pretty girls like you, wanting to give you a home.
Sheng Ning smiled, her eyes curving into beautiful crescent shapes. Oh really? Save me.
She stepped forward slowly, her tracksuit wrapping around her long, straight legs, making the man's eyes almost pop out. A surge of heat rose in his body, and he opened his arms to hug Sheng Ning. But just then, he felt a chill in his chest and instinctively looked down. A bronze-long knife had pierced through his entire body, bright red blood gushing out like a fountain. Sheng Ning was very precise, leaving 1 centimeter to his heart, ensuring he bled enough but wouldn't die immediately. It seemed that after her mental and observational skills improved, she could also control these small details very well. Heal. As soon as Sheng Ning's voice fell, Ming Xing threw out a healing card. Ming Xing had never seen an S-grade card before and was very interested in the copy card. Currently, he was challenging his limits, and the 5-second copying time had now been reduced to 3 seconds. Various cards had already filled Sheng Ning's resource bar.
A healing card was nothing.
The man lying on the ground healed quickly, but the effect of the C-grade healing card was average, only able to heal wounds, and could not restore energy and spirit. The man looked at Sheng Ning with terror, as if she were a demon from hell, killing while smiling sweetly.
Sheng Ning stepped on the man's chest, ignoring his fear, and asked, "Are you a player?"
The man's face turned ghostly pale, stammering, "Why yes, we are players."
Sheng Ning, open your panel.
The man didn't dare resist and opened his panel. A light blue panel floated in the air, and Sheng Ning saw the man's information.
Faction, humans. ID, 403,176. Name, Universe Invincible Dig Diao. Level, LV2, 1475. Talent, Bird Language, D, Bear Arm, D.
Resource bar, Transformation card, C, Speed card, C, Gravity card, C, Revive card, Fake Money 120, Wolf type card, D, Blinding card, D, Gale card, D, Copy card, D.
Completed instances, 5.
Looking at the man's panel, Sheng Ning was silent for a moment. So poor. But this did not hinder Sheng Ning's speed of robbery at all. At the same time, she got an answer, the panel can be seen. The panel had always been something only one could see, but the game rules kept mentioning identity, which made Sheng Ning suspicious of how others judged one's identity. The best way to show it directly was to reveal the panel. Now looking at it, the panel was no longer a player's privacy. Sheng Ning felt somewhat relieved, the disguise card she chose could disguise panels. There were still 2 little fools standing on the edge of the rooftop.
Sheng Ning waved her hand, who just said he was lucky.
3 minutes later, Sheng Ning returned to the car and continued her journey. While on the rooftop, the 3 little lucky ones were stripped bare, huddling tightly together.
Look, we still don't know who is lucky for whom. Sheng Ning continued to read the rules. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. Xing Xing, what do you think about us dressing up as natives?
Ming Xing's golden pink dragon tail swished happily, her eyes brightening at the words, Ning Ning, you're so smart. Rule 1, do not attack the natives. Sheng Ning said, becoming natives will ensure our safety, and secondly, natives have appeared twice in the rules. As important NPCs, they must have their own rules. Ming Xing replied, if we're lucky, we might find the way to clear the game. The two hit it off, but the sky was getting dark. Rule 3, at night, some identities will be reshuffled. Out of caution, Sheng Ning decided to find a hotel to stay, to see what would happen on the first night of the special instance.
At midnight,
Sheng Ning saw her panel flash, with no changes at all. Ming Xing breathed a sigh of relief, no changes, so our identities remain. The rules were still too few for them, and the changes around them might not be beneficial. This was the best situation for now. The second day of the special instance. At 6 a.m., Sheng Ning got up, washed up, nibbled on some pastries, and ate an apple before heading downstairs. She found a supermarket teeming with zombies. Sheng Ning was responsible for fighting the zombies while Ming Xing collected supplies. The two had become increasingly taciturn in their cooperation. In the apocalypse, aside from food and water, the most important thing was medical supplies.
10 minutes later, Sheng Ning looked at the huge red letters on the hospital, Capital's first hospital.
There were enough zombies here to rival a large business district, and it was estimated there were at least 100,000 zombies.
Ming Xing said uncertainly, should we just leave? With so many zombies, Sheng Ning would surely be covered in dirt.
Still covering her face with a cloth and wearing sunglasses, Sheng Ning said, Xing, you probably don't know, but we humans have a saying, since we are already here. Ming Xing was speechless and threw Sheng Ning an acceleration card, hurry up.
An hour later, Sheng Ning's storage space was completely full. The next step was to find an easily exposed spot and wait for the natives to come pick her up.
Ming Xing asked, why don't we go find them? Sheng Ning smiled slyly, Xing, you have lived in human society. We humans have a saying that high-end hunters often use.
Ming Xing interrupted, using the simplest cooking method?
Sheng Ning replied, hey, you answered too well, Master Ming. Sheng Ning explained, if 100 outsiders suddenly appear in the instance, it surely means that not only we can obtain the rules, and not only we think of disguising ourselves as natives. But think about it, the apocalypse has lasted for 6 months, a sudden appearance of natives is too obvious, and I, a skinny and pitiable person being picked up, makes me all the more like a native. Ming Xing's eyes sparkled, Ning, you're truly amazing, next chance I get, I'll introduce you to my son.
Sheng Ning. Goodness, I thought of you as a sister, and you think of me as a daughter-in-law.
As they arrived outside the 4th Ring Road, Sheng Ning keenly noticed that the number of zombies here had decreased a lot, and there were many zombie bodies with exploded heads lying on the ground. Some shops by the roadside also showed signs of being searched. This is the place. They found a residential community by the roadside and picked a room that looked lived in, tidied it up, and placed a small portion of supplies out. Then, using a disguise card, she reduced her weight by 15 kilograms, making her look a bit distorted, her skin pale, like a refugee who had suffered greatly. At this moment, it was just past 4 in the afternoon, and after a busy day, Master Sheng cooked hot pot in the simplest way. Half an hour later, Sheng Ning heard the sound of a car engine nearby.
Thanks to her improved attributes,
Sheng Ning's senses were astonishing now, she could hear the sound of mosquitoes clearly from 10 meters away.
As the sound of the vehicle grew closer, Sheng Ning suddenly heard a coarse voice, damn. Why do I smell hot pot?
Come on, Lao Tao, give me a punch, so I can eat hot pot in my dreams.
Another cold, magnetic male voice sounded, there is indeed a smell of hot pot, there are survivors here.
Following the smell of hot pot, Team 3 of the capital base soon found a dirty house, surrounded by traces of zombies. The bloodstains had already dried, the front door was somewhat deformed, and signs of life were heavy. It seemed there were indeed survivors. Team 3 let out a sigh of relief.
Polite knocks echoed on the door, and the coarse male voice came from outside, is anyone there?
We are Team 3 of the capital base, searching for survivors.
Please open the door.
Inside was silent, and the man repeated himself. Finally, a small crack opened in the door. Team 3 saw a filthy girl, with unkempt hair, who emitted a lingering odor mixed with the smell of hot pot, nearly making the big men feel nauseous. The girl gripped a fire axe tightly, her eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing them, her eyes briefly lit up, only to quickly turn to despair. Ultimately, Sheng Ning's gaze fell upon a tall, muscular man in the middle of the group. Sheng Ning looked up and saw a man dressed in military uniform, with sharp, cold features and eagle-like sharp eyes, wearing a black mask that couldn't hide his high, straight nose and perfect jawline. He was handsome and powerful, exuding an aura of restraint.
Team 3 cautiously interrogated Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning was well prepared, she looked pitiful, responded well yet choked back tears. In addition to her emaciated appearance and the expression of someone ready to die after eating hot pot, she successfully gained the sympathy of Team 3. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the zombies, but despair. Many people ended their lives before help could arrive.
If they had come a little later, Sheng Ning might have become one of them. Their sympathy for her quickly made them believe that she was indeed a survivor. A kind-hearted water-type ability user gave Sheng Ning plenty of water to wash herself.
Sheng Ning invited them to eat hot pot as a way to bond. Half an hour later, Sheng Ning boarded Team 3's spacious off-road vehicle. As dusk fell, the team returned to the capital base. As they entered the inspection area, a man in the same military uniform approached to greet them, and his gaze toward Sheng Ning was unfriendly.
Another survivor? That very handsome man nodded, his expression serious and cold.
Why are there so many survivors recently? Is there anything unusual?
The handsome man thought for a moment, shook his head, and spoke in a hushed tone. No, she's very skinny. When we found her, she was preparing to die.
The man's expression relaxed, receiving Yan Zhang's confirmation put him at ease.
Noticing Sheng Ning was again stealing glances at the boss, Long Yin laughed beside her. My boss, Yan Zhang, was the deputy commander of the Capital Legion before the apocalypse, 27 years old, both handsome and strong.
Sheng Ning nodded, very impressive. He feels like he could take on 10 of me.
Long Yin snorted with laughter. Be confident, the captain can take on 50 of you. There were not many people checking their bodies, the team and survivors lined up in 2 columns.
Sheng Ning stood at the end of the line, 5 people in front of her.
These people looked strong, with some dust deliberately smeared on their faces, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet not too much. Especially when the examiner drew blood, the sight of their thick veins made the atmosphere even more serious, as if facing a great enemy. Sheng Ning frowned. In an instant, the identities of these people became clear. When it was Sheng Ning's turn, the examiner looked at her weak arm and struggled to find a vein.
Sighed and asked, have you been bitten by a zombie?
Sheng Ning shook her head. I was very careful, wrapped it in several layers of towels and used tape.
The inspector smiled a little. Have you awakened special powers?
Sheng Ning still shook her head, feeling a bit lost.
The inspector marked a white heavy check mark on her form and let her pass. Stepping out of the inspection area, she entered the outer city of the base. Long Yin and Yan Zhang had been waiting at one side, and when they saw her approach, Long Yin waved, I'll take you to the outer city with the captain to support you. Although Sheng Ning had guessed that the environment of the outer city would not be good, seeing it with her own eyes still shocked her. The narrow hallways were filled with garbage and sewage, and there was even some excrement, the smell hitting her hard, making Sheng Ning almost stumble. Luckily, someone steadied her. Looking up, Sheng Ning saw Yan Zhang's deep, dark eyes. New and used. Yan Zhang handed her a clean handkerchief, as if it was prepared just for her. Thank you.
Sheng Ning took it and walked a couple of steps forward, getting a clearer view of the structure of the outer city. A room was about 3 square meters, barely enough for a bed and a couple of steps of space, with even the doorframe leaning precariously.
It was narrow, stuffy, damp, and dirty.
Living in a place like this, Sheng Ning thought it was better not to be an indigenous person.
Yan Zhang's voice suddenly cut through.
The conditions in the outer city are very poor, only able to ensure the basic survival of the common people. If you want to switch to better rooms, unless you have special powers or, say, resources.
This sentence felt like a hint. No, it was a hint.
This Yan Zhang must have noticed something. Sheng Ning looked into his deep gaze, only to see that the man who had always had a cold face softened his look a little. You can trust us.
Long Yin covered his nose. Shall we go outside to talk?
Sheng Ning decided to be honest. This Yan Zhang was more capable than she had imagined. Under the starry sky, Long Yin raised a soundproof barrier, winked at Sheng Ning, and left.
Sheng Ning pretended to be guilty and asked, how do you know I have special powers?
Yan Zhang replied, I've been to that neighborhood, there are a few high-level zombies inside, and people without special powers can't survive in there.
Sheng Ning, damn. Sheng Ning confessed, I have space powers.
Yan Zhang showed no surprise. Sure enough, how large is your space, and how many resources do you have?
Sheng Ning, I don't want others to find out. Can I give you a part, and you help me keep it a secret?
Yan Zhang understood, Xu Nian was too weak, and having a treasure could bring trouble. He nodded, I can help you, I don't need the resources, but your special powers are very precious.
If you don't mind, you can move to my place to live. Sheng Ning didn't expect Yan Zhang to be so easygoing. She looked at him tentatively, why do you want to help me?
Yan Zhang remained silent for a long time before saying, I do have a selfish interest.
Do you know Chu Yunyan? Chapter 66.
It had been a long time since anyone had so openly spoken Chu Yunyan's name in front of Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning paused for a moment, knowing that this Chu Yunyan was not the same as that Chu Yunyan. She turned the tables and said directly, Captain Yan, speak your mind. Yan Zhang did not hide, he is currently the most powerful zombie in the capital, already having his own territory, and you. You are very similar to him and share the surname Chu, I can't help but suspect if you know each other. Sheng Ning used Chu Yunyan's face, the similar zombie was also called Chu Yunyan, which was obvious.
Sheng Ning nodded, I know him, where is he now?
Yan Zhang replied, last time I saw him was in the North District.
Tomorrow, we are going to the North Third Ring to gather resources. Do you want to go? If you go, the squad members might learn your identity. But I can guarantee everyone will keep it a secret. At night, Sheng Ning lay in Yan Zhang's villa, unable to sleep.
The stars rolled in the sky, playing with her resource bar, as if playing a matching game. Suddenly, the star sat up straight and said to Sheng Ning, "Sheng Ning, you have collected all the price duplication cards. From D level to S level duplication cards."
Sheng Ning, so what if I collect the cards? Can I summon a Dragon Ball?
Mingxing, I know how happy collectors feel when they complete a collection. 5 colorful cards floated in the air, and Sheng Ning squinted and looked for a while, suddenly saying, "What do you think will happen if I merge these 5 cards?"
Mingxing, puzzled, replied, "You will lose 5 duplicate cards?" Sheng Ning had a sudden burst of inspiration and was a bit eager to try.
This was another gamble.
Mingxing tilted her head and thought for a moment, proposing, "Why don't you exchange one for a divination card? Maybe it will have an answer."
Sheng Ning felt a spark of interest and exchanged a selected card for a divination card. The A-level divination card had a picture of a book on it. Permanent card, usable twice a day, you can ask some questions, and the card will tell you yes or no. If the card has no answer, please reflect on what garbage question you asked.
Sheng Ning. She looked at the card, lifted her incense, and asked, Card, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" "Card." Mingxing laughed uncontrollably. Sheng Ning shot her a glare and asked the card again, Card, do mermaids poop?" "Card." Mingxing, Sheng Ning. The rules behind the card are definitely to prevent people like you. The card was speechless.
Mingxing angrily said, "You wasted 2 opportunities for nothing."
After that, Sheng Ning pointed to the clock on the wall. Ding dong. The clock struck midnight, and Sheng Ning stopped joking, asking, Card, can I merge the 5S level cards?" The pages of the book on the card flipped wildly, and a word slowly appeared. "Yes." Sheng Ning dragged the 5 cards, seeing the countdown on the talent panel. Countdown 48 hours. 2 days, longer than any card merge before. Sheng Ning felt a whole burst of expectation. On the 3rd day of the instance, Sheng Ning once again sat in the 3rd team's off-road vehicle, but this time her identity was a member of the 3rd team. Before departure, Sheng Ning saw the players from yesterday, and they each joined a team. When they heard that Sheng Ning was also a psychic who arrived yesterday, numerous curious gazes shot toward her. Upon seeing her skinny figure, many displayed expressions of disappointment or indifference. Most people felt she didn't look like a player, only a small group remained vigilant and suspicious. "Let's go," Yan Zheng commanded coldly. Before entering the city, Sheng Ning handed out snacks to everyone. Everyone was overjoyed to tears. They were all soldiers, and the supplies they retrieved had to be turned into the base. God knows when they last ate their fill. The joyful atmosphere came to a halt on the ring road. Zombies ahead had completely blocked the road, and they had to get out of the car to clear the zombies. Yan Zhang said, "All of you, get out and clear the zombies, Xun Yan will stay behind." Sheng Ning raised her hand, "I can also kill the zombies." Yan Zhang remained silent, "Then be careful." Sheng Ning held her knife, following a few people behind. At first, everyone protected her, but later they noticed this girl was quick and precise, and they let her fend for herself. Mingxing hated such dirty and bloody scenes. While picking up crystal cores and counting, her gaze unintentionally glanced at the countdown on the talent panel. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she threw a crystal core. A blue crystal core immediately disappeared, and the countdown changed from 38 hours 47 minutes and 36 seconds to 38 hours 42 minutes and 35 seconds in an instant. Damn, this thing can speed up the talent bar. Hearing Mingxing's exclamation, Sheng Ning paused. A foul-mouthed zombie lunged at her, but the next second was dismembered by countless blades. Yan Zhang frowned, blades swirling around him, his handsome face full of worry. "Don't get distracted." Who can not be distracted? That crystal core can actually be used as an accelerator. Sheng Ning screamed in her heart, her movements becoming fiercer and fiercer. Damn it, she was going all out. The other few were all psychics. Watching a little girl chop like she was cutting watermelon, they were all stirred up with competitive spirit. Yan Zhang. What normally took an hour to clear out the zombies, was now resolved in half an hour. Sheng Ning was a bit tired, and Yan Zhang walked over to support her frail body. "I can't believe how much power is in such a small body. Longing, Captain, I also want a hug." At that moment, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky, and a fierce wind swept in, dark clouds covering the heavens. Damn, it's the Zombie King. Longing instantly lost his temper. "Run, back to the car, back. It's a level 5 Zombie King." Yan Zhang's face also turned serious, instinctively looking at Sheng Ning, who understood instantly, "Is it you Yuan? Without Yan Zhang needing to reply, the man called the Zombie King had already appeared in the sky. He wore a vintage black robe, looking like a king overlooking the world. His hair was slightly messy, a wolf's tail half-tied at the back, skin pale and shiny, lips seeming to be stained with blood.
His long eyes had a sharp upward tilt, and dangerous currents flickered in his purple pupils. His thin lips curled into a smile, neither a smile nor a disdainful coldness, with a hint of nobility, like a young master carefully raised by a noble family.
Such a Chu Yuanyan was unfamiliar, yet made people's hearts race even more. In an instant, Sheng Ning's heartbeat drowned out the faint thunder in the sky. Chu Yuanyan coldly scanned the supernatural team below. You, seeking death?
His icy voice pierced through the air, as countless columns of lightning struck down, one heading directly toward Sheng Ning.
Did Chu Yuanyan not recognize her?
Sheng Ning's heart raced, the static electricity in the air making her hair stand on end, lightning flashing near. Yan Zheng quickly wrapped his arm around Sheng Ning's waist and retreated swiftly. In the distant air, Chu Yuanyan's eyes were cold and menacing, looking at Sheng Ning with indifference, as if he had never known her.
Sheng Ning shouted, Chu Yuanyan, I am Sheng Ning.
A column of lightning formed again, and this time the target was still Sheng Ning.
Chapter 67.
Sheng Ning pushed Yan Zheng away, her eyes filled with confusion and anger.
Field card.
Skill card domain, the opens a space of 5m x 5m x 5m, lasting 30 minutes. In this domain, any attack can be converted into energy accumulation. If the domain is broken, it only proves you are weak.
The lightning column, as thick as a barrel, vanished into the invisible domain. The next moment, the lightning column formed in Sheng Ning's hands and fiercely smashed toward Chu Yuanyan. Mingxing, use the divination card and ask if he is my husband, Chu Yuanyan. Sheng Ning's tone had no emotion, as if asking something trivial.
A trace of surprise flashed in Mingxing's beautiful eyes, then she took out the divination card to use.
The answer received, yes. Sheng Ning used the flying card and confronted Chu Yuanyan in the air.
She removed the effect of the disguise card and asked again, Chu Yuanyan, open your eyes and see who I am. Zombie King Chu Yuanyan tilted his head, chuckling, human ants.
Sure. Sheng Ning looked at Chu Yuanyan's expression, the earlier excitement gone, now only wanting to punch the sky hard.
It's fair to say that Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan did not have such a good relationship when they were kids. Sheng Ning was the big sister of the girls in the orphanage, while Chu Yuanyan, though younger, used his dominance, becoming the leader of the boys in the orphanage at just 4 years old. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, and Chu Yuanyan repeatedly provoked Sheng Ning, eventually becoming her top servant in the daily suppression. Later, when Chu Yuanyan grew up, the roles reversed, he became the dominant one, and Sheng Ning was under him. Sheng Ning could hardly remember how long it had been since she taught the rebellious child how to be a person.
In a flash, Sheng Ning threw out the mental attack card, then swiftly approached, enveloping Chu Yuanyan in her domain.
Then she swiftly unleashed the binding card and frozen card at the same time. Chu Yuanyan never expected that this skinny woman, who seemed like a gust of wind could blow her over, had so many tricks up her sleeve. In an instant, he was truly trapped by this fluid sequence of actions and cards.
It was only in these brief seconds that Sheng Ning slapped Chu Yuanyan's face. See clearly, I am Sheng Ning, your wife. Chu Yuanyan was stunned by the slap. What is a wife? Is it delicious? In that moment,
Sheng Ning had already exchanged her selection card for the wonderful rope. Weapon card, wonderful rope, a permanent card, durability 100%, perfectly fits the curves of all living beings, including humans, strange entities, animals, and corpses, automatically weakening the combat power of the bound target by 80%. Note, this rope is clean and pure, not suitable for irregular uses.
The transparent rope bound the incredulous zombie king with his face covered. In the next second, he was dragged down from midair and slammed onto the ground. At this moment, Sheng Ning's disguise effect wore off. The third squad looked at Sheng Ning with speechless expressions. Longyin was the first to speak. This zombie king, it's fake, right?
Old Tao gave him a knock on the head and glanced at Yan Zhang, wanting to say something but stopping himself. This girl is too dangerous, Captain, you can't handle her.
Sheng Ning explained, sorry, I tricked you earlier.
Not only am I a space ability user, but I'm also a wind ability user.
I can fly, can speed up, wind ability user, isn't that normal? Old Tao, is that it? Just that? But he could only force a smile. Chu girl, you are so powerful. I knew it, how could a delicate girl like you survive for 6 months in the apocalypse? Sheng Ning looked at Yan Zhang, who was also looking at her, as if he already knew she wasn't telling the full truth. After a moment of silence, Yan Zhang spoke, he is your. Sheng Ning replied, he is my husband. Yan Zhang fell silent, a shadow passing through his eyes. What are you planning to do?
Sheng Ning also fell silent, she was thrown off course by the unknown Chu Yunyan. She wanted to disguise herself as a native, find the rules, and avoid those advanced players. Now with the zombie Chu Yunyan, there was no way to return to the base.
Annoying.
Sheng Ning glanced at the still struggling Chu Yunyan and, in a fit of anger, threw him 2 punches. Sheng Ning's power level was quite high now, and these 2 punches made Chu Yunyan roll his eyes back.
Third squad.
No matter how powerful the zombie king was, he was still under the control of his wife, huh? Yan Zhang lowered his gaze. We need to search for supplies. With the zombie king, a lot of things will be easier.
Can you take him with us? Sheng Ning, aren't you afraid? Yan Zhang took out a muzzle from his backpack. Do you mind?
The very concerned Chu Yunyan was tied up and muzzled, pitifully tossed into the trunk. Long Yin's feelings towards this zombie king instantly turned from disgust to sympathy, vowing to find a gentle girlfriend in the future. Sheng Ning had a space, although it was almost full, a little organizing still allowed her to fit in a lot of things. They nearly looted 10 or so business districts, and by the time they returned to the base, it was completely dark outside. The members of the third squad were very excited. This was their biggest haul yet. When they were 1 kilometer away from the base, Sheng Ning suddenly furrowed her brows. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood.
Hurry back, something might have happened at the base. With such a strong smell of blood, could it be that the zombies were surrounding the base?
Yan Zhang's expression became serious, he also smelled it.
Everyone returned to the base anxiously.
At this moment, the base was in complete darkness, the main gate tightly locked, and the man who had greeted them yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Something has happened, everyone gear up, and move stealthily.
Yan Zhang drew his blades, exuding an icy aura.
The iron net and main gate around the base were intact, not appearing to have been attacked by zombies, indicating that there was a problem inside. A lot of possibilities flashed through Sheng Ning's mind.
The rules do not allow harm to natives. If a native dies, their identity will be reshuffled?
Those who would attack the natives must hope for an identity reshuffle.
Then who was the attacker, and why did they want to reshuffle identities? Many doubts swirled in Sheng Ning's mind as she turned to warn Chu Yunyan. Don't make a sound, be good and obey, I will let you go to rest in a bit. Chu Yunyan. Wicked woman, if you free me, I will eat you. With Ming Xing watching Chu Yunyan, Sheng Ning followed Yan Zhang and the others into the base with peace of mind.
After passing through the inspection area, what lay before them was blinding blood red. The entire outer city seemed to have been splashed with bright red paint, as red liquid flowed down the walls, mixing with the sewage on the ground, emitting a foul smell. Screams echoed in the outer city, accompanied by continuous gunfire. Yan Zhang quickened his pace, entering the outer city. In the narrow corridor of the outer city, a deformed monster with 8 arms and legs, 2 meters long yet only 20 centimeters tall, was violently hunting humans.
Strange. It was an eerie presence.
Without any hesitation, the third team opened fire as soon as they encountered this strange being, 6 types of abilities unleashed towards the 8-armed creature. However, all abilities passed through the 8-armed creature's body, piercing the ceiling above, while the creature itself suffered no harm at all. The members of the third team stood stunned in place. They finally understood why there were so many ability users in the base and why this monster could slaughter freely. The 8-armed creature revealed a sinister grin, hee. Ability users, the best to eat. 1 bite each, I gain an ability boost with every one I eat, hee. Chapter 68. Sheng Ning's gaze sharpened, an ability boost? When did the eerie beings also have abilities? This strange presence was beyond the level of a ghost. Just as Sheng Ning prepared to act, a black-haired head suddenly extended from the pierced ceiling. At the same time, the gunfire from upstairs fell silent.
Retreat, hurry retreat. Sheng Ning shouted, waking the third team.
1 eerie being could be dealt with, 2 eerie beings she could also handle, but she couldn't guarantee the safety of the third team anymore. Not a single member of the third team moved to retreat, they stood before the towering horrors like a solid wall, eyes shining with fearless determination. Since the day the apocalypse arrived, they had been ready to sacrifice themselves.
What was there to fear in life and death?
Behind them were more civilians, in front was an unknown monster.
No retreat, not a single step back. The black-haired creature jumped down from the ceiling, its laughter piercing. These few humans have powerful abilities, how about we split them in half? The 8-armed creature replied, 1 for each floor, don't break the rules. The black-haired creature said, don't be so stingy, oh, why can't I see through this woman's abilities? The gazes of both eerie beings fell upon Sheng Ning, their reckless scrutiny making her stomach churn. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped in front of her. Yan Zheng slightly turned his head, Xunyan, take the zombie king and leave first. From Sheng Ning's perspective, she could see the firm and cold lines of Yan Zheng's profile. His delicate eyelashes trembled lightly, but his voice brought a sense of assurance. Sheng Ning took a deep breath and spoke with unwavering resolve, I am also a member of the third team, if everyone doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Yan Zheng frowned, his tone growing firmer, you are different. Oh, it seems.
I came too early, the ability team hasn't been wiped out yet. Just as Sheng Ning was about to draw her blade, a voice suddenly rang out as if enjoying a spectacle.
Forget it, since I'm here, let's do the locals a favor.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 eerie beings that had just been discussing how to distribute the ability users changed color dramatically, as if they had seen their nemesis, terror filling their already eerie faces.
Boom.
The man coldly uttered a single word, and in an instant, the two eerie bodies exploded, foul blood splattering everywhere, leaving nothing but debris. This scene made Sheng Ning's heart race and her breath catch.
Just a single word obliterated two eerie beings. How powerful was this man? What was his talent? Was this the strength of a high-level player?
5 high-level players. If these people were indeed here to hunt her down, Sheng Ning felt panic for the first time.
Could she live to walk out of this dungeon?
Yan Zhang's face remained tense as he stepped forward, addressing the man. Thank you for your assistance.
Do you know what this monster is?
He seemed not to hear the man's words. You came early, expressing gratitude toward the man with a hint of awe. The man appeared satisfied with this attitude, nodding slightly. This is a strange thing. All right, take me to see your base leader. One word could solve their unshakable mystery. Such a person had the strength to meet the leader.
Sheng Ning hid Chu Yuanyan in Yan Zhang's home and rushed nonstop to the central tower.
In the conference room of the central tower, the man slouched casually in his chair, his long arms resting behind his head, exuding the air of someone in power. Even when he met the base leader, he did not stand up.
The leader didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled and came over to shake hands with the man. I heard that you killed the monster. May I know your surname? Which base were you from before?
The long-armed man was thin and tall, his eyes sharp as knives, his aura more imposing than the leader's. He slightly parted his lips, his nonchalant words causing the leader's expression to change drastically.
My alias is Yanling. Of course, you can also call me Lord Lin.
I am not from your world, or rather, your world is merely a playground for us, and I am one of the players.
Sheng Ning sat at the end, watching the man calmly speak the truth.
The leader and several high-ranking members all showed fear. The third squad looked a bit pale, while only Yan Zhang remained indifferent and cold, showing no change.
After a long silence, the leader said, Lord Lin, what do you mean by that? Could you elaborate?
Lord Lin slowly replied, what I mean is that this is just a game. Your world was destroyed at some point. Perhaps, a soft-hearted guy saved you just before your world was about to vanish, giving you a new chance.
As long as you can kill this person, your world order can be restored.
Saying this, Lin Mo took out a portrait, and the person in it was unmistakably Sheng Ning's original appearance. The moment the portrait was revealed, Sheng Ning knew the high-level players were plotting against her. The high-level players planned to use the native people of the base against her, compressing her living space while forcing her to take action against them. Once she acted against the natives, breaking the rules, what awaited her would certainly not be pleasant. Such malicious intentions, no wonder they mentioned she came early. They intended to wait until the base's supernatural team was annihilated, leaving the base leader no choice but to trust these people. At that point, Lord Lin could truly take over the base like a lord, using the natives to pressure her. But Sheng Ning didn't understand, what exactly had she done to deserve such treatment from these people? The base leader passed the portrait around, and everyone shook their heads after looking at it. Lord Lin, we have not seen this person, the base leader said.
Lin Mo was not disappointed. That's fine, this woman is cunning and cautious.
She might have changed her appearance. As long as you kill her, your world will certainly return to normal, just remember this. The leader nodded, we remember, Lord Lin.
Could you tell us what the sudden monster is and how we should deal with them?
Lin Mo smiled again, leader, I have already helped you so much, even telling you how to break the impasse.
Are you really planning to rely on me like this?
The leader understood immediately, maintaining a friendly smile, yes, you are right.
What do you need? I will do my utmost. Lin Mo asked, 3 days ago, did your base suddenly receive any cards with rules on them? The leader looked puzzled, it seems not. Have you all seen them?
Everyone in the conference room shook their heads in unison. Lin Mo shook his leg, then how about this, you all gather the survivors found in the last 3 days here. Sheng Ning's heart sank, panicking as she said, Ming Xing, get ready to run, hurry, hurry, put the crystals in fast. She appeared calm on the surface, but her slightly trembling body had already betrayed her. This Lord Lin was too strong. She couldn't fight back, she couldn't even escape. Sheng Ning thought that she might not even be able to run away. Just as Sheng Ning felt slightly nervous, a pair of strong hands patted her shoulder.
It's time to go, Yan Zhang said with a serious face. The leader looked at Chun Yan, frowning slightly. Is this team member one of the survivors rescued yesterday?
Sheng Ning froze, and Yan Zhang replied without being humble or overbearing, report, Commander, yes.
But she is not the person Lord Lin is looking for. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, interested, do you know who I am looking for?
Yan Zhang rarely spoke so much. He said, if I'm guessing right, Lord Lin wants to find the girl in the picture among the survivors Shang Xiaomei. That is to say, Shang Xiaomei, like you, is an outsider.
And I can be certain that Chun Yan is not an outsider. Lin Mo, how can you be sure? Yan Zhang, she is my wife. Chapter 69. Of course, a native's wife would not be an outsider.
Lin Mo carefully glanced at the reactions of the people around, finding that the members belonging to this leader showed no unusual response, but instead a few senior officials in the base appeared confused.
When did you get married?
Yan Zhang explained, we just got together before the apocalypse, then we got separated during the apocalypse, and I finally managed to find her.
Yan Zhang's assurance had a strong effect, and the base's leader did not doubt it.
Lin Mo deliberately glanced at the man's finger, seeing there were no rings or trinkets, so he had no further suspicion. The third squad members had absolute, unconditional trust in Yan Zhang. Whatever he said was true. Even if Yan Zhang told them to go die, they wouldn't have any doubt. What's more, the captain had a wife now, one who was powerful and stunningly beautiful. They were already imagining the captain's life under his iron fist. What hopes there were.
What? The captain's wife has another husband? Why bother with a zombie? Can a zombie even have kids with the captain's wife?
After sending Sheng Ning back to her place, Yan Zhang said, many squads have sacrificed, I need to handle their affairs. You should rest early. His tone was calm, as if nothing had just happened. Whether this person acted unintentionally or knew something, Sheng Ning genuinely thanked him.
Thank you, Captain Yan. Yan Zhang. Sheng Ning, what? Yan Zhang pressed his lips together, you can call me Yan Zhang.
Sheng Ning smiled gently, her eyes brightening, alright, Yan Zhang, you've worked hard all day today.
If you're tired, you can eat this apple.
Yan Zhang hesitated for a moment but still took it. Seeing Sheng Ning had turned and entered the room, he suddenly poked his head out and said to him, it's a love apple, eat it to ensure you're full of spirit. Her eyes were round and sparkling, like stars flickering before the apocalypse. After waving goodbye, her fluffy head retracted back inside. Yan Zhang looked at the apple and suddenly smiled.
Sheng Ning hadn't forgotten about the prideful little wolf tail at home either.
Xu Yunyan was dragged out by Sheng Ning from the closet, and she took off the muzzle from his mouth.
You damn woman, let go of me. If you dare, let's have a one-on-one fight, I'll definitely eat you. Slap. Dare to hit me? You're done, I'm going to tear you apart. Slap. Aha. Slap. Slap. Sheng Ning's hand was a bit sore, and she frowned, asking, can we talk nicely now?
Xu Yunyan's eyes were red from grievance, talking is talking, why hit me? Sheng Ning sighed, it clearly was Xu Yunyan, but he didn't remember her, she didn't know what went wrong.
She felt a bit melancholic, I'm your wife, we're married, don't you really remember me? Xu Yunyan blinked, I seem to have a bit of an impression. Maybe if you let me go. I just remembered. Sheng Ning, do I look like a fool?
Xu Yuanian bared his teeth and quickly withdrew when Sheng Ning raised her hand. This time, Sheng Ning did not hit him, instead, she gently stroked his face.
Having turned into a zombie, Xu Yuanyan's bodily functions were no longer the same as those of a human.
If he were human, he would have long been turned into a pig's head.
Yet now, there wasn't a single mark left on Xu Yuanyan's face.
Xu Yuanian froze for a moment, and a fleeting struggle crossed his dark purple pupils.
So familiar, why does this feeling feel so familiar? My head itches so much, as if it's going to grow a brain.
Sheng Ning changed Xu Yuanian into a neat outfit, put away the complicated black and gold robe, and gave him a proper wash, trimmed his long nails, and applied some baby lotion on him.
Sigh.
Sheng Ning secretly sighed about her misfortune, she had just gotten married and her husband died, leaving a widow and orphan behind.
Let's just treat Xiaoba as a son for now. On the 4th day of the dungeon.
Sheng Ning woke up drowsy, Xu Yuanian beside her stared at her without blinking. For a moment, Sheng Ning felt he remembered, but looking again, there was still strangeness in his eyes. Not fully awake yet, Mingxing suddenly screamed beside her.
Ning Ning. Talent.
Sheng Ning hurriedly opened the talent interface and saw the words fusion floating in golden light.
Click open. Copy.
A-level copy talent, can copy all non-living beings, with an 80% chance of a 10x critical hit each use, a 50% chance of a 100x critical hit, and a 20% chance of a 1000x critical hit, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, in special scenarios, unlimited critical hit bonuses can be obtained.
The golden light disappeared from the talent bar. Behind random, golden copy appeared. Sheng Ning gasped in shock, unable to believe it. Collecting all levels of cards can be fused into talent? Sheng Ning's voice trembled. Opportunities for talent extraction only arise when leveling up.
People in the forum said that high-level players above level 4 would be targeted, and there was a high chance of empty draws when extracting talents. Yet she, who hadn't even reached level 3, already had 3 talents. Sheng Ning could hardly believe it and hugged Xu Yuanian in surprise, kissing him fiercely several times.
Shu puppy, we're rich now. At this rate, I can find you without reaching level 5, la la la. Xu Yuanian. Her lips were wet and tingling, she wanted more. There were still many crystal cores left. With the previous experience in mind, Sheng Ning directly used the copy talent. Cooldown timer counting down 9:59. 2 crystal cores were tossed down, and the countdown ended. Mingxing was somewhat numb. She looked at Sheng Ning, her voice flat. Tell me, did you catch the loophole of the weird game? This backdoor is way too big. Sheng Ning, la 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 la. Happily getting out of bed, Yan Zhang was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, wearing a military green apron, the corners of his mouth inexplicably upturned, looking in a good mood. Equally in a good mood, Sheng Ning cheerfully greeted him. Hi Yan Zhang, you look so handsome in an apron. What Sheng Ning said was all honest truth. Any man who puts on an apron carries a filter of a good wife and mother, especially when a man like Yan Zhang, who usually looks cold, wears one. It's a stark contrast. Yan Zhang looked at Sheng Ning, his eyes no longer cold. Breakfast is bread and milk, is that okay? Sheng Ning happily took out 2 apples, dessert after the meal. Her happiness overflowed, but she froze when she saw the white paper on the dining table. Yan Zhang, where did this come from? The front of the white paper had a funnel. And on the back were written rules. Rule 6, those with mental value below 30 will experience terrifying things at night. Rule 7, at the end of the dungeon, only players can leave the game. Rule 8, if the duration of being weird exceeds 72 hours, it won't participate in Rule 3. Rule 9, if the number of indigenous people's deaths exceeds 500, damage can be inflicted on the weird. After a lingering player dies, they become a bizarre player. Chapter 70. Yan Zhang saw her a bit excited and with a worried look, he explained. This is a card that the leader found in the documents. The leader doesn't know what these rules are, so he asked me to bring it back to analyze with the team. Do you know what's going on? To gain more information, Sheng Ning honestly replied, when I was in the city, I also saw this card. It says it's a copying card. What kind of card is this? Yan Zhang said, there is no explanation of what kind of card it is, it just turned into a funnel in Lin City Lord's hands. Sheng Ning was puzzled, a funnel, what is that? Timing? Yan Zhang shook his head, when the funnel is upside down, the black sand inside does not fall. Lin City Lord did not explain. What Yan Zhang did not say was that after Lin City Lord got the funnel, he kept his promise and told them that this kind of monster is called Bazaar, and currently only outsiders have the ability to kill the Bazaar. Sheng Ning remained silent and began to concentrate on analyzing the rules. Rule 6, those whose mental value is below 30 will experience terrifying things at night. This rule can be considered together with Rule 3, at night, certain identities will be reshuffled. It can almost be confirmed that this terrifying thing is the reshuffling. Now, there are 4 identities entering this instance. Player, lingering player, bizarre, bizarre player. Now looking at Rule 7, at the end of the instance, only players can leave the game. So now everyone wants the identity of player. Last night those bizarre creatures were most likely transformed from the reshuffling of player and lingering player identities. Therefore, bizarre beings must kill the natives. Rule 4, when the number of native deaths exceeds 1,000, all identities will be reshuffled. Only in this way can their identities be reshuffled to obtain new identities. Of course, these people still have a choice. Rule 2, protect your identity. Once your identity dies, you will be replaced. Kill the player and replace the player. Seeing this, Sheng Ning suddenly fell into a kind of panic. She suddenly felt that this instance was a bit absurd. Rule 10, after a lingering player dies, they become a bizarre player. When a player dies, do they truly die, or will they become bizarre? If a player turns into bizarre after death, then killing someone who has the player identity will live bizarre. Then this is a dead cycle. Until all player identities pass the level, the game ends. Now the passing rules have not appeared, getting the passing rules earlier is more advantageous. This is not a speedrun instance, but an ordinary passing instance. As long as the passing rules are completed, it means the final player's passing will face the entanglement of lingering players, bizarre, and bizarre players, totaling 75 people. Sheng Ning's mental value is very high, and she has an apple, her mental value will not fall below 30. However, the situation is still not optimistic, she has been targeted by several high-level players. These few high-level players' bindings appearing together is not a coincidence, they all came for her. That means, Lin City Lord is now at the base. The other few high-level players who haven't appeared must be searching for her in other places of the capital. The 5 of them spread like a net, covering various important locations in the capital, just to catch her. But why? Sheng Ning was very confused. Is it because of the incense, or do they think they have props to control NPCs? Sheng Ning felt it wasn't like that, there must be other reasons. Right, Fang Shinro, the people from the guild. She was amused angrily, sending 5 high-level players for a Fang Shinro, this guild really is bold. The base's supernatural team has sacrificed more than half, and now there are only 2 teams left. Yan Zhang led Lao Tao, Sheng Ning, and others to continue searching for supplies, while another team stayed at the base. Also setting off was the zombie king, Chu.
Team 3, in addition to looking for supplies today, we also need to find the card. This card is crucial for outsiders. Perhaps it is crucial for us to negotiate with them. After leaving the base for a while, Yan Zheng sat in the co-pilot seat and said coldly, "Yes." The third squad showed absolute obedience to Yan Zhang and military orders.
Sheng Ning marveled secretly. Yan Zhang was indeed impressive.
He could determine the importance of a card just from the fact that the Lord of Lin City needed it, even using it as a condition for negotiation. He could even accept so quickly that this was merely a world-ending event and quickly adjust his mentality, staying true to his original intentions. This was the most capable man Sheng Ning had ever seen. Yan Zheng handed the map of Kyoto to Sheng Ning. "Where did you find the card last time?"
Sheng Ning pointed out the location from memory. Qinglong Building. Qinglong Building is in the east and the base is in the north. Is this a coincidence?
Thinking this, Yan Zhang drew a few circles on the map with his hand, eventually connecting them to form a perfect circle. The four directions formed a ring.
"Go to Ping'an Daoguan," Yan Zhang commanded. Ping'an Daoguan is in the western suburbs of Kyoto.
Before the apocalypse, it would take about 2 hours to reach from the ring highway.
But now, after walking and stopping, clearing zombies, by the time they reached Ping'an Daoguan, it was already 2 p.m. Long Yin asked, "Captain, why are we at the Daoguan? Surely we didn't come to pray for the ancestral master to strike these zombies with thunder, did we?" Sheng Ning took the map from Yan Zhang's hand and saw the circles marked on it, feeling a bit puzzled. "Do you suspect the card is not random?"
Yan Zhang nodded. "When I was young, I heard my grandfather say that Kyoto has 4 major places where evil energy gathers. 400 years ago, a celestial being descended from the sky and marked these 4 places, establishing suppressive items there to protect the feng shui of the capital.
4 circles were drawn on the map.
The northern base, the eastern Qinglong Building, the western Ping'an Daoguan, and the southern Imperial Palace. Yan Zhang is a native of Kyoto, and no one knows Kyoto better than him. Besides, if there truly is something special, it is likely only these 4 places of evil energy that Yan Zhang mentioned." The ancient, heavy door was pushed open. They had thought the people at the Daoguan had also turned into zombies, but unexpectedly, the place was empty. What greeted their eyes were lush green trees, serene and vibrant, antique and charming. They felt as if they had entered a place independent of the world, with no signs of destruction by zombies at all.
Sheng Ning felt alert inside, not knowing if there were high-level players hiding here. If she couldn't fight, she could run, but what about the third squad?
Yan Zhang surveyed the front yard of the Daoguan. Everyone split up to search. "Stay alert, safety is the priority."
"Yes."
Sheng Ning also prepared to leave, but Yan Zhang said, "You stay with me." Under Sheng Ning's slightly puzzled gaze, Yan Zhang remained calm. "It's not safe for a girl like you."
"Sheng Ning. Big brother, isn't it enough that I can kill zombies fiercely? I have the most crystal cores on this journey."
But since Yan Zhang had helped her so much and still thought about her safety, Sheng Ning did not refuse.
The two entered the Daoguan.
Sheng Ning looked at the solemn statues of the 3 pure ones in the main hall, obediently knelt down for a bow, then took out 3 sticks of incense to place in the incense burner. Only then did she and Yan Zhang bypass the statues and enter the inner courtyard to search. The two had only just begun rummaging through the bookshelves when they hadn't found any clues yet when suddenly they heard a scream from outside from Long Yin.
"Ah, Captain, help me." Chapter 71. In an instant, Yan Zhang activated all his powers.
A steel plate 10 centimeters thick came crashing down from above, encircling Long Yin in the center, blocking the next wave of attack. Almost at the same time, the members of the third squad all appeared in the quiet backyard. The blue stone slab floor of the backyard had been smashed to pieces by the steel plate, and the area in front of the steel plate had melted from high temperatures, with viscous, boiling iron juice flowing onto the ground, causing the blue stone slabs to puff up a white smoke.
"Who are you?"
Old Tao shouted sternly. In front of the steel plate stood a boy about 17 or 18 years old, 1.7 meters tall, with yellow hair, pierced ears, and a toothpick in his mouth. A layer of flames enveloped him, just like
a scion. "I am your grandfather." Slap.
Before the yellow-haired boy could finish his words, a jet of water shot straight at his face, extinguishing the flames around him in an instant.
Failure to show off.
This act directly angered the yellow-haired boy, and he gathered a huge fireball and threw it directly at the water manipulator. The water manipulator was not to be trifled with either, as dozens of water jets rained down from the sky.
The two soon engaged in an intense battle. They fought from the yard to outside the yard. However, the water manipulator quickly fell behind. The talent of high-level players should not be underestimated. This flame was no ordinary flame, its temperature was absurdly high. "Let me handle this." Sheng Ning already had a plan to deal with this fiery boy and smiled mischievously at Yan Zhang.
Strangely, the Yan Zhang who was just worried about her safety did not stop her this time, but said, "Go ahead, I'll support you." Her reply was a pair of smiling eyes.
Yan Zhang's brow relaxed, and his expression softened unconsciously.
Sheng Ning took out the D-level storm card given by her little lucky charms. Ming Xing was very supportive, it directly produced 1,000 critical hits. 1,000 storm cards, just watch me blow your kidney stones away.
Seeing Sheng Ning, the yellow-haired boy scoffed, I don't hit women.
Sheng Ning smiled and winked, it's commendable for a man like you to have such chivalry, I really appreciate it, so you won't fight back later, right? With Chui Wenyan's widely recognized and universally appealing face, the yellow-haired boy felt enamored and unconsciously replied, of course, you have great taste.
The next second, the wind went wild.
Skill, Storm card, D uses 1 time, level 7 wind lasts for 3 minutes, level 8 wind lasts for 1.5 minutes, level 9 wind lasts for 45 seconds, level 10 wind lasts for 20 seconds.
For a boy she admired, Sheng Ning had always been generous. She directly applied the top-level storm package to the yellow-haired boy. The flames on the yellow-haired boy were instantly blown out by the wind, and numerous wind blades formed, heading straight for his vitals. This was a direct attempt to kill. The flames surged up but were blown away by the fierce wind, even the direction of the flames began to lose control. The yellow-haired boy's face changed dramatically, and he immediately activated his second ability, Bear Transformation. His body instantly swelled, becoming a giant bear over 7 or 8 meters tall, fearless of the storm as he took a running leap, crashing down toward Sheng Ning from over 10 meters in the air. Sheng Ning remained unperturbed, even showing a triumphant smile. Using the flying card and the teleportation card simultaneously, she switched places with the giant bear in mid-air, floating above it. The giant bear had no idea Sheng Ning would have this trick, it did not make any bracing moves and with its weight and momentum, crashed to the ground, emitting a deafening thud. Amidst this tremendous noise, Sheng Ning keenly heard a sound of bone cracking. Gravity card activated.
Skill card, Gravity, C uses 1 time, duration 1 minute, produces a 10 cubic meter area of 20 times gravity. Sheng Ning had no concept of this gravity, but she had seen Dragon Ball, where Son Goku initially faced 20 times gravity.
Since you are the Super Saiyan Bear, let's give you 100 times then.
Sheng Ning was very generous and tossed 4 gravity cards over. The giant bear, which could still stand, buckled under 100 times gravity, its legs sinking to the ground, cracking the surrounding cement into spiderweb patterns. Under this unbelievable pressure, the giant bear bled from all its orifices, gasping for breath, it pleaded, please, let me go. The moment Sheng Ning retracted the gravity card, the giant bear transformed back into the yellow-haired boy, lying on the ground, gasping for air. In that previous space, he could barely breathe.
Sheng Ning looked down on him, finding this high-level player was quite far from the likes of Lord Lin.
Seeming to read her thoughts, Ming Xing commented, sister, who has 100 gravity cards to spare?
Sheng Ning.
The yellow-haired boy used a healing card on himself.
Crawling out of the big pit, you must be a player.
Just now, in that instant, you used no less than 3 types of cards.
Sheng Ning still smiled, bright and beautiful, what player?
That was just my special ability, but you are very impressive, it's the first time I've had to use 2 abilities at once.
Admitting she is a player would be equivalent to admitting she is Shang Xiaomei?
The yellow-haired guy didn't believe it, impossible.
What special ability can create a storm, exchange items from a distance, and add gravity? Sheng Ning waved her small fist, why should I tell you? This is my trump card. Whether you believe it or not, I can hit you again.
She returned to Yan Zhang's side, thinking about how to test what information the yellow-haired guy knew. Yan Zhang seemed to sense her thoughts, stepped forward to negotiate, we are from the 3rd team of the base.
Do you know Master Lin?
The yellow-haired guy rubbed his left leg, I know.
Have you met him? Did he send you here? 6 places, each of them 5 people occupied one.
Looking at Sheng Ning again, the yellow-haired guy thought, since he had met Lin Mo, and Lin Mo let her out, it should be fine, she is not a player. Yan Zhang said, Master Lin seems to need cards. We came here to try our luck, hoping to find some cards. The yellow-haired guy scoffed, completely relaxing his guard, treating them as ignorant locals, with you guys, 3 rule cards, how could it be so easy to find? Even if the locals made his nose bleed, the yellow-haired guy still wanted to maintain his pride. He hadn't used his cards just now, otherwise, could this local have beaten him? He impatiently said, alright, hurry back, don't disturb me waiting for my prey. There was a big monster hidden beneath this temple. If he could destroy it, he might be lucky enough to get an B-level card. A dark light flashed in Yan Zhang's eyes. He said, my name is Yan Zhang, I am the captain of the 3rd team. This place is very far from the base, we plan to stay here for the night, we won't disturb you, okay? The yellow-haired guy was about to refuse when suddenly remembered something, revealing a strange smile, oh, my name is Sun Wukong. If you want to stay here, that's fine, but if something dangerous happens, I won't protect you. Yan Zhang replied, we are all special ability users, we can protect ourselves. The yellow-haired guy laughed coldly. There was still time, adhering to the good virtue of not leaving empty-handed, no, since we are here. Yan Zhang took the people of the 3rd team to drive to a small business circle 10 kilometers away to start collecting supplies and clearing zombies. Another 3,000 crystal cores were collected, and Sheng Ning was in a very good mood. At night. The temple had many rooms, but for safety, Yan Zheng cleaned out a large room, and the people of the third team squeezed together. Sheng Ning was happily eating beef noodles, completely unaware that she was surrounded by a group of men. To her, they were all NPCs. A certain person who was busy eating missed the fleeting disappointment in another person's eyes. After dinner, Sheng Ning took the opportunity while everyone was busy to go to the car and untie Chu Yuanyan's mouth, helping him regain his memory. The night was deep. The moon was high above the willow tips. The already quiet temple became even quieter, a quietness filled with a hint of eeriness. Sheng Ning was feeding snacks to Chu Yuanyan when suddenly she sensed a chilling, strange aura that made her heart race with fear. This strange presence was at a level higher than any she had encountered before. Chapter 72. Sheng Ning's mind blared with alarm bells as she looked at Chu Yuanyan. There is a very powerful guy over there, I'm going to fight it. I'll set you free, but you must not ambush me. If I die, you should run as far away as possible. Her face was more serious than ever before. Zombies have no feelings, so normally Chu Yuanyan wouldn't be able to sense human emotions. But right now, he could inexplicably feel the fear from the woman in front of him who claimed to be his wife. It seemed that compared to the fear of the thing inside, she was more afraid of something happening to herself. This emotion made people restless. Chu Yuanyan's eyes sparkled with electricity as he fiercely asked, "What if you didn't die?" Sheng Ning suddenly smiled, a shallow smile that was more enchanting than any blooming flower. She said, "If I'm not dead, will you come back and be my husband?" After speaking, Sheng Ning gently pecked Chu Yuanyan on the lips, a light caress, yet filled with indescribable love. Retrieving the strange rope, Sheng Ning got out of the car and walked away, her back showing an indescribable determination. Chu Yuanyan thought he was released by the woman, perhaps it was the best time to hunt her down. But she once said, no sneak attacks on her. So what should he do now? So restless, his mind couldn't keep up. Above the level of a fierce ghost is the level of a dire command, above the level of a dire command is the level of calamity. The only time Sheng Ning encountered a dire command in the first instance, she almost got killed. Now, the strange being in the Taoist temple was stronger than any dire command she had faced. Sheng Ning's best choice now was to escape. But she couldn't. A fierce ghost level strange being gave 200 experience, a dire command level strange being 500 experience, a calamity level strange being 2,000 experience points. She urgently needed experience points to level up. She wanted to know more truths about the strange game. Moreover, if she wasn't mistaken, Huang Mao was preparing to lie in wait for this calamity level strange being. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sheng Ning thought, this time it was her turn to be the dealer. The car stopped outside the Taoist temple. Before Sheng Ning even entered, she saw two figures drifting out from the stone lions at the entrance. They were none other than the Taoist priests who had vanished from the temple. The Taoist priests wore dark blue robes. Their features were not distorted, only their eyes had completely lost their whites. What kind of monster dares to invade my Taoist temple at night? You deserve to die. The two Taoist priests shouted in unison, raising their peachwood swords, their figures ethereal and light, executing an immensely powerful Tai Chi sword technique. Sheng Ning used a speed card to enhance her speed as her tang knife clashed with the peachwood swords, creating sparks and ringing sounds that echoed endlessly. 2 minutes later, the Taoist priests realized they could do nothing against Sheng Ning. So they immediately formed hand seals, chanting, Heavenly Emperor's decree, summon the Thunder God. Up to the infinite, down to the netherworld. Commands issued everywhere, urgent to execute. Hurry, hurry, like a law decree. Thunder roared in the sky, and a bolt as thick as a wrist came crashing down, aimed straight at Sheng Ning's head. What the hell? You're a strange being, and you're summoning thunder to strike me. This is not scientific, far from it. Sheng Ning dodged at lightning speed. But as the bolt fell, it suddenly split into two directions, turning around Sheng Ning and smashing right into the two strange beings. A charred, strange odor wafted up as the two Taoist priests lay on the ground, barely breathing. The immobile Taoist priest howled, Monster, do not step into the Taoist temple. Do not disturb our master's tranquility. Sheng Ning replied, Look closely, I am human, not a monster. The Taoist priest exclaimed, Impossible. There are no humans left in this world. They mumbled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Suddenly, Sheng Ning saw the blackness fade from their eyes, and the whites returned to normal. After 2 seconds, the Taoist priest seemed much clearer. You are really human, really human. This believer, please kill us. Sheng Ning frowned, what on earth is going on? The Taoist priest said, all the people in this world have turned into zombies. After 10 years, without fresh blood, the zombies will also fall into death. At that moment, the world suddenly became enveloped in strange energy. Except for the 4 great town guardians, everything else seems to have reverted to the 6th month of the apocalypse.
We can't return, and have become strange beings. Please, please kill us.
We have spent our lives capturing demons and slaying monsters, not wishing to become strange beings that harm others after death.
Another Taoist begged similarly. Sheng Ning asked, how many of you strange beings are there?
The Taoist priest cried out, in our Taoist temple, there were 48 people, all have turned into strange beings. In order to keep the evil spirit contained and prevent it from leaking, the master of the temple, under the corrosion of the evil spirit, became a particularly powerful eerie being. If you can, kill the master of the temple, he must be suffering much more than we are. Sheng Ning hesitated for a long time before picking up the tang knife and stabbing it into their hearts.
Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for killing a ghost-level eerie being, gaining 200 experience points.
The prompt sound rang twice, clearly a sound that should be happy, yet Sheng Ning's face looked very grim. Mingxing felt deeply and comforted her. For them, complete death is the best outcome. Time is a remedy, but endless long time became the most poisonous poison. In the endless deep sea, she had long tasted the taste of poison. Inside the temple, the eerie beings were floating chaotically. The entire third team withdrew towards the door.
Xunyan, hurry and go.
Yan Zheng grasped Sheng Ning's wrist and ran outside.
An eerie being chased after them.
Sheng Ning used a confinement card in front of Yan Zhang, stabbing the eerie being in the heart with one knife.
Yan Zhang was stunned. Sheng Ning smiled at him. You must have already guessed my identity, right?
Yan Zhang pursed his lips in silence, his sword-like brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Sheng Ning said, you should know, whether for you or for myself, I must go in. Huang Mao has already started fighting with the eerie being, he cannot defeat that eerie.
Yan Zhang said. Sheng Ning smiled confidently, when the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits.
Yan Zhang said, I will stay here with you. Sheng Ning pushed him toward the third team, I'm still waiting for you to come pick me up tomorrow. After saying that, she directly stepped into the temple and closed the door. At this moment, Huang Mao had already mutated into a giant bear, being chased and beaten by a catastrophe-level eerie being in the backyard. Flames were burning around him, the flames colliding with the red mist in the air, making a sizzling sound. In a sea of blood-red mist, an old man dressed in light blue robes, with his arm resting on a whisk, looked peacefully at the giant bear struggling in the mist. Huang Mao's first ability was fire control, the second ability was mutation, and the third ability was still an attack ability legion.
None of his three abilities could counter this kind of magical attack.
Especially the attacks from catastrophe-level eerie beings.
His defensive cards could hardly hold up for a few seconds under the blood-red evil spirit.
Huang Mao was just a newly leveled 4 player, lured into this special instance to have a look. That person promised him that before killing Sheng Xiaomei, he would definitely let him have a taste. Sheng Xiaomei's looks were unmatched in the whole eerie game, just thinking about it made him feel great. But before he could enjoy it, he was about to die. He had just leveled up to 4. In his despair, he saw that catastrophe-level eerie being pointing in a direction, saying, since you have come, young friend, why not show yourself? After saying that, a blood arrow formed from the evil spirit shot straight in a certain direction. If someone measured it, they would find that the blood arrow's height from the ground was exactly 1.7 meters, directly aiming for Sheng Ning's brow.
Chapter 73. Sheng Ning, using the invisibility card, quickly dodged.
She originally thought that the blood arrow would dissipate after losing its target, but unexpectedly it chased after her around the courtyard as if equipped with radar. Ning Ning, that old man's spiritual lock has targeted you. Mingxing noticed the old man's gaze seemed able to see Sheng Ning, his eyes following her as she moved.
Spiritual attack card.
The master of the temple eerie could see through the A-level invisibility card. Whether the C-level spiritual attack card would work, no one knew.
Sheng Ning confidently threw 3 cards in a row.
Not enough level, but the number of cards would make up for it. Suddenly, the blood arrow stopped in mid-air, then transformed into a pool of mist, merging into the evil spirit.
The master of the temple stroked his beard and said gently, young friend, why get angry? Why not show yourself and we talk?
In fact, the master of the temple eerie could not see Sheng Ning, it was just that the evil spirit felt like a part of his body. If someone was running around in his body, of course, he could sense it. However, Sheng Ning had not yet realized these things. She thought since the invisibility card was useless, it would be better to save some time. Removing the invisibility card's effect, Sheng Ning appeared not far from the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man was resisting the encroachment of the bloody evil energy, and at the moment he saw Sheng Ning, his face was full of disbelief. You. The yellow-haired man breathed heavily, his head filled with rage. He declared this woman was a player. If you dare to deceive me, I will kill you. Saying this, he didn't care about anything and directly activated his third ability, Legion. In the blink of an eye, 3 identical giant bears appeared within the evil energy. They were engulfed in flames, bearing their foul mouths, charging towards Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning threw out 3 gravity cards, and the 3 giant bears were instantly pinned in place, the bluestone path cracking and sinking under their weight. The observer, mysterious, slightly frowned, his pain evident. This is the bluestone path left by our ancestor.
The old man looked gentle and kind, but the strange aura he emitted was truly alarming. Sheng Ning acted coyly. Uncle Taoist, I didn't mean it, it was all for self-defense.
The observer responded kindly, waving his dust whisk. The evil energy coalesced, surrounding and strangling. The three giant bears transformed into a shower of blood mist, dispersing into the air. Is this the disaster level strange? So incredibly powerful.
The yellow-haired man's ability was injured. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes turning crimson, controlling the immense flames to strike towards the observer. The observer was calm, flicking his dust whisk. The evil energy formed a shield, blocking the flames outside. The yellow-haired man was unwilling to back down and immediately threw two more cards. The cards transformed in the air, and two shadowy figures of great power appeared. One was a black fierce tiger, the other was a grim reaper dressed in a huge cloak. The tiger, with sturdy fur, was unafraid of the evil energy's encroachment and pounced forward. Meanwhile, the grim reaper inexplicably appeared behind the observer, raising its sharp scythe high, seemingly to claim the observer's head. The observer no longer stood still, his body quickly merged into the bloody evil energy, rapidly materializing a new figure in another direction. The tiger missed its target, but the grim reaper seemed to have a locking function, and the moment the observer appeared, it reappeared behind him, the scythe descending rapidly. The dust whisk was raised, clashing with the scythe. The tremendous force produced waves that made Sheng Ning take a few steps back. Sheng Ning activated her immunity card, otherwise, how could she remain calm in this evil energy? Because of this, the yellow-haired man knew this player had to be tough. He yelled at Sheng Ning, "What defensive cards do you have? Give me one, hurry." Sheng Ning looked at him. The yellow-haired man continued to shout, "Quick, give it to me. Take this chance to kill this strange being, and we'll split the loot." As the tiger pounced at the moment the dust whisk was raised, it bit down on the observer and swallowed him whole. But unexpectedly, the arm it bit down on regrew in a second, and the observer struck the tiger's head with his cracked dust whisk. The tiger emitted a sorrowful howl, echoing through the sky, its figure vanishing. At that instant, Sheng Ning sensed the fluctuations of evil energy in the air. The observer that formed was not the true body of this disaster-level strange at all. This evil energy was his true form. The appearance of the observer was merely his puppet. The words from when the TV Uncanny Horror killed her still echoed in her mind. To kill a strange being, unless you have absolute power stronger than hers, unless you know its weakness, unless you have powerful weapons. Almost instantly, Sheng Ning's thoughts kept spinning, and when she raised her eyes again, she had made a decision. Whether this disaster-level strange being lives or dies is uncertain. But the yellow-haired man must die, and he must die in front of the disaster-level strange. Otherwise, when she uses the incense later, she will definitely be exposed. At that time, the yellow-haired man will stab her in the back, and that's something Sheng Ning can never accept. But this is Sheng Ning's first time killing someone. She couldn't help but ask herself, do we really have to go this far? The tang knife has been drawn, and the yellow-haired man looks at her long blade, feeling a sense of familiarity. Looking again at the way she holds the knife. Shang Xiaomei. You are Shang Xiaomei. The yellow-haired man exclaims. The observer reveals a very strange smile on his unusual face, seemingly sensing Sheng Ning's hesitation, and the murderous aura wraps around Sheng Ning. He is provoking Sheng Ning's ferocity. The immunity cards burn rapidly, as Ming Xing replenishes them one after another. Ning Ning, you need to know they have come to kill you. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Ming Xing says anxiously. The pressure of the murderous aura is overwhelming, and if Sheng Ning's ferocity is triggered after she kills someone, the blood of the murderous aura will surely affect her mental state. It is even possible she could become her inner demon, and then Sheng Ning's path in the game would not go far. Sheng Ning takes a deep breath. Just a moment ago, she was hesitating on whether to just knock him out. But when the yellow-haired man recognized her, the killing intent that flashed in his eyes made Sheng Ning determined. Killing the yellow-haired man is the only way to root out the threat and prevent future problems. 5 gravity cards, binding cards, and stasis cards are used. The yellow-haired man is pinned in place, the weight bending his spine. At this moment, he feels the fear of death approaching. The woman before him seems to be the true angel of death. Her tang knife raised high, descending rapidly in the fearful gaze of the yellow-haired man. Blood splatters, and the blood-colored murderous aura absorbs it rapidly, the speed of the burning immunity cards increasing. If it were an ordinary level 2 player, they would have already perished in this murderous aura. But she is Sheng Ning, possessed of the replication talent. Even the observer cannot help but wonder, how many cards do you have? Enough to resist my murderous aura. Rolling her eyes, Sheng Ning replies to the observer's strange question, I'd say enough to last 10 or 8 years. The observer. Do you even want to hear the nonsense you just said? Ding, player Shang Xiaomei killed an advanced player, receiving a cumulative reward of 1x. Players, please continue to strive for excellence. Ding, the game has activated multiplicative transfer. Players who kill can obtain the multiplied reward of this player.
Sheng Ning.
She knew that this strange game would come to such a result. Suddenly, the space fluctuates, and in the sky, a pair of double doors appears, with two agile men stepping out, heading straight for Sheng Ning.
Chapter 74.
Sheng Ning's internal alarm bells blare. Thinking these two are high-level players, she immediately clings to them and cries, "Uncle Dao, save me."
The observer looks strangely constipated.
"Ha, look at you, I told you not to show off like that, it scared someone."
One of the two men lets out a chilling laugh.
He strides through the air and stands before Sheng Ning, with horns on his head and a long tail behind him, looking odd. "Your face looks a bit familiar."
The other man glances at her for a moment. Is that the one who was dismembered next door?
The horned man does not recognize the disguised Sheng Ning. But Sheng Ning recognizes him.
The debt collector from the first dungeon, owner of the 24K butterfly gold knife.
This debt collector seems quite friendly. Sheng Ning thought he was a high-level player come to hunt her. She didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance. Giving her a bit more courage, she asks, "Handsome, what are you doing?"
Garbage collection?
The debt collector and the other strange man directly pull out a sack and stuff the yellow-haired man's body inside. Seeing them silent, Sheng Ning quickly takes out incense and hands it over. The scent is irresistible to the two strange beings, and they enjoy it eagerly. After they finish inhaling the incense, the debt collector replies, "We are the Weird Happy Loan Company. This guy borrowed 800 points from us, and now that he's dead, he naturally has to work for us to pay off his debt." Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembers the loan button she saw in the shop, so this is how it works.
Wow, they had been waiting right here. Sheng Ning cannot help but be curious. 800 points. How many years must one work?
The debt collector patiently replied, "1 point is worth 10,000 deceitful coins, as long as he can pay back the 8 million.
Sheng Ning. 8 million Sakura coins is no small amount of money.
Before leaving, the debt collector pulled out a card from his pocket. "Here you go, we won't take your things for free, this card is for you, 886. Having said that, two strange beings with the yellow-haired corpse vanished, leaving only the card that yellow-haired one dropped on the ground.
Sheng Ning.
She really adored this debt collector and promised to bring him more incense next time they met. There were still about 10 cards left from the yellow-haired one. Sheng Ning could only express that online loans must be taken cautiously. She would inherit his cards well. The temple fell silent again. Sheng Ning looked at the master, and the master looked back at her.
Sheng Ning, do we continue? The master strangely replied, "Do we continue?" Silence. Sheng Ning, do you want incense? The master oddly asked, "Is there incense?"
The master wasn't a fool, it wasn't human, but its intuition was sharper than that of humans. This little girl, although of a lower rank, was much stronger than that yellow-haired one just now.
Sheng Ning took out a handful of incense.
The master found it very useful, and the malevolent energy gradually gathered and absorbed. Soon, the malevolent energy disappeared from the courtyard, and the great battle vanished into thin air. After a while, the master suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Girl, you should leave." Sheng Ning, who was organizing the cards, was momentarily stunned. The master explained, "A brother of mine to the south told me that a high-level human originally at his place is coming this way."
Sheng Ning, ah? You have brothers too?
The master stroked his beard, like he was scolding a child. "Who do you look down on? We are all rooted in the same source of malevolent energy, of course, we can sense each other."
Sheng Ning, thank you, I'm leaving.
The master strangely said, "Hey, wait, let me tell you something, can you give me another 100 sticks of incense?"
What kind of incense is this?
It smells so good. Breathing it in made her lose the smell of blood on her body. It felt like wandering naked through a forest full of flowers and green trees, with grass leaves brushing against her skin, so comfortable. Sheng Ning thought he was asking too much. "Don't be too excessive, 50. The master bargained, 80.
Sheng Ning frowned and said, 70. The master conceded, "Deal."
He chuckled, raising his eyebrows. "That brother of mine from the south was left barely alive, then that player suddenly left to come to you, probably planning to deal with you first before going back to deal with him, you understand, right?"
Sheng Ning, isn't he your brother?
The master strangely seemed to be telling her to take advantage of the situation. Swapping his good brother for 70 sticks of incense made her question whether to say his brother was valuable or not. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the master's face. There's a saying in Taoism, better to let a friend die than a poor Taoist.
Sheng Ning.
Before leaving the Peace Taoist temple, Sheng Ning bowed again to the statue of the three purities and offered 3 more sticks of incense. But this time, as soon as she inserted the incense, it fell down, and again when she tried to stick it in. Sheng Ning's expression changed. This was quite scary. Then, a mysterious old voice, somewhat pitiful, echoed in her mind, "You gave that deceiver 70 sticks of incense, what about us 3 old men?" Sheng Ning was startled. This voice must be the ancestor of ancestors, so she hurriedly took out 300 sticks of incense, and the incense burner expanded perfectly to hold the 300 sticks.
Sheng Ning.
To show respect, Sheng Ning also prepared a plate of fresh apples for each, murmuring, "Ancestor, if your disciple Sheng Ning survives this dungeon, I will definitely return before leaving to honor you." With the flight card, acceleration card, and guidance card, Sheng Ning raced all the way to the southern town, the Imperial Palace. Here, sand blew and stones flew, ruins everywhere, resembling a place that had just seen a fierce battle. The once magnificent palace was now filled with collapsed buildings, and fires were still burning in some areas. Sheng Ning found the dying phoenix creature amidst the flames. Its feathers were a tangled mess. Lying in the raging fire, looking warily at Sheng Ning. Despicable human, the vermilion bird cursed strangely. Sheng Ning smiled. "Our president said that we cannot be unjustly scolded, but the president also said to repay evil with good, so
I will reluctantly send you on your way."
She directly smashed down 5 gravity cards, put on an immunity card, and in the gravity space, she struck quickly and accurately, piercing the vermilion bird's heart directly. The vermilion bird let out a sharp, loud cry. Its sharp beak aimed to peck at Sheng Ning's head.
Unfortunately, under the 100-fold gravity, the severely injured vermilion bird bizarrely could not move an inch. Struggling to lift its neck only gave Sheng Ning an opportunity. With a reverse stroke of her knife, she cut off the vermilion bird's neck, and blood splattered onto the flames, igniting a silhouette of the vermilion bird that soared, spiraling in the dark night sky, illuminating the entire capital. The notification sound rang out again. This time it was a real-time broadcast of the entire dungeon scene. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing the dungeon boss, the vermilion bird's peculiar kill. Killing the peculiar is a disaster-level anomaly, obtaining 2,000 experience points, and receiving a land deed. On the screen, Sheng Ning's expression was extremely cold, her eyes filled with killing intent, the flames automatically avoiding her, as if they were surrendering, while the vermilion bird, with unwillingness in its eyes, could do nothing but dissipate in its final cry. The strange game seemed to fear that everyone would not remember the scene, replaying it 3 times in the dark night sky. Sheng Ning. If they want her dead, just say it.
Sheng Ning couldn't care less about being happy, grateful for her disguise card. She quickly changed to match a faded poster of a star on the wall nearby. Before she even thought about running away, the flaming vermilion bird circling in the sky suddenly dove down, spewing a high-temperature flame towards her. The heat wave struck her face, her hair began to twist, the flames were right before her, and she couldn't dodge in time.
Chapter 75.
In the critical moment, a sweet smell of baby lotion suddenly appeared behind her, wrapping around Sheng Ning's waist and flashing away at lightning speed to 100 meters away. The vermilion bird was unrelenting, flapping its wings and charging towards Sheng Ning again. "Alright, use the containment card," Ning Xing quickly said. Special card, Peculiar Containment, A can contain animal-type anomalies from the strange world. If it is unwilling, it is mostly due to debt, just give it a beating. This card was one of the 2A grade cards from Huang Mao's inheritance, and it had just been copied, resulting in a 10-fold critical hit. Throwing out a containment card had no effect on the vermilion bird. It seemed she still had to give it a beating. The person behind her tightened their grip around her waist. Without turning around, she already knew who it was.
Sheng Ning looked back with a sulky expression. "Honey, it burned my hair, beat him up." She thought Chu Yuanyan would remain indifferent, but unexpectedly, he responded quite readily. "I'll kill it, you kiss me once." Had he recovered his memory?
Sheng Ning gazed into his eyes, the purple in his pupils deepening. A current flashed through, yet the gaze looking at her still felt unfamiliar.
Sheng Ning packed at his cool lips. "Don't kill it, keep it as a pet."
Chu Yuanyan furrowed his brows, and Sheng Ning found it a bit funny, kissing him again before he said, "I'll try my best."
With his words falling, countless bolts of lightning descended, striking down relentlessly after the vermilion bird.
Eventually, the vermilion bird could no longer take it and drilled itself into that card. The back of the card revealed a picture of the vermilion bird, and the name changed to Attack Card Vermilion Bird, A.
The battle had ended, and Sheng Ning took Chu Yuanyan and quickly left. The two found a nearby hotel to rest for the night. Sheng Ning, realizing late, touched her face and said, "How did you know I am your wife?"
When she asked this question, she was met with a glare of anger and shame from Chu Yuanyan.
Sheng Ning. She secretly asked the divination card, "Did he follow me all the way?" The honest divination card, of course, did not spare anyone's face. Yes. Sheng Ning felt great. Happily brushing Chu Yuanyan's teeth, washing his face, and applying baby lotion, she changed into couple outfits. Sheng Ning realized there was no ring on Chu Yuanyan's hand. Was this the reason he forgot himself? She asked the divination card again, "Is the ring in this instance?" "Yes." "Then where's the ring?" As the two packed up, they heard shouting and killing noises coming from downstairs. Looking out the window, there was a group of people fighting zombies. There were strangers, and the members of Team 3 were also there. She forgot to meet up with Team 3.
Almost sensing Sheng Ning's gaze, Yan Zhang, who had been standing on the roof of the car releasing his powers, suddenly looked up and their eyes met.
Could he recognize her?
Sheng Ning touched her face, sighing in her heart.
She could no longer go with Team 3.
That Lord Lin must have recognized her. Continuing to travel together would mean directly exposing her identity, and both she and Team 3 would be in danger.
Sheng Ning took Chu Yuanyan out through the back door, killing zombies along the way.
But she didn't expect to encounter Team 3 in another neighborhood.
Yan Zhang spoke first. Sheng Ning wanted to deny it, to distance herself from Yan Zhang.
But Yan Zhang spoke before her. I know it's you. His gaze turned towards the familiar tang knife. Sheng Ning also looked over, suddenly feeling a chill on her scalp.
The tang knife instantly turned into a card and lay back in the supply column.
The blonde had recognized the tang knife, which made him know she was Shang Xiaomei. Lord Lin and the others would definitely recognize her too.
The tang knife could no longer be used. Trident.
These items had appeared in the live broadcast, she couldn't use them, which meant she had no weapons left. Seeing Sheng Ning's predicament, Yan Zhang used his powers to shape a sword for her, the blade exceptionally sharp.
Here. Yan Zhang silently glanced at Chu Yuanyan behind Sheng Ning, the couple's matching outfits looking rather eye-catching. Sheng Ning gratefully said, "Thank you, Yan Zhang. I have to leave now.
I really appreciate your help during this time." Yan Zhang fell even more silent. He moved aside, and as Sheng Ning brushed past him, he said, "Can you tell me your real name?" Sheng Ning looked at him, removing her disguise card, revealing a sincere and bright smile. "My name is Sheng Ning." The two quickly disappeared around the corner, and Yan Zhang pressed his lips together, a trace of understanding and bitterness crossing his eyes. The zombies in the south of the capital had barely been cleaned up. This was like falling into a money pit for Sheng Ning. As they walked, they collected crystal cores. By noon, the two found a seemingly clean hotel to rest.
Chu Yuanyan snuggled closer to her, much more obedient than when they first met.
He craved the scent of this woman, but it was not the kind of thirst for blood. Just being closer to her felt incredibly comfortable.
It would be even better if the woman kissed him.
Sheng Ning didn't notice the shift in her zombie husband's attitude. After all, it was normal for Chu Yuanyan to be so close to her. She took out the map of the capital and began to study it carefully. The four major towns in the southeast, south, west, and north were suppressing the evil spirits beneath them. That meant there should be a disaster-level strange creature beneath each town.
But why didn't a strange creature appear when they went to Qinglong building last time?
The blonde said there were 3 rule cards, she had already obtained 2, and there was 1 left for the clearing rules. She needed to obtain the clearing rules as soon as possible. Chu Yuanyan saw her lost in thought with the map and casually took a pen from beside him, drawing a circle on the map. "Wife, this is my home." Sheng Ning held her breath, seeing the 4 major towns on the map form a ring, with a small circular loop emerging in the middle. If this were divided into black and white colors, beneath the ring that Chu Yuanyan had drawn, another circle would need to be drawn at an equal distance. The picture that formed was
a yin-yang taiji diagram.
Chu Yuanyan becoming a zombie king wasn't a coincidence. He was in the midst of the yin-yang eye, while the other yin-yang eye was rules.
If the southwest is yin,
a strange symbol appeared, while the northeast, representing the sun, was order.
And where Chu Yuanyan was the yin eye, thus, the yang eye was the order, the appearance of the passage rule.
Finding the truth, Sheng Ning happily hugged Chu Yuanyan and kissed him wildly, leaving him covered in drool.
Chu Yuanyan was puzzled. How could a simple circle make her so happy? Then he thought, why not draw a few more circles? Sheng Ning watched as Chu Yuanyan drew another circle, feeling somewhat confused. She looked up and saw Chu Yuanyan eagerly staring at her lips.
The weapons Yan Zhang gave were good, but useless against the strange creatures. If one wanted to kill the strange creatures, they needed a new weapon. Sheng Ning felt a bit helpless, then suddenly remembered her idle talent, fusion. In the wilderness dungeon, Sheng Ning tossed a pile of weapons into the fusion to create a special 3-edged spike.
She thought, if I fuse in the tang knife, might other cards appear? Ming Xing said, how about adding some crystal cores?
The transformation card has 2 original cards, we can throw one in, along with a D-level blinding card, which is similar to the obscuring card effect, let's throw those in as well. Ming Xing looked like a dark sorceress, concocting her own magic potion.
Sheng Ning replied, let's do it. Chapter 76.
Sheng Ning hurried to the Yang Eye. There was a locking dragon tower. It was the place most likely to hide the passage rule among the surrounding buildings. Since she wanted it, the remaining 4 high-level players would likely think of the same. It seemed like they would have to wait for nightfall to sneak in. In the evening, as the sun set. Even if the world was about to perish, the sunset was still beautiful, making people linger.
Sheng Ning hid on the rooftop of a nearby building, leaning against Chu Yuanyan.
The two were admiring the glow of the evening sun, the atmosphere quiet and pleasant, but it was shattered by the sound of a car engine from afar.
Chu Yuanyan bared his teeth, and Sheng Ning comforted him with a gentle kiss. Someone was feeling good.
From the rooftop, they saw a Wuling Hongguang parked in front of the locking dragon tower.
A familiar person was dragged out of the car, bound tightly and with tape over their mouth. Yang Xiaoruan and Zhou Yan. Beside Zhou Yan was Fang Xinro and another man, the two acting very intimate. Upon seeing Yang Xiaoruan, Fang Xinro's expression turned instantly vicious. She stepped forward and slapped Yang Xiaoruan twice. With her mouth taped up, Yang Xiaoruan could only glare angrily.
You bitch, you were so happy hugging Sheng Xiaomei's leg in the last dungeon, guess if Sheng Xiaomei will come to save you now.
Yang Xiaoruan's expression turned sarcastic.
Fang Xinro slapped her again, pinching Xiaoruan's chin and saying, I'll give you a chance, if you bottom me 3 times now, I'll let you go. Yang Xiaoruan's expression clearly said 2 words, garbage. She still wanted to fight, but Zhou Yan stopped her, don't hit her anymore.
That slap didn't land on Yang Xiaoruan, but on Zhou Yan's face.
He tilted his jaw, showing no emotion. Sheng Ning had just activated the tracking eye and saw the identity of the man next to Fang Xinro. Sure enough, he was a level 4 player.
All 3 talents were S level.
His aura was comparable to City Lord Lin, much stronger than Huang Mao. The locking dragon tower was occupied by high-level players. Ming Xing felt this was a self-imposed trap and asked, Are you still going? Ding, the fusion countdown finished. A brand new weapon card appeared in Sheng Ning's hand. Attack card unnamed weapon, a weapon not recorded in the weapon library, capable of changing shape. When mental value is above 50, it can trigger a blinding effect, doubling damage to strange creatures, and gaining a critical hit bonus in special environments. This was a completely black 3-edged sword, its blade dark and dull, yet somehow felt sharp. It had a substantial feel, just right for Sheng Ning's current strength attribute. With a thought, the 3-edged sword transformed into the shape of a tang knife, and then changed again into a cleaver, a kitchen knife, and the green dragon crescent blade. With a flicker of thought, it turned into nail clippers, ear picks, and nail files.
Ming Xing. Xingning, you should call it the heart's change.
With this new weapon, Xingning felt much more at ease in her heart. She made Mingxing promise that all the cards would have a certain stock, and after ensuring Chu Yuanyan was settled, she used a stealth card to sneak into the locked dragon tower.
At sunset, during the blue hour, the sky looked beautiful. But inside the locked dragon tower, the light was somewhat dim.
The locked dragon tower is an open scenic area. The zombies inside had all been cleared away, leaving behind severed limbs and blood everywhere.
In front of the crimson 9-story locked dragon tower was a viewing courtyard with corridors. Sheng Ning saw several people surrounding Yang Xiaoruan.
Among them was a bald man with only white eyes, no black pupils, who was forcing Yang Xiaoruan to look at him.
In just 3 seconds, Yang Xiaoruan's pupils faded, having lost her self-awareness.
Untie her, let her contact Sheng Xiaomei, we'll, trap her in the net.
Zhou Yan untied the ropes on Yang Xiaoruan and ripped off the tape from her mouth. Yang Xiaoruan opened her panel, found the friend list, and clicked on Sheng Xiaomei's name. Sister, I'm at Locked Dragon Tower, where are you?
At the same moment the message was sent, a notice suddenly popped up on Xingning's disguised panel. At the same time, the man without white eyes suddenly looked in Xingning's direction, shouting in surprise, Sheng Xiaomei is right here.
Zhou Yan immediately reacted and stepped forward, using his talent, breaking obstacles.
Even though Xingning was mentally prepared for these people to be strong, thinking of her many cards, she could always escape if things went wrong. Yet she never expected to be discovered so quickly. She quickly covered herself with the effect of an immunity card, but the immunity card was a B-level card, unable to withstand Zhou Yan's A-level talent.
Her figure was suddenly exposed to everyone's sight.
Just then, the level 4 man beside Fang Xinro, Tu Lin, narrowed his eyes and activated his talent.
Rakshasa.
A strange figure suddenly appeared, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly.
Xingning felt her entire body grow cold, unsure if it was from the fear inside or the deathly aura emanating from the Rakshasa.
With 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by the aura of death, the Rakshasa fixed its gaze on Xingning, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. On the Rakshasa's 6 hands appeared harpoons, coming at her with such speed that they whistled through the air. He was fast, but Xingning was no slowpoke either, quickly dodging under the boost of a speed card. Hearts change indeed changes freely. As soon as Xingning had an idea, it transformed into a soft whip. Before anyone realized it, the soft whip wrapped around the harpoon and drew it into a space card. The Rakshasa was momentarily stunned, all 3 heads staring at the hand that had lost the harpoon. Tu Lin also didn't expect someone to snatch the Rakshasa's weapon.
That was an S-level talent summoning. How did Sheng Xiaomei dare to do it? Soon after, Xingning's figure vanished, and Zhou Yan's expression changed slightly. He knew Xingning had used another invisibility card. His talent wasn't yet on cooldown. The bald white-eyed man couldn't see the scene before him, but he knew Tu Lin's first talent hadn't done much to Sheng Xiaomei. It still relied on me.
With a snort, something suddenly sprouted from the bald man's shiny head, growing one by one. After a moment, the invisible Sheng Ning had already taken all of the Rakshasa's harpoons, and the Rakshasa, in a blind rage, began an indiscriminate attack as the surrounding temperature dropped below zero. The bald white-eyed man frowned. Rein in your talent. The excessively cold temperature was not good for the growth of spores. As long as these spores touched even a single hair from Sheng Ning, he could control her. Tu Lin knew the bald white-eyed man's talent and smiled with interest. The Rakshasa suddenly vanished.
It began to retreat rapidly, and the air turned damp and sweetly fishy. Something is growing in the air.
She held her breath and focused, her mind quickly sharpening, suddenly seeing tiny dust particles floating in the air.
Sheng Ning didn't think these were anything good. Looking again at the bald-eyed man, the fungal strands swayed above his head.
These spores seemed alive, beginning to rush towards Sheng Ning, ready to engulf her. She stepped back again, took out 3 vermilion bird cards, and threw them out. In an instant, flames illuminated the locked dragon tower as 3 fire vermilion birds soared around Sheng Ning. The bald-eyed man's offspring were instantly burned to nothing, not even leaving a trace of dust. The flames not only lit up the sky but also caused the fungal strands on the bald-eyed man's head to wither and melt away rapidly, turning into a puddle of goo that stuck to his bald scalp. The 3 fire vermilion birds ascended, spiraling in the sky for 2 seconds as if they discovered something similar, and cried out.
Hey, why does someone look exactly like me? Why don't we all have some fun together? With a mutual understanding.
The 3 fire vermilion birds transformed into a ball of fierce flames, reappearing as an even larger vermilion bird, diving rapidly towards Feng Shinro and others. The bald-eyed man, burned by the fungi, felt both sorrow and anger, but his innate attack power was not strong, so he angrily shouted, "Old two, if you don't use your third talent now, we'll all end up as kebabs."
Chapter 77.
Tu Lin wore a cold expression as he threw out a card, vacuum card. The gigantic fire vermilion bird instantly vanished from the dark night sky. He looked at a certain spot with a gaze filled with malice, disdain, and a hint of annoyance.
Sheng Ning, I originally wanted to leave you a complete corpse.
Since you refused to drink the good wine and instead want the bad, don't blame me. Sheng Ning's tricky nature was anticipated, but what truly shocked them was how quickly she adapted to the strange game. If they didn't crush it in the cradle, the order of the strange game would undoubtedly be broken, and everyone would be done for. Thinking of this, Tu Lin no longer hesitated and activated his third ability, True Scene. In an instant, the surrounding space began to twist, and a thick, eerie aura rose, instantly enveloping this space with a heavy, oppressive feeling.
Sheng Ning's invisibility card effect disappeared again. The moment her figure appeared, the scene changed again. She saw Tu Lin seated high on a platform, dressed in a gray-blue official robe, with a painting of a blue sky and white sun behind him, flanked by Zhou Yan and others. As the atmosphere grew eerie and sinister, grotesque heads hung high on the walls, and dismembered limbs dangled from the ceiling, creating terrifying horror. In the grayish, eerie aura, there was a hint of bloody red light. Bang!
The sound of a gavel echoed as Tu Lin shouted angrily. Bold Shang Xiaomei, you are a habitual killer in the mortal world. This judge will send you to Copper Pillar Hell, to die and atone, not to be reincarnated. It turned out he was mimicking the judge in hell passing sentence. This scene was a depiction of hell.
Fuck your mom.
Sheng Ning cursed loudly, getting addicted to being an official, acting like it was a game. Suddenly, 2 eerie figures appeared in the air, stepping forward to control Sheng Ning's hands. In the next moment, the scene changed. A gigantic, red-hot copper pillar shot into the sky, surrounded by grotesque smiles and endless screams of pain, high and low, near and far, instilling fear deep in the heart.
Sheng Ning's mental value began to drop.
Those 2 strange beings were immensely strong, their hands clamping down on Sheng Ning like iron pincers, leaving her unable to move. They dragged her towards the copper pillar. Even from over 10 meters away, she could feel the scorching heat radiating from the copper pillar, searing her skin painfully. This wasn't an illusion, it was real, the real copper pillar hell. Tu Lin could have directly thrown her onto the copper pillar, but he wanted to act out a scene because he needed a setting to summon the real hell scenario. What to do? She doesn't have a single card to solve the current crisis.
Incense. Sheng Ning took out the incense, but in that instant, the incense vanished into thin air.
Drifting through the copper pillar hell was Tu Lin's voice, Sheng Ning, give up hope, this is my scene, everything of yours will lose its effect. 2 seconds later, the voice echoed again, if you're willing to give me all your incense, I can consider offering you a simpler way to die.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Sheng Ning's body was drenched in cold sweat, and she agreed without any hesitation. Tu Lin sneered, you're smart.
First, hand it over, and I'll let you go.
Sheng Ning wasn't a fool, she said, you let me go first. Tu Lin replied, do you dare to negotiate with me? Sheng Ning knew she still had a glimmer of hope, so she swam around, saying, you must be very curious about the secret of the incense, right? I can give you the incense, along with 511 sticks, all of it. I can't escape anyway, but if I give it to you and you don't let me go, then what will I do? Mr. Tu, I have shown my sincerity. Tu Lin said, I also want all the apples. Sheng Ning fell silent for a moment, don't go too far.
Tu Lin replied, you don't have the right to negotiate with me.
Right now, I'm the butcher, and you're the meat. Shang Xiaomei, you only have 2 seconds to think.
Sheng Ning gritted her teeth, I'll give it. It was as if she was cornered, her entire being filled with rage, veins standing out on her neck, her eyes full of unwillingness and hatred. In the next moment, the space twisted again, the hellish scene dissipating, slowly returning to the situation in the Longgu Tower courtyard. A black light flashed across Sheng Ning's body, and the two strange beings holding her vanished. The shackles released, and Sheng Ning saw the bruised blood marks on her wrist, her expression shifting. Fang Xinro walked over with her head held high, full of malice, saying, Today is your day. She raised her hand high, wanting to slap Sheng Xiaomei for a long time. Sheng Ning glared at her fiercely, If you dare to touch me, I will drag you down with me even in death.
Her aura was too terrifying, not much different from the evil in hell just moments ago.
Fang Xinro stepped back in fear from Sheng Ning's aura, and Tu Lin came over, pushing Fang Xinro aside, staring at Sheng Ning, Where's the stuff?
Sheng Ning threw out more than 500 sticks of incense, saying, What are the conditions to let me go?
Tu Lin gave Zhou Yan a look, and Zhou Yan walked over to pick up the incense. He looked down at Sheng Ning, who was sitting on the ground, panting, and said, like a cat teasing a mouse, Sheng Ning, you must die.
Sheng Ning was puzzled, smiling helplessly, Why won't you let me go?
I also left Fang Xinro a way out in the last copy. Tu Lin caught on to Sheng Ning's meaning, she thought they came to trouble her because of Fang Xinro.
What a limited perspective.
Tu Lin said, Let me make you clear, it's not that we want to kill you, but that you're digging your own grave.
Sheng Ning?
Tu Lin continued, all players, after they reach level 4, get a chance to enter the prophecy dream when they upgrade. One of the level 5 players entered the prophecy dream and saw someone who cleared it 3 times in a row with the only item in the game that could destroy the nightmare of the bizarre game.
You might think, isn't it good that the weird game, this harmful existence, has been destroyed? Tu Lin revealed a frenzied smile, Do you know what it means for a high-level player to be in the bizarre game?
It means they are the king of this game, the master of this game.
If the bizarre game is destroyed, how can we claim dominance? Sheng Ning, so you think that person is me, afraid I'll ruin your dream of being the local emperor?
Tu Lin burst into laughter, Ha, who told you that you're just like the prophecy dream?
There's an old saying, it's better to mistakenly kill than to let someone go.
Immediately after, he became very resentful, desolate wilderness, forbidden deep sea, both instances have been removed from the bizarre instances because of you. Our human territory is already small, and you have made us miss an opportunity to conquer the dungeon.
Sheng Ning, if you don't die, who will?
The guy with white eyes came over, You've said enough, send her on her way. Tu Lin took Zhou Yan's military knife, aimed it at Sheng Ning's neck, and struck hard. With a dull sound, blood splattered, and Sheng Ning's head rolled on the ground.
Chapter 78. Sheng Ning's head lay on the ground, blood continuously seeping out, quickly forming a pool.
The military knife had the effect of a special card, Death. This card can ignore some resurrection items or rules. It can ensure that at the moment of cutting off Sheng Ning's head, she would truly, completely die.
But, damn it! Did she still get away?
After waiting for a long time, Tu Lin realized he had been played by Sheng Ning. Furious, he crushed the head on the ground with his foot. Brain matter splattered. The guy with white eyes and a bald head looked grim, breathing heavily due to the tense atmosphere, black mycelium growing again on top of his bald head. Beside him, Yang Xiaoruan stiffly messaged Sheng Ning, but the prompt was a huge exclamation mark.
When did this happen? How did she escape?
Tu Lin howled at the sky, not knowing if his anger was more from being deceived by Sheng Ning or from the thought of being laughed at by the other two players. He pointed at Fang Xinro, his tone cold, Use your talent to locate her, and inform Lao Lin and Lao Pai to head over. He couldn't believe that 4 high-level players would be fooled by 1 level 2 player.
Fang Xinro quickly found a direction.
Just when they thought she would leave directly, Tu Lin pulled out a card and, as the clock struck midnight, swapped identities between Fang Xinro and Xiaoruan.
Fang Xinro, player.
Yang Xiaoruan, staying player. After that, they followed Fang Xinro's direction and quickly left.
The air grew quiet once again.
Surrounding the broken Dragon Lock Tower was desolation, no zombies, no human presence, the lonely tall tower's red walls old and worn. After a long time, even the crow at the tower's peak didn't want to stay, flapping its wings and leaving. A night passed, the morning sun began to rise, and even a nearby mouse yawned and left. A new day officially began. Warm yellow sunlight poured into the yard, shining on an inconspicuous, bloody severed hand.
Ah, hot, 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 hot.
A startled scream shattered the quiet of the yard, and a severed hand suddenly transformed into a gray, transparent figure, quickly floating towards the interior of the Dragon Lock Tower.
However, that figure moved like a newly learned, spasm-like snake.
Before the sunshine fully lit up the yard, Sheng Ning slipped into the shadows within the dragon-locked tower, daring to breathe heavily. She really survived. Ming Xing waited until she was sure the surroundings were safe before daring to reveal herself, both of them scared but relieved. Last night, when they were still in hell, Sheng Ning unlocked her second talent, random.
The random talent evolved into C-class, puppet.
At the moment the strange force that bound her disappeared, she had switched identities with the puppet. By logic, she should have left the dragon-locked tower immediately. But when she saw the ground full of severed limbs and broken arms, a bold thought arose in her heart.
Ancients say wealth and honor come at risk.
Ancients also say the most dangerous place is the safest place. Sheng Ning used a transformation card to become a zombie's severed hand, hiding amidst the fragments of flesh, staying hidden all night.
Fang Xinro was surprised when she used it, thinking she was almost done for.
But unexpectedly, Fang Xinro pointed to another direction.
Truly, thanks to the ancestors' blessing.
Sheng Ning thought back to last night when she transformed into something strange, giving a long sigh.
Last night in hell, Sheng Ning's mental value had dropped to 60.
Then she maintained the puppet's thoughts with her mental strength. Mental strength rapidly declined. At the stroke of midnight, only 29 points of mental value remained. With the identity reshuffle, she inevitably became a weird being.
Sheng Ning was worried that becoming weird would make her as ugly as the Eight-Limbed Weird and the Black Cat Weird.
However, apart from not being able to touch the ground with her feet and becoming a real ghost, there were no other changes. Inside the locked dragon tower, it was pitch dark, with dust scattered everywhere, emitting a damp, moldy smell. This place had already been searched by Tu Lin and others, and it was unclear whether they found the passing rules. Now the sunlight was shining brightly outside, but Sheng Ning, the weird, couldn't leave and could only scavenge in the locked dragon tower. When she reached the 4th floor, Sheng Ning heard a somewhat familiar crying voice. "Wo, Sheng Xiaomei, you died so tragically."
Wo.
Wo, you're so beautiful,
You must have never been in love, right?
Wo, and you just died like that. Wo, don't worry, we will meet again soon, and we can continue being together.
Sheng Ning's expression darkened, she recognized who this person was. The rabbit weird in the lonely wilderness.
Sheng Ning coldly spoke, pinching her throat behind him. "No need to wait, you can see me right now."
"Ah, Mom, weird,
Sheng Ning expressionlessly kicked him, but as a ghost, it didn't cause any substantial harm.
What are you doing here?
The rabbit weird, "Oh no, love you for 10,000 years, screamed twice, realizing the person he had longed for was right in front of him, his mouth agape in surprise. "You're not dead?"
"Ah, wait, you're dead." Sheng Ning.
Sometimes, she didn't know why, but her fists inexplicably hardened. After a round of friendly exchange, "Love you for 10,000 years" revealed everything he had witnessed over the past 2 days. Tu Lin and the others found the locked dragon tower the day before yesterday, and they also thought the passing rules were here. But in fact, the passing rules were not here. There was a weird being injured after a great battle, which Tu Lin and the others had conveniently eliminated.
They discovered an item that greatly excited them. There were still some fierce ghost level and even higher level weird beings left upstairs.
Sheng Ning took out a black tang knife, holding it in her palm.
She was just a little experience away from leveling up to level 3.
Since Tu Lin and the others looked down on this little experience, she might as well take it herself.
Dragon Slaughter Tower, 7th floor.
By this point, Sheng Ning had ended the lives of 12 fierce ghosts, but the feeling on the 7th floor was clearly different. The temperature was lower, and the light was darker. The weird being here was at the deadly level.
As soon as she stepped onto the 7th floor, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced her eardrum. Caught off guard, Sheng Ning's eardrum burst and bled.
She threw out a few incense sticks and saw a woman with her face covered crawl out from the corner. The woman had sharp teeth and was breathing heavily as she held the incense stick.
Dealing with deadly level weird beings, the effects of cards below sea level were already minimal.
Sheng Ning first threw in B-level obscuring card, and then used gravity card, binding card, and restriction card all at once. The deadly level weird being jolted back to its senses from the incense stick, moving stiffly and slowly before roaring again. Sheng Ning's mental value sharply declined, but with an immunity card layered on her, she quickly cut the woman's throat with a knife.
But how could a deadly level weird being die so easily?
The woman's head rolled away, but the piercing scream from her mouth didn't stop, even calling down another weird being from the 8th floor.
Binding. The 8th floor weird being was a monster with a human-shaped birdcage for a head. Every deadly level weird being had a skill. Just like the skill of the television weird was illusion, the skill of the 7th floor weird was piercing shriek, and the skill of the 8th floor weird was binding. The moment the skill was activated, countless chains appeared in the black space, all binding toward Sheng Ning. Chapter 79.
A ruthless look flashed in Sheng Ning's eyes. She had been immobilized by 2 weird beings just last night. That feeling of fear and despair still lingered in her heart, making her shudder at the memory.
She could no longer endure being beaten like this. Invisibility card activated. Sheng Ning's figure vanished, and the chains lost their direction, coming to a halt in midair.
The birdcage monster felt a chill run down its spine, and then its world began to spin, with its own head being severed by a blade, shattering on the ground. Before it could react, the suspended chains in the air seemed to be cut by some sharp blade, falling neatly to the ground.
The air quieted down.
The shrill screamer stopped screaming, and the birdcage monster wanted to cry out but was swiftly gagged by the shrill screamer jamming a stinky sock into its navel, blocking its mouth.
Sir, you are magnanimous, please don't kill us, we admit our mistakes.
The shrill screamer's pleading voice was sharp and grating.
From the moment the shrill screamer lost sight of Sheng Ning, it knew it was finished, this woman was no good.
So, it directly slid to its knees, the action so practiced it was painful to watch. Sheng Ning's figure reappeared, and she pointed her chin at the two monsters. To admit your mistakes, you need sincerity.
The shrill screamer was stunned for 2 seconds before understanding what this meant, its sharp-faced, monkey-like features twisted into a bitter expression, crying loudly, "What bad luck am I in? This is the 3rd protection fee I've paid this month. Oh my, is there no law anymore?"
The birdcage monster spit out the stinky sock, shivering as it put its head back on, its voice like a parrot, both timid and defiant. "I have no money, but I have a life. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me.
I can't live like this anymore. If the first two couldn't defeat us, now even a low-level player is coming to bully us." Sheng Ning. Why does it make her sound like a bully? You were the ones who attacked first.
But the two monsters cried without a shred of dignity, perhaps because Sheng Ning was now also a monster, a hint of pity arising in her heart. Sheng Ning thought with the two monsters, "I need 500 experience to level up, which one of you wants to sacrifice themselves?" The birdcage monster and the shrill screamer simultaneously gasped in horror, retreating and shaking their heads, as if staring at a demon.
After a while, the birdcage monster tentatively said, "How about we take you to find the Black Dragon's treasure?" Sheng Ning was surprised. "You actually know where the Black Dragon's treasure is hidden?"
The shrill screamer chuckled, "We've followed the big brother for 300 years. As it spoke, the shrill screamer's expression visibly turned sad. "My big brother died a terrible death. He had his dragon horn ripped off by a disaster-level female monster." The birdcage monster also cried out. The clearance rules were also taken by that woman, the treasures dropped by Dragon Brother were snatched away by high-level players, and we can't even protect what's left. Why are we so useless?
After saying that, it took a furtive glance at Sheng Ning, an unmistakable cunning glint in its eyes. "Let us go, please."
Sheng Ning smiled, her tang knife appearing. "How about you sacrifice yourself, and I won't take your Dragon Brother's treasure."
The birdcage monster. Woo, this woman is so scary. Level 9. Perhaps due to the death of the Black Dragon monster, the eerie atmosphere here was much lighter than that of levels 7 and 8. The shrill screamer and the birdcage monster found a corner, turned a mechanism, and dragged out a yellow pearwood box with a Luban lock. The birdcage monster opened the Luban lock. Clearly, the two monsters had coveted the treasures here for a long time. As Sheng Ning approached, the moment the box opened, the eerie atmosphere in the air became dense again. Inside the box was a pitch-black egg? The eerie aura emanating from the egg was far richer than that of the shrill screamer and birdcage monster. The birdcage monster exclaimed, "Hey? This is the Big Brother's aura. Big Brother is not dead." As if to confirm its words, the eggshell began to crack, and a small black dragon, as long as a little arm, swam out in a daze. Its big, watery eyes scanned the three people present, and finally, it pounced towards Sheng Ning. "Mommy." Those two ugly creatures had nothing to do with it, this beautiful woman was its true mommy. Sheng Ning reached out, grabbing the small tail as it swam over, her eyes showing undisguised disgust. But the treasure she had been waiting for was still considered something like a card. The loss of hope weighed heavily on Sheng Ning as she rummaged through the box, failing to find the card, but instead discovering 3 pitch-black dragon scales. Mingxing swung her dragon tail in surprise. These 3 are respectively the Heartguard scale, the reverse scale, and the toughest scale. If you wear them, they can enhance your attributes. The little black dragon struggled free from Sheng Ning, glanced at the scales, then looked back at Sheng Ning, with the tip of its tail pointing at the stand holding the eggshell, dragon bone. The dragon bone was covered with a layer of black soft thread, dragon tendon. "Mommy, please don't dislike me." The little black dragon wrapped its tail around Sheng Ning's wrist, its eyes shining brightly, waiting for praise. "Sheng Ning. You mean to test my ability with this, right?" As Sheng Ning's fingers touched the Heartguard scale, a giant black dragon phantom suddenly appeared before her eyes. "These things are my brother's support money, he will be entrusted to you from now on." "Sheng Ning. You know what your brother calls me, right?" The little black dragon circled in the air twice, then suddenly opened its mouth and bit onto something, pulling a card directly out of the void. "Mommy, I want to live here just like my sister." The sister referred to was Mingxing. Mingxing screamed, wrong generation. "I am your aunt." The little black dragon smiled, its teeth bright white. "Sister.
What the little black dragon had bitten out was none other than that blank wish card.
Sheng Ning was stunned. How did you find that?
The little black dragon winked at Sheng Ning. Mommy, my talent is space. Alright, Sheng Ning declared, this little creature would be her son from now on.
Finally, the night fell, the birdcage weird and the shrieking weird tearily, pretending, sent Sheng Ning off.
I love you for 10,000 years, just stay here. He and Sheng Ning would both be in danger together. On the rooftop yesterday, Chu Yuanian, filled with murderous intent, looked at Sheng Ning floating over, his voice hoarse and cold. I waited for you an entire day.
Do you know how I survived that day?
When Sheng Ning left yesterday, she said she would only be gone for a few hours, but he waited an entire day.
As time went on, every minute and every second felt like torture.
He wanted to find her, but then remembered Sheng Ning's warning and dared not leave. Chu Yuanian stood alone on the rooftop, watching the dreamy sunset, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his heart, an idea flashing through his mind involuntarily.
If a single day felt this unbearable, what about 4 years?
These inexplicable emotions made him more and more irritable. If Sheng Ning didn't return soon, he would kill those who left last night.
Fortunately, she came back. This inexplicable feeling was far more pleasant than killing.
Sheng Ning scratched Chu Yuanian's dog head, kissed him, and said, Chu Yuanian, we have a son.
The little black dragon poked its head out at the right time. Hi, Daddy. Sheng Ning still needed 500 experience points to level up to level 3. Now, the only place she could go was the Qinglong building. At the time in the Qinglong building, no weirdness appeared. Was it truly that no weirdness appeared, or did she arrive too early, not triggering the rules for the appearance of weirdness? Sheng Ning decided to go back to the Qinglong building to investigate. And that disaster-level weirdness that took away the clearance rules, it was best that it was also in the Qinglong building, otherwise, the base. On the way to the Qinglong building, Sheng Ning felt very sad. In order to avoid high-level players, Sheng Ning could only sneak around. Passing by the zombies, she watched helplessly as the zombies could not be killed, which was no different from seeing a handsome man and not being able to flirt. The moment she stepped into the Qinglong building, Sheng Ning immediately sensed a chilling and eerie presence. The little black dragon curled up on Chu Yuanian's shoulder. Woo-woo, mommy take revenge, it's this weird that beat brother. The little black dragon's identification let Sheng Ning know that this was the weirdness that took away the game's clearance rules. A hint of relief welled up in her heart, the base was still safe. Inside the Qinglong building looked just like the first day of the dungeon, with no traces of battles. This meant the clearance rules were likely still in the hands of this weirdness. Sheng Ning swallowed hard. Chu Yuanian noticed the fear that flashed in her eyes and domineeringly pulled her into his arms. Frowning, what are you afraid of? I am here. Sheng Ning. Silly as she might be, she could still be reliable when it mattered.
Her heart felt much better. This fear came from Sheng Ning's death last night. The puppet's death was also death. At that time, her spirit power was attached to the puppet, and the feeling of a dagger cutting the throat and severing the neck was something she never wanted to remember for the rest of her life. Just as she was about to enter the safe passage, a strange shadow appeared before Sheng Ning. The ghost-level security guard politely said, Miss, please take the elevator.
Our president is waiting for you.
Sheng Ning was puzzled.
Waiting for her? What kind of trick was this? The elevator ascended all the way and stopped on the 44th floor.
Stepping out of the elevator, a row of ominous and bizarre figures lined up on both sides, all wearing the same standard welcoming smile. Welcome, miss, to the group inspection.
Wait, this miss doesn't mean what she thinks it does it? Becoming a mother once, and now becoming a daughter. A menacing specter led Sheng Ning toward the president's office.
Inside, the lighting was dim, but the eerie atmosphere was even stronger, sending a chill through her heart.
Miss, the president is waiting for you.
Sheng Ning pushed the door open and saw a somewhat familiar figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an air of authority. Hearing the noise behind her, she turned around and smiled at Sheng Ning. Ning Ning, long time no see. The air was silent for a moment, and the familiar face made Sheng Ning, in disbelief, exclaim.
Mom? The familiar figure stepped forward and embraced Sheng Ning. Good Ning Ning, you've suffered. It's Mom's fault for being useless and not being able to come find you. This eerie entity was none other than the mother ghost from the first instance. At this moment, the mother ghost had completely transformed, no longer the simple, timid woman she once was. Now, the mother ghost wore an exquisite black shirt made of an unknown material, with a beautiful frost flower pinned on her chest. Her hair was elegantly styled up, composed and graceful, a true queen in control. The mother ghost's gaze fell behind, smiling calmly. It was you back in the instance, I didn't expect to see you again. She still remembered how the mother ghost had been terrified of Chu Yuanian in the first instance, fear etched in her bones. Chu Yuanian ignored the mother ghost, remaining a cold and proud zombie king who listened to his wife. Sheng Ning hurriedly explained, his brain is broken. Mom, how are you here? That mom seemed to have been called in her heart many times already, and when it came out, there was no awkwardness at all.
The mother ghost was very pleased, affectionately stroking Sheng Ning's head, her eyes full of love. I've long wanted to hear you call me mom, and today I finally got my wish. This trip was worth it. The mother ghost shared what had happened after Sheng Ning left the instance and why she was here. After Sheng Ning left, the mother ghost absorbed the strength of the television ghost, left that home, and entered a higher level instance, gradually increasing her strength. By the time she reached the disaster level Eerie, she hadn't yet found a place to settle in the instance when she received notification from above. There was a problem with the special instance, binding 5 high-level players. Moreover, one of their disaster-level Eries had temporarily upgraded and disappeared, leading to the temporary occupation of the special instance without a fixed location. The mother ghost had extensive connections and learned that Sheng Ning would be in this instance, so she rushed over. Before the instance rules bound, she went to the Dragon Lock Tower to steal the Black Dragon's clearance rules, then returned to the Azure Dragon building. After that, she had been waiting for Sheng Ning. At the same time, the mother ghost also verified one of Sheng Ning's suspicions. Rule 1: Do not attack the natives. This rule was aimed at human players, and if the players, staying players, did not attack the natives, the Eries would not appear. At that time, the mother ghost had watched Sheng Ning arrive at the Azure Dragon building and then leave, but due to the constraints of the rules, she couldn't reveal herself, which led to their missed opportunity. Hearing that mom came to the special instance for her sake, Sheng Ning felt a mix of emotions in her heart, both sour and bittersweet, intertwined with warmth. She had no mother since she was little, never knowing what a mother should be like, nor what a mother's love felt like. Now it seemed, she understood. Mom observed Sheng Ning's emotions, gently caressing her face with a tender and determined gaze. Ning Ning, Mom wants to thank you, and your brother wants to thank you too. It is you who gave Mom and brother a new life. From now on, Mom and brother will be your strong support. Brother? Mom was very grateful to Chu Yuenian. I must thank this esteemed person. The energy left in your brother's body, along with his special constitution, allowed him to surpass me in level once his mind recovered. With comfort came a sigh, because his level is too high, he can't just roam around. I haven't seen him in a long time. Mom now felt like a proud parent whose child succeeded, yet felt a mix of joy and sadness because there was no time to be together. Sheng Ning chuckled lightly, this feeling of home truly made one long for it. I also want to meet brother. With a mom and a brother. Sheng Ning dared not imagine how happy she would be if she were born into such a family as a little girl. Mom chuckled behind her hand. If your brother comes, you could walk through this instance with ease. Sigh, after talking for so long, I've forgotten to tell you the clearance rules. Let's see how Mom can help you clear it. Clearance rules. 1. Survive for 15 days, obtain 100,000 crystal cores, C-level clearance. 2. Crack the zombie virus and successfully produce the antidote, B-level clearance. 3. Kill the zombie king, A-level clearance. 4. Restart the capital, S-level clearance. Seeing these clearance rules, Sheng Ning felt like this cheerful little girl was about to become reclusive. As an exceptional student in this strange game, Sheng Ning temporarily did not consider C-level clearance. Then, with the remaining 3 clearances, B-level clearance was something she, a liberal arts student, could easily give up on. A-level clearance, pass. That left only one option, S-level clearance. Restart the capital. But to restart the capital, there are only 2 choices. One is to crack the zombie virus's antidote. The other is to kill all the zombies. Only in this way can the people in the base return to live in the capital. And in the capital, there are millions of zombies. Wanting to clear them all is impossible unless Sheng Ning had a nuclear bomb. Even with a nuclear bomb, dropping it wouldn't mean restarting the capital, but rather a rebirth under the name of the capital of Nyohuli. The difficulty in clearing the B-level instance was evident, and even after understanding the clearance rules, it still felt quite tricky. Chu Yuenian looked at Sheng Ning's small face furrowed in distress. He did not like this expression on her. He pinched her mouth corners to make her smile. How about you kiss me once, and I'll let you kill? Sheng Ning resolutely hit him. Why don't you just let those zombies commit suicide? Chu Yuenian stared blankly, looking at her with the eyes of someone seeing a devil, unable to believe such cold words could come from her soft, cherry lips. Mom coughed lightly, reminding, Ning Ning, everyone is a brother who risks their lives, isn't that too much? Sheng Ning. It was just a random remark. But if it really was only C-level clearance, Sheng Ning felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart, like an honor student who suddenly barely passed an exam. After thinking for a while, Sheng Ning asked, Mom, can you leave the Qinglong building? Mom shook her head, bound by the rules, I can't move freely. But Ning Ning, do you still remember Mom's hidden talent? Sheng Ning certainly remembered. She later realized just how amazing that hidden talent was, vividly recalling it. Mom handed Sheng Ning a card. Special card Deep Affection, designated card, can be used if the designated person's mental value is greater than 40, absorbs 1 absolute attack. When the mental value is greater than 70, it can summon the strange being. So, you can summon Mom back. The higher your mental value, the longer Mom can stay.
Mom smiled playfully with affection.
She couldn't help much with the eldest son, so she could only pour all her love onto the little daughter, trying to make up for the regret in her heart. Just when the family was sharing warm feelings, a discordant voice echoed above the Qinglong building, or rather, across the entire instance. Shang Xiaomei, come to the northern base, or I'll destroy this NPC engagement ring. Immediately, a projection of what Sheng Ning saw when she slayed the Zhuke appeared above, and Chu Yuanyi's ring was glaringly in Tu Lin's hand. The little black dragon's eyes glowed red. Mommy, this person killed brother and took this thing away.
Sheng Ning gritted her teeth, angrily saying, it's truly too much. In a head-on clash, Sheng Ning definitely couldn't compete with Tu Lin and the others. But the instructor said that one must unite all possible forces. Like the one from the Ping and Dao Temple. He must still have many hidden cards, exchanging some incense sticks for his assistance would be enough. Incense sticks. 19,000 incense sticks filled Mom's eerie office, stunning everyone with their peculiarity. Mom covered her mouth in surprise. How do you have so many incense sticks? Mom, I have the duplication talent. Yesterday there were 19 incense sticks, with a 1,000-fold crit, that's how many I got. Mom. What to do? Suddenly, it seemed her daughter might not need her that much. Sheng Ning prepared to head to the Ping and Dao Temple to find the Master Guan, but Mom asked her to take back some of the incense sticks. Sheng Ning smiled mysteriously, using her talent, duplication. Ding, duplicate incense sticks x20, trigger 100-fold crit, gain 2,000 sticks of incense. Ding, detected current environment is deep mother-daughter bond, triggering special usage environment, 100-fold duplication successful, gain 2,000 sticks of incense. With 4,000 sticks of incense suddenly added, compared to the previous 19,000, it wasn't too much, but Sheng Ning was quite surprised. Another special environment. She hurriedly duplicated other items, gaining special 100-fold bonuses with no limits on usage. Sheng Ning curled her lips into a sly, almost eerie grin, hee. When she arrived at the Ping and Dao Temple, without further ado, she boldly pulled out 200 sticks of incense. Master, let's make a deal. Master. This woman has no good intentions. After some discussion, 2,000 sticks of incense for 2 cards. Special card Evil Chi Erosion, designated card, the designated user is immune to evil chi when used, can be used 3 times, each for 1 hour. Special card Golden Light Curse, immune to all area attacks, certain chance to reflect damage, if not reflected, consider whether you've offered respects to the ancestors properly. For the Master of Ping and Temple to intervene, Sheng Ning needed to form a bond similar to that with Mom, so the Master could leave the temple. Master of Ping and Temple, being my disciple, I will protect you. Sheng Ning felt that this old one was taking advantage of her and refused, proposing, let's form a blood bond. Master, be my disciple, 2 interventions. Sheng Ning bargained boldly, 5 times. Master puffed and glared, all right, but no more. Sheng Ning decisively knelt, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. After bowing to the statue of the ancestor, Sheng Ning finally left the temple. At midnight, identities were reshuffled once again. Sheng Ning's identity remained unchanged. At 1 in the morning, near the base, Chu Yuanyi sent a few clever little zombies to scout the situation at the base. The situation at the base was quite dire. Tu Lin and the other 3 high-level players had completely taken control of the base. Many players had surrendered to Tu Lin, becoming his lackeys. These temporarily gathered players were no threat. Sheng Ning already had a way to deal with them. What made Sheng Ning cautious now was the 3rd team. They were locked in a meeting room, each severely injured. It was obviously the injury received after dealing with the players. The remaining common people in the base were herded together like livestock by Tu Lin and others. Some prettier female natives were giving these high-level players massages and foot rubs. The bald man, with pink mycelium growing on his head, dragged a beautiful native girl into the room, and his expression was so vile it could disgust even zombies. Sheng Ning sneered coldly in her heart. He really thought of himself as an emperor, enslaving the natives and being tyrannical in the instance, such limited ambition. A gentleman does not seek revenge unprovoked. Moreover, Sheng Ning wasn't exactly a gentleman either, and that previous beheading grudge must be repaid tenfold. A few swift little zombies took the task from the corpse king and queen, rushing into the base with a stack of flyers, quickly scattering them before leaving in a hurry. The players in the base picked up the flyers on the ground, which read: Clearance rules, survive for 15 days, obtain 100,000 crystal cores, sea-level clearance. For remaining rules, bring the 100,000 crystal cores to the Qinglong building for trading. Players majoring in biochemistry get an 80% discount. Chapter 82. Some players had the talent to identify truth and falsehood, and when the talent recognized the clearance rules on the flyer as true, all those still identifying as players erupted in excitement. They exchanged glances, and everyone in their hearts made their calculations. It was now the 6th day of the instance, with 9 days left until the 15-day mark. Their best option now was not sea-level clearance. It was too easy for someone to benefit from their hard work while still holding the identity of players.
Instead, they should gather crystal cores, aim for a higher level clearance, finish it sooner, and leave as early as possible.
The stranded players charged towards outside the base together, heading for the Qinglong building in the east of the city.
Tu Lin wanted to stop them, but Lin Mo restrained him, saying, "Let them go, this is Shang Xiaomei's trick."
Lin Mo was the highest level person among them.
Unlike the others, he was interested in eliminating anyone stronger than him. Shang Xiaomei counted as one. It was better to deal with her sooner rather than later. The black-faced tattooed man, who hadn't shown up until now, said, "It seems Shang Xiaomei has already found the clearance rules. As long as she has the clearance rules, these players will turn against her at any moment.
Not leaving is actually a good thing."
The bald man, with disdainful eyes, had returned upon hearing the commotion and sneered in response. He was not mocking the black-faced tattooed man, he was mocking Sheng Ning's stupidity for not using the ready-made cannon fodder.
After the players left, Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan entered the base together.
After being fed an apple, the little black dragon happily went to rescue the members of the third squad, while Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan directly appeared before the four high-level players.
"I'm here, where's the ring?"
Sheng Ning stepped forward, using her face without any expression. Her exquisitely beautiful features made it hard for anyone to look away. Her all-black sportswear seemed to blend into the night, like a dancer in the dark.
Chu Yuanyan wore the same sportswear, standing behind Sheng Ning, resembling a knight guarding the night.
Lin Mo took out a velvet ring box, saying, "This ring has no use against other anomalies. You tell me why, and I'll return the ring to you." Sheng Ning didn't believe they would keep their word, thinking them scum without any credibility, casually saying, "It's just my wedding ring, what's the big deal?" Lin Mo's gaze darkened slightly, and he subtly increased his grip, intending to crush the ring in front of Sheng Ning.
This was his first show of power to Sheng Ning.
However, things did not go as he had imagined. A flash of bloodlight appeared in Chu Yuanyan's eyes behind Sheng Ning, and countless thick bolts of lightning struck towards Lin Mo all at once. Lin Mo was caught off guard. In his attempt to evade, he activated his talent, True Word.
Disappear.
Dozens of bolts of lightning vanished from the sky, but in that instant, countless bolts of lightning brewed anew, smashing toward Lin Mo, not giving him a moment to breathe. Lin Mo recognized that it was the Zombie King. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, but there was no time to think carefully. He surrendered and shouted, "I'll return the ring to you." His talent level was very high, and the cooldown time for use was 3 hours. He was currently too exhausted to cool down quickly and needed to save the card for dealing with anomalies and for self-preservation, so he could only plead for mercy from the Zombie King. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed that the face of the Zombie King seemed somewhat familiar.
Chu Yuanyan's figure was swift, his ability was lightning.
Although it was not as fast as true light, it was still several times faster than sound. In 0.5 seconds, he grabbed the ring. In 0.5 seconds, he returned to Sheng Ning's side. When Chu Yuanyan obtained that ring, a feeling of having regained something he thought lost flooded his heart. He joyfully handed the ring to Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning and he shared a deep connection, gently taking the ring and sliding it onto his ring finger, "Husband." The rising tone sent a shiver down one's spine.
This soft call made Chu Yuanyan's gaze surge even more.
His purple pupils gradually deepened, turning a vibrant red, along with his porcelain white skin devoid of blood, and his enchanting features resembling a medieval vampire.
Half-dyed wolf tail cascading down, the messy bangs hid part of his eyes. From a distance, he appeared to possess a gloomy and sickly beauty, with an elegant long neck and delicate, sexy collarbone. Sheng Ning thought that if he wore a silver metal necklace at this moment, it would be a combination of elegance and wildness, possessing a beauty that felt capable of crushing someone's skull with one hand. As all memories returned, only heartache remained in Chu Yuanyan's eyes. He embraced Sheng Ning, filled with self-blame and apology, saying, "I'm sorry, I made you suffer." Sheng Ning's eyes were slightly wet, but it was clearly not the right time to complain or ask for a hug. She rubbed against Chu Yuanyan's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, just help me get revenge." Chu Yuanyan kissed the corner of Sheng Ning's tearful eyes, his scarlet gaze sweeping over the four people opposite them, his voice cold and laced with evident anger. "Want to know the secret of the ring? You dare touch my and my wife's wedding ring? Kill my wife, send my wife to hell? What do you think you are, daring to bring about such death?" Chu Yuanyan's tone was filled with thunderous rage, countless bolts of lightning seemingly infected by his fury, but contained energy even more violent. The four of them summoned different cards in response, the white-eyed bald man leaning towards support, and Tu Lin displayed a clear panic. This is the aura of a destruction-level anomaly. How could there be a destruction-level anomaly here? The bald white-eyed man exclaimed in panic. Sheng Ning also noticed this time, Chu Yuanyan was terrifyingly powerful. Seizing the opportunity, she summoned the Killing Energy Corruption card, enveloping the four people opposite in a horrifying killing aura. Anomalous energy, killing energy, and furious thunder. The originally dark night sky seemed to be covered by a layer of purple-gray death mist. Behind the gray-purple mist, a deep red crack appeared. The earth began to tremble, and Sheng Ning's heart started to panic. The little black dragon scrambled into Sheng Ning's chest. Mama, it's so scary. Not good, it's a dungeon rift. This dungeon is about to explode. The faces of the 4 opponents turned anxious. If the dungeon exploded, no one would survive. Even some low-level players or anomalies would lose their souls entirely. Enough, a somewhat familiar figure appeared before the deep red crack. Mr. Chu, your true body is here. The dungeon exploding is no benefit for you. The voice was cold and magnetic, coinciding with someone from Sheng Ning's memories. Above the sky, that person exuded an anomalous aura not inferior to Chu Yuanyan and began to fill the rift in the sky. Whether that person's persuasion was effective or Chu Yuanyan was truly worried about the dungeon exploding, he revealed a cold smile. The eerie atmosphere gradually receded, but the thunder continued to strike down constantly. Without the strange energy, the pressure on the 4 people instantly lessened greatly, yet their taut nerves dared not relax, instead growing even tenser. Another level of bizarre suddenly appeared, unknown if it was an enemy or a friend. A man's figure walked out from the dark night, his gaze fixated on Sheng Ning. He showed a rare smile at Sheng Ning. Hello Sheng Ning, let's get to know each other again. My name is Yen Zhang. I am a level of destructive bizarre, of course, if you want to call me Yen Zhang, that's fine too. Chapter 83. Yen Zhang extended his hand in a friendly manner, a graceful and gentlemanly gesture, but it made Chu Yuanian feel like facing a great enemy. While Sheng Ning was still in a daze, he directly took her hand, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hello, Mr. Yen, this is my partner, Sheng Ning. This blatant declaration and possessiveness. Yen Zhang's gaze fell on their clasped hands, where sparks of electricity flickered and strange energy overflowed. Sheng Ning pulled their hands apart, giving Chu Yuanian a poke, and apologizing to Yen Zhang. He's a bit slow, Yen Zhang, please don't mind. The emotions in Yen Zhang's eyes were hard to read, making Sheng Ning feel a little unsettled and guilty. Meanwhile, the 4 advanced players nearby, especially Tu Lin and the man with white eyes, felt that their end was near. They had killed Sheng Ning last night, and this debt, Sheng Ning would surely come to settle. And indeed, that was the case. After calming down the 2 powerful but petty bizarre, Sheng Ning's gaze immediately turned to the bald man with white eyes. With her thin lips slightly parted, Sheng Ning asked, "Where is Xiao Ruan?" "Right, Yang Xiao Ruan." The bald man with white eyes was delighted, he still had a hostage. Only Yang Xiaoruan, with only her white showing, was controlled and brought over by the man with white eyes. He tightly gripped Yang Xiaoruan's neck and said to Sheng Ning, "Sheng Xiaomei, your good sister is with me. If you now take your own life, I'll let her go." Sheng Ning looked at the bald man with white eyes as if he were a fool. "If you don't use your brain, why not donate it to the zombies?" Chu Yuanian, "No, things like that will cause diarrhea if eaten." The white-eyed man was frantic, squeezing Yang Xiaoruan's neck even harder. Sheng Ning's gaze darkened slightly, yet she remained unmoved. "She's just a companion from a previous dungeon. Saving her is out of my kindness, not saving her is understandable. But what can be certain is that to prevent you from spreading the word about me watching you die without helping, you'll all need to account for things here tonight." Who would have thought that, in just one night, Sheng Ning would transform from the victim of yesterday into the executioner herself? Lin Mo and the tattooed man exchanged a glance and activated their talents in unison. Lin Mo's second talent, Caged Beast. The tattooed man, Hidden Wing Insect. They knew when Yen Zhang stepped in to fill the gaps of the dungeon that he wouldn't let this dungeon explode. Since he didn't want it to blow, he wouldn't act out, and would even suppress Chu Yuanyan's power. If Shang Xiaomei's trump card was Chu Yuanyan, then even if she didn't die, the 4 of them could still strip her of a layer. Vermilion Bird Card, X6. 6 fire vermilion birds soared into the sky, spiraling and merging in the night sky, creating a gigantic, powerful fire vermilion bird, even stronger in aura than the one that had attacked Sheng Ning before. The fire vermilion bird locked onto the tattooed man who had heavily injured it previously. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be reduced to living inside a card now. With a loud phoenix cry, the flames of the vermilion bird had already engulfed and burned the hidden wing insect, releasing waves of black smoke. The black smoke wrapped around the vermilion bird's tail feathers, starting to corrode, causing it pain and leading it to emit sharp cries. The tail feathers were the true weakness of the vermilion bird bizarre. In pain, the vermilion bird went into a frenzy, and with its last shred of rationality, it cast a pleading glance at Sheng Ning. "Master, save me." Again, 6 vermilion bird cards burned, the red flames covering the vermilion bird's body. Under the flames, red substance feathers grew, and the black smoke attacking the tail feathers was instantly burned to ashes. With new grudges and old hatred combined, the soaring phoenix cry and the blazing flames instantly engulfed the man with the black face tattoo. And here, a strange blue-green creature that looked like a lizard with a tiger's head and a snake's tail lunged at Sheng Ning to kill her. Countless lightning bolts fell, and in the next second, Tu Lin activated his talent True Scene, pulling Chu Yuanyan into it. Sheng Ning felt a bit anxious, she knew how terrifying that talent was. Yen Zhang reminded her, "Don't get distracted, he's fine." The man went to hell, he was probably a guest of honor there. The lizard-like creature was in a rage, like a mad beast imprisoned for 800 years. Killing Aura Erosion. As soon as the Killing Aura Erosion was activated, Sheng Ning threw a handful of incense sticks, and sure enough, she saw the lizard creature's frenzied movement stop for 2 seconds as it kept inhaling the scent of the incense. Obscuring card. Immediately, Sheng Ning took out a transforming card, turning it into a sharp spear, which plunged straight into the lizard creature's head in Lin Mo's shocked gaze. At this point, Lin Mo finally understood that as long as Sheng Ning had the incense, any strange creature lost its intended deterrent and fighting power in front of her. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't gone to the Locked Dragon Tower to ambush Shang Xiaomei yesterday. He originally thought that 5 people killing a level 2 player was surely foolproof. But now it seemed that the cost of killing Shang Xiaomei was far more than they had imagined. Not worth it. There were not only high-level players like him, exhausting all their assets to kill Shang Xiaomei was not worth it. He glanced at the pale-faced Tu Lin, who clearly couldn't withstand what was happening in true scene. This one can't be saved. As for the man with the white eyes, Lin Mo looked at the corpse of Yang Xiaoruan on the ground. This one can't be saved either. Having made a decision, Lin Mo used a card to rescue the man with the black face tattoo from the fire. At the same time, he took out another card. In the instant the card disappeared, a door appeared out of thin air behind him. Lin Mo looked at Sheng Ning and said, "Shang Xiaomei, if the mountains don't turn, the waters will. If the waters don't turn, the paths will turn. If the paths don't turn, the clouds will turn. If the clouds don't turn, I'll turn. See you later." After speaking, he was about to open the door and escape from here. But why won't this door open? Yan Zhang was surrounded by a low air pressure, his eyes hidden with frost, looking at Lin Mo and said, "My territory, you think you can come and go as you please?" Lin Mo's heart sank and hardened. "Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you are a destruction-grade strange creature. Look at this." In Lin Mo's hand was a black card with silver edges. Just looking at this card, sparkling with luxurious gloss, one could tell the card's rank was definitely not low. Yan Zhang remained indifferent, still wearing camouflage battle gear. His aura was low and heavy like an invincible war god. SS grade card? Yan Zhang wasn't too surprised. Lin Mo's facial muscles twitched, enduring. "Yes, this is a summoning card, summoning the Lin family's master. Can we leave or can we not leave?" Yan Zhang spoke casually. "If you want to leave, show your sincerity, hand over that card." Lin Mo exploded in rage. "You're talking nonsense." To be honest, Shang Ning also felt it was a bit excessive, but if the card was given to Yan Zhang, her touch wouldn't be excessive, right? "Can you talk to that adult and let us leave?" Shang Ning revealed a bright smile. "Lord Lin, you are after all the city lord, 2 A-grade cards, how can they match your status?" Lin Mo took a deep breath, cursing in his heart. That little girl really knows how to take advantage of others. His face could only smile even more flatteringly. "What about 5, 10 cards?" Yan Zhang said, 5 S-grade cards, take out all your cards and let her choose herself. Lin Mo took a deep breath. The tattooed man with a black face finally caught his breath. Hearing this, he almost fainted again. Trembling fingers pointing at Yan Zhang said, "Do you think we are Shang Xiaomei? The strange game is her father, not ours. S-grade cards float in water? This is too much bullying. So damn shameless." Shang Ning smiled happily. Yan Zhang is really a good person. Letting her choose means she gets to touch all the cards, right? Excited Mingxing had already prepared the crystal core, ensuring that Shang Ning's copy talent wouldn't waste a single second. Letting these two go was inevitable, and Yan Zhang didn't want to make too many enemies like Sheng Ning. So after some bargaining, they finally settled at 3 S-grade cards and 5 A-grade cards. And the A-grade cards would allow Sheng Ning to choose for herself. The two of them combined had 30 A-grade cards, truly a rich feast. Shang Ning picked a few animal-type cards. She really wanted to try and see if she could merge them like Zhu Kei. For the S-grade cards, she chose 3 ranged attack types. Her attack methods were a bit singular, and while the incense was okay for dealing with the strange, in combat with players, close combat wasn't so advantageous. Lin Mo and the tattooed man came filled with dreams to this special dungeon stage. After the instructor's careful teachings, they left here with faces full of pain. The bald white-eyed man's mycelium was crazily growing, in all sorts of colors, covering his bald head. At the sight of the white-eyed man in this state, even the leader of the Zhao family would shout in joy, "Welcome home, ancestor." The spores released by the mycelium collided with malignant energy, resisting the corruption of the malignant energy, wanting to find a chance to control Shang Ning or Yan Zhang. Unfortunately, his talent leaned more towards support. Resisting malignant energy with spores had already become a challenge, let alone doing anything else. Lin Mo and the black-faced tattooed man left. Tu Lin was still in talent, leaving him all alone on site, facing Shang Ning and Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang indeed couldn't take action, but his imposing manner, standing beside Shang Ning, had already scared the white-eyed man to death. The erosion of the malignant energy had consumed most of the bald white-eyed man's mental power. He saw Shang Ning looking at him, and Yang Xiaoruan's corpse on the ground disappeared. In the next moment, Shang Ning took out a card. Attack card, Skyfall, S summons meteors from the sky, consuming 10 mental points for every minute, rewards an extra minute for every 50 mental points. Countless meteors fell from the sky, mixed with flames, each one falling near him.
This was a card that Sheng Ning received from Lin Mo, its power was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Yan Zhang activated the barrier in time, otherwise, half of the base would have been destroyed. In the moment of death, the bald white-eyed man activated his third talent, Toxic Barrier. Countless pink spores burst into the air, flying everywhere like a stunning firework, ignoring the malignant energy's erosion, drifting towards Sheng Ning and Yan Zhang's direction. The next second, Juchua's flames fell from the sky, burning all the beautiful spores.
Yan Zhang was momentarily dazed as pink spores and golden fireworks blended together, dreamlike and surreal.
He stood side by side with Sheng Ning, as if enjoying the breathtaking Valentine's Day fireworks. Dinged congratulations player Shang Xiaomei for killing a high-level player, cumulative 2x rewards, please keep up the good work.
As the prompt sounded, Xu Yuanyan ended the battle and returned to Sheng Ning's side.
He was calm and composed, as if he had just been for a walk. The cold and detached gaze, upon seeing Sheng Ning, turned into a shimmering lake of spring water.
Are you okay? Sheng Ning said nervously. I'm fine, just eating smooth plums.
The crisp voice of Grandma Black Dragon came from nowhere. Ever since Sheng Ning had fed him, he had been mysteriously appearing and disappearing with his spatial powers.
Xu Yuanian stepped forward, separating Sheng Ning and Yan Zhang, with a smirk on his lips, saying, just him?
If it weren't for the thought of you wanting the reward, I would have let him go to the copper pillar hell with no return. Sheng Ning pondered something, touched Xu Yuanian's face, and praised, husband, you really understand, love you moi moi moi. This scene made Yan Zhang feel a little unhappy, his gaze flickered as he said, Ning Ning, I had a lot of fun watching the fireworks with you just now.
What?
I was avenging you inside, and you were watching fireworks with him.
No way, I'm going to cause trouble. Xu Yuanian's expression changed dramatically as he immediately threw himself into Sheng Ning's arms and acted coy.
Sheng Ning looked at Yan Zhang in surprise, as if to say, dude, what are you doing? Then she held Xu Yuanian tightly and kissed him twice to comfort him.
Why are puppies so cute?
Of course, it's because they are obedient, listen well, and are easy to coax. Tu Lin lay on the ground, breathing faintly, his eyes lost focus, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, not knowing what he had experienced in hell, but clearly, his mind was not normal. Sheng Ning held a military knife and stepped forward, curling her lips, revealing a cruel smile, see you in the next life. Saying this, she swung the knife down. Dinged congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for killing a high-ranking player, accumulating triple rewards. Please keep up the good work, players.
The game announcement sent the friends who couldn't see the special instance live into a frenzy. Everyone was curious, what exactly happened in the instance? 3 high-ranking players, and Shang Xiaomei killed them just like that? After dealing with Tu Lin and the bald man, Sheng Ning didn't see anyone coming to collect the bodies. It seems that Tu Lin and the bald man had no loans, she felt a bit disappointed. Taking the few possessions left by Tu Lin and the bald man, Sheng Ning prepared to return to her mother's embrace. Yan Zhang continued to hide his identity and rebuild the human base. When they returned to the Qinglong building, dawn was approaching. Mama Gui arranged for Sheng Ning to go to sleep. Xu Yuanian was blocked outside by Mama Gui. Our Ning Ning is a girl, what are you doing going in? Xu Yuanian bared his teeth, only to be met with a jab from Sheng Ning, that's Mama, be polite. Xu Yuanian, Mom. Mama Gui raised her head and left, her back towering and unattainable. Chapter 85. Sheng Ning slept soundly until the evening when the clouds glowed in the sky. She rarely enjoyed such a peaceful sleep. When she opened the door, she saw Xu Yuanian sitting at the doorstep, hugging his knees, looking pitiful like an abandoned puppy. Hearing the door open, Xu Yuanian looked up, his dark red eyes swirling with raw emotion, his thin lips ruby red, tempting and unaware of it. Sheng Ning couldn't help but grab his collar and pull him into the room, kissing him. Not far away, Mama Gui held a cup of coffee, smiling helplessly and fondly. When she stepped out again, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Mama Gui was looking at a pile of documents, fatigue etched on her face. Mama. Sheng Ning approached and hugged Mama Gui, receiving a gentle pat, making her feel happy and relaxed. Having dealt with the threat of high-level players and found the rules to clear the game, Sheng Ning felt herself unwind. Mama Gui took out a draft paper from the drawer. Amidst countless math calculations, Sheng Ning saw a line written in red ink. Hidden Rule 1, once a player becomes a bizarre player, the identity cannot be reversed. Hidden Rule 2, player identities will be updated immediately after 15 days of the game. Mama Gui said, this was found by players when clearing zombies, it has been verified by someone with talent, and it's true. That person used the hidden rule to swap for a B-level clearance. According to your arrangement, among this batch of players and the stranded players, several of them are from the biological sciences. I have already settled them in the building, they have begun researching the zombie virus. Sheng Ning sweetly smiled, thank you, Mom. Mom Gui was very pleased, her face full of pride, see, I can help my daughter too. Sheng Ning vaguely felt she had overlooked something, but she couldn't remember what it was.
While she was thinking about what she had overlooked, a strange figure rushed in, saying, "Sir, the Lord has arrived."
Mom Gui's expression turned serious. Is it a catastrophic anomaly?
At this moment, Sheng Ning knew who the Lord was.
Lord Yen. Mom Gui welcomed him in. It felt a bit like a CEO inspecting a branch office.
As Yen Zheng entered, he saw Sheng Ning. She had changed into a light-colored long dress, her hair softly cascading down her back, her expression relaxed, and the corners of her eyes carried a lingering charm, more carefree and radiant than any other time he had seen her. Yen Zheng tried to appear gentler. "Ning Ning, I need your help with something at the base."
Sheng Ning happened to be free and didn't think much, just replied, "What is it?" "There should be a group of scientists trapped in the underground research institute. I need you to bring them out.
With them, the progress on developing the zombie virus should be much faster." This task was not difficult for Sheng Ning at that moment. However, she was currently an anomaly. If she wanted to kill zombies, her mental energy needed to stay highly focused.
She thought to wait until tonight to regain her identity as a player before going. Midnight. Sheng Ning's panel identity was still an anomaly, with not a single change. Why is this happening? What went wrong?
Sheng Ning began to recall the rules, and when she reached the last rule, she suddenly remembered what she had overlooked.
Rule 2, protect your identity well. If this identity dies, you will be replaced.
Only now did Sheng Ning understand the hidden meaning of this rule. It was to let others kill the player. Only by killing the identity of the player could someone else replace it and become a player. What Sheng Ning truly overlooked was the 10th rule. Rule 10, if a lingering player dies, they become an anomaly player. Yang Xiaowan, due to the effect of a card last night, had swapped identities with Fang Xinro. So Yang Xiaowan's identity was a lingering player. A lingering player becomes an anomaly player upon death, while the hidden rule states that the identity of an anomaly player is irreversible.
This means Yang Xiaowan would be trapped in this instance.
Or rather, she would enter another world and become an anomaly player. And all of this was because of her.
Yesterday, she only knew that Yang Xiaowan wouldn't die.
She thought that after Yang Xiaowan resurrected, she would help her get a player identity. But such a crucial thing, she had completely forgotten.
Sheng Ning heard faint footsteps behind her, and Yang Xiaowan walked in with a pale face. She glanced at everyone and said, "Sister Sheng, I've become an anomaly player, what is happening?" Sheng Ning felt a bit hesitant to face Yang Xiaowan. If it weren't for her, Yang Xiaowan wouldn't have transformed into an anomaly player. Seeing Sheng Ning's hesitance, Yang Xiaowan became more anxious, urgently asking, "What happened to the anomaly player? How can I turn back into a player?" Sheng Ning could only confess the hidden rules.
After hearing this, tears began to fall down Yang Xiaowan's cheeks uncontrollably.
"I can't go back?"
Yang Xiaowan bit her lips, her brows furrowed. After looking at the anomalies in the room, she revealed a helpless, self-mocking smile and left the building without looking back. Sheng Ning wanted to rush out and chase her but was stopped by Yen Zhang, who said, "This instance is a benefit instance for anomaly players. The world she sees outside is completely different from yours, and the irreversible identity has been set. It's better for her to go out in search of cards and anomaly bills." Sheng Ning instinctively clenched her fists, feeling immense guilt in her heart. The next second, Zhu Yuanian held her hand and said, "Mom, please let 2 death-level anomalies protect Miss Yang for a while." "By the way, what are her requests?" "Feel free to ask, both Ning Ning and I will agree to them." Mom gave Zhu Yuanian a sideways glance, but still did as instructed. Sheng Ning wasn't someone who would dwell on mistakes. She wanted to do everything in her power to make up for Yang Xiaowan. She changed into her sportswear, preparing to head out and rescue the researchers at the lab. Just as she was heading downstairs, she was surrounded by a group of players. The young man at the front was rather impolite, even questioning her with some accusation. "You're Shang Xiaomei, right? You found the way to clear the game, didn't you?" Sheng Ning was already in a bad mood, and with the unkind looks from these people, her tone was cold. "Yes, it's me. We're all players. Since you found the way to clear the game, why are you still asking everyone to trade their crystal cores for it? How selfish can you be?" The man was furious, and his words caused the surrounding players to echo in agreement. "Yeah, are you trying to hoard all the crystal cores? I'll tell you, we know the secret of the crystal cores too. Hand over the game rule and this matter will be settled. I always thought you weren't a good person, and now you're hanging around with the weird ones. What do you know? Isn't she always using her face to lure the weird ones to clear the game? Hey, do you think she killed those high-level players while playing with those other players? I can't think of any other way she could have killed them. You don't want to hand over the rule? Fine, how about you let us have a go? Shang Xiaomei, don't push your luck. We're many people here. Hand over the game rule now." Sheng Ning curled her lips and spoke clearly, "I found the rule. I can tell whoever I want. If you have the ability, go find the rule yourself." Seeing Sheng Ning show no respect, the young man's anger grew even more. You don't think that just because you've killed a few high-level players, you're something special. I don't believe you still have the strength to deal with so many of us.
Hand over the game rule.
The surrounding players quickly responded, taking out their cards and pointing them at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning looked up at the pitch-black night sky, slightly curling her lips, and suddenly felt lucky that this was a bizarre world where killing didn't mean jail. She smiled, and with a flick of her hand, a sharp knife materialized, directly slashing the young man's throat. The man instinctively covered his neck, but no matter how he tried, the blood gushed out uncontrollably. Sheng Ning was ready to fight, but to her surprise, when these people saw her kill someone so decisively, they immediately scattered in fear, unable to say a single threatening word.
In the dark sky, only a few stars twinkled.
As the ancient saying goes, a favor of a single grain, a grudge of a single fight. She had intended to use these people to clear out the zombies, but at the same time, she had given them a fair chance to live.
But she never expected to be backstabbed. Did they really think they were the good guys after she had killed 3 high-level players? Chapter 86. Sheng Ning single-handedly fought her way into the research institute and rescued 15 researchers from the underground lab.
The underground of the research institute was a small shelter, built to preserve life and knowledge in case of enemy attacks or sudden disasters. The supplies and documents were enough for 100 people to live for 2 years. She got on a minibus, and Ming Xing helped Sheng Ning clear the way. They safely arrived at the base before dawn. Sheng Ning handed over the researchers and the supplies stored in the space to Yan Zhang. Yan Zhang took Sheng Ning back to his home to rest, while Chu Yuanyan sounded the alarm and stayed closely by her side.
The 8th night of the bizarre game.
Sheng Ning received an order from Yan Zhang and returned to the research institute to take the machines and documents from there.
It was another bloody battle.
The crystal cores in Sheng Ning's space had already piled up into a small mountain, far more than 100,000. Everyone knew the purpose of the crystal cores, and now all the players were fighting hard to kill the zombies. The 20 million zombies had now been reduced to just over 15 million. It was impossible to kill them all just by relying on these people. Sheng Ning thought that she still needed to hurry up and develop a medicine to neutralize the zombie virus.
12 a.m.
Sheng Ning's identity reverted to that of a player. She quickly delivered the items back to the base, while also tossing the divination cards to the group of researchers, hoping they would be useful to them. In the following days, Sheng Ning was arranged by Yan Zhang to various places to collect items and kill zombies, just like a little bee. At the Qinglong building, someone bought an A-level clearance for 200,000 crystal cores, and when they saw the clearance moment, they were dumbfounded.
What was the difference between that and asking her to kill Sheng Ning? Wanting to return it, wanting to accuse them of fraud.
Looking again, it was ominously strange with a deadly fate.
Then it's fine, goodbye.
In the last few days, the killings among players grew increasingly severe, and most of the players had already torn apart their facades. Most people had gathered enough crystal cores, now they only lacked a player identity. Some people were still unable to adapt to the strange world, afraid to kill, and could only silently steal his crystal cores and sell them cheaply at the Qinglong building.
Some directly killed others and were then killed in return. The final showdown was set for the morning of the 14th night.
24 players with identities were hiding everywhere, while some successfully escaped the instance at the stroke of midnight. More were unable to leave, and the competition that followed became even more brutal. Gathering 100,000 crystal cores became increasingly difficult. Sheng Ning rarely had a moment's rest, and was learning Taoist methods from Master Ping'an. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door from outside.
Yang Xiaoruan came in holding an ancient red oil paper umbrella. Sheng Ning exclaimed with joy, "Xiaoruan, are you okay?" Xiaoruan showed the same revered smile she once had. "Sister Shang, I figured it out. Because of this, I've gained a lot in the capital." She waved the umbrella in her hand, seeming to really like it. This instance was a welfare chapter of the Strange game, and strange players hardly participated in the fights among players. They had their own survival rules, which were quite different from the human players, but the cards were universal. Many strange players took advantage of the chaos among players to pick up the spoils. Sheng Ning finally said her apology. "Xiaoruan, I'm sorry. It's because of me that you became." Xiaoruan comforted her, "It's okay.
Fate has its own plan, I accept my fate."
"Sister Shang, you must also accept yours."
Sheng Ning felt there was something deeper in her words, but thinking that if others harmed her and she couldn't return to her original world, she felt a bit uncomfortable, treating Xiaoruan's words as venting.
Sheng Ning handed over the prepared 500,000 crystal cores and 100 A-level cards to Xiaoruan. "I don't know if the world over there is different from ours. These are for you, Xiaoruan."
"I'm sorry, and I hope you can forgive me."
Xiaoruan stared at the pile of items, slightly dazed. Maybe she wouldn't earn that much even after 10 instances.
A flash of pain crossed Xiaoruan's face, and then she collected the items.
"Sister Shang, I have things to do, so I'm leaving first."
10 days later, with the help of the divination cards, the research institute successfully developed a serum for the zombie virus. Drones began to spray the serum on a large scale. 15 days later, the survivors in the base left and began to clean up the capital. The S-level clearance was about to be completed, and the time for parting was approaching. Sheng Ning said goodbye to her mother with a strange farewell, and then went to the Ping and Taoist temple,
respectfully offering incense to the three pure ones, thanking them for their protection.
Following Master Ping An's instructions, she physically helped all the brothers ascend and gained 5,400 experience points. The two strangenesses in the Dragon Lock Tower had already pledged allegiance to her mother's Qinglong building. The bunny strangeness had a stroke of luck, picking up an injured player and coincidentally inheriting his crystal cores, leaving the instance. All the players in the instance had already left, and the remaining people dared not provoke Sheng Ning, only thinking of other ways out.
This special instance seemed like it was about to come to an end. Just as the task was about to be completed, Xiaoruan appeared again.
On the rooftop, under the bright sunlight, her dazzling red umbrella looked even more vivid. She said, "Sister Shang, I've come to say goodbye, I will be leaving soon." Sheng Ning was alone on the rooftop enjoying the breeze. Seeing her eyes filled with surprise, she said, Xiaoruan, take care of yourself, we will meet again. Ding! Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing the special dungeon, rating now in progress.
Player Shang Xiaomei's dungeon exploration level is 80%, rating is S, reward multiplier is 3 times, rewards will be settled after exiting the dungeon. Does the player wish to exit the dungeon?
Just as Sheng Ning was preparing to choose no, Yang Xiaoruan stepped forward, anxiously grasping Sheng Ning's wrist. A familiar card suddenly appeared in Yang Xiaoruan's hand. Sheng Ning watched in shock as her identity on the panel changed to Weird Player. Yang Xiaoruan took a step back, the terror on her face not yet faded, replaced instead by a strange hatred. She trembled with her hands, as if afraid, yet also relieved. Sheng Ning, I told you, in the dark, there is fate, I accept fate, you must accept it too. As she spoke, she disappeared like she was fleeing. With the 500,000 crystal cores gifted by Sheng Ning, as long as she obtained the player identity, she could leave immediately. Ding! Error detected. Correction, Shang Xiaomei's identity is Weird Player. Dungeon has been cleared, maintaining the original rating and rewards. Does the player wish to exit the dungeon? Sheng Ning numbly chose no. Almost simultaneously, the last player left the dungeon, and the rules binding Mama Gui and Master Ping An vanished. Yan Zhang also sensed something unusual. The three appeared on the rooftop, especially Mama Gui, her eerie aura uncontrollably overflowing, clearly furious to the extreme. I'm fine, Sheng Ning said hoarsely, looking at the concerned gazes of the three, forcing out an ugly smile. Sheng Ning couldn't express her emotions, from shock to bewilderment, anger flickering by, disappointment, confusion, and now there was a hint of relief. She no longer needed to feel guilty towards Yang Xiaoruan. She and Yang Xiaoruan were completely clear. Mama Gui hugged her daughter tightly, heartbroken. Only human players have a chance to return to the real world. Once becoming a weird player, one would remain forever in the weird world. Chapter 87. The taste of betrayal is not pleasant. Especially since Yang Xiaoruan went too far, she not only wanted to switch identities, but she didn't even give Sheng Ning a moment to prepare. Master Ping An and Yin Zhang weren't worried about Sheng Ning's life in the weird world, but were concerned about her inner feelings. After a moment of silence, Sheng Ning had already collected her emotions. Growing up in an orphanage made her much stronger than others, especially with her mother, master, and good friends by her side. There wasn't much time left, she shouldn't waste her precious moments on a stranger. She and Yang Xiaoruan were completely clear now. Seeing Sheng Ning recover so quickly from her sadness, Mama Gui felt even more heartbroken, wiping the blood and tears from her face and taking Sheng Ning back to the building. The moment Yang Xiaoruan left, Chu Yuanyan's binding rules disappeared. The only remaining talent on him suddenly showed him the cause and effect of this matter. Before Sheng Ning went downstairs, he had already captured the culprit. Zhou Yan. Sheng Ning froze for a moment, looking at the blood-soaked Zhou Yan. Chu Yuanyan kept his eyelids low. Those who knew him could see that it was a sign of him desperately controlling his anger. He has a card to switch identities. It was his and Feng Xinrou's idea to give it to Yang Xiaoruan at the last moment. Using your trust, they intended to completely leave you in the weird world, as revenge for Tu Lin. They specifically chose to act against Sheng Ning after everyone had left, to give her not a single chance to return. The source of Zhou Yan's identity swapping card wasn't hard to guess. It was probably prepared for him and Feng Xinrou by Tu Lin, one for each of them. Sheng Ning was confused. You gave the card to Yang Xiaoruan, yet you couldn't leave the dungeon. Zhou Yan, I don't understand you. Zhou Yan lay on the ground, bloodied, and upon hearing this, he gave a bitter smile. He originally had the chance to leave, but unfortunately, Feng Xinrou's player identity was taken away by someone else, so he could only give his identity to Feng Xinrou. One could say, human plans can't keep up with the heavens' plans. Kill or cut, do as you wish. Zhou Yan succumbed to despair, clearly unwilling to explain anything, not even wanting to speak.
Zhu Yuanian couldn't hold back his anger, wanting to directly tear this person apart.
Sheng Ning stopped him. Death is too easy for you.
Yang Xiaoran I can overlook, but you and Feng Xinro must pay for plotting against me.
She took out a Taoist book given to him by the master of Pingan Temple, and found the talisman for controlling the bazaar. If a normal master saw their disciple employing such pure evil practices, they wouldn't just be furious. At the very least, they should repent for 81 days in front of their ancestor after enjoying a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. Yet, upon seeing Sheng Ning so talented, actually thinking of such a brilliant method to torment the bazaar, the master of Pingan Temple laughed heartily and guided Sheng Ning to start drawing the talisman.
In the last 3 hours, Sheng Ning and her mother prepared a traditional Chinese family feast, dumplings. While wrapping the dumplings, they told Sheng Ning about the differences between the bazaar camp and the human camp. The bazaar camp's games are crazier, and completely without limits.
This is like an eternal space. As long as you have points, as long as you have bazaar currency, life has no limits.
Perhaps the long time felt too boring, so live broadcasts became the only entertainment here.
It can be said that the bazaar community loves watching live broadcasts, loves to see the various ways bazaar creatures kill humans in the dungeons, loves to see bazaar players slaughter human players. The reason bazaar players do all this is that in the bazaar camp, live broadcasts can reward experience points.
10 bazaar currency as a reward is equivalent to 1 experience point. Some people will do anything in the live broadcast room for experience and bazaar currency.
Such as murder, dismemberment, it's seen everywhere. At the same time, the live broadcast also has a gambling function, similar to PK. For example, whoever kills the first bazaar creature in the dungeon, wins the first rule, gets the first card, or clears the dungeon first. Some bazaar ones like to bet to win bazaar currency, so the stronger the player, the more popular they are in the bazaar camp. In short, in the bazaar camp, the freedom is higher, and the limits are lower. The most important point is that Sheng Ning is a player turned bazaar player.
This means that everything she obtained in the human camp can no longer be used.
When the time to part finally came, Mama Gui and the master of Pingan Temple pulled Yen Zheng away, leaving time for Zhu Yuanian and Sheng Ning to say goodbye.
The two stood on the rooftop watching the sunset. Zhu Yuanian gently kissed Sheng Ning's hair. "Wife, on the road ahead, I might not be able to continue accompanying you.
A few bad things, without wives themselves, won't let others have wives, they won't let me come find you. From the entrance of the human camp's dungeon, I can sense where your dungeon is, but in the bazaar world, I can't do anything."
Zhu Yuanian's tone was heavy, his muscles tensed. Angered.
Sheng Ning touched his abs, then touched his face. "It's okay, if they won't let you find me, I will come find you, no one can separate us."
Zhu Yuanian's nose turned red, emotionally holding Sheng Ning tightly.
His wife is truly wonderful, she doesn't mind that he is a useless person. Immediately Sheng Ning said, "Don't worry, there's also Yen Zhang, he should have 8-pack abs too." Zhu Yuanian jumped out of the embrace in a second, poking the person in his arms on the head. "I knew it, that kid is your type, right? What's so good about him? A low-level bazaar creature dares to have designs on my wife. Shark, all sharks." He held the person tight in his arms, warning fiercely, "I may not be by your side, but I will always keep an eye on you.
Let me tell you, no bazaar creature is good, don't you dare look around. If I see you looking at one, I'll kill one."
Zhu Yuanian took off the silver chain around his neck, which Sheng Ning had hung on him a couple of days ago, saying it looked very sexy.
He threaded the chain through the ring and put it on Sheng Ning, then snatched Sheng Ning's ring and pocketed it, before saying viciously, "There are no soft-hearted gods in this world, only your soft-hearted husband. If you encounter something you can't solve, remember to shout 'Husband, I love you,' and I will appear." Countdown finished, exiting the dungeon.
Sheng Ning's vision went black, and she found herself in a room that looked like a box, with only one lamp inside, and no doors or windows on all 4 sides. In front of her, there were 2 panels.
"Congratulations, player, for exiting the dungeon. Now calculating your clearance rewards. Congratulations, player, for achieving SS level clearance. Exploration level of dungeon 80%, ranked first on the leaderboard of this dungeon. Rewards, base stats plus 10 for each item, rewards points 500, rewards attribute cards and selection cards, choose 1, 3 cards. Defeated 3 high-level players, receive triple rewards, personal base stats do not count towards this reward. Reward points 1500, rewards attribute cards and selection cards, choose 1, 9 cards. Sheng Ning opened the panel. Faction, Strange. Number, 444,477. Name, Sheng Xiaomei, can be modified. Level, LV3, 15,400. Talent, Fusion, Random, Copy. Resource slot, Incense X35, Incense X27647. Apples 26, Apples X15364. Roast Chicken X1. Peace Card. All Things Birth Card. Binding Card. Wishing Card X2. Selection Card X9. Attribute Card X10. Land Deed X1. Deep Affection card X1. Evil Aura Erosion card X1. Golden Light Curse card X1. Master Disciple Affinity card X1. Strange Containment card A, X1. Rebirth card B. Temporary Attribute card SS. Revival card X2. Pearl Crown, Diamond Box, 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife, Safe Taoist Method. Dungeon cleared 4. This meant that besides the incense and apples, along with special cards, she had lost everything else. The terrified face of Sheng Ning, once bright and captivating, appeared pitiful on another panel. Before long, the live stream's bullet comments began to roll. Wow, such a beautiful female player. Did she just come from the human side? Is the food over there that good? Money to throw at strange, beauty, scared after just arriving? One night with me, and I'll take care of you from now on, how about it? Money to throw at strange rewarded 1 ash box, 520 strange cash. Chapter 88. I am a soldier, and when the world was destroyed, I accidentally stumbled into a dark basement. It was here that I remembered the legends of the capital, the story of the 4 great Earth Guardians. It turned out to be true. Not being able to die with my comrades is my regret. Not being able to see that girl with the mask again is also my regret. I don't know how much time passed, but when I regained consciousness, the world seemed to have changed. I was shackled by a layer called rules, waiting for players to kill me or for me to kill players in some room of the base. So, day after day, again and again, I finally understood my current situation. After absorbing all the evil aura from the Northern Earth Guardian, I became the strongest in this dungeon. Until this place was about to open again as a special dungeon, I decided to escape. So I hid my tracks to fulfill my last regret. That day, unremarkable, I watched my teammates chatting in the car and suddenly smelled a flavor of hot pot I had never encountered before. There is a poem. At the time, I thought it was ordinary. I didn't take it seriously. According to the usual practice, I searched for survivors, and in the moment the door opened, I really thought she was a survivor. If I hadn't heard her inner voice. Yes, one of my strange skills is true voice. I can hear any sound I want to hear, and it's real. That disheveled girl even disguised her gaze very well, but in her heart, she said, Xing, this guy is so tall and strong, he looks like someone I can surpass. Me. Well, this woman caught my attention. Old who let her wash away the dirt, the smell on her was truly indescribable. She was very happy. Inviting us to eat hot pot, yet in her heart she said, what good people, it's worth using a hot pot to lure you all. Eat, you must haven't had it for a long time, I need to wash a little longer. She seemed to be scheming like the other outsiders, but there was something different about her. During the inspection at the base, I learned her name, Chu Yunyan. At the same time, I remembered someone, Chu Yunyan. We were college classmates. This person looked very much like Chu Yunyan. While she was chatting with Long Yin, she was saying I could beat her 10 times, but in her heart, she arrogantly thought she could beat me 10 times. Well, quite arrogant, and quite cute. I took her around to the outer city, and the terrible environment inside indeed made her want to back out, so I seized the opportunity to invite her to stay with me. She was very cautious, so I had to mention Chu Yunyan, testing her, hoping she would let her guard down with me. But I didn't expect she really knew Chu Yunyan. If I had known their relationship, I definitely wouldn't have brought her to find Chu Yunyan. This is the thing I regret the most since becoming strange. Chu Yunyan's identity is very strange. Many years ago, his head with a broken arm ran here, occupying another Chu Yunyan's body, hiding here. At night, through a door, I could hear noises from her side. It seemed that there was another person with her, and they played the divination cards for a while. Those questions were really absurd. How could she be so cute? That night was a long-lost good sleep for me. The next day, while killing zombies, she was really strong, wearing the mask I gave her, suddenly reminding me of someone. My gaze began to follow her constantly until Chu Yunyan appeared. I pulled her back, hearing her shout her name, I am Sheng Ning. How could she be Sheng Ning? Sheng Ning, she is an outsider, how could she be Sheng Ning? Sheng Ning doesn't look like this. Chu Yunyan lost very easily. Damn, this kid is good at playing pitiful, that's how he tricked Sheng Ning back in college. You scoundrel, even turned into a zombie and still want to compete with me. I held on to a glimmer of hope, but when Sheng Ning said Chu Yunyan was her husband, I didn't hear her heart's voice. Or rather, at that moment, what she said was her heart's voice. From the moment I knew she was Sheng Ning, it felt like I could see the direction of the game ahead. Chu Yunyan's identity made it hard for her. She wanted to leave, to fly away with Chu Yunyan. Impossible, I couldn't let Sheng Ning leave me again. When I returned to the base, something happened. In the conference room, I felt Sheng Ning's tension. Lin Sheng Lord took out a photo of Sheng Xiaomei, and I recognized it at a glance. That was Sheng Ning. It was Sheng Ning's original appearance. To cover for her, I said she was my wife, feeling endless delight in my heart. Chu Yunyan, she is now my wife, mine. That Lin Chang lord really had no sense, shouldn't we kiss to confirm it? What a good opportunity, wasted by such a person. Next time, I must make him pay a price.
When I got home, I eavesdropped like a pervert on my wife chatting with her real husband.
The way they chatted was great, why didn't they talk a little more, maybe hit a few more times?
Switching the target of the true voice, I heard the heart voice of that scoundrel, Zhi Yunyan.
She hits me? No, why does this feeling seem a bit familiar? Not clear, let me try again. TSK, this power, this angle, could it really be my wife? Damn, why does this woman's way of hitting look so charming? So good, how could she hit so well? After hitting me so many times, why isn't she laughing? Crap, why does she look so good swinging that slap, how is her waist so thin?
Love brain, even dogs have to pee and leave when they see this. In the end, Sheng Ning really hit herself until it hurt. This scoundrel is always good at playing pitiful and acting cute.
How about I try it tomorrow too?
No, I am after all just a substitute. I must let Sheng Ning see I am better than that love brain zombie. The next morning very early I got up to prepare breakfast for Sheng Ning. She had just woken up and was very happy, actually gained one more talent, it was worth being happy. I thought she would be even happier later, because I found the second rule.
A man, it is better to be a little useful.
A man who still needs his wife to apply baby cream, what use is that?
Sheng Ning discovered the rules of the copy, she was very smart, realized the current situation.
I decided to take her to Ping'an Taoist temple. The strange thing there, ever since it absorbed the temple master's spirit value, the evil energy on its body was worn away a lot by the master's spirit value, it was a strange being that could understand human speech. There, I saw her true strength, and blurred memories floated before my eyes. The distance of time drew infinitely closer. There was a pretty yet stubborn girl, with a black face veil, showing firm eyes. Against countless tides of corpses, only to search for that man who gave up the chance to escape in order to save her.
After that, I never saw Sheng Ning again.
This Sheng Ning seemed like her, yet seemed not like her.
Afterwards, we separated.
When leaving, I heard Chu Yunyan's inner voice, he was hiding by the side of the temple, why did this woman just now let me run?
Could it be he thinks I am really that weak? What does it mean not dead and still continue to be her husband, haven't I always been? That stinky woman, does she know some magic, why do I want to protect her?
No more listening, listen more and I will die of anger.
I admit, I have teammates I cannot let go, I cannot always stay by Sheng Ning's side.
I admit, that year I could not draw away the zombie horde for her, because I still had to bring more people back.
I admit, I could not forever put Sheng Ning in the first place. Chapter 89.
Sheng Ning saw the scrolling on the panel, then remembered the ghost mother had said. The live broadcast of the strange camp did not separate copy and rest, as long as the player reappeared, the live broadcast would always stay open. Of course, in the strange world there were cards that could block the live room, but very rare. Thinking that in the future these strange beings were all her food and clothing parents, Sheng Ning showed a faint smile, counted as a greeting.
Damn, so beautiful, Beauty's mother opens the door for Beauty, Beauty is home. Good dare touch poop, such a beautiful player, only now comes into the strange camp, seems the strange camp's promotion was not enough. Good dare touch poop tips 1 candle, 10 ghost money. Sheng Ning smiled, looked at the name on her panel, seemed she needed to change it to one more attractive. Big reward seeking husband and husband $18, which one to choose? The prompt sounded again. Ding, detected player level up to LV3, does the player want to draw a talent? Sheng Ning originally wanted to choose yes, her eyes glanced, suddenly saw the barrage begin to crazily flood. Streamer wait, going to draw a talent? Damn, streamer at level 3 already has 3 talents, you didn't use a talent card right? Ascend to King, talent card. Don't be too outrageous. Ascend to King tips 3 spirit plaques, 444 ghost money x3. Ascend to King, quickly say how you actually have 3 talents at level 3. The live room people were noisy. Many strange beings noticed she had 3 talents at level 3, and still had a chance to draw, just in a moment, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. The live room already had more than 1,000 strange beings watching. Sheng Ning bent her eyes with a faint smile, thanks to Ascend to King for the reward, indeed there is a little small chance, now I am going to draw a talent, everyone help me take a look. No one could resist the smile of a top beauty, even strange beings couldn't. The licking face barrage directly drowned the barrage asking about talents. Talent drawing in progress. The wheel spun, after 1 minute slowly stopped, the pointer accurately aimed at one line of the wheel SSS level talent. Ding, drawing complete, congratulations to player for drawing SSS level talent, true sword. Sheng Ning blinked. Whose good person gives a sword such a name? The live stream room was quiet for a moment, and then the comments suddenly turned into a flood of hahaha and wow, what the hell? Of course, many were mixed in with let me see how skilled the host is. If the host takes off a piece of clothing, I'll reward with a soul banner, 1444 ghost coins. I really don't know whether to pity the host or envy the host's TMSSS level talent.
Mysterious Stock King, buy stocks, anyway, I envy that SSS level talent. Just with this lady's 4 talents, I'll directly kick in and invest. Mysterious Stock King rewarded 1 soul banner, 1444 ghost coins.
Can only see swords? Didn't notice this is a true level talent. Didn't they say true level talents are among humans? What's the host's background? 4 talents, what's so mysterious? Sheng Ning ignored these words and clicked on the talent introduction. True sword, the invincible sword of heroes. Sheng Ning. Well, alright then. At least it's an SSS level.
Good luck came, thank you, ancestor, for your kindness. The comments were still noisy, and Sheng Ning thought for a moment and decided to change her name.
Husband $18.
After changing it, Sheng Ning turned around and went to sleep. Maybe because of the live stream, even if Sheng Ning didn't care inside, she still couldn't sleep very soundly. She woke up after 13 hours.
Many people had left because she was sleeping.
Only a small part of people remained, licking their screens and casually saying some lewd comments. Too lazy to care about them, Sheng Ning pressed the instance button in the void, entering the next instance amid bizarre and startled gazes in the live stream.
Her vision darkened and then brightened, and Sheng Ning found herself in a minibus.
The minibus was filled with a smell of plastic leather mixed with gasoline, causing Sheng Ning to frown instinctively. Welcome, husband $18, to the game Rural Teaching Aid.
Game level, B. Game difficulty, 5. Wishing players a happy game, unlimited rewards. In the live stream. Mysterious Stock King, husband is online. Since I bought shares, can you give me management permission?
I'll manage the live stream, anyone selling swords will be kicked out. Mysterious Stock King rewarded 1 spirit token, 444 ghost coins. This was the second soul banner gifted by the Mysterious Stock King. Ghost coins have strong purchasing power. 1 ghost coin is equivalent to 100 huaben. A single instance can earn 2 to 300 ghost coins. This Stock King is already considered wealthy for his donations.
Sheng Ning fiddled around and added the Mysterious Stock King as a manager.
Upon seeing the management position, she understood that managers receive a 30% profit bonus in PK.
Mysterious Stock King, love you, husband.
Be brave, if something happens, you'll take full responsibility.
Sheng Ning.
The minibus rolled along smoothly, showing no signs of stopping. Sheng Ning found a document in her bag.
Teaching aid agreement.
It stated that a person named 18 had signed a 2-year teaching aid contract with an education group, and after 2 years, she could become a registered teacher without examination with her teaching aid certificate.
Sheng Ning, could this be true?
Before Sheng Ning could think it through, the minibus had already stopped. The driver ahead called out 5 names. You've arrived at the village for teaching aid. Get off and walk forward for 500 meters, you will see it.
One of the names was 18. She and the other 5 people got off, 4 girls and 1 boy.
As Sheng Ning glanced at the other players, they were also sizing each other up. The minibus drove away again, the sky darkening, soon to enter the night.
Are you all players?
The boy spoke first, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes lingering on Sheng Ning. A pure girl in a light yellow dress with slightly curled hair rolled her eyes. Stop being so wordy, it's dark already, are we waiting here for other ghost meals? Sheng Ning completely agreed with the girl's words, and suddenly saw a large number of people flooding into the live stream panel. They're coming, it's this girl, she's stunning. The guy opposite just got a ghost fire paper horse, 3,444 ghost coins.
I want to watch the live broadcast. Wow, it's been a long time since it's been this exciting. The copy hasn't even started, and the players are already fighting among themselves. Sheng Ning's face suddenly darkened. This is what Mom was talking about, the sinister camps game. Is there really no bottom line?
A man was already walking towards her.
Can we talk alone? Sheng Ning showed a surprised and shy smile. Sure. Chapter 90.
The man was taken aback, not expecting Sheng Ning to react this way. Soon, a smug smile appeared on his face as he reached out to put his arm around her shoulders.
Sheng Ning sidestepped and walked down the hillside. Drawing the brothel, wow, this girl is quite smart. Drawing the brothel gifted 1 earn, 520 ghost currency.
Drawing the brothel, make sure to scream loudly later, I'll reward you again.
Sheng Ning leaned against the bullet screen, showing a happy smile.
Okay, I'll hold you to your word. 1 minute later, a piercing scream echoed throughout the valley, and the 3 players who were heading towards the mountain village quickened their pace.
Once players start fighting, they might end up suffering too. Sheng Ning looked at the live broadcast panel, smiling brightly, her eyes charming. Is that loud enough?
In the picture, Sheng Ning had her foot on the man's head. The man was battered all over, with a swollen face and no strength left to stand, let alone fight back.
What? Don't you care about attributes and just look at looks? She has attack 67 and strength 59, and you dare to make a move? The viewers opened the host's profile and finally saw Sheng Ning's attribute panel. Attack, 67. Speed, 75. Strength, 59. Agility, 77. Defense, 55. Mental, 70. Observation, 72.
8 weird things a mouthful. Wow, it turns out the most beautiful is the most dangerous. Love it.
8 weird things a mouthful rewarded 1 candle. Join the ghost fan group.
King of the strange stocks, honey, remind me to start a PK with you before moving again.
Just now, that hit could make us a few $1,000. That other live room has a big ghost in it.
Sheng Ning touched her chin, recalling the rules of the strange live broadcast, and nodded.
Okay.
She added, the one who just said to scream loud, remember to add a gift.
If it's not enough, I can make him scream louder.
After speaking, she made a small heart gesture. Under the beauty boost, the gifts in the live room quickly started to flood in, filling the screen with candles. As the sky grew darker, Sheng Ning quickened her pace. Upon reaching the village entrance, the previous 3 female players had already arrived, glaring at Sheng Ning with impatience.
Where's that man? If he's not here, the village head won't let us in. The long-dressed female player spoke with an impatient tone.
Sheng Ning glanced at the man in the linen Zhongshan suit. Upon seeing her arrival, his eyes clearly brightened, as if a fierce beast had spotted a juicy prey. This kind of gaze made Sheng Ning's original doubts resurface.
Did they really come here to teach? Village head, that boy has a broken leg, just by the roadside. How about you send someone to pick him up? Let us in first?
Sheng Ning tentatively suggested.
Unexpectedly, the village head's gaze hadn't left Sheng Ning since he spotted her.
As Sheng Ning spoke, he agreed enthusiastically.
Good, good, good.
I'll send someone to pick him up tomorrow.
You come with me, I'll arrange accommodation for you. The 4 of them quickly arrived in front of a small villa. The yard was crowded with people, all looking at the teaching staff as if they were wolves eyeing lambs. Blatantly sizing them up, as if selecting goods. The village head called out names. Old Black, you go first. Old Black immediately pointed to Sheng Ning. My house has solar power and a shower. You come back with me, I guarantee you won't be wronged. Before Sheng Ning could speak, the person at the back of the line shouted, my house has a water heater and a gas stove. I live alone, he has 3 brothers. The village head scolded, shut up, let's do it by the rules. By rules, what rules? Are they fighting over a teacher or fighting over a wife? Sheng Ning had already figured it out in her heart, but she still tentatively asked, village head, can I go to his house? Her question stunned the villagers. They had a moment of doubt, but upon seeing Sheng Ning's serious and innocent face, they were immediately dismissed the thought in my heart. No, is this really a player who turned over from the human camp? How can they be so skilled at trickery? This child will definitely achieve great things, let's wait for them to complete a dungeon before buying stocks. The village head hesitated, troubled, and said, this. The man shouted again, village head, I'll pay extra. Once the village head heard about the extra payment, he immediately agreed, then you can go back with him. The man who took Sheng Ning away, Zhao Feng, stood over 1.80 m, definitely towering among the several men in line, with distinct facial features, dark skin, and particularly bright eyes. Old Hay was forced to choose someone else. The 3 remaining female players were a pure little flower, a cute girl, and a short-haired cool sister. All 3 were good-looking, but Sheng Ning's appearance was more striking, bright and generous, with a powerful visual impact when she smiled with her curved eyes. The 3 female players quickly found their matches, and at that moment, a girl around 18 or 19 in the crowd said, village head, what about me? The village head frowned, annoyed, and said, your leg is broken, do you want to go pick him up now? The girl's lips moved, tomorrow, let's go tomorrow. Sheng Ning followed Zhao Feng home, and on the way, she took a moment to look at the live stream room. Desperate housewife send 1 underworld war chariot, 7,444 Erie currency. Peace Guardian send 1 underworld war chariot, 7,444 Erie currency. Fallen City Lord sent 1 underworld war chariot, 7,444 Erie currency. Desperate housewife, why did this kid change their name to this thing? It took me a long time to find it. Peace Guardian, poor kid, already going into the dungeon so soon. Erie Stock King, Administrator Honey, that short-haired woman called the Wind-Breaking Thousand Blades has initiated a PK, will you accept? Who can get the first rule first? Sheng Ning, accept. Immediately, a PK progress bar appeared on Sheng Ning's screen. Once entering PK, all the gifts sent in the livestream became wagered assets. Sheng Ning and Zhao Feng returned to his 2-story small villa, where only an elderly mother lived. As Zhao Feng had said, Sheng Ning simply observed the furnishings. It seemed like the style of the late 80s or 90s in Huagua. The color TV at home still had a back, and the screen was quite small.
Old posters of bands were stuck to the walls.
His family's conditions were indeed good.
Zhao Feng escorted Sheng Ning to her room, showing no other intentions, only reminding her he would take her to school tomorrow before turning to leave. This made Sheng Ning a bit puzzled. Did she guess wrong, and this was not? Or did Zhao Feng have other motives?
Sheng Ning felt it was more like the latter.
She quickly fell asleep, while the strange people in her live stream room were unwilling to give up.
No, how did you fall asleep? How can someone your age sleep? Stop this, okay?
The windbreaking is already searching for NPC's house.
Beauty, you're so cocky, but calm down for a moment.
Ascended to the king, my 3 spirit tokens, that's my last bit of money, you better get up and find the rules. Opening the rewards page, Sheng Ning saw a row of candles.
The person wasn't even dead yet, and the underworld assets were already over 10 million.
Among them, there were also a few reeds, 44 eerie currency. Not to mention the 3 spirit tokens of Ascended to the king. At the top of the live broadcast interface, the PK bar on the windbreaking side had already exceeded 80%, and Sheng Ning was being crushed mercilessly. No wonder the eerie people in her live stream room were so anxious, this was all real money. Thinking of this, Sheng Ning still explained.
Brothers, think about it, why doesn't the village head go pick up that perverse man? Is it because they don't want to go? Or can't they go? What does this imply? It implies that the night must be terrifying.
Also, our dungeon is a mountain village teaching aid, the clues we can find right now must be at the school.
As for the NPC's house, I doubt we can find clues without earning their trust first.
After Sheng Ning finished speaking, she waved her hand and closed her eyes.
Ascended to the king. She figured out so much in such a short time?
Eerie Dead Bird, is this the power of a level 3 player with 4 talents?
I want to invest. Eerie Dead Bird sent 1 candle, joining the Eerie fan group. Is this your excuse to slack off? Get up and hustle. Desperate housewife, baby is so smart. Chapter 91. The next day of the quest. Sheng Ning woke up to the loud crowing of the rooster.
Looking at the rooster running wildly in the courtyard, Sheng Ning sneered, it has not crowed since I got up, who would believe this is not intentional? When the rooster waddled to Zhao Feng's feet, Sheng Ning said, I heard that roosters are especially nutritious.
Is that true? Zhao Feng was startled, do you want to eat it? I can kill it at noon. The rooster, cock-a-doodle-doo.
After eating, Zhao Feng took Sheng Ning to school, his sharp and handsome features appearing even more attractive under the soft sunlight. On the way to school, Sheng Ning took a moment to glance at the live streaming room, noticing the PK bar still there, but not overwhelmingly so, feeling slightly surprised.
1 bite with 8 twists, host, you really were right. Yesterday, Jifeng rummaged through the NPC's house and got beaten up by the NPC, everyone thinks you were right. Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows, confidently and flamboyantly declaring, trust me.
These 3 simple words, paired with her bright and self-assured eyes, instantly struck the viewers before the screen. Standing at the entrance of the decrepit school, Zhao Feng tactfully said, 18, school doesn't start until 8 a.m.
Aren't we too early? It was just past 6 a.m. Sheng Ning showed a genuine smile, brother Feng, it's not early. I wanted to come and clean up a bit and welcome the kids to school.
Zhao Feng was left dazed by her calling him brother Feng, his ears instantly felt hot, then.
I can help you. Sheng Ning giggled, of course. I'll be counting on you from now on.
Such ambiguous words made Zhao Feng's heart race, making him walk awkwardly. The school before them was more like 3 connected brick houses.
One was the teacher's office, one was a classroom, and the other was a half-collapsed teacher's dormitory. Sheng Ning took the lead to peek into the teacher's dormitory.
The ground was covered with dust, the beams were tilting, and inside were fallen cabinets and rotten bedding mixed together. Even with this, Sheng Ning could still tell that this was man-made damage, not a natural disaster. Sheng Ning and Zhao Feng cleaned the office together. There were only a few desks converted into work tables here, 1 textbook, and 2 pens on the table. Feeling empty, a gust of wind blew through, making a howling sound. It was at the point where even a thief would just throw down 50 cents.
No way, didn't the host say the clues must be at school yesterday?
This place doesn't look like it has any kind of rules.
You're just blowing hot air, and you still expect us to believe you?
What a huge face. 1 bite with 8 twists, this is just 1 classroom, no rules don't mean the rest don't have any. Ascend to become king, host, hurry up, another streamer is on the way too.
Jifeng, with broken blades, arrived shortly after.
The 2 were in a PK battle, expecting a tense atmosphere, but unexpectedly, Jifeng limped in, wearing a friendly smile. Yesterday in the live streaming room someone told me what you said, I didn't believe it at first. Jifeng showed a bitter smile, but you really have foresight.
But there's nothing found in this office? Sheng Ning shook her head, there was nothing worth searching for in sight. Jifeng looked slightly disappointed, then should we check the classroom?
The two headed to the classroom together, which was even simpler, with crooked desks, gray-white walls, and various trash scattered in the corners. On the opposite side, there was a reading corner, cluttered with basic reading materials. There was no value in searching, and immediately, Jifeng's expression changed, looking meaningfully at Sheng Ning, then angrily turned to leave. That reaction was like he felt played by Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning shrugged. Wasn't this person too obvious in wanting to take advantage?
After wandering in the classroom for a while, confirming there were no traps, Sheng Ning turned back to the office door, tossing a bright red apple carelessly. In no time, she caught the first elementary school student.
With dark, shiny little eyes, blinking away. Teacher, is this a Fuji apple? Sheng Ning pretended to be profound. The teacher doesn't know either. Can you help me taste it? Elementary student, okay.
Taking a bite of the apple, juice burst out. The happy child wanted to open their head for the teacher to smell. In just a few bites, the elementary student finished the apple, gazing eagerly at Sheng Ning. The meaning was clear. Sheng Ning pretended to be difficult. The leftover apple is a reward. You have to answer 5 questions correctly to eat it.
Elementary student, teacher, you tell me, I'm the smartest, I am the vice class monitor. Sheng Ning, 1 plus 1? Elementary student equals 8. Sheng Ning shook the apple, 2 plus 2? The child's eyes were wide, 10. Sheng Ning continued tossing the apple. Who was your previous teacher? Child, it was Aunt 9, but she disappeared 2 years ago. Sheng Ning, what did that teacher like to do the most?
Child, read books.
Sheng Ning, what book?
Child, the one with the blue cover on the bookshelf. Having received the answer, Sheng Ning immediately threw the apple to the child and stood up to get the book from the bookshelf at the back of the classroom. The blue-covered book was The Little Prince. The book's paper pages were yellowed, the corners were curled, and it was clearly worn. Sheng Ning flipped through it carefully, but found no notes inside, not even a single underlined sentence.
It seemed like an ordinary book.
I don't understand what the streamer is struggling with. The other live room has almost explored the whole village.
Streamer, please move. Don't teach the streamer how to do things, okay? Although I don't understand why she wants to ask about the last teacher, I feel she must have thought of something. No one can still not see, right? This copy is a teaching support copy? This is obviously a guise to abduct girls. So the streamer wants to ask about the last teacher. Oh no, the clues left by the last abducted person? Strange Stock King, my husband is the smartest.
Strange Stock King rewarded 1 soul guiding flag, 1444 strange coins. Hell Judge rewarded 1 blood coffin, 24,444 strange coins.
Whoa, this is a royal level weirdness. Generous at the start.
Strange Stock King, thank you, Prince Judge, for the blood coffin. Welcome to our live room. Our husband is beautiful, cool, and clever. Investing is not a loss.
Welcome, Prince Judge X99.
The live room was instantly flooded with these messages. Sheng Ning looked up from the book and saw the screen filled with welcoming messages, then looked at the reward list showing 14,444 strange coins. She stood up instantly. Welcome, Prince Judge, good morning.
Hell Judge, TSK, this look, I like it.
Hell Judge rewarded 1 blood coffin, 24,444 strange coins.
Sheng Ning made a heart with her hands. Thank you, please wait a moment, I will perform a rule-tearing show for you later. Hell Judge, if you can find the rules, this prince will give you a paper person. A paper person was rewarded, 44,444 strange coins. That's equivalent to 4,400 experience points, equivalent to 22 fierce ghosts. Who could not be confused?
Sheng Ning suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to rise. Whether it's paper or not is not important, what matters is not to disappoint Prince Judge. She put down the book in her hands, ready to give up, but in her peripheral vision, she saw a sentence written on the back of the book. To see things clearly, you must observe with your heart, the important things cannot be seen with the eyes. Sheng Ning instantly understood, closed her eyes and flipped through the pages by feeling.
Hell Judge, TSK, only just realized, not very smart, looks like you need to boost your brain.
Hell Judge rewarded 1 funeral clothes, 9,999 strange coins. Strange Stock King, thank you, Prince Judge for your favor, the prince wants a wife instead.
Hell Judge, who? Let's be clear, if you aren't smart, then don't apply.
Sheng Ning ignored these. As she flipped through the pages again, she suddenly noticed there were slight bulges near each page number. Reading them together spelled.
Rules. Chapter 92. I found the rules.
Sheng Ning opened her eyes, her long, bright phoenix eyes staring intently at the live panel. Not knowing how the live panel made its judgments, anyway, the moment Sheng Ning spoke, the PK bar above the live room suddenly disappeared, and on Sheng Ning's screen appeared 2 blood-red large words, victory.
At that moment, Sheng Ning realized.
The 2 blood coffins of the Hell Judge and the Congo surprisingly did not count towards the PK line. The win rate in the livestream reached 2.6.
Now everyone is making a fortune, with the screen filled with thank you, streamer. following the streamer to get rich. The gifts sent are no longer candles, but have changed to reeds. Sheng Ning. Hell Judge, count yourself lucky. Do you want eyes on the paper person? The Hell Judge was very trustworthy, and seeing the response to the PK line, he knew the seemingly simple-minded woman had really figured out the rules.
Sheng Ning was confused. What's the difference between having eyes and not having eyes? The strange stock king did not dare to let the royal-level strange personally explain, and hurriedly sent a bullet screen. With eyes, you can use it as a card. Without eyes, it's just plain 44,444 strange money.
Sheng Ning looked at the screen, caught in a dilemma.
The card, she wants it. The experience, she also wants it. The Hell Judge lay casually on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, watching the extremely beautiful woman on the screen. Every frown and smile was captivating, her eyes spinning like a little fox ready to steal a chicken leg.
The little fox's eyes curved into crescent moon smiles, unabashedly saying, "Adults never do multiple choice questions, I choose to take everything."
8 strange things at once. Streamer, you're getting carried away. The strange stock king was startled, quickly trying to smooth things over.
Judge, my streamer hasn't seen anything good,
don't hold it against her, feel free to reward her with anything. Sheng Ning waited a few seconds, seeing no reaction from the judge. She wasn't anxious, burying her head to analyze the rules. Rule 1, you are a teacher, you must fulfill your duties. Rule 2, at night, you must hide in a place where others cannot find you. Rule 3, stay away from corpses in the village. Rule 4, be careful on the night of the full moon.
Rule 5, teaching time is 7 days.
5 rules, each one strange and incomprehensible. The first rule states that they are teaching teachers, and they must fulfill the teacher's duty, which is to take classes. But the 5th rule says the teaching time is 7 days.
What does this 7 days mean? After 7 days, they are no longer teachers and can move freely? Or after 7 days, does the first rule lose its effectiveness, allowing the villagers to do something? Sheng Ning leans more toward the second point.
And then there's the second rule, at night, hide in a place where others cannot find you. Yesterday she stayed at Zhao Feng's house, and nothing happened.
Not to mention others, at least Zhao Feng could find her, and then what?
Sheng Ning thought about how in the Broken Home dungeon, there were 2 conflicting rules, meaning there might be wrong rules.
The third rule, are there corpses in the village? Staying away from corpses means these corpses will move, or will they be together with the corpses at a certain time? As for the 4th rule, Sheng Ning kept an eye out. This is not a place where you can see the time and calendar everywhere, she must ask Zhao Feng when she returns at night. At the moment the PK ended, Swift Wind Breaks 10,000 Run had already received the news. She didn't expect that the vase really found the rules at the school. Without pausing, she rushed over and just caught the sound of the class bell. Swift Wind Breaks 10,000 Ren saw Sheng Ning holding a book, walking into the classroom, pretending to call for class to start. Ironically, there were only 3 students in the classroom. She wanted to rush in and ask what this vase's rule was. But unexpectedly, the vase saw her first, her icy gaze gliding by. In that instant, Swift Wind Breaks 10,000 Ren felt as if someone had cast a free spell on her, unable to take a step forward. It was in that moment that Swift Wind Breaks 10,000 Ren suddenly realized that this vase inexplicably having class must be for some reason. The rules. The rules required them to hold classes. Yes, they are teaching teachers, and taking classes is what they should do. The 3 little kids were easy to manage. Sheng Ning quickly got their previous class schedule. 3 classes in the morning, 2 classes in the afternoon. That is to say, a total of 5 people, 1 lesson per day for each person. Back in the office, Sheng Ning saw someone called Jifeng. Their eyes met, and Jifeng spoke first. You found the rules, what conditions are you willing to share them? Afraid Sheng Ning would refuse, Jifeng continued, this is a B-level 5-person dungeon, you should know the difficulty. You can't clear it alone, how about we join forces? Sheng Ning shook her head and said directly, joining forces requires at least comparable strength, what qualifications do you have to be my ally? She was referring to Jifeng's limping leg. Jifeng's expression darkened, but then as if he saw something, he smirked, do you dare to PK with me? If I win, you share the clearing rules with me, and I'll give you a guiding banner as medical expenses. If you win, you can choose any one of my cards. A card, for me to choose? Is there such a good deal? Sheng Ning perked up, almost laughing out loud, no need for the guiding banner, just let me choose any card, how about that? Jifeng frowned, if I win, I'll only give you a B-level 1. Sheng Ning replied, 3 B-level 1s. Jifeng said, alright, class is starting soon, just 5 minutes, let's see who has more gifts. Sheng Ning agreed and saw the PK notice suddenly appear in the live chat. Jifeng, hearing he could get the rules, put all his effort into increasing points, and soon crushed Sheng Ning's PK notice. Sheng Ning was calm, win or lose didn't matter, her invitations were casual, brothers passing by, those who have money, donate, those who have strength, please help, where's Lord Judge? Hell Judge, you've drained me dry.
Sheng Ning then noticed that 50 minutes ago, she received a paper doll card and an eerie tip of 44,444. With a single tip of 88888, this was a real king. Sheng Ning quickly knelt, placing her left hand on her right shoulder, and shouted, "Noble Lord Judge, you are my god." Fear Destiny, alright, I'll go over there and plead for you to let them surrender, but you have to shout for me too, okay? Interrupted by the comments, Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning, you understand the curves of saving a country. As soon as she finished speaking, Jifeng walked over with a constipated expression, $18, you don't follow the rules. Sheng Ning, huh? Jifeng's teeth itched with anger, but his eyes were full of amusement. What do you mean, insulting me? Your trick has caused a ghostly paper horse to appear in my stream, forcing me to surrender. If you surrender, but remember 18, next time for PK, come find me. Jifeng chose to surrender, and Sheng Ning's side showed victory again. Fear Destiny, surprisingly useful / goofy smile, come on, shout it, bro is your god. Sheng Ning. It seemed that with that 3,444 eerie tip given to her, she could also win, right? Chapter 93. Jifeng did not get the rules, but he didn't seem upset at all. He kept his promise and took out all his cards, offering them for Sheng Ning to choose. Sheng Ning's copying talent has a cooldown period, she can only copy one type of card at most. Without the crystal core, the star did not respond, which made Sheng Ning feel a bit uncomfortable. Wait a minute. Sheng Ning suddenly thought, could she put all the cards together and copy them at once? Before, she could only copy one card, but now she had the power of duplication. Sheng Ning once again held back a rising smile, placing over 30 cards in her hands to copy. Ding, copying successful, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, earning 3,700 cards. The once empty supply column finally became abundant at this moment. Sheng Ning and Jifeng exchanged a glance, both satisfied. Sheng Ning had finished her classes for the day and was ready to leave school. On her way back, she encountered the old black guy who had chosen her first yesterday. Almost upon sight, the old black guy lunged at her, gripping Sheng Ning's neck, his murky eyes full of hate. You look down on me, huh? If I can't sleep with you, no one can. The old black guy was so fast and strong that Sheng Ning couldn't defend herself. In the moment he grabbed her neck, she tossed out 3 attack cards, but they had no effect. Sheng Ning almost doubted if Jifeng had given her fake cards. Old Black used all his strength, and Sheng Ning struggled in vain, her complexion turning purple and her eyes bulging within the blink of an eye. The comments were in a panic, the cards were useless. What about the paper figure that Judge Wang rewarded? In the last second before losing consciousness, Sheng Ning released the paper figure, and in a daze, she seemed to see Zhao Feng and also seemed to see Chu Yuanian. When she regained consciousness, it was already dusk. Golden rays of hope streamed through the old window, filling the entire room. Sheng Ning only felt a sharp pain in her neck, unable even to turn her head. Am I still alive? You're awake? What met her eyes was Zhao Feng's handsome face, filled with worry on his darkened countenance. When Sheng Ning opened her mouth, a sharp pain shot through her throat, rendering her unable to make any sound. Don't speak, that dog thing damaged your vocal cords, you need to rest. Zhao Feng brought a glass of water, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently lifted Sheng Ning's waist, letting her lean against his chest, saying, drink some water, take small sips, your throat will hurt. In fact, Sheng Ning couldn't drink a single sip, moving her throat felt like being cut by a knife, causing her tears to spill and roll onto Zhao Feng's chest. Zhao Feng set her down, a fierce expression on his face. You lie down for a bit, I'm going to find some herbs for you. After speaking, he left, leaving Sheng Ning still a bit in the dark. Now, her entire body felt weak, she hadn't expected Old Black to be so ruthless, attempting to kill her right at their first meeting. Just as she entered the side story, she encountered a life and death crisis, making Sheng Ning feel uneasy. Opening the live stream room, Sheng Ning scrolled through the comments, and she quickly understood what had happened after she fainted. At the moment she was close to death, the paper figure had directly replaced her. Old Black's fingers clawed like an eagle's talons, easily crushing the paper figure. Immediately after, he drew out the machete from behind his waist and swung it fiercely at Sheng Ning's neck. Luckily, Zhao Feng arrived just in time, knocking Old Black down and bringing her back home. Hell Judge at Fearful Destiny, why didn't the card work? 8 strange bites, huh? Judge Wang, why are you asking Destiny about this? Hell Judge, if you keep acting dumb, it's impolite. As soon as these words came out, the name Fearful Destiny suddenly had a king-level eerie symbol appear behind it. The comments erupted in cheers, welcoming the King of Destiny. Fearful Destiny, the NPC protection mechanism in this side story is very high for the first 7 days. I'll go see what's going on. After that, Fearful Destiny no longer sent any messages. Sheng Ning also learned from the comments that every side story game has a lord. Coincidentally, this side story is the territory of Fearful Destiny. Seeing her awake, the Hell Judge cheekily sent a comment. Hell Judge, streamer, give Zhao Feng a big slap, I'll give you an A-level healing card. Eerie beings of king level or higher can directly reward physical items.
Sheng Ning. You want me to slap my savior? You really could come up with that. Do you think Sheng Ning is such an ungrateful person? Zhao Feng returned an hour later.
Apologizing to Sheng Ning, he said, I couldn't find anything.
Sheng Ning smiled, and in Zhao Feng's guilty gaze, a loud slap landed on Zhao Feng's face. Zhao Feng?
Sheng Ning revealed an apologetic smile, opening her palm to show a dead mosquito.
Zhao Feng.
Hell Judge. Eerie Stock King, ha 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 ha, so it turns out, hubby, you've been catching mosquitoes for so long just to wait for this. Hell Judge rewards 1 healing card, A. Zhao Feng was a bit dazed, suddenly recalling a memory in his mind. In a dim room, a woman slapped him hard, then seemed to realize something, revealing a smile similar to the one just seen, saying, hubby, you would believe me if I said I just slapped a mosquito, right? The woman's appearance overlapped with the stunning beauty standing before him, making his heart flutter. Zhao Feng laughed silently, touching the cheek that was just slapped with his tongue. The smile did not reach her eyes, but her brows lifted, giving off a hint of having enjoyed a good beating.
Really something, you truly are. Not even changing the reasons. Though I don't know why I called him husband before, why am I not calling it now?
Zhao Feng seemed to understand something and asked, did the Judgment King tell you to hit?
Sheng Ning froze. After using the healing card, she recovered completely, only her throat was still a bit hoarse. How did you know?
Zhao Feng looked at her tiny face with annoyance and couldn't help but pinch it. I am your Life King daddy.
Sheng Ning?
On the livestream, the Hell Judge explained, in our territory's instance, we can freely descend on any strange being.
8 strange beings in one go, wow. This is too incredible.
Weird Stock King, husband, hold tightly to the Life King's leg, the Life King will take you flying.
After revealing his identity, the Life King's smile became wicked and mischievous.
He whistled at Sheng Ning, so, call me daddy, and daddy will protect you. Sheng Ning held out her hands to the Life King, showing a seemingly obedient but actually cheeky smile. First, send me 50 cards to see your strength.
Life King. Chapter 94. In the bluesy moment, the sun was setting.
The weather, which was still somewhat hot, seemed to drop in temperature suddenly. Sheng Ning got up to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and the Fear of Destiny followed closely behind her, not intending to stop even after she entered the bathroom.
Sheng Ning, what do you want by following me? No, why does it sound like he's saying he's a bad guy?
Fear of Destiny, feeling awkward, nervously touched his nose, and stubbornly said, I'm just worried about your safety. He didn't understand himself, but ever since that memory appeared in his mind, he always wanted to be with this woman. There were even some restricted scenes in his mind. He vaguely remembered the woman's delicate waist, soft, cough. The live stream had an automatic shielding feature, and Sheng Ning quickly finished her shower, preparing to stay in her room. She was somewhat skeptical about the second rule, but it was indeed undeniable that nights were dangerous. Seeing her come out, Fear of Destiny acted faster than his brain and followed her to her room door.
Their eyes met. Sheng Ning. Fear of Destiny.
Fear of Destiny felt inexplicably guilty. Normally, it would be as easy as crushing an ant for a royal level being like him to squash this woman. But he felt uneasy, looking at her gaze. He couldn't help but want to apologize without doing anything. Gathering his courage, Fear of Destiny said with a trembling voice, I didn't mean anything else. You should know, you're not some teaching volunteer, but my bought wife.
Sheng Ning was somewhat speechless. So what? Fear of Destiny, you are my wife, so let's sleep together. Sheng Ning coldly refused, I have a husband. Fear of Destiny, I know, that's me. Sheng Ning, do you know what my name means? Fear of Destiny, do you want me to have an 18-pack? I'm not a corn spirit. Sheng Ning smiled, showing her teeth. My husband was cut into 18 pieces, do you want to experience it too? Fear of Destiny.
Hell Judge, haha, I want to see the Life King in 18 pieces.
Weird Stock King, husband, your name is so meaningful. Raise a big shark, wait, I heard someone is hitting the Life King here, any more?
Raise a big shark rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 weird coins.
Aha, it's the Shark Emperor has arrived. Wait, do you royal level weird beings only have blood coffins to spare? I hate you rich people. Hell Judge, the dismembering step is happening now. Shark, you're late.
Raise a big shark rewarded 1 chainsaw card, A. Raise a big shark, chainsaw card has been set up. Can we arrange the Life King's waist sashimi too? Seeing that another royal level weird being had come, Sheng Ning smiled and said, thank you, Shark Emperor, for the blood coffin, I will set up the sashimi for you.
Owner of the waist. Sheng Ning opened the door wide and invited, come in. It's impossible to risk your life.
When the King of Destiny got angry, the live stream was blocked. He cornered Sheng Ning, lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him.
You know who I am and still dare to be so arrogant, huh? Let me see how brave you are.
His fingers slowly slid down, touching something cold, and with interest, he picked out the silver chain hanging around Sheng Ning's neck. With a flick of his finger, a simple men's ring hanging from it was pulled out. Fear gripped Destiny's breath for a moment as he yanked the chain off, his fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against the ring.
Whose is this?
Why does he feel an irresistible pull towards this ring? The ring called out to him, wanting to merge with him.
It's my husband's, give it back to me.
Sheng Ning tried to grab the ring back, but saw fearful Destiny placing the ring on his perfectly proportioned fingers. In an instant, an eerie tension filled the air. The temperature in the room plummeted rapidly.
Sheng Ning sensed the man in front of her transforming, enveloping the entire village in moments.
The whole village fell silent instantly, with not a single light left on. After a long time, the man reopened his eyes, revealing a wicked yet familiar smile, with a pool of spring water in his gaze, his voice soft and lingering. So you really are my wife?
Sheng Ning frowned.
The man didn't give Sheng Ning a chance to react, directly closing in, his broad body completely shielding her, fingers brushing aside the hair on her neck and shoulders, speaking lightly.
Guess who I am? Sheng Ning was already puzzled and shocked by this scene. Was it Chu Yuan, or the King of Destiny?
Hearing this, her mouth spoke without her brain's consent. Don't make me slap you. Chu Yuan, or rather the Chu Yuan with the personality of the King of Destiny, upon hearing this, seemed to hit a switch in his body and instantly returned to normal.
Wife, I miss you so much.
Saying this, he shamelessly leaned in to kiss Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning slapped him away, clearly unable to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth, but feigning disgust. Why is it you again? Isn't my handsome guy with 188 centimeters and six-pack abs? Chu Yuan laughed and lunged at her. I have 106, you don't believe me, touch and see. On the third day of the dungeon. Until the sun was high in the sky, Sheng Ning's livestream finally opened. After a full 16 hours, tens of thousands of comments in the livestream turned into what the hell, the moment Sheng Ning appeared.
Still alive? The host is actually still alive. Eerie Stock King, honey, are you okay? The King of Destiny didn't do anything to you yesterday, right?
Suddenly blocking the livestream had everyone shocked.
Only the Hell Judge remained calm. Did they, the royal eerie murderers, need to block the livestream? That Destiny kid must have been hogging all the action. Sheng Ning got up and saw Chu Yuan lounging in a deck chair, soaking up the sun.
He seemed way too comfortable, even the chubby tabby cat beside him couldn't match his leisure. Thinking about her terrible state last night, Sheng Ning kicked him in annoyance and turned to wash up.
Wife, how about another kick, to make it symmetrical?
Recalling how last night he insisted on symmetry and fairness, Sheng Ning gritted her teeth, wanting to hit him. After eating, Sheng Ning prepared to go check on the school. Chu Yuan was afraid something might happen to her again, insisting on following her no matter what.
Come on, what if something else uninvited showed up?
He wanted to enjoy his wife all to himself. Just as they stepped out of the house, a cool girl named Jifeng suddenly pounced out from the side.
18, Bai Shuer died last night. Sheng Ning was taken aback. What happened? These players should know the night was dangerous, they wouldn't still foolishly go out, right?
Jifeng said, the household where Shuer was staying, I heard someone tried to force her last night. After attacks were ineffective, Shuer fled, only to be found this morning hanging at the gate of the shrine. Sheng Ning grabbed Chu Yuan's wrist and glanced at her watch. It was already nearly 11 o'clock. I missed the morning class if I go now, so I will go to school in the afternoon. I want to go to the ancestral hall to take a look, is that okay?
Sheng Ning looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan grinned and said, of course you can.
If I cooperate like this, a kiss from you is not too much to ask.
Sheng Ning rolled her eyes and planted a kiss on Chu Yuan's cheek.
Without any bargaining, Chu Yuan instantly felt he lost out and pouted, saying, kiss here.
Sheng Ning couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her hand down. Why don't you hurry up and go?
The person walked ahead, his back head writing aggrieved, covering his face and mumbling quietly, just going, why hit people?
1 bite, 8 tricks, this can't be the King of Fate. Hell Judge, hee hee. Chapter 95.
There was still some distance from the ancestral hall, and Sheng Ning saw a crowd gathered from afar.
As soon as Chu Yuan with Zhao Feng's skin appeared, the surrounding crowd automatically scattered, creating a path for him. Sheng Ning took the opportunity to step forward and check on Bai Shuer's body.
Bai Shuer was that pure little flower, and at this moment her face was as pale as paper, her body stiff. Cool sister Jifeng and Sheng Ning briefly inspected Bai Shuer's body. There were no wounds, nor any signs of struggle.
It was like suicide.
The one who chose Bai Shuer was named Zhao Si, and he said to the village chief, this is a person we bought with money, whether she is dead or alive, you must let me take her. Someone died at the door of the ancestral hall, and the village chief's face looked very bad. When he saw Chu Yuan, the village chief shrank back for no reason. Embarrassed, the village chief averted his gaze and regained some authority, announcing the final decision. According to village rules, if an outsider dies, they must be thrown to the back mountain. Zhao Xi's face instantly changed. Village chief, our 4 brothers are relying on this one woman. If she dies, what will we do? The village chief coldly rebuked, you chose her yourself. If you hadn't broken the rules, she wouldn't have died. Zhao Xi, unwilling to accept, said, that won't do.
Suddenly, his gaze fell on Sheng Ning, who was taking off her coat to cover Bai Shuer's face. Zhao Xi licked his bruised lips. Zhao Feng's family has only one person, why should he monopolize such a beautiful woman? I want her to accompany me for a few days. His eyes were like a poisonous snake in the abyss, sticky and piercing, making Sheng Ning want to draw her knife. Do you think I'm a dead person? Zhu Yuanyan didn't expect that someone would dare to have designs on his wife while he was still here.
Before the others could react, Zhu Yuanyan delivered a flying kick, directly sending Zhao Xi crashing against the ancestral hall door. With the ancestral hall door wide open, Sheng Ning took the opportunity to get a clear look at the situation inside. In the gloomy room, red silk billowed, eerie and haunting. Sheng Ning wanted to look again when suddenly her eyes shot with pain, and she heard a woman's sharp cry piercing her nerves. Wife. Zhu Yuanyan stepped forward and held her in his arms, his icy palm covering her eyes. The pain and burning sensation immediately vanished, but before her was a blood-red haze.
Someone in the crowd shouted, Zhao Feng, don't go too far. You killed Zhao He yesterday, and today you've attacked Zhao Xi. What, are you dissatisfied with everyone in our village? This was the sweet and lovely family from yesterday. Zhao Feng had originally been behind him but ended up getting the best pick. He felt so sour. The village chief was afraid that if Zhu Yuanyan got angry, he would directly wipe out the entire scene, quickly smoothing things over. Zhao Feng, you should take the teacher home first. She just saw something she shouldn't have, her eyes are suffering right now. A stream of blood and tears welled from Sheng Ning's eyes. Zhu Yuanyan's icy palm eased the pain in her eyes but could not heal the injury done to them. In Zhu Yuanyan's heart, nothing mattered more than Sheng Ning. He directly princess carried her in his arms, his gaze cold and oppressive as he swept a glance around before leaving. Jifeng wanted to follow but was pulled back, unable to move. Sheng Ning's world was filled with blood red. It was as if she were immersed in a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, there were occasionally struggling figures, leaving Sheng Ning unable to tell if it was an illusion or not. Having lost her vision, Sheng Ning appeared quite uneasy, her brows tightly knitted together, causing Zhu Yuanyan to feel a pang of heartache. Zhu Yuanyan.
Sheng Ning called out softly, and was immediately embraced by someone. The familiar embrace made her relax slightly. It's okay, I'm here. Zhu Yuanyan kissed her hair gently, trying his best to give her a sense of safety.
Sheng Ning's mind was focused on the matters of the ancestral hall.
Just one glance at her and she ended up like this. The ancestral hall must be hiding something strange.
Moreover, seeing her frown, Zhu Yuanyan asked, what are you thinking about? Is your eye still hurting? The matters of the ancestral hall were part of the instance's storyline. Zhu Yuanyan couldn't intervene.
All he could do was ease Sheng Ning's pain as much as possible.
Sheng Ning shook her head, the healing card doesn't work on the eyes. It shouldn't be an injury, we probably need to find something specific to cure it. This isn't urgent. What I'm worried about is this afternoon's class. With me like this, do you think the rules will acknowledge it if I go to class? Zhu Yuanyan instinctively replied, just take a leave of absence. I can help you. But...
Before he finished speaking, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and his complexion turned pale in an instant, the strange aura around him cutting down by half.
Sheng Ning sensed something was wrong and hugged Zhu Yuanyan's waist in panic. What's wrong? What happened?
Zhu Yuanyan spat out the blood from his mouth, his handsome face stained with red at the corners of his lips, adding an extra touch of gloomy beauty to his demeanor.
But Sheng Ning could not see it.
It's nothing, just talked too much and got hit by the rules.
Zhu Yuanyan said it lightly, but the barrage of comments witnessing all this exploded. Raise a big shark, wow, the King of Fate's strange skill is changing the rules. How did he get hit by the rules? Hell Judge, TSK, can make such a simple mistake. King Yan is calling, wonderful, when have I seen the King of Fate lose control?
King Yan is calling, giving a blood coffin as a reward, 14,444 strange bills.
It's the
Point King, my 18th success, there are actually 4 royal level strangeness in this small live room. Weird Stock King, welcome, Point King, the Point King is grand. King Yan is calling, the host is under a curse, you slapped the King of Fate, I'll give you a curse removal card, guarantee it works. Zhu Yuanyan read the comments from the live room to Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning, you don't have a good reputation, why do so many people want to see you get hit? Zhu Yuanyan posed proudly, that's because I've slapped them all before. Then, he shouted at the live panel, my wife slaps me and I'm happy, you can't do that. Let me show you us kissing, you obediently hand over the curse removal card. King Yan is calling, vile person. Zhu Yuanyan held Sheng Ning, grinning, wife, he agreed.
Saying this, he hugged Sheng Ning and gave her a peck.
Raise a big shark, can't take it, hurry and give him the card.
King Yen is calling, rewarding 1 curse removal card, A.
Who is admiring me without saying?
Royal level strangeness doesn't have cards lower than A level.
Sweet sweet long live, I came from next door, good afternoon to all the princes.
Our broadcaster, Little Sweet, is super cute and knows how to act spoiled. Princes can move to our live room.
No way, are they all here recruiting people? Do they have no home?
Sweet long live has been kicked out of the live room by Weird Stock King.
King Yen is calling, if I'm not mistaken, the curse is related to the plot, we can wait to use it later. As night fell, Zhu Yuanian happily held Sheng Ning and fell asleep.
But Sheng Ning did not sleep soundly, she knew this was the effect of the curse. It was a bloody dream, and in the dream was an abominable face, which was Zhao Si from the day before. She was by Shuer, and after finally escaping from Zhao Si's home, finding another place to stay in a very exclusive mountain village was extremely difficult. After taking a few steps, Bai Shuer saw a woman dressed in red ahead.
Players capable of entering B-level instances. How could there be a complete lack of vigilance?
She had just thought about escaping when another woman in red appeared behind her. Bai Shuer could not escape and had no choice but to follow them back to a house. The women told Bai Shuer that they were all trafficked here and now gathered together to find a way out. There were more than a dozen women in red, or even more, and they hoped Bai Shuer would join them to fight against the people in the village.
Sheng Ning could feel Bai Shuer's spirit rapidly declining, and soon she agreed to join them.
Then, they revealed to Bai Shuer how she could join them.
Sheng Ning, wake up.
Zhu Yunyan's anxious voice made Sheng Ning realize something was wrong. Without any hesitation, Sheng Ning used an exorcism card, and the blood-red sight before her faded away, but what she saw sent chills down her spine. Zhu Yunyan was holding his chest, and his mouth was stained with dark red blood. And she was now standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall, holding a noose in her hand. If it weren't for Zhu Yunyan waking her up, she would be the next one to die. Zhu Yunyan was covering his chest, looking very unwell, clearly having taken another hit from the rules.
Sheng Ning hurried over, heart aching, are you okay?
Just then, the door of the ancestral hall suddenly opened, and countless flying red silks fell to the ground, transforming into the figures of women. These women had no strange aura and silently stared at Sheng Ning with resentful and sinister gazes. Zhu Yunyan was not feeling well. Within one day, he had been hit by the rules twice. Even merging with his strongest talented clone did not help him feel any better.
Wife, it hurts.
Zhu Yunyan spoiled had a pout, leaning a tall frame of 1 meter 80 against Sheng Ning's embrace, grunting. Sheng Ning felt extremely distressed, taking out an apple and handing it to Zhu Yunyan, eat this, see if it helps.
Zhu Yunyan shook his head, I want a hug.
Sheng Ning held him tightly, rubbing his back, just as she met the resentful gaze of the group of women. The leading woman, named Sheng Ning, wore a deep purple-red robe, looking about 30 years old, but her voice sounded like an old woman in her 70s or 80s. How could someone fall in love with the men here? You should really die. Hearing this, Sheng Ning guessed these people must be the women trafficked here. They were all pitiful souls. Sheng Ning did not want to tangle with them, as she only worried about Zhu Yunyan's injuries.
Just as Sheng Ning was about to leave, Sheng Ning realized she could no longer persuade this woman.
Her face instantly twisted into a grimace, and a surge of mental power attacked Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning had long seen through their tricks, took a bite of the apple, and stabilized her spirit.
Releasing Zhu Yunyan, she drew her sword and severed the red clothing and hair tips of the woman. The force of that sword shocked Sheng Ning and the others into a daze.
Someone shouted, how is this possible? How can you harm us?
Running her fingers along the sharp blade, Sheng Ning kindly explained, this sword is called the true sword, the invincible sword. The women in the ancestral hall glared at Sheng Ning with hatred. One pointed at her and scolded, you are a woman too, how can you side with them? We should unite to leave this place.
A cold smile escaped Sheng Ning's lips, the unity you talk about is just leading us to die together?
Rule 3, stay away from the corpses in the village. The corpses refer to these women before her. Perhaps these people were already dead, or perhaps they lived in another form.
But these people were definitely not allies.
Staying with them for too long would affect her spirit. And the way to join them was to hang oneself at the entrance of the ancestral hall.
Bai Shuer was influenced and tricked into dying by them.
Sheng Ning coughed twice, this is not death, it is eternal life. Sheng Ning scoffed, no matter what it is, we must choose for ourselves, your words do not count. She put away the long sword. Supporting Zhu Yuanyan to leave, before departing, she warned, I won't interfere in your matters, but don't set your sights on me, and don't let my husband get hurt again. Sheng Ning knew they couldn't keep this woman, but they were just 3 people short.
Just 3 women, and they could achieve immortality, they could leave this place.
Supporting the grumbling Zhu Yuanyan back, Sheng Ning felt extremely pained, not knowing how badly he had been hurt, even the strange aura around him had nearly disappeared.
Back home, she settled Zhu Yuanyan on the bed.
Suddenly, Sheng Ning thought of something that had appeared in the supply stash, roasted chicken.
Smelling the roasted chicken, Zhu Yuanyan suddenly sat up with a start, his eyes wide, what is this?
Seeing him perk up a bit, Sheng Ning's mood lifted, playfully saying, "Darling, come eat some chicken." Chu Yuanyan swallowed, gazing at the roasted chicken, feeling a deep craving from within his soul for the first time. He couldn't be bothered to banter with Sheng Ning, tearing off a plump chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth. As the chicken entered his mouth, the rich, fatty flavor spread instantly. The meat was incredibly tender, with every bite bursting with rich juices, so smooth that he could swallow it almost without chewing.
After finishing the entire chicken, Chu Yuanyan let out a deep breath, the strange aura around him re-emerging, and his face regained some color. Does it really work? Sheng Ning had only tried it out of curiosity, and it seemed to be effective. Chu Yuanyan waved his hand, the grease on his fingers cleaned, leaning against Sheng Ning, feeling as if he had no bones. "A little bit, I'm still very weak, I need my wife to hug me, and a kiss would be even better." Sheng Ning. 8 Strange, host, don't be fooled by such poor acting. Just as the bullet screen passed, Sheng Ning lowered her head, hooking Chu Yuanyan's chin with her index finger, planting a gentle kiss. Strange Stock King, husband, don't spoil him so much. Hell Judge tipped 1 soul eye card, Hell Judge, wash your eyes. But what is that? It can actually heal damage from rules. Sheng Ning calmed the small dog down, went out to wash her hands, glanced at the bullet screen and replied, "I don't know, it just appeared after leveling up, haven't seen this from a king level weirdness?" Hell Judge, never seen before. Raise a great shark, never seen, curious, want to try. Yama has named, it looks delicious, is it from the Master of Life's dungeon? I'll go take a look. 3 minutes later. Yama has named, Fear of Destiny, you little brat, actually closed the dungeon channel. 4th day of the dungeon. At dawn, Sheng Ning still hadn't fully woken up when the livestream forced her awake. Strange Stock King, husband, get up quickly, there's a forced PK on the other side. 8 Strange, no martial ethics, little sweet, I'm going to scold you. Sheng Ning looked at the forced PK, each dungeon gives every player 1 chance for a forced PK, and the one challenging her was that cute little girl, Little Sweet. Since it was a forced PK, as Sheng Ning just woke up, the live screen split in half, one half showed a woman drowsily being held in a man's arms, looking petite and charming. The other half showed a disheveled, dirty girl with 2 dry leaves on her head. The PK timer already displayed, the countdown of 10 minutes had begun. Within 10 minutes, whoever received more gifts would win. Little Sweet, 18, come to the back mountain, and the loser will enter the cave in the back mountain. After saying that, Little Sweet started to do a glass cleaning dance. Her lovely face, enchanting dance moves, twisting her soft, fair waist. In less than half a minute, Little Sweet's PK health bar quickly overwhelmed Sheng Ning. Strange Stock King, husband, Little Sweet just entered the cave, then had to retreat in less than 2 minutes. The cave is very dangerous, it's best if you don't go. 1 punch to exorcise, Amatba, I heard there's a life king who dismembers here, I'm a little hungry, I wonder if there's extra brainflower sashimi, holy light illuminates. A punch transcends, gifting 1 candle. If you don't understand, just ask, is this the Buddhist emperor? Used to seeing the royal great oddities taking a blood coffin. Hell Judge, monk, you're stingy, let me show you. I want to eat the king of life's belly sashimi. Hell Judge rewards 1 urn. Sheng Ning takes out a chainsaw and reveals a signature smile with curved eyes to the screen. Chapter 97. Raise a big shark, finally, there's meat to eat, keep some for me when the king of life goes into the water, there's fish at home, excited, rubbing hands. In the screen, Sheng Ning holds the chainsaw in one hand, walks barefoot off the bed, and jumps lightly down from the 2nd floor, running towards the back mountain without stopping. Sheng Ning's speed attribute value nearly matches that of disaster-level oddities, a 10-minute trek for a normal person. She rushes to the back mountain in 5 minutes while carrying the buzzing chainsaw. Little Sweet, shaking her hips, is in the middle of her driving test when Sheng Ning swings the chainsaw directly at her, scaring Little Sweet to run around the mountain in a panic. What the hell, has the streamer gone crazy? Where did this crazy woman come from? Let go of Little Sweet. Hell Judge. It's something she can do. Raise a big shark, although it can't compare to the king of life, eating a player is also good, slurp. A punch transcends, go ahead, the poor monk will chant scriptures to offset the sins first. When the two appeared in the same space, the live broadcast panel merged into one, and the barrage on top was a mix of everything. Blood bars fluctuated high and low. In the 10-minute PK, it was about to end. Sheng Ning's PK bar just had a little bit left, several royal great oddities were joking around, showing no signs of danger. The King of Oddities looked at Sheng Ning, who was still chasing and killing, feeling a bit anxious. King of Oddities, honey, stop messing around, quickly pull some votes. Fallen City Lord rewards Soul Guide banner X1 X2. X5, 1444 by 5. Desperate Housewife rewards 1 Ghost Fire Paper Horse, 3,444 odd currency. Desperate Housewife, Old Ping, I have to go on a mission, you help me keep watch, my dear daughter must not be bullied. Peaceful Viewmaster, okay, we are Little 18's family and friends group, remember to reimburse me later. Peaceful View Master rewards 1 Ghost Fire Paper Horse, 3,444 odd currency. Raise a Big Shark, friends and family group, add me in. Rewards 1 Blood Coffin, 14,444 odd currency. Hell Judge, what kind of friends and family group are you? A Punch Transcends, Eating Friends group?
PK ends, and Sheng Ning loses by a narrow margin. Little Sweet covered in mud, with dirt on her face, suddenly bursts into laughter at the moment she sees the result. Haha, you lost. According to our PK agreement, you have to go into the cave.
Sheng Ning hoists the chainsaw again. What if I don't go?
Before Little Sweet could answer, Hell Judge sent a barrage.
Hell Judge, not executing the PK agreement, directly erase. Hell Judge, go on, there are good things waiting for you inside. Raise a Big Shark, no way, Judge, aren't you the most fair and strict one? Why are you letting it slide now? No wonder you privately messaged me not to give gifts. Hell Judge. Telling you not to give gifts didn't mean to lift my pants. Consider yourself lucky.
Sheng Ning, carrying the chainsaw, counted her cards and fearlessly stepped into the cave. The cave is pitch dark, with a faint rotten smell wafting through. But since the Royal Great Oddity said there are things in this cave, Sheng Ning naturally wants to take a look. She just feels displeased about being forced to do things. Moreover, Zhu Yuanyan's condition is off. After last night, his body started heating up and fell into a deep sleep. Probably related to the rules, being forced to do tasks at this moment certainly left Sheng Ning in a bad mood. The chainsaw is not easy to use. Sheng Ning summons the invincible true sword and walks deeper into the cave. After taking 2 steps, she heard a sharp ghostly wail, and a similar mental attack came at her. With a stroke of the sword, the mental attack was blocked, and a red figure flashed in front, prompting Sheng Ning to follow closely. After running for dozens of meters, the rotten smell became stronger ahead. In the darkness, a slightly raised small hill became extraordinarily eye-catching.
Do you know what this is?
A mysterious voice came from behind Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning's sword tip pointed directly at the chest of the person behind her, and only then did she realize that this was the woman who had led in the ancestral hall yesterday. The woman spoke to herself. My name is Sheng Ning, I was deceived here 40 years ago. They said that if I taught here for 2 years, I would gain extra points and could be a teacher when I returned to school. Another woman appeared behind Sheng Ning, her face oval, with apricot eyes and delicate cheekbones. I came here 20 years ago. They said as long as my teaching results were excellent, I could go back a year early.
I came 18 years ago. I came 16 years ago. One after another, ethereal and ghostly girls echoed through the cave.
Sheng Ning sensed something was wrong and decisively used a temporary attribute card, restoring her mental strength to 79. She broke out in a cold sweat, unaware that her mental energy had been drained by 40 points.
Oh. Your mental strength is so strong. Sheng Ning said in surprise. How did you do it? Can you tell us?
Sheng Ning swung her sword, with a hint of real fire. I've said, don't think about taking from me. A look of astonishment flashed in Sheng Ning's eyes. You've seen them and still managed to come out alive, that's impressive.
Seeing Sheng Ning's confusion, Sheng Ning explained, we are not the same person, you can feel it, right?
I am a ghost, and she is a corpse. However, our desires are different. I seek revenge, while their wish is to live and escape. But we all need the same thing, mental strength.
With your mental strength, if you join us, we can quickly take revenge. Will you help us?
Sheng Ning's voice was normal, like a big sister gently coaxing.
Her brow only showed determination, lacking the resentment seen in Sheng Ning yesterday. But can you trust what a ghost says? Sheng Ning replied coldly, what qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me?
Sheng Ning produced a yellow talisman with several big characters written in cinnabar, clearance rules.
Sheng Ning's pupils flickered. The clearance rules are actually here?
Sheng Ning continued to offer, as a reward for you joining us, I will give you the clearance rules. As long as you give us your mental strength, I guarantee you'll clear the level.
How about it? Is this what the judging king was talking about? Sheng Ning hesitated and then accepted.
Mental strength was like a few apples to her, so this deal was actually not a loss.
In fact, Sheng Ning was still making a profit.
But she always felt something was off. After much contemplation, she still decided to accept the clearance rules. Sheng Ning escorted Sheng Ning to the cave entrance and casually withdrew half of Sheng Ning's mental strength. She smiled sweetly at Sheng Ning. See you tomorrow. Little Sweetie had not left. She also wanted to see how many powerful ghostly women were in this live streaming room. When Sheng Ning appeared completely unharmed, Little Sweetie, who had been waiting to see the drama, directly lost her composure, screaming, Ah! How are you still okay? Without needing Sheng Ning to answer, the bullet comments in Little Sweetie's livestream had already given the answer. Come on, big sister, look at her talent and mental strength, some people just need to practice more. I'm leaving, still, this beautiful girl is exciting, she even got the clearance rules. Hearing about the clearance rules, Little Sweetie became even more overwhelmed and rushed in front of Sheng Ning. You got the clearance rules, let me see them quickly. As she spoke, she attempted to snatch them away.
In Chapter 98.
Sheng Ning kicked the person away, causing little sweetie to lose her balance and tumble down the hillside. Back home, Chu Yuanyan was still asleep, burning hot to the touch. Sheng Ning couldn't figure out what was going on. The bullet comments were just chatting, and several powerful ghosts had not spoken.
TSK, this fated person's popularity isn't great, no one cares about him at all.
After thinking for a while, Sheng Ning simply got warm water to wipe Chu Yuanyan's body. After this hassle, he still didn't wake up, and finally, someone spoke in the comments.
One punch exorcism, is the fate king about to evolve? Yama calling out, impossible, this bastard's talent is already so good. How can there be evolution? Hell Judge, I suspect that roast chicken is poisoned. Send it over for me to taste, I will prove your innocence.
Raise a big shark, Judge, you are still the best.
Sheng Ning.
She took out the roast chicken, waved it in front of the live stream panel, and then handed it to Chu Yuanyan.
Chu Darong, it's time to eat.
Sheng Ning's voice was so sweet it could drown you, her lingering tone burrowing deep into the heart, her loving eyes paired with her stunningly beautiful face making one unable to resist.
Raise a big shark, what the hell? Why is this the King of Destiny's instance? I want to go in too.
King of Hell called out, smart people have already closed all instance channels, cold.
Hell Judge, old silver coin.
Chu Yuanyan was awakened by a delightful aroma, with his eyes closed he acted spoiled, wife.
I'm so tired, can you feed me? Sheng Ning.
In front of the live stream, Sheng Ning took care of her husband who could not take care of himself. After finishing everything, Sheng Ning finally found time to open the yellow paper, and a line of bright red characters caught her eye.
Clearing rules. 1. Enter the ancestral hall and come out alive, C-level clearance.
2. Survive for 30 days, and leave as one person, B-level clearance.
3. Rescue survivors, A-level clearance.
4. Obtain the confession of a villager, S-level clearance.
Sheng Ning.
These clearance rules cannot be said to be simple, they can only be described as baffling. From the information Sheng Ning currently had, entering the ancestral hall and draining spiritual power meant death.
Surviving for 30 days has always been a C-level clearance, suddenly turning into a B-level clearance is harder than C-level? And leaving as one person, what does that mean? Is someone trying to leave with something strange? Unsolvable. Rescue survivors? Does this mean that there are still women in the village who have not been sold but are still alive? Who is this person?
Since she entered the village, she has hardly seen any women, this is complicated.
Don't even mention S-level clearance. Based on what Sheng Ning saw in the cave on the back mountain, these people could not possibly repent. They have formed a normal and correct understanding that buying people is right. Just like bargaining when buying vegetables, it's seen as correct. Their mothers, their wives, even their daughters-in-law are all bought. Making them realize this error and repent is no different than asking them to curse their ancestors. At this moment, Sheng Ning suddenly thought of why they bought people to continue their lineage. B-level clearance means, that is to say, if pregnant, one cannot leave the instance. Sheng Ning gasped in shock, pushing Chu Yuanyan, who had just entered a dream. Chu Yuanyan, still dazed, stretched his arms to hold her in his embrace.
Wife, don't worry, I'll be fine soon. No, this instance does not allow pregnancy.
You.
Thinking about how many people in the livestream were still watching, Sheng Ning felt so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die, her face turning bright red. Weird stock king, hubby's blush is so cute.
Come let auntie give you a kiss.
Raise a big shark, the instance channel is all closed, Shark King is here, who dares to challenge? Don't worry, I've modified the rules on you, having 100 times a night won't make you pregnant. Chu Yuanyan rubbed against the person in his arms, smelling the familiar scent, satisfied he went back to sleep.
Sheng Ning. What? He modified what? What rules did he change? Who changed the rules?
Sheng Ning was stunned for a few seconds before realizing, as the bullet screen had mentioned, the fear of Destiny's weird art is to change rules.
Such a defying skill must be SSS level at least.
Looking again at her panel with, merge, random, true sword, crossed out.
Sheng Ning fell silent again. Hell Judge, the biological son of the rules is so reckless. One punch exorcism, Amitba, master of destiny, this humble monk now wants to exorcise you a bit. King of Hell called out, Destiny dog, if you have the ability, open the instance and let's compare. 1 bite 8 weird, wait, even the king level weird arts are this powerful? 100 times in a night.
Knowing she wouldn't get pregnant, Sheng Ning relaxed her mind and changed clothes before heading to school for class.
At school. A man was standing on the podium. In a friendly and warm atmosphere, an English class was in session.
Seeing Sheng Ning come over, he turned around, a ridiculously exaggerated smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he slightly nodded at Sheng Ning.
It's that sleazy guy. How is he still alive?
After the class, Sheng Ning saw the woman who had spoken that day come to pick up the man. The man is called Suan Shui Xiao. His looks are average, but he seems gentle and scholarly, using his face to harm many female players. His livestream is full of people waiting to see him broadcast some indecent scenes. Who would have thought he would fall into Sheng Ning's hands this time? In the quiet village at night, even the village chief didn't dare to easily send someone to bring back Suan Shui Xiao.
But now, this man appeared before Sheng Ning unharmed.
No, this person is not Suan Shui Xiao.
After Sheng Ning copied the Soulai card, she used it immediately.
Skill card, Soulai, see-through appearance to the essence. If you can't see through, you should wash your eyes.
Sheng Ning.
The Judgment King might as well not be called Judgment King, but the Damage King instead. Equipped with the Soulai, Sheng Ning saw a layer of gray covering Suan Shui Xiao's body. The woman next to her was surrounded by black, a strange color.
Not far away, the cool girl Wind was coming this way, surrounded by a faint blue hue, with a strange black aura within the blue.
In short, Suan Shui Xiao's color was completely different from theirs. He is neither strange nor a player. That can only mean he is the third type of being in this copy. As Sheng Ning was preparing for class, she suddenly realized there was only one student in the classroom, and it was the little student who provided the clue. She took out a small apple and handed it to him, asking, "Where are the others?" The little student bit into the juicy apple with his cheeks puffed up and replied, "They're not coming anymore."
Sheng Ning, why aren't they coming? The chubby boy, their moms came back.
After class, Wind broke through the clouds and was already waiting there. Her eyes were hesitant to speak. Just by exchanging glances, Sheng Ning understood her intentions. You can have the rules to clear the level, but you must swear on your own life that you won't do anything to harm me, and you won't betray me. Although Sheng Ning had already let go of Yang Xiaowan's betrayal, it also made her understand. There are never eternal friends in this strange game, only eternal benefits. This requirement was nothing, Wind swore before the two strange livestreamers. Sheng Ning was also straightforward, granting Wind the rules to clear the level. From Sheng Ning's perspective, even if everyone knew the rules to clear the level, it would be of no use. When Wind saw the B-level clearance, her expression froze briefly, and she asked Sheng Ning with confusion, "B-level clearance?" In her terrified gaze, Sheng Ning slowly nodded. Wind's expression became rich and varied. Sheng Ning spoke to pull Wind back to reality. "We can't go to the ancestral hall, by swear is a lesson learned from the past. We only have the A-level clearance left to save the survivors. That kid just said that someone's mom came back. I suspect they might be a survivor. I think we can do home visits." At this moment, Wind's mind was filled with things she couldn't get pregnant with, she had already been. Since entering this copy, she knew she couldn't escape this matter. Just now, she was still thankful that she had managed to charm the man's family. She didn't have to deal with 3 men at once. But, unexpectedly, Wind took a deep breath, suppressing the nausea in her heart, and made up her mind to clear the A-level, earn points, and get a new body. Wind agreed, "Okay, let's finish class and go together at noon." During the waiting time, Sheng Ning was not idle, she was worried about one thing. Hidden rules. Last time, she had fallen for the hidden rules, and this time the copy had only 5 rules, so there must be other rules in existence. Finally, Sheng Ning focused her gaze on the teacher's dormitory that had been deliberately destroyed. In the teacher's dormitory, chaos reigned, with scattered items emitting a foul smell, even mushrooms had grown in the damp corners.
Huh? Why are there mushrooms growing there?
Sheng Ning drew her sword, clearing away the debris near the mushrooms in just a few swings. Sheng Ning thought, if I were a girl who had been kidnapped and wanted to hide something, where would I hide it?
Underground.
Around the mushrooms, Sheng Ning stabbed multiple times, and the live stream viewers watched in pain.
No, streamer, that's an SSS level talent, not a shovel. Which royal master is here? I have a shovel card, can you help me give it to the streamer? It hurts my heart. Hell Judge, I just admire how you don't take that SSS level talent seriously. On the 5th stab, Sheng Ning hit something hard. Using the sword as a shovel, she soon unearthed a purple sandalwood box from the ground. Opening it revealed a damp photo, its face unrecognizable, along with an ancient book. The writing in the book was blurry, making it impossible to read. On the back of the ancient book, a line written in red ochre caught her eye. Hidden Rule 1, do not trust anyone, do not believe everything you see. Hidden Rule 2, leave here, you must leave before the night of the full moon. It was the night of the full moon again, and the 4th rule also mentioned the full moon night. Rule 4, beware of the full moon night. Today was the 12th day of the 5th month in the lunar calendar. Only 3 days remained until the full moon night. Sheng Ning was deep in thought when suddenly footsteps approached from beside her. Class was over. Jifeng walked out of the classroom, just in time to see Sheng Ning coming out with the box and exclaimed in surprise, "You found something again?" Sheng Ning replied, "It's valuable, but not much."
With the live stream going, Sheng Ning couldn't hide the matter of the hidden rules. It is worth mentioning that although the livestream could see the rules obtained by the player, they could not post the rules in the comments. The two exited the school gate, planning to visit the student who lived at the village entrance. They knocked on the door of a tile-roofed house at the village entrance. A woman in her 30s opened the door, looking gaunt with hollow eyes.
Who are you looking for?
The woman looked at the two brightly dressed women and had already guessed their identity. When she saw Sheng Ning's appearance clearly, a flash of dark light quickly flickered in her eyes. She immediately put on a smile, and her tone became much gentler. You must be the new teachers, please come in. As Sheng Ning and Jifeng stepped through the door, the woman suddenly slammed the door shut. With a frail body, she somehow summoned the strength to swing a hoe next to her, aiming it at Sheng Ning's head. If that hit, she would probably log off immediately. Sheng Ning had been on guard against the woman, dodging the hoe while swiftly sidestepping, locking the woman's arm and pinning her firmly to the ground.
Are you insane?
You know we are teachers and still attacked.
Jifeng couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha.
Teachers? What teachers? You're just a bunch of fools who have been deceived, thinking you're important after being trafficked here. The woman's face pressed against the ground as she let out a sorrowful laugh. The laughter attracted the attention of men in the house. 3 or 4 burly men with dark skin appeared, one of them holding a newborn baby. Upon seeing this scene, the men immediately swung their fists.
Run!
Seeing the situation was dire, Sheng Ning pulled Jifeng to climb over the wall and jump out.
First home visit failed. Jifeng frowned, clearly not expecting it to turn out this way. What should we do next? Do we still need to go?
Sheng Ning shook her head. No need, it's already certain that she is one of the survivors. As for the other child's mother who returned, it's reasonable to think she also came back after giving birth.
The hostility from these survivors was intense. After all, when a person stays in a muddy pit for too long, if someone passes by, they would rather let others feel the taste of being trapped in the mire too. Heavy-heartedly returning home, Sheng Ning originally wanted to see how Chu Yuan Nian was doing.
As she passed by the kitchen, she saw a tall, strong man with bronze skin cooking without a shirt on. Upon seeing Sheng Ning return, Chu Yuan Nian raised his eyebrows and showed a mischievous and wicked smile. You're back, wash your hands and get ready to eat.
Sheng Ning's inexplicable anxiety was suddenly cured.
She hugged Chu Yuan Nian's strong waist from behind, her face pressed against his back, her whole being relaxed like a loosened string, her sharpness turned soft.
Feeling better?
Chu Yuan Nian enjoyed this position very much, his smile becoming harder to hide. My wife has miraculous hands. If Hua Tuo were alive, he'd be amazed. With my wife's skills, even a minor nightmare can't escape her grasp.
Cooking, serving, all in one go.
Once Chu Yuan Nian tidied everything up, he lifted Sheng Ning into his arms, bending down to let her sit on his shoulder. With one hand holding a tray, he walked towards the dining room with a pose full of boyfriend vibes, sexual tension, and a husband's charm.
The comments section erupted in excitement. Is the King of Fate so good at flirting? I need to take notes. The King of Hell calls you out, flirt. Raise a big shark, roamer. One punch to redemption, flexed biceps light skin tone I can do it too. Hell judge, flirty monk. Chapter 100. After dinner, Sheng Ning washed the dishes while Chu Yuan Nian leaned casually against the sink.
The scene was harmonious, leading viewers in the livestream to call it a strange version of rural romance.
Looking at the slight worry in Sheng Ning's brows, Chu Yuan Nian suddenly spoke. Wife, what's my name? Sheng Ning instinctively replied, You are Jinshin, you. Zhao Feng. Just as she was about to scold him, Sheng Ning remembered that Chu Yuan Nian wouldn't randomly ask this question. He was Chu Yuan Nian, and also, the NPC of this scenario, Zhao Feng. And she was Zhao Feng's wife. Talking to Zhao Feng to understand the village situation was acceptable, right? Chu Yuan Nian raised his eyebrows, looking smug. What a smart wife.
Sheng Ning knew this was Chu Yuan Nian avoiding the rules, fearing a sudden rule twist again. She inquired carefully. Today, there's only one student in class, the other two's mothers came back.
What were they doing before? Did they give birth? Chu Yuan Nian coughed, frowning as he admonished, Why are you asking this? Just focus on your studies. Sheng Ning, did this really start? Fine then.
Sheng Ning cleared her throat, her voice soft. We will have children in the future, you must let me feel at ease with you. Chu Yuan Nian put on a stern face, his voice carrying a hint of harshness. If you go to the baby cave on the back mountain, I'll tell you, if you ever try to run, I'll beat you and throw you in there. And I warn you, don't think of escaping. No one in this village can get out. If caught, I'll break your legs. And you're not allowed to see that old lady Li on the east side of the village. Sheng Ning obediently and submissively replied, Okay, don't be angry. I will listen to you. Hell judge, hee, who can act better than you two? On the eastern mountain of the village stood a lonely wooden house with a simple picket fence, very shabby. When Sheng Ning and Jifeng arrived, old lady Li was watering the vegetable garden in her yard. Upon seeing them, she paused for a moment, and then her eyes sparkled with joy.
You two must be the new teachers in the village.
Old Lady Li smiled kindly, rubbing her hands together, looking both nervous and excited. Ji Feng and Sheng Ning exchanged glances. Yes, we wanted to find a student, we didn't expect to come to your place. Glancing at Old Lady Li's expression, seeing no doubt in her eyes, Ji Feng continued, it seems we rarely see women in the village, you are the first.
Hearing this, Old Lady Li showed a hint of nervousness. You really haven't noticed anything strange?
Sheng Ning took over the conversation, sincerely saying, of course, we know, but we have no way, and we don't know what to do.
Could you help us? Old Lady Li, are there only two of you? If there are two people, then I have no way, right? What about those three?
Old Lady Li suppressed the wild joy in her eyes. Well, I do have a way, but it might require a sacrifice from you.
Sheng Ning eagerly grasped Old Lady Li's hand. As long as it lets us leave here, we will do anything.
Old Lady Li smiled with satisfaction. Then tonight at midnight, come to the ancestral hall, and I will tell you the way. Sheng Ning suppressed the darkness in her eyes, asking while playing along, why the ancestral hall?
One of our companions has already died there.
Old Lady Li's expression became excited. She didn't die but gained eternal life, and soon you will gain eternal life too. When the full moon night comes, our eternal life formation will be complete, and then no one can kill us, we can leave here.
Sheng Ning and Jifeng exchanged a glance, finally extracting a key piece of information.
Old Lady Li thought she was hiding it well, but Sheng Ning took in every expression of hers. It seems this Old Lady Li really wants them to join this formation. 2 won't do, they need 3. It appears that the formation has a requirement for the number of people.
Night. Sheng Ning stood alone at the door of the ancestral hall.
It seems Jifeng did not think of a way to sneak out. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the door of the ancestral hall slowly opened. Chunning still wore the red robe, looking at Sheng Ning with a resentful gaze, mocking, I thought you were so powerful, but now you still have to rely on us.
Sheng Ning turned and walked away. Hey. Why are you leaving? I just said one thing. Chunning angrily blocked Sheng Ning's path. Your temper is too bad, doesn't your man discipline you?
Sheng Ning smiled with her teeth showing, clearly asking for a beating. He likes me this way.
Chunning, at Yuan percented hashtag. Wants to curse but is afraid of scaring Sheng Ning away. Chunning asked again, why are you alone? What about the other one? Sheng Ning, what do you think?
Chunning, at hashtag Yuan and asterisk Yuan, she was so annoyed, she wanted to hit someone. Knowing the other didn't get out, Chunning had no choice but to throw a rope to Sheng Ning, saying briskly, you might as well die, I allow you to join us, but you must be polite to me.
Sheng Ning, have to die? Chunning, the formation only works for the dead. You love to die or not? No, hurry up and die.
Sheng Ning continued to argue with her, dying is fine, but you have to explain clearly what this formation is, right?
I'm such a beautiful gem, what if you trick me? Who will I go to for justice? Chunning. Raise a big shark, what's wrong, feeling a bit like the Fate King?
Hell judge, proximity to the red leads to danger, proximity to fate leads to debt.
Raise a big shark, then those close to me are handsome.
Chunning hated this woman so much, she couldn't hit her, couldn't outtalk her, so she had to call Bai Shuer out.
The moment Bai Shuer appeared, Sheng Ning's 8 points of belief turned to 10.
Bai Shuer, refined and elegant, was also a corpse. They should all be affected by the formation.
But
Chunning in the back mountain needed mental energy now, and current corpse Chunning not only needed mental energy but also enough people.
How many people? What formation? Eternal life? Is there really such a thing as eternal life?
Confirming some facts, Sheng Ning no longer lingered, turned, and left, leaving behind a floating word in the wind, counting the days. Today is not suitable for death, let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. The suddenly enlightened Chunning, at %Yuan and
at home, Chu Yuanyan closed his eyes pretending to nap.
Sheng Ning burrowed into his arms, continuing her act. Brother Feng, I just heard a woman's voice near the ancestral hall, who was it?
Calling him Brother Feng made Chu the film emperor come alive again. What voice? You are not allowed to go to the ancestral hall anymore.
Sheng Ning was drawing circles on his waist, using her charms. Brother, you just tell me. Chu Yuanyan caught her annoying little hand. Then you can't tell anyone else, I only heard it from my mom. Only then did Sheng Ning understand who Chunning really was.
Chapter 101. 6th day of the instance.
Sheng Ning left home in the morning, rubbing her sore back, deciding she needed to rest well for a few days after this instance ends.
Once back in the cave,
Chunning and Guai never expected that Sheng Ning would come so early. Let's put it this way, the strange and the human are completely opposite in terms of time difference.
Just as Chunning and Guai had fallen asleep, Sheng Ning arrived.
Yawning, Chunning and Guai reached her hand towards Sheng Ning's head to collect spiritual energy, but Sheng Ning caught her wrist. Sister, I've given you spiritual energy too, but you have to tell me how to help me clear the level, Sheng Ning said with a smile.
Chunning Guai glanced at her, half smiling. Isn't a B-level clearance enough? Sheng Ning replied, as the saying goes, thieves don't leave empty-handed, and geese leave feathers when they fly by. Since we're going into a dungeon, 1 B-level clearance is not enough? Chunning raised her eyebrows, not expecting Sheng Ning to be so ambitious. But having ambition is easier to handle. She said, give me 100 spiritual energy every day, and I guarantee you an S-level clearance. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes at Chunning, clearly having a big appetite. A level 3 player's normal spiritual energy is about 40 to 50. She wanted 100 spiritual energy right from the start, which meant Sheng Ning must have a little apple to dare to agree. Okay, Sheng Ning said confidently, but I need to ask a few questions. Chunning replied, go ahead. Sheng Ning stared at Chunning, her red lips slightly parted. What exactly will happen on the night of the full moon? The full moon night mentioned in the rules is related to corpses. Chunning wouldn't be able to get much information from there, so Sheng Ning had to take a roundabout approach. You're really smart. Chunning Guai sighed. To complete the formation, it needs to be guided by the bright moonlight, traveling through all the meridians, to gain immortality. Sheng Ning continued to ask, so what is your formation, and when is it formed? Chunning's expression stiffened, her scholarly face flashing with a hint of madness. You even know this? It's not hard to guess. You all need spiritual energy, each occupying a side. Besides, it's your own words, don't you have your own schemes? This guess from Sheng Ning came from what Zhao Feng had told her about the villages past last night. 40 years ago, the village chief who went to the city for study encountered the young, beautiful, and well-educated Chunning. Chunning was a city girl and certainly didn't want to come to the mountain village. Later, the village chief deceived Chunning back under the pretense of educational support and imprisoned her in the mountains. What's even harder for Chunning to accept was that the village chief's brother also fell in love with this scholarly girl, and the two brothers defiled her together. Chunning suffered severe hemorrhaging during childbirth and was coldly abandoned in the infant cave after giving birth to a daughter. She couldn't accept this blow, and on a rainy night, dressed in red, she hung herself at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Since then, strange events happened in the village continuously, until 3 years later when an old woman named Li came and set up a formation to break the village's strange happenings, allowing the village to become peaceful again. Old woman Li wanted to help the corpse of Chunning complete the formation of immortality. What was her aim? Sheng Ning could only guess. The one who truly wanted immortality was old woman Li. Everyone was played by old woman Li. Then Chunning Guai needing spiritual energy clearly also relates to the formation. What did she want to do? I just want revenge. I want everyone to pay the price. Chunning Guai's eyes filled with madness as she coldly glanced at Sheng Ning, restraining her emotions. Hand over the spiritual energy, and you can leave. If you ask further, don't blame me for being impolite. Sheng Ning went directly from the infant cave to the school. The lonely little student was already sitting at the classroom door. Seeing Sheng Ning, the chubby body suddenly stood up and waved at her. The little student was Zhao Jing. Sheng Ning brought him to sit at the classroom door, munching on a little apple. Looking at Teacher 18's fairy-like profile, Zhao Jing felt that this was the happiest time of his life since birth. After a while, Zhao Jing hesitantly spoke, Teacher, I heard you really like Uncle Foam, so will you still leave here? The village was that small, anyone's business would be known throughout the whole village in less than 10 minutes. The matter of her and Zhao Feng singing and dancing every night had long been spread all over the village. I never expected that even elementary school students had heard a bit about it. Sheng Ning's expression was unnatural, her ears turned red, and she forced herself to stay calm. Adults' matters are not something for children to meddle in. Ha, the host is shy, isn't she? Weird stock king, tsk, she blushed, how cute. Now I finally understand why the king of fate likes to pinch the baby's face. Hell judge, you are leading the kids astray. I punish you to come here and squeeze me. 8 weirdos at once. Judge Wang, why are you online every day? All the weird kings have their own territories. The judge's talent is special. All matters that can't be solved in the weird world, big or small, will be thrown to Judge Wang. Why is Judge Wang so free now? Weird judge, smoking, I don't keep idle people under my wing. Just let go of a part of my talent. Raising a big shark, I envy you for letting go of part of your talent, while I can only be forced to own the entire ocean. Little tadpole looking for mom? Raising a big shark, unconvinced? Come for a one-on-one in the forbidden deep sea. Ignoring the comments, Sheng Ning met Zhao Jing's sincere gaze and gently touched his head. Why do you ask? Zhao Jing lowered his head, his tone becoming weak. I've never seen my mom. The adults say she hates this place and would rather die than stay. But why? The radio says that moms love their children the most. Why doesn't mom want to stay for me? Sheng Ning looked at Zhao Jing's pitiful appearance and wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start. Moms love their children, but children are not everything. In this village, they would eventually become the sharp knives that stab at themselves. Suddenly, Sheng Ning thought of the S-rank clearance, getting a villager's confession.
Zhao Jing was also a member of the village, he was a villager.
Now, he hadn't yet been tainted by the village's customs of buying people. If she told Zhao Jing the truth, what would he think? Before she could say anything, Zhao Feng and the elegant Shui Xiao appeared at the school gate at the same time. The warm sunlight poured over Zhao Feng's bronze skin, and his strong physique was hard to look away from. For the first time, Sheng Ning discovered the charm of dark skin. This tone seemed to better showcase a man's power and wildness. Chu Yuanian was very satisfied to see Sheng Ning's enamored gaze lingering on him. He stepped forward, pulling her into his embrace, and guided Sheng Ning's hand to rest on his powerful chest muscles. Under the thin t-shirt, the contours of his full chest muscles were pronounced, and Sheng Ning smiled so widely her teeth were visible but her eyes were hidden. Chu Yuanian spoke in a teasing tone, with a hint of pride, "You're happy again, babe." Chapter 102. Back home, Sheng Ning shared her thoughts with Chu Yuanian. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuanian's expression was hard to describe. It was neither in agreement nor in opposition. The two looked at each other, and Chu Yuanian sighed, "It's fine, do whatever you want, I'll be here anyway." Sheng Ning frowned. Was her idea wrong? Was the breakthrough not with Zhao Jing? Thinking about Zhao Jing's pitiful expression, Sheng Ning turned her gaze to the distant sky. The sun was bright, and the sky was clear. It was still early, everything was not too late. Regardless of whether Zhao Jing was the breakthrough point, Sheng Ning decided to tell him the truth about his mother's departure. Mistakes should have an end. With this idea in mind, Sheng Ning smiled at the comments, her sparkling big eyes fluttering. "Calling Judge Wang, calling Shark Emperor, calling Point King, calling Monk Emperor, are you there? Hell Judge, I feel like you are up to no good. Raising a big shark, I'm here finally, you're not showing off your love anymore, my fish is about to puke. Yama calling the roll, taking attendance is my job." Sheng Ning took out a roast chicken. "I want to have a PK, can you help me, my lords? How about I bring you all a little gift? Raising a big shark, just call me for these things next time. One punch to enlightenment, Amitba, a monk does not eat meat. If you insist on giving, let me recite the Heart Sutra first. Big cabbage, chicken feather vegetables, and oil wheat vegetables, green vegetables, white vegetables, whatever vegetables stir fry whatever vegetables." A few king-level weirdos had long wanted to taste what this roast chicken was all about. Agree to everything. Sheng Ning forced a PK against Little Sweet. The boomerang came unexpectedly, while Little Sweet was still searching for things at school. Seeing the barrage, she yelled, 18. Why do you want to PK me? I will chop you into pieces. Sheng Ning replied succinctly, 5 minutes PK, let's see who has more gifts. The loser tells Zhao Jing about the outside world. Little Sweet couldn't refuse, her sweet little face flushed bright red, but being an experienced player, she quickly got into the zone. She pitifully looked at the live broadcast panel, using a high-pitched voice, "Brothers, princes, this wicked woman has come to humiliate me, everyone please help me." As she spoke, she did a lip-biting version of "Let's learn to meow together." This move proved to be very effective, the gifts quickly began to flood in. Night Lord, King Level, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. Castle Demon, Destruction, rewarded 1 ghost fire paper horse, 3,444 ghost coins. Blood-Eye Evil Spirit, Disaster, rewarded 1 soul guiding banner, 1444 ghost coins. Little Sweet's PK health bar crushed Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning leaned closer to the live broadcast panel, and after everyone reacted with surprise, she winked and sweetly said, "Princes, it's time to show your strength. Hell Judge, don't pinch, I can't help but kill the destiny." Hell Judge, King Level, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. Raise a Big Shark, King Level, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. Yama's Calling, King Level, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. One Punch Exorcism, King Level, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. Little Tadpole Looking for Mom, ***, rewarded 1 blood coffin, 14,444 ghost coins. The PK bar turned favorably. When the king-level strange creatures acted, they revealed their true power. Sheng Ning looked at the little tadpole looking for mom, not paying much attention, and revealed a sweet, soft smile. "Thank you, princes, for your blood coffins. Let's make a heart." 5 king-level strange creatures immediately opened the teleportation passage. After Sheng Ning sent over the roast chicken, she supervised Little Sweet to complete the task. Meanwhile, the gentlemanly Chui Xiao had just finished class, and Little Sweet began chatting with Zhao Jing. Little Sweet's appearance easily melted people's defenses. Moreover, she was Zhao Jing's teacher, and with just a few words, she captured Zhao Jing's heart. In Zhao Jing's admiring gaze, Little Sweet described the outside world, talking about how people lived, got married, and had children, then went on to explain how she was tricked into coming here. She said she didn't dislike this place, but hated being forced and deceived. After saying all this, Zhao Jing was completely dumbfounded. This was simply absurd. It overturned everything Zhao Jing had known.
His round face was full of shock and bewilderment. Over here, Sheng Ning prepared to shine a light in Zhao Jing's heart, hoping that with good luck, she could directly clear the level. Zhu Yuanyan stopped her and handed her a cup of warm water.
Sheng Ning drank it all. Zhu Yuanyan endured and endured, but still couldn't help but pinch Sheng Ning's blushing cheek.
In the next dungeon, no one needs to call out, I can take them all down with one hand.
In Zhu Yuanyan's memory, Sheng Ning rarely used her stunning beauty.
This time she not only winked but also played the role of a tease. He had hardly ever heard Sheng Ning's teasing voice. Just imagining it made Zhu Yuanyan unable to help but want to swallow those pesky king-level oddities.
Sheng Ning noticed his little emotions and couldn't help but chuckle, sending a sweet wink. It's my husband's unique wink, don't frown, I'll be back soon.
After saying that, she kissed Zhu Yuanyan's face, leaving him with no anger at all, only a heart sweet as cotton candy. Just arriving at the school gate, Sheng Ning heard Little Sweet and Gentleman Shui Xiao bickering. When the two saw Sheng Ning, their bodies froze. Catching others in the act made Little Sweet extremely embarrassed. On the contrary, Gentleman Shui Xiao was much more composed. He smiled at Sheng Ning, Teacher 18, how about sharing the clearing rules? Many hands make light work.
Sheng Ning ignored him, not even giving him a glance, and said to Little Sweet, haven't you found the rules yet?
Little Sweetie picked at her toenails, searching, found a piece that is incomplete.
Sheng Ning threw the rules to Little Sweetie, look at the third one, don't be fooled by anyone.
Little Sweetie was not silly. From Sheng Ning telling her to discuss some things outside with Zhao Jing, she guessed Sheng Ning's intention.
To persuade Zhao Jing.
Although she didn't know what use a little child was, Little Sweetie still said what she needed to say. Sheng Ning was the same, which was why she gave her the rules, and also warned her about young Master Cui. Now, Little Sweetie looked at young Master Cui with changed eyes. She and Sheng Ning had the same question, why was this young Master Cui, who was clearly not a player anymore, still coming to class, what was he plotting?
Sheng Ning didn't know young Master Cui's plan, but she knew one thing.
The arrangement of the ancestral hall still needed 3 girls, as long as all 3 of them were present, the initiative would be in their hands. Zhao Jing sat in the classroom, holding that book, The Little Prince, looking dazed and lonely. Sheng Ning felt sorry for him and took out a small apple to tease him. No matter how sad he was, Zhao Jing never refused the small apple, crying while munching and asking, Teacher 18, is everything Teacher Sweet said true? Sheng Ning nodded, yes, the outside world is very wonderful, your mom doesn't not love you, but she was deceived by this world, and she can't do anything about it. Zhao Jing seemed to understand a bit and, after finishing the small apple, looked at her with hope in his eyes, Teacher, are my dads really bad people?
Are uncles and cousins doing bad things?
Just one step away from repentance, Sheng Ning slightly nodded. The light in Zhao Jing's eyes dimmed, and after a long time, he finally looked up, I'm sorry, Teacher, I will definitely help you escape.
His chubby face was full of seriousness.
Sheng Ning raised the corners of her mouth and seriously praised him, Zhao Jing, your mom will be proud of you. As soon as she spoke, Sheng Ning felt that something was not right.
Hadn't he already apologized? Wasn't it from repentance? Why was there no announcement for the S-level clearance? Chapter 103. 7th Day of the Quest.
Sheng Ning took a deep breath, got up, and habitually opened the live broadcast panel. But with just one glance, Sheng Ning froze in her action. The Odd-Stock King saw Sheng Ning getting up and quickly sent a bullet screen.
Baby, something's wrong. Little Sweetie and Gale died last night, and now Grandma Li is coming your way. How could it be so sudden? How could the 2 of them die last night? If Gale and Little Sweetie were dead, then the initiative was in the hands of the corpse of Sheng Ning. Grandma Li was now on her way to kill her. In the live room, the Odd-Stock King concluded. Little Sweetie's mental strength was too low, she was directly lured into suicide, while Gale was nearly tortured to death by that family. When trying to escape, he encountered Grandma Li and was also led to suicide. Waking up, her home had been robbed, Sheng Ning was simply out of patience. Her home was empty, and it seemed even Chu Yunyan was about to walk the plot too. Sheng Ning quickly tidied herself up and headed straight for the school. As soon as she stepped out, she almost bumped into Grandma Li. Sheng Ning was fast, but Grandma Li was also not slow. The old face, the withered body, the speed of a cheetah. At this moment, Sheng Ning really wanted to turn around and shout, don't chase me, I don't have urgent syrup. The scene felt familiar. In front of the school was an open space, a playground for students during breaks, but now it had become the battlefield between Sheng Ning and Grandma Li. Sheng Ning remembered clearly, Zhao Feng had said that the curse of the ancestral hall could only be broken when Grandma Li arrived, this old lady was probably formidable. Sheng Ning slammed to a stop, the true sword unsheathed in her hand, and turned to stab at the rushing Grandma Li. Grandma Li couldn't dodge in time, with a bend that surpassed human limits, she avoided the long sword. Immediately after, she waved the talisman paper in her hand, chanting incantations, and the talisman paper ignited without fire.
Several bolts of lightning cracked down towards Sheng Ning out of thin air. Sheng Ning quickly dodged, and the lightning struck the ground, leaving a charred patch. Grandmolly thought to herself, indeed, this girl was the hardest to deal with. Not only was her mental strength high, but even her speed was so fast. Thinking this, she took out another talisman, red paper with black words, exuding a breath of death. If Sheng Ning used her soul eye to look, she would definitely find it filled with a thick aura of death. Trap! Granny Lee shouted loudly.
An invisible black net descended upon Sheng Ning.
The real sword's edge condensed into a substantial white light, slicing through the net. In that instant, Sheng Ning sensed her mental energy rapidly declining.
Granny Lee was horrified. What is this sword? Why is it so powerful?
It seemed she really needed to strengthen this little girl.
Granny Lee drew a talisman in the air and slapped it onto her chest.
Immediately, she deflated like a balloon, swiftly wilting away. But her momentum was climbing higher and higher, almost surpassing all the strange things Sheng Ning had seen before. Master Pinyin, the mixture of death energy and eerie energy, disciple, hurry and summon me, I want to have a good feast.
The barrage sent 3 messages in a row,
and Sheng Ning couldn't ignore them.
The deep bond of Master and Disciple card was activated.
In the blink of an eye, Master Pingyan's figure appeared at the school gate, and the massive killing aura instantly enveloped a 50-meter radius, startling the birds on the mountain.
Disciple, watch closely. Sheng Ning, what?
Master Pingyan, because this move is going to be very cool. Saying this, Master Pingyan flicked his duster, and the bloody killing aura condensed into countless sharp swords, all flying towards the shocked Granny Lee. The thick grey death energy on Granny Lee's body clashed with the bloody killing aura, erupting with a strong airflow that knocked Sheng Ning directly into the school. Sheng Ning crawled out from under the collapsed classroom. Looking again, the bloody killing aura was devouring the death energy. Master Pingyan's expression became more and more excited. What a great supplement!
What a great supplement!
And Granny Lee's face turned pale as paper. Knowing she couldn't beat the person in front of her, she turned to flee.
But no matter where Granny Lee ran, the bloody killing aura closely followed.
She fled, he chased, she had no wings to fly.
Sheng Ning wiped the dust from her face. A middle-aged version of the temptation to return to the village was unfolding. 10 minutes later,
Master Pingyan strode back to Sheng Ning with his duster in hand, looking satisfied.
Before Sheng Ning could speak, a duster struck her forehead.
The force was just right, a daze without harm.
Sheng Ning held her head. Why did you hit me?
Master Pingyan was frustrated but couldn't say much because of the rules. He could only scold. Impudent monkey, I usually told you to read more but you didn't. Now you can't even break this small formation. You really anger me. After speaking, he raised his chin and extended his hand towards Sheng Ning.
Sheng impudent monkey Ning, huh? Master Pingyan knocked Sheng Ning again. Incense sticks, it's not what I want, it's that Grandmaster wants you. Sheng Ning. Obediently offering the incense sticks, before leaving, she got knocked again, and he tossed a blank card to Sheng Ning. Fallen from the old lady, it's a bargain for you. Master Pingyan put some force into the last hit, causing Sheng Ning to squat down holding her head, and when she looked up, she met Zhao Jing's anxious little eyes. Even teachers can get hit by their teachers, huh?
At 4 a.m., before dawn, Zhao Jing had been lurking near the school after his dad's left, wanting to protect Teacher 18. Until just now, he witnessed the whole process and looked curiously at Sheng Ning, who was squatting on the ground. Teacher, you won't hit me, right? Sheng Ning felt her ears burning with embarrassment, holding her face and saying, if you don't study hard, I will hit you.
Zhao Jing became serious. Teacher, can I learn those things from you just now?
Speaking of which, although Sheng Ning was a teacher, she hadn't actually taught Zhao Jing anything. As a model educator, she felt quite ashamed.
Sheng Ning wanted to redeem her image, asking the live stream barrage of Master, can I take in a disciple? The answer wasn't from Master Pingyan.
Hell Judge, he went to digest energy, I agreed for him.
Sheng Ning.
Recalling the book Master Pingyan reminded her of before leaving, Sheng Ning took out the Pingan Dawafei, a treasured book of the sect. Looking at the familiar cover of Pingan Dawafei, Sheng Ning took out the ancient book with blurred handwriting from the Zetan wooden box. Placing the two books together for comparison, Sheng Ning had not yet seen clearly when a surge of sinister energy suddenly erupted from Pingan Dawafei, directly devouring the ancient book.
Zhao Jing, teacher, can books get hungry too? If I eat the book, will I know everything? Sheng Ning, don't learn from your ancestor, eating everything will only harm you.
Zhao Jing looked at Sheng Ning, filled with a thirst for power, though he was small. He knew that only by being strong could he protect those he wanted to protect. Sheng Ning quickly began to teach Zhao Jing some introductory knowledge, feeling more and more that this kid had astonishing potential.
No matter what she taught, Zhao Jing could absorb it quickly.
In just one morning, he learned quite a bit of the basics. No wonder the Judgment King wanted to take disciples.
Sheng Ning gave the Judgment King a thumbs up from afar. Hell Judge, if you must thank me, a roast chicken would be nice. Raise a great shark, Judgment King, you have no shame. Chapter 104.
Zhao Jing heard from his dads that tonight was a full moon night. Although he didn't know what was scary about a full moon night, everyone was very nervous every first full moon night when a teacher came to the village.
They would hide in some cellar and come out the next day.
Zhao Jing wanted to tell Sheng Ning not to follow Uncle Feng to the cellar. His dad said that the teachers who came this time had all died, and others had lost their wives and wanted to do something bad to teacher 18. Upon hearing this, Sheng Ning fell silent. In other words, she was currently in the village at risk of being exposed and eliminated. The village was unsafe, home was unsafe, and the school had collapsed. Now the only place that could be considered safe was the infant return cave in the back mountain.
Inside the infant return cave, Sheng Ning was bizarrely playing with a leg bone.
Upon seeing Sheng Ning approach, she raised an eyelid. "You're quite lucky, I heard 2 died last night." Her tone was casual, but Sheng Ning still sensed her faint excitement.
"Not bad," Sheng Ning casually replied, not in the mood to chat.
After paying 40 spirit points as a venue fee, Sheng Ning sat down on the ground. After Pingon Dao Fa devoured that ancient book, the already thick book became 2 inches thicker. Especially in the section about formations, comments on the formations even appeared. The summer was hot, yet the chill in the infant return cave felt like air conditioning. Holding the Dao Fa, Sheng Ning couldn't help but ponder the hints left by the Ping and Guanju before he left. When she saw the evil formation ranked 5th in the Dao Fa, Sheng Ning felt an unusual familiarity. Eternal life formation, 49 women who had hanged themselves in the same place, filled with great resentment before death, willingly offering their resentment to assist one person in attaining eternal life through this formation while reciting the mantra.
One person with eternal life? But Granny Lee had mentioned everyone would have eternal life. So were the women in the ancestral hall deceived?
Granny Lee actually wanted the more than 40 women who were trafficked here to become her sacrificial offerings for eternal life. But despite her meticulous planning, she never expected to fall into the hands of Ping and Guanju. Sheng Ning looked at Sheng Ning's pale face and the book in her hand, revealing a hint of panic in her eyes. "Why you? How do you have this book?" Sheng Ning came to her senses, her mind racing. "I found it in school, you've seen it."
He. Sheng Ning awkwardly chuckled. "How could I have seen it?"
"I was just curious.
Are you still a Taoist?" Clearly, Sheng Ying's acting skills were quite lacking. Sheng Ning pondered, "But you said last time that you needed to absorb the moonlight to attain eternal life, right?"
Sheng Ying's gaze fluttered, and with some hesitation, she said, "I heard it like that. Maybe this isn't a formation."
Sheng Ning asked again, "So many people in the world seek eternal life and cannot obtain it. Don't you have any thoughts on this?"
Sheng Ning turned her back, her voice cold. "I don't want anything.
Only seek revenge.
If these people truly gain eternal life and kill the villagers, then I've taken my revenge. A heart focused solely on revenge seeks only the fleeting thrill of that moment. How could such a unique opportunity be handed over to others?" Sheng Ning pretended to not care about the formation, unaware that Sheng Ning had long realized her abnormal behavior. Sheng Ning had been reading in the cave until the sunset.
The summer evening glow was like a sweet, sparkling soda, intoxicating and bright.
The round moon revealed a blurred outline in the western sky. The night of the full moon was approaching.
Sheng Ning patted her backside and stood up.
She had already received the message from the master of Pingan Temple. She had found it. To confirm its truth, Sheng Ning shouted into the dark infant return cave, "Sister Chunying, I've decided to help you take revenge. How about I blow up the cellar later?" Her clear voice echoed in the cave, when suddenly, a ghostly claw reached out from the darkness, aiming to choke Sheng Ning by the neck.
The sharp true sword drew out and cut through Chunying's fingernails.
It was unclear if it was the pain or being exposed by Sheng Ning that twisted Chunying's face, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. No need to say more, Sheng Ning understood in her heart. The weird judge, why disturb the snake's nest? On the barrage, the weird judge was quite confused. In such a situation, it was best to remain stationary and wait for the right moment to strike.
Why did Sheng Ning choose to act counter to common sense? Sheng Ning blinked. Why does Judge Wang enjoy watching weird live streams so much? The hell, Judge, not because I love it, I just want to see you. Keep a big shark? Yama summoned?
No, Judge, your thoughts are quite dangerous.
One punch exorcism gives 1 cloth to the hell, Judge. Layman, wash your eyes. Cough, cough, well, actually, I just have a bad taste. Sheng Ning awkwardly cleared her throat.
You see, she knows I guessed her plan. Now that we're at a critical stage, she will definitely guard against my sabotage of her 40 years of plotting.
I've been careful all along, now I want her to taste that flavor. The hell, Judge, no wonder it's you. Yama summoned. Ah, how do you hold a grudge more than me? Keep a big shark, you're so bad, I love it so much. 1 punch exorcism gives 1 cloth to keep a big shark, the female layman, and you have reproductive isolation, you can go find a mermaid to play with. The facts indeed matched Sheng Ning's expectations.
As the sky grew darker, Sheng Ning grew increasingly anxious, but she could do nothing but wait quietly for the moment when the eternal life formation was completed. At the village entrance, Zhao Jing waited anxiously. As soon as he saw Sheng Ning, he grabbed her and ducked into the grass.
Teacher, I discovered a secret,
Zhao Jing said in a fluster.
Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be hiding in the cellar with your family now?
Zhao Jing picked up a few pebbles and arranged them on the ground to outline a formation.
Teacher, I reviewed the formation you taught me and walked through the village, and I found a formation. Is this?
Zhao Jing pointed at the 5 small stones.
The one above is the infant return cave, below is the school. The left is the ancestral hall, the right is Grandma Li's house.
In the middle is the cellar. This is a perfect 4-star crescent formation. Sheng Ning was once again amazed by Zhao Jing's talent. He had only learned the basics but had already identified what formation this was. It seemed the knock from the master wasn't in vain. Sheng Ning wanted to say something more, but suddenly a man appeared at the village entrance, Scholarly Cui Xiao. Scholarly Cui Xiao showed his A-level guidance card, looking in Sheng Ning's direction. Teacher 18, let's come out and talk about the clearance rules. The dead energy around Scholarly Cui Xiao grew more intense as the sky darkened.
Sheng Ning pressed down Zhao Jing's head, who was about to poke it out. You stay here, you can't go anywhere.
As she spoke, she stepped out of the bushes. Su Wenshui, seeing her come out, spoke up to advise, Teacher 18, your rules for clearing the game are fake.
If you want to clear it, you can only join us. Chapter 105.
Su Wenshui's words chilled Sheng Ning's heart. She vaguely felt that what he was saying was most likely true. Yesterday, Zhao Jing's confession should have been enough to clear the game, yet there was no announcement, which proved that the rules had problems. Seeing that Sheng Ning was already 8 parts convinced, Cui said smugly, by joining us, not only can you clear the game, but you can also gain immortality.
Teacher 18, isn't that great? With his rimless glasses, the charming yet untrustworthy vibe when he was quiet was enough to captivate anyone.
But now, Sheng Ning could only see his exquisite selfishness and foolishness.
Teacher Cui, we are here to go through the game, not to enjoy life.
Sheng Ning replied with a hint of mockery in her eyes.
Immortality? Immortality, you moron.
Su Wenshui, with one hand in his pocket, struck a pose he thought was charming and cool. Don't belittle yourself either.
Meeting me is your good luck. This game might not be a benefit, but it isn't too hard, right? In that moment, he looked as if I know the rules to clear the game was written all over his face. How about we make an exchange?
You tell me the rules to clear the game, and I'll tell you about the immortality array.
Sheng Ning asked, following his words. Cui laughed softly, a flash of murderous intent quickly appearing in his eyes. Let's talk about it again after you join us.
As he spoke, he flicked out a heavy rain and pear blossom card. Countless tiny embroidered needles flew straight towards Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning had been on guard against this move, summoning her true sword for defense. Her figure was light and agile, weaving through the tiny embroidered needles like a red-crowned crane dancing gracefully in the rain, elegant and beautiful. In the next moment, the elegant crane shot out 3 B-level confinement cards, nailing Su Wenshui in place.
Copied from Jifeng. Cui was caught off guard. He quickly used a removal card to free himself from the restraints and immediately activated his talent, Fondness. This talent could make the affected person's affection for the user peak within 10 seconds. However, Cui overlooked a key issue. The effect of this talent was halved if the person's mental value was higher than his. A wave of nausea rose in Sheng Ning's heart, and her sword suddenly froze. This negative feeling made her react without thinking, using a curse-removing card. The feeling of nausea disappeared immediately, and her sword mercilessly pierced through Cui's shoulder, blood gushing out. Cui let out a cry of pain, not expecting his talent to fail. Furious, he pulled out an A-level rage card. His injured state was instantly enhanced, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and a wood-cutting knife appeared in his hand, moving so fast it left afterimages as he swung it toward Sheng Ning's artery. Sheng Ning knocked Cui's wood-cutting knife away with one sword and quickly turned to stab directly into Cui's heart.
Cui whimpered, full of unwillingness, his body like a deflating doll. Dense death energy spread out, trying to envelop Sheng Ning and drain her mental value for one last struggle. Sheng Ning dodged lightly. Dinged, congratulations, the strange player husband 18 has killed a level 3 teammate, gaining 200 experience points. Cui's belongings exploded everywhere, with dozens of C-level cards, 10 B-level cards, and only 6 A-level cards. Once a wealthy lady, Sheng Ning exclaimed. This is too little. Perhaps her disdain and disappointment were too obvious, even the live chat noticed. A mouthful of 8 oddities, is this still disappointing? Cui is already considered wealthy. Odd dead birds pass by, only 3 A-level cards, sigh. Only love Su Wenshui, 18, you really dared to kill Su Wenshui, see you in the next copy. A player on the verge of leveling up 5, why are you so love-struck? 18, be careful. The sky completely darkened. Sheng Ning copied all of Cui Xiao's cards, but was reminded by the system that the additional items exceeded the capacity of the item column. Only then did Sheng Ning remember that she had ignored the limit of the item column before because she used space cards. Little Tadpole is looking for mom rewarded 1 space card, S.
Wait, is that an S-level card? Am I seeing this right? Why can't little tadpole see the level too? Is it a king-level anomaly?
Worship. Hell judge, hee hee. Sheng Ning looked at the S-level card in her hand and frowned at the live broadcast panel. Big brother tadpole, the card is too precious, I can't take it. No reward without work. Big brother tadpole's generosity startled her, and Sheng Ning chose to refuse. Little tadpole is looking for mom, it's a reward for Lord Yenchang who entered the copy.
Yen Zhang.
Before Sheng Ning could react, the usually calm and sharp-tongued hell judge couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly jumped up from his boss chair, his face full of alertness. Hell judge rewarded 1 space card. SSR family matters don't require Lord Yenchang to worry about it.
Whoa. SS level card. What do you mean by family matters? I smell a big scandal. Sheng Ning, judge, don't join the fun.
In Sheng Ning's mind, the strange judge always had a relaxed feeling as if he could see through everything, but this was the first time she saw him so serious.
Hell judge, listen, use mine. We will meet in our next copy, and then you will know who I am.
1 punch exorcism. Judge, you're not kind, using your own talent to see the future. Haha, it feels like the judge is protecting his girlfriend from letting other men flatter her.
Upstairs +1.
Seamless connection, king level, yo, give some face, sister. This card was borrowed by the judge selling his body to me.
Hell judge.
No love left, brothers one by one just lifted his pants. Sheng Ning stared silently at the live broadcast panel, as if she could see the judge through the screen. After a long time, she smiled, beautiful and moving like a pink lotus after the rain, her lips slightly curling, her voice soft yet firm. Alright, see you in our next copy. The judge's words were unclear to others, but Sheng Ning understood. He knew about Chu Yuanyan.
He even knew everything.
Skill card space, SS requires mental value over 70 to use, storage space 100 cubic, other usages are for free development.
This was the first SS level card Sheng Ning had seen. SS level cards can only drop from killing bosses in copies of S level or above.
Before Sheng Ning could study it, a beam of moonlight fell from the direction of the village's shrine.
Countless red shadows flew out from the shrine around the moon pillar.
The pure white moon pillar slowly turned a bright scarlet.
Not good, the eternal life formation has formed. But clearly she hadn't died, and there was still 1 person missing from the shrine. How could the formation be completed? Chapter 106.
The village was empty, the dark night was illuminated by the bright moon, as if it could be reached.
The strange moon enveloped the entire shrine, the tightly closed shrine doors were completely open, countless red-clothed figures danced, and women's shrill, crazy laughter continually flowed out. Amid many corpses, Sheng Ning immediately saw familiar faces. Bai Shuer, Little Sweet, and Jifeng Pawanrun. The state of the 3 was much better than the other women. They calmly stood in the rich moonlight absorbing the moon's essence, quietly.
Sheng Ning's appearance was like a drop of water in hot oil, instantly intensifying the resentment surrounding the 3.
Bai Shuer looked at Sheng Ning with a very resentful gaze, but in an instant, it turned into mockery as she pointed at Sheng Ning, very arrogantly. After I achieve eternal life, the first person I want to kill is you. She thought Sheng Ning was here to join them, but it was too late. Jifeng Pawanrun frowned, looking at Sheng Ning with a pitying gaze. There's only an hour left, and the formation will be successful. You should escape. Mu Chang was a talent everyone was born with, and Jifeng Pawanrun admired Sheng Ning a lot. Sheng Ning, really strong. When I am not here, where will you find the last woman? Sheng Ning wanted to understand what was really going on. Jifeng's expression remained calm, but his words left everyone in shock. It's the woman bought by young Master Cui. Young Master Cui had relations with her, covering up her strange aura, and she became your backup choice. Sheng Ning gasped, suddenly aware that this was young Master Chui's role. Jifeng continued, the people we sacrifice cannot see the sunlight. I can't leave the shrine, you should leave quickly, Sister Chunying will bear the resentment for us. If Sister Chunying goes crazy, she could hurt you. Hearing this, Sheng Ning felt both angry and amused. Chunying, whether weird or real, was really an actor from start to finish. You've been deceived, the eternal life formation can only grant 1 person eternal life. As Sheng Ning spoke, she suddenly realized. Since Chunying knew about the resentment, she must know the truth of the formation. So all along, it wasn't Grandma Li who wanted eternal life, it was Chunying herself. Then why would Grandma Li help Chunying? Did this corpse Chunying know there was a powerful sacrificial formation outside the eternal life formation?
Jifeng was momentarily stunned, confusion flashing in his eyes, instinctively rebutting, impossible. But as he spoke, he felt a lack of confidence. Bai Shuer sneered beside him, you are jealous of us, trying to create a rift to stop us from completing the formation, aren't you? One of Sheng Ning's life mottos, do not argue length with fools. She looked at Jifeng, whether you can survive after the formation is formed is still unknown. I have a resurrection card, do you want it? How could the formation be fake?
The clearance rules are already fake. Is the formation also fake? Then what is real in this dungeon?
Jifeng shook his head, retreating, unwilling to accept this fact.
Sheng Ning took a deep breath. The clearance rules, fake?
Even though she had an inkling when the refined young Master Chui said it, now confirmed, it still felt absurd.
How could someone tamper with the rules?
In a flash, Sheng Ning suddenly thought of the barrage from the Judgment King, talent bestowal. This was a dungeon within the territory of fearful destiny, meaning the ability to modify rules had been bestowed onto the dungeon boss. So, Chunning could change the clearance rules.
Sheng Ning's palms were sweaty. Every part of this dungeon felt unbelievable to her.
In that moment of retreat, Sheng Ning crashed into a solid human wall. Chu Yuanyan supported her with one hand, his expression subtly worried and guilty.
Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the cellar? Sheng Ning instinctively grabbed Chu Yuanyan's arm. Chu Yuanyan sneered, if I don't come, my wife will be bullied to tears.
Sheng Ning shook her head, you just do what you need to do, I'm fine. Chu Yuanyan knew that Sheng Ning was afraid of him touching the rules, causing him to lose consciousness again.
For some reason, Chu Yuanyan recalled many years ago when he was still interning in a company.
His mentor was a nearly 40-year-old middle-aged man. Working hard in the company, yet still looking like he was 50 years old before hitting 40. After asking, he learned that his mentor's wife was a full-time housewife, and their family's income relied entirely on his mentor. Every day when he got home, seeing his beautiful wife and obedient daughter, all the day's fatigue vanished, making everything feel worthwhile. That internship taught Chu Yuanyan a lot, but the most important lesson was:
a wife's beauty is a husband's glory. A wife's smile is a husband's dignity. Looking at Sheng Ning's tense expression now, Chu Yuanyan felt a deep regret. How could he have dared to confront those 5 strange ones relying on just an SSS-level talent? But fortunately, he absorbed the T0-level talent of Fearful Destiny. Soon, he would regain his strength. Stronger than ever before. Sensing the powerful aura, the corpse Chunning couldn't help but come out, gathering her courage to remind, Your Highness, you cannot break the rules. Chu Yuanyan swatted with his hand, directly sending Chunning's head flying far away. The guilt within him was replaced by wildness, and a royal-level ominous pressure tilted outward, his handsome face filled with shadows. This king does things, who gives you the right to meddle? Chunning picked up her head from the ground and reattached it, quietly mumbling in her heart, so impressive, better not let your wife enter the dungeon. But she didn't dare to say it. For others, losing a head might be a joke, but for her, it was a cruel reality. Sheng Ning stepped forward and grabbed Jifeng's hand. Do you know what the clearance rules are? Jifeng shook his head. It's what Granny Li said. Granny Li, what is her relation to Chunning? Sheng Ning looked up at the blood moon almost pressing down on the ancestral hall, and suddenly a photo flashed in her mind. It was the photo from the box she dug up at school. She had chosen a restoration card from the optional cards. Skill card restoration, return items to their original form. The blurry photo suddenly became clear in an instant. It showed a warm family of 3. Granny Li, Chunning, and a woman who looked similar to Chunning. In that moment, all the clues in Sheng Ning's mind connected, and everything made sense. It turned out, the sacrificial array that surpassed the immortality formation was a ritual of offering up one's closest kin. Chunning's sinister goal was to sacrifice everyone in the village. In the next moment, before Sheng Ning could do anything, a sharp pain suddenly surged through her neck, and before she fainted, she saw Xiao Xianchen holding up a large stone, looking indifferent. Thank you all for your tickets and rewards. Love you. The dungeon ending tomorrow. Everyone come to uncover the mystery. Chu Yuanyan, my wife's beauty, a man's glory. I am the most glorious man in the entire game. Zhao Jing, my teacher's appearance, a student's glory. I am the most awesome little student in the entire game. Chapter 107. Sheng Ning opened her eyes again. The moon in the sky had turned a deep blood red, or rather, the entire village was shrouded in a blood hue. She was lying on an ancient and mysterious altar, and not far away, shadows were flying. Was someone fighting? Sheng Ning felt a pain in her head and recalled the scene before she blacked out, cursing inwardly. That little Xiao Xianchen is truly ruthless. A dog that truly bites doesn't bark. After holding it in for so long, she came at her like this. Use the healing card. A clear voice tinged with pain rang out next to Sheng Ning. Only then did she see Chu Yuanyan bound tightly nearby. Buy one get one free. Zhao Jing was also there. But Zhao Jing's treatment was a bit hard to describe. Someone had stuffed a baseball in his mouth, and tears mixed with drool, looking dirty and a bit disgusting. Sheng Ning took a step back. What's the situation now? After using the healing card, the pain gradually faded, and Sheng Ning regained some clarity. The immortality array went wrong at a critical moment, and they are fighting. Chunning has captured the village chief and his son. Chu Yuanyan briefly added the plot Sheng Ning hadn't witnessed. This guy came to save you, and he could actually use talisman magic, angering Chunning and getting tied up. Sheng Ning looked at Zhao Jing, suddenly finding him a bit cute again.
In the distance, Jifeng, Shuer, and Xiao Xianchen were full of grievances, engaging in a fierce battle with the corpse Chunning.
Xiao Xianchen caught sight of Sheng Ning waking up and shouted, 18, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help.
Sheng Ning rolled her eyes and twitched her mouth.
Who was it that knocked her out?
Now they acted like nothing happened.
Help her?
Helping is certainly necessary, otherwise, if Chunning's weird sacrificial array really comes into play, she would likely only be able to use the resurrection card to leave this dungeon, and all her efforts would be in vain. As Sheng Ning sent Zhao Jing to a safe place, she suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching.
Blood-red spring Ingwe floated in the air, looking down at the battle ahead.
A while later, a trace of dissatisfaction rose on Spring Ingwe's face, and she uttered a low scold, trash. In the next second, her figure flashed behind Little Sweetie, her ghostly claw plunging straight into Little Sweetie's heart. Little Sweetie didn't understand what happened before losing her life. After killing Little Sweetie, Spring Ingwe's next target was Bai Shuer, but she was forced back a bit by Sheng Ning's swiftly flying true sword. Seeing it was Sheng Ning, the malice and madness on Spring Ingwe's face fully revealed itself, no trace of the caring big sister looked from before. I warn you, I won't kill you, so don't ruin my good things. This was Spring Ingwe's last concession. But it was only due to the face of that royal-level monster, once she herself, that would all lead to death.
Sheng Ning got straight to the point, you're the one who changed the passing rules, right? What are the real rules? You still think about passing?
Let me tell you, the S-level passing is the confession of the village chief's family. As she spoke, Spring Ingwe laughed up to the sky, haha, don't worry, they are already confessing, they will use their lives to confess to me. Looking at Spring Ingwe's appearance, the memories that surfaced in Sheng Ning's mind stirred a sense of sadness within her.
Is it worth it? Sheng Ning, unable to bear it, spoke involuntarily.
Back then, Spring Ingwe died in her red clothes at the gate of the Zhao family village's ancestral hall.
After this incident spread, the surrounding villages dared not associate with Zhao family village, let alone marry their daughters to Zhao family village.
After that, Zhao family village came up with two solutions. One was to find someone to break the curse of the ancestral hall. The second was to learn from the village chief and kidnap brides from outside. Coincidentally, Spring Ying's mother, Granny Li, came to Zhao family village to see her daughter and learn the truth. By chance, Granny Li understood some Taoist arts. She volunteered to stay in the village. It seemed she solved the mysterious happenings in the ancestral hall, but in reality, she informed Spring Ingwe of the eternal life formation. The mother and daughter conspired, joining Zhao family village, tricking many volunteer teachers to come over. They became victims of their eternal life formation. As time passed, Spring Ingwe was unwilling to just have eternal life, she wanted the entire Zhao family village to accompany her to the grave. She discovered a close relative sacrifice formation in an ancient book. The close relative sacrifice formation required close blood relatives, occupying 4 positions, forming a 4-star surrounding the moon formation. The ancestral hall, the cave, Granny Li's home, and the school were the 4-star positions already set up. The altar where Sheng Ning had just fainted was the moon position, and under the altar was the cellar Zhao Jing mentioned. Spring Ingwe intended to use Sheng Ning's mental strength as a guide, using the blood of all Zhao family village villagers in the cellar as the shape, offering up 4 close relatives' corpses to complete the great sacrifice formation. Among the 4 close relatives' corpses, Granny Li counted as 1, the current village chief also counted as 1, and 1 was Spring Ingwe's own corpse. The last one was buried under the school dormitory, which was Spring's younger sister. That purple sandalwood box was her sister's relic. Such a complete and meticulous plan had been in Spring Ingwe's mind for over 30 years. After the main observer devoured Granny Li, Spring Ingwe took away the village chief's son, who was also her grandson. Now everything was ready, just waiting for tonight's east wind. Spring Ingwe seemed to hear the biggest joke. Worth it? What is worth it? Who are you feeling sorry for, my mother? Ha 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 ha. Spring Ingwe laughed even more madly, the eerie aura around her constantly leaking out, as if she wanted to vent the resentment built up in her heart for many years. My mother, she. Because she knows some supernatural things, I and my sister were forced into farming. Later, to redeem herself, she forced me to become a teacher in school. If it weren't for this, how could I have been deceived by that beast? On the other side, the fierce battle was about to come to an end, Bai Shuer was being choked by the corpse of Spring Ingwe. All the resentment in her body was absorbed completely. And Bai Shuer's body gradually became transparent, leaving only a sharp cry behind. Wind rushed back behind Sheng Ning, her face full of urgency, her voice trembling. Revival card, lend it to me, please. Hell judge, you can give it to her. Sheng Ning took out the revival card, and with a ding, it was successfully used. In an instant, the wind disappeared before everyone, already leaving the instance. But although she had left, the resentment remained. The last person's resentment was absorbed by the corpse.
Sheng Ning swiftly drew her sword, driving it straight into Chun Nguye's chest.
The invincible sword deals real and irreversible damage for every inch of harm caused to the strange entity. Chun Nguye, who was supposed to dissipate, showed no fear or pupils on her face at this moment. Her eyes glowed red, filled with excitement.
Too late. You don't have time. The time of the pig has arrived. My formation is complete, ha 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 ha.
Shang Monkey Ning suddenly remembered the 3 hits from her master. The wind surged wildly, dark clouds obscuring the blood moon, for blood-colored pillars of light suddenly rose. In the not-so-distant cellar, fresh blood began to flow out continuously. The sacrifice formation of close kin was about to succeed, only missing Sheng Ning's mental strength. Sheng Ning quickly retreated, a tearing pain suddenly crashing into her mind, her mental value dropping rapidly.
The blood-colored pillar was just a breath away from merging into Chun Nguye's body. Everything was about to be too late.
The reason Chun Nguye was waiting for her body to achieve immortality before starting the sacrifice formation was not for nothing, but to use the immortality formation to elevate her power to the king level. If she couldn't stop it, even with the fear of destiny, she might not live through the instance.
Second talent, random, activated. Ding.
Congratulations, you have gained the temporary talent, Stealing Stars, Changing the Moon.
Chapter 108.
Behind Shang Ning, a small figure was rushing towards her. He anxiously wanted to leap at Chun Nguye. Just now, he had sensed a change in the energy of the formation. Also appearing before Zhao was a segment of blurry memory. It reminded him of a rainy night years ago when he was thrown out of the house for making his younger brother cry. It was the village chief who brought him back home. It was then he realized he was not the child of his parents.
Teacher, she is my grandmother. Zhao Jing's choked cry broke through layers of blood pillars, reaching Sheng Ning's ears.
In that instant, Sheng Ning instinctively activated, Stealing Stars, Changing the Moon.
The blood-colored pillar of light, containing immense power, plunged into Chun Nguye's body. However, Zhao Jing's aura was wildly surging upward. Ah!
The small body could not withstand the immense energy. Zhao Jing let out a pained cry, cracks appearing on him, as if he might burst at any moment.
Hell Judge, all things living.
Before the Hell Judge's comment could be sent out, Sheng Ning had already taken out the All Things Living card. The card sparkled with colorful light, a soft green glow enveloped Zhao Jing in a warm stream of light. On the other side, as soon as the blood-colored pillar merged into her body, Chun Nguye was waiting for her power to increase. Until the blood pillar vanished, her body showed no changes.
When she finally realized, Zhao Jing's aura was already at the peak of destruction level.
Once chubby, under the influence of the formation and the All Things Living card, his body became proportionate, and his height increased significantly. At that moment, looking at Zhao Jing's features, he bore several resemblances to Chun Nguye.
You actually.
When she saw that face in Sheng Ning behind him, Chun Nguye instantly understood everything.
Countless calculations, countless calculations. She never expected to fail at the hands of a child. No, or perhaps, she never thought her son would be such a beast, ha 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 ha.
Zhao Jing was enveloped in a faint red glow, the power not yet digested. The small body took one step after another, while Chun Nguye under the immense pressure. Zhao Jing's cold, stern face clearly displayed murderous intent. The high-level eerie aura alone was enough to make Chun Ning tremble in fear.
I am your grandmother, you can't hurt me. The childlike innocence in Zhao Jing's eyes had long disappeared.
He had just seen the scene in the cellar, where countless blood and flesh flew and exploded. On him, he carried not only the power of his closest kin but also the resentment of hundreds of people from Zhao family village.
Kill this old witch. Kill this old witch.
Zhao Jing slightly raised his arm, and a blood-red longsword appeared in his hand, somewhat similar to Sheng Ning's real sword.
Zhao Jing. Sheng Ning called out to him.
Zhao Jing coldly turned around, only to be pulled into an embrace.
A strong hand pressed his head against its chest.
A gentle voice rang in his ear, "The rest, let me handle it." Sheng Ning thought, for a child who had never received love, to make him kill the last relative he has by blood, this was too cruel. Chun Nguye, unable to escape, was pierced through the heart by the real sword, gradually dissipating. Congratulations to player husband 18 blocks for completing the dungeon boss, Chun Nguye kill. The kill was of a vicious eerie level, gained 500 experience points, obtained special card to temporary level up X1, obtained land deed X1. Congratulations to player husband 18 blocks for clearing the dungeon, mountain village teaching, now undergoing rating. Player husband 18 blocks dungeon exploration degree is 100%, completed hidden clear, guilty shall face justice, rated as SSS, rewards will be settled after leaving the dungeon.
Would the player like to leave the dungeon? No. Sheng Ning's choice remained the same, not just because Chu Yuanyan was here, but also because Zhao Jing was here. Teacher, I'm fine now.
The child's innocent voice carried a trace of coldness, and Sheng Ning, worried, released Zhao Jing. On his small face, there was a great deal of coldness, looking somewhat out of place for his age, as though he carried a deadly sense.
Sheng Ning took out a small apple. Do you want to eat?
Zhao Jing hesitated for a second, then grabbed the apple and began to devour it, no longer showing any coldness. Sheng Ning chuckled softly, relieved. The child had made progress, even resisting for a second this time.
Zhu Yuanyan calmly walked over.
He hadn't been affected by the chaotic battlefield at all.
Seeing the child devouring the apple with a destructive eerie nature, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You found me another son? Sheng Ning gave him a shove. You want to be his father, but he doesn't even want you.
Zhao Jing, sensing his power increasing, could tell that the person in front of him was not his Uncle Feng. After thinking for a while, he said, Master, good.
Zhu Yuanyan.
This dungeon was very special, especially the SSS level clearance, which was guilty shall face justice. It meant there was only Zhao Jing left in the village, and Sheng Ning was also unwilling to leave him here. This left Sheng Ning in a dilemma, and she shouted at the live stream panel, Master, Master, peaceful old man, are you there? Hell Judge, he's off to have a duel with someone.
Sheng Ning, huh? Hell Judge at one punch exorcism, let the eternal life eerie go to you.
His foundation is unstable, so you take care of him.
One punch exorcism, Amitba, since the Judgment King has said so, this must be fate between me and the eternal life eerie. Sheng Ning, is that okay? Thank you, Monk King.
Zhao Jing, still munching on the apple, merely nodded upon hearing this, indifferent to where he went. The teacher said this person was very powerful, so he would go to improve his strength, so he could protect his teacher in the future. After a while, One Punch Exorcism had recited the Heart Sutra 3 times, and Sheng Ning showed no further signs.
One Punch Exorcism, ahem, madam, would you like to pay the tuition fee for the disciple? Raise a big shark, monk, you still want tuition, how stingy. Eternal life eerie is even your disciple. There are many kinds of eerie codes, the most powerful being those based on talent.
The few of them, who were king-level Eries, all had such codes.
Future king-level Eries becoming your disciple, and you still want tuition? King of Hell orders, stingy monk. Seamless connection, learn something new, there's someone stingier than me. Eerie Stock King, General Feng. How is your joyful loan company doing? Sheng Ning instantly understood the meaning behind one punch to absolution.
Even when entrusting a neighbor to take care of a child, one cannot be empty-handed. She took out 10 roast chickens, 500 apples, and 2,000 incense sticks and handed them to Zhao Jing. When you get to the Monk King, give the roast chicken to him, eat the small apples yourself, and take the incense sticks to make friends. If you run out, let the Monk King come to my live stream to get some. Sheng Ning looked like a worried mother sending her child to study far away.
Zhao Jing wiped his mouth. Teacher, you have a blank card, right? Give it to me.
Sheng Ning, not understanding, thought he wanted to use it, so she gave it to him without overthinking. Then Zhao Jing cut his forehead, and a drop of dark red blood fell onto the card. The blank card quickly absorbed the blood, and the words appeared, Special Card Immortality. Hell Judge, the child did not suffer in vain. The other royal level anomalies fell silent. This directly stripped the talent into the card, which would take at least 100 years to recover. Ordinary anomalies, no, even the royal level anomalies did not have the courage to do such a thing. A small child actually stripped his own talent without hesitation. From the moment Zhao Jing's strength rose to the level of destruction, the laws of the anomaly world were etched in his mind. He knew what it meant. This is a man's promise. Sheng Ning gazed at the card in her hand, her eyes slightly red, but Zhao Jing remained indifferent. Teacher, I told you, I will protect you. Chapter 109. After Zhao Jing left, Sheng Ning hadn't even had time to tidy herself up when someone carried her back home. Afterward, Zhu Yunyan let out a satisfied sigh. His entire body wrapped around Sheng Ning like an octopus, muttering, it's good that the rules changed, we won't have children in the future. But seeing Sheng Ning worrying about others made Zhu Yunyan a bit restless. His wife is his, her heart is his, no one can take her away. Sheng Ning. Forget it, raising one is exhausting enough. After some more frolicking, Sheng Ning was finally released back into the anomaly space with a bit of mercy from him. The live stream reopened. Anomaly Stock King, haha, I made a fortune, baby, your SSS level clearance is just amazing, I earned 26,000 anomaly coins. Raising a big shark, the Fake King has blocked the live stream for so long, what were you doing? One punch to absolution, Shark King, pretending to be a pure young man, your underwater fish raising tutorials have even spread to our temple. Yama names, Fate Dog, are you weak? Why aren't you talking? Fear of Destiny, I won't be weak no matter what. Fear of Destiny rubbed his waist, his mind in chaos. He remembered clearly what happened in the instance, yet it seemed not so clear. Now he had no strength left at all. No way, am I really weak? A wave of donations floated by in the bullet screen, like an 8-headed anomaly. They didn't bet much, but they earned a lot, giving the highest gifts of their lives. Spiritual position, 444 anomaly coins.
Seamless connection, is this instance really that profitable?
Hell Judge, exploration degree 100%, besides the immortal anomaly, no one survived the instance, a 1 to 100 payout is still low. Ding, congratulations, player has achieved SSS level clearance, exploration degree 100%, ranked first in this instance, reward base personal value +5 for each item, reward points 600, reward attribute card and self-selected card, choose 1, 3 pieces.
Ding, detected that this instance's players received a total of 226,159 anomaly coins in donations. Do you wish to convert them to experience points? What? You mean 22,000? The livestream erupted in exclamations. Is this the amount a level 3 livestream can earn? Sheng Ning converted 200,000 into 20,000 experience points, equivalent to killing 10 disaster-level anomalies.
But even so, to level up to level 4, she still needed 65,000 experience points.
Faction, Anomaly. Number, 444,477. Name, Husband $18. Level, LV3, 35,400. Talent, Fusion, Random, Copy, True Sword. Material Inventory, Incense X42. Apples X33, Roast Chickens X8. Peace Card, All Things Birth Card, Immortal Card. Pearl Crown, Diamond Box. 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife, Peaceful Dow Method, Photos. SSS Level Space Card. Level Clearance Copy, 5. Attribute Panel. Attack, 72. Speed, 78. Strength, 64. Agility, 82. Defense, 60. Spirit, 75. Observation, 77.
The values on this attribute panel looked luxurious in the eyes of many weird beings and players in the livestream.
1/8 weirdness, with this attribute value, can you solo the disaster level weirdness? Weird King of Stocks, why don't you give it a try?
I'll offer you incense on Sheng Ning next year. It is well known that above the fatal level weirdness, there are unique talents and abilities.
To solo high level weirdness, it's not just about the attribute values. Only love Chui Xiao, $18. If you kill Chui Xiao, I will make you pay with your life.
A dazzling bullet screen floated in Sheng Ning's livestream.
In the next moment, the livestream heard an announcement together. Ding, only love Chui Xiao has bound Husband $18, entering the copy. Welcome Husband $18 to the game run a small stall. Game level, B. Game difficulty, 7. Wishing players have fun, unlimited tips.
The screen before Sheng Ning gradually became clearer, revealing a dark and dim snack street lit by small lights. Identical snack carts lined both sides of the road, with a passage in the middle, and fresh bloodstains on the ground. Beside Sheng Ning lay a steaming quilt, next to it were thin crusts, lettuce, mustard, and a bucket of batter.
Sheng Ning looked down, suddenly feeling something was off. Where's her big C? How did Chu Yuanyan C, which he worked hard for years, suddenly turn into a little A?
Looking at her obviously much slimmer arms and legs. Opening the live stream panel, her appearance was that of Sheng Ning at just coming of age, still with a hint of childishness, like the first lotus flower blooming in summer, so delicate.
Weird King of Stocks, so cute. Baby. My baby. Desperate housewife, it's Mama's Ning baby, Mama misses you so much.
If 28-year-old Sheng Ning was dazzling and charming, with an air of maturity and seductiveness with every move, making people fall at a glance,
then 18-year-old Sheng Ning, with her lovely face still not fully matured, was simply innocent and pretty.
Her big sparkling eyes shone with shock, looking so pitiful. The Hell Judge saw the scene in the livestream and paused slightly. Even though he had glimpsed such a Sheng Ning in future imagery, he couldn't compare to the realistic girl before him now. Players gradually took their positions, and the surroundings began to stir. Next to Sheng Ning was a grilled cold noodle stand, with young people in their 20s in aprons, clearly stunned when they saw Sheng Ning.
Little sister, are you a player?
Sheng Ning turned to look at him, her scrutinizing gaze now appeared fierce on a naive 18-year-old girl.
Like a newborn kitten, raising her claws, thinking she looks fierce, yet appearing so adorable to others. The grilled cold noodle vendor cleared his throat, displaying what he thought was a kind and handsome smile. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm, we're both players, I can tell you the known rules. Sheng Ning was surprised, is there such a good thing? My name is Shan Haifu Ruo, you can call me Brother Ruo. Shan Ning. More like oil brother? This is a benefit copy, 2 rules, the first one is customers come first. Before he could finish his sentence, Shan Haifu Ruo's face suddenly changed. A flame roasted an insect that flew over, aiming right at the seafood vendor across from Sheng Ning. The blazing fire was blocked by a light shield, opposite was a woman in her late 20s, with dead fish eyes, high cheekbones, looking very fierce. You're daring to eavesdrop while I speak to little sister, eat sh*t.
Suddenly shifting his momentum, Shanghai Fu Ruo spoke in his thick Cantonese accent, forcefully silencing the woman's words. Next to the woman was a grilled gluten stand, with a middle-aged male vendor remaining unfazed. I've said it long ago, if you want to know the rules, spend 500 ghost bills to buy them. What business does a poor ghost have entering any dungeons? The woman's anger surged in her heart. Being attacked by the wealthy of Shanghai, she felt guilty for eavesdropping on others' conversations. But why should this man insult her with such a strange tone? Just as the woman was about to unleash her talent in an instant, a cold, emotionless male voice rang out, as if it were a judgment from hell. Player Wei Ai Chui Xiao has caused trouble in Guijie twice, fine 1,000 ghost bills.
Chapter 110. Wei Ai Chui Xiao. Sheng Ning looked on with a bit more curiosity.
This was a player about to level up to 5, how did he still seem to have some pure-hearted potential?
Moreover, with Wei Ai Chui Xiao's current level, he shouldn't be entering a B-level dungeon, right?
Over there, Wei Ai Chui Xiao spotted a black, horned ghost shadow sliding out from the ground. Its powerful aura instantly made the stall owners around him go quiet. Wei Ai Chui Xiao clearly sensed something was wrong. The fine was quickly paid, and his gaze toward Sheng Ning grew even more venomous.
The wealthy of Shanghai continued, did you see? Rule number 2, in Guijie, players must not go against the city management.
In this dungeon, players can convert the ghost bills earned from running snack stalls at a rate of 5:1 into experience points. Sheng Ning was puzzled. Why did it seem like he knew so many rules while we entered the dungeon together?
Brother Rao, how long have you been here? 3 months.
I'm planning to stay until I reach level 5 before going out. I drew an empty box from the level 4 talent, and if I go out now, I'll have to tackle A5 dungeons or higher. It's too difficult, so I'll just play it safe and hope for a new talent.
So that's how it is.
In this dungeon, not all players are from this entry. Just as Sheng Ning wanted to see who the new players were, she suddenly locked eyes with someone she recognized. The owner of those familiar eyes first looked startled, then terrified, and finally forced themselves to look away, not daring to meet Sheng Ning's gaze.
It was Yang Xiaoruan.
Sheng Ning didn't expect to encounter her so soon.
She was a human player, how could she appear in a strange camp's dungeon?
The wealthy of Shanghai noticed the beautiful sister lost in thought and couldn't help but remind her, sister, you'd better get familiar with your Jianbingguizi, the weirdness here is quite troublesome.
Sheng Ning gently smiled, familiar?
Her charming little face exuded confidence, making people want to pinch it. The orphanage life may not have made Sheng Ning a master in all trades, but it did make her proficient in various skills. Under the shocked gaze of the wealthy of Shanghai, Sheng Ning skillfully poured the batter, spread the pancake, cracked the eggs, flipped them, brushed on the sauce, and added crispy bits. Do you want scallions? Sheng Ning raised her beautiful brows, a light smile on her lips. In the pitch-black night, she seemed to have a soft glow that made it hard to look away.
Why yes. The wealthy of Shanghai gulped, sister, do you have a boyfriend?
Sheng Ning did not stop her hands, adding scallions, bagging everything seamlessly. She handed the Jianbingguizi to him, her voice soft with gratitude, thank you for telling me the rules.
I don't have a boyfriend, but I have a husband.
The excited expression on the wealthy of Shanghai's face froze.
At 8 o'clock sharp, Guijie opened for business. Countless bizarre creatures flooded into Guijie. Soon, Sheng Ning's stall was crowded with people. Such a pretty girl, I want to take her face home and collect it. I want to eat her heart, they say the prettier a woman is, the more ruthless she is. I want a spicy snack-flavored heart. Sheng Ning. Why not just go eat chicken feet instead?
I want a Jianbingguizi, but without the pancake, and without the crispy.
Sheng Ning glanced at him and handed over a piece of lettuce. Want scallions?
The creature's smug grin froze upon seeing the lettuce, and it swatted it away, shouting angrily, you filthy woman.
Dare to trick me, I will eat your heart.
Unfazed, Sheng Ning calmly took out an incense stick and inserted it beside her.
A pancake roll comes with an incense stick.
Light blue smoke spiraled upward, and the moment the strange beings inhaled the smoke, they felt their minds clear, like a refreshing morning after a good sleep, warm spring breeze carrying the scent of grass and trees, the sun warming them, making them feel intoxicated.
There were many strange beings, and the incense stick quickly burned out.
This feeling was like losing your pants and having your wife run away. Every strange being looked unsatisfied.
Quick, hand over the incense stick you just had. Otherwise, I will eat you up.
Sheng Ning interrupted them, her tender little face with willow brows raised. Otherwise, I will tell the urban management that you are robbing. Mentioning urban management, these strange beings seemed to have their lifeline gripped, quickly lining up obediently. Sheng Ning felt secretly happy. She guessed right, the constraint of Rule 2 indeed applied to more than just players. The strange beings on Sheng Ning's side were as harmonious as kindergarten children waiting for their teacher to hand out milk. On the other hand, Yang Xiaoruan's situation was rather awkward. Her luck was quite terrible. She was assigned to a pancake stall. The hardest step in making pancakes is sticking them onto the scorching hot stove. In just a few minutes, Yang Xiaoruan had already been burned 3 times. Sheng Ning didn't give her any weird money, she didn't have any weird money herself, and there was no one nearby, like in the rich mountains and seas, who would freely tell her the rules. She didn't dare to make any rash moves now, she couldn't offend anyone. Standing in front of her stall was a green-skinned freak with a mischievous grin. If you can't produce a pancake in 1 minute, you'll have to pay me with your thigh, okay? In her anxiety, Yang Xiaowan's hand shook as she put it into the oven, getting burned again, making tears well up in her eyes. She subconsciously looked in Sheng Ning's direction and saw Sheng Ning skillfully handing out a pancake roll along with an incense stick to the strange beings.
Who knew that the strange being hadn't left?
Instead, it went back to line up again, just for another incense stick. Yang Xiaowan already knew the function of the incense stick, and a wave of hatred filled her heart.
Why? Why didn't Shang Xiaomei give her an incense stick back then?
Why did the incense stick follow Shang Xiaomei when she left the human camp?
He. Time's up, hand over your leg to me.
The green-skinned freak's hand suddenly turned into a mantis blade, slashing at Yang Xiaowan's thigh. Instinctively, Yang Xiaowan activated the vermilion bird card, and the soaring vermilion bird directly swallowed the green-skinned freak, spitting out a piece of charred remains shaped like a mantis after just 2 seconds.
The strange street fell silent in an instant.
In the strange street, killing a strange being incurs a fine of 50,000 weird currency, or 10 years of imprisonment. The black horned shadow appeared again, this time holding a trident, pointing it at Yang Xiaowan, who was pale and about to bite her lips until they bled. The strange beings gathered curiously around, no one had dared to act on the strange street for many years. Don't underestimate this urban management, it was a destruction-level strange being.
Yang Xiaowan knew something was wrong and looked at Sheng Ning for help, desperate.
But Sheng Ning was still busy making pancakes, everyone had gone to watch the fun, and only the strange beings in front of her stall didn't even glance away.
I'll pay the fine.
Yang Xiaowan shouted hurriedly at the horned shadow, running towards Sheng Ning like the wind. There wasn't a copy card in the one Sheng Ning gave her, so Sheng Ning must still have a copy card left.
The copy card could duplicate weird currency. Sheng Ning didn't pay attention, and Yang Xiaowan slid to her feet, hugging her thighs. Sister Sheng, please save me, okay? Hey, what are you doing? Don't hold up the boss's pancake making.
Urban management, do something fast, the strange beings are going to starve. Seeing Sheng Ning unmoved, Yang Xiaowan begged again, tears streaming down her face, please, save me.
I will return everything you gave me, will that do? Please, save me one more time.
I was tricked by Feng Xinro, she used a card to fool me. The horned shadow drew closer, its terrifying aura pressing down on her. Yang Xiaowan was so scared that she pushed Sheng Ning away and pointed at her, saying, fake money, she has fake money, she owes me 50,000 fake money, you ask her for it. As soon as the words left her mouth, a sudden strong wind swirled through the ghost street, and dark blue clouds filled the sky, exuding an aura so terrifying that it made one submit in fear, enveloping the entire ghost street in an instant.
A magnetic and unquestionable voice rang out, if you want fake money, what will you use to trade? Chapter 111.
Under the immense pressure, all the bizarre beings present half knelt on the ground to show their submission. Yang Xiaowan's anxious eyes flickered, frozen in place, ultimately landing on Sheng Ning's slightly confused face. Only Sheng Ning felt nothing, standing among the kneeling bizarre beings, somewhat like a crane among chickens. The ghost street was long enough that the entrance and the end could not be seen. Amidst the crowd's submission, an exceptionally tall figure broke through the darkness, appearing not far away. The man had a handsome face, his hair neatly tied up, sharp eyes, and a high nose with an oddly positioned small mole, his thin lips slightly pursed, exuding a chilling aura from head to toe. Dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with gold, tied with a wide blue cloud pattern sash at his waist, he walked step by step, like a powerful minister commanding the winds and rain in the court, making people tremble and submit involuntarily. When the man stood in front of Sheng Ning, his dark eyes finally revealed a hint of emotion. At that moment, the live broadcast room erupted.
Wow! So handsome! Is he out of his mind? The king of hell's name is still the flirtatious one.
Raise a big shark, this was the outfit he received from the emperor on the day he became the top scholar, he actually dared to wear it out.
Fear of destiny, I miscalculated.
One punch exorcism, Jinger, quickly washed the robe that the black bear demon stole from me. The horned devil half kneeled on the ground, Your Highness the Judgment King. Seeing Sheng Ning staring at him, the hell judge raised his eyebrow slightly, clearly amused.
He restrained the smile at the corners of his mouth, his cold eyes looking at Yang Xiaowan. You say she owes you money? King level bizarre.
Yang Xiaowan's whole body trembled, her only hope resting on Sheng Ning, she could only cling tightly to Sheng Ning. Yes, she owes me money.
Sheng Ning looked at Yang Xiaowan, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her beautiful yet not very aggressive face.
Betrayal is not without traces, some people are born vile. The hell judge's expression was extremely cold, his eyelids slightly lowered, the aura belonging to a king-level bizarre pressing down once again. In the ghost street, killing bizarre beings and lying to evade responsibility, a fine of 100,000 fake money, or 20 years of servitude. Yang Xiaoran was pressed down by the king-level bizarre aura and straightened her back, still arguing, on what grounds do you say I'm lying?
Clearly, Shan Xiaomei hadn't said anything yet.
Laughter erupted among the bizarre group.
No one told Yang Xiaoran that the Hell Judge was a top king-level bizarre being.
He held the authority to judge this entire bizarre game. His gift was omniscience, knowing the past, present, and future. In the bizarre world, there was nothing that could be concealed from His Highness the Judgment King.
The Hell Judge looked at Yang Xiaoran as if she were an ant, his voice carrying a barely noticeable temptation.
What do you have? Perhaps you can take something out to repay the debt, like cards or crystal cores.
Crystal cores.
Yang Xiaoran seemed to find hope, her desperate eyes brightening again. I have crystal cores, I have 5 million crystal cores, how much fake money can I exchange for? The Hell Judge coldly replied, 1 fake money exchanges for 10,000 crystal cores. From the moment Yang Xiaoran mentioned 5 million crystal cores, Sheng Ning's brows tightly knitted together.
She hadn't given Yang Xiaoran that many crystal cores, so where did they come from? No, that's too low. Yang Xiaoran tried to negotiate.
Horned devil, take her to hell to serve her sentence.
I'm willing. Yang Xiaoran interrupted the Hell Judge's words, pulling out a familiar A-level space card. 50,000 fake money.
The Hell Judge slightly turned his gaze to Sheng Ning, the coldness in his eyes fading away, replaced by a hint of invisible affection. Sheng Ning took out 50,000 copied counterfeit bills and handed them to the Judge of Hell, and 5 million crystal cores returned to Sheng Ning's space.
The Hell Judge asked, is that all?
Yang Xiaoran gritted her teeth in hatred, her crimson eyes full of embarrassment and loathing. That's all. The Hell Judge's gaze flickered slightly, and he stopped questioning further.
The remaining money must be paid in full within 3 days.
After saying that, the Hell Judge moved his fingers, and the king-level aura was instantly retracted, restoring clarity to the eerie street, as if nothing had happened.
Sheng Ning gazed at the neatly stacked crystal cores, clearly a collection made by Ming Xing when he was bored.
Her spring-like eyes carried a hint of doubt as she looked at the aloof and elegant man.
The Hell Judge nodded, it is as you thought.
When Sheng Ning lost her identity as a human player, all the supplies were inherited by Yang Xiaoran, who replaced her identity. The things I have left are still with her. This was not a question, but a statement.
Yang Xiaoran truly was. Sheng Ning had initially only wanted to treat Yang Xiaoran as a stranger, but now that was no longer possible.
This dungeon was not simple, she had to get those cards back quickly to ensure she could clear it, but Yang Xiaoran was clearly not going to make it easy for her.
However, the most important thing right now was.
Sheng Ning collected the crystal cores, her sparkling eyes radiating sincerity as she thanked the Judge of Hell.
Thank you, Judge. If you don't mind, would you like to eat a pancake roll? The deep blue robe and the dark, bustling airy street seemed a bit out of place. Sheng Ning couldn't even imagine such a refined and noble person holding a pancake roll. I can't reject that.
The Hell Judge saw what Sheng Ning was thinking, and since this appearance had already served its purpose, it was time to change.
With a wave of his hand, the Hell Judge's clothing changed completely.
A black tactical jacket, loose-fitting wide-leg pants, and yellowish marten boots on his feet. His slightly tousled hair, with the same cold and aristocratic eyebrows and eyes, resembled the rumored aloof flower of the university days. He made one unable to resist wanting to pull him down from his pedestal. Sheng Ning averted her gaze awkwardly, this man truly knew how to hit her heart every time he dressed up. To prevent the Hell Judge from noticing her unusual reaction, Sheng Ning quickly prepared the pancake roll. With egg, sausage, pork, and spicy strips, a full family pancake roll was stuffed into the Hell Judge's hands. Your Highness, please eat. There were many strange beings queuing in front of the stall, each behaving obediently like quails. The strange beings that almost fought earlier for cutting in line didn't dare to make a sound. Raise a big shark, looks really delicious. King Yin called, hey, don't eat alone. Fear of destiny, you're drooling over a pancake roll, Judge, why don't you eat something good? The strange market opened at 8 and closed at 12. After closing, all players must leave within 5 minutes, or face the consequences. Only then did Sheng Ning realize that she had no place to go. Wandering in the eerie city at night was just like an old man hanging himself. Shanhai, rich and abundant, once thought about inviting the beautiful sister back to his place, but upon seeing the king-level strange being beside her, he touched his nose and left. Seeing Sheng Ning preparing to leave, the Hell Judge, who had been sitting calmly on a small stool, finally stood up. Let's go home. Chapter 112. The first time he saw that girl, the Hell Judge instantly understood what was called deadly attraction. Even if she just stood there, he found himself instinctively wanting to get closer, wanting to embrace her, wanting to possess her. He knew, this was instinct. It was the instinct of the flesh he had consumed. The Hell Judge thought, if he truly could not resist this instinct, then he might as well enjoy it. Sheng Ning arrived at the top floor of a tall building. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, she could see the flickering sign on a nearby building, Eerie Happy Loans. The room was decorated in a modern minimalist style. The main tone is black and gray, perfectly matching the character of the Hell Judge. Usually generous, Sheng Ning became uneasy when she saw the Hell Judge take out a brand new towel and a change of clothes, even including underwear.
Your Highness the Judge, thank you.
A hint of embarrassment and detachment appeared in Sheng Ning's eyes. Even though she sensed the breath of Chu Yuanian on him, at this moment, this person was not Chu Yuanian.
Sheng Ning could not treat him the same way she treated Chu Yuanian. How many times have you said thank you? The Hell Judge's tone was ambiguous, his dark pupils reflecting the fresh-faced Sheng Ning. Go wash up quickly, I don't want a moving pancake wrap in my house. Sheng Ning. You are the pancake wrap.
Sheng Ning retorted in her heart, but still honestly ran into the bathroom, using the shower gel 3 times. After finishing her shower, Sheng Ning saw the Hell Judge sitting on a soft chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking coldly down at the city. The night in the city was a bizarre carnival. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of jasmine after being soaked in water, and the Hell Judge's Adam's apple rolled. Did you use all my shower gel?
Sheng Ning, a big man like you uses jasmine shower gel? Hell Judge, what's wrong with that? Sheng Ning.
Before, Sheng Ning thought this Hell Judge, who looked cold and restrained, was a bit different from the one in the live broadcast room. Now it seems, he was much more reserved in the broadcast room.
Dog man, you have too much to say.
Sheng Ning turned to leave but was caught by the man, who slightly pulled her wrist, causing her to fall into his cool embrace. His cool big palm climbed up her slender waist, and the Hell Judge reached out, pinching the little face he had longed for.
Sheng Ning was a bit angry. Let me go.
The king's strange suppressive force made Sheng Ning feel weak, and before she could struggle, her wrist was already tinged with a layer of crimson.
Saying so many thank yous is not as good as something more substantial.
The dim light in the living room shone on the Hell Judge's profile, making his nose appear even more prominent, and a hint of troublesome desire appeared in his usually cold eyes. The small mole on his nose seemed even more out of place, unexpectedly adding a bit of charm to this man.
Let me go, Sheng Ning said in a voice only the two of them could hear. You're not him, you can't. The Hell Judge paused, his eyes swirling with desire. If I'm him, is that enough?
Sheng Ning hesitated. Still not enough, it depends on my mood.
The rigid string in the Hell Judge's heart suddenly loosened a bit, and he asked in a deep, soothing voice that made people's ears tingle, so how's your mood now?
Sheng Ning could not break free from his grip, her tense body uncomfortably moving. The pancake wrap's mood isn't great. The desire in his eyes gained a hint of amusement. The little girl held a grudge. The Hell Judge released her wrist. In that moment, Sheng Ning bounced away, randomly finding a room to lock herself inside. The smile in the Hell Judge's eyes gradually faded, his gaze darkening. He opened his palm, a silver ring lying in his hand. Countless cells in his body clamored for him to wear this ring. The silver ring shimmered under the night sky, and the judge's fingers slightly moved.
As the morning light gently broke, the city slowly sank into silence.
Sheng Ning slowly opened her eyes on the soft big bed. She slept on one side of the bed, the other side only had minor wrinkles, looking very normal. It seemed that was just a dream. The Hell Judge did not sneak into her room and hold her all night. The room was quietly silent, and Sheng Ning took a cup of warm water, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window as she drank.
The seemingly ordinary morning made Sheng Ning feel an uneasy sense of foreboding.
The 2 rules currently appearing in the dungeon were all heard from others and related to the Eerie Street.
Then what about the clearing rules? Why was there no news at all? Where in the strange street is it? From last night, once the strange street opens for business, all players cannot leave their booth area. How do I find the rules to clear the game?
And then there are the cards at Yang Xiaowan's place.
I can't just kill someone to get them back, right?
While Sheng Ning was deep in thought, the live broadcast panel popped open again. Strange Stock King, baby, only Love Chui Xiao wants to challenge you to a PK, and the loser must give 50,000 ghost dollars to the winner. $50,000, not too much and not too little, it's exactly what Yang Xiaowan owes. After the fuss yesterday, only Love Chui Xiao witnessed the whole thing, so it seems that the enemy of my enemy has become my friend.
Sheng Ning lifted her eyelids. Just when I wanted to find you, you came. Accept. The live broadcast panel split in 2, with the PK bar stretching across the top of the screen. On only Love Chui Xiao's panel, it was only her. Sheng Ning seemed to mock and smile. Tell that person not to hide. If one has the face to do something, one should have the face to accept it. Perhaps Sheng Ning's sarcasm was fully charged. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Yang Xiaowan appeared beside only Love Chui Xiao. Shang Xiaomei, I really underestimated you.
Yang Xiaowan's eyes glimmered with a fierce and malicious light, her features twisted with hatred. Sheng Ning lazily leaned back in her soft chair, her gaze carrying a hint of provocation. What you said is all my words. Only Love Chui Xiao was tired of these two squabbling. She blocked Yang Xiaowan. 5 minutes, whoever has the most gifts wins, and the loser has to go to the strange happy loan company and borrow 50,000 on the spot for the other. Only Love Chui Xiao had inquired about the strange happy loan. Borrow $10 1 second, and the next second, you have to repay 100, an honest loan company. She wanted to trap Shang Xiaomei to death.
Alright, but if you lose, I want all the cards on Yang Xiaoruan. She indeed knew about it. Yang Xiaoruan's trepidation finally vanished. Shang Xiaomei, you are really hypocritical. This is the rule of the strange game. If the item is inherited by me, it belongs to me, why should you ask for it?
In the live broadcast panel, Sheng Ning showed no fierce demeanor, lazily nestled in the expensive soft chair, like a pampered rich lady.
Afraid? Sheng Ning lifted her eyelids and added fuel to the fire. Is that it? You can only do some underhanded tricks. In the picture, the door of Only Love Chui Xiao opened slowly, and a man with gold teeth complained to the woman standing at the company entrance, "You've been standing here for so long, I'll charge you 100. Chapter 113. Perhaps because there aren't many acquaintances in the strange world, Sheng Ning suddenly felt this familiar gold-toothed guy was quite handsome again. Only Love Chui Xiao had no good feelings toward this strange man asking for money right off the bat. An attack card appeared in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. The debt collector warily stepped back, excitedly saying before her, "Come on, hit me, one punch is 50,000 ghost dollars." Only Love Chui Xiao. 50,000, it's not even worth selling Yang Xiaoruan.
Those who achieve great things do not fuss over small details. Only Love Chui Xiao comforted herself and swallowed the anger. Then she shouted at the live broadcast panel, "I promise you, if you win, not only do Yang Xiaoruan's cards belong to you, but my cards too, but you'll have to lend me 100,000. Only Love Chui Xiao sounded quite confident. Sheng Ning was slightly surprised. It seemed she came prepared. To validate what Sheng Ning thought, just as Only Love Chui Xiao finished speaking, her PK bar surged upward, quickly compressing Sheng Ning's to the size of a fingernail. Raising a great shark rewards 1 blood coffin, 14444. Is it starting? I'm first. Eternal Life of Strangeness rewards 1 spirit platform, 444. Teacher, wait for me, I'm going to sell Teacher 2's cassock to support you. King of Hell names, praise you. King of Strange World is the most handsome, your King of Strange gives you a big boost. Sheng Ning, King of Points, you should be more confident, your handsomeness is the #1 in the universe, your eyes are as deep as the mysterious night sky, holding endless stars, every time you look at me. I feel like I'm about to be sucked in. And your nose, so straight like a mountain peak, shows your determination and courage. While your lips, with their slightly upward curve, are just perfect, when you smile, it can melt the hearts of countless girls. An 8-character riddle, the streamer has gone crazy. You've changed. Mysterious Stock King, baby, be quiet. One Punch Supernatural, female donor, monks don't lie, I suggest you chant the Monk Emperor is the most handsome a few more times to build merit. Yama calls out to reward 1 spirit paper, 44,444. Sounds good, keep saying more. Fearful Fate, call a pig. When has this woman ever seen you? Is she blowing air into a judgment dog's face? Yama calls out to reward 1 blood coffin, 14,444. Let us all listen to His Highness, the King of Fate, breaking down. With a 44,444 spirit paper suddenly appearing, the situation instantly flipped, crushing Sheng Ning's health bar. As the last 10 blood coffins, 14444, came onto the scene, not only did they have connections from Wei Ai Chui Xiao, but also from Yang Xiaoruan. The two had agreed on this strategy from the very beginning, first to let Sheng Ning lower her guard, then to steal the base. On the live broadcast panel, Sheng Ning puffed up her little face, reflecting on herself. It's not that the opponent is unprincipled, I can only say I was too careless. The Judge of Hell stepped out in a simple white shirt, revealing delicate, fair collarbones, with a notably slim waist. He couldn't help it, his icy fingers pinched Sheng Ning's slightly rounded pink cheeks. Why are you like a blowfish so early in the morning? Sheng Ning glared at the Judge of Hell in anger. Isn't it all your fault? You gave so much security the moment we entered the dungeon, who wouldn't be confused? The Judge of Hell, instead of being angry, felt like laughing. The little girl's glance just now was like a cat's tail, making one want to comfort her. Who offended you? Should I punish him to sweep the toilets in the mysterious street? Sheng Ning stared straight at him, and after a long pause, said one word, you. Half an hour later. Wei Ai Chui Xiao and Yang Xiaoruan, who were scared of being charged money, could only hide under the bus stop, saw Sheng Ning get out of a ghostly Ferrari from afar. The two exchanged glances. Wei Ai Chui Xiao frowned, feeling unsure, and said, honestly, who is this Sheng Xiaomei? Yang Xiaoruan bit her lips, a hint of grievance flashing in her eyes. She just has better luck, getting a prop that can manipulate the mysterious. Sheng Ning followed the Judge of Hell, taking the elevator straight to the president's office. To Sheng Ning's surprise, they were greeted by a man wearing a floral shirt, big shorts, and flip-flops, who looked like he wasn't worth more than 50 yuan in total. The man froze the moment he saw Sheng Ning and instinctively covered his chest. What is this thrilling heartache? Could it be that my ultimate big client is coming? Sheng Ning's round eyes were filled with surprise. This person is the president? Calming his racing heart, he took out the contract and 100,000 mysterious notes from the drawer. He was already in the live streaming room, having witnessed the whole process, and had prepared the items long ago. The man had an innate relaxed demeanor as he handed over a stack of mysterious notes and a contract, dragging out words with a standard Cantonese accent. 18, this is super low interest. The moment Sheng Ning took the mysterious notes, she activated her copying talent. Ding detected that the current environment is as rich as a country, triggering special use conditions, 1,000 times copy successful. The 100,000 mysterious notes in Sheng Ning's hand instantly transformed into 1 billion mysterious notes. She could almost be called the fastest person in history to become a billionaire.
Sheng Ning's bright eyes masked her excitement, her eyelashes fluttering as she took over the thin contract. Daily interest 50%. Sheng Ning.
As if to prevent Sheng Ning from misunderstanding the value of this contract, seamless connection introduced with a pained expression, 50%. Unlike you, this is like cutting my flesh. If it were someone else, I would charge her 300% daily interest. I tell you, this is simply cutting my flesh. If it were someone else, I would have to charge her 300% daily interest. Sheng Ning silently gave a thumbs up. You deserve to be as rich as a country. At this interest rate, let alone a billionaire, even 100 billionaire couldn't handle it. Sheng Ning had an idea in her heart, took out a roasted chicken. Manager phone, how much is this roasted chicken worth? Manager Feng's back under his floral shirt instantly straightened, staring intently at this golden, tempting roasted chicken. The hell judge leaned on the sofa. A person who usually kept a lofty demeanor rarely made tea himself. After handing a cup to Sheng Ning, he said, this roasted chicken can heal hidden injuries. This sentence struck seamless connection right in the heart. His talent is powerful, but the after effects are many. If you lay out his various hidden injuries, it looks no different than a sieve.
Seamless connection squinted his eyes, a trace of determination appeared. 2 roasted chickens, and the debt of 100,000 fake cash will be cleared.
Sheng Ning curved her lips, her gentle smile made her look both cute and lovely. Deal. A flash of brilliance crossed Seamless Connection's eyes as he showcased his businessman nature. Teacher 18, are you interested in joining us for our auction in 3 days? Chapter 114. The ancients said, a gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. Sheng Ning is not a gentleman, she usually takes revenge on the spot. After getting the fake cash, Sheng Ning sent a message to the love-stricken young Master Chui. If you want the money, come to the 4th floor of the fake pleasure building. Being late will be considered giving up automatically. The love-stricken young Master Chui, having succeeded in his scheme, strutted towards the fake pleasure building. She wanted to take the money and smash that gold-toothed face she saw in the morning. 4th floor. The debt collector, relying on rich debt collecting experience, joined the fake pleasure company, and firmly established himself as a backbone staff. Sheng Ning gave him several hundred incense sticks, and the debt collector unilaterally declared this generous girl, a beauty, was his half-sibling little sister. Amidst Yang Sherwan's burning jealousy, Sheng Ning handed over 100,000 fake cash to them. The bet was fulfilled. The rest. The debt collector twirled a more elaborate butterfly knife in his hand and cheerfully asked, do you two want a loan? The love-stricken young Master Chui quickly denied it. The debt collector nodded. In that case, could you two settle the venue fee? The love-stricken young Master Chui stammered nervously, what venue fee? The debt collector replied, since you are not our company's clients, after using our elevator and stepping on our floor, don't you need to pay a fee? The love-stricken young Master Chui realized, pointing at Sheng Ning's nose, are you playing tricks on me? I'm not, I haven't. Don't say anything random. Sheng Ning blinked her eyes, written with innocence, Brother Jean, look, someone is bullying your VIP client. As soon as her voice fell, the debt collector snapped his fingers, and 5 or 6 disaster-level anomalies appeared outside the door, staring fiercely at the love-stricken young Master Chui and Yang Xiaowan. It was a posture that seemed to indicate they wouldn't let her leave. After a moment, the love-stricken young Master Chui, flexible like a rubber band, bit down on her back teeth and asked, how much do we have to pay? The debt collector looked at his watch, 10,000 per minute, since you entered, it's already been 8 minutes. What? Both of them exclaimed, almost subconsciously turning to run. By the time they reached downstairs, it had just been 10 minutes. 100,000. The debt collector, accompanied by a few disaster-level anomalies, stood at the door, sending off the 2 fleeing women. Our mission at Fake Pleasure is enjoy loans, spend happily, and not take a single cent home. At night, Sheng Ning returned to the Street of Deception to set up her stall again. After making 1,000 fake cash from 100 pancakes yesterday, Sheng Ning, now a billionaire, was squatting behind her stall contemplating life. Shan Haifu Yuan approached, sister, is there something unhappy? Speak out, brother will help you. Sheng Ning, it's nothing. Suddenly becoming a billionaire, I am a bit unaccustomed. The land of mountains and seas is rich. It's over, how did my sister turn bad in just one night? Maybe it's because of the incense, tonight Sheng Ning's business is even more booming. She didn't even have time to sneak out and find the rules. In one night, Sheng Ning tearfully earned 5,000 strange bills, piled on top of each other, almost unrecognizable. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the strange street closed. Sheng Ning walked out, holding a pancake roll to treat herself. In the moment she turned around, Sheng Ning found herself near a bus station. Beside the bus stop sat a ragged old woman. The old woman's unblinking gaze left Sheng Ning with nowhere to escape. She sighed and stepped forward. "Elderly lady, let me give you something to eat." Little did she know, the old woman's mouth split into a smile, revealing a row of sharp teeth like a cat's. "Little girl, didn't anyone tell you not to talk to strangers late at night?" Sheng Ning took out a real sword, her expression emotionless. "Grandma, didn't anyone tell you not to scare little girls randomly?" The aura emanating from the real sword made the old lady instantly retract her teeth, obediently accepting the pancake roll. "Arigato." Sheng Ning. The bus arrived quickly, and the moment Sheng Ning stepped on, she saw a man sitting in the back. He had light features, showing no trace of joy or anger. His long legs crossed naturally, accentuating his height in the cramped space. His posture was noble and elegant, as if he were not on a bus, but in a Rolls-Royce. Sheng Ning's steps unconsciously became light, her body gracefully sitting beside the man. From her angle, she could just turn her head to see his sexy Adam's apple. "Another look and I'll charge you." The hell judge forcibly turned the girl's head away, his Adam's apple rolling unnaturally up and down. "Didn't I say not to come?" After her body shrank, Sheng Ning's voice also became softer, her words always carrying a hint of a pout. "Came out to see injustice." The hell judge's deep gaze revealed strands of laughter. Sheng Ning was slightly taken aback, locking eyes with him. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. In that moment, Sheng Ning seemed to really see into the hell judge's heart. He was telling her what was about to happen. The bus drove down a road thick with strange energy, and at the next stop, two young couples boarded. Their argument could be heard even before the bus stopped, becoming even more intense once inside. Sheng Ning perked up her ears, gossip burning brightly in her eyes. The hell judge's fingers itched, desperately needing something to squeeze. Like the rabbit ears that Sheng Ning had not grown yet. The reason for the couple's fight was simple: the boy was texting another girl behind his girlfriend's back. The girl was digging up old grudges. Clearly this wasn't their first argument about this. The bus quickly reached the next stop, and an old farmer with a yoke got on. The yoke was a bit long and accidentally bumped into the boy, who burst into a foul-mouthed tirade. The girl, unable to endure her boyfriend's bad temper, pushed him. The boy retaliated with a slap. The old farmer couldn't stand it and tried to apologize and mediate, but the boy seemed to have found an outlet for his anger and started beating the old man. Sheng Ning knew it was time for her to step in. The little strange one immediately took action. The hellish level boy had his arm and jaw dislocated by Sheng Ning, crumpled like a pile of mud in a corner of the bus. The girl was totally enraged, rushing up to kick him several times. The bus steadily drove out from the overpass, heading towards the next stop. Sitting back down beside the hell judge, Sheng Ning saw the previously blacked-out bus TV suddenly report a traffic accident. Due to a man beating a passenger, the girlfriend who tried to stop it was killed. The driver frightened and lost control of the wheel, causing the bus to plow off the overpass and crash onto a school bus below, resulting in 16 deaths and 32 injuries. Sheng Ning slightly covered her lips, her clear eyes filled with surprise. "Ding! Congratulations player for resolving the bus accident, obtaining the title of heroism, and receiving 500 ghost bills." At this moment, surprise turned into confusion. Sheng Ning's heart sank slightly. What was going on with this game? "Let's go." The hell judge got up as the car was about to enter the bus station. "Do you mind accompanying me for a drink, little white rabbit?" His broad figure completely shielded Sheng Ning, his eyes crinkled with a smile as he gazed at her. Sheng Ning caught a faint scent of jasmine from his loose gray jacket and knitted shirt. A big bad wolf. Chapter 115. The strange city's night was no different from that of the human city. Sheng Ning followed the hell judge's footsteps, strolling through a dark alley. Sheng Ning felt him grip her wrist, the soft jasmine scent almost enveloping her. Not knowing how long they walked, the hell judge seemingly casually pulled open a steel door. The deafening DJ music hit her face, where bizarre partygoers danced wildly inside. Under the thumping DJ beats, some people were shaking their own heads off, and others were swinging their intestines over their heads. The hell judge completely shielded Sheng Ning in his embrace, yet the little white rabbit, disobedient, wanted to peek out and was discovered for her beauty. A man in a suit, exuding a domineering air, staggered over. His drunkenness made him ignore the hell judge's predatory gaze, and with a swish, he opened his chest like taking off a coat, revealing a pitch-black heart. "Leave this man, I'll give you my heart." Sheng Ning blinked her innocent big eyes. "That's wrong, the domineering CEO usually says he'll give you his life." After speaking, she raised her gaze to the dark-faced man and cluelessly asked, "Can I have it?" The hell judge pursed his lips, clearly disgusted. "Dirty." Sheng Ning replied with an "oh," saying, "Then I'll need to use jasmine-scented hand sanitizer to wash my hands later." With that, she drew her sword, piercing through the CEO's head. "Ding! Congratulations husband for killing a ghost-level strange being with 18 hits, earning 200 experience points." The hell judge shot her a glance, almost covering her completely with his body. protecting the little white rabbit from meeting any more CEOs, rich kids, or princes. The second floor was a bar's private room, and as soon as the hell judge appeared, a voluptuous woman in a red mini dress came over. Ignoring Sheng Ning in his arms, the weak-bodied woman clung to the hell judge's arm. "Your Highness, why didn't you let anyone know you were coming?" The overly sweet voice made Sheng Ning uncomfortable. She peered out again, staring at the woman's alluring figure. It's better not to look. Once she did, she especially missed her own curves. Hand. In front of outsiders, the judge was extremely cold, the royal level aura slightly spilled out, causing the woman to kneel on the ground, unable to withstand it. Sheng Ning looked up, their posture overly intimate. She could only see the man's perfect jawline and reminded him, "Judge, according to your status, you should pinch." The judge shut her up with a glance that seemed like it wanted to devour her whole.
Sheng Ning shrank back a bit.
"What are you always thinking about?" The hell judge scoffed at her. Though he was disdainful, he still couldn't help but pinch Sheng Ning's delicate earlobe. Sheng Ning didn't believe it was her fault. It must be because her body had shrunk, her memories also returning to when she was 18. She had watched several novels about CEOs chasing love and abandoning princesses with her dorm mates. Which girl could refuse a domineering CEO? So during that time, Chu Yuanya was often interrogated about whether he was a lost rich second generation, and often faced Sheng Ning's beatings for not being one. With the judge arriving, the private room was quickly arranged. Sheng Ning knew there must be something in the bar that she needed to resolve, remaining on guard with her back slightly tense. Seeing her like this, the hell judge's lips curled into a faint smile, his crossed legs and relaxed demeanor making him appear extraordinarily distinguished. "Come here, try this." The hell judge raised a cup of light green liquid, with half a green plum floating inside. The hell judge beckoned with his hand, and the little white rabbit leaned in, her pink nose sniffing, eyes flashing with surprise. "Green plum green tea." In the shady bar, half a bottle of green plum green tea sells for 200 strange bills. If you don't get rich, who will? But the taste was quite good.
Sheng Ning licked her lips, and in the not-so-bright box, the wine-stained lips looked unusually enticing.
The hell judge struggled to look away, his Adam's apple bobbing continuously, tension making the veins in his neck bulge. As for Sheng Ning, her life in the orphanage not only taught her various skills but also honed her mentality well. Only her alcohol tolerance was like a balancing act, heavily leaning towards spilling if she just touched the glass. Within 2 minutes, Sheng Ning felt her whole body heat up, her consciousness starting to blur. "Judge Wang," Sheng Ning groped closer, instinctively seeking a place that made her feel safe. The hell judge was always upright, he was a good person in life, and in death, his aura remained unchanged. Only at this moment, the delicate girl clung to his arm, slightly tilting her head back, the fruity scent of the green plum hanging between her lips like a lethal poison, drawing him in without a chance to resist. He lowered his head, wanting to capture that soft, rosy fruit, but the barely conscious Sheng Ning dodged away. Sheng Ning's fingertip pressed against the hell judge's heart, her voice hoarse from the wine almost shattering his last line of defense. She said, "Put on the ring, whatever you want, I will give it to you." She knew the ring had been taken by the judge. Just like he knew what would happen if he put on the ring. He knew Sheng Ning had a low tolerance for alcohol, just as Sheng Ning understood his intentions. Masters at play, those willing came forward.
The hell judge's throat tightened, his Adam's apple rolling due to extreme restraint.
For thousands of years, the hell judge had never lost control like he did today.
It was over, he knew his defenses were shattered.
"I'm called Morong Zhao," the hell judge took out the silver ring. Strange beings cannot reveal their real names to outsiders, the stronger the being, the less likely they are to expose themselves. And now, the hell judge was laying bare his glaring weakness before Sheng Ning.
Morong Zhao.
Sheng Ning's voice grew softer, her consciousness almost fading away. The hell judge smiled, and the moment he put on the ring, he seized Sheng Ning's chin and kissed her fiercely. He restrained her waist, and Sheng Ning was forced to tilt her head back, enduring the overwhelming kisses, the scent of green plum wine and jasmine intertwining.
The man kissed heavily, each kiss biting.
Under the influence of the wine, Sheng Ning felt her whole body go weak, helplessly clinging to the man's shoulder. Not knowing how long it had been, Sheng Ning felt her breath being robbed, her physiological tears welling in the corners of her eyes, letting out a suffocating whimper, pitifully urging someone to love her fiercely. Only then did the man stop, his precious brows filled with deep affection. "Ning Ning, don't tempt me." Sheng Ning could not distinguish whether this was Chu Yunyan or the judge. It should be Chu Yunyan. She knew each version of Chu Yunyan had a slightly different character, influenced by the consciousness of the body's owner. The man clearly seemed unsatisfied, his cool fingertips caressing Sheng Ning's swollen lips, desire rising in his eyes, like a starving wolf seeing a tender little rabbit, desperation emanating from his bones.
"Let's go back, shall we?"
The man's voice was enticing. To hell with the trivial missions, nothing was more important than sleeping. After an unknown amount of time, Sheng Ning suddenly felt a coolness in her consciousness, gradually waking up.
"Time's up."
A voice filled with unfulfilled desire drifted by her ear. Chu Yunyan's hand still rested on Sheng Ning's chest, his soft fingertips making him want to go down and take out those bastards right now.
The shouts from downstairs pierced through the thick door of the box, echoing in her ears. Sheng Ning's pretty face flushed red, and after pushing someone away, she directly went downstairs.
Chu Yuan had a cold expression on his face, following Sheng Ning down the stairs with a sense of pressure. The DJ music downstairs had stopped at some point, and a wall of people surrounded a booth, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everyone was making a ruckus, cheering and shouting. Sheng Ning pushed through a crowd member to find out the truth of the matter. The girl kneeling on the ground was selling drinks here to raise tuition for her brother, but was targeted by young Master Su, who wanted to force himself on her. Just then, her brother arrived to pick her up from work and, seeing his sister insulted, intervened, and the consequences were dire. Young Master Su wiped the swollen corner of his mouth, furious, staring at the boy lying on the ground, who, even in a daze, refused to let go of his sister's clothes. A wicked thought arose in his heart, wanting to punish the girl in front of so many people. Just when he was about to pull down his pants, a slender figure kicked him over. After kicking the person, Sheng Ning blinked her watery eyes and apologized. So RRY they say that ugly people have kinder hearts, you won't hold it against me, right? Her light-hearted words struck young Master Su deep, making him rage, and he roared at the people beside him, tie her up for me. I want to kill her. Who dares? A voice, oppressive and commanding, erupted from the back of the crowd. Chu Yuan stood there, though he had not been noticed until now. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, even without a royal-level supernatural presence, he was impossible to ignore. Dressed in a deep gray jacket and knitted sweater, his formal appearance clashed sharply with the vibrant lights of the bar. Prince of Judgment. A rushed gasp rose from the crowd. Young Master Su, still under the influence of alcohol, suddenly sobered up, shivering in fear. Your Highness, how are you here? The Prince of Judgment had his hands in his pockets, directly crushing the crowd with his aura, his expression indifferent. What does it have to do with you? Young Master Su was just a fierce-level supernatural, but knowing whose territory this was made him muster a bit more courage. He straightened his neck and said, Your Highness, this is the territory of the Elephant King, you are naturally welcome here, but if... If what? Should I kill you? Chu Yuan's voice dripped with disdain. He stood there, stable as a mountain, his eyes slightly narrowed, an invisible force suddenly enveloping young Master Su, crushing him into a mist of blood. Sheng Ning, who got splattered, was stunned. Noticing her little rabbit's resentful gaze, the noble and cold Prince of Judgment smiled faintly, pulling her over and took out a tissue to wipe her. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. The bar owner trembled as he approached. Your Highness, this makes it hard for us to handle. The bar's business isn't great, is it? Chu Yuan's thin lips parted slightly, causing the owner to stare blankly for a minute, finally understanding his meaning. At market price of 90%, if you're willing, we'll consider this matter settled. The owner's face couldn't hide his delight. This bar had long been beyond the management of the Prince of Xiang. The sooner he could let go, the sooner he could return to Xiang City. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze, landing it on Sheng Ning, whose cheeks were slightly flushed from being wiped. He reached out a fingertip, playfully poking her round cheek. A sudden urge to bite her rose in his heart. Sheng Ning looked up, a hint of understanding. I'll buy, how much? In front of the Prince of Judgment, who would dare to lie? The owner was very honest, 10 million plus a deed, then this bar will belong to you. In supernatural deals, a deed was unnecessary. The owner clearly saw Sheng Ning's player identity with that statement. Deal struck. A farce was easily resolved under Sheng Ning's financial capability. She even gave the siblings 10,000 supernatural bills for their medical and educational expenses. Just then. Congratulations, player, for successfully resolving the bar incident, earning the title of charitable pioneer. In a world where the unexpected happens, the air thickened with tension. Ding, congratulations, player. You have received a strange building. The right to manage will unlock after level 4. Keep it up. As the announcement faded, the breath of the two siblings before us surged rapidly. The sister's name was Mai Yan, a destruction level mystery. The brother's name was Mai Yu, at the peak of disaster level. Years ago, Mai Yan was publicly humiliated, and her brother missed the best chance to save her and died. The next day, after recovering, Mai Yan feigned submission, deceiving Su Xiao and others, locking down the bar from within, and setting it ablaze, killing over 400 people, becoming one of the top 3 tragedies in the city. Mai Yan sincerely thanked, thank you for helping my brother and me escape this nightmare of a life, to completely break free from the sea of fire. Then, the two siblings took out cards and handed them to Sheng Ning. Special card, the little match girl, designated card, establishes an employment relationship with the designated person, can summon 3 times in each instance, remember to pay the salary. Special card, deep sibling bond, designated card, protecting the sister is everyone's duty. Zhu Yunyan explained, this bar is their territory, and now it belongs to you. Once you reach level 4 and unlock territorial rights, you will sense your connection with them. Hearing this, Sheng Ning's mind instantly filled with many thoughts. Before she could speak, Zhu Yunyan coldly said, don't think too much. There's a special title in this bar that allows you to exploit loopholes. Sheng Ning swallowed her words, shooting the man a glare. She declared that this was her least favorite avatar. Before leaving, My Yen suddenly ran to the bar counter, took out a strange bill, and handed it to Sheng Ning. Boss, I think this will be useful to you. Sheng Ning took it and glanced. On the back of the black bill were golden small letters. Rule 1. Be cautious of strong magnetic fields that may appear in the instance. Rule 2. Some areas may contain powerful curses or taboos, enter with caution. Rule 3. Do not exceed 5,000 strange bills in daily operations. Rule 4. Cherish your profession. This was an unexpected delight. Sheng Ning joyfully threw herself into Chu Yunyan's broad embrace, oblivious to the dark desire swirling in his eyes. The king-level talent was formidable, and the methods were countless. With one arm around her waist, Chu Yunyan swiftly returned to the Hell Judge's top residence. Before Sheng Ning could react, she was swept into the bathroom by him. You threw yourself at me, Chu Yunyan said, removing his jacket and tearing open Sheng Ning's clothes with one hand, his broad chest looming over her. The cold strange aura was tinged with a hint of warmth, and the voice just breathed out was instantly swallowed. Disordered breaths filled the air, and soon the scent of jasmine wafted out, filling the entire room.
Chapter 117. On the third morning of the instance. The biological plot woke Sheng Ning on time.
Stretching, Sheng Ning sat up in bed and turned to look. Chu Yunyan lay on his side on the light gray silk pillow, most of his face buried in the pillow, sleeping soundly. Sheng Ning reached out to touch his forehead. Sure enough, just like in the previous instance, his cool body temperature began to heat up. She knew he was absorbing the power contained within the Hell Judge's body. The upper half of the man's body was exposed outside the quilt, with faint marks like stars on it. The delicate Adam's apple accentuated a sexy curve on his neck, and Sheng Ning couldn't resist lightly biting into it before reluctantly getting up. The strange bill had 4 game rules on the back. When Sheng Ning first received these rules, she found them odd. The instance was running a small stall, but these rules seemed to have no relation to the instance at all.
What was the strong magnetic field in Rule 1, and what impact would it have?
In Rule 2, it stated that there were powerful curses or taboos in certain areas of the instance. Sheng Ning understood that, such as yesterday's bar tragedy, which was likely one of those taboos. What puzzled Sheng Ning was that this still seemed to have little connection to the instance.
The daily sales cannot exceed 5,000.
Sheng Ning's pancake sales had already exceeded 5,000 yesterday, so what will happen next, and how does it relate to Rule 4?
Rule 4. Cherish your profession. What is Sheng Ning's profession? A pancake vendor?
Combined with what she observed these past 2 days, Sheng Ning vaguely had a guess in her heart. In the afternoon, Sheng Ning saw My Yan's call in the bullet screen. The little match girl, boss, there's a player here applying for a job.
Do you want to come and have a look? Sheng Ning, I'll be there soon.
This was a player from a 7-person dungeon. Other than Wei Ai Chui Xiao and Yang Xiaoruan, she had not seen anyone else. Now that a player came to apply, this person must know something. Or perhaps it has something to do with the 4th rule.
Cherish your profession. Every player must have a profession. Thinking of the 3rd rule, Sheng Ning's heart added more guesses. There weren't many people in the bar during the day.
Mayu was hugging a big fat cat at the door, basking in the sun.
Sheng Ning was a bit curious, squatting in front of Mayu, handing over an apple. Aren't you uncomfortable basking in the sun?
Mayu pursed his lips, his eyes bright, with a hint of relief. I used to live in a basement with my sister, rarely seeing the sun.
The bizarre formation was largely due to lingering grievances or obsessions in life. Basking in the sun is one of Mayu's obsessions.
Even if he couldn't feel the warmth, he always wanted to stand under the sun.
Sheng Ning patted the little pitiful head and walked into the bar.
As she pushed open the office door, Sheng Ning saw a somewhat familiar figure, Wei Ai Chui Xiao. Wei Ai Chui Xiao had a smile on his face that he thought was polite yet full of enthusiasm. The moment he saw Sheng Ning, his smile froze, and he jumped up from the chair with bristled hair. Why are you here? Sheng Ning brushed aside her bangs, her eyes gleaming with teasing. No choice, it's just me. Wei Ai Chui Xiao bit his lip hard, his chest heaving violently. My Yen noticed the situation and respectfully pulled out the boss's chair for Sheng Ning, standing by her side like a bodyguard, silently releasing a strong and bizarre aura. With a face full of humiliation, Wei Ai Chui Xiao sat back down in the chair. President Shang, I'm here to apply for a job.
Sheng Ning's narrow eyes gently squinted, having already formed a plan in her heart.
She leaned back comfortably in the chair, revealing an air of indifference. I can hire you, but you have to show me your value. After a friendly exchange, Wei Ai Chui Xiao successfully joined the bar by offering 6 S-level cards for Sheng Ning to copy. My Yen, I've never seen someone pay their boss wages on their first day. Just as Wei Ai Chui Xiao was about to leave, he shot a fierce glare at Sheng Ning and My Yen, holding back his humiliating tears as he entered the staff dormitory. My Yen looked at the bar sign. After some time he said, Boss, should we change to a new name? The photos of the bar were marked with traces of fire, so charred that the name was no longer clear. Sheng Ning waved her hand grandly, pulling out 50,000 bizarre bills and handing them to my yen. You arrange someone, we'll call it GU bar.
My yen asked in confusion, boss, is there a story behind it?
Sheng Ning smiled. I saw a biography this morning about a top scholar who rose from a county magistrate to the prime minister. His courtesy name was GU, and I thought it sounded beautiful. My yen nodded as if he understood but didn't entirely get it. Then he heard Sheng Ning looking at a row of empty spaces at the door, saying, get a few vending machines, I want to sell things.
At 7 o'clock in the evening, the bar opened on time.
Sheng Ning was still dressed in black sportswear, her hair in a high ponytail, paired with her 18-year-old face, brimming with youth and energy. Mayu, under Sheng Ning's arrangement, shouted energetically, the bar is open, spend 100 bizarre bills and get a stick of incense for free. While speaking, he shook a stick of incense in his hand, and wisps of light blue mist drifted away. Before long, the bar was packed with people.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao stood there with a face devoid of hope, handling the cash register.
If heaven were to give her another chance to choose, she would definitely turn around and run. This Shang Xiaomei, some people truly treat her like a donkey or a horse. Before 9 o'clock, Sheng Ning had already restocked 3,000 incense sticks, and the vending machine was so overloaded it began to smoke, with 3 out of 5 machines on strike. At that moment, the newly renovated door of the GU bar was suddenly kicked open, flying over 10 meters and crashing down onto the cashier's counter. Sheng Ning looked over and saw a 4-eyed monster covered in bone spurs on its back, wrapped in a layer of black skin that looked like something out of a toxic movie.
Its 4 eyes glanced in 4 different directions, exuding a terrifying yet somewhat foolish aura. With no lips, its teeth were exposed to the air, licking its bloody tongue while wildly shouting, who is the boss? Dare to steal our bar's business, let me see how many eyes you have. This was a disaster-grade monster, its arms transforming into massive blades, hacking wildly at the booths near the entrance. The speed of the blade was too fast, many other monsters didn't react in time, directly turning into trails of black smoke. In the next second, Sheng Ning blocked the 4-eyed monster's action with a real sword before Mayu could act. This big brother, let's talk nicely. Sheng Ning smiled, showing no signs of anger.
The 4-eyed monster wanted to strike again but saw Sheng Ning pull out a stack of strange money, estimated to be a full 10,000.
With this amount of strange money, why don't we become friends?
The monster's 4 eyes, which had never focused on anything since entering, surprisingly gathered together when Sheng Ning took out the strange money.
The greed in its eyes was apparent. All right.
Its slashing arms transformed back into normal human hands, accepting the strange money, sitting on the floor, spitting to the side, and immediately began counting the cash.
Sheng Ning.
For a moment, Sheng Ning thought she saw Grandpa Zhang selling vegetables at the market. Just as Sheng Ning thought this farce could end, the iron door pressing down on the counter was suddenly kicked away and embedded into the ceiling.
Followed by a furious roar, damn it. The skin I was most satisfied with. Just like that, you ruined it. Chapter 118.
A bloodied and mangled person, with a face as flat as a frying pan, crawled out from under the bar.
If it wasn't for the familiar clothes, Sheng Ning would hardly recognize who this was.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao stepped out from behind the bar, so fast that Sheng Ning barely caught sight of him. In the next second, he appeared right in front of the 4-eyed monster. Wei Ai Chui Xiao's third ability was similar to that of the 4-eyed monster, both turning body parts into weapons. The only difference was that while the 4-eyed monster could only turn into cold weapons, one of Wei Ai Chui Xiao's arms transformed into a glowing Gatling gun, blasting towards the 4-eyed monster's head. The 4-eyed monster was incredibly fast, trying to dodge, but was locked on by an A-grade targeting card, with countless Gatling bullets exploding around its head. The 4-eyed monster had only counted a few bills when it was blasted into a pulp. The bar instantly fell silent. Every monster retreated in fear, and the more timid ones were already cowering on the floor.
Mamma mia, there's something here scarier than monsters.
Sheng Ning was also startled and cautiously approached. How about, you go up and change your skin first, and I'll calculate your lost wages?
Work injury. This is a work injury.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao's eyes were blazing, as he ripped off the bloodied and mangled skin, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. His surroundings filled with people gasping in shock. This face, compared to the previous one, can't even be said to be similar, it was simply a world of difference.
Was that one you were most satisfied with? High cheekbones, dead fish eyes. Sheng Ning felt a bit of aesthetic confusion. Half an hour later, the bar reopened.
The beautiful version of Wei Ai Chui Xiao looked resentful, and the lingering scent nearly made Sheng Ning unable to open her eyes. After all this guy, wearing such an ugly skin, is looking for a true love that doesn't care about looks. Chui Xiao is one of the few men who likes her ugly face, which is why Wei Ai Chui Xiao is utterly devoted.
Sheng Ning is speechless, love brain, even zombies would shake their heads.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao rolls her eyes, and as the money keeps increasing, she flickers with anxiety and shares her guess. It seems like the daily sales cannot exceed a certain amount, or else our identities might change. Wei Ai Chui Xiao's second talent is crisis. When she faces a certain death situation, the talent guides her to find a safe place. So Wei Ai Chui Xiao would rather endure humiliation to apply for a job at Sheng Ning's bar. This is a safe place.
How much did you sell yesterday? 50-40.
Sheng Ning has found the answer in her heart. It can't exceed 5,000. If it exceeds 5,000, we will lose our current jobs.
If I'm not wrong, losing a job means being erased by the instance.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao suddenly realized, she knows Sheng Ning's certainty comes from having found the rules. But for herself and Sheng Ning,
she is very confused. Aren't you afraid I will tell Yang Xiaoruan?
Sheng Ning curled her lips, raised her eyebrows, and flashed a smile full of confidence that seemed irritating. So what if she knows?
Can she clear it with that? At midnight, when Yin and Yang intersect,
Sheng Ning and Wei Ai Chui Xiao walked out of the bar. On the dark street, the streetlights shone like stars, illuminating only a mere inch.
Sheng Ning walked aimlessly, trying to encounter some bizarre event and trigger some title.
Although she has not found the clearing rules yet, she feels it is somehow related to this title. Wei Ai Chui Xiao is completely convinced by Sheng Ning's courage. Daring to wander around in a strange city ruled by two king-level oddities, ordinary people do not have this bravery. If it were anyone else, Wei Ai Chui Xiao would not follow, but Sheng Ning is different. She has a king-level oddity backing her. Driving to an intersection near a shopping mall, suddenly, a series of gasps came from ahead. Robbery, someone is being robbed. A yellow-haired man ran towards Sheng Ning at high speed, holding an inconspicuous black plastic bag. Sheng Ning remained calm, lightly stretched out her toes. At high speed, the yellow-haired man lost his balance, landed face first, and slid forward several meters before stopping. All this happened in the blink of an eye, almost too fast for Wei Ai Chui Xiao to stop Sheng Ning from meddling. Sheng Ning picked up the black plastic bag. Inside it were 30,000 strange bills. A crying woman ran over, and upon seeing the money still there, she knelt down to Sheng Ning.
Benefactor, thank you.
Congratulations to the player for successfully resolving the hospital tragedy, earning the title step forward, and gaining 500 experience points.
Reward at #%UN%. What reward?
Sheng Ning didn't catch it clearly, and a scene flashed before her eyes. The woman's son is a person with manic disorder. This 30,000 is the woman's last savings, just to treat her son. When her son found out the money was robbed, he went crazy and directly strangled the woman, followed by the chief physician, then rushed into the operating room to grab a scalpel. From top to bottom, he killed 12 floors, 63 medical staff, and 678 patients and their families.
It was the worst tragedy in the city. Who would have thought the source began with a robbery? The woman took the money and left.
Sheng Ning thought for a moment and gave the woman another 50,000. I've heard about your son, let him focus on treatment. If the money isn't enough, come find me at GU Bar.
No, miss, I can't take it.
The woman hurriedly refused. Sheng Ning said, take it, I am a billionaire, and I love to help others. The woman was taken aback, then tears streamed down her face. There are still good people in the world. After sending off the woman, no broadcast announcement sounded, which was expected by Sheng Ning. She was not disappointed.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao followed closely, looking at Sheng Ning with adoring eyes, using a voice so sweet it seemed deadly. Boss, don't you think I look just like your long-lost sister? Sheng Ning's whole body went cold. Goosebumps fell all over the ground. It's late at night, don't act crazy.
Don't, sister, my dear sister, I am your half-sister. Seeing Wei Ai Chui Xiao almost stick to her again, Sheng Ning quickened her pace. The two of them were chasing each other down the dark street. When they finally stopped, a brightly lit building appeared before them without warning. At the top of the building, glowing red letters read Gue City First People's Hospital. Sheng Ning felt it was somewhat familiar, but before she could recall what it was, she heard Wei Ai Chui Xiao say a curse that was completely inconsistent with her delicate image. What the hell, it's over. Sheng Ning took half a step back in disgust. If her sister dared to speak like that, she would definitely give her a good beating. The live stream room had exploded. Weird Stock King, baby be careful, you have entered a hidden copy.
Sheng Ning, ? King of Hell calls, what the hell, wasn't this copy closed? How did it appear again?
One punch exorcism, it didn't appear, but the female benefactor's copy had a problem and linked up with this copy.
Wei Ai Chui Xiao swallowed nervously, it's over.
I shouldn't have come out with you, a hidden copy won't let you leave without an S-grade clearance.
My life is over, boo-hoo.
Sheng Ning felt a headache from the noise, looking at the building that looked just like an ordinary hospital but inexplicably felt chilling. She said in a very calm voice, did Yang Xiaoruan not tell you my record since my debut?
Wei Ai Chui Xiao's tears lingered in her eyes. What record? Is it impressive? Sheng Ning smiled slightly. I have been clearing at SS grade or above since my debut. Chapter 119. In front of the brightly lit building, the piercing sound of an ambulance siren broke the silence of the night. The road they came on was already hidden in darkness. Sheng Ning and Wei Ai Chui Xiao stood in front of the building, feeling a chill in their hearts.
They both knew that even someone as strong as Mai Yan, a destruction-level weirdness, could only restore the scene of his own obsession in his heart. And the weirdness here restored the appearance of an entire building. Powerful, it was visible to the eye. Wei Ai Chuishao's level was much higher than Sheng Ning's, but at this moment she involuntarily leaned closer to Sheng Ning, seeking some sense of security.
Are we going in? Wei Ai Chuishao asked, pinching the edge of Sheng Ning's clothes.
Sheng Ning nodded, offering her a bit of comfort. Since we are here, let's just relax, we won't die that easily.
Maybe just like Yang Xiaoruan said, this Shang Xiaomei has a kind of magic, a power that allows belief and reassurance.
After entering the emergency door, the scene before them became bright, and the surroundings had turned into a daytime view.
Let's go to the nurse station first.
Sheng Ning had a plan in mind: get a nurse's identity to avoid breaking the rules. Wei Ai Chuishao was now like a grasshopper on the same string as Sheng Ning. She took out an A-grade invisibility card and a disguise card to give to Sheng Ning. The two used the cards to get uniforms and badges from the nurse station, then used the disguise card to change the photos and names on them to their own.
Sheng Ning glanced at Wei Ai Chuishao's badge, named Xiao Qiu.
Xiao Qiu lifted her chin to meet Sheng Ning's curious gaze. What are you looking at?
Sister is saying goodbye to Love Brain. Sheng Ning blinked, a bit naive. No, I just want to ask, Xiao Qiu, is it Xiao Qiu of Zhou number? Wei Ai Chuishao was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting, grabbing Sheng Ning and wanting to scratch her. Who the hell is the fat penguin? Just as they exited the nurse station, they ran into the cold-faced head nurse. What are you making noise about? What is it like?
Xiao Qiu glared at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning obediently admitted her mistake to the head nurse. Xiao Qiu was scolded by the head nurse again. Only then did she say, "You two go to the neurosurgery department to deliver a report. Stop messing around, hurry back." The two of them sat quietly in the elevator going upstairs like students being lectured by their homeroom teacher. Sheng Ning opened the report in her hand. Zhu Shenao, male, manic patient, blood test normal, excluding drug stimulation. Images flashed through Sheng Ning's mind of the scenes she had just seen on the street. This was actually the hospital where the mania killer killed. There was no time to explain anything to Xiao Qiu, as the elevator door slowly opened. The sound of the floor shifted from blurry to clear, each scream pierced the eardrums. In the midst of the silent screams, a blood-soaked man with a fierce smile swung his fist as soon as he saw the people in the elevator. Sheng Ning's heart jumped to her throat. Be careful. The real sword was drawn, but it could not match the man's speed. The manic man smashed the skull of the nearest patient with one punch. The blood mist mixed with brain matter splattered against the reflective elevator walls. In the next second, the real sword was gripped by the man. The manic man seemed unfazed by the pain in his hand. Crimson blood dripped down the sword's edge.
Fun. The man let out a strange laugh, reaching to choke Sheng Ning's neck.
At this moment, Xiao Qiu had also reacted, using an A-level counter shield to block the man's attack, forcing him out of the elevator.
The space opened up, finally giving the two a moment to breathe.
The neurology floor was now a river of blood, with shattered bodies everywhere, and the smell of blood in the air was nauseating.
Xiao Qiu threw all the cards to Sheng Ning. Hurry and copy. Dozens of cards were rapidly copied, and Sheng Ning's brows furrowed as she anxiously said, "Where's your Gatling gun? Take it out and blow him away." Such an amazing talent can only be used once per dungeon, of course.
As she spoke, Xiao Qiu wielded a chopping knife, using the advantage of the cards to engage in close combat with the manic man.
With the strength of a level 5 player, she surprisingly managed to exchange blows with this destruction-level anomaly. Anomaly King, baby, I have so many S-level cards, I can too.
With Sheng Ning around, piling cards could almost bury a high-level anomaly.
As Sheng Ning joined the battle, the manic man sensed he was at a disadvantage, starting to retreat upstairs. Upstairs was the operating room. We can't let him into the operating room.
Sheng Ning's voice was urgent, knowing full well the consequences if the manic man got a scalpel.
But it was too late.
The manic man smashed through the wall with a punch, snatching the surgical knife from the hands of the lead surgeon inside, his bizarre aura rising again.
What the hell is this? Why does he get a buff just for grabbing a scalpel? Xiao Qiu yelled in despair, but her hands moved without hesitation.
The chopping knife, as wide as a finger, collided with the gleaming surgical knife. The chopping knife was sliced in half.
Xiao Qiu couldn't believe it, and immediately focused on the real sword in Sheng Ning's hand. "Xiaomei, quickly copy the sword you have." Sheng Ning was pushed back and let out a deep growl. "This is my damn talent."
The razor-sharp scalpel combined with the manic man's speed and strength slashed numerous cuts on Sheng Ning's body. Blood splattered on the ground like bright red plum blossoms.
"That damn brat."
Sheng Ning muttered lowly, locking eyes with Xiao Qiu. The two leaped up simultaneously, exchanging weapons in midair. By the time the manic man reacted, Xiao Qiu had pierced his heart from behind with the real sword. Congratulations to player, only love Chui Xiao, husband 18 blocks for completing the first kill of Wrongful Death Hospital, killing the anomaly at destruction level, gaining 10,000 experience points, 5,000 first kill bonus experience points, reward attack card, Scalpel, S, X1, reward special card, Answer X1, reward special card, Mania, A, reward, Land Deed X2. The first kill announcement echoed throughout the game. Not only could the live stream see it, but every player in the dungeon also received the information. Curled up in an abandoned warehouse, Yang Xiaoran stared at the golden rolling screen, biting her lip, a chilling glint in her eyes. After so much effort, she finally found a powerful player to rely on.
Shang Xiaomei.
How long are you going to keep on pushing to the edge? Why do you want to take away even her last hope?
Tears mixed with resentment fell from her cheeks as she took a deep breath. Shang Xiaomei, you have the support of a king-level abnormality, then I can find one too.
Looking over here at Sheng Ning and Xiao, the two were slumped on the ground. Before they could divide the spoils, they saw the chief surgeon, dressed in a dark green surgical gown, looking at them. What are you dawdling for? The surgery has to continue, hurry up and assist us. Sheng Ning and Xiao exchanged a glance, seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes.
Assist the two of them? Assist in what? Taking out someone's kidney?
Little did they know, it was a prophetic statement. When Sheng Ning and Xiao entered the operating room, they saw a man lying on the operating table, his face covered by a surgical cloth. The man had been opened up, and the doctor was cutting into his kidney with a scalpel. Xiao inadvertently glanced at the surgical order nearby. Xia Zhongshu, male, 28 years old, appendectomy.
She kicked Sheng Ning and looked at her meaningfully.
Following her gaze, Sheng Ning's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small scar on the man's drooping arm. Just that one glance caused Sheng Ning to freeze in place. The next second, Xiao's talent crisis activated again. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Sheng Ning lift the surgical cloth. The man's face was pale, his brows and eyes were beautiful, with black lashes fluttering. The man, who should have been in a deep coma, slowly opened his eyes. His ink-black eyes instantly locked onto Sheng Ning, displaying a teasing and mischievous smile. Hi, dear wife.
Chapter 120.
Xiao's talent crisis kept flashing, even more terrifying than a knife poised at her neck. What was even more frightening was that the beautiful man, who could only be described as a seductress, had just finished speaking. Sheng Jia, no, Sheng Ancestor, directly slapped him across the face.
Xiao.
God, if I have sinned, please let the 18-packab's handsome man punish me, rather than having me witness my teammate wildly slapping the face of a world-destroying abnormality. In that moment, Xiao had already thought about where to bury herself. But she saw the seductive man show a smug smile, throwing flirtatious glances at Sheng Ning, his eyes flowing like currents, enticing her. You recognized me, didn't you?
Sheng Ning stared blankly, her gaze sweeping to the scar on the man's wrist, asking in a deep voice, why do you have his body?
This scar was one left by Chu Yuanian when he climbed a tree as a child, and it was also the first time he had acted cute and submitted to her. She remembered it very clearly. This man not only looked exactly like Chu Yuanian, but his body was also the same. He was exactly the person who had been in the broken home instance, constantly enticing Sheng Ning to become an abnormality. At that time, her brother's body had 3 levels of consciousness. One was her brother himself, the other was Chu Yuanian, and the third was this pervert, comparable to a French meal when it came to eating kidneys. The man straightened up, kicked the chief surgeon away, haphazardly stuffing his own kidneys and intestines together, and casually picked up the needle and thread beside him to sew himself up, his movements smooth like flowing water.
So, how about it? Are you impressed by my skills?
Sheng Ning's face turned darker, unable to tolerate this pervert any longer, and she warned with restrained anger, don't do anything strange with this body.
The seductive man pouted, wife, you're fierce, my body was granted by the master, and now the master doesn't even have a body, why not enjoy mine first? This man was also one who had consumed Chu Yuanian's flesh and blood. Not wanting to waste words with him, Sheng Ning asked, less nonsense, what exactly is going on in this instance? The seductive man's fingers were stained with a bit of blood, looking deeply at Sheng Ning with a mix of affection and a twisted desire. Wanting to eat, wanting to sleep, wanting to merge into one. Wanting to take her heart out and place it in his own chest. Unfortunately, the master would not agree.
His fingers slowly brushed across his lips. It was like putting on a layer of ripened cherry red lipstick. With snow-white skin, dark eyebrows, and red lips, the extreme contrast in colors made him look like a painted ghost from a storybook.
This copy is my home now.
The man slowly opened his lips. I was once a genius surgeon known throughout the medical world. Geniuses, you see, all have their tempers. I refused to write a paper for the director's son, so they colluded with my father, saying they would perform an appendectomy on me, but in reality, they removed my kidney to transplant to the director's son. Unfortunately, that surgery was interrupted by a manic patient, and everyone was only concerned with escaping. I ended up dying in agony. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if telling a fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen that had nothing to do with him. Yet the increasingly strong ominous aura around him once again set off alarms in Xiao's heart.
Xiao Qiu, you go first. Sheng Ning stood in front of Qiu Qiu.
Since this wrong doctor had the flesh and blood of Chu Yunyan, he definitely couldn't harm her. Saying that she wasn't scared was a lie. This anomaly was more powerful than any she had ever faced. Calling it a king-class anomaly would not be an exaggeration. But why was Shang Xiaomei standing in front of her? According to Yang Xiaoruan, this woman should have pushed her out to take the bullet. There was no time to think so much now. Qiu Qiu grabbed Sheng Ning's clothes and whispered, "Use the phantasm card, even though it only lasts a minute, stacking it with the speed card is enough for us to escape." The wrong doctor revealed a mockingly sorrowful expression. "Wife, are you serious about backing up a step?" The sight of that expression made Qiu Qiu's hair stand on end, as if a demon had descended. "Why does everyone want to betray me?" the wrong doctor murmured to himself, and his expression suddenly changed from sad to extremely excited. "How about I just dig your heart out this way, we will never be apart." Before his words faded, his arms suddenly transformed into two gigantic spreaders, rushing straight towards Sheng Ning's chest. Phantasm card used. At the moment the spreaders touched, Sheng Ning's figure became illusory, and they passed right through her body. Sheng Ning pulled Qiu Qiu back to the edge of the window, shouting at that face more twisted than Chu Yunyan's, "Chu Yunyan, your slave is about to rebel." "Ha ha ha ha," the wrong doctor laughed wildly, "it's useless, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come. This is a strong magnetic field area, even a king-class anomaly can't open this passage." A sick madness appeared in the wrong doctor's eyes. In his view, he had already arranged where to target Sheng Ning's body. Heart, eyes, lips, breasts, what a captivating body. Sheng Ning caught a key phrase, "What does strong magnetic field mean?" The wrong doctor felt that Sheng Ning wouldn't escape, so he patiently explained. The emergence of a strong magnetic field distorts space, distorts time, and even the anomaly game will be affected. So give up. Wife, I really love you, I will treat you well. When the phantasm card time limit came, the spreader struck at Sheng Ning again. Sheng Ning's expression changed drastically. She couldn't understand what the wrong doctor had done. She had lost connection with all cards. The spreader collided with Sheng Ning's true sword, and the immense impact jolted her organs, causing a mouthful of fresh blood to spurt out, releasing a bloody, rusted scent. "Wife, you smell so good." The wrong doctor inhaled deeply, becoming infatuated, his face displaying an ecstasy of desire. Seeing this made Sheng Ning feel disgusted. If it were Chu Yunyan, she would have to teach him manners and civility. After indulging, the wrong doctor's hands turned into surgical knives, preparing to cut open Sheng Ning's chest directly. No, Qiu Qiu threw all the cards out, but the card effects were sealed, like waste paper dropping to the ground. Just then, a familiar sweet voice suddenly came to Sheng Ning's ear. "Mommy, I'm here." Chapter 121. A familiar, long-missed little milky voice echoed, and Sheng Ningjing's bright eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. In the blink of an eye, the Death Doctor's knife was about to cut open Sheng Ning's chest. Suddenly, a black shadow tore through space and appeared, with a swift motion, directly swiping the scalpel away, the tough scales making a sound like iron clashing with the knife. Little Black Dragon. Sheng Ning's lips curled into a smile, her face unable to hide her joy. In the next second, Little Black Dragon was hugging its tail, blowing, and looking at Sheng Ning with teary eyes, voice tinged with crying, "Mommy, it hurts so much." Sheng Ning's joy turned into heartache, as she held the Little Black Dragon's body, giving it comfort. "Hee, look what I brought back for you." Little Black Dragon spit out a familiar black-edged card from its mouth. SS level card. Before Sheng Ning could recognize it, Chi-Chi's exclamation was so loud it made Sheng Ning's eardrums hurt. This is the SS level card that Lord Lin took out in the special instance. Not afraid of thieves, but afraid of thieves coveting. When Lin Mo took out this card, the Little Black Dragon had its eyes fixed on it. Such an amazing card had to be given to Mommy. Little Black Dragon explained, "I hadn't come out of that person's space yet, and Mommy entered the instance. It wasn't until Mommy entered this instance that I could squeeze through the gap. Mommy, hurry and praise me." Sheng Ning thought of how Lord Lin had been so confident when holding this card, unable to suppress a chuckle. "My baby is truly amazing." Little Black Dragon raised its chin proudly, wrapping its tail around Sheng Ning's shoulder, rubbing against Mommy. The Death Doctor came back to his senses, looking at Little Black Dragon with surprise and excitement. "Wifey, is this our son? His wife is just so capable. To find such a top-notch being." Hearing this, Sheng Ning wasn't angry yet, but Little Black Dragon exploded first, its dragon whiskers standing upright. "You dog, you fake. How dare you think to be my dad, Mommy? Use the card to kill him." Sheng Ning rubbed the SS level card, inexplicably feeling that it couldn't be copied. The Death Doctor was angered. A cold smile appeared by his lips, his arms transforming into drill-like appendages, a roaring mechanical sound tinged with the scent of death. "You go die." The Death Doctor's powerful and strange aura locked onto the two on the dragon, murderous intent suffusing the entire floor. SS level card used. On the bloodstained floor, a golden bagua pattern appeared, and then a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appeared in front of the operating room. The Death Doctor's drill-like arms were only 10 centimeters away from the Taoist, who showed no fear, angrily shouting, full of righteousness, "Little ghost, how audacious, I cannot let you do evil." As soon as the words fell, Master Lin had already bitten his finger, drawing symbols in mid-air, shouting, "Break!" The talisman took shape and nailed itself to the Death Doctor's chest. The Death Doctor was immobilized, as if he were a balloon popped by a needle, the strange aura leaking out, his momentum weakening instantly. Such a heavy ghostly aura, today I will not let you escape. Master Lin's brows furrowed tightly, pondering briefly, and pulling out a pitch-black peachwood sword and a bagua mirror from who knows where. These two items seemed to have a natural restraint against the creepy. Wherever Master Lin went, the Death Doctor kept retreating to dodge.
Trap. Command.
In the final moment, the Death Doctor looked towards Sheng Ning's direction, and was pierced through the brow by Master Lin's sword. The Death Doctor's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze full of reluctance, as he turned into a cloud of black smoke and dispersed. Sheng Ning averted her gaze, even knowing it wasn't Chu Yuanyin, but just seeing that face still made her heart ache. Ding! Congratulations to player husband for completing the boss kill of the Death Hospital instance, defeating the creep at the destruction level, earning 10,000 experience points. Rewards include special card to demagnetization, weapon card, surgical tools, land deed X1, golden kidney.
The announcement echoed throughout the entire instance.
From the moment the Death Doctor appeared, Shang Ning's live broadcast room had turned black, and this sudden announcement caught everyone off guard.
Yama called out, "This dead girl has done something big behind our backs."
But over here, Shang Ning's crisis was not resolved. Lin Tianxia resolved the destructive anomaly, and then turned to see Shang Ning and Xiao Qiu huddled together by the window, trembling.
Lin Tianxia's brows furrowed slightly. "What are you?" "Human bodies, strange aura, weird species. Especially the one on the right, around 17 or 18, why was the eerie energy coming from within?" The peachwood sword and the bagua mirror had an absolute deterrent effect on the anomalies. Shang Ning and Xiao Qiu felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts.
Lin Tianxia was not angry, but his presence made Xiao Qiu stammer, "We are not anything, we are good citizens, really good citizens." Lin Tianxia's brows furrowed even tighter, his serious face educating them, at such a young age, speak properly. Then, his sharp eyes turned to Shang Ning with scrutiny, "A young person practicing the strange path, clearly with good talent, why is your progress so slow?" Looking at the center of Shang Ning's brows, a hint of astonishment appeared on Lin Tianxia's stern face, becoming significant. "Young person, to practice the strange path, you must practice abstinence." Lin Tianxia glanced at Shang Ning and recalled his disciple who fought him while enchanted by a female anomaly. He sighed deeply.
Shang Ning.
She felt exposed as if being diagnosed by a traditional healer. Out of politeness, Shang Ning showed a trademark smile, took out a stack of incense sticks, and sincerely thanked Lin Tianxia. "Thank you for helping us." Lin Tianxia raised an eyebrow slightly. How pure the incense was. The serious man coughed lightly. "Since you are also a practitioner, I will offer it to the ancestors for you."
After saying that, he took the incense sticks and muttered quietly, "Why is there no wine?"
If there were wine, after offering to the ancestors, he could have a small drink himself.
Shang Ning. 200 incense sticks. Shang Ning was full of sincerity.
Even if Lin Tianxia had a thick face, he couldn't just take a young person's things without giving anything in return. He stretched out his finger, and 3 talismans appeared in his hand, turning into 3 cards. "These 3 talismans, I hope they can help you." After speaking, the pattern of Taiji and Bagua appeared under his feet, and Lin Tianxia's figure gradually disappeared. The 3 talismans, all S-grade cards.
What a great deal.
Xiao Qiu's beautiful face was still pale from shock, but her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Damn, this Shang Xiaomei must really be the reincarnation of a lucky fish.
Still immersed in happiness, suddenly, they felt dizzy, and the building began to sway back and forth, faintly showing signs of collapsing.
"Mama, hurry, find a way back, this place is going to collapse." The little black dragon anxiously coiled its tail. "Let's go, this way."
Xiao Qiu grabbed Shang Ning's hand, pulling her to run outside. Her talent, crisis, would guide them to a relatively safe place. They ran out of the hospital and entered the extreme darkness. Not knowing how long they had run, they stopped before a barrier, surrounded by darkness so deep that even holding hands, they couldn't see each other. Suddenly, a huge crashing sound came from the opposite side of the barrier, as if someone was hitting it hard with a fist. In the distance, the building collapsed with a loud bang. The black ground began to sink rapidly, revealing a pitch-black abyss. At that moment, the barrier made a cracking sound, and a thin beam of light pierced through the crack.
Immediately after, the crack was torn open by someone, revealing a pale face. Ning Ning. Zhu Yunyan's voice was hoarse, almost a whisper. His arms were struggling to pry open the crack, the veins on his neck and arms popping up. His precious face was like gold paper, devoid of any color. The collapse was rapid. In the blink of an eye, it reached their feet, and Xiao Qiu's body felt weightless. The next moment, she fell into the endless abyss. Chapter 122. The first time Shang Ning saw Zhu Yunyan, she noticed his struggle.
Without any hesitation, she took out the chosen card and selected the Eagle Claw Rope. The A-level Eagle Claw Rope has locking features on both ends. One end is inserted into the pillar behind Chu Yuenian, while the other end is tied around the falling Qiuqiu. Sheng Ning climbs out of the crack along the rope and then quickly pulls the rope back. The moment Qiuqiu is pulled out, Chu Yuenian can no longer hold on and kneels on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood.
Chu Yuenian.
Sheng Ning supports Chu Yuenian's body, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. The once regal and composed man now breathes weakly, his gaze unfocused, showing a tendency to become scattered. This reminds Sheng Ning of the look in Chu Yuenian's eyes before he died in the hospital, a massive panic enveloping her.
Don't be afraid.
Noticing Sheng Ning's trembling, Chu Yuenian extends his hand, weakly squeezing Sheng Ning's face. He leans against Sheng Ning's chest, wanting to say something, but suddenly his consciousness is pulled into another scene. In the top-floor residence, Sheng Ning calmly settles Chu Yuenian and walks out with red-rimmed eyes. Just now, she saw a layer of blood appear on Chu Yuenian's skin, seeping out because he had exerted too much force, tearing his skin. The foolish doctor had said that in that copy, not even a king-level creep could be found.
Qiuqiu, seeing her expression is not good, asks worriedly, "How is my benefactor?"
Hearing this title, Sheng Ning can't help but re-examine this person who only loves Cui Xiao.
This bold and passionate personality really isn't easy to dislike. Qiuqiu rarely became serious, lowering her eyelids as if she had made up her mind, and asked, "Can you tell me about your relationship with Yang Xiaoruan?"
Qiuqiu and Sheng Ning, they had shared life and death together.
They actually had many opportunities to completely abandon each other and escape alone. But no one left.
Therefore, Qiuqiu firmly believes this Shang Xiaomei must not be the cold-blooded and ruthless person that Yang Xiaoruan described, sacrificing others to achieve herself. Sheng Ning raises an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and briefly clarifies her relationship with Yang Xiaoruan. In short, she is the one with a clear conscience. After listening, Qiuqiu slaps her thigh, her delicate brows filled with anger. How can she be so shameless?
Let's go, we are going to reclaim your card right now. Sheng Ning chuckles for a moment, then stands up and says, "First, let's rest well.
Tomorrow morning when we wake up, we still need to split the spoils from the hospital." Back in the bedroom, Chu Yuenian slept deeply, and Sheng Ning burrowed into the quilt, wrapping her arms around his slender waist, letting out a satisfied sigh.
This is Chu Yuenian, irreplaceable Chu Yuenian.
The person who was originally sleeping heavily sensed the softness in his arms, instinctively wrapping around that person and subconsciously trying to capture Sheng Ning's soft lips. Thinking of the look Lin Tianchi gave her, Sheng Ning pressed her finger against the man's well-toned chest. "Tianchi asked me to practice abstinence." Chu Yuenian continued with his actions.
Not listening, whatever you say does not matter."
He persistently searched for those soft lips, like a dog chewing on a big bone, getting closer. In the morning, Qiuqiu, feeling bored, activated her first talent, skillful hands, making a lavish breakfast spread. Sheng Ning got out of bed, covering her head, her mind a bit hazy. Looking at the table full of various breakfast dishes, Sheng Ning sighed, "No wonder you can make 5,000 a day." Qiuqiu chuckled, "If you want to eat, I'll make it again tomorrow."
Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. Is she setting her sights on her now?
After finishing breakfast, the two began to split the loot, with the S-level scalpel going to Qiuqiu, and each taking one land deed. The answer card cannot be copied, although it is precious. The two decided to ask about the way to clear this copy. After all, this level seemed very strange, not at all resembling the difficulty of a B-level copy. The frenzy card can be copied, and Sheng Ning gave Qiuqiu 10 cards, keeping the rest for herself.
There were also 3 S-level cards given by Lin Tianchi that could be copied. Qiuqiu shamelessly requested one of each.
In exchange, any card Qiuqiu gets in the future would all be copied for Sheng Ning. The distribution was fair, and in the refreshing autumn, Kiki's happy expression couldn't be hidden. This was her richest experience since entering the dungeon. Now it was the most critical moment. The two held the answer card, asking the question they wanted to know.
What is the way to pass this dungeon?
This dungeon is affected by high-intensity magnetic field interference. The clearance method is invalid. Players need to explore the rules on their own.
Silence.
In the empty living room, one could hear the heartbeat of the other.
Sheng Ning chuckled, a bit annoyed, and kicked Kiki. "What the hell kind of dungeon did you pick?" Kiki felt wronged, rubbing her not-too-hurt calf, pouting, "How would I know? Isn't this a welfare dungeon? Earning strange currency for half the experience is a good deal." Sheng Ning. Kiki mumbled quietly, "Since we're here, let's just go with it, just like you said." At 10 o'clock, Sheng Ning's live streaming room once again heard Yan shout.
"The little match girl, boss, someone has come to apply at the bar again. 2 people are about the same level as Xiao Qiu."
2 players almost at level 5?
Sheng Ning and Kiki exchanged glances, a terrifying guess rising in their hearts at the same time.
This probably isn't a B-grade dungeon. With so many players almost at level 5, it had to be at least an A-grade dungeon. 5 players at the very least had an A5 difficulty.
Half an hour later, in the same office as yesterday, Sheng Ning saw 2 familiar faces again. On the opposite side, they also looked shocked and confused.
How did this strange game become so small? They actually ran into each other.
The newcomers were none other than Lin Chengju and the man with the black mask, who had fled after failing to ambush Sheng Ning in the special dungeon.
Shang Xiaomei. Lin Mo instantly assumed a defensive posture, as if facing a great threat. This is your bar?
Ma Yin frowned, a strange aura emanating from him that made Lin Mo and the black mask man's hearts race.
Calm down. Sheng Ning waved her hand, signaling Ma Yin to relax.
Her eyes shone with confidence, making Lin Mo and the black mask man even more panicked. There's no need for small talk between us. If you want me to take you in, show some sincerity. Sheng Ning smiled, hands in pockets, with a face that seemed to say, I've dug a pit, let's see if you jump in.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth.
They were all players, they all knew the score.
Players needed professions.
This Shang Xiaomei knew that, which was why she dared to squeeze them like this.
Out of pride, Lin Mo really wanted to leave.
But this dungeon was especially unfriendly to human players.
Outside, who knows how many strange shops were waiting for human players to be snacks.
Just when Lin Mo was struggling, the silent man with the black mask suddenly got up, glaring angrily at Sheng Ning, opening his mouth to spit out a centipede that was the length of a small arm. It was extremely creepy.
Chapter 123.
The black mask tattooed man's imposing manner seemed like he was about to make a move in the next second, but the small centipede had its own spirit. It stood half upright and tilted its head adorably at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning, acting cute is shameful, acting cute is cheating. This is my talent, devour centipede, the black mask tattooed man stammered, looking at the small centipede as if it were some rare treasure. Lin Mo timely explained, this centipede has been fed through 16 dungeons, capable of single-handedly killing a disaster-level anomaly. If the centipede is harmed, I will receive the same damage.
This is tantamount to handing over one's weak point.
Sheng Ning slightly tilted her head. This person looked fierce and scary but was so honest in business.
Alright, I agree. Sheng Ning decisively stated.
Now that the form of the dungeon was unclear, it was better to keep these 2 high-level players under her eyes than let them wander freely. At least in the bar, employees couldn't harm the boss. That was an extra layer of protection.
The centipede was taken over by Ma Yin.
The dark centipede with a tinge of red stripes looked nothing like it could single-handedly kill a disaster anomaly. It lay beside Ma Yin like a realistic hairpin.
From time to time, it would lift its head and act cute towards Sheng Ning and Kiki.
Azue had a heart full of pain, not knowing whether it was his soft spot being grasped by others, or if the little centipede he had raised with care had so easily become someone else's hairpin. Sheng Ning, hidden from the eyes of the 2, secretly formed a seal and recited the incantation of the controlling technique, placing a restriction within the centipede's body. At this moment, Sheng Ning suddenly discovered that another restriction was surprisingly responding to hers. This means that another person, who had also been restricted, was now in this copy.
How could this be? Wasn't he a lingering player?
He should be in that copy of the fallen capital.
After Lin Mo and Azue completed their onboarding, the heavy stone in their hearts finally fell.
At this moment, Lin Mo's face blossomed with a smug smile, devoid of the earlier humility, sitting in the booth with his legs crossed. Boss, how about we make a deal? Sheng Ning frowned, sizing up the cunning Lin Mo with a hint of disdain. You really do have an ace up your sleeve. Lin Mo chuckled softly, I have hidden rules.
How about we trade them for your rules? Sheng Ning exchanged glances with Qiu. Deal. Hidden Rule 1, all players can change factions when switching careers. Hidden Rule 2, when more than 3 players meet the clearing conditions, after lingering for 24 hours, a new type of copy mode will be activated. The 4 exchanged glances, each having their own schemes. Lin Mo and Azue secretly stole a glance at Sheng Ning's expression. Hidden Rule 1 allows changing faction identity. Does Sheng Xiaomei want to switch back to being human? After all, only human identity could leave the game. But Sheng Ning was considering how to change identity. It surely wasn't still about killing, right? This is a 7-person copy.
Lingering players were also present, so there were 3 human players and 3 strange players.
Thus, the existence of this lingering player is intriguing. And there's also Hidden Rule 2. Lingering when clearing the conditions? Is all this related to the magnetic field? What's even more terrifying is, if it's a magnetic field issue. Then even if they meet the clearing conditions now, without announcement, they wouldn't even know themselves. This as-7-level copy really lives up to its name.
Qiu tapped her fingers on the table, her expression unusually serious. Have you thought that because there's no announcement, it's precisely why a new copy mode will start? This means that this copy never intended for us to clear and leave normally. This ridiculous new copy mode is a road we have to take. The first person to eat crabs is certainly amazing, but given the conditions, no one wants to face the unknown. Especially in this weird game where one could die at any moment. Sheng Ning nodded in agreement, and with the faction change, I always feel like the game has trapped us badly.
Xiao nodded fiercely. This copy gives them not even a glimmer of hope.
At the hospital of wrongful deaths, if it weren't for her big nephew bringing an SS-level card, they truly would have been buried here.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sheng Ning received an invitation to an auction sent by the toothy debt collector. Having witnessed Sheng Ning's strength, Xiao now didn't want to leave her for a second. Sister Shang, people attending such important occasions must have their own lackeys. I won't allow you to go without one. Please give me this glorious and arduous mission. She clung to Sheng Ning's leg, unwilling to let go, her gaze determined as if wanting to join a cause. Sheng Ning, big sister, you are almost a level 5 player, can't you have a bit of ambition? Xiao shook her head violently. What is ambition? Can it be more important than my sister Shang? Sheng Ning.
At 6 in the evening, Zhu Yuanian sat in a long Rolls-Royce Phantom strange luxury car, coming to pick up Sheng Ning. His face was still a bit pale, but his breath had stabilized a lot. Upon seeing Sheng Ning, he immediately pulled her into his embrace. Research shows that when in pain, being close to someone you like can reduce your suffering by 44%.
Zhu Yuanian agreed completely.
In the moment he held Sheng Ning, he felt his whole body relax.
Xiao linked arms with Mai Yan and said, "Today I finally don't have to eat dog food by myself." Mai Yan. The auction venue is in the center of the city.
Tonight, the strange city rarely lights up. The architecture from the Republic of China was illuminated by soft yellow lights, giving it a sense of historic wear, and for a moment, Sheng Ning thought she was in the bustling streets of Shanghai. Zhu Yuanian was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, and when he crossed his legs, the air of authority and pressure made people unconsciously breathe lightly, fearing they might provoke him. The originally dark and composed gaze sparkled with alluring smiles when it met Sheng Ning's bright almond eyes. Sheng Ning's gaze fell on his Adam's apple, still marked with teeth marks, as Zhu Yuanian held her hand and slightly tilted his head, revealing the delicate curve of his throat.
Do you like it?
His voice was seductive and inviting. Zhu Yuanian knew exactly where Sheng Ning's defenses were. With just a slight move, he could make her dizzy with infatuation. Sheng Ning swallowed hard, her fingers lightly brushing against the protrusion, and just as her soft lips were about to touch, Zhu Yuanian pressed her back.
Who was it that said they were going to practice abstinence yesterday? Zhu Yuanian's warm breath brushed against Sheng Ning's ear, his tone cool. Sheng Ning.
Whoever it was, it certainly wasn't her, Sheng Ning. In front of the auction venue, the red carpet stretched for hundreds of meters, luxury cars and shadows moving, pearls glimmering.
The three sisters from the bar looked down at their outfits of sportswear and wide-leg pants. Sheng Ning took out a disguise card and kicked Zhu Yuanian lightly, saying, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Though they didn't care about their image, they also didn't want to be looked down upon. Zhu Yuanian, very domineering, said, "My wife looks good no matter what." Xiao, sitting in the front seat, suddenly grabbed Mai Yan's hand, imitating Zhu Yuanian's tone, saying in a teasing manner, "My wife looks good no matter what." Mai Yan, Dajie, can you not drag me into this mess?
You finish your quest and leave, but I still have to live here. After using 3 disguise cards, when they got out of the car, Sheng Ning had completely changed her outfit. She wore a wine-red spaghetti strap dress that outlined her slender, perfect curves. The hem of the dress was pleated, and with every step, it bloomed like the higanbana at midnight, graceful and beautiful. Sheng Ning linked her arm with Zhu Yuanian's, her bright and charming face wore a subtle smile. She stood gracefully beside the powerful king-level anomaly without appearing weak. Instead, they were a perfect match, exuding a sense of harmony everywhere.
As they followed the waiter, a man holding a champagne glass blocked Sheng Ning's path right before entering the private room.
But his gaze was fixated on Mai Yan, who stood behind Sheng Ning.
Chapter 124. Oh, isn't this the fire girl from the bar? Our governor's defeated foe, how dare you come out and embarrass yourself?
The man wore a disgusting smile as he looked Mai Yan up and down. Sheng Ning stopped in her tracks and glanced at the man with a sideways look. A calamity-level anomaly, one that couldn't even defeat Mai Yu, dared to provoke Mai Yan. Mai Yan's gaze turned cold, her originally black hair gradually transformed into fiery red as her voice became constricted. "Tell me, before I kill you, will your governor be able to save you?"
Xiao, someone who knew how to live life, immediately became displeased and said, "Do you get experience points for fighting?"
"Let me handle it, at least there are 2,000 experience points to gain." Saying this, she pulled out an S-grade scalpel, sharpening it like she was preparing to slaughter a pig or sheep.
The man. Wait, you're going to use real weapons just because of some trash talk? Are you serious?
As he raised his eyes again, a king-level anomaly stood before him, and the man instantly shivered, running away in a panic. Xiao triumphantly said, "Sister Shang, look at the quality of this bootlicker, and then look at me, you really hit the jackpot."
Sheng Ning. How is Xiao becoming more and more liberated?
Entering the private room, Sheng Ning relaxed her posture and casually asked, "What's going on?" The only explanation for a calamity-level anomaly daring to provoke my yen is that there was an even stronger anomaly behind him.
At least stronger than my yen. My yen opened his mouth, feeling a bit ashamed.
The strange beings have territorial disputes. The more powerful the strange beings are, the stronger their thirst for power becomes.
When their own grievances and desires can no longer provide them with strength, they can only expand outward.
They center their territory and continuously connect various strange regions, gaining the grievances of other strange beings to enhance their power. These strange beings thus become the subordinates of the powerful strange beings. Players like to call these strange regions dungeons. However, the strange beings still refer to multiple connected strange regions as cities, according to their previous names.
My yen continued.
This strange city was originally connected by a destructive level strange being, the corrupted governor. At that time, the corrupted governor wanted to force my yen, and after he refused, she directly sealed off her strange region. Later, my yen joined another king-level strange being, and just then, the seamstress emerged. After defeating the corrupted governor, she became the new ruler of this strange city, allowing my yen's days to improve a bit. But the corrupted governor always felt that my yen had allied with outsiders to cause him to lose the sovereignty of the strange city, and she held a grudge against him. That person just now was a lackey of the corrupted governor. Sheng Ning sighed. My yen had it rough enough before he died, and he didn't expect that becoming a strange being would still lead to bullying. Xiao listened and wiped her tears, swearing that she would go out and deal with that lackey. Let him know who the real king of lackeys is.
The auction soon began.
At first, the items being auctioned were some insignificant things, and Sheng Ning had her eye on a set of emerald jewelry. The starting bid was 1,000 strange dollars. If it were in the real world, this kind of high-quality imperial green emerald would be worth at least 300 million or more. But here in the strange world, no one would spend money on a useless emerald piece.
Box number 4 bids 5,000 strange dollars. 5,000 strange dollars once. 5,000 strange dollars twice. Just as the host was about to drop the hammer, a box not far away lit up. Box number 4444 bids 6,000 strange dollars. Xiao raised an eyebrow. TSK, Sister Shang, it's quite rare to find someone with your taste here. Only older women would like something like emeralds, right?
Sheng Ning bid 10,000 strange dollars.
Box 4444 responded with a bid of 11,000.
Sheng Ning frowned, feeling that something was off, and directly bid 20,000 strange dollars. Zhi Yunyan leaned against the booth, curling his lips. It's Yang Xiaoruan. Sheng Ning's gaze sharpened, and after Yang Xiaoruan called out 21,000, she immediately raised the bid to 25,000. That girl indeed raised it to 28,000 again. Sheng Ning leaned against Zhi Yunyan, her sharpness fading, and her beautiful brows carried a hint of willfulness. No more. If it keeps going up, it'll just play into Yang Xiaoruan's hands.
Who ends up being the unlucky one is still debatable. Duong, the wooden hammer fell. Congratulations to box number 4444 for winning item number 29.
Zhi Yunyan, poised and calm, wrapped an arm around Sheng Ning's waist, his voice laced with a hint of affection. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you what's happening over there. Sheng Ning ignored the two glaring light bulbs and planted a kiss on Zhi Yunyan's Adam's apple. Zhi Yunyan pressed his fingers to his temple, his voice teasing. She got slapped twice.
TSK, that's quite valuable.
After the intermission, some deadly level strange items began to appear. These strange items contain powerful grievances or desires, making them excellent choices for strange beings to enhance their power. Zhi Yunyan had his eye on a face mask with a starting bid of 50,000 strange dollars, increasing by 10,000 each time. Zhi Yunyan's crimson lips parted slightly. 100,000 strange dollars. The auction house, which had been buzzing with chatter, instantly fell silent, and everyone turned to box number 4 in unison. The most prestigious box in the auction house bid 100,000 right off the bat, which could make some destructive level strange beings exit the scene. But no one expected that box 4444, which had just suffered a silent loss, lit up again.
110,000.
Zhi Yunyan let out a chuckle, and although he was smiling, there was a hint of menace in his slightly furrowed brow.
Wife, she is bullying me.
Sheng Ning lifted her lashes, a cold glimmer gathering silently in her eyes. Xiao, go tell them, every price raise must be at least 100,000. If they can't afford it, then it's best to just give up. Xiao, diligent and subservient Xiao, somehow got her hands on a megaphone and began shouting loudly from the door of the private room.
Hey, you backus across the way, listen here. Don't fucking come and join the fun if you don't have money. Do you think this is your neighborhood market?
Even shouting out 10,000 is shameful. If you're brave enough, just say 20,000. If you can't, go home and wash up. Your mom is waiting to sing lullabies for you. The auction house fell silent at once. All eyes turned towards private room number 4. Xiao felt invigorated, even wanting to press the play button to give the crowd a little bit more surprise at her subservience. The host, Gui, was also stunned. When had he ever seen a scene like this? So now. Xiao shouted, we bid 300,000. Inside the private room, Yang Xiaoran held her treatment card, her face still a bit swollen from healing, staring at the way Cui Xiao doted on Sheng Ning, ready to bite her teeth to shreds. Thinking she was some impressive figure, in the end, she was just a traitor who forgot her loyalty for profit.
50,000.
She shouted out loud just as a man in a white uniform grabbed Yang Xiaoran by the throat, his face twisted in fury. How dare you shout that out, that's 50,000.
Chapter 125. The man's change of attitude was too quick. Yang Xiaoran didn't have time to react and instinctively prepared to pull out her card to counterattack.
But suddenly she heard the host Gui's voice from downstairs, private room number 4 bids 700,000.
Sheng Ning's bright and confident face flashed in Yang Xiaoran's mind. 700,000.
The man was already about to take her life for 50,000, but Sheng Xiaomei could easily put out 700,000. She suppressed the urge to fight back and hoarsely explained, that face mask's price cannot be lower than 1 million. The man in the white uniform frowned, letting go of Yang Xiaoran, directing his gaze back to the half-black, half-painted face mask on the stage.
Plain and ordinary.
At most, it could be classified as a deadly trick. For someone like him, a near-top trick king, it was of little use. Yang Xiaoran's appearance leaned towards a delicate beauty, and after careful dressing, she possessed a refreshing charm like a pure lotus flower. The corrupt governor had spent so long in the strange world, he hadn't encountered a new woman in ages. Moreover, this was a player, the freshness dominated the governor's mind. He was willing to give the woman some tolerance, especially since she was going to guide him to find another pretty female player.
The corrupt governor trembled, pulling Yang Xiaoran into his embrace, half-threatening, half-joking. Remember what you said.
If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. 1 million strange banknotes, successfully bidding for the face mask.
Zhu Yuanian looked pleased after being satisfied, whispering into Sheng Ning's ear, wife is so good, is wife up there tonight?
Sheng Ning's ears turned red from his breath, pushing the man away, and said solemnly, I'm on a fast, don't disturb. When the waiter brought over the face mask, Sheng Ning was surprised to find it was a familiar face.
Zhou Yan.
Seeing Sheng Ning, Zhou Yan was taken aback, a strange sense of submission rising in his heart. He knew it was the restriction Sheng Ning had placed on him playing tricks.
Miss Sheng. Zhou Yan displayed a respectful attitude, clearly aware of his own situation.
Sheng Ning always knew Zhou Yan was a very smart person who knew how to judge the situation and had his own ideas. But when this person encountered Feng Xinro, it was as if he had been bewitched, unconditionally tolerant, protective, and submissive to Feng Xinro.
Why are you here? Sheng Ning nodded her chin, sit down.
Zhou Yan took a step back, not daring to sit down, bowed his head and said, players stranded in the dungeon have one chance to leave the dungeon and regain their player status. So, that was why he appeared here. Qiu raised her brows in surprise, her eyes glinting as she understood.
You are a trapped player. So now, there is still a mysterious player who hasn't appeared. My Yen, it seems this person is deliberately hiding, wanting to catch us off guard? Zhou Yan was silent, his toes unconsciously scratching the floor.
He initially intended to catch them off guard. Shang Ning's gaze fell on Shu Yuan Yan, who was holding a mask, his pale fingers brushing the edge of it. Don't panic, we know the rules and the hidden rules. Now the initiative is in our hands.
Sheng Ning shifted her gaze back to Zhou Yan.
She curled her finger, placing a stack of strange bills on Zhou Yan's tray. Here's your tip, don't be polite.
Zhou Yan watched Sheng Ning warily. What trick is this woman trying to play?
He had calculated her before, and now she was giving him money.
Shang Xiaomei is not someone who repays kindness with kindness. She wants to harm him.
But Zhou Yan had no way to refuse and could only take the tray and leave. Qiu stared eagerly at the stack of strange bills. Sister Shang, why are you giving her so much money?
My monthly salary isn't even that much.
Sheng Ning replied, he received a tip of 5,000 from me.
Do you think he will be unemployed tomorrow? If daily revenue exceeds 5,000, Zhou Yan won't be able to continue working at the auction house tomorrow.
Then he will have nowhere to turn and will have to come find Sheng Ning. The three of them would meet the conditions to clear the level, and the new copy mode would open. Sheng Ning didn't want to fight an unprepared battle, so she had to keep everyone under her watchful eye. The auction gradually approached its end.
Sheng Ning's roast chicken was the main item for this event, and when it was brought up, the guests downstairs erupted in surprise. In such a big auction house, the main item is a few roast chickens? Is there a mistake? Could it be that President Feng made these roast chickens himself? How can you treat us like cabbages? To dare to put out roast chicken is to bring shame, President Feng. If the auction house can't continue, you might as well go home and farm. Could it be that this roast chicken is different from others? When did President Feng also enter the flesh business?
While everyone was in uproar, the invisible President Feng, Seamless Connection, wearing a pair of floral shorts and slippers, strolled leisurely onto the stage. Seamless Connection was very tall, looking at least 1 meter 90. He wore tinted frog glasses on his nose, making him look like a gangster from a Hong Kong movie from the last century. The cheap floral shirt and shorts somehow looked luxurious on him, radiating a carefree attitude. His long figure stood on the stage, surveying the crowd, then snatched the microphone from the host with a grin. You. He pointed at 4 people in a row, and Seamless Connection grinned widely. Congratulations, you will never qualify to step onto Grandpa Feng's territory again. Seamless Connection snapped his fingers, and the few people who had just been chattering erupted in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist that splattered nearby. Seamless Connection then continued, sorry about that, getting dirty on you. As compensation, I'll give you an 80% discount on the loan. In everyone's minds, compared to Royal Anomalies, Seamless Connection seemed more like a businessman. So much so that many people forgot that Seamless Connection was a powerful figure standing at the top of all anomalies. He was the supreme royal anomaly. Seamless Connection threw the microphone to the host and casually walked off the stage. As if sensing a gaze, he suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Sheng Ning, who was peeking out to watch the commotion. Seamless Connection's heart skipped a beat, and then he saw a familiar man peeking out beside Sheng Ning. But the man's face was dark, and the aura he exuded made Seamless Connection feel compelled to submit.
Damn! Seamless Connection cursed inwardly. Why was the judge so scary? The host started explaining the effects of the roast chicken, and now, the anomalies who had some resentment in their hearts suddenly glowed with excitement. The competition for the 3 roast chickens was extremely fierce. Finally sold at the price of 1 million fake currency each. After one night, Sheng Ning had 3 million in income. Xiao hugged my yen, feeling melancholy. It's certainly sad to fail personally, but seeing my sister succeed makes my heart ache even more.
My yen. Before leaving the auction house, they seamlessly handed over a set of clearer jade jewelry and a pink diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. The 3 sisters gathered in the bar to admire, and Sheng Ning only kept a king green bracelet and that pigeon egg. No woman can refuse a diamond. If there is, it must be because the diamond is not big enough. The ring and earrings were given by Sheng Ning to my yen and Xiao. My yen glanced at the excited Xiao, whose features lit up, still feeling heartache?
Xiao, ha, how can anyone not like jade? Ha. Exiting the auction house, it had just passed midnight. The city lights were extinguishing inch by inch before the car. Xiao was talking to my yen about when she first met Yang Xiaoruan. Suddenly, a tiny hairpin stood up at my yan's temple, the black pupils the size of mung beans sparkling with excitement. Food is coming. Chapter 126. Before the Seamless Connection appeared, the corrupt governor had always been the boss of this city. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. In life, he was the governor of the police department, a position that reached the sky. In death, he was the top figure in the strange world. So when Yang Xiaoruan mentioned that a particularly beautiful female player had joined the copy, he was intrigued. Governor, that woman is very powerful. It seems she has a strong strange backing behind her. Maybe we shouldn't provoke her. Just that short sentence completely ignited the corrupt governor's desire to conquer. In his lifetime, no matter how virtuous and powerful a woman was, she still gracefully submitted. In this city, the corrupt governor believed that apart from the Seamless Connection, no one could defeat him. Just a level 3 player. Imagining the sight of a woman begging for mercy in desperation, the corrupt governor felt immense pleasure in his heart. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. Xu Yuanian lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze as serene as a deep pool, making it hard to read his emotions. Wife, can this copy be upgraded to level 4? Sheng Ning nodded, still short of 40,000.
The benefit of exchanging fake currency at 5:1 for experience points only existed at the pancake stand. The bar's revenue and the auction earnings could not be counted towards experience point exchange. Death Hospital and rewards combined only gave about 20,000 experience points, still lacking 45,000. Xu Yuanian's gaze fell on the corrupt governor, hinting, just short by 30,000 later.
The warm headlights of the car illuminated the figure blocking the road. The corrupt governor and his lackeys. 4 people stepped out of the car, their movements elegant as if walking on a runway.
Enemies meet, eyes sharpened. My yan's black hair flared like flames, with red flame patterns emerging beneath her exposed skin. The corrupt governor was just one step away from being a king-level strange, and Xiao was no match for him. So Xiao focused her gaze on the lackeys behind the corrupt governor. Only those standing at the peak of the Forbidden City were qualified to be the king of lackeys.
Sheng Ning drew a true sword, its sharpness evident.
The corrupt governor's eyes lit up as Sheng Ning appeared, truly stunning and beautiful. Looking at my yen, both dazzling and spicy, and another pure and delicate one. Thinking about having 3 such outstanding women at the same time, the corrupt governor was thrilled. Facing a quasi-king level strange, Sheng Ning didn't dare to be careless and directly used a temporary attribute card, adding all to attack.
Then she took out the S-Class card given by Master Lin.
Special, Sword Chi Long Rainbow, one sword slashes through thousands of strange. Special, unable to escape, a storm traps 10,000 strange. Special, no place to hide, small tricks cannot escape the eyes of this master. When she saw the card introduction, Sheng Ning could almost be certain that this introduction must have been written by Master Lin himself.
Indeed, it was quite arrogant. Ma Yan and Sheng Ning quickly became entangled with the corrupt governor. Zhu Yunyan sat at the front of the Rolls-Royce, his legs slightly crossed, glancing at the little black dragon coiled around his shoulder. Awake? Aren't you going to help your mother? The little black dragon propped up its head and said unhappily, Bad man, why don't you go help mother? Zhu Yunyan looked at the two who were gradually falling into a disadvantage, casually threw out the mask he had bought, his voice calm, If you want your body, show me your strength. The mask transformed into a shadow with a red face, singing a quirky tune as it flew through the air. With this costume, it resembled the red-faced Guan Yu from traditional operas. The strength of the mask should not be underestimated, it could go back and forth with the corrupt governor all by itself. After getting a 2-point breather, Sheng Ning rejoined the battlefield. Half an hour later, the self-proclaimed invincible corrupt governor was slashed in half by the red-faced mask, lying weakly on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he lose? Just as Sheng Ning was about to collect experience points, Yang Xiaowan suddenly jumped out. Shang Xiaomei, I beg you, spare the governor. Sheng Ning was not surprised by Yang Xiaowan's appearance. What surprised her was that Yang Xiaowan would plead for the corrupt governor. Get out of the way, or I will kill you too, Sheng Ning coldly scolded, the sword light pressing against Yang Xiaowan's throat. Sister Shang, I know you must really dislike me, I'm willing to return all your cards, can we be friends like before?
Yang Xiaowan cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, I was deceived by Fong Xinro earlier, I was just too scared. From the moment Yang Xiaowan was being choked by the corrupt governor, she knew there was no future in following him. Why weren't there any weird people willing to protect her like those men who were kind to Shang Xiaomei? After thinking for a long time, Yang Xiaowan finally realized she was missing a prop. So when the corrupt governor attacked, she had already made up her mind. If the corrupt governor won, she would plead for Shang Xiaomei, ease their relationship, and then find a way to get that ring. If Shang Xiaomei won, she would protect the corrupt governor, showing Shang Xiaomei her loyalty, and then return the cards to her to repair their relationship.
Sheng Ning lowered her gaze, a trace of mockery flashing where Yang Xiaowan couldn't see. She turned to Ma Yan, do you agree?
Ma Yan was slightly taken aback, agreed. Shang Xiaomei raised her chin, handed over. Apart from the crystal core that Sheng Ning had already retrieved, Yang Xiaowan returned all the cards, but it still wasn't even half of what was originally there. However, it was fortunate that several S and A-level original cards were present. After collecting the cards, Sheng Ning, under Yang Xiaowan's hopeful gaze, ended the corrupt governor's sinister life with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to player husband 18 for killing the corrupt governor. The kill is classified as annihilation level, gaining 10,000 experience points. Rewards include special card, whistle, A, special card, handcuffs, S, attack card, revolver, and land deed X6. Yang Xiaowan was dumbfounded, trembling fingers accusing, you killed him, Shang Xiaomei, how can you not keep your promise?
Is it?
Sheng Ning slowed her speech, obvious mockery in her tone, I thought this was his fate, the fate of being killed by me. Yang Xiaowan's face immediately turned pale, as if realizing something terrifying. In just a moment, she figured out that she had to make Shang Xiaomei forgive her no matter what. Yang Xiaowan cried sadly, I'm sorry, Sister Shang, I'm sorry, I was too scared at the time and was misled by Fong Xinro, can you forgive me? Before Sheng Ning could speak, she was pushed aside by Qiu Qiu. Yang Xiaowan, have some dignity. Qiu Qiu said passionately. Wanting to replace her position, ask her about the scalpel in her hand. Yang Xiaowan's carefully prepared emotions got stuck in her throat. The expression froze on their faces. Qiu Qiu deliberately blocked Yang Xiaowan, her eyes sparkling with gossip light. Sister Shang, there's someone catching cheating up ahead, and it's turned into a fight of fresh big melon. Chapter 127. Eating melons is true. Not wanting Sheng Ning to see Yang Xiaowan anymore is also true. Qiu Qiu hates traitors most in her life. No one understands the taste of betrayal better than her. It's a storm in life, even when the rain stops, people remain trapped in the downpour, unable to escape, unable to let go. In countless deep nights, you will doubt yourself, sinking into deep internal conflict. Everyone thinks Sheng Ning is a very strong person, that she won't care. Only Qiu Qiu knows that deep down, Sheng Ning has always cared about this matter. From her ambiguous attitude towards Qiu Qiu, it's clear that Sheng Ning won't easily trust anyone again. Suppressing the darkness in her eyes, Qiu Qiu and Ma Yan hooked their arms around Sheng Ning, leading her away from this dim street. The mask returned to Zhu Yunyan's hands. His slender fingers lifted the mask as he stepped with his long legs, slowly following behind Sheng Ning. His posture relaxed, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, as if he were looking at some rare treasure. An 18-year-old sister is the most beautiful existence in the world. Eating melons is, of course, really eating melons. When Sheng Ning arrived, the crowd was in the heat of battle. The social butterfly Chio Chio caught a glimpse of the commotion nearby, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from an onlooker, asking, "What's going on here?" "Road weird, lady, who are you?" The original partner came to catch the mistress, only to find this is the fourth mistress. The third mistress happened to pass by and immediately joined the battlefield. At first, the original partner was hitting the man, while the third mistress was beating the fourth mistress. Upon learning that the man had been keeping both the third and fourth mistresses in the same community, they both exploded in anger, shifting the flames of battle onto the man. "Chio Chio, so explosive. Sheng Ning, so thrilling, let me see what handsome guy it is." Just as she wanted to move, a man who had followed behind without her noticing covered her eyes. Chu Yunyan was extremely tall, he could slightly raise his eyes to clearly see the situation in the crowd. The man had been stripped bare by 3 women, revealing a tiny TSK, quite a sight for sore eyes. Chu Yunyan spoke coldly, "Seeing everything will only harm you." "Chio Chio, I don't believe it, I have to see." "Ah, I'm offering a high price for a pair of eyes that haven't seen a little toothpick." Mai Yen rolled her eyes, touched the small centipede at her temple. For some reason, the originally quiet little centipede became excited at this moment. In less than 2 seconds, a man dressed in bar uniform appeared at the end of the road, and Mai Yen suddenly understood why. Azue ran over with a nervous expression, the corners of his hair slightly moist, his eyes fixed on Mai Yen, worry overflowing from his gaze. "Are you okay?" The centipede sensed the fight, and as the owner, Azue could feel it. He felt a bit regretful, even if he hurried, he still couldn't catch up to the fight. Mai Yen shook her head, her voice softened out of politeness, "I'm fine." Azue lowered his lashes, not daring to look at Mai Yen, his ears burning. TSK. Chio Chio leaned closer to Sheng Ning, speaking in a voice loud enough for all to hear, teasingly, "Say, doesn't Azue like my Xiao Yen?" This sentence was like a burning flame, scorching Azue's entire body red. Mai Yen blushed even more, taking a step back to distance herself from the two, visibly awkward. Azue was actually not very old, with a fierce and terrifying face, he had a soft heart of a boy. He lowered his head, fiddling with the hem of his clothes, his shy voice barely audible, "No, I." Mai Yen, being a high-level strange being, shot a glare at Chio Chio, quickly adjusting her expression to refuse, "You're a player, I'm a strange being, we have no future." Azue suddenly looked up, meeting Mai Yen's indifferent face, his dark eyes almost glistening with tears. "So pitiful," Chio Chio sighed. "Ding, congratulations to player Wei Ai Chui Xiao for understanding the bizarre city, earning the title of bystander, gaining 500 experience points." Chio Chio was momentarily stunned, seemingly not quite understanding, title? Such good fortune, is this like falling pie from the sky while eating melon seeds? 5th day of the dungeon. Sheng Ning was awakened by a loud argument. As soon as she opened her eyes, what met her gaze was a sturdy, milky white chest, muscles filled with elasticity, with small bite marks on it. "Why is it not soundproof here?" Sheng Ning's voice was hoarse, filled with a sleepy languor, as if she was both scolding and complaining. Chu Yuanyan held her tightly, took a deep breath, and reluctantly said, "Why don't you go take a look?" If it were a typical argument, Chu Yuanyan wouldn't even mention it. Saying this must hold some deeper meaning. Waking the sleepy Chio Chio, Sheng Ning dragged her downstairs. Downstairs were an eco-type ghost and another suit-type ghost. The suit-type ghost said, "Your job is to clean the streets. I throw as much trash as I want, and you have to clean as much." The eco-type ghost retorted, "I'm a sanitation worker, not your maid. You can toss whatever you want at home. If you keep doing this, I'll call the police." Chio Chio suggested, "How about I beat up the suit-type ghost? Do you think I could also get a title for bravery?" Indeed, Sheng Ning also wanted to give the suit-type ghost a couple of punches, but she already had the title for bravery, it might not appear a second time. After thinking, Sheng Ning took out 1,000 ghost bills, slapped them onto the suit-type ghost's face, and said with imposing vigor, "Can you leave now?" The suit-type ghost was stunned, quickly grabbed the ghost bills and nodded dutifully, I'm leaving." Just when she thought it was all over, the eco-type ghost was unhappy. "Why do you get to leave just because you said so? Apologize to me." Sheng Ning repeated her tactic, took out 1,000 ghost bills, and asked, "Can you be quiet now?" The eco-type ghost replied, "Yes, madam." Ding, congratulations to player Hubby 18 for resolving the eco dispute, earning the title Gold Medal Mediator, gaining 500 experience points. On the live broadcast panel, Mai Yen sent another message saying someone had come for an interview. A man and a woman. On the way to the bar, they encountered a fierce straying dog. Sheng Ning froze, took out incense, and slowly walked over. The ferocious straying dog was rummaging through a trash can when it suddenly caught a familiar scent. Woof! The dog tilted its head curiously. "Oh, this is so familiar." The figure in the dog's pupils grew clearer, and it immediately howled, its tail wagging like a propeller. It sniffed the incense deeply and pounced onto Sheng Ning, the dog's eyes reflected her gentle brows and eyes. Ding! Congratulations to player Hubby18 for adopting a stray dog, earning the title Heart Angel, gaining 500 experience points.
At the bar. This time the two applicants were familiar faces again. Zhou Yan and Yang Xiaoruan.
No need for interviews, Sheng Ning crossed her arms and coldly said, Zhou Yan stays, Yang Xiaoruan, I can't afford to keep you as a big Buddha, you should seek another job. Ding! Congratulations players for meeting 3 clearing conditions, the new dungeon mode is now open, countdown 5 minutes.
Chapter 128. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Sheng Ning didn't even have time to say goodbye to Chu Yuanyan before being sucked into the dungeon.
Chu Yuanyan's usually calm and noble face showed an unusual seriousness. Don't be afraid,
he said to Sheng Ning's gradually disappearing figure. When she opened her eyes again, Sheng Ning found herself in a long and narrow dark corridor, the walls on both sides towered into darkness. Like the walls, the corridor extended into the darkness, exuding an aura of danger. Before Sheng Ning could fully see the situation, a wave of eerie coldness suddenly invaded her.
Bizarre. In almost an instant, without any hesitation, Sheng Ning used the phasing card.
At the same moment, a sharp blade plunged into her chest.
A split second later, Sheng Ning would have died under that blade.
With a flick of her wrist, Sheng Ning swung her sword, slashing at the bizarre arm.
In the next second, the blade's wielder suddenly enlarged into a beautiful and striking face.
Immediately after, she felt a chill in her chest, her strength rapidly dissipating. It was just an eerie ghost of a terrifying level. If it hadn't attacked from behind, it would have been impossible to harm Sheng Ning now. After the ghost disappeared, a gilded red invitation was left on the ground. The small seal script was neat and exquisite, making one feel the sincerity within.
Welcome players to the new dungeon mode, Life and Death Escape.
Life and Death Escape Mode Rule 1, please do not remain in place for more than 10 seconds. As her eyes scanned this line of text, another eerie being wielding a giant axe appeared. This was a fatal level eerie being, with immense strength, every move was a fierce killing strike.
Sheng Ning narrowly dodged several times.
Sheng Ning squinted, a card appearing in her hand, special card, Heart Angel. Initially, Sheng Ning obtained the special card Eerie Containment in a special dungeon. After containing the Fire Phoenix, it transformed into an attack card, and when she contained the Dog Eerie, it directly became the title she had at that time. At that time, Sheng Ning found it a bit strange. Now, seeing the power of Dog Eerie, it was probably at least at the peak of catastrophe level. Taking out the Dog Eerie, the fierce creature leaped off the wall, its sharp claws piercing the eyes of the Strength Eerie. At that moment, Sheng Ning jumped forward and dealt with the Strength Eerie. The Eerie dissipated, leaving behind a card. This time, Sheng Ning learned to be clever, walking while looking around.
Escape Eerie City Completion Rules. Experience 5 professions, C-level clearance. Obtain 5 titles, D-level clearance.
Revenue over $1 million, A-level clearance.
Pass any hidden dungeon, S-level clearance.
These were the completion rules for the dungeon. She didn't expect it to appear here.
Sheng Ning pondered.
She and Xiao passed a hidden dungeon, counting as 2 players, and the other
was Zhou Yan. The new type of dungeon that suddenly unlocked when admitting Zhou Yan.
It seemed Zhou Yan was hiding very deep. He had already changed 5 professions. Continuing forward, the walls on both sides suddenly turned into mirrors. Sheng Ning tilted her head to look, suddenly locking eyes with the Eerie in the mirror.
Short and chubby Eerie?
She actually appeared as the form of the short and chubby Eerie. Suddenly, the short and chubby Eerie showed Sheng Ning a bizarre smile, revealing its sharp palms and fiercely clawing at its own chest. Sheng Ning suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, and a mouthful of blood splashed onto the mirror.
What the hell is this thing?
Before Sheng Ning could react, she saw the short and chubby Eerie reach for its chest again. This time, it clawed at its heart. Sheng Ning took out the Golden Light spell card. Special card: a Golden Light spell, immune to all Eerie attacks, has a chance to reflect damage. If it doesn't reflect, consider if you've properly greeted your ancestors in the morning and evening. Golden Light enveloped Sheng Ning's body, and this time the short and chubby Eerie could not shred Sheng Ning's heart but instead crushed its own. A thick dark blood mixed with flesh flowed out from the short and chubby Eerie. The short and chubby Eerie was stunned for a moment, then revealed a knowing smile. This time it directly burst out of the mirror and stood before Sheng Ning, its ghostly claws reaching for her neck. It still had pieces of its heart's flesh clinging to it, the bloody scent stimulating Dog Eerie. Dog Eerie's eyes turned crimson, pouncing forward, and bit off the head of the short and chubby Eerie. The walls slowly returned to normal. This was a catastrophe-level Eerie, yielding 2,000 experience points. But the price Sheng Ning paid was also great. Her chest was torn open, continuously bleeding, and Dog Eerie was anxiously running around. She used a healing card. After 5 seconds, the wound on her chest was still there.
There was actually no way to use healing cards here?
Dog Eerie picked up the rule card from the ground. Rule 1, due to strong magnetic fields, normal cards cannot be used in some areas. Rule 2, only players from one camp can leave the dungeon.
Rule 3, please clear within 1 hour.
On the back of the card was an exchange card.
Sheng Ning's pupils constricted.
No one knew better than her the purpose of this card. Special card exchange, a special card to exchange identities and factions. When she got the card, Sheng Ning knew it couldn't be copied.
What a pity.
The sharp pain in her chest made Sheng Ning's consciousness a bit scattered, blood dripping all the way. Many strange creatures, unable to resist the temptation of blood, rushed to devour Sheng Ning, but were bitten and eaten by the dog creature. At this rate, without even the creatures attacking, Sheng Ning would bleed to death herself.
The dog's jet-black eyes sparkled with worry.
Right.
Sheng Ning recalled that when she killed the wrong doctor, she received a demagnetization card as a reward. Unfortunately, this was also a card that couldn't be copied. Demagnetization card usage. Healing card usage.
The moment the cards were used, Sheng Ning's chest wound healed, and the originally dark space suddenly brightened for a moment. It was in that moment that Sheng Ning saw countless corridors intertwining together, stretching all the way to the sky.
This was a maze. The sky only brightened for an instant, and the next second, a dark mist-like magnetic field shrouded the maze again. 1 hour to clear the level.
But looking at the distance of this maze now, it was impossible to reach the exit in 1 hour. Not to mention the other strange creatures that would be encountered along the way. With a helpless rub of her forehead, Sheng Ning used her second ability, Random.
Ding, obtained random ability, Shadow Swap.
Shadow Swap, a grade can swap positions with any visible object, costs 5 mental energy each time, cooldown, 10 minutes. Sheng Ning used to complain about this ability, but every time she used it, there were unexpected surprises. Using the ability all the way, within just 10 minutes, Sheng Ning had already arrived at the midpoint of the maze.
Suddenly,
a thunderous explosion sounded ahead, and the wave of air directly knocked Sheng Ning over, smashing her into the distance.
Ha! Why doesn't it hurt as much as I imagined? Chapter 129.
Opposite Sheng Ning, Lin Mo stood with a dumbfounded expression, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face.
Boss, you're truly a once-in-a-lifetime good person. I didn't expect you to risk yourself to save an employee. On behalf of the entire Zhiyu Bar, I thank you for your sacrifice. As he spoke, Lin Mo bowed to Sheng Ning, showing his innocent big white teeth, and quickly ran away.
Right after that, Sheng Ning felt an angry roar coming from beneath her.
I want you all to die. Sheng Ning immediately jumped up from that creature.
Not looking was one thing, but looking was shocking. What kind of sewer mermaid was this? Ugh. Lin Mo had long since vanished, and this was a creature close to a disaster-level peak. The card couldn't be used, and Lin Mo's greatest ability was to make people tell the truth, which wasn't very offensive, making it naturally difficult to deal with. But for Sheng Ning, it was just a waste of a little time. With the dog creature assisting her, it didn't take long before Sheng Ning resolved this creature, which attacked mentally more than physically. With Shadow Swap, she soon caught up with Lin Mo.
This dog.
Sheng Ning kicked Lin Mo's back, her almond eyes filled with anger, and said fiercely, I announce that you are fired.
Never to be rehired.
Lin Mo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine.
Before he could make amends, Sheng Ning's figure disappeared.
Wait, how many abilities does this guy have? Feels even more amazing than me, a level 5 player. Lin Mo thought for a moment about Sheng Ning's back, but just that little pause led to another creature attacking.
40 minutes later, Sheng Ning reached the exit.
When she saw the clearing rules at the exit, Sheng Ning nearly shouted a curse.
3 people open the exit, C-level clearance.
4 people open the exit, B-level clearance. 5 people open the exit, A-level clearance. 6 people open the exit, S-level clearance. This meant that at least 3 people had to arrive within 1 hour for the exit to open. What made Sheng Ning more uneasy was the rule states that only one faction can pass.
So, what if people from different factions arrive? Are they supposed to kill each other? This exit is not a true exit, there are other things behind it?
Glancing at her panel, Sheng Ning saw her experience points.
LV3, 74100. Only after reaching level 4 can Sheng Ning unlock her territorial rights. Moreover, Chu Yuanyan also mentioned the issue of leveling up.
It would be better to take the opportunity now to kill more anomalies.
Sheng Ning turned and returned to the passage beside the entrance. Standing there, anomalies automatically attacked. No way, can the rules be used like this? Anomaly King, baby is so smart. Eternal Anomaly, teacher, you're so clever. Yama's Call, another one polluted by 800 judges, I pity you for a second. Most anomalies in the maze are between lethal and disaster levels.
With incense, apples, and puppy anomalies present, it wasn't particularly difficult for Sheng Ning to kill these anomalies.
As time approached 1 hour, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. It looked like a girl.
Sheng Ning thought it was Qiu Qiu. A smile was just about to rise on her face when she saw Yang Xiaoruan running over excitedly.
Sister Shang, I'm here to help you. As she spoke, Yang Xiaoruan raised her S-class scythe and swung it towards the anomaly in front of Sheng Ning. Congratulations to player Yang Xiaoruan for killing a lethal anomaly, gaining 500 experience points.
Just a moment ago, Yang Xiaoruan was immersed in the joy of Sheng Ning smiling at her, but her expression instantly changed to one of panic.
I didn't mean to, Sister Shang. I'm sorry.
Yang Xiaoruan wanted to ease her relationship with Sheng Ning quickly, but unexpectedly made things worse.
Sheng Ning took a deep breath. Forget it, keep your distance from me, you can kill anomalies yourself.
This time, Yang Xiaoruan truly didn't mean it, and since the situation had already occurred, arguing with her had no significance.
With only 3 minutes left, Sheng Ning was unsure if reaching the time meant an absolute death rule. Indeed, this sublevel's difficulty was too high.
It was beyond Sheng Ning's expectations. Without Chu Yuanyan and the replication talent, she would be in serious danger in this sublevel. If it was an absolute death rule, using the resurrection card would mean no rewards from this sublevel. Right now, Sheng Ning had only one thought: at least kill more anomalies and reach level 4.
At 1 minute countdown, Lin Mo appeared at the end of the corridor carrying Qiu Qiu and Azue. Sheng Ning swiftly decapitated the next disaster level anomaly and frowned. What's going on? Lin Mo panted. She was ambushed by an anomaly. This is exhausting me. Thankfully, I made it in time. If it weren't for Azue worrying about this girl being my Yan's good friend, fearing my Yan would be upset, he wouldn't have bothered with her. Yang Xiaoruan stood at the exit. You guys hurry.
A countdown had appeared at the exit without anyone noticing. Now only 30 seconds remained, with 7 handprints below. Qiu Qiu frantically bit into 2 apples, regaining some strength, just as everyone prepared to press these handprints and choose to pass with 5 people. At the end of the corridor, another figure appeared.
Zhou Yan. Yang Xiaoruan exclaimed, Sister Shang, don't mind him, it was he who. Before Yang Xiaoruan finished her sentence, she saw Sheng Ning suddenly transform into Zhou Yan. In the next second, Sheng Ning threw a flying sword at her. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword had turned into Sheng Ning. Hurry! The 6 of them took their positions, and with only 1 second remaining, pressed the handprints on the door. A blinding white light flashed, and Sheng Ning found herself in a pitch-black space. Miss Shang, hello, I am a staff member of the S-City Traffic Police Team. May I ask if Chu Yuanyan is your husband?
Yes. It's like this: he was in a car accident, very serious. Please prepare yourself mentally to come to the mortuary of the first hospital.
What are you saying?
Please hurry to the morgue of the first hospital to handle your husband's affairs.
Sheng Ning's ears rang.
A chill spread from her feet, pinning her in place.
Did someone just call? Who called? Who had an accident? Where is the First People's Hospital? Who am I?
Sheng Ning's mind was blank, and to resist the chill, she found herself curled up without realizing when it happened. Like a hedgehog protecting itself. She didn't know how long it took, but the phone rang again.
Hello, Miss Shang, I am a staff member from the First People's Hospital. Please come to the morgue.
Mr. Chu's condition is very bad, and we hope to send him to the funeral home for cremation soon.
The hollow voice echoed again and again in the dark space. It woke up Sheng Ning's memory she was most unwilling to recall.
Sheng Ning seemed to be under a spell, standing in place, her eyes gradually becoming hollow. At that moment, the surrounding space brightened, the cold air enveloped the area, and in the vast quiet space, 2 rows of corpse tables were placed.
Here was the morgue.
And Sheng Ning stood numbly next to one of the corpse tables, her bloodless fingers slowly lifting the shroud.
Chapter 130.
Beneath the shroud, that body, or what could no longer be called a body due to its shapeless, mutilated limbs.
The staff felt reluctant, taking the shroud from Sheng Ning's hands and covering the body again.
They were not actually afraid of the family screaming loudly, they feared this kind of emotionless silence even more. Sheng Ning signed numbly, cremated numbly, buried her loved one numbly, and watched the driver who caused the accident be judged numbly. In the courtroom, Sheng Ning, moving like a zombie, suddenly saw the driver grinning with a frightening sense of triumph. He won't go back, I will personally come to take him, it's his honor, haha. Then, everyone in the solemn courtroom morphed into strange figures, their mouths producing shrill sounds, like demonic voices piercing Sheng Ning's nerves.
What are you still hesitating for? Your husband, your lover is already dead, why do you still choose to live in this world? Go accompany him, the road to hell is filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, can you bear to see him alone?
This world has nothing worth your attachment, why not go to the other world and be with him?
As if to persuade Sheng Ning, scenes of Chu Yuanyan's injuries flashed before her eyes.
The man stood tall, appearing out of place among the bizarre figures. The strange eyes flickered with a desire for Chu Yuanyan's flesh, as if a person in the desert had seen a water source. Across distant time and space, Sheng Ning seemed to see Chu Yuanyan smiling at her. A familiar long sword appeared in Sheng Ning's hand without her noticing.
It is the path to the abyss. Good girl, come down.
The voice was ethereal, continuing to tempt the heart. Sheng Ning raised the long sword in her hand, and before her flashed Chu Yuanyan's dark eyes, and he would affectionately call her, "Sister, I want." Suddenly, Sheng Ning fiercely raised the long sword and struck next to her with a swift blow.
Ah!
A piercing scream shattered Sheng Ning's eardrums. Blood flowed from her ears, but a wicked smile curved her lips, as if she were a devil breaking out of hell. It turned out that it was these things that dragged Chu Yuanyan into this damn game. Sheng Ning's anger erupted, and the emotions suppressed for so many years finally burst forth. Ignoring the pain in her ears, she swung her sword again. Another piercing and abrupt scream filled the air, and the scenes around her receded like a tide. Why are you only level 3, how did you break through my illusion? The woman's unwilling voice faded away as the broadcast sounded. Ding, congratulations, player's husband has killed Dreamfall, killing the bazaar at a destruction level. Gain 10,000 experience points, reward special card to Dreammaker, S, special card to Dreamspace, special card to Peeping, A, Landit X3. Congratulations to player husband 18 for clearing the dungeon Escape from the Strange City, now rating is ongoing. Player husband 18's dungeon exploration rate is 70%, accumulated B level clear, A level clear, S level clear, accumulated kills of Dr. Wrongly Dead, Corrupt Governor, Dreamfall level X3, accumulated gain of Jade Bar territory, not open, overall rating is SSS, rewards will be calculated after leaving the dungeon. Does the player wish to leave the dungeon?
No.
In Sheng Ning's sight, she returned to the pancake fruit stand once more. Opposite her, Xiao was crying, clearly still trapped in the illusion. The attack power of Dreamfall is not strong. The truly powerful part is that it can create real illusions and infinitely magnify a person's negative emotions.
The more afraid you are, the deeper you will sink into the dream.
If it weren't for seeing Chu Yunyan in the image mouthing to her, "Don't die, I'm still alive,"
Sheng Ning might still be sinking deeper into the illusion.
On the other hand, Yang Xiaoruan's situation was not good either. After taking 2 more steps forward, Sheng Ning saw Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, seeing Sheng Ning strolling, his pupils contracted. "You cleared it." It was both certain and shocking.
Sheng Ning nodded slowly. "Did you not receive the clearance broadcast?"
Lin Mo's face turned pale. He didn't. The rules say that only one faction can clear, so the strange faction won. Next to Lin Mo was Azue, both dressed in suits. Behind them was a container full of luxury brand bags. Oh, so they were the store brothers before. As Sheng Ning walked further, she encountered a strange middle-aged man with short hair. However, the man's eyes were tightly closed, his body gray, and behind him there was a sign saying store for rent. This was the last strange player who had not yet appeared. He was already dead at the start of the dungeon. Lin Mo's face looked bad, and after a while, Azue also walked out of the illusion.
Hearing about being stranded in this dungeon, Azue's eyes lit up with excitement. "Then can I go find my yen?" Sheng Ning remembered something, half smiling. "Yes, you haven't been expelled." Lin Mo. If possible, turning back time to an hour ago, he would rather have been disgusting dead by that strange creature than leave Sheng Ning behind. After Qiu came out from the illusion, Sheng Ning directly left the dungeon with her, leaving behind pale-faced Yang Xiaoruan and excited Azue. Before leaving, Yang Xiaoruan wanted to beg Sheng Ning for help but was blocked by Qiu. Qiu seemed unable to emerge from the illusion, her eyes filled with blood-red killing intent. "If you dare to get close to her again, I will kill you." Betrayal can only happen 0 times or 10,000 times. All betrayal is unworthy of forgiveness.
Ding, congratulations player for achieving SSS level clearance, exploration rate 70%, ranked first in this dungeon leaderboard, personal base value reward +3 for each item, reward points 500, reward attribute card and optional card, choose 1, 3 cards. Ding detected that this dungeon's players received a total of 55,433 strange currency tips. Would you like to convert to experience points? This dungeon did not engage much in PK, and there was little interaction with the bullet screen, so the tips were not many.
Convert. Ding detected that player leveled up to LV4. Would you like to draw a talent? Sheng Ning nodded. Yes.
A circular lottery wheel appeared in front of her. 8 strange at once. Whoa, I've made a fortune. Running into the host is my blessing. Weird Stock King tipped 1 Ghost Fire Paper Horse. 3444 baby, mama loves you.
Desperate Housewife tipped 1 Netherworld Battle Car. 7444. This is my treasure. Baby reached level 4. Quickly open the Lord privileges. I want to move. Furious Weird Brother, Mom? So, did I pick it up?
The wheel slowly stopped. Ding, drawing complete. Congratulations player for drawing talent.
Chapter 131. Wow, the excited heart, trembling hands, it's time to see the talent draw. Isn't it just too hasty to draw talents like this? It is said that the first 3 times no empty talents are drawn, level 4 will definitely be empty. 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 Empty.
I might be narrow-minded, but I also want the streamer to draw empty. If she gets another talent, I'd think this weird game is her real dad. As the pointer falls, a crisp announcement rings out in the live room.
Frozen in place. The barrage disappears. Sheng Ning is also frozen right there. What does this mean? Is this talent really not insulting people? Provocation, barefaced provocation, ha 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 ha. It's even a passive talent. From the streamer's perspective, it's amazing that a million people can't draw this useless passive talent. Yama calls out, once again insulted. Last time it was a true sword, this time it's, ha ha ha. The talent draw is complete, and the Lord's permissions are now open. Under Sheng Ning's panel, an extra section appears labeled, Territory. Clicking in.
From Sheng Ning's perspective, the panel looks like it has a 360 HD camera installed in the Zhu Yutia bar.
On the screen, Ma Yan is cleaning, while Azue is busy bringing tissues and water. Annoyed, Ma Yan directly sweeps Azue out the door. At the door, Mayu is still soaking up the sun, sitting next to Lin Mo, with a bowl in front of him. Why isn't being a beggar considered a profession? Azue grins and hands the water in his hand to Mayu. This is my little brother.
Only love, Sister Sheng. After opening the territory permissions, you can return to your territory anytime, but you need a pass. Go get one from Feng Zone. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Seamless Connection drops a pass. Pretty girl, come quick, let's talk business.
With the pass, Sheng Ning clicks on the panel, and before she knows it, she appears in the Zhu Yutia bar. This instance connects seamlessly. If someone comes, he naturally senses it. The moment Sheng Ning appears in the bar, Seamless Connection flashes over, striking an unbelievably cool pose. Still decked out in a floral shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, hanging a big gold chain around his neck, with half a cigar in his mouth. Seeing Sheng Ning, who has noticeably matured and become more alluring, Seamless Connection feels as if his heart skipped a beat. Once he recovers, his heart seems to beat like crazy, thump thump thump.
Pretty girl, are you free tonight? Let's grab a meal together.
As he speaks, his eyes catch the curve before Sheng Ning's chest, and he suddenly feels parched.
Sheng Ning smiles, her sharp eyes scanning that half cigar. Do you say this to everyone? No. Seamless Connection reflexively retorts, immediately spitting out the cigar. I have only said this to you. After saying this, he glances nervously at Ma Yan next to him. Is that so? Sheng Ning approaches the man with a warm and friendly smile. For some reason, the nearly 1.9 meter tall man suddenly feels a chill up his spine, instinctively covering his face. You said it, don't hit the face. I'm Feng Zone, leave me some face. Puff. Ma Yan can't help but laugh. When has she ever seen the usually domineering Feng Zone king of Seamless Connection so timid? Seamless Connection also finds it strange. Whenever he sees Sheng Ning, there's this weird feeling. He wants to give her all the good things. If she's unhappy, he thinks not just about playing with fire and making a fool of himself, but even giving her his head to kick as a ball would be fine. After all, he could get his head back, right? Sheng Ning knows that Seamless Connection has part of Chu Yuanyan's body inside him, so she feels much more at ease with him than with others. The two quickly finalize the auction for the roast chicken. Seamless Connection is a king-level weirdness that has only appeared in recent years, and in terms of territory and wealth, he still lags far behind some old king-level weirdness. Now there is a roast chicken that can heal hidden wounds, and those old mysterious kings must lower their status and sit down for tea and chat properly. Ma Yan timely asked, Boss, is our bar still open? Incense is now the main business of the bar. Sheng Ning looked at the extra items in the material bar and smiled. Yes, we continue to sell alcohol, and we won't sell incense anymore. Ah? Ma Yan was puzzled. With a wave of Sheng Ning's hand, 100 boxes of appeared in the empty space nearby 5-grain liquor. Boss, what is this? Sheng Ning took out a bottle, poured a small cup, and handed it to Ma Yan. Ma Yan held it to her lips, and a unique fragrance of wine wafted forth. The taste buds were filled with rich sweetness, with a hint of spiciness and sweetness. The liquor flowed down her throat, transforming into a pure power swirling in Ma Yan's lower abdomen. The strange aura around her stirred uncontrollably and, after a moment, returned to her body. Good wine. Ma Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as if her strange aura had been cleansed like after a rain, fresh and clear. Seamless Connection also saw the opportunity, rubbing his hands in excitement. Good sister, 50 boxes for me wouldn't be too much, right? You call me sister when you need something? Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows, lifted Seamless Connection's chin, her phoenix eyes sparkling, charming and alluring. 50 boxes of wine for you, share with me 2 shops. Deal. Seamless Connection felt a bit dizzy, pouting. She is so beautiful, is she going to kiss me? Sheng Ning took a moment to return to the top-level residence of the Hell Judge, which was already deserted, leaving only the faint scent of jasmine in the air. Just as Sheng Ning was about to leave the dungeon, she received a connection notice from Mom Gue. Ding, desperate housewife applied to connect with the GU bar. Do you agree? After agreeing, Sheng Ning received another reminder. Desperate housewife invites you to visit the broken home dungeon. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning found herself on the third-floor terrace of a villa. Mom?
Looking at the woman gently swirling a glass of red wine, radiating a wealthy aura, Sheng Ning almost didn't recognize her.
Seeing her precious daughter, Mom Gui beamed with joy. Come on, Ning Ning, let me show you the big villa I bought with your brother's fortune.
Saying this, Mom pulled Sheng Ning downstairs. The broken home dungeon has restarted. Luckily, I didn't upgrade to an A-level dungeon, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to connect with a level 4 rookie like you.
Sheng Ning lamented. That hurts, Mom. Mom Gui chuckled lightly and said mysteriously, do you know what kind of dungeon this is? What kind of dungeon? It's a survival dungeon.
I even dug out your brother's secret stash to give to Prince C King to trade for this. Looking at Mom Gui's happy smile, Sheng Ning silently lit a candle for her irritable brother.
Having a mother is your blessing.
At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Sheng Ning's friend panel. Only love sister Shang, Xiaomei, I made a bet with someone to enter an A10 dungeon.
Would you accompany me?
Only love sister Shang, I know this may be too much, but I just want you to help me collect the corpse. Only love sister Shang, it's okay if you don't go, I'm just a passerby in your life.
Dying far from home is also fine. Hubby 18 yuan, okay, I'll burn incense for you during the holidays.
As soon as the message was sent, Qiu Qiu received a system notification.
You have been bound by Hubby 18 yuan. Chapter 132. Sheng Ning was reborn.
Amidst the sounds of celebration, Sheng Ning gradually regained her senses.
She was originally the legitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion in England, but due to its decline,
the Duke intended to marry her off to the newly appointed scholar Zhao Hongchen to stabilize the Duke's position. However, on the day of her marriage, a particular incident occurred that made her immediately unlikable to everyone, and she was constantly manipulated because of it. Her husband, using this as an excuse, forced her to kneel and serve tea to a widow. Perhaps in reliving a life, Sheng Ning felt her past self was simply ridiculous, actually kneeling before that widow in front of everyone for the Duke of England's mansion. Since then, no one in the mansion respected her. Clearly, she was a noble lady from the capital, yet she had fallen to a point where even a maid could mock her. Sheng Ning suppressed the anger in her heart, wishing she had a sword in her hand to tie up that pair of scoundrels on the spot.
Ha!
Sheng Ning suddenly felt a weight in her hand, and a sword shining with a sharp light appeared in her grasp.
How come she was so familiar with this sword?
Just as Sheng Ning was still puzzled, two panels suddenly appeared in front of her, and a strange, eerie voice echoed in her ears.
Welcome Husband 18 to the game, Newcomer's Grievance. Game level, A. Game difficulty, 10. On the crystal blue panel, there was a row of unbelievable items. Information panel. Faction, Strange. Number, 444,477. Name, Husband 18. Level, LV4, 103943. Talent, player has hidden talents, no permission to view. Supplies, incense X49, apples X40, roast chicken X15, Wooliang X1.
Diamond box, 24K pure gold butterfly knife, pearl crown, safe Taoist method, photos, golden kidney.
SS level space card. Completed instances, 6.
On the other side, a barrage of chaotic comments was rolling rapidly.
Oh man, why does the streamer look so confused? This can't be a fully immersive instance, right? Don't say, it really could be.
All of this started with a ruthless person 4 years ago, who cleared an S-level instance at level 4. I heard that the strange game couldn't take it anymore, so it downgraded fully immersive instances to A level. Brothers, let's withdraw, no more betting, just entered level 4, 5 talents 4 are useless, she can't clear this instance, I'll eat shit upside down.
Strange Stock King, baby, wake up, you are not. Sheng Ning frowned.
As the sound of strange gongs drifted in from outside, she put aside her doubts.
If people can be reborn, then what are these chaotic things in front of her?
Now with the sword in hand, she would rid the world of unfaithful scoundrels. The sound of morning drums grew louder, and Sheng Ning gripped the sword, memories rising again mixed with hatred.
This matter had to start with two other families in the capital. One was the Ling family of the Weibei General's mansion, and the other was the Lu family of the 8th-rank county magistrate.
Years ago, both families had daughters born in a temple, and due to an unfortunate mix-up, the babies were swapped. It was not until 16 years later that they were returned. The Ling family of the Weibei General's mansion had a betrothal with the Qin family from the Hanlin Academy. The returned Miss Ling was about to fulfill her engagement with the young master of the Qin family. However, the young master of the Qin family had grown up with the Miss Lu and had already formed deep feelings. Unable to resist their families, they concocted a plan to fake their deaths and escape to the frontier to enjoy themselves. On the day of the wedding between the Ling and Qin families, the Lu family announced the death of their fake dead miss.
The intention was to confront the Ling family's wedding procession, but unexpectedly, it was Sheng Ning's bridal sedan that arrived first. The clash of a joyful event with a mourning one was inherently unlucky.
Little did they know that the Lu family people mistook the sedan for the Ling families, refusing to budge and even forcing Sheng Ning to step back. After a stalemate, by the time the Lu family realized this was not the Ling family's sedan, it was already past the auspicious time. This was the reason why Zhao Hongqian, that scoundrel, said she disgraced the title of a noble lady in the capital. He even said she used her power to oppress others, without a shred of compassion or humility, insisting she kneel to his widow, to show her loyalty and righteousness, before he would agree to marry her. What kind of widow was that? She was clearly a shameless woman who'd long been with Zhao Hongqian and even had a son with him. This pair of scoundrels. As the sound of morning drums grew closer, the killing intent in Sheng Ning's eyes thickened. After Sheng Ning's death, she finally realized that the Lu family had long colluded with Zhao Hongqian to bring her misfortune. The audience in the live stream saw the undying killing intent on Sheng Ning's body, and many started to advise her. Stay calm. Host. Stay calm. You don't know the rules now, acting rashly could get you killed. This is an A10 level immersive copy, many people were dead within 5 minutes of entering. Host, please don't break the record. Let's go, this is a red-white collision, a major disaster. The host could be at risk of breaking the rules just by speaking. Weird Stock King, baby. Stay calm, you are not. Weird Stock King has repeatedly violated live streaming rules and is banned for 24 hours. Sheng Ning looked at the live stream, revealing a sinister smile full of killing intent. I've been a coward my whole life, this time, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. It's over, she's too deep in character. The bridal sedan chair landed, and Sheng Ning heard the conversation outside. After waiting for 2 breaths, Sheng Ning's eyes sharpened, and she stretched out her delicate white hands, lifting the curtain and stepping out boldly. The exquisite bright red wedding dress made Sheng Ning even more beautiful, like a blooming peony. One hand held the phoenix crown taken from her head, and the other hand held a sword that gleamed coldly, exuding an intimidating aura. The sounds of sorrowful drums and festive gongs intermingled suddenly stopped. The bride has come out? What about the veil? What about the phoenix crown? Sheng Ning ignored the gazes of those around her, pointing the sword's tip at the steward of the Lu mansion. Will you let me through, or not? She spoke slowly, word by word, her oppressive feeling overwhelming like a mountain, making the steward's face instantly pale, but he remembered his duty. Today my young lady is in mourning, the deceased is ahead, and your Sheng family, the steward's words abruptly halted, and his expression turned to horror. He slipped up. As he tried to explain, he saw the bride smile coldly, and a flash of cold light crossed before his eyes, making him feel the world spin. Blood splattered all over Sheng Ning. The air seemed to freeze, both the red and white factions were stunned in place. No one expected the bride would really make a move. Sheng Ning glanced over the crowd, her eyes hiding ruthlessness, her red lips blooming with a charming smile. Today is a joyous occasion for my Duke of England's residence, and it seems everyone thinks my wedding dress isn't bright enough, wanting to add another shade to it. This kind intention, I thank you. Let me see who will add color for me next. Is it gutting or severing heads? Chapter 133. No way. Doesn't this sister feel a bit scared? Red-white collision is the top taboo in this copy, encountering it means death. She has already killed, yet the rules haven't triggered. I remember there's a certain death rule here. What exactly is going on? Which royal prince is willing to explain? I'm begging for clarity. Fearful Destiny, remember the passive talent that you all looked down on? The audience in the livestream couldn't help but recall the system announcement from back then. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the passive talent ignorance. Talent ignorance, passive talent, ignorance is bliss, knowing too much would only harm you. 8 strange creatures, so, can this talent mock the opponent? Fearful Destiny, because she doesn't know, the system cannot determine whether it's against the rules won't trigger. 8 strange creatures, so as long as she doesn't know, she's invincible? Fearful Destiny, you can, but for that clever head of the host. 8 strange creatures, degree. Sheng Ning wore a wicked smile, her eyes filled with killing intent, the bright red blood dripped from her wedding robe. Everyone felt as if they saw a devil walking out from hell. She's gone mad. The legitimate young lady of the Duke of England has completely lost her mind. In the distance, the joyous sound of gongs and drums echoed again, and in the blink of an eye, another bridal procession had arrived before the mourning procession. But they showed no intention of stopping. Until the entire bright red bridal procession surrounded the mourning party, the flower palanquin settled not far behind the coffin. The sound of the beating finally came to a halt. After the flower sedan stopped, a thin, sharp surgical knife, as delicate as a cicada's wing, poked through the sedan curtain. A woman dressed in a wedding robe stepped out, holding a phoenix crown in one hand and a short, thin blade in the other. Her cold gaze made everyone shiver. The woman was beautiful, striding forward with an air of confidence. Looking at the pitch-black coffin, she said loudly, "So today is my dear sister's funeral. As her older sister, how can I not come to see you off?
Sheng Ning looked at the woman speaking and felt an indescribable familiarity. Ling Qiuwei.
Ling Qiuwei was also taken aback when she saw Sheng Ning, and then she generously clasped her fists to salute. Miss Sheng is getting married today, yet my thoughtless sister has disturbed you. I will take her corpse out to apologize to you. Locking eyes, a strange sense of familiarity surged in both their hearts.
Ling Qiuwei felt an inexplicable urge to cling to this woman's leg. Could it be that I'm getting bent out of shape by this pair of scum?
Sheng Ning's sword tip was still dripping with blood as she stepped through the trembling members of the Lu family and jumped onto the cart carrying the coffin. Then she said, Miss Lu specifically chose this day to congratulate me, so of course, I have to meet her. Having said that, their gazes collided once more, and with an understanding, they kicked out, directly sending the coffin flying. In the moment the coffin flew out, the sky suddenly erupted with dozens of thunderclaps. The bright sky turned dark in an instant, as if it were deep in the night. Winds howled, dust swirled, and as Sheng Ning reached out to shield herself, in the blink of an eye, everyone around had vanished. Only she and Ling Qiuwei remained, two lonely flower sedans. The coffin, which was originally shattered into pieces, stopped between the two flower sedans, oozing an eerie and sinister atmosphere.
A supernatural event?
Ling Qiuwei felt little fear, but still instinctively hugged Sheng Ning beside her.
Sheng Ning.
Sensing that Sheng Ning wanted to push her away, Ling Qiuwei quickly smiled. Sister Sheng, we feel like old friends at first sight, you don't mind me hugging you, right? Sheng Ning focused on the coffin floating in midair, where a figure in white was slowly crawling out. The woman's long hair covered her face, hair bizarrely hiding her features. Her voice was dry and hoarse, piercing enough to make one's eardrum ache. Who is it, that after my death, I found no peace, wanting to destroy my coffin? Though the woman's eyes were invisible, the moment her voice fell, Sheng Ning felt a chilling gaze rise along her spine.
Stop beating around the bush. Aren't you the accomplice of the Lu family? Today, you're not leaving here alive.
Ling Qiuwei, as if understanding without being taught, produced an A-grade confinement card from her hand and threw it at the woman with dark hair covering her face. The woman dodged sideways, her hair suddenly growing rapidly, stabbing toward Ling Qiuwei. Though Ling Qiuwei's surgical knife was small, it was extremely sharp. Before the woman's hair could even approach, it was shredded to pieces by Ling Qiuwei's speed, which hadn't been seen for 500 years. The woman screeched in frustration, "Ah, my hair. I took 300 years just to grow it." At that moment, Sheng Ning seized the opportunity, leaped with force, and aimed her sword directly at the woman's heart. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce the woman's chest, it would inflict a fatal blow or at least a severe injury. But who knew that the woman's abdomen suddenly bulged, and then a gash was ripped from the inside out. In the next instant, Sheng Ning saw a flash of black with sharp teeth lunging straight at her face. There was no time left to dodge. If this little spirit bit her, her whole face would be torn off. Just at that moment, Sheng Ning heard a magnetic male voice, "Phantom card." Sheng Ning felt as if her channels were opened, instinctively taking out a phasing card from the air to use it. The little ghost passed straight through Sheng Ning's body.
Like a small cannonball, it smashed the bridal sedan into pieces.
Seeing the little ghost suffer, the female ghost became frenzied, letting out a piercing scream, and all attacks flew toward Sheng Ning.
No, Miss Ling, are you okay?
Sheng Ning noticed that the female ghost's power had weakened after the little ghost ran out of her belly. On the contrary, this little ghost was stronger and faster. In some mysterious way, Sheng Ning sensed that this little ghost was actually at the mid-level of destruction grade. The little ghost ran out of the sedan and grinned at Sheng Ning, black goo dripping from the corners of its mouth. "Beautiful auntie, be my mom." These words struck a chord in Sheng Ning's heart. Looking at the dirty little ghost, she suddenly said, "My baby is much cleaner than you." As she spoke, she heard a clear dragon's roar, "How you dare to steal my mommy." A black young dragon, several meters long, tore through the space beside Sheng Ning, charging with half-formed dragon horns toward the black shadow on the ground.
"You dare to steal my mommy, today I'll show you who the big boss is."
As it spoke, the dragon opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed the little ghost, letting out a loud burp afterward. In the top VIP room of the most bustling restaurant in the capital, two men in black robes were watching the situation here. One of the men spoke, "Cousin, your son ate my little ghost, and your wife is about to kill my white twin spirits. You can't bully your younger brother like this."
Chapter 134. The little black dragon flew in front of Sheng Ning, affectionately rubbing its face against hers. "Mommy, am I ugly? How could anyone like a dragon with only one horn? It's all that stinky little ghost's fault."
Although Sheng Ning didn't remember the little black dragon, the affectionate feeling was unmistakable. As she touched the little dragon's warm horn and gave it a kiss, "You're the cutest."
"Mommy so shy, mommy kissed me first."
Over there, Ling Qiuwei was chased half a street by the frenzied female ghost.
Returning, she saw the little black dragon twisting excitedly and couldn't help but shout, "Can someone come and care about the survival of this lonely old person?" Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning and Xiao seemed to have a tacit understanding, skillfully dealing with the female ghost. Just as the female ghost lunged at Sheng Ning, she threw the real sword in her hand and immediately used the phasing card to dodge the attack. Ling Hui behind the female ghost caught the real sword and stabbed it through the female ghost's heart from behind. This scene felt strangely familiar. The female ghost let out a wailing scream before dying. "Sister, you have to avenge me." Ling Hui was alert for a while. "Where's sister?"
Sheng Ning, I don't know, maybe she hasn't caught a ride yet.
Congratulations player, only love Shengjia, husband slaughtered the dual white spirits, killing a ghost of destruction grade, gain 10,000 experience points. This kill is the first kill of the dual white spirits, rewarded with 5,000 experience points, awarded rule card X1, rewarded with national level red spirit hatred value 100%, awarded special card 3 treasures in 1 birth.
Sheng Ning looked at the item in her hand. Although she didn't know who was speaking, she still preemptively said, "The 3 treasures in 1 birth card is for you, no need to thank me." Ling Hui gritted her teeth. Okay, you wanna play this way, next time I will definitely save you the 8 treasures in 1 birth. Sheng Ning's mouth ran faster than her brain. "My husband and I don't need it." "Ha? What is a husband?" Sheng Ning and Ling Hui glanced at the rule card. Rule 1, repeat the same mistake, certain death. With the death of the white spirit, the originally dark night sky became bright again, and the surroundings became lively once more. "How is this possible?" A surprised voice came from the crowd. Everyone's gaze turned toward the ground, where the broken coffin lay, but it was completely empty. This was an empty coffin. Among the crowd, someone rode by. The man sat atop a tall horse, exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a deep purple robe, handsome and spirited. His presence alone commanded an air that made others bow their heads in humility upon a mere glance. Sheng Ning looked up and locked eyes with the man, who bore a hint of a smile. "It's Prime Minister Morong," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Suddenly, information about this person popped into Sheng Ning's mind. Morong Zhao, the eldest son of the Morong family, was the top scholar appointed by the current emperor 5 years ago during the palace examination. But because of his father's favoritism towards his concubine, he was framed with the label of an unfilial son, leading to his demotion to the desolate northwest as a mere county magistrate. However, Morong Zhao was exceptionally talented and ruthless. In just 2 years, he returned to the court. In 3 years, he stood at a position of great power, second only to the emperor himself. He was the first prime minister of the current era. Morong Zhao jumped down from his horse, effortlessly producing a finely carved jade hairpin adorned with begonia flowers from his sleeve. He stood behind Sheng Ning, personally styling her hair. "Prime Minister Morong?" Sheng Ning's voice softened, her face filled with disbelief. The two stood extremely close, and Sheng Ning could smell the faint scent of jasmine blossoms emanating from him. Chu Yunyan couldn't help but curve his lips, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. From his angle, Sheng Ning looked like a little wildcat with bared claws, who, upon seeing her master, instantly transformed into a tilted headlap cat. Chu Yunyan lowered his voice. "Miss Sheng, I think you should call me something different." Sheng Ning looked up, a glimmer of confusion in her bright autumn-like eyes. "In our place, it's common to call the person who does your hair husband." Chu Yunyan raised an eyebrow, speaking seriously. Sheng Ning showed a hint of suspicion. "Prime Minister Morong, although you are highly esteemed, I still think that sounds like you are joking with me." Chu Yunyan's gaze fell on her rosy lips, his throat moving. Maybe he should just carry her home. After all, this was his wife. After a long pause, Chu Yunyan sighed, picked up the veil that had been tossed aside in the carriage, and personally draped it over Sheng Ning. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet that scoundrel." The daughter of the Lu family faking her death caused a stir, colliding with the wedding procession of the Duke of England and General Wei Bei, news of which spread like wildfire. In the house of the scholar ranked third, a young servant rushed in, flustered. "Sir, it's not good." The Duke of England's side sent a wedding party with Prime Minister Morong personally leading it. Zhao Hongchen frowned, instinctively refuting. How could that be? It was said that when Prime Minister Morong was exiled, the Duke of England had also been involved. How could Morong Zhao come to support Sheng Ning? But regardless of whether he believed it, the wedding procession had already arrived at the door, and without anyone calling Zhao Hongchen, Chu Yunyan had already carried her inside. Sheng Ning wrapped her arms around Chu Yunyan's neck, greedily inhaling the jasmine scent from him. Prime Minister Morong must have many beautiful confidants. Chu Yunyan replied. "Well, there are 2, but why do you ask, Miss Sheng?" Seeing that he did not deny it, Sheng Ning's heart ignited with an unnamed anger. Perhaps she should just strangle him. What decent person uses jasmine-scented powder? Sheng Ning's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. If that's the case, then they shouldn't be called beautiful confidants, they should be called wives. Chu Yunyan paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Years ago, my wife kept a pot of jasmine flowers, but unfortunately, the flowers didn't follow her wishes and withered within 3 days under her care. So, my wife simply replaced everything in the household with jasmine-scented items. Perfume, toothpaste, shampoo, shaving lotion, body wash, even the toilet deodorizer was jasmine-scented." During that time, Chu Yunyan felt as if he would bloom himself from the scent. With a slight effort, Sheng Ning tightened her grip. "What about the other one?"
Ahem, I have 2 wives, one called Sheng Ning, and the other called Sheng Xiaomei.
Qi Yunyan coughed awkwardly.
The palm that supported Sheng Ning's hips instinctively slapped her bottom hard twice. This girl really wants to harm her own husband. Just as Zhao Hongchen rushed over after hearing the news, he happened to see the scene. His fiancée was weakly lying on another man, their cheeks almost touching. That man was so skilled, patting his future wife's bottom, as if he had done it countless times before. The man seemed to say something, and his fiancée suddenly showed a shy expression, as if they looked like newlyweds.
Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot endure. Father can endure, but mother cannot endure. I can endure, but I absolutely cannot.
Zhao Hongchen's eyes were filled with bloodlust, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward, vowing to kill this pair of dog man and woman.
At the moment he met Chu Yuanyang's gaze, he stepped forward, bent down, and said, Prime Minister Morong, what wind blew you here? Chapter 135. No one who can become a level 5 player is an ordinary person. Zhao Hongchen was even more of the one with absolute talent among them.
His talent allowed him to foresee the game completion rules of the dungeon. Before he entered the game, he already knew the completion rules and his own identity. Unfortunately, this A10 dungeon was absurdly difficult, as each player had their own completion rules. Otherwise, knowing the unified completion rules, they could have directly killed Ling Qiwei as soon as they entered the dungeon. Zhao Hongchen looked at Prime Minister Morong and Miss Sheng in front of him, the raging anger in his heart could only be swallowed hard. Who let his completion rules be? Complete the wedding ceremony with Miss Sheng, C-level completion. Gain Miss Sheng's genuine love and all her property, B-level completion. Gain Prime Minister Morong's appreciation, A-level completion.
Get promoted by Prime Minister Morong, career advancement, S-level completion.
The height difference made Chu Yuanyan lower her gaze, coldly scanning the man with a face full of flattering smiles. After Sheng Ning steadied herself in the main hall, without anyone else's help, she reached up to remove the bridal veil, revealing a face beautiful as a blooming flower. The guests who witnessed the scene all gasped, completely disregarding customs and rules, with only one thought in their minds. This legitimate young lady of the British Duke's residence is too beautiful, what good fortune this scholar has. The moment Sheng Ning's gaze collided with a woman in pink among the guests, that woman exclaimed.
Sister-in-law, how could you unveil yourself before the wedding? Since it's not yet the wedding, Sheng Ning's eyes were cold, her voice disdainful, isn't it too early for you to call me sister-in-law? This woman was Zhao Hongchen's widow sister-in-law. But in Zhao Hongchen's eyes, Su Jing was not just his widow sister-in-law, but also his fiancée who grew up with him in the real world. He immediately turned cold. Miss Sheng, what do you mean? What do I mean? I want to ask young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Sheng Ning retorted, laced with ridicule.
She looked at the man in a purple robe, who casually sat in the main seat, her heart unexpectedly full of confidence.
The Lu family deliberately delayed my auspicious time on the way to the wedding, yet I haven't seen anyone from your Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, do you want this marriage or not?
Zhao Hongchen glanced at the man sitting in the main position, and he had already made up his mind. This Miss Shang was only C-level and B-level completion, so it was better to just forget about it.
It would be better to take this opportunity to perform well in front of Prime Minister Morong.
Zhao Hongchen's expression instantly turned mournful. Miss Shang, the deceased deserves great respect, the Lu family has just lost a loved one, this is the most tragic thing in the world, how come you have no compassion? Then he sighed, as if resigned to his fate. I had heard that Miss Shang is a model of Kyoto young ladies, kind-hearted, graceful, but I didn't expect you to have no sense of pity at all.
It's really useless to bear this reputation.
Sheng Ning had heard these words in her past life.
Hearing them again made her not angry, but instead, she felt like laughing.
She looked at the purple jasmine flower and suggested, Lord Morong, seeing that young Master Zhao is skilled in singing and acting, why not let him join the Nankou opera troupe? Chu Yuanyan propped his head up with one hand, his eyes filled with Sheng Ning, and lazily nodded at her words.
All right, whatever you say. Tomorrow, Zhao, that guy will report to the Nankou opera troupe.
He looked as if he would be willing to pick the stars from the sky for Sheng Ning if she asked him to. Sheng Ning felt her face flush under that obvious gaze, shy and charming. In stark contrast to Zhao Hongchen's pale face beside her. The current situation did not allow him to think too much, he just wanted to complete the wedding ceremony quickly, at least securing a C-level guarantee pass.
Miss Shang, let's hurry and get married, Zhao Hongchen urged.
Before Sheng Ning could speak, Chu Yuanyan, rarely giving a glance at Zhao Hongchen, said, the auspicious time has passed, why are we still waiting? Saying this, he stood up and picked up the bride in his arms, let's go directly to the bridal chamber.
Zhao Hongchen.
Guests. Su Jing had no memories, she had only 2 awakening cards. In her eyes, clearly, Zhao Hongchen had already agreed to let Sheng Ning kneel and offer tea to her. Now, not only was the wedding disturbed, but even the person was directly taken away by the current prime minister.
Clearly reborn, clearly already had Zhao Hongchen's heart in person, why wasn't Sheng Ning as embarrassed as she imagined? Ladies and gentlemen, are you just going to watch the current Prime Minister disregard moral and ethical laws?
Su Jing cried out, pitifully. But these guests were not fools, they came to hug others' weddings, not their own.
That lord, who would dare to offend him?
Some even felt regret. Had they known Lord Morone preferred the Duke's legitimate daughter, they should have sent something to him earlier.
Zhu Yuanyin, holding Sheng Ning in her wedding dress, looked spirited, as if he were the groom himself.
Lord Morone, although you are very handsome, you know I am not an easy person, Sheng Ning said, looking at Morone Zhao's profile.
It's fine, I'm an easy person, he said, his thick eyelashes drooping, dark pupils hiding a smile that made one unable to resist falling for him. Sheng Ning covered her pounding heart. Lord Morone.
Zhu Yuanyin, with his broad palm, pinched Sheng Ning's perky bottom, raising his eyebrows, deliberately puffing out his cheeks. Call me husband, I'll give you my life.
Crunch. What was that breaking sound? Sheng Ning instinctively hit the man, her eyes filled with disdain.
In the simply decorated bridal chamber, only the 3-foot-high dragon and phoenix candles burned brightly.
Zhu Yuanyin placed her on the bed, burying his head in Sheng Ning's chest, mumbling, "Wife, you were so cruel. Just as you have a new love, you were so ruthless to me, my heart hurts so much, everywhere hurts." Nonsense, I didn't even use much strength.
Sheng Ning sometimes felt that a person could really feel helpless.
I don't believe you, feel it yourself. Zhu Yuanyin held Sheng Ning's hand and placed it on his chest. His firm, smooth chest muscle was full of elasticity, and Sheng Ning couldn't resist feeling it. How is it? Isn't the feel very good?
Sheng Ning paused, pinching the soft, bulging muscle in her hand, seriously said, Lord Morone, I am a serious person, seduction won't work.
Chapter 136.
Zhu Yuanyin let out a muffled grunt, his gaze toward Sheng Ning carrying an undeniable desire, his voice hoarse and restrained, Sister, you will regret this. He sucked in a couple of breaths on Sheng Ning before saying seriously, You can see those two panels, right?
Sheng Ning pressed her lips together. Isn't it an illusion? No. Are you my husband? Sheng Ning looked at her name and interrupted. Husband costs 18 coins. Huh? Why does that name sound so unorthodox? Zhu Yuanyin nodded in confusion, wanting to say more.
Suddenly, she was pushed down by Sheng Ning.
I am your husband with 18 abs, you are my husband, and you should have 18 abs, right?
Zhu Yuanyin was almost amused to the point of anger by this seemingly straightforward reasoning. He let Sheng Ning ride on him and explore. The man's abs surpassed his chest, with clear lines and solid contours. His skin was smoother than fresh tofu, as if he had used some kind of body lotion. If she weren't a decent person, she would have definitely leaned in for a taste. Seeing that certain hands were about to become unruly, Zhu Yuanyin fluttered his eyelashes and stopped her. Don't mess around, let me finish.
You speak, I'm listening. Sheng Ning's hands did not pause.
You are a player, not a true lady of the British Duke's mansion. You need to be cautious about everything here. Sheng Ning thought he would tell some past stories about them. As for being a player, she had sensed this ever since she killed that Sun Mother by Sha. Now it was just confirming that thought.
After hearing Zhu Yuanyin say this, the comments split into two factions.
Wait, why can this Morong Zhao even say the word player?
Yama called, someone explain why the judge can use your talent? Fear of destiny, mind your own business. A question, why does the judge have to mention the fact that players exist? If the streamer never knew, wouldn't ignorance make their talent invincible? Yeah, saying this directly invalidates the streamer's talent. The streamer is only invincible in ignorance. Do you really think she still knows nothing? Don't you see that the streamer's face isn't even that surprised? Even her hand hasn't stopped moving over the abs. Poor girl eats so well, can I also touch those 18 abs?
Sheng Ning looked at the last comment, showing a set of innocent white teeth. Touch service, 50 each time.
After saying this, she noticed the man's strange gaze and cleared her throat, calming her expression. What I mean is, what is our relationship? She felt a close bond with this man deep in her bones. Even if he said he was her mistress, Sheng Ning would believe him. It's the relationship where I get bullied, and you come to help me take revenge. With that, his expression turned pitiful again, tears hanging from his eyelashes. They bullied me, won't let me marry you, locked me in a little dark room, even let dogs and snakes bite me. Boo-hoo, wife, I'm so pitiful. Doggy mystery, woof? You Xing, hiss?
The man's grievance seemed genuine, and Sheng Ning felt a sudden pain in her heart, flashes of many memories passing by.
Who are they? Sheng Ning frowned and asked. Zhu Yuanyin moved his fingers and had already blocked the live room. He thought that Sheng Ning would have to reach level 5 before he could regain half of his strength. But his sister always surprised her. With the talents of Fear of Destiny and Hell Judge, Zhu Yuanyin's strength had now recovered to half of his peak. Although he still couldn't name that weird group, he could express it another way. He took Sheng Ning's hand and slowly wrote two words in her soft palm. Abyss. Zhu Yuanyin said, this is an existence above the king-level strangeness.
The moment those two words appeared in her palm, Sheng Ning suddenly felt cold all over, as if being stared at by something terrifying.
Abyss? Abyss?
Sheng Ning was sure she had heard this term at some point. Xu Yuanian continued to explain, in the strange world, there are a total of 81 king-level strangeness, but even if these 81 people combined their strength and multiplied it by 10, they couldn't defeat one abyss. Back then, he had been too eager. Once promoted to abyss, that would mean staying in the strange world forever. He desperately wanted to return to reality, but unexpectedly fell into the dark plots of these abyss strangeness. Sheng Ning lowered her eyes, making it hard to discern her emotions. Xu Yuanyan thought he had scared her, frowning and about to comfort her, when he saw Sheng Ning blinking her big Carla eyes.
What did you put in your pants? It hurts me so much.
Zhao Hongchen had just calmed Su Jing down and was about to tell her about the players, but every time he spoke, he would feel an electric shock.
Zhao Hongchen.
If you can't play, then at least stun that person who has lost their memory. Just then, a servant came to report that Prime Minister Morong had finally left. Seeing that he had failed to earn favor with Prime Minister Morong, he now needed to take advantage of Miss Shang's remaining value.
Even if Lord Morong had done this and that with you, I ask for nothing else, just help me get promoted, right? Some hats shouldn't be worn for free.
Ah, a man must wear some green on his head if he wants to get by in life. Anyway, he wasn't really Zhao Hongchen, as long as Su Jing didn't put a green hat on him, that was enough after over 20 years of relationship. An excited heart, trembling hands.
His own wife leaving with someone else. This was stimulation that Zhao Hongchen dared not even dream of in his lifetime.
The door to the joy room was tightly shut, and just as Zhao Hongchen pushed open the antique door, a burning flame shot straight at his face. Zhao Hongchen dodged to the side, but before he could react, the entire environment had completely changed. In the pitch-black space, not far away, a bride sat upright on a yellow rosewood bed carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, lit by dragon and phoenix candles on either side. The bride sat straight, covered with a veil, sweetly calling to him, "Zhao Lang, it's time to lift the veil." If Zhao Hongchen had been completely unaware, he would have rushed over to catch a glimpse of the bride's beauty long ago.
But he clearly saw that this bride emitted an aura close to royal-level abnormalities. On the other side, Sheng Ning's soul was trapped within the bride's body, unable to move. She knew that as long as Zhao Hongchen lifted her veil, she could turn the tables. This was supposed to be an extremely simple matter, but Zhao Hongchen's expression was clearly that of seeing something terrifying. Sheng Ning knew that only enough benefits could make people take risks. She thought for a moment and sweetened her voice, "Zhao Lang, my father prepared a gift for you. After you lift the veil, I will give it to you, okay? It seems like a card, and it says certain death on it." "Zhao Lang, what is this?"
Hearing this, Zhao Hongchen's breath quickened.
"Rule card.
She actually has a certain death rule card." It made sense, with such powerful abnormalities, it wasn't surprising for her to have a card. In his hands, he had two cards, one for tearing through space and the other for shapeshifting, allowing for a quick escape. Zhao Hongchen stepped forward, picked up a nearby scale pole, and as he lifted the veil, he saw a bright face beaming with a beautiful smile. Sheng Ning's eyes sparkled with shards of light, her red lips curving upward. "Zhao Lang, now it's my turn."
Chapter 137. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
A string of beautiful Chinese words shot out, and memories of being scared into wetting the bed by Chinese horror movies in childhood began to assault Zhao Hongchen.
The female abnormality was too beautiful, too impactful.
Under the dual stimulation, Zhao Hongchen couldn't hold onto the card in his hand, turning to escape in the most primitive way.
Unfortunately, he had barely taken 2 steps when Sheng Ning grabbed his neck.
Looking down, he saw that Sheng Ning had already laid a trapping formation on the ground without him knowing. Zhao Hongchen calmed down and pointed at Sheng Ning confidently, "You are a player." Sheng Ning coldly swept her gaze around the dark space, always feeling as if she was being watched. Realizing what was going on, Zhao Hongchen quickly reacted, used a card to break the formation, and then added several attack cards to his hand, ruthlessly attacking Sheng Ning.
Level 5 players' cards are certainly not ordinary goods. Unfortunately, he encountered Sheng Ning.
After a few exchanges, Zhao Hongchen discovered that this player had an endless supply of cards. In such a stalemate, it is truly uncertain who will prevail.
Grass, 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 grass.
A wise person knows how to adapt to the situation.
Zhao Hongchen quickly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Sheng Ning, and pointed at Sheng Ning with righteous indignation, saying, "I don't hit women, so I will spare you today." Sheng Ning narrowed her eyes, and before she could say anything, Zhao Hongchen used a card that tore through space and directly left the area. After Zhao Hongchen left, the dark space gradually dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning returned to the new house. It was then that Sheng Ning realized this strange situation wanted them to fight to the death in that previous space, hoping to reap the benefits afterwards. After searching around the new house, Sheng Ning didn't find any trace of strange energy. The new house was extremely simple. Apart from the pair of dragon and phoenix candles, there was no sign of grandeur whatsoever.
In the evening, Sheng Ning finished washing up and lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on the red curtain, her pretty face slightly gloomy, her expression unreadable, leaving others guessing what she was thinking. Not long after, an urgent sound of winds suddenly came from outside, and in the blink of an eye, a handsome young man in purple stood at Sheng Ning's window. Wife. Zhu Yuanyan fumbled to take off his outer robe and dove under the covers with Sheng Ning, wrapping her in his arms like an octopus. Seeing that Sheng Ning was ignoring him, he leaned closer and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sheng Ning's onyx black eyes were instantly occupied by a handsome face. On that handsome face were big, watery eyes that made one's heart soften. Sheng Ning's thoughts were pulled away, her fingertips brushing against the man's earlobe. "How did we get along before?" The man's gaze darkened for a moment, causing Sheng Ning to suddenly feel a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next second, the man let out a low laugh, his eyebrows and eyes darkening under the dim candlelight, as if his sharp Adam's apple could pierce through skin, carrying an inexplicable seduction. He said, "Let me help you recall?" Under the embroidered quilt with mandarin ducks playing in the water, Sheng Ning's waist was suddenly restrained by someone, who gently tightened their grip, dragging Sheng Ning into a pool of darkness. Red covers waved, the woman's soft cries mixed with the man's heavy breaths, until dawn broke. The next morning, Sheng Ning, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, lifted her head from the covers, her arms too tired to move, while the man had a satisfied expression on his face. "Miss, it's time to get up. The young master is waiting for you to serve tea." The maid had just lifted the curtain for Sheng Ning when she realized there was a man lying in her mistress's bed, clearly not the bridegroom. "Don't worry, miss, I definitely won't tell the young master that you were with another man." The maid's expression was excited, swearing an oath. "I said we didn't do anything, do you believe me?" Sheng Ning was somewhat speechless. Last night the man said he would bring her to relive their daily interactions. But which couple's daily interaction involves plank exercises? Zhu Yuanyan protested. From childhood, they had always decided who would do the household chores with plank exercises. The maid was extremely excited, her eyes filled with mockery. "Miss, I understand everything." Sheng Ning regretted not going all the way last night and instead stubbornly sticking to that ridiculous plank exercise. This upright gentleman was better off not being a gentleman. Sheng Ning dawdled, showing no intention of serving tea. But Su Jing would never let this opportunity pass her by. In her last life, she married Zhao Hongshan's brother, and within a month of their wedding, her husband enlisted and died on the battlefield. The same year, Zhao Hongshan came to the capital to take the exam, achieving the top score and marrying the legitimate daughter of the Earl of England, from then on sailing smoothly in his career. Yet she, after half a year of being in the scholar's house, was taken by a groom and lost her purity. Sheng Ning actually married her off to a groom, humiliating her for a lifetime. In this life, she would repay Sheng Ning for the humiliations suffered in her last life 100-fold. Before Zhao Hongshan had entered the capital for the exam, she had already been intimate with him. Moreover, she required Sheng Ning to kneel and worship her every day, to become dust beneath her feet. The moment Su Jing stepped into Sheng Ning's courtyard, she saw through the master bedroom window a man, handsome as jade, exuding nobility, standing beside Sheng Ning, decorating her forehead with flower paste. The man was skilled in his craft, but deliberately smudged a bit of red between the woman's brows, provoking her to pick up a nearby rouge to smear on his face. They looked just like a newlywed couple sweetly in love. This was completely different from the lonely and sleepless night Su Jing had imagined in her empty room. She suddenly pushed open the door, pointed at Sheng Ning's nose, and scolded, "Little whore. You got married yesterday, and today you bring a wild man home. I will make Zhao Lang divorce you. At least I am open and aboveboard, much better than some people seducing their own little uncle," Sheng Ning said, cleaning her ears and not even sparing a glance for Su Jing, showing obvious disdain. Upon hearing that Su Jing had come to Sheng Ning's place, Zhao Hongshan felt a chill in his heart. He directly stormed into Sheng Ning's courtyard and saw the man he longed for, Prime Minister Morong, finishing his last strokes. The large red peony on the woman's forehead was vivid and lifelike, making the beauty even more enchanting. Hiss. So beautiful, no wonder it could confuse and enchant others. Zhao Hongshan concealed his astonishment and approached Lord Morong with a smile, saying, "My lord, you came quite early, why didn't you inform me to come greet you?" Zhu Yunyan lazily raised his eyebrows, his gaze falling on Zhao Hongshan, and scoffed, "It is indeed early, I came last night." Zhao Hongshan pretended not to hear, for sometimes, it's rare to be muddle-headed. With a smile, he said, "Then Lord Morong hasn't eaten yet, how about dining in the manor? I just happen to have a few questions I would like to consult you about. To achieve an S-rank clearance, just sending a wife wouldn't do." Zhao Hongshan knew well that he had to use what he learned in 9 years of compulsory education to impress these rigid ancient scholars. He was waiting for this moment. "Ha, little Prime Minister Morong, just wait." Chapter 138. After Ling Xiuwei parted from Sheng Ning, that feeling of familiarity lingered in her heart. When she sat in the flower palanquin again, she finally saw the contents of her palm. "You are a player, other players want to kill you. Trust Sheng Ning." A few short lines made Ling Qiuwei's mind race rapidly. Soon, like Sheng Ning, she saw two panels before her. One was scrolling with text, while the other displayed information related to her.
Information panel. Attribute panel.
Seeing these numbers, Ling Qiuwei felt as if she knew that once the attribute value exceeded 80, the clearance instance would only reward 1 point of attribute value. Arriving at the Qin family. Before she even got off the flower palanquin, she heard a wailing sound. Ling Qiuwei thought to herself, just as she expected. She held a resurrection card in her hand. Without needing anyone to greet her, she strode directly into the Qin manor. Qin's mother immediately came up, blaming Ling Qiuwei for causing her sister to die on such a joyous day and then killing her husband. Ling Qiuwei casually grabbed a rooster, killed it with a single knife, and then resurrected it with the resurrection card. She then took out the card, her eyes like frost, and said, "Should I let Qin's eye wake up by himself, or should I give him another knife to wake him up?" Qin's mother was stunned with fear, collapsing beside her, and hurriedly had someone bring out the antidote for the turtle breathing pill for Qin's eye to take. She was truly afraid that Ling Qiuwei would give Qin's eye a strike. Just now, this woman's actions of killing the chicken were something that could not be done without 10 years of killing experience.
Qin's eye had just awakened and still didn't know what was happening.
Then, Ling Qiuwei slapped him twice. Even Ling Qiuwei herself didn't react to how intense her emotions were. In the moment Qin's eye awoke, he understood everything. He and Zhao Hongchen had both used the awakening card. But unlike Zhao Hongchen, he could not foresee his mission rules, only knowing the gameplay of this instance. This was a level 10 confrontation instance.
In a confrontation instance, factions can kill each other.
Now was the best time to kill Ling Qiuwei. The two were on the brink of battle, and the entire Qin residence was perishing in their conflict. But Ling Qiuwei was a level 4 player, her strength was a hard flaw. She was forced to flee the Qin residence, and Qin's eye relentlessly pursued her, yet the moment he stepped out, he was locked on by a powerful aura.
Young Master Qin plans to destroy this instance?
From a distance, a clear and elegant voice came from the top floor of a tavern. It was a king-level bazaar.
Qin's eye's bloodlust-filled nerves instantly calmed down.
He could solo a destruction-level bazaar, but he might not even break through the defenses of a king-level bazaar. It seemed that this king-level bazaar was the master of this instance.
Qin's eye reluctantly withdrew, watching Ling Qiuwei escape far away, his killing intent still unrelenting. There will always be another opportunity. On the high platform, one could overlook the entire capital city.
Amidst the bustling crowd, a woman in a wedding robe collapsed dejectedly in a dark alley. After a while, a fluctuation in the air occurred, a man in a black robe tore through space, his sinister aura enveloping the entire alley. The man stood tall, exuding an extraordinary elegance, casually tapping his folding fan against his palm, as if he were a young noble out for a stroll. "Cousin said you are a friend of my sister-in-law, meeting me, how unlucky for you." When Ling Qiuwei awoke again, it was already the next morning. The unfamiliar environment made her instinctively vigilant.
"Awake? Don't you have a healing card?"
A clear male voice floated through the air. Ling Qiuwei had 2 healing cards, but she had used them all yesterday. Her fingers curled slightly, her throat dry. "I've used them all, could you lend me one? I will find a way to return it after I recover." Her wounds were still there, bleeding profusely with even the slightest movement.
"I don't have one,"
the man replied directly, "but I can help you borrow one."
"Emperor Song, sister-in-law, lend a healing card to your friend."
Sheng Ning was eating when she suddenly saw a golden bullet screen flashing in the livestream. What the hell, 10 halls of the Underworld's Emperor Song.
"Welcome, Your Highness the Underworld Emperor. May Your Highness the Underworld Emperor be safe."
Wait, why is the Underworld Emperor calling the host sister-in-law?
I said she must be connected with someone powerful.
The King of Hell called, "Hey, old Song is here."
Sheng Ning frowned, putting down her spoon. She asked Chu Yuanian beside her, "Does Emperor Song know you?" Zhao Hongchen perked up his ears. Was it the Emperor Song he was thinking of? Chu Yuanian nodded, unfazed. "My cousin, Song Yu." "What did he say?"
Sheng Ning glanced at Zhao Hongchen, quietly saying, "He asked me to lend him a healing card."
Chu Yuanian raised an eyebrow and spoke to Sheng Ning's live stream screen. "It's our first meeting, aren't you going to give your sister-in-law a greeting gift?" "Song Yu, listen, is this something a cousin would say?" "Cousin, shouldn't it be sister-in-law giving me a greeting gift? I'm the junior."
Song Yu leaned against the soft couch in his study. Looking at Sheng Ning's captivating brows and eyes on the screen, he secretly muttered, it was also letting his cousin taste some fine food. Chu Yuanian didn't need to eat, accompanying Sheng Ning at mealtime was just to enjoy the moment.
"Does your sister-in-law really intend to let you suffer?"
He leaned against Sheng Ning, exuding a lazy vibe of "I have a wife and I'm so happy."
Emperor Song rewarded paper figures X1 X2 X3 XX10, 44,444 Bazaar Money X10. Oh, Your Highness the Underworld Emperor is so generous. I've never seen so many paper figures in my life. When it comes to wealth, who can compare to a few Yama kings? In a world full of oddities, I always thought the richest eccentric was President Foam. Seamless connection, you can say I'm ugly, but you absolutely cannot say I'm rich. Yama calls out, the stingiest man in the world of oddities. Seamless connection, you can say I'm poor, but you cannot say I'm stingy. Seamless connection rewards candle x 1x 2x 10x 1000x 100000 10x 100000. The Fallen City Lord rewards candle x 1x 2x 10x 1000x 100000 10x 100000. Seamless connection, does the new eccentric king dare to challenge me? The Fallen City Lord, President Fong misunderstood, I just took over the Dark Entertainment City, and can't organize the funds I have, so I can only spend them. Song Emperor, are you really not my brother's accomplices? Song Emperor rewards paper person x20, 44,444 ghost money x20. Sheng Ning was stunned, leaning closer to Chu Yunyan, unsure, they won't request a minor refund, right? Chu Yunyan chuckled, eyes filled with joy, do you think they are Zhao Jing? In the Minister of Justice's residence, Sheng Ning met Ling Qiuwei. At that time, Ling Qiuwei was covered in injuries, with scorch marks on her hair, looking extremely disheveled. Then looking at Song Yu, who was elegantly fanning himself nearby. Sheng Ning faced him and said, why does your cousin look a bit like a dog? Sister-in-law, men can sleep around, but words can't be loose, I just gave you many paper people. Song Yu felt extremely wronged. It's true that one family doesn't enter the same door, they all like to bully honest people. Speaking of this, Sheng Ning remembered what Chu Yunyan had instructed, and took out 10 roasted chickens from her space and handed them to Song Yu. Song Yu immediately put on a warm smile and bowed to Sheng Ning, thank you, sister-in-law. Sheng Ning ignored him further, taking out a healing card for Ling Qiuwei, along with a small cup of Wulianye. Wulianye can quickly restore strength and is pure power, it's exactly what Ling Qiuwei needs. Ling Qiuwei was so touched that tears welled in her eyes, hugging Sheng Ning and refusing to let go. Chu Yunyan picked up the collar of Ling Qiuwei like tossing a chick and tossed her aside, smiling as he said, wife, shall I take you out for a walk? Sheng Ning did not refuse. In her memory, her entire life had been trapped in the inner courtyard, rarely able to go out. The streets of the capital were bustling and lively, with various small items being hawked continuously. Sheng Ning felt the familiar warmth of life from within. After wandering for a while, Sheng Ning was suddenly stopped in her tracks by a woman in red. Madam, would you like to come in and see some rouge? Behind her was a dimly lit rouge shop, quiet and dark. What caught Sheng Ning's attention was that the woman's clothes were not ordinary styles, but more like wedding attire. If she wore a veil, she would be a living bride. Chu Yunyan stood silently in front of Sheng Ning, his words icy, what common cosmetics, dare to stain my wife's eyes? Being called out publicly by a man like this didn't anger the woman, instead, she looked back at Sheng Ning and said, Madam, is this man really your husband? Stealing someone else's husband will surely invite retribution. The woman smiled, yet a cold wind rose around her. Even if Sheng Ning were slower, she could hear the meaning behind those words. It turned out she was here to steal someone's husband. Looking at this situation, Chu Yunyan must have known this person already. Sheng Ning fired back at the woman in red, yes, stealing a husband will invite retribution, and besides, my husband said this is common cosmetics, so it must be nothing good. The woman's anger and Sheng Ning's slightly mocking glance met in the air, a moment of electric tension. Suddenly, a powerful and eerie aura erupted from the woman, but Sheng Ning was not afraid at all. This was because Chu Yunyan swiftly suppressed that powerful eerie aura. Chu Yunyan held Sheng Ning's hand, shooting a cold glare at the woman, I do not kill you, not because I am unwilling, but because Song Yu wants to protect you. If you dare to provoke my wife again, I will make you regret being born. Chu Yuanian did not reveal any trace of a strange aura, yet instantly made the woman in red turn pale. She could only unwillingly watch the figures of the two disappear into the crowd. Sheng Ning remained silent all the way, while Chu Yuanian stole several glances at her face. Their clasped hands tightened due to inner tension. Hiss, it hurts. Sheng Ning suddenly pulled her hand back, her gaze avoiding Chu Yuanian, and hurriedly walked ahead. It's over. Chu Yuanian sighed inwardly. He was wronged, truly wronged. That was a debt of rouge left by the judge, how could it fall upon him? Sheng Ning walked briskly ahead, not seeing the way clearly, and suddenly collided with a scholar holding a scroll of calligraphy and painting. The scroll scattered all over the ground, and Sheng Ning quickly apologized, I'm so sorry. Before she could finish, her eyes landed on a painting of a woman playing the qin, and in a daze, the woman's eyes turned, locking gazes with Sheng Ning. In the next second, Sheng Ning vanished into thin air, while the scholar beside her seemed to have never seen her at all, slowly picking up the scrolls and leaving. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning found herself in a place filled with beautiful women singing and dancing. Here, the women were enchanting and more beautiful, exchanging drinks with men, their smiles like blooming flowers. With just one glance, Sheng Ning knew where this was.
Just to be clear. This was not where she wanted to come, she was forced here.
What decent person would come to such a place? These days simply unbearable. Sheng Ning used a disguise card to transform into a handsome young lad, wandering around the brothel.
After pushing through several groups of women, she finally arrived at the annual grand event of the brothel.
The auction of the courtesan's first night.
On the stage in the center of the brothel, a woman in a thin red garment, holding a big red fan embroidered with begonia flowers, covered most of her face. Only a pair of romantic yet unaware swan-like eyes were revealed. The courtesan's fingers, as slender as green onions, caressed the chain, and after the song ended, it was time for the esteemed guests to bid. Just when the hammer was about to fall, a young man who looked like a scholar stood up and questioned the courtesan, "Are you really willing to degrade yourself?" The courtesan was taken aback, a hint of mockery flashing in her beautiful eyes. Seeing the situation was dire, the matron hurriedly ordered someone to throw the scholar out.
This woman was the same one from the painting.
Sheng Ning did not want to interfere, but upon recalling something, lazily raised her arm, 1,000 taels of gold. Inside the private room. After Sheng Ning sat down, the courtesan slowly lowered her fan, revealing a face as beautiful as a lotus flower.
So pretty. Sheng Ning couldn't help but sit up straight.
The lady is joking. If the lady changed back into women's clothes, I would be ashamed to compare myself.
Lan Ruo smiled, exposing Sheng Ning's true identity.
Being exposed, Sheng Ning was not embarrassed, but still complimented, "Miss Lan Ruo has a good eye, but I just saw that Miss Lan Ruo came here, seems to have some troubles." Lan Ruo froze for a second, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. Sheng Ning sighed, "If it's about money, I could perhaps help you."
"Money, well, if it's gone, I can still ask Prime Minister Morong for more. Anyway, if I don't spend it, it's to be spent by others." "Humph. Let's spend him 100,000 taels first."
The lady must come from a wealthy and noble family, many things cannot be solved with money. Lan Ruo slowly opened her lips, her story so sad it could make any man weep and any woman cry. From a young age, Lan Ruo followed her father to learn the qin, and her skills were unmatched. Before her father passed away, worrying that Lan Ruo would be left alone, he arranged her engagement to a scholar next door. The scholar came from a poor background, with an elderly mother bedridden. After the engagement, the scholar vowed to study hard to seek Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo devoted herself to playing the qin to earn money to support the scholar's family. However, that scholar often quarreled with his classmates, one of whom was a wealthy young master. That wealthy young master repeatedly caused trouble at the scholar's home, alarming the scholar's mother. The scholar's mother scolded Lan Ruo for being useless. The scholar's mother ordered Lan Ruo not to tell the scholar about this matter and instructed her to settle it. The wealthy young man heard that Lan Ruo had good skills in playing the guqin, so he asked her to perform at a banquet, promising to spare the scholar.
During the banquet, Lan Ruo's veil accidentally fell, and someone wanted to capture the beauty with the guqin in a painting. Chapter 140. Lan Ruo was forced to agree, leaving behind a refined painting of a beauty playing the guqin. That night, heavy rain fell, and Lan Ruo had no choice but to stay at the wealthy young man's place to rest. The next day, when she returned home, the scholar's mother scolded her for being shameless, for meeting with a man all night. At first, the scholar didn't believe it. After half a year, on the day Lan Ruo married the scholar, someone drunkenly revealed at the wedding banquet that Lan Ruo had gone to plead with the wealthy young man for the scholar. The intention was to have the scholar treat Lan Ruo well, but instead, the scholar recalled that night when Lan Ruo did not return home, believing she had indeed been involved with the wealthy young man. On their wedding night, he publicly divorced her, making Lan Ruo a laughingstock for the nearby families. Lan Ruo initially thought of drowning herself but was saved by the brothel madam, who told her that if she came to the brothel, she could prove her innocence and also take revenge on the scholar. A scholar, with an ex-wife working in a brothel, had his reputation ruined by half. Tonight was the moment for Lan Ruo to prove herself. Sheng Ning didn't have time to say anything when she saw Lan Ruo's beautiful face turn fierce and terrifying. "You must think I'm very pitiable," Lan Ruo said, blood tears streaming down her face as a cold wind swept through the elegant room. Ding detected the current scene is the red candle joy kill venue, player attribute value halved. As the announcement echoed in her ears, Lan Ruo's ghostly hand had already reached Sheng Ning's neck. Lan Ruo's speed was not fast, even slower than the speed of the original mother by Sha. But Sheng Ning was suppressed, unable to see Lan Ruo's move, and was choked by the ghostly hand. The sensation of suffocation came instantly, and Sheng Ning shouted with all her strength, "I saved you out of kindness, and you actually." As her words fell, a sword energy shot toward Lan Ruo from the sword energy card. Pure Taoist power pushed Lan Ruo back, and Sheng Ning bent over to gasp for breath. The strange aura around Lan Ruo enveloped the entire room. With her attributes halved, Sheng Ning had almost no ability to resist against the destructive anomaly. She couldn't even escape. "Miss, why did he dislike me?" "I did this for him." Lan Ruo's voice was mournful. "Do you know who the real winner tonight was?"
It was that middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. He tormented me to the utmost. Later it was that wealthy young man who redeemed me.
But I harmed him.
Lan Rua's blood tears flowed more and more, and the scent of blood thickened with each breath. That ungrateful man, the first thing he did after passing the exam was to kill me, to cleanse his shame. I never expected to be redeemed. He then teamed up with that official's daughter who had her eyes on him, and slaughtered 113 people from the young master's family.
I
want to kill her. I want to kill all the powerful officials and nobles who bully the weak. None of you noble ladies can escape. Lan Rua charged towards Sheng Ning again, but this time she couldn't even come within 3 steps of Sheng Ning.
Parental affection card activated.
When the mother ghost appeared, her hidden talent activated instantly, parental affection.
What are you, to dare to lay hands on my daughter?
The mother ghost exchanged several moves with the frenzied Lan Rua, and Sheng Ning realized that the mother ghost's power was also suppressed.
The mother ghost retreated beside Sheng Ning, her face full of anger. Playing this Taoist venue game with me? Don't blame me for overturning your setup.
After the mother ghost spoke, a familiar door suddenly appeared behind her. If Sheng Ning had memory, she would certainly recognize that as the door to Brother Gui's room in the broken family before.
Son, your mother is dying. Someone is bullying your mother and sister, and you won't come out to take a look? Sheng Ning.
Looking at the elegantly beautiful woman rolling on the ground, Sheng Ning suddenly became curious about her brother. The door slowly opened, and a tall man, 1.87 meters, resembling Sheng Ning somewhat, stepped out with long legs.
Mom, I'm here, stop shouting.
Brother Gui had a helpless expression, looking at the crazy mother, the silly sister, and the pitiful himself.
Hee, what a happy family of 3.
Brother Gui raised his eyes, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, skillfully lit one, and looked at Lan Rua.
I usually don't hit women. You apologize, and my sister will forgive you. This matter will be settled.
Sheng Ning inexplicably felt the sense of protection from her domineering brother.
You all bully me.
A very arrogant and show-off statement, but it hit Lan Rua's sore spot, and she screamed, lunging at Brother Gui. Brother Gui was not restricted by rules and was incredibly strong.
In just a few moments, Lan Rua was pinned to the ground and unable to move. I told you to apologize.
Follow my sister, she is a rich woman and will not treat you poorly.
Brother Gui sighed, I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to transfer the brothel to my sister? Lan Rua was crying blood, you all bully me. I don't want to.
At Brother Gui's gesture, Sheng Ning pierced Lan Rua's heart with a sword. Dinged congratulations to player husband for completing the Soul Break Blue House dungeon boss kill. The kill was of destruction level, gaining experience points 10,000, and rewards special card Awakening, attack card Ghost Howl, S, and Peony Happy Fan.
8 Guis, can someone tell me why the weird can still shake people? Sure, too amazing.
Next time the streamer can shake Zhao Jing can shake Monk Huan, simply unbeatable. Lan Rua's figure turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated, and the surrounding scene gradually changed, with the family of 3 standing in the streets of the capital.
Brother Gui was the first to see Chu Yuanyan, and with an unhappy face said, not that great, not worthy of my sister. Chu Yuanyan. Sheng Ning received the Awakening card, copied it, and used it.
After her own memories returned, Sheng Ning solemnly thanked Brother Gui. Brother Gui waved his hand, giving Sheng Ning a card, special card, Deep Sibling Love.
If you need anything, just find me.
The implication was too obvious, he couldn't stand his crazy mother anymore. After sending away her very picky brother-in-law and mother-in-law, Chu Yuanyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and hugged Sheng Ning tightly. Sister, I was wrong.
Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanyan's tall figure softened and clung to Sheng Ning. That rotten peach blossom of Morong Zhao has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Sheng Ning still ignored him, Chu Yuanyan's eyes turned red, slowly brimming with tears. He said miserably, Sister, you really don't love me anymore. I'm no longer your little treasure, woo-woo. Chapter 141. After using the Awakening card on Ling Qiuwei, Sheng Ning finally asked about Ling Qiuwei's bet. Sheng Ning risked her life to accompany a gentleman. Naturally, Ling Qiuwei wouldn't keep anything hidden. How many times had she escaped from life and death? She was almost about to forget this feud, but didn't understand why these people had to bring up the old story. 25 years ago, Ling Qiuwei was maliciously swapped with Lu Mingxuan, and only 5 years ago was brought back to the Lu family. The Lu family, like many melodramatic stories of fake rich daughters, did not want to send Lu Mingxuan away. Even considering the interests with the Qin family, they publicly claimed that Ling Qiuwei was the adopted daughter. At that time, Ling Qiuwei was already in college and had her own boyfriend, Zhao Hongchen. Zhao Hongchen strongly urged Ling Qiuwei to return to the wealthy Lu family in T-City. 2 years later, the two got engaged. Unfortunately, Ling Qiuwei, Zhao Hongchen, Lu Mingxuan, and Qin Zai were all pulled into a bizarre game in a car accident. Among the 4, Ling Qiuwei's first-level talent, Skillful Hands, was the worst. In order for Ling Qiuwei to clear the dungeon,
they had to transfer part of the cards they obtained to her. At the fourth copy, Zhao Hongchen met his once childhood sweetheart, Su Jing.
Su Jing's first-level talent was C-class, bad luck, much more useful than Ling Xiuwei.
And because Zhao Hongchen and Su Jing still had leftover feelings, the four of them took advantage of it, tricked her into a strange place. The reward was an A-class card. The strange ones had too many ways to torment humans. On the first day Ling Xiuwei already wished she were dead. 3 days later, just when Ling Xiuwei could not hold on and prepared to kill herself, by chance a super powerful strange player accidentally cleared 3 copies.
The copy magnetic field went into chaos.
By mistake Ling Xiuwei escaped into another copy, and became a strange player.
After clearing the copy, she obtained the second talent, Crisis. Only then did the road of copies start to get better. Ridiculous was that Ling Xiuwei never went to take revenge on them, instead they were the ones who came looking for her first. Song Yu, after hearing, shook his folding fan and praised, 1 against 4, impressive. A trace of harshness flashed in Ling Xiuwei's eyes, even if I die, I must drag 2 to the grave with me. Sheng Ning lowered her lashes, a little disapproving, if someone must die, it will be others who die. One sentence instantly made Ling Xiuwei's mood good again. Wu Wu, who could not love Sister Shang, this full sense of safety.
But Chu Yuanyan heard the hidden meaning in Sheng Ning's words. Before he could give Song Yu a wink, Sheng Ning already smiled with narrowed eyes at Song Yu, her voice gentle and kind. Cousin, I heard inside the copy there is a girl wearing a wedding dress, you did not allow others to hurt her? Song Yu was blank for a moment, then jumped up, sister-in-law.
You are really my sister-in-law or not?
That is red and white clash evil, the mother white evil was already killed by you, only leaving a small red, spare her hand for me, give me some face. Chu Yuanyan seized the chance, whispered grievance, see, I told you, that was cousin's person, has nothing to do with me oh. Sheng Ning threw a sharp look over, Chu Yuanyan at once hugged her arm like a little wife, pointing at Song Yu, he bad, I good.
Song Yu. Ling Xiuwei. Sheng Ning stroked Chu Yuanyan's smooth black hair, suddenly thought of the time before when she dressed him in women's clothes. Somewhat eager to try again. She pulled Chu Yuanyan's hand, said to Song Yu, that red evil, let her not come to provoke me. Song Yu was shocked by Sheng Ning's arrogant tone, almost blurted, sister-in-law, when you see her you better run far away, her power is not on the same level as white evil at all. If not for her insisting to stay in this copy, her power could already become a new king-level strange one. Song Yu almost directly said Sheng Ning was overestimating herself.
Sheng Ning only smiled, did not care. Anyway, as long as she went through a copy, she would surely face that red evil.
Sheng Ning pulled Chu Yuanyan back to the Tanwalang mansion. She had many pretty little dresses, today she must let Chu Yuanyan try them all. Sister, I don't want to.
Seeing Sheng Ning take out a pink-purple light gauze blouse, Chu Yuanyan hugged his shoulders tightly, face full of fear rejecting. Why after so long, sister's bad hobby still had not changed.
Woo woo. Half an hour later. Sister, this hairpin not good looking, I am wearing pink clothes, of course need a blue hairpin. I also want red embroidered shoes, golden eyeshadow. Sister, why I don't have a belly band, woo woo, I am not clean anymore, I was seen by sister must take responsibility for me. Sheng Ning lifted someone's chin, faced his shy and timid delicate look, her fingertip rubbed the red lips with lip balm on them. How take responsibility? Sheng Ning's fingertip went all the way down, slipping into the man's chest.
The cool fingertip touched the raised burning red fruit, causing the man to tremble again and again. Sister from Chu Yuanyan's throat came a tone of unbearable need, and his clear bright eyes seemed to hold a mist of water, making people unable to not sink in. The light makeup softened the hard lines of his face, Chu Yuanyan raised his head, pitifully begging.
Sister, kiss me, I want a kiss.
Sheng Ning curled her lips and slowly leaned down, first brushing her nose against his slightly, teasingly kissing the corner of his lips, but never letting him have his way. In that moment of awakening memories, Sheng Ning recalled a past event when Chu Yuanyan was a junior in college.
During Chu Yuanyan's junior year, he encountered a wealthy young lady.
The young lady knew that Chu Yuanyan was indifferent to the girls around him, even needing to report to his girlfriend when he touched a female cat today. So, she chose to take a roundabout way, building a good relationship with Chu Yuanyan's roommate, often arranging to meet, only for her roommate to cancel, leaving Chu Yuanyan to go. From watching movies at first to later participating in club activities.
The frequency increased slowly without Chu Yuanyan even noticing. Until one day when Chu Yuanyan brought back a bottle of brand-name perfume, Sheng Ning finally understood this young lady's demonstration. Did you meet a female friend with good taste?
Sheng Ning smiled as she took the perfume.
Chu Yuanyan hugged Sheng Ning from behind, burying his head in her neck.
No, my roommate is pursuing a girl and asked me to help deliver it.
Your roommate is chasing a girl and wants you to go?
Sheng Ning only needed 8 words to deal with this girl.
But because of this, Chu Yuanyan stayed quiet for 3 weeks. Just like now, Sheng Ning's soft lips lingered over every inch of Chu Yuanyan's face, but never allowed him to taste the flavor, the suppressed desire rolling into gasps.
Xu Yuanyan only felt that desire turned into an addiction, spreading to every corner of his body. Sister, I am now Nian Nian's little sister, you can't bully me for someone else's mistakes. He eagerly wrapped his arms around Sheng Ning's neck, the cold mixed with the scent of jasmine instantly invading the space between Sheng Ning's lips and teeth.
Chapter 142.
Emotional waves surged like raging tides, and the two rolled from the makeup mirror to the bed. Xu Yuanyan's light gauze shirt was torn apart, the faint pink sheer fabric obscenely revealing more than it concealed, enchanting and eye-catching.
Sheng Ning gasped slightly, only to hear Xu Yuanyan ask in a suppressed voice, "Do I look good, sister?" The blankets rolled, crimson waves flowing.
In a daze of feelings, Sheng Ning suddenly heard a plaintive cry, "Zhao Lang, my Zhao Lang."
"Zhao Lang, where are you?"
A woman's voice was ethereal yet seemed to be right by her ear, making Sheng Ning suddenly wake up and push Xu Yuanyan away.
"Xu Yuanyan."
The lingering desire in the corners of his eyes had not yet faded, but Sheng Ning's gaze was very clear. She had sensed this strange aura when she entered the mansion. But Zhao Hongchen and Su Jing's auras had also appeared at the same time. She thought Zhao Hongchen could deal with this strangeness, but to her surprise, Zhao Hongchen directly led the trouble to her courtyard. Taking out her true sword, Sheng Ning pulled out a card of inescapable doom, directly trapping a woman in a red wedding gown covered with lotus flowers in a formation. This was a catastrophe-grade anomaly, the S-grade formation could confine this anomaly for a time. Zhao Hongchen and Su Jing were outside the courtyard wall, listening to the noises inside, when suddenly Zhao Hongchen was overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis. He pulled Su Jing back quickly, and the next second, Sheng Ning sliced through the courtyard wall with her sword, bricks flying everywhere.
"Sheng Ning, do you know who I am? You dare to act?"
Zhao Hongchen, still alarmed, pointed at Sheng Ning's nose and shouted. Sheng Ning's eyes were as cold as winter frost, but the corner of her mouth slightly raised, looking very wicked. She threw out a card of sinister aura, directly trapping Su Jing within. Su Jing immediately unleashed her second talent, spider web, to resist the invasion of the sinister aura. Meanwhile, Sheng Ning had already pointed her sword directly at Zhao Hongchen's brow. Zhao Hongchen took out a defense card to resist Sheng Ning's attack, but unexpectedly, Sheng Ning was merely fainting. She turned around, pulling Su Jing into the illusion of the veiled woman anomaly. Zhao Hongchen had led this 2000 experience point female anomaly to Sheng Ning. Thinking it over, there was only one reason.
They temporarily couldn't deal with this female anomaly.
Wanting to kill two birds with one stone, they wanted Sheng Ning and the female ghost to suffer both losses, while they could reap the benefits.
But how could Sheng Ning give them this opportunity?
In the midst of the trap, the female ghost's dreadful and mournful voice echoed again, "Zhao Lang, I truly love you.
Why won't you marry me?"
The surrounding scene shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning found herself in a magnificent new room.
Tall dragon and phoenix candles illuminated the entire room.
Only by the joyous wedding bed sat a woman dressed in bridal clothes with a covered head. After a long time, the door of the new room opened. Sheng Ning saw a face holding back immense rage, surrounded by coldness and murderous intent, wearing a bright red wedding dress, adding a touch of enchantment to him.
"Xia Yuner, to marry me, you have designed the deaths of 9 brides, just for today's fake wedding between you and me?" Morong Zhao's voice was squeezed out from his throat. It felt like he was on the verge of exploding, wanting to tear the woman in red apart. Under the cover, the woman's voice was like a warbler's song, "Zhao Lang, don't misunderstand me. How could I be that cruel?
They all willingly went to their deaths.
The money I gave them is enough for their family's expenses for generations.
To facilitate my marriage with Zhao Lang, it counts as their worthy sacrifice."
"Shut up, you poisonous woman, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I will never marry you in this life. The thought of being loved by someone like you, I'd rather have never been born."
"Zhao Lang, if it weren't for your unwillingness to marry me, how could I have set up this trap to make you willingly marry me, to lure out those who specifically kill brides?"
"Zhao Lang, this is all my love for you."
As the ghost woman finished speaking, without any warning, she lunged at Sheng Ning and Su Jing, wanting to choke them by the neck. Ding detected current scene as red candle wedding kill venue, players' attributes halved. Sheng Ning had long been prepared, but was still startled by the speed of the female ghost, cold sweat covering her body. Or rather, her attributes were once again suppressed, facing the disaster-level strange entity, she only had a bit of self-defense ability. Su Jing's face was turning purple from being choked, as if she was about to stop breathing at any moment. Meanwhile, the ghost woman's cover lifted without wind, and faintly, Sheng Ning saw faces rapidly shifting beneath it. "Hee, if you see my face, you have to peel off your skin and give it to me." Su Jing had her throat crushed and was tossed aside. The ghost woman lunged toward Sheng Ning again. Sheng Ning couldn't match her speed and could only collide hard with the ghost woman. Fortunately, the venue couldn't suppress the power of cards, and several S-class cards were thrown out. The ghost woman and Sheng Ning fought fiercely. After a few breaths, the illusion was shattered, and two identical deep blue figures rushed in.
One held an A-class military knife, charging directly at the ghost woman.
The other figure flashed to Su Jing's side, picking up her already lifeless body. From shock to anger, blood vessels almost instantly filled Zhao Hongchen's eyes.
Jinjing! I will make you pay for your life.
Zhao Hongchen roared, and the two figures merged into one, exploding with a terrifying aura.
Zhu Yuanyan didn't know when he stood at the edge of the illusion.
He had changed back into a purple brocade robe, becoming the proud and aloof Prime Minister Morong again.
Zhao Lang, is it really you?
The ghost woman dodged Zhao Hongchen's attack, stumbling toward Zhu Yuanyan. Zhu Yuanyan, wearing Morong Zhao's skin, felt a deep regret in his heart. Choosing whose body to use wasn't the issue, but it had to be this beloved with so many admirers.
You go kill him.
Zhu Yuanyan irritably pressed the corners of his eyes and coldly pointed at the direction behind the ghost woman. The ghost woman followed Zhu Yuanyan's finger, instantly disappearing from her spot, and her ghostly claws shot directly into Zhao Hongchen's heart. Zhao Hongchen revealed a grim smile, as a fist-sized wound on his chest continued to bleed out. The blood that should have dripped to the ground seemed to come alive. Slowly, bit by bit, climbing up the arm of the veiled woman demon. Feeling his strength being drained by someone, the veiled woman demon's other hand grabbed Zhao Hongchen's collar, angrily pulling him onto the bridal bed. Layers of red curtains fell, blocking the entire bed.
Sheng Ning froze. Huh? Is this the wedding night? After a moment, the curtains were drawn open.
The red clothes on the veiled woman demon were already soaked in blood, and her soft voice carried a hint of apology. Zhao Lang, letting him escape was Yun'er's fault. Seeing the demon woman's breath growing weaker, Sheng Ning stepped forward and struck her with a sword, directly ending her life. Dinged congratulations to player Hongchen Emperor and husband 18 pieces for completing the wedding night doomed dungeon boss kill. The kill was classified as destruction level, gaining 10,000 experience points, rewards, skill card speed, S, attack card 9 maidens seeking revenge, S, and double lotus veil. The announcement faded, and the surroundings changed. Sheng Ning slightly curled her lips, her gaze slowly falling on Zhu Yuanyan. Zhu Yuanyan covered his ears and leaned toward Sheng Ning, looking pitiful. Sister, don't twist so hard. Sheng Ning let out a soft laugh, holding the reddened ears of the person, gently kneading them, coaxing, let's get your ears pierced, darling.
Zhu Yuanyan looked at Sheng Ning in horror. Sister, are you planning to have me feed the babies if we ever have children? Sheng Ning showed a slight disdain. You'd want to, but what if your son is like you and likes it big? Who said it's a son? I want a daughter.
Zhu Yuanyan protested, then seemed to remember something, muttering softly, why not just say whatever, you like it big too? Although Sheng Ning and Zhao Hongchen killed Xia Yuner together, the rewards are given to the player who dealt the final blow. This means, besides sharing the experience points, all the items go to Sheng Ning.
Xia Yuner is pitiful.
But those who are pitiful must also have something hateful about them.
Sheng Ning held the double lotus veil in her hand and sighed.
Seeing Sheng Ning looking somewhat wistful, Zhu Yuanyan knew her mood and became slightly more serious, saying, Sister, there's no need to pity her. Xia Yuner schemed and faked a marriage with Morong Zhao, sending invitations to all the officials and noble families in the capital, intending to tie Morong Zhao down with her reputation. But on the wedding night, her plan was exposed.
Morong Zhao learned the truth, immediately went to the court, and sentenced Xia Yuner to death that night.
Xia Yuner took the opportunity to bid farewell to her parents, wearing a red dress, and committed suicide by poison in the bridal chamber. What Zhu Yuanyan did not mention was that Morong Zhao felt guilty for causing the death of these 9 women. So, after this event, he left the world and became a lay disciple at a temple, swearing to never marry. At this moment, the ominous broadcast sound broke the tranquility between them. Ding, all players in the dungeon have awakened.
Please have neutral players choose a faction. Ding, players have made their choices.
No one chose the bride faction, and players husband 18 pieces and only love sister Shang have their basic attribute values reduced by 30%.
A 30% reduction in attributes was like a thunderbolt out of the blue.
It meant that their combat power had dropped a level. Previously, Sheng Ning and Ling Qiwei could deal with destruction level anomalies, but now they could only fight with calamity level ones.
If they encountered a destruction level anomaly, they could only escape. Sheng Ning's face turned grim, and when Ling Qiwei entered, her expression carried not only anger but also a hint of unwillingness. This is so damn unlucky, Ling Qiwei cursed. We almost killed Lu Minghuang, such a pity, and now she's awakened.
Ling Qiwei was preparing to go out and search for clues when she encountered Qinzai and Lu Minghuang, who had been lying in ambush nearby. Qinzai thought Ling Qiwei hadn't awakened yet, so he focused entirely on killing her, not even caring about the still unawakened Lu Minghuang. But unexpectedly, Ling Qiwei had awakened and immediately unleashed a Gatling gun on Lu Minghuang. Lu Minghuang died on the spot, but unfortunately, Qinzai had an A-level resurrection card. He saved Lu Minghuang's life. After Lu Minghuang was miraculously revived, she directly awakened. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Sheng Ning. There were 10 players, not knowing how many factions existed. There were no neutral players choosing them, which meant they had joined the faction of Qinzai and Zhao Hongchen. This was equivalent to a 10-person dungeon, with 8 being enemies. Their strength had dropped, and they had no chance against the strange ones.
It was simply an overwhelming situation. Can we fight PK against the human faction players? Ling Qiwei's eyes lit up. If it's self-defense, factions can fight PK. Following Ling Qiwei's instructions, Sheng Ning indeed saw 4 factions in the dungeon lineup. Rebirth. Interests. Life exchange. Neutral. 2 streets away at Qin's residence, Lu Mingxuan and Su Jing slowly woke up. Zhao Hongchen and Qin Zai sat beside them, drinking tea in silence, their faces looking very grim. I really didn't expect Autumn to have grown to this extent now.
Lu Mingxuan clutched her chest, her heart still fearful. No one had thought that a talent deemed useless could really make a name for herself in the strange world.
Zhao Hongchen, don't you think that Sheng Ning looks a bit familiar? Qin Zai suddenly asked.
It's her, Su Jing realized. It's the lucky goddess Shang Xiaomei who suddenly disappeared a while ago. At that time, Tu Lin, the vice president of the Strange Phantom Guild, followed the orders of their president to use a binding card to kill Shang Xiaomei in his special dungeon, but ended up being trapped inside himself. But Shang Xiaomei's live stream suddenly cut off, and everyone thought she was dead. Little did they know she had also become a strange player.
Wait a minute, Mingxuan, I remember Fang Xinro told you that Autumn found a powerful strange player as her backing, and that she wanted to take revenge on us, right? Lu Mingxuan's eyes flashed with shock. Are you saying Fang Xinro wanted to use our hands to kill Sheng Ning?
Zhao Hongchen and Qin Zai exchanged glances. They prided themselves on being clever but never expected to fall into Fang Xinro's scheme.
Tu Lin and Jun Si are dead. The Strange Phantom Guild is far worse than before.
I've heard Sheng Ning even killed Fang Xinro's half-brother. No wonder Fang Xinro would risk offending us just to eliminate Sheng Ning.
The faces of the 4 were extremely grim.
From start to finish, they had been plotted against. If this were a simple dungeon, it would be fine, but this was a self-defense mission, where only one faction could survive until the end. They had already lost 2 revival cards, and would soon lose 2 more resurrection cards.
This dungeon was a complete loss.
Just then, a PK invitation popped up on the panels of Lu Mingxuan and Su Jing.
Rebirth faction invites you for a strange currency PK, would you like to accept? Accept.
Qin Zai was the first to speak. We have 7 people, while they only have 2, why should they win?
Even if Sheng Ning is powerful, she has just entered level 4 at most. What territory does she have?
If they want to compete with us financially, they should see what they really are. Qin Zai was filled with rage, almost shouting out. To be safe, Zhao Hongchen said to Su Jing, this time we are using real names. You used the bad luck talent to bind Sheng Ning.
The PK began. Whoever loses must kill the red evil in the red-white collision.
Ling Qiwei confidently stated the bet. Qin Zai's face appeared on Lu Mingxuan's screen. Ling Qiwei, Shang Xiaomei, since you want to seek death, don't blame us for being rude. Don't worry, for Ling Uncle's sake, I will ensure to gather your remains.
Sheng Ning and Qu Yuan exchanged smiles.
They were ready to give the human players a little shock from strange players. On the other side, Lu Mingxuan and Su Jing were sipping tea. Soon, the PK bar showed an overwhelming stance, with no blood bars visible for Sheng Ning and Ling Qiwei.
Cousin, I'm here to rally votes for my sister-in-law.
Song Yu's voice came from outside the courtyard, as Chu Yuanyin and Sheng Ning stood up to go out. After walking a few steps, Sheng Ning suddenly felt dizzy, her left foot stumbled over her right foot, and she knelt down straight.
Chu Yuanyin walked beside her.
A long arm reached out, but still couldn't catch Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning just knelt straight in front of Chu Yuanyin.
Cousin, you are really impressive. Song Yu shook his folding fan, looking at Chu Yuanyin with admiration. So what you said about your wife kneeling at home to greet you is true.
Chu Yuanyin. Chapter 144.
Ling Qiwei clapped for Song Yu. When it comes to being a dog, you rank third, no one ranks second.
Tisk.
Song Yu frowned, low profile, this is all taught well by my cousin. Chu Yuanyin frowned as he picked Sheng Ning up and sat back down at the stone table in the yard.
What's wrong? Sheng Ning noticed something was off with Chu Yuanyin's expression.
Chu Yuanyin reached out, grabbing a wisp of gray smoke from Sheng Ning's forehead, a kind of curse, bad luck, talent.
Sheng Ning was stunned for 2 seconds, so I wasn't just being careless just now? Ling Qiwei said, it was Su Jing. Su Jing's talent is bad luck.
Sheng Ning looked at the gray aura, suddenly throwing it onto the fusion talent panel in her mind. You say, can I fuse it with True Sword? You wanted Chu Yuanyin and Sheng Ning had a perfect understanding, just one gesture and they could know each other's thoughts.
Why not? Chu Yuanyin raised an eyebrow, but is this little bit of bad luck enough?
The two exchanged glances, revealing a similar scheming smile.
Ling Qiwei hugged herself tightly, feeling a chilling wind from behind. Is this what a couple looks like? A bit hard to evaluate? Sheng Ning opened Su Jing's livestream. Husband $18, Miss Su, is this the use of a B-level talent? Husband $18, since you know I'm Shang Xiaomei, did you forget how everyone calls me? What, husband $18 is Shang Xiaomei?
Whoa whoa whoa, my goddess didn't die, Xiaomei, I miss you so much. Ha, suddenly understand, the PK between the goddess of luck and the goddess of bad luck.
Listening to Alan Bell, does that mean Jingjing's talent is useless to her? Ha, killing with words, wifey, you are still so bad.
Everyone hurry to support Wifey's livestream, Wifey's pure and beautiful ancient costume version. In an instant, the number of people in Su Jing's livestream suddenly plummeted, making Su Jing's face turn green with anger. On Lu Mingxuang's side, it was the same, but slightly better than Su Jing. Xin Zai wore a smile that mixed anger and sarcasm. Go, all of you, just let them see how Shang Xiaomei and Ling Qiwei actually died.
Hong Chen, can I use a cooldown card?
I don't believe my bad luck is ineffective against Shang Xiaomei. Zhao Hongchen thought for a moment and then took out 5 cooldown cards, handing them to Su Jing with a fierce light in his eyes. Shang Xiaomei should have died a long time ago. After 6 strands of bad luck fused with True Sword.
Sheng Ning looked at the new, True Sword, introduction.
True Sword, the sword of invincible bad luck for the brave. The long sword touches sh*t, whoever touches it dies. Chu Yuanyan took the overall gray-silver, True Sword, smiling at Song Yuan said. Good brother, the first killing of this sword will be on you, which is not a disgrace to your 10 courts Yama status.
Brother! Brother! I'm your brother, don't mess around. I have a quarter of you, no, you have a quarter of me, not right, we are brothers with a quarter of blood relationship, you can't treat me like this. At this moment, Song Yu had lost all calmness and elegance. What would his crazy cousin not do? What good person trips on their left foot while walking?
King of Chu River, hee, it's rare to see Song Jun so lively. King of Qin Guang, it's about time, friends, let Miss Shang see the power of our 10 courts Yama.
King of Taishan, let the show begin, everyone. King of Bian City rewarded Paperman X1 X2 X10, 44444 X10. King of Equality rewarded Paperman X1 X2 X10, 44444 X10. King of Reincarnation rewarded Paperman X1 X2 X10, 44444 X10. Except for Song Yu, who was the leader of this copy and couldn't participate in the PK, each of the other 9 Yama kings gave Sheng Ning 10 paper men. The blood bar, which was originally being crushed, directly turned 360 degrees in reverse. In the blink of an eye, it crushed Lu Mingxuang and Su Jing to death. Impossible. 4 exclamations nearly toppled the roof of the Qin mansion. Just returned from Alan Bell, Jingjing doesn't know how you offended Alan Bell. I advise you to apologize, they really cannot be offended. Apologize. She'd better not think of it. Qin Zai roared again, I'll go kill them.
Meanwhile, Song Yu was being chased and slashed by Chu Yuanyan with a sword beside Sheng Ning. He had next to Sheng Ning, sister-in-law, look, this is the backup team I found for you. We just need 2 roasted chickens each, please help me talk to my brother. Sheng Ning sent the roasted chickens to the 9 Yama kings, along with 500 incense sticks. After losing the PK, Luo Mingxuang and Su Jing's faces turned pale instantly. If they did not follow through, they would be directly erased. But if they went to find that red evil, could they survive? A resurrection card could only be used once in a dungeon. Sheng Ning, Ling Qiwei, what a malicious heart. He, you really have great courage to dare to use me as your bet. As if aware that someone was using her as a wager, the moment the PK ended, the sky over the capital turned dark again. A delicate female voice broke through the sky of the capital. The joyful sound of gongs and shang spread to every corner of the capital. In the sky, a bright red bridal sedan appeared abruptly, with 4 golden bells hanging from the corners, jingling crisply. Accompanied by the joyful melodies, it appeared particularly eerie in the pitch-black night sky. In a daze, among the 4 golden bells, a distant children's song could be heard, giving one goosebumps. Ding detected that the current scene is Red Candle Joyful Evil Dojo, player attribute values reduced by half. Willing to bet and willing to lose, I'll send you on your way. The blood-red bridal sedan vanished in place, and the children's song grew louder. Mom, take care of my red wedding dress, don't let me die too early. Mom, take care of my red wedding dress, don't let me die too early. In the blink of an eye, the bridal sedan appeared above the Qin residence. Bright red satin suddenly shot out from the sedan, piercing through the roof of the Qin residence, directly wrapping around Su Jing and Luo Mingxuang's necks, dragging them into the air. Evil woman, let them go. Qin Zai was engulfed in flames, countless fireballs smashing towards the suspended bridal sedan. Zhao Hongchen also used his talent, doppelganger. 2 figures each wielding a military knife tried to cut the thin, silk-like red satin. Once the red satin touched the fireballs, it ignited instantly, flames racing downward, just as it was about to burn Luo Mingxuang and Su Jing. A short figure suddenly darted out from a shop, several icy gleams climbed up the red satin, saving Luo Mingxuang and Su Jing. You are the level 5 player, Zhao Xing. Qin Zai recognized that this person was a level 5 player from the human camp and also the leader of the evil association. With him around, they had a better chance against Shang Xiaomei and this red evil. Compared to the joy on Qin Zai and Zhao Hongchen's faces, Zhao Xing's expression was clearly serious. This red evil's strength is comparable to that of a king-level anomaly. With the three of us, we are still not opponents. Qin Zai laughed heartily. President Zhao, don't worry, I have trump cards too.
Chapter 145.
Unlike Qin Zai's arrogance, Zhao Xing was tense and his face dark when facing the red evil. But he still played along. What cards do you have that can deal with this red evil whose power has reached the king level?
Qin Zai took out 2 black cards, SS class.
Special card, Crow Taoist. Special card, Four-Eyed Taoist. Last time I went to an S-level dungeon, I fortunately obtained 2 inheritance cards. I just didn't expect to use them in this A-level dungeon.
Qin Zai thoroughly enjoyed Zhao Xing's envious and admiring gaze. In the entire Eerie game, there were fewer than 10 players who could produce 2 SS-level cards. Qin Zai was one of them.
Then, his gaze fell on the red evil, as if he were bestowing favor. 2 SS-level cards are worthy of your identity, surrender now.
Ha 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 ha. The red evil laughed wildly, shaking the bells around the bridal sedan.
The thick, powerful Eerie energy made it difficult for the 3 level 5 players, whose attributes were halved, to even breathe. And on Sheng Ning's side, the moment the Red Sha appeared, she recognized the figure of Red Sha. The woman in the joyful dress who had asked her to buy rouge.
She cast a glance at Chu Yunyan. Chu Yunyan obediently blinked. Sister, where do you think I should get my ear pierced? Sheng Ning.
Behind Red Sha, the bridal sedan chair was clearly not just for decoration. The body of the sedan chair was painted with gold-dipped dragons and phoenixes.
Somewhat familiar.
Sheng Ning had her suspicions and turned back into the room. The new house that Zhao Hongchen had prepared for her was extremely simple, only that pair of 3-foot-tall dragon and phoenix wedding candles clashed with the room. Last night, the feeling of being watched that Sheng Ning sensed was not an illusion, but the golden patterns on these dragon and phoenix candles were oddly similar to those on Red Sha's bridal sedan chair. In the darkened sky, the joyful Sha, the Crow Taoist with a goatee, and the Four-Eyed Taoist wearing glasses stood together. All kinds of Taoist techniques came forth, combined with the ice and fire talents of Chao Xing and Qin Ziyi. The sky seemed to burst open, displaying one beautiful firework after another. The Crow Taoist, coming from the countryside, was both righteous and evil, executing strikes ruthlessly. Coupled with the relentless bombardment from Chao Xing, Zhao Hongchen, and Qin Ziyi. Even a powerful entity like the king-level Red Sha could not escape for a while. Ling Qiuwei gazed at the chaotic battlefield, itching to make a move. Sister Shang, let's sneak attack those 2 women. Su Jing and Lu Ming-Shuang were left with only a breath, strangled by Red Sha. Seeing Sheng Ning and Ling Qiuwei appear suddenly, they didn't even have time to call out before Ling Qiuwei's scalpel slashed their throats. Ding, the Rebirth faction successfully kills the Life Exchange faction, receiving a 1x reward settlement. Seeing that the 2 didn't drop any materials, Sheng Ning and Ling Qiuwei understood that they must have used a revival card to leave the dungeon.
Ling Qiuwei. An angry shout came from the sky.
Qin Ziyi and Zhao Hongchen's eyes turned crimson, their offensive power shifting from Red Sha directly onto Sheng Ning and Ling Qiuwei.
Flames engulfed the 2 in an instant.
The next second, a clear and bright phoenix cry resonated across the sky.
6 vermilion bird cards. This was a card retrieved from Yang Xiaoruan. 6 flaming vermilion birds fused in the sky, their scorching flames illuminating half of the capital city. Ling Qiuwei coordinated with the vermilion bird against the enraged and nearly irrational Qin Ziyi. Sheng Ning held the cursed true sword, facing the gloomy Zhao Hongchen. Sheng Ning, if you kneel and beg me now, I might forgive you just this once, Zhao Hongchen declared. Zhao Hongchen's second talent was clone, and his third was stacking. The power of the clone was nearly equal to the main body, which meant that Sheng Ning was facing 2 Zhao Hongchens. Sheng Ning was not afraid at all.
Initially, she thought the red candle joyful Sha would bring nothing but harm, but now it seemed that even 2 Zhao Hongchens posed no real threat. Attribute values were directly halved. Whether he had any attribute cards was unknown, but Sheng Ning had her selection card. She selected an A-level attribute card to add 5 points to her attributes.
Utilizing the copying talent, 1,000-fold critical hit.
1,000 A-level attribute cards appeared, nearly exhausting Sheng Ning's mental energy. She tossed 100 cards to Ling Qiuwei, and Sheng Ning's attribute values returned to normal levels. Holding the true sword, Sheng Ning pointed at Zhao Hongchen, her phoenix eyes imposing. Zhao Hongchen, kneel and bow 10 times, and I might let you go.
Now the tides had turned, and Sheng Ning's aura was much stronger than Zhao Hongchen's. Die.
Zhao Hongchen unleashed an A-level speed card, only to find his clone's speed also accelerated. The clashing sounds of the true sword and military knife filled the air. Soon, the bad luck from the true sword began to crawl up Zhao Hongchen's wrist from his military knife.
Zhao Hongchen remained completely unaware.
Just as Zhao Hongchen and his clone were about to launch a 2-pronged attack, Sheng Ning accelerated and vanished in an instant. The 2 Zhao Hongchens, unable to break in time, crashed into each other hard. Not sure if it was the result of bad luck, the military knife of the clone, which had originally retracted its blade, pierced into Zhao Hongchen's rib cage when he was forced to stop suddenly. A heart-wrenching scream brought silence to the side of Hong Sha. On Qin's Ai's side, things weren't looking good either. His attributes were suppressed by Ling Qiuwu, and the fire vermilion bird seemed particularly fond of his flames. The once highly aggressive fireball had now become the vermilion bird's little snack, perfectly thrown every time he fed it.
Crow Taoist, four-eyed Taoist, kill this woman.
Qin's eye was blinded by rage and shouted without care.
Kid, be a little more polite.
The Crow Taoist stopped his attack, casting a glance at Sheng Ning and Ling Qiuwu.
When the four-eyed Taoist saw the card in Ling Qiuwu's hand, his eyes lit up. Little girl, have you met my senior brother? Ah?
Ling Qiuwu cautiously stepped back. My senior brother is the one-brow Taoist, also known as Master Lin Tian. The four-eyed Taoist chuckled silly, scratching his head, looking a bit troubled. Since my senior brother gave you a card, I won't make it hard for you.
Qin's eye was panting heavily, the flames on his body were starting to wane. He pointed at Sheng Ning. Then can we kill her?
Sheng Ning, arms crossed, watched her clone bandage. Zhao Hongchen golden ointment had accidentally turned into itching powder, and now they were both bundled together scratching each other's itches. Suddenly being called out, Sheng Ning squinted her eyes with a sly smile. Four-eyed uncle, I also have a card given to me by one-brow uncle. Saying this, Sheng Ning took out the original card and waved it. Uncle, I inherited from the head of the Pingan Temple, who is an odd repairer. Previously, one-brow uncle even taught me how to practice.
Odd repairer. The Crow Taoist suddenly perked up, overflowing with excitement.
He licked his lips, a gleam of greed shining in his eyes. I've only raised a Wong-level weirdness. I've never raised an odd repairer. Hee hee, little sister, I am also your uncle. Come back to Crow Mountain with me. No sooner had he said this, countless black crow feathers shot out wildly, seemingly wanting to take Sheng Ning's corpse directly back to Crow Mountain.
Chapter 146. If you want to touch her, I haven't agreed yet.
Hong Sha shouted fiercely, countless red silk blocking in front of Sheng Ning, breaking every deadly black crow feather. No one expected that Hong Sha would actually protect Sheng Ning. One of the Crow Taoist's deadly moves was easily neutralized, anger rising on his face, his tone carrying a ruthless killing intent. Good, a Wong-level weirdness and an odd repairer, no one can escape. Saying this, a wild wind rose behind the Crow Taoist, a black swirling cloud appearing, from which 4 destruction-level weird things emerged. Each one had blood-red eyes, devoid of any rationality. These were the weird things raised by the Crow Taoist. Sheng Ning searched through her space card, finally spotting that card she had received not long ago.
9 women seeking life card copy. Tenfold crit. The 4 weird beings split into 2 paths, one entangled with Hong Sha, the other charging directly towards Sheng Ning. Using 9 women seeking life card x10. As 2 blood-red-eyed destruction-level weird things approached Sheng Ning, they were suddenly grabbed by countless ghostly hands, but they quickly broke free. In the dark sky above, a long phoenix cry echoed, as 90 red-clad women suddenly seemed to respond to a summons, merging into one woman in the blink of an eye. And that woman's appearance was shockingly a replica of Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning, you are infringing on my portrait rights, I want compensation.
Although the face of the woman in red was Sheng Ning, her voice remained that of Xia Yuner, as she pointed at the Crow Taoist, old Taoist with a cow nose, how can you hurt the heart of Zhao Lang's beloved? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xia Yuner had appeared in front of the Crow Taoist, executing a black tiger digging heart move.
Xia Yuner.
Red Sha, unwilling to back down, used the red silk to shatter 4 destruction-level strange beings, joining forces with Xia Yuner to directly kill the Crow Taoist. This all happened in an instant. Before the 4 eyes even had time to react, the figure of the crow had already vanished. Xia Yuner, with Sheng Ning's face, stepped gracefully towards Sheng Ning, bowing, and revealing a shy smile. Sister, seeing how much we look alike, why not let me be your little sister?
You are the principal wife to Zhao Lang, and I can be the concubine.
A snake-hearted woman, truly scheming just to marry Zhao Lang. Red Sha coldly laughed, clearly disdainful of Xia Yuner's surgically altered face. She looked at Sheng Ning, raising her chin, the red silk around her wanting to move. I help you kill these people, you be the principal wife, and I the concubine. I promise not to overstep even half a step. What the hell are you thinking? Sheng Ning was still in shock when a booming angry male voice broke through the air. In the next moment, Sheng Ning was pulled into an embrace, the faint scent of jasmine filling her senses. Zhu Yuanian stood as if facing a great enemy, his presence carrying a powerful sense of oppression, crushing everyone except Sheng Ning equally. Even the 4 eyes sensed something was wrong. This strange being had surpassed even the king-level strangeness.
Shang Guani. Xia Yuner. I only love Sheng Ning. In this life and the next, for all eternity, in any world, in any realm, I only want her. Zhu Yuanian's words were as loud as a hammer, like a sword piercing through the night, instantly changing the expressions of Shang Guani and Xia Yuner. Shang Guani's veil rose without wind, slowly falling. It revealed a delicate face filled with tears, her tears resembling molten wax, forming mottled red marks on her face. Zhao, I am the wife you swore to the heavens with, why do you treat me this way?
Zhu Yuanian held Sheng Ning tighter, his voice growing colder. Shangguani, the one who swore to the heavens with you is my spirit position, besides, I am not dead. Where does this spirit position come from?
Do you truly think I don't know the things you've done?
The candle shop in your home, every pair of dragon and phoenix candles has been mixed with hallucination powder. For 5 years, there have been few safe wedding nights in the entire capital. The 9 brides Xia Yunair killed, it surely had your instigation.
In the name of love for me, you perpetrated harm against others. Your love is too bloody, I can't bear it.
Shangguani was shocked. Zhao, you actually know everything.
Since you know everything, why don't you just kill me? Let me drown in this sea of suffering.
As she spoke, Shangguani laughed hysterically, tears rolling down her cheeks.
Suddenly, Shangguani's gaze fell on Sheng Ning, unyieldingly asking, what if it was her doing all these things?
Zhu Yuanian paused, imagining Sheng Ning's schemes to marry him, and his lips unconsciously curved into a smile, his oppressive aura becoming less chilling.
She won't. Zhu Yuanian stated firmly. How do you know she?
I mean, she doesn't need to do that. Zhu Yuanian interrupted Shangguani, if it were her, she just has to stand there obediently, waiting for me to marry her. Love is you taking 1 step, and I will make up the remaining 99 steps for you. For Zhu Yuanian, as long as Sheng Ning stays in place, whether it's 100 steps or 1,000 steps, he will come as promised.
Love can transcend all distances.
But Zhu Yuanian knew, his wife would never let him take so many steps.
They are always a two-way journey. I see. Shangguani murmured, tears falling and shattering on the ground.
Xia Yunair laughed, her face devoid of joy or sadness, since you are Zhao Lang's beloved, being by your side can also be considered being close to Zhao Lang. Saying this, Xia Yunair once again transformed into a card, flying back into Sheng Ning's hands.
Sheng Ning.
Once again, having been outdone by Xia Yunair, Shangguani. A strange light appeared in her eyes as she removed the 4 golden bells from the palanquin. Come, kill me.
Sheng Ning. Zhu Yuanian's face darkened as he raised his hand, dark energy gathering, a cold killing intent appearing on his face. You want to die? I'll make it happen. Cousin. Show some mercy.
As it seemed that Zhu Yuanian was truly about to kill, Song Yu couldn't sit still. He struck Shangguani's head with his folding fan, filled with anger. You want a man, right?
What have you achieved? Isn't it better to be alive than dead?
Shangguani retorted softly, I originally am, strange.
Song Yu couldn't maintain his gentle demeanor. You've driven me crazy. The boss is connected to you heart and soul, and you're plotting against the boss. Don't you have a candle shop? Sign a contract with my sister-in-law, then you are my sister-in-law's person. At that time, my brother can't do much to you.
Shangguani's eyes brightened at the words, casually waving his hand, a land deed appearing in his hand. Sister-in-law, I mean, sister, can I?
Zhu Yuanian, no. Yes.
Sheng Ning smiled, her eyes narrowing with joy. Seeing Zhu Yuanian about to explode, she cupped his face and kissed him twice. Ignoring Shangguani's dimmed gaze, she took out the land deed and exchanged it with Shangguani. 7 land deeds disappeared, and Sheng Ning's territory interface added a scene of little red joy candle. What surprised Sheng Ning even more was that this candle shop actually linked to 6 scenes. In each scene, the dragon and phoenix candles burned brightly, with a destructive strange being living within each. Shangguani and Sheng Ning established a connection, stealing a glance at Zhu Yuanian. Seeing his dark face, a strange feeling rose in her heart. It was usually her who was hurt by Morong Zhao's cold words. When had she seen Lord Morong so angry?
Why didn't she count this as grasping Morong Zhao's weakness?
The 4-eyed Taoist felt that this was not going to escalate into a fight, which was a relief. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Sheng Ning. Did you say your master is the one from Ping and Guan, the old Taoist full of death and evil energy?
Sheng Ning nodded. Have you met my master, 4-eyed uncle?
4-eye's face changed slightly. Some days ago, he challenged the destructive master of Shuiyang Temple and ended up fleeing in embarrassment, severely injured. I heard that the master is still pursuing him. Your master is in grave danger.
Chapter 147.
4-eye's words instantly froze the joyful expression on Sheng Ning's face. I don't know anything else. I heard it when I went to the Shuiyang Temple dungeon to deal with the corpse.
4-eyed couldn't stand this atmosphere any longer and wanted to escape.
He glanced at Qin's eye politely. Mr. Qin, I came to help you subdue the strangeness, and now that the red evil has been subdued, I must return.
As he spoke, a formation appeared under his feet, the same as Lin Tianchu's, and he was about to leave. Sheng Ning acted quickly, taking out 2 bottles of Wolianye and throwing them to 4-eyed.
Lin Tianchu's card has saved me many times. Consider this a token of gratitude, 4-eyed uncle. Please take it for me.
Such a good deal? Before 4-eyed activated the magic array, he tossed out 3 talismans. I thank you on behalf of my senior brother. The 3 talismans were a soul consolidating talisman, a chi removing talisman, and a ghost restraining talisman, which were 4-eyed specialties. But unexpectedly, these 3 talismans went to Sheng Ning, not to Qin Zai.
Logically, this person was summoned by him, but now it benefited Sheng Ning.
Shang Xiaomei, I'm going to kill you.
Qin Zai erupted, his aura suddenly rising, unhesitatingly using 2 cards that enhanced his power.
The brief power boost shocked Qin Zai's spirit, plunging him into a frenzied state. A fireball over 100 feet in size condensed above Kyoto.
He not only wanted Sheng Ning dead, but he also aimed to destroy the entire dungeon. Song Yu smiled coldly. As the dungeon master, there were rules to follow, and he couldn't do much to the players. But someone foolishly wanted to destroy the dungeon in front of the master, so anything he did was justified. Almost instantly, a fierce wind arose, and the strange aura behind Song Yu grew thick enough to drown someone.
Xu Yuanyin quickly took Sheng Ning away from this space. Song Emperor, the ruler of the Black Rope Hell.
Behind Song Yu, a phantom of hell slowly emerged, with the inherited red evil spirits kneeling in reverence, influenced by the eerie energy.
The power of a king-level anomaly is terrifying.
Chao Xing wanted to escape, and heaven knows that when he first awakened, he felt incredibly lucky to be in a neutral position, fearlessly choosing the camp of level 5 human players.
Now he truly regretted it. Which level 5 player could match the craziness of Qin Zai, soloing king-level anomalies? Zhao Hongqian blocked Chao Xing. President Chao, right now we can only work together to kill Sheng Ning and Ling Qiwei, only then can our camp win this dungeon. Chao Xing was surprised. Aren't you going to help Qin Zai?
A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Hongqian's eyes. The 3 of us combined can't even kill one king-level anomaly. If Qin Zai sacrifices himself for our victory, at least he dies with purpose.
He pretended not to understand the disdain in Chao Xing's eyes. In this eerie world, who still talks about loyalty? If Qin Zai died, wouldn't Lu Mingxuan have to rely on herself in the future? This dungeon might be a loss, but there are still some gains, right?
Chao Xing was persuaded. He didn't want to die. As the black rope hell behind Song Yu began to take shape, they decisively moved against Sheng Ning and Ling Qiwei. Sheng Ning had just subjugated the red evil spirit, her power far surpassing Ling Qiwei's, and they attacked Ling Qiwei first.
A few breaths later, Ling Qiwei was grabbed by the throat by Chao Xing. Shang Xiaomei, does this scene look familiar?
Chao Xing's eyes flickered with a wicked light, instantly reminding Sheng Ning of the time when Yang Xiaoruan was captured.
I know you all have resurrection cards and can't die.
But I have a destruction card that can make you die without a chance of coming back, Chao Xing threatened but then switched to a negotiating tone. You commit suicide, leave the dungeon, and I'll kill Ling Qiwei without using the destruction card. How about that? Chao Xing knew that forcing Shang Xiaomei into a corner wouldn't benefit anyone, leaving her a way out was the best approach. Having subjugated the red evil spirit, even if Shang Xiaomei exited the dungeon now, she wouldn't be losing anything.
But Zhao Hongqian did not think so. One must eradicate the roots, a lesson even elementary students know. Sister Shang, don't.
Sister Shang, I'm already very grateful to you for coming to this dungeon for me. You don't need to compromise anything for me. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor depend on heaven. I've lived in this eerie world for so long, all of this is what I earned.
Sister Shang, don't let anyone threaten you. I can't either. I'm your lackey, but I'm not a burden.
Seeing Sheng Ning's attitude wavering, Ling Qiwei hurriedly stopped her. She understood Zhao Hongqian too well. If Sister Shang fell for it, he would definitely strike hard. Sheng Ning's gaze slightly dimmed, and she earnestly said to Chao Xing, helping them is merely a matter of camp, right?
What are the rules for neutral players?
Chao Xing didn't understand Sheng Ning's meaning, but knowing she wouldn't speak aimlessly, he answered, the chosen side of the neutral camp shares life and death benefits.
That is to say, if Zhao Hongqian and Qin Zai died, Chao Xing would also die. No wonder Chao Xing was so reckless in helping these two. Sheng Ning took out an exchange card. Release Ling Qiwei, exchange to my camp. You know very well, my chances of winning are the highest now.
As she spoke, she glanced at Qin Zai, who had been pulled into the black rope hell. The huge fireball had now shrunk to the size of a yellow bean. His whole body was wrapped in black ropes, his life hanging by a thread.
For Chao Xing, this was undoubtedly the best choice.
Just as Chao Xing was about to be convinced, Zhao Hongqian, acting without restraint, prepared to kill Ling Qiwei. But he forgot one thing, his attribute points were now only half, and before he could get close to Ling Qiwei, he was kicked away by the normal attribute Ling Qiwei.
Chao Xing quickly took the exchange card and switched camps. President Chao, can I borrow the destruction card to take a look? Sheng Ning smiled and said. Chao Xing is not stupid, you want a copy? 100 sticks of incense at a time. Sheng Ning gladly agreed. Special card erase all living beings. Copying 10 times critical hit. Sheng Ning. It can barely be seen. The more special the card, the harder it is to copy. Like SS level cards, almost all are impossible to copy.
Poor President Chao Xing, he had no idea Sheng Ning now has tens of thousands of sticks of incense. 100 sticks of incense for 10 erase cards. Sheng Ning felt a bit embarrassed to bargain.
Chao Xing, you are one of us in the human faction. Zhao Hongqian's words were interrupted as Ling Qiwei's scalpel cut through his throat.
After using the erase card, there was not a trace of Zhao Hongchen on the ground. In midair, Song Yu put away the black rope hell, turning back into the elegant young master, and slowly walked in front of everyone.
As for Qin Zai, he has already become fertilizer for the black rope hell.
The dungeon wasn't over yet, and there were 3 players left. Shang Guani dared not look at Song Yu, feeling as if she was caught by her old boss while jumping ship.
Song Yu said impatiently, "Aren't you going to take down your dojo?" Shang Guani obediently waved her hand to withdraw the dojo. "Don't."
Chu Yuanian wanted to shout to stop, but it was too late.
Chapter 148.
The moment the dojo was taken down, Sheng Ning's mental value restored, directly reaching 130. The surroundings shrank rapidly, and she could clearly sense countless weird beings hiding in the dark. Her consciousness transcended the dungeon, and Sheng Ning saw this dungeon connected with several others, each marked with a song sign.
"We meet again."
A familiar male voice echoed in Sheng Ning's ears.
This time, Sheng Ning saw more clearly. They seemed to be in a void, with the man smiling, his eyes curving like a crescent moon. "Who are you?"
With thoughts of the story of the crescent moon, Sheng Ning had a guess in her heart.
"Shu." The man smiled. "This is our secret, isn't it?" "Sheng Ning." "No, who are you?"
"At first, I asked you to take care of Princess Mingxing, but you seem to have forgotten, sigh." The man sighed sadly, and Sheng Ning suddenly remembered. She seemed to genuinely forget.
"Sorry about that." Sheng Ning replied awkwardly, "But you, a deep abyss being, still need me to take care of you?"
Sheng Ning's consciousness wandered in a void, but the atmosphere in this void felt much more familiar than last time. Could it be because she had become a weird player? The man chuckled, not minding being exposed, but before he could say anything, 2 powerful weird presences suddenly appeared in the void. These 2 presences were shrouded in thick black mist. Although their faces were hidden, Sheng Ning could still feel their piercing stares.
Fraud. Bad person. Partial. Greedy capitalist. Do you know how many dungeons there are in the River of Grievances? Do you know how I've spent these 50 years?
The 2 black mists seemed to be performing a comedy, hurling insults at Sheng Ning. After the 2 black mists finished speaking, they seemed still very angry, each spat at Sheng Ning before dissipating into the void.
"Sheng Ning?" The man explained, "They're just overworked. You'll be fine, cough, rest assured, they're targeting you on purpose." Sheng Ning was even more confused. Was she having some strange dream? "Do you abyss weirdos still need to work?"
As if recalling something, the man's face stiffened, inexplicably filled with sorrow. Originally, it wasn't necessary.
"Sister, don't mind that stinky tadpole." Chu Yuanyan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Sheng Ning suddenly jolted up from bed.
When she focused her eyes, she was still in the newcomer grievance dungeon. This place was indeed the room of the flower-gathering lad.
"Sister, you finally woke up."
Chu Yuanyan wiped non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. "You scared me to death. I dreamt that a stinky fish had kidnapped you."
Sheng Ning shook her head, touching Chu Yuanyan's face. "Change back to your old self."
Chu Yuanyan was stunned, thinking that the stinky fish had really said something to Sheng Ning. A wrinkled face had turned into her own appearance.
Sheng Ning stared for a while. "This face is still more pleasing to the eye."
Upon hearing this, Chu Yuanyan's eyes lit up, happily leaning closer. "Wife, I knew you loved me the most, kiss."
Ahem. At the door, Ling Xiuwai's cough broke through, walking in with an embarrassed expression. "Sister Shang, you're awake? Ready to leave the dungeon?"
Sheng Ning then realized she had been unconscious for 3 days. In that time, Ling Xiuwai and Chao Xing had eliminated the remaining 3 players. Other tasks had been completed under the obvious hints from Shang Guani and Song Yu. Now they just needed to kill the last player to escape the dungeon. Sheng Ning nodded, recalling her master. "Let's go, I want to check on my master."
"Chu Yuanyan? Sister?" He hadn't finished speaking when Sheng Ning's figure disappeared.
Ding! Congratulations to the reborn camp player for achieving SS level clearance, exploration rated 90%, ranking first in this dungeon, reward personal basic value each +1, reward points 500, reward attribute card and optional card, choose 1, 3 cards. Ding! Detected that this dungeon's players have received 733-3280 ghost notes as rewards. Would you like to convert them into experience points?
Snatch less? You say snatch less? Suddenly forgot numbers. Is this a reward that can be achieved in a live broadcast? The 10 Yama Kings, the Sewing Master, and the newly appointed Lord of the Dark Entertainment City, these few royal-level abnormalities are the richest in the weird world. If this goes on, wouldn't the next dungeon have the streamer reaching level 5? 7 million ghost notes can be converted into 700,000 experience points.
Sheng Ning now had less than 300,000 to level up to 5, a speed that is simply astonishing. After leaving the dungeon, Ling Xiuwai would send the items obtained from killing and other scenes to Sheng Ning. Adding to what Sheng Ning had previously obtained from her kills, she now had a total of 6 items: round fan veil, phoenix crown, wedding dress, embroidered shoes, floral candle.
When in doubt, merge first.
Sheng Ning dragged the 6 items into the merging talent panel, but the talent interface flashed and spit out the floral candle.
Sheng Ning. So picky, huh?
Ling Xiuwei sent a message, Sister Shang, if you want to find master, you must bring me along.
From now on, my life belongs to you.
The novice dungeon of grievance was short, but extremely dangerous. Without Sheng Ning's incredible strength and connections, even 5 Ling Xiuweis would likely perish there. In the future, her life would be Sheng Ning's. Sheng Ning looked at the live broadcast panel, asking how to locate those with bonds.
The comments in the live room instantly cleared. Hell Judge, running so fast?
Hell Judge, now that you seek me, I won't tell you. Song Emperor, sister-in-law, I just asked, 10 roast chickens, our 10 Yama Kings will pave the way for you.
Hell Judge. Yama King named, ha 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 ha, Plastic Brotherhood. Fearful destiny, this isn't called a backstab, it's called an open stab.
Song Emperor, but sister-in-law, you need to think it through. The dungeon where the Peace Observant is located is the Blood Sea Lord's dungeon, and his territory's defense is very high. I can't send you directly, you need to enter an S-level dungeon and achieve an SS-level clearance before you can enter the dungeon where the Peace Observant is located. King of Weird Stocks, an S-level dungeon, even level 5 players have a high chance of dying. Babe, think it through.
Song Emperor, with 10 roast chickens, I can tell you the clearance rules for this S-level dungeon.
Without hesitation, Sheng Ning immediately sent 20 roast chickens to Song Yu.
Song Yu quickly sent something back. Arrest warrant. Name, Shang Lining. Identity, S-level dangerous criminal. Crimes, endangering public safety, illegal manufacture of firearms, and rape.
Sentence, 50 years in prison, to serve time in the Starry Sky prison.
Chapter 149. I heard there's a new girl coming to the prison today? Charged with rape? Don't think about it, we can't mess with this woman. The man speaking wore a deep blue police uniform, with a face full of dread. What a joke, someone with a background can come here. This is the black prison farthest from the Federation. Who can get in here is definitely a serious criminal.
The man curled his lips and said with deep meaning, the woman who raped is our warden. In the pitch-black, narrow corridor, Shang Ning was being pushed forward by someone. Her hands and feet were all shackled heavily, dragging along the ground with a clinking sound. Her fiery red wavy hair looked a bit messy from not being taken care of, but it made the lines of her profile even more delicate. She wore a black mouth guard that covered most of her face, only her eyes visible. They weren't scared at all, instead, they held curiosity, shining so brightly it was terrifying. Minister Shang, I advise you to understand your identity, a female officer escorting her said, suppressing her anger.
This is the Starry Sky Black Prison, there are many ways to torture people. Do you know who you've offended?
The Federation's first military marshal, the warden of the Starry Sky Black Prison, the greatest man in this Federation. You're here because the marshal personally requested it.
Here, you will regret ever coming into this world. The anticipation in Shang Ning's eyes enraged the female officer.
Just thinking about how the great marshal was drugged and forcefully assaulted by this woman made the female officer's teeth want to shatter. Sheng Ning, dragging the heavy shackles, impatiently scratched her ear.
Hurry up, your warden is waiting for me.
Before entering the Starry Sky Black Prison, Sheng Ning had heard that every criminal who enters the Black Prison is personally received by the warden. Thinking about finally meeting the man who makes her skin hunger for him, Sheng Ning felt like ants were crawling all over her body. At the end of the corridor, there was a sign that read Warden's Office above an iron door. The female officer was still calming herself, preparing to knock, but Sheng Ning couldn't wait any longer. She pushed open the warden's office door and shut the female officer outside. The man stood at the window, dressed in a dark blue military shirt. The straps at his waist and shoulders outlined his nearly perfect upper body. His black trousers hugged his long legs and firm buttocks, exuding an aura of chastity. The pure moonlight spilled over him, casting a silver glow over his body. His silver hair swayed slightly as he turned, each strand shaking directly at Sheng Ning's heart. Long time no see, Marshal.
Shang Ning's bright, dark eyes turned into pretty crescent moons. Her voice, muffled by the mouthguard, was still easily recognizable with her joy.
This was not a prison life, it was like returning to her happy old home. Marshal and Warden Chu Yuanian raised his eyes coldly upon hearing her words, his gaze like a bone-scraping knife, sweeping over the woman, bringing back some unpleasant memories. Shang Ning's gaze was unabashed, almost greedy, staring at the man, her brain working at lightning speed, wondering how she could get closer to the Marshal.
Later, the Marshal also became quite proactive, so he shouldn't dislike her, right? Come here, sign.
Chu Yuanian said briefly, crossing his legs and sitting in the chair behind the desk. Only his lean waist remained visible in Shang Ning's line of sight.
The smooth, full muscle lines made Shang Ning gulp involuntarily. Marshal, I'm dizzy. I need you to hold my hand to sign.
Chu Yuanian leaned slightly back in his chair, a cold smile escaping his throat.
Come here.
Without thinking much, Sheng Ning happily crossed over the large desk. As soon as she landed in the man's embrace, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. With a snap, her wrist was crushed by the man's hand.
Now, you can sign with your hand.
The man gripped Sheng Ning's waist with one hand, his other hand completely enclosing her broken wrist, applying slight pressure until her whole hand, including the wrist, shattered.
It doesn't hurt, not at all.
Sheng Ning's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but she let the man hold her shattered hand.
Sign your own name on the arrest warrant. At the instant the name was signed, Sheng Ning's shattered palm completed its self-repair.
A fine silver needle pierced into the unguarded man's chest. Although the palm had already recovered, the pain was still there. Sheng Ning almost ground her teeth. Marshall crushed the most important hand of us researchers, then use your own beauty to atone. Saying this, Sheng Ning tore off the muzzle on her own face, fiercely bit the man's chin, carrying a bit of vented anger.
The next second, the soft red lips climbed onto the man's thin lips, an unknown cold fragrance filled between his lips and teeth. Though the silver needle was small, the anesthetic strength was indeed very strong. Xu Yunyan's whole body could not move, he could only let her bite his lips wildly like a wild boar gnawing a watermelon. Not satisfied with the exchange between lips and tongue, Sheng Ning effortlessly unfastened Martial Lord's belt and the armed strap on his shoulder. The fingers with thin calluses went all the way up from the man's lower abdomen.
Sheng Ning, if you don't want to die then get off me right now. Xu Yunyan's voice was hoarse, harshly warning. Warning and threats not only had no deterrence to Sheng Ning, instead stirred up her interest. Lightly biting the man's earlobe, Sheng Ning's voice was soft and lingering, like a charming demon. Marshall, humans have a saying, to die under the peony flower, even as a ghost it is romantic. To be able to sleep with the Empire's Marshal before death, even as a ghost it is worth it. Sensing the little Marshal's excitement, Sheng Ning's eyes and eye corners curved with beautiful arcs, slowly sitting down under Xu Yunyan's almost murderous gaze. Marshal, stop pretending, you are clearly enjoying it more than me. Who could imagine the mighty and famous Martial Lord would be forcibly taken twice by the same person, and the second time was even inside the prison governed by Martial Lord himself. 4 hours later, Sheng Ning was thrown by the Warden Lord into a cell full of swamp. The body of Sheng Ning, just personally cleaned by the Warden Lord, instantly became filthy again. Xu Yunyan looked down from above, gazing at the woman lying carelessly in the swamp, his words clear. Sheng Ning, what difference do you have with this mud?
Sheng Ning, of course there is difference. I can make the Warden Lord feel good, can it?
The Warden Lord's face grew even colder. Good, Sheng Ning, I will wait for you to beg me.
Beg you? Beg you to let me be on top?
Though covered in mud, Sheng Ning laughed incomparably bright. The scattered red hair was like a flamboyant begonia blooming in the swamp. Xu Yunyan finally seemed unable to endure speaking with a woman whose head was full of yellow filth. His long arm swung, harshly closing the cell door.
Sheng Ning's satisfied laughter rolled from her throat. The next second, she was fiercely dragged into the depths of the swamp by the creatures in it. Chapter 150.
The reason why the starry sky-black prison was terrifying was not because the criminals here were desperados, ferocious and evil, nor because it was guarded personally by the Empire's Marshal. But because the former body of the starry sky-black prison was a dark laboratory where many inhuman experiments were carried out. Even till today, beneath the prison, there were still many failed experiment products turned into neither human nor ghost. Anyone who has raised a dog knows, if you don't give the dog some toys to use up its energy, it will 100% tear down the house. And these criminals were used as the toys to use up the energy of the experiment products.
Sheng Ning was dragged to a place without any light and without any sound.
The thing clamping her wrist was like a crab's pincers. With a slight force, Sheng Ning's just recovered wrist shattered again. The body still weak and aching, Sheng Ning instantly burned with anger. Before that big crab reacted, her other hand directly tore the crab pincer off its body. In the silent space, even the sound of muscles tearing apart could be clearly heard.
Damn it, I'm a researcher. A researcher. Do you know how important hands are? Sheng Ning was furious, accurately finding the other claw of the crab in the sticky swamp. She tore it off mercilessly. Do you know how precious this hand really is? This is the happiness of your warden. You just broke the warden's happiness. In the name of the warden's wife, I sentence you to death. The powerful healing ability brought by body modification made Sheng Ning unstoppable in battles against anyone or any monster.
When the crab's sharp front limb stabbed into her abdomen, Sheng Ning tore off the crab's 8 legs with force. Ding, congratulations player, husband killed 18 pieces of disaster-level aberration, gained 2,000 experience points. A strange voice echoed in her mind. Although Sheng Ning was puzzled, she quickly forgot about it. In this crazy world, she could easily devour an imperial marshal, so what was impossible? After crawling out of the dark swamp, Sheng Ning began to knock frantically on the prison door. Is anyone there? I want to take a shower. Xu Yuan. Sheng Ning shouted hoarsely from outside, if you don't let me take a shower, I'll tell everyone
that the young marshal has a little black mole.
Before she could finish, the prison door swung open violently. Beneath the faint light, the nearly deadly long legs appeared even straighter. Seeing the person who entered, Sheng Ning suddenly broke into a smile. Warden brother, can I take a shower, please?
Zhu Yuanyan's face was as cold as ink, his narrow eyes filled with sharpness. What were you just about to say?
I was going to say, Sheng Ning, dripping with mud, stepped closer, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. The little marshal is much cuter than the warden. In an instant, Zhu Yuanyan's well-proportioned, fair hand grabbed Sheng Ning's throat, anger gleaming in his eyes, his tone tight. Shang Lining, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Cough cough cough, Sheng Ning could hardly breathe, struggling to maintain a smile on her face. Warden, killing me is worse than letting me live.
Living might unlock more positions.
Every word Sheng Ning spoke sent shivers down Zhu Yuanyan's spine. He wanted nothing more than to strangle this woman full of trashy thoughts right now.
But remembering the orders from the Empire's higher-ups, Zhu Yuanyan took a deep breath and suddenly threw her out. Follow me.
The man walked ahead, his tall and upright figure made more imposing in the narrow, dim prison corridor, the black-armed belt accentuating his strong back. As he walked, the outline of his hips grew fuller and clearer, almost tempting. Sheng Ning bit her finger, recalling something she saw in an ancient book, as if men with well-defined hips were more enduring.
It was indeed so.
She didn't know why, perhaps it was a side effect of the body modification, but when she looked at Zhu Yuanyan, her mind was full of nothing serious. After finishing her shower in the warden's exclusive bathroom, Sheng Ning wrapped herself in a towel and walked back to the warden's office barefoot. Her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders highlighted her skin, which was remarkably fair from top to bottom, so tender it seemed like it could drip water. Zhu Yuanyan ruthlessly tossed a trench coat at her, covering Sheng Ning, who was about to show off her curves in front of him. If you dare to make a move on me again, even if the emperor himself comes, I will kill you. The man admonished coldly. Sheng Ning pouted, oh, ruthless man without feelings. The scent of the trench coat soothed her nerves, she really didn't feel like writing now. Zhu Yuanyan pressed his forehead and handed Sheng Ning a new arrest warrant. Sign it again. The one she signed in the morning got wet when the two shifted from the chair to the table, and the writing was completely blurred.
Sheng Ning obediently signed, quietly glancing at Zhu Yuanyan.
After signing the arrest warrant, Sheng Ning casually flipped through it but found something strange in the back.
Rules for clearance. Survive 30 days, C rank clearance. Gain over 80 affection points from prison mates, B rank clearance. Complete the prison break, A rank clearance. Subdue the warden, S rank clearance. Destroy the prison, SSS rank clearance. Sheng Ning? Destroy the prison? I want to see who dares.
Sheng Ning slammed her hands on the table, placing the document directly in front of Zhu Yuanyan, filled with righteous anger. Marshal, someone wants to harm you.
This person is so hateful, wanting to destroy the prison.
Wanting to destroy our love nest.
Zhu Yuanyan glanced at the back of the document, his eyes filled with confusion. What are you going crazy about? Sheng Ning was momentarily stunned, puzzled. Can't you see the words on it?
Zhu Yuanyan coldly smirked, turning his gaze away dismissively. Shang Lining, your seductive methods are rather clumsy. Sheng Ning bent over. From Zhu Yuanyan's angle, it was just right to see her alluring figure in full view.
Do I need to seduce?
Sheng Ning revealed a tiny silver needle at her fingertip, the corner of her mouth curled up again, her eyes shining like a wolf spotting its prey. I prefer to use force, doesn't the marshal know?
But since the marshal can't handle it, I can't force it, right?
Sheng Ning stood up straight, tidied her clothes, a slightly disgusted gaze dropped from Zhu Yuanyan's upper body to his lower body, and she gently clicked her tongue. Clearly disgusted.
Who can't handle it?
Zhu Yuanyan sprang up, concerning a man's dignity. Almost 1.9 meters tall, his shadow completely enveloped Sheng Ning. He unbuckled his belt, easily tying up Sheng Ning in a few moves, giving her a gentle push, and she fell back onto the sofa.
Shang Lining, I said, you will beg me. Now, are you ready? Chapter 151.
Zhu Yuanyan thought this would scare her into being more obedient. But he did not expect Sheng Ning's eyes to shine brightly at his words, even more excited. What does the marshal want to do? A whip, or hot wax? Zhu Yuanyan's face darkened, one hand pulled out the tiny silver needle hidden in Sheng Ning's finger joint, slowly piercing it into her exposed, fair thigh.
The silver needle contained not only anesthetic but also an aphrodisiac.
There is no better way to counter someone than to use their method against them. Marshal, I didn't expect you to like forced love. Even though Sheng Ning was already like fish on the chopping board, there was not a hint of fear on her face. Instead, she looked shyly reluctant, exuding charm. Deep down, it seemed like she had been implanted with a gene that made her sensitive to Zhu Yuanyan. No matter what the marshal did, it only increased her excitement.
Bang bang bang.
The office door was knocked on, and an anxious voice of a guard came from outside. Warden, the monster in cell 49 has gone wild.
Zhu Yuanyan's lips curled upwards, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, his protruding Adam's apple rolling. Wait for me to come back, okay? His upward tone carried a hint of pressure and seduction. Sheng Ning's body flushed unnaturally, her breath slightly quickened, and even her curses sounded like a pampering tone. Zhu Yuanyan, if you dare to leave now, I'll go find someone else soon.
Xu Yuanian ignored the commotion behind him, locked the door tightly, and followed the guard to the third prison cell. The so-called prison of Starry Sky Black Prison was actually an environment simulation laboratory originally built for experiments. Here, you can find any existing environment in the universe and various mutated creatures. In cell 49, there was a salamander living in the sewer. At this moment, the 2-meter-wide sewer was echoing with loud banging sounds, resounding throughout the prison. Xu Yuanian's dark eyes narrowed dangerously, a powerful and strange aura around him turned into black smoke, swiftly spreading in the sewer. In just a few breaths, the black smoke filled the entire sewer, and the salamander let out a mournful scream, being lifted out by a figure formed from the butcher-like black smoke. Like a piglet being thrown, it landed at Xu Yuanian's feet. Xu Yuanian scoffed coldly, lifting his foot to step on the salamander's body as thick as a water barrel. The Judge of Hell used his omniscient gift, and in an instant, he traced back to the reason why the salamander went mad. Inside the warden's room, Sheng Ning felt as if she had been pulled up from the water, cold sweat soaking the expensive coat of the warden. As a modified person, Sheng Ning's body had reached the peak of sensitivity to drugs. Moreover, the drugs she prepared for Xu Yuanian were already an overdose of anesthetics and aphrodisiacs. The excessive drugs made Sheng Ning gasp while falling into a coma. In a daze, Sheng Ning seemed to see a huge laboratory. Every time a laboratory door opened, different scenes would appear inside. A fat whale followed a golden dragon, forcing itself to become a snake-shaped whale, and even liked to stick a few dinosaur paws onto its belly. A huge octopus thought it wasn't smart enough, so it stuffed a brain into each of its arms. On a rainy night, a dismembered boy cried out to the person in front of him, begging for a chance for revenge. In the pitch-black ocean, countless mermaids emitted mournful cries. Scene after scene, until the last room. Sheng Ning pushed open the door and suddenly returned to a familiar 2-bedroom apartment. In the room stood a woman in a pure white chiffon dress, her serene aura seeming to embrace all the injustices of the world.
Haven't you remembered who you are?
The woman stepped forward and gently pushed her, but it made Sheng Ning instantly fall into an abyss.
No.
Sheng Ning abruptly sat up from the bed, realizing she was actually in a hospital room. Xu Yuanian, dressed in a white coat, walked in, his expression haughty and cold.
Shang Lining, this is the price you pay for provoking me.
Xu Yuanian looked down on her and glanced at his watch. You have been in a coma for 26 hours, you really don't hold back on the drugs with me.
Who am I? Sheng Ning looked at the man in front of her, desire rising in her heart, wanting to hug, kiss, and touch. Xu Yuanian was slightly taken aback, surprise appearing on his face. You remembered? Remember what? You really know, don't you? My previous amnesia, is it related to the military?
Sheng Ning stood up from the bed, grabbing Xu Yuanian's collar and pressing herself against him. Smelling an unknown light floral scent, the restlessness in Sheng Ning's heart was soothed. She only had the memory of the day she entered the military 4 years ago, so when others said she was Shang Lining, she was Shang Lining. When others said she could research drugs to resist the insect race, she researched the drugs.
But what was that dream just now indicating? Who exactly was she? Why did she desire this man so much?
This kind of morbid desire only occurred with the insect race.
Xu Yuanian pulled Sheng Ning's hand away, pressing her back onto the bed. Shang Lining, is this another way you attract me? I tell you, I'm not interested.
Sheng Ning grinned, excitement rising in her eyes. You're not interested, but I am, and that's enough. A silver needle flashed in her hand, stabbing into the long thigh wrapped under Xu Yuanian's slacks.
Xu Yuanian's body stiffened, falling onto Shang Ning without any defense. Shang Ning? Another surprise attack succeeded? This is still the Marshal of the Empire? Not sure, let's bite a couple of times to see.
After a tangle of lips and tongues, Shang Ning breathed heavily, teasing Xu Yuanian's charming red lips, laying him on the bed and starting to undress him.
After seeing that small mole, confirmed, it's the genuine article. But the Marshal of the Empire is this weak, he surely can't be doing it on purpose, right?
Seeing the humiliation in Xu Yuanian's eyes, Shang Ning immediately dismissed the thought and excitedly pounced on him.
Marshal, choosing the medical room, what do you want to use to treat me? He.
The black prison of the starry sky roamed in the cosmos, without the distinction of night and day, only that man-made satellite.
Like the moon in ancient Earth times. Bringing a faint, weak light. Sheng Ning rubbed her sore waist, cursing as she walked. Damn it, isn't this guy supposed to be stubborn? Why is he so strong?
She had injected Xu Yuanian with a sleeping syringe, which allowed her to sneak out. Sheng Ning left the medical room, following the route from her dream, step by step walking down to the lower levels of the prison.
But she didn't know, at the moment she left, Xu Yuanian had already woken up. He touched the needle still stuck in the back of his neck, pouting slightly in dissatisfaction. Why was she always in such a hurry? Chapter 152. The further down she went, the dimmer the lights became, and the numbers on the iron plates of the cells grew smaller. Sheng Ning could also sense the danger behind the cell doors more and more.
Behind a door, they were all watching Sheng Ning, the outsider.
Until Sheng Ning reached the bottom level and saw the archive room. Do you know the password?
Right across from the archive room, a sinister boy's voice came from behind cell 0.
You know it? Sheng Ning asked back while turning slightly.
The moment the person behind the door saw her face, Sheng Ning clearly felt a sharp pain in her mind, as if something was about to burst forth. But it was harshly suppressed by a force. Damn it, I'm so tired of these rules, I will die myself sooner or later.
The sinister curse suddenly echoed. Sheng Ning's voice was slightly hoarse. Is what you're saying the password? Bang! Bang! Bang!
The hard door was knocked so loudly that it rang, and the boy's frantic voice came through. I can't even remember. What use are you? I won't tell you the password unless you remember who I am. Sister, pick me, I'm super sweet. Another boy's voice came, very excited, banging the door of cell 1 next door loudly. Sheng Ning was afraid they would attract Chu Yuanyan, so she hurriedly shushed them. Be quiet, there are bad people.
I think you're the bad person.
Sister, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. The two voices sounded simultaneously, followed by the sound of walls breaking. Two huge creatures were fighting behind the cell door. And a series of furious curses filled with expletives.
Sheng Ning.
Forget it, too lazy to care. The door of the archive room was embedded in the wall. It was almost impossible to break through the wall to get inside. Sheng Ning slightly curved her fingers, pausing on the keypad. Suddenly a series of blurry numbers flashed through her mind. She unconsciously typed them in. Ding, password correct, please enter. The mechanical female voice made the two creatures in the cell quiet down as well. Sister, you're amazing, you guessed the password right away.
What's so special about it, you stupid woman? The password only goes back and forth, isn't it his birthday? Sheng Ning. Are the cell numbers really coded based on how talkative they are?
The archive room was very old, so old that it had nothing to do with this technologically advanced interstellar era. The archive room was filled with wooden bookshelves neatly stacked with various experimental materials. At the entrance, there was an ancient candlestick.
The moment Sheng Ning's hand grasped it, the candle automatically lit.
At the deepest part of the archive room, there was a solitary table with a letter placed on it. Sheng Ning, when you see this letter, it means you have gained the trust of the military. But we hope you have not forgotten your identity as a Zerg. The Zerg have been bullied by humans for thousands of years, territory constantly shrinking, and citizens continuously dying, especially the new Marshal Chu Yuanyan, who is even more cruel to us. When you come back here again, you must instigate the 118 mutated monsters' hatred against Chu Yuanyan, incite a riot in the Black Prison, and kill Chu Yuanyan, so that the Zerg has a chance to grow strong and regain glory.
Waiting for your good news. Your fiancé Yan Zhang.
Sheng Ning coldly finished reading the letter and burned it with a fire in the candlestick.
It was better not to have things that would make Chu Yuanyan misunderstand appear in the Black Prison. Confirming her Zerg identity was correct, so her desire towards Chu Yuanyan was not perverted, right?
It is the nature of the race.
Sheng Ning was in a good mood.
Just as she stepped out of the archives, she saw Chu Yuanyan standing on the stairs, arms crossed, looking down at her.
Marshal. Are you here to pick me up? The insectoid woman didn't need to feel any guilt. Sheng Ning directly flew over.
Chu Yuanyan dodged to the side, but still got knocked down by Sheng Ning.
Marshal, I predicted your prediction.
She climbed into his arms like a koala, and just as she was about to lose balance, Chu Yuanyan instinctively supported her hips.
Shang Ning Si, get down. Don't make me say it twice.
Chu Yuanyan's dark eyes burned with anger, as if he could kill in the next second. Sheng Ning wrapped her legs around Chu Yuanyan's strong waist, blinking her large eyes that were like obsidian. Marshal, you were so rough just now, I'm so tired.
Chu Yuanyan let out a cold snort. You're tired? Tired from the yelling? Sheng Ning replied, posing as tiring too. Hey! We still have 2 minors here.
A thunderous voice burst out from room 1.
Sister is mine. You dog. Is that even your sister?
That's my brother's sister.
Then I'm your brother. Hashtag you and percent at hashtag.
Chu Yuanyan held Sheng Ning by the hips until they reached a cell on the second basement floor. He tore Sheng Ning off him like removing a dog's adhesive plaster and mercilessly threw her inside.
The dark, stinking seawater instantly engulfed Sheng Ning.
As soon as she fell into the water, all the light in front of her went out. Half an hour later, just when Sheng Ning was about to suffocate, it felt like something was hung on her chest, and then she could breathe again.
Are you one of the insectoid people?
A hoarse female voice came to her ears.
Sort of. Sheng Ning frowned. Are you also one of the insectoid people? You're really dedicated. In order to confuse Chu Yuanyan, you even dyed your nerve center with his genes. Chu Yuanyan accepted you, right? Then it will be much easier.
The woman's voice was hoarse but oddly excited, and she began to chatter. Let me tell you, the more serious a man is, the more he burns inside. Men like Chu Yunyan, who have never tasted meat, once they do, it's like an old house catching fire, burning endlessly.
Sheng Ning caught the main point. How do you know he has never eaten meat?
The woman replied, well, those two in the cell next to mine were in heat, making a lot of noise. He thought it was a fight and directly pulled the man out, asking what they were doing. The man was so scared he couldn't.
You tell me, is that something a man who has tasted meat would do? Sheng Ning. Indeed, it's not.
The woman continued, don't feel sorry, even though Chu Yunyan, this dog has strong assets, our young master, your fiancé, is also amazing. Don't worry, as long as you can kill Chu Yunyan, if you're not satisfied with the young master, I'll introduce all the males of the insect race to you.
Let you have all sorts, just leave the 7th for the young master. Really? 18 pack abs too?
Sheng Ning suddenly felt full of motivation at the thought of waking up to a different handsome abs every day. The woman patted her chest, no problem.
Sheng Ning asked, if we conspire this loudly, won't we get discovered? The woman replied, this is the dark water area, no one can see anyone, you don't say, I don't say, who can find out? Sheng Ning, insectoid women. So reliable. In the warden's room.
Chu Yunyan stared at the surveillance on the screen, clearly able to see the red marks on someone's collarbone.
18 pack abs? Chu Yunyan stroked his own abdomen, letting out a cold laugh. Chapter 153.
In a silent and dark water area, after the quiet, a chilling aura surrounded the space. Sheng Ning couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere anymore and touched the round stone around her neck, feeling like she had been to such a dark place before.
How did she solve it back then? After a long time, Sheng Ning asked, you planned so well just now, do you have a way to get me out? Sheng Ning found that Chu Yuanyan never intended to send her to a fixed cell. He wanted to endure every punishment in the prison himself. Woo, the marshal is so focused on the experience, he must love me a lot. Sheng Ning's heart softened, swinging between the 6-pack abs and Chu Yuanyan. The woman's hoarse voice became even more hoarse. I don't know.
The young master said, as long as you can kill Chu Yuanyan, I can deceive you however I want.
Sheng Ning, can you still contact the young master?
Of course. The woman was extremely happy, especially since the young master recently took over a rich old place. He even upgraded my communicator to the latest Red Apple 16 Max Plus Ultra.
In the dark waters, Sheng Ning could not see the woman's movements. After a while, the woman's voice came, young master, your wife is looking for you. She's trapped here with me, can you think of a way? In the darkness, the woman accurately stuffed a round, apple-shaped communicator into Sheng Ning's hand, and Sheng Ning held it to her ear, young master? Yan Zhang, Ning, we don't need to be so distant, you can just call me husband. Ha, our bug tribe is indeed very hospitable. Sheng Ning forced a laugh and bluntly asked, I saw that letter, do you know about my past?
Yan Zhang fell silent for a second, replying according to the plan story, the predecessor of the Starry Sky Black prison was the laboratory we co-founded.
Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Chu Yuanyan.
All our years of hard work, all those lovely little animals, have become tools for Chu Yuanyan to punish criminals.
Ning, you must kill Chu Yuanyan.
Sheng Ning thought, if this was the laboratory she founded, then it would make sense why she was familiar with this place, and why this fiancé could leave a letter for her.
As Sheng Ning was still considering, Yan Zhang continued, Ning, have you found the rules to clear the game? Game clearance rules? Ning, you must complete the SSS level clearance for us to meet. I miss you a lot.
Yan's voice mixed with a crackling sound came through the communicator, deep and pleasant, as if it was a feather brush, tickling Sheng Ning's ears. At that moment, the water flow suddenly started to roll, and Sheng Ning could not see in front of her, feeling as if she had been stuffed into a washing machine, spinning continuously. In the next second, she flew into a familiar embrace filled with a pleasant scent. Marshal! You miss me so soon. With a bout of skin hunger, Sheng Ning remembered nothing, and before Chu Yuanyan could shake her off, she tightly wrapped her legs around his waist. Chu Yuanyan still wore a dark face, showing impatience, and if one looked closely, they could see his underlying anger. Sheng Ning stared into those eyes, keenly sensing Chu Yuanyan's fury. It wasn't because she was holding him, so why was he angry? The bug woman, with simple cells, couldn't figure things out, so let's just let kisses solve it. Her fiery red hair, wet and draping over her shoulders, her porcelain white clean face quickly moved to Chu Yuanyan's lips, but he dodged, her cool lips brushing against the man's sharp jawline. Sheng Ning felt a bit confused. Clearly, Chu Yuanyan could throw her out, but why was he still kindly supporting her hips? It seemed he really disliked her touch. Chu Yuanyan's gaze at her was slightly disdainful. Disdain? Sheng Ning inexplicably became excited. It seemed this Chu Yuanyan could perfectly grasp her thrill points. She simply cupped Chu Yuanyan's face with her hands, her cool lips moving closer to his. Sure enough, she saw the man's lips instinctively pouting, as if waiting for her to take them. Marshall, you really love me.
To be with me, you tried everything to get me into the black prison. Is it because you want to live a life of shamelessness with me? The insectoid woman is truly transparent. Sheng Ning felt she had completely grasped Chu Yuanyan.
Men, are more adorable when they say one thing and mean another.
Chu Yuanyan coldly snorted, his eyes mocking, the corners of his lips curling into a half-smile. Sheng Ning, is your work in the military research department really based on your wild imagination?
Sheng Ning felt the hard muscles of the man's abdomen. She rubbed against him, only to be met with a harsh slap before she behaved. I have always been practical.
Then tell me honestly, do you like your fiancé?
A flicker of confusion crossed Sheng Ning's eyes, and then she realized, her mouth as sweet as honey. I like no one, only Marshall. Wait, how do you know I have a fiancé?
You know I'm an insectoid? Slow to catch on, Sheng Ning met Chu Yuanyan's dangerous gaze, desperately wanting to jump off him but was held tightly around the waist, unable to move. It's over. They say Chu Yuanyan hates insectoids the most, killing one on sight, especially male insectoids, and humiliating them before the kill.
Woe is me, as an insectoid woman, my life is in danger, about to die for my race at any moment.
Sheng Ning's face twisted into a bitter expression.
The excitement in her eyes turned into a well of tears beneath the threat of death, as she blinked her big, pitiful eyes to plead, Marshall, given how I posed for you, could you go easy on me? Chu Yuanyan's tongue poked against his cheek. If you want to die, you can have it easy. Taking long strides, he moved from one floor to another, ultimately stopping on the 6th floor. Chu Yuanyan pressed his fingerprint, and a heavy iron door slowly opened. Sheng Ning glanced over, and a 1,000-square-foot laboratory appeared before her eyes, with various top-notch instruments placed on both sides of the test table. The military has given you a chance at commutation. You need to create a detector that can sense the emotions and strength of living beings, as well as their locations.
You only have 1 day. Chu Yuanyan said coldly, if there are no results within a day, your kind in the dark waters will be fed to the sharks.
Saying this, Chu Yuanyan threw her to the ground and turned to leave.
Sheng Ning gazed at Chu Yuanyan from behind the iron door.
In the dark and cold depths of his eyes, only Sheng Ning's figure was reflected. The iron door slowly closed, and Sheng Ning patted her pounding chest. That look just now, you were reluctant, right?
Indeed, insectoid women have their charm. Chapter 154.
Sheng Ning wandered around the laboratory and found a white lab coat in the changing room, which she casually slipped on.
It fits quite well.
She stuffed her hands in her pockets and swayed as she walked toward the test table. Standing next to the test table, Sheng Ning took out a card from her pocket.
Access card.
On the back of the card were 2 large characters.
Rules.
Rule 1, please maintain a healthy and cheerful mood.
Rule 2, there are a total of 119 monsters. Rule 3, it hates deception the most.
After Sheng Ning read the rules, the writing on the back of the card slowly disappeared. As if it had never existed. But Sheng Ning knew this was not an illusion.
Was this the prank of the insectoid heir again?
Sheng Ning remembered the insectoid heir saying that only by passing the SSS level, destroying the prison, could one see him.
But why would she want to see him? Isn't it pretty good to stay here and give birth to many little insectoids with Chu Yuanyan? And this rule, 119 monsters. But there are only 118 cells in numbers. What about the 119th monster?
The insectoid woman felt very troubled, as if she were trapped in a maze of puzzles.
If only Chu Yuanyan were here, wanting kisses and hugs.
Suppressing her inner desires, Sheng Ning quickly got to work on the test table. A small detector was quite simple for the chief engineer and minister of the military research department. In just 3 hours, a detector the size of a fingernail was completed. Stretching lazily, Sheng Ning scanned the laboratory and suddenly realized that there were cameras all around. This meant that as long as Chu Yuanyan wanted, he could spy on her at any time, anywhere.
Spying. Sheng Ning's blood boiled. Just thinking about Chu Yuanyan's pretentious cold face made her heart ache.
If only Chu Yuanyan would smile at her, she could blow up the whole world just to light fireworks for him.
Oh, that cold man. Why are insect women so humble?
Seeing a pile of leftover materials on the table, Sheng Ning decided to give that cold man a little warm shock.
Chu Yuanyan sat in the warden's office, watching her lively face change expressions before finally freezing on a cunning smile. Sigh. It's going to be a pain again soon.
Now that the detector was made, he needed to find 2 test subjects. The cells were underground, and Sheng Ning walked there with ease, as if she had done it many times before, quickly arriving at the first underground floor. Yan Zhang said they were all cute little animals, and Sheng Ning didn't think much of it as she casually used her access card to open a room.
Ah! A terrified scream echoed through the underground floor.
Caught off guard, Sheng Ning saw a grotesque monster with an octopus head and spider legs, writhing in a twisted posture. Next to the spider legs was a recently dissected criminal, with his organs hanging from the spider legs, making her feel nauseous.
Sheng Ning almost threw up. The octopus spider, noticing the fresh human, revealed an excited expression with its slimy head. Pretty sister, want to have a meal together? How about some large intestine sashimi?
Saying this, the spider legs shot towards Sheng Ning at high speed. Sheng Ning dodged to the side and jumped away, retreating into the hallway, only to notice that the entire underground floor was becoming very agitated.
It felt like an animal migration in the animal kingdom, shaking the floor.
At that moment, taking advantage of the octopus spider's unpreparedness, Sheng Ning quickly inserted the detector into its body. In the next second, her wristwatch lit up, displaying a series of information.
Specimen number 001. Mood, excited. Power, death level. Other, none.
Originally, Sheng Ning planned to classify the powers as 1, 2, 3, or 4, but she saw on a discarded lab notebook beside her. Wandering soul, ethereal, malevolent spirit, death, calamity, destruction, king level, abyss.
8 levels of classification. It was obviously more sophisticated than her 1, 2, 3, 4. She didn't think too much and promptly used it.
If she only had some weapons now to deal with a death level, she could kill this monster. Almost the moment this thought arose, a long sword appeared in Sheng Ning's hand. The instant she saw the weapon, the octopus spider was provoked, and its sharp spider legs lunged at her at full speed. Skillfully dodging the spider's attack, Sheng Ning found an odd angle and directly dismembered the octopus spider. The bloody scent stimulated the monsters on the underground floor, and Sheng Ning shouted coldly, "If you want to die, keep making noise." It was unclear if Sheng Ning was too fierce or for another reason.
No sooner had she shouted than the underground floor miraculously fell silent.
Clear footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Sheng Ning looked against the light, as a tall and straight figure gradually came into focus. Martial Sheng Ning dropped the dirty sword in her hand and skillfully pounced on Chu Yuanyan, wrapping her arms around his waist.
Hee, the marshal was ambushed by me again.
With her face tilted up, she rubbed against Chu Yuanyan's chest, her slightly messy red hair framing her drowsy, beautiful face, letting go of her repressed desires.
Marshal, I've completed the task, can I get a reward?
Sheng Ning pursed her red lips and leaned closer, a mix of desire and infatuation swirling in her eyes, making it hard to refuse her. Chu Yuanyan habitually supported Sheng Ning's hips with one hand, and his long neck lowered slightly until his thin lips were just half a centimeter from her red lips, slightly parting. The voice remained indifferent, "You are dreaming." Upon careful listening, one could detect strands of mirth beneath the cold tone. Sheng Ning wrapped her hands around his neck, her palms gently pressing on the unguarded back of the man's head, her cool, delicate lips proactively landing on his bright red lips. Dreams come true, Marshal, Sheng Ning's bright eyes sparkled with unstoppable pride. Lips entwined, Sheng Ning took the initiative, prying apart the man's flower-scented lips, gently sucking. In the 6th floor laboratory, Chu Yuanyan was tied to a massage chair by Sheng Ning, his cold eyes glaring angrily at her. A deep sense of helplessness flickered in his gaze.
Who the hell is hiding hallucinogenic drugs in their teeth? Sheng Ning picked up a lie detector nearby and fastened it around Chu Yuanyan's neck.
The black belt wrapped around his pale white neck, the extreme color contrast, paired with Chu Yuanyan's chilling face.
It carried an enticing flavor of restraint.
Marshal, lie detector, you must answer well. Sheng Ning sat atop Chu Yuanyan, her posture ambiguous yet assertive.
She tilted Chu Yuanyan's chin. "My dear Marshal, do you like me?" Chu Yuanyan's face remained cold. "You are dreaming."
Beep, a familiar small silver needle extended from one end of the lie detector, piercing into the bulging vein on Chu Yuanyan's neck.
"Marshal, when you love someone, you should be bold and say it."
The moment Sheng Ning got her answer, her blood boiled with excitement, rising from her feet.
"Marshal, what do you like most about me?" "If your answer is wrong this time, it will be 3 silver needles." Chu Yuanyan took a deep breath, continuing to answer evasively. "Sheng Lining, you shouldn't worry, under the effects of 4 silver needles, can your cute little but still be safe?" As he spoke, the belt binding Chu Yuanyan's wrist snapped in response.
The shattered belt scattered on the ground, the little lie detector withdrew successfully. Sheng Ning wanted to escape but was caught by the man, pinned down on the massage chair.
In the end, all that remained were Sheng Ning's intermittent pleas for mercy.
Sheng Ning vividly portrayed what it meant to suffer the consequences of her own actions.
She ultimately couldn't withstand the stimulation and fainted.
When she opened her eyes again, it was already more than a dozen hours later. Sheng Ning weakly stared at the ceiling, her mind replaying certain scenes. For example, when the man gasped, calling her sister, asking if she was feeling good.
Illusion.
It must be an illusion brought on by severe bullying. How could that dog of a man, who said he didn't want it but was so honest with his body, call her sister? Sheng Ning shook her head, struggling to rise from the bed, using the wall for support to take a few steps.
Woe is me, Chu Yuanyan, that hypocritical pervert.
Suddenly, Sheng Ning's palm inadvertently pressed a hidden switch on the wall, and the sound of mechanical chains echoed. The mottled white wall of the warden's office slowly opened, revealing a staircase wide enough for only one person to pass.
This is
A secret passage. Sheng Ning looked at the dark passage, her blood boiling with excitement.
At the end of this passage must lie Chu Yuanyan's secret. If she could uncover this secret, the tides would turn, and she would be the one wielding the little whip against Chu Yuanyan.
Stretching her sore body, Sheng Ning let out a sinister laugh, hee hee hee. The staircase wasn't long, seeming like just a regular set of steps leading to the second floor. At the end of the staircase was a laboratory, almost the same size as the warden's office. Whether in layout or furnishings, it bore several similarities to the warden's office's style. The laboratory's items were very old, various instruments dated back decades, but they were well preserved, as if someone had been tidying them daily.
In a drawer next to the experimental table, Sheng Ning discovered a manual.
February 17, 6433 in the star calendar, the fluctuations in the interstellar magnetic field have become more and more intense. What exactly lies behind the magnetic field? If the issue cannot be resolved within 10 years, then the entire Federal Empire would be destroyed by the magnetic field. February 35, 6433, the magnetic field disturbances became more frequent. I must venture into the magnetic field to find out why Yan Zhang keeps obstructing me. Even if he is my fiancé, he shouldn't be like this.
March 1, 6433, great, ancient gods and the three pure ones bless me, I actually survived from the magnetic field and even brought back an egg? May 44, 6433, the egg is very unsettled, maybe I should go to the magnetic field again to discover what these magnetic fields really are? May 61, 6433, this is the last day of May, the egg hatched in the magnetic field, and it turned out to be an ancient qilin cub. But qilins, are they egg-laying animals? Luckily, this deep dive into the magnetic field helped me find the cause. These are the resentments left over from ancient Earth, and only by eliminating these resentments can the magnetic field be cleared. April 10, 6434, the mentally challenged cub started picking up scraps everywhere. Why are they all animals with missing limbs? The first researcher of the Federal Empire. How did I become a veterinarian? Very good, cub, just see if I will hit you or not. May 61, 6435, the mentally challenged cub, with a bottle of milk, forgot everything. December 8, 6436, the magnetic field passage has been completed, I hope it will be successful. Sheng Ning's eyes blurred, and the characters that were clear just now instantly became hazy. When it became clear again, Sheng Ning looked back and saw the words not exactly the same as before but completely unrelated. My name is Sheng Ning Si, since I came to this abandoned starry laboratory at the age of 15, this is my 20th year living here. Every time I think about how the insect race has a long life of 300 years, and every offspring they give birth to can extend their life by 20 years, I particularly want to die. On top of that, my fiancé is a pervert, often taking the original animals from the laboratory to make some modifications. Now there is not a single normal person here except me. Woo-woo, I often feel out of place because I'm not perverted enough. Adhering to the principle of if I can't beat them, I'll join them, I decided to modify myself. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me, I have discovered the scales of the already extinct qilin. As long as I modify the excitement system and reproductive system to only accept qilin genes, then in this world, no one can make me excited. I will not get pregnant, this damned life, this damned existence. No one can surpass me again. Ha 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 ha. It's over, it's all Yan Zhang's fault for being too perverted, the laboratory has been discovered, and he has been captured and exiled, what am I going to do? Alright, the most dangerous place is the safest place, I will go to the military, this way, no one can find me, Kiki, to avoid exposing myself, I also need to give myself a shot of memory loss serum. Insect women are truly smart. After reading the diary, Sheng Ning, Kiki, so this is my past? No wonder I am so familiar with this laboratory, it turns out I really stayed here. A thick manual records more experimental situations. Sheng Ning originally wanted to look for the information on the 119th monster but found nothing. As if there had never been a 119th monster here. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the originally bright laboratory suddenly lost power, descending into darkness. Sheng Ning suddenly felt the hair on her skin stand up, an unknown sense of danger rose from the soles of her feet, making her retreat rapidly. But the laboratory is small, there is nowhere to retreat, and in the pitch-black laboratory, she was suddenly entangled by a sticky, soft body of an animal. Again in the darkness, Sheng Ning hated this feeling of being forced to defend herself. Simply disregarding everything, she charged directly at the unknown object. A sword appeared in her hand she didn't know when, and Sheng Ning didn't hesitate. With a strong feeling, she wrestled with the object. 10 minutes later, the lights lit up again, and Sheng Ning saw in front of her a three-headed dog body and a snake, with a tail that also looked like a snake. Without any hesitation, Sheng Ning wielded her sword and cut off the three snake heads, watching as they wriggled on the ground, she felt disgusting and crushed them with her foot. Gray-green liquid splashed at the man's feet, and Sheng Ning followed his gaze, seeing two long legs wrapped in black trousers, making her know without seeing his face who this exceptional man was. Marshall, missing me again, hee hee, the Marshall is so clingy.
Upon seeing Chu Yuanian, Sheng Ning felt like she had turned on an excitement switch, wanting to rush up to kiss, hug, and touch him. She thought that, and her body honestly leaped forward, but this time, Chu Yuanian surprisingly did not catch her.
Chapter 156.
Compared to Sheng Ning's fiery enthusiasm, Chu Yuanian's indifference reached an extreme. He watched as Sheng Ning fell to the ground, but did not even glance at her, heading straight toward the experimental table. The laboratory, after a fierce battle, had become chaotic, with tools and experimental reagents scattered everywhere. But Chu Yuanian skillfully found a tube of deep blue reagent from the mess and stuck it into his thigh. Sheng Ning then realized that Chu Yuanian's face looked extremely bad, as if all his energy had been squeezed out. His face was pale, and dark circles hung heavily under his eyes. Sheng Ning felt a strange sense of guilt.
Had he been drained by her? It seemed she was quite powerful, hee. After the deep blue reagent was injected, Chu Yuanian's color quickly improved. He glanced at the experimental manual scattered on the ground, a vague darkness flashing in his eyes. Do you remember now?
What? Sheng Ning, considering whether to make a strengthening potion for Chu Yuanian or inject herself with a suppressor, froze. It's not so much remembering, I looked at the manual and kind of recalled some things.
But it was very vague, and Sheng Ning automatically overlooked it.
After all, insect women never engage in internal conflict.
Chu Yuanian was silent, his eyelashes lowered, hiding much of his emotion. For a long time, he hoarsely spoke, "Can you stay here and not leave?" He was very curious. Sheng Ning suddenly felt the low pressure from the marshal, and she tentatively asked, "Can you tell me what's going on here? Why do I feel so excited about you? The ancient Qilin has gone extinct. Who are you really?" Chu Yuanian's face returned to indifference. "If I tell you, won't you want to leave here?"
Sheng Ning wanted to say that she had no ability to come and go freely in the starry black prison, but suddenly saw the sadness flashing in Chu Yuanian's eyes.
"Marshal, are you jealous?"
Sheng Ning realized this late and inexplicably became excited again, leaping onto Chu Yuanian to nuzzle his nose. This time, Chu Yuanian did not dodge. Satisfied, she inhaled the floral scent from the man, and he lifted her bottom as they walked outside, making Sheng Ning happily swing her little legs.
"Marshal, tell me, why does my body feel excited about you? Could it be that you are of the ancient Qilin race?"
Chu Yuanian slightly lowered his eyelids. Insect women, when they mature, have a period of heat. At that time, you modified your body but forgot about the heat period. Later, there was no choice, so you used that scale to clone the Qilin race.
"How can that be?"
Sheng Ning exclaimed. If it were that simple, the ancient race would have already run rampant across the entire empire. But the facts are indeed this way. Chu Yuanian took Sheng Ning back to the warden's office. However, cloned bodies still encounter problems. Just like the animals locked in cells, they can easily revolt. At that moment, Sheng Ning understood everything. The just administered injection was indeed the suppressor to calm the agitation. "So, you are created by me." Sheng Ning felt it was somewhat fantastic. "Then what's going on here? How can I?" Mentioning this, Chu Yuanian's face darkened again. "When you were in heat, that dog man tried to force you, so I called the police and had him arrested." Chu Yuanian spoke lawfully, with a face full of coldness.
Sheng Ning looked up at Chu Yuanian and saw his restrained jawline, her excitement rising once more.
The marshal was indeed jealous. Needless to say, Sheng Ning could guess what happened next. But she never expected the Empire's #1 marshal was actually created by herself. As for why the Empire would acknowledge Chu Yuanian's identity, Sheng Ning thought it might be because this was, after all, the only Qilin cub in the universe. Chu Yuanian lowered his head, the fragrance of flowers cascading down, and for the first time actively captured Sheng Ning's red lips, slowly deepening the kiss. After a long time, she weakly tried to kick the culprit. The man held her foot and placed a light kiss on the top of her foot, saying, "Sister, I exist because of you, so please don't leave me, okay?" In an instant, many unfamiliar memories flashed through Sheng Ning's mind. It seemed she had heard this sentence before. But soon, she was overwhelmed by the man's forceful invasion, leaving no room for her to think. After 3 shameless and passionate days, Sheng Ning finally couldn't help but cover her butt and run away. She locked herself in the 6th-floor laboratory. No matter how the person outside called, she just wouldn't open the door. "You insect tribe women really start and abandon as you wish. How long has it been, and you no longer want me?" The cold, disappointed voice of Chu Yuanian came from outside. If it were 3 days ago, Sheng Ning would never have imagined that the lofty marshal would say such words that only a jealous husband would say. If it were a day ago, even risking her own backside, Sheng Ning would definitely have comforted him.
But now, she would not be fooled.
This was just a dogman's scheme to make her stick her butt up willingly.
Insect tribe women must never fall twice in the same place. "How could I not want you, Marshal?
My heart, my body, my nerves are all yours," Sheng Ning said expressionlessly, soothing the man outside.
"Give me a little time to develop a treatment for your bodily flaws, and then we can go explore space, okay? Insect tribe women are clever and resourceful.
This strategy is called a delaying tactic."
Sure enough,
the man stopped banging on the door, and soon there was silence outside. Sheng Ning wasn't just hiding from Chu Yuanyan. The longer she was with him, the more frequently she noticed his conditions worsening. From a professional standpoint, this was purely because Chu Yuanyan was so ecstatic that he was about to lose control and became agitated. This wasn't a big deal. Chu Yuanyan would even drop his pants to let her inject him with medicine.
Getting to enjoy Chu Yuanyan's fine but almost made Sheng Ning gasp in delight.
But every time before and after his condition flared up, he basically disregarded his own life. Sheng Ning covered her butt and tearfully researched the medicine. But she didn't dare to give the first injection to Chu Yuanyan. She injected it into that insect tribe woman instead.
Amidst the insect woman's wails, Sheng Ning heard a strange broadcasting sound. Congratulations, player has reached B-level clearance, gaining 80 friendship points with inmate. Would you like to play?
Sheng Ning had no time to think about what this was. The insect tribe inmate picked her up and spun around quickly. You are indeed the hope of our insect tribe, my body restored thanks to the young master. The woman was very excited. If Sheng Ning hadn't blocked her, she would have pecked Sheng Ning several times. After giving the woman a thorough checkup, the woman, aside from having a lion's head and leopard legs, was otherwise normal and completely healthy. After conducting several other experiments without any issues, Sheng Ning finally took the syringe to find Chu Yuanyan.
30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. The marshal pokes me with that big syringe every day today. It's finally my turn. In ancient sayings, it is said that good deeds are rewarded with good and evil deeds with evil. Holding a big syringe to poke someone, one must also expect to be poked back with a big syringe. When Sheng Ning regained consciousness once again, she could no longer tell day from night. The moon in the starry black prison was neither full nor waning, always softly shining into the warden's room. The man in a light blue shirt stood tall and slender, just as he did when they first met in the prison, his silver hair shimmering alluringly in the moonlight. Sheng Ning's voice was sticky and sweet as she clung onto Chu Yuanyan while he bent down to scoop her up. Chu Yuanyan held Sheng Ning in front of the window, where the moon outside was big and full. Closer to the window, Sheng Ning finally saw the special transparent net outside. This place. Memories rushed back in Sheng Ning's mind. It was her younger self, holding a black Qilin cub, standing by the window to bask in the moonlight. The little creature was very mischievous, its ancient beast lineage giving it little time to rest. When Sheng Ning stepped out for a moment to pour a glass of water, the cub jumped out of the window. With a big bite, the moon was nibbled down by a third. Sheng Ning was so furious at that time that she locked the little cub in its room and added a protective net outside the window that the cub couldn't bite through. The number on that room's door was clearly marked as 119. That is, the current warden's room. Noticing the odd look in Sheng Ning's eyes, Chu Yuanyan frowned. What's wrong? Sheng Ning bit Chu Yuanyan's cheek. Despite using all her strength, this dog man left no trace. Instead, it made her teeth ache. Dog man. He had the potential to be a dog since he was a child, she muttered softly. Feeling some nerve inside him move, Chu Yuanyan slightly lifted his neck to bring his Adam's apple close to her lips, his voice deep and tempting. You can leave a mark here. If you're not satisfied, you can suck as well. Sheng Ning glared fiercely. Do I look stupid to you? Among your insect folk, you are the smartest. Chu Yuanyan's throat let out a low, rich laugh. Just as the two were sharing tender moments, a knock echoed from the warden's office door. A voice from outside was that of a guard. Warden, there is a riot in cell 17. Chu Yuanyan frowned slightly. Got it. He set Sheng Ning on the bed but bit her red lips for a moment before leaving. I'll go find out which blind fool dared to ruin my good time. With that tone, Sheng Ning felt that the marshal could scatter even someone's ashes. It was somewhat amusing how much the marshal resembled a villain. So, she playfully let out a kurr laugh. Wait, the genetic enhancement agents have been developed, go inject them, no one will disturb us after this. Sheng Ning rushed to the lab and brought a dozen vials to Chu Yuanyan. The rest, I'll give you this afternoon. With a guard present, the genetic serum was quickly injected into the various strange monsters, along with the detector Sheng Ning had previously developed. When all the monsters completed their injections, the watch on Sheng Ning's wrist simultaneously received all of their thoughts. Monster number 0, codenamed Yueshing, Royal Class. Monster number 1, codenamed Qixing, Royal Class. Other than the 3 monsters Sheng Ning had killed, the remaining 115 were all displayed on the watch. Suddenly, Sheng Ning thought of that SSS class mission, destroy the prison. Destruction does not necessarily mean killing everyone and every monster in the prison. If all the monsters leave, the starry black prison will cease to exist. Would that also count as destroying the prison? When Chu Yuanyan returned, Sheng Ning discussed this matter with him. To her surprise, Chu Yuanyan only gave her a meaningful glance and pulled out a controller from the drawer. As long as you press this switch, all the monsters will leave. Chu Yuanyan handed the controller to Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning hesitated for a long time and did not press the switch. What's wrong? Chu Yuanyan leaned back in the soft boss chair.
Holding Sheng Ning in his arms, he rubbed his chin against the top of her head.
Sheng Ning voiced her doubts. Do you know about the way out, and what happens after? Can we still be together?
We will always be together. Shu Yuanian lifted Sheng Ning's chin, playfully nibbling on her earlobe. If you want to stay here forever, I will be with you. Sheng Ning felt a strong urge to remain here.
It felt familiar, like home. Shu Yuanian's presence seemed to fill her heart to the brim.
But another feeling called to her, reminding her that she had other things to do and couldn't get lost in a man's gentle embrace. After a long time, Sheng Ning felt as though her lips were about to swell from the man's kisses.
She took the initiative after a passionate exchange and awkwardly said, "Will you blame me?" "How could I?"
Shu Yuanian replied without hesitation. A man who was once as cold as ice now seemed to be melted by a spring breeze. His lips always upturned, whether by chance or intention. "Sister, your arrival here was beyond my expectations. I never thought there would be such a place. Here, my bloodline is awakened, and my power has been qualitatively enhanced. In this world, there's nothing that can scare me anymore.
If there is, it would be losing you."
Shu Yuanian spoke a series of words that Sheng Ning partially understood. A dangerous glint flickered in his lowered eyes.
Sheng Ning took a deep breath and pressed the controller.
Immediately, countless powerful auras erupted from the bottom of the prison, yet vanished in an instant.
Where did they go? Sheng Ning wondered.
The escape was too swift. Shu Yuanian must have been quite fierce usually.
Shu Yuanian chuckled softly. A bunch of cowards, they can only bully others. Congratulations, player achieving SSS level clearance.
Exploration degree of this dungeon, 85%.
Non-open dungeon, rankings and rewards cannot be calculated.
Does the player wish to exit the dungeon?
Of course, Sheng Ning chose no.
Shu Yuanian carried her like a child and walked outside. Sensing the parting approaching, Sheng Ning felt gloomy in her heart, wrapping her arms around Shu Yuanian's neck, her voice sweet and sticky. "When can we meet again?" Such a clingy sister was rare for Shu Yuanian to encounter.
But he couldn't deny that he truly enjoyed it, the corners of his mouth lifting high. "Can't bear to be apart from me, huh?"
Sheng Ning bit his Adam's apple, brazenly saying, "This is my body missing you, I don't want to." Shu Yuanian felt uncomfortable from her bite, his repressed desire making the corners of his eyes redden.
He really wanted to trap her here forever. Right here, just the two of them.
"Sister, take out the land deeds and bind this place." 10 land deeds appeared in Sheng Ning's hands.
They instantly disintegrated into ash.
Sheng Ning saw on the crystal blue panel, beside Ji Bar and Xiaohongxi Candle Shop, a new entry appeared, Starry Sky Laboratory. Shu Yuanian's footsteps halted at the door of cell number 76, he pushed the door open, and a bloody scent rushed forth.
"Sister, I can only take you this far." Shu Yuanian set Sheng Ning down. "Go now, we will meet again soon."
Sheng Ning stepped into the cell under Shu Yuanian's cool gaze, and before she could steady herself, everything suddenly went dark.
Chapter 158. Amidst the white fog, when Sheng Ning reappeared, there were 3 men and 2 women by her side.
She had regained her memories as she exited the dungeon. Recalling the scene from 2 minutes ago, her heart softened all at once.
She had clearly been reluctant to leave, yet still maintained a straight face without asking him to stay. Whose little kid is this? How so silly? When entering a non-open dungeon, the live broadcast had already been turned off, and now Sheng Ning had no intention of turning it back on. Welcome player husband 18 pieces to enter the game Chenchong Castle. Game level, S. Game difficulty, 3. Please explore the game actively, and enjoy your game. As the announcement sounded, this time it was not an immersive game.
But Sheng Ning felt no joy in her heart. She looked at her Lolita vintage-style dress. A pair of brown sheepskin soft boots, a feeling of unease rising in my heart. Non-immersive games seem to be a bit harder than immersive ones.
"Hey, newbie, what's your name?"
A woman with her arms crossed frowned at Sheng Ning, impatience written all over her face.
Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow. "My name is Sheng Xiaomei." Alright, who cares what your name is, where's your boyfriend?" Sheng Ning remained calm. In a 3-player game, if they added in her boyfriend, that would make 6 people.
This means that at least 4 people among this group are not players.
Seeing Sheng Ning not answering, the woman's anger grew. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Who are you calling deaf?"
A pair of large hands supported Sheng Ning's waist from behind, the familiar scent of jasmine bursting in the air all of a sudden. Without turning around, Sheng Ning already knew who it was. Her lips unconsciously curved up. Sheng Ning leaned back into the man's embrace, pouting, "Hubby, she's being mean to me, I'm so scared." Her black curly hair was braided into a twist hanging down her chest, with some loose strands around her temples and forehead, making her delicate little face look even more beautiful. This look of reporting a complaint was just like that of a little princess, perfectly matching her outfit style. Shu Yuanian's dark, cold eyes flashed with helplessness, his strong arms tightening around her, looking at the woman with a gaze that instantly turned icy. "If you continue to be rude to my girlfriend, we won't discuss any future investments."
The man beside named Meng Xiao hurriedly smoothed things over. Mr. Chu, Qingqing is just looking out for you, the time is almost up, let's hurry in before midnight. Sheng Ning looked at her wristwatch, showing it was 11:55.
In the white mist, no direction was visible. Meng Xiao walked ahead, holding a map and a compass. 3 minutes later, the group of 7 stopped in front of an ancient, luxurious castle with red roofs and white walls, full of historical significance.
Sheng Ning leaned in Chu Yuenian's embrace, looking up at the 100-meter-high castle. So beautiful. Sheng Ning exclaimed.
Chu Yuenian raised an eyebrow with mild interest. Let's hold our wedding here. Before Sheng Ning could respond, a harsh voice interrupted. Mr. Chu, I heard that women who call others hubby before marriage usually have bad intentions.
You're so rich, you need to be careful.
The couple, caught in their own world, turned sour faces at the interruption. Chu Yuenian smirked slightly. Wife, from now on, you call me hubby 10 times, 1 million. After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred money to Sheng Ning.
Ding, your suspicious payment of 10 million yuan has been credited.
First, let me hear you say it 10 times.
Sheng Ning couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, 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 hubby.
After saying hubby 10 times in a clear and crisp voice, Sheng Ning still felt it wasn't enough, pulling Chu Yuenian's neck for a deep kiss.
Ahem, Mr. Chu, it's time. We can go in now.
Meng Xiao awkwardly reminded, having shot a glare at the displeased Qingqing. When Sheng Ning let go, Chu Yuenian looked still wanting, dissatisfaction written all over his face.
Excessive indulgence will make you pee awkwardly when you're old. Sheng Ning whispered, teasing him.
In terms of time, she had just escaped from the black prison dungeon, and how could she be so desperate so soon?
I won't. Chu Yuenian pinched Sheng Ning's soft waist, saying fiercely, I can still pee 3 meters when I'm 80. Ah, right.
Men's strange competitive desire.
The 7 of them entered the castle in a line. The light instantly dimmed.
Qingqing somehow leaned over again. Mr. Chu, this castle is extremely dangerous. Several professional exploration teams have disappeared in here. You must stick close to me, trust me, I am very professional. Qingqing appeared quite capable in the group, her brown vest and cargo pants, the backpack stuffed but without a hint of complaint. On the surface, Qingqing did appear much more professional than Sheng Ning, who was dressed in a little creative outfit. Especially as she showcased her subtly revealing cleavage to Chu Yuenian.
Professional, deep curves, making a move. What man could resist? Unfortunately, she wasn't dealing with an ordinary man.
After hearing this, Chu Yuenian picked Sheng Ning up like a child and moved forward, his voice filled with inexplicable joy. Did you hear?
It's dangerous, shouldn't you hold on tight to your husband?
Husband is really impressive, I love you to death. Sheng Ning enthusiastically supported him, planting a kiss on Chu Yuenian's face and raising her eyebrow provocatively at Qingqing behind them, whose teeth seemed ready to shatter.
It was both a challenge and a claim of sovereignty.
The passage behind the door was long and dim, and even with high-powered searchlights, the end couldn't be seen. After walking for another 2 minutes, the team leader, Meng Xiao, suddenly stopped. Something's wrong.
What's wrong?
Mengu, don't scare me like that, the deputy leader said, still feeling uneasy. Meng Xiao explained in a deep voice, according to previous intel, the castle passage is only about 10 meters long.
If we've gone beyond 10 meters, then we must have entered.
What do we do now? Another girl, who had been silent, asked nervously.
Meng Xiao took off his backpack and pulled out a notebook filled with his preparations for this castle adventure.
Quickly, Meng Xiao found the answer in his notebook, but it was one that darkened his expression.
He looked at the team's sponsor, Chu Yuenian, and forced a smile. Chu Zone, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chu Yuenian scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with ice. Who gave you the impression that I'm in the mood to joke around now?
Meng Xiao felt like crying, fiddling with the non-existent red ball on his nose, and said, then let's start with the good news, it's not a death sentence. The bad news is that entering the castle depends heavily on luck. There's only a 20% chance to find the normal path, but clearly, my luck isn't great.
Sheng Ning.
We have now entered the second passage. After finishing this passage, we will arrive at a room. As long as we find the opportunity, we can return to the original passage. Heh, hee hee. Chu Yuenian buried his head into Sheng Ning's chest, his voice muffled. Sister, he's so stupid I need comfort.
Chapter 159.
The deputy leader was a sturdy, serious man who usually held strict discipline in the team. Even though he knew Chu Yuenian was their sponsor, the deputy leader, Zhu Qingshan, couldn't help but say, Chu Zone, I think for everyone's safety, you should let your wife down. In case something happens, you won't have the strength to run.
Wife.
Chu Yuenian felt a nerve get triggered.
He looked at Zhu Qingshan, his eyes blazing with anger. Are you questioning my physical strength in front of my wife? Zhu Qingshan.
He was a retired soldier, always prioritizing civilian safety. This castle was extremely bizarre. Even he, a special forces soldier, would tire out from holding over 100 pounds for long periods. Let alone a wealthy boy who only knew how to act spoiled to his girlfriend. Alright, put me down, I want to see what this castle is all about. Sheng Ning petted the fluffy little dog's head and jumped down from his arms. In this brief moment, Qingqing flashed back to Chu Yuanian's side, shyly saying, Chu Zong, if you want to prove yourself, you can hold me too.
Everyone in the team knew Qingqing's intention.
Chu Yuanian looped his arm around Sheng Ning's, leaning closer, his gaze sharp. I don't have a habit of hitting women, if you come closer, I'll make sure you regret it. After saying that, he lazily leaned against Sheng Ning, raising his eyebrows, looking for praise. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes, patting the dog's head dismissively. She clearly saw that Chu Yuanian's threat didn't seem to scare Qingqing at all. Instead, it ignited her possessiveness. Qingqing looked at Chu Yuanian's back, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. The man she admired was so exceptional that even the approach of other women was not allowed. How wonderful, he would definitely belong to her.
Sheng Ning wanted to take a look at Meng Zhao's notes. With Chu Yuanian present, Meng Zhao dared not refuse. Chu Yuanian held the lamp in one hand, illuminating the contents of the notebook for Sheng Ning to see. Sure enough, when Sheng Ning opened the notebook, she saw that the content was different from Meng Zhao's. Rule 1, exposing your identity means certain death. Rule 2, after entering the castle, please stay calm. Rule 3, do not enter or exit rooms at night. Rule 4, do not believe what you see, even if it's with your own eyes. After reading the notebook, Sheng Ning returned it to Meng Zhao and casually said, How many people in our team have this important castle information? Meng Zhao thought she was worried and patted her chest to guarantee, Miss Shang, don't worry, everyone in our team has seen this notebook. You can rest assured that we will ensure you're in Mr. Chu's safety. Sheng Ning. Everyone has seen it, so who are the players? It's really hard to say. Rule 1, exposing your identity means certain death. This identity likely refers to the identity of a player. In an S3 level instance, the players entering should all be above level 5. These are veterans of the Bazaar game, not only with many cards but even more experience. Hiding their identity would be incredibly easy. We're almost there. A faint light appeared ahead, and Meng Zhao exclaimed happily. Sheng Ning was held by Chu Yuanian, his almost half-body leaning against her, like a boneless octopus. This was his favorite position. Sheng Ning held his hand, be careful. Chu Yuanian huffed lazily, with a touch of pride, they should be the ones being careful, I am now the strongest in the universe. Sheng Ning.
Alright, the child is having another moment of childish enthusiasm. The end of the passage looked like a reception room. Luxurious and vintage European decor, with a round table set in the middle of the room. Behind the round table were 7 soft chairs, as if prepared for the 7 of them. The notebook contained no records of this room. In the front was Zhuo Qingshan, followed closely by Meng Zhao, with Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian side by side. Behind them were Qingqing and another girl named Shanshan.
The man at the back was also muscular, very strong. As soon as the 7 entered the reception room, the lights suddenly brightened, as if welcoming their arrival. This is too strange, could there be cameras here? Meng Zhao quickly scanned the room, finding no equipment, then breathed a sigh of relief and reassured everyone, it must be a sensing device, nothing to worry about, hey, heh. Chu Yuanian was again being silly, rubbing his nose against Sheng Ning's neck, lamenting, if I am wrong, I can let my sister punish me in bed, why do I have to enter here? Little Chu, you are already a 24-year-old big kid, you need to learn to punish yourself. Wug, then I will punish myself 10 times in one night. Sheng Ning. Who is really punishing whom? If it weren't for the enhancement of her physical attributes, based on the intensity of the last event, Sheng Ning estimated she would still be lying in bed at this moment. After giving Chu Yuanian an eye roll, Sheng Ning joined the group searching for clues in the room. Chu Yuanian followed Sheng Ning like a puppy begging for a bone, counting which of the 10 positions would be the best to use. Sheng Ning found it annoying, turned back, and stepped on him. Do you have any shame? There are so many NPCs still here, how can you not treat them like people? Chu Yuanian exaggeratedly grinned, I want a wife who can step on people. Your wife can also slap people. My wife can kiss people. Sheng Ning. There's no saving him. While they were flirting, someone nearby was digging her nails into her palm. The room was too simple, with only a table and chairs, nothing else. Meng Zhao casually pulled out a chair, flopped her notebook on the table, and prepared to study it. But the moment she sat down, she felt as if she were being pinned to the chair, her mouth uncontrollably spoke. I found the mechanism. Everyone sit down on the chairs, and we can go out. The members of the expedition team had no doubts or defenses, several of them gradually sat down. In the end, everyone's gaze was fixed on Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian, their expressions stiff, their dark pupils void of focus, as if they were soulless human skin dolls. A strange atmosphere instantly spread. Hurry and sit down, Mr. Chu. Qingqing's eyes twitched as she threw flirtatious glances, her hoarse voice coaxing Chu Yuanian. Chu Yuanian clung to Sheng Ning's arm to complain, wife, she's bothering me, quickly slap her. Sheng Ning. Let's just say, can the aloof warden ever come back? Chapter 160. Sheng Ning and Chu Yunyan sat down under the gaze of the expedition team.
At the moment they settled, the room suddenly changed, plunging into darkness.
Only 3 spotlights lit up, illuminating the figures of the remaining 2 people.
One was Meng Xiao, and the other was Chu Yunyan.
It was the real Chu Yunyan, not the one wearing Morong Zhao's skin.
His appearance was almost the same as before the car accident. His bangs looked as if they had been chewed by a dog. That was when Sheng Ning whimsically wanted to design a new hairstyle for him, but the outcome failed, and Chu Yunyan was laughed at by his colleagues for quite a while. In a daze, Sheng Ning still remembered how Chu Yunyan proudly flaunted his dog-chewed hair every day, saying it was a sign of his wife's love. Before the emotions could spread, they were interrupted by Meng Zhao's mechanical hoarse voice. Let's play a game. Chu Yunyan slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Sheng Ning, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, his expression extremely excited. Sister, how did you get here? After sitting down, Chu Yunyan stared at Sheng Ning with an especially strange look. No, this is an illusion.
Sheng Ning frowned slightly. Why would Chu Yunyan react this way? Calm down.
Sheng Ning felt that Chu Yunyan's state was not right, like a bomb about to explode. The madness in his eyes frightened her. He seemed like a person standing on a high-voltage line, about to explode if he stepped wrongly. He was like a long-suppressed beast, about to lose control.
Sheng Ning's heart flashed with something unusual. Was this really Chu Yunyan? What game? Let's begin.
Chu Yunyan treated her as the strange Sheng Ning, his gaze filled with malice. Meng Xiao took out a dice and placed it on the table. Compare sizes. The one with a higher number kills the one with a lower number. Who goes first? Chu Yunyan impatiently said, ladies first, you go ahead. Sheng Ning grabbed the dice, rubbing it between her fingertips. Chu Yunyan, let me ask you, how long have you been in this game? Chu Yunyan's gaze froze for a moment and then he candidly expressed his disgust. How long have I been in the game?
Don't you know? Stop pretending. If you have the guts, just kill me. Answer me. 3 months and 7 days, is that enough for you? Sheng Ning closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She suddenly understood the eerie nature of this old castle. The Chu Yunyan in front of her was not the one who was dismembered, but rather the Chu Yunyan who had just entered the game. No wonder he seemed so suppressed, so mad. She just didn't know if this was a projection or if this old castle could transcend time. If this old castle could transcend time, merging her 4 years later self with Chu Yunyan from 4 years ago in the same space, then it would be a certain death trap. The worse the situation became, the calmer Sheng Ning felt in her heart. She threw the dice, it spun in circles, finally landing with the red 4 facing up. Oh no, Meng Xiao exclaimed, hurry, hurry. Only one person can die here to get out. I love watching couples love and kill each other, huh? Chu Yunyan grabbed the dice. At 6 o'clock, casually discarded. Kill her. A flash of excitement passed through Meng Xiao's eyes, but unexpectedly, Chu Yunyan suddenly produced a cleaver and directly chopped Meng Xiao in 2. Blood splattered onto the table, quickly absorbed by the dark red surface. Sheng Ning understood Chu Yunyan's sudden attack. Only when one person dies can they leave, so killing Meng Xiao. But in the dark space, only the spotlight above Meng Xiao's head went out, while the spotlights above the 2 of them remained lit. In the dark space, Chu Yunyan's gaze changed again and again. Meng Xiao's death had no effect whatsoever. That meant Meng Xiao was not a person. And the person in front of him was really Sheng Ning. Sister? Chu Yunyan's voice trembled, unable to believe. He held his breath as tears flowed from his eyes. They got you too? Sheng Ning reached out to wipe away the tears on Chu Yunyan's pale face, with a gentle smile. No, I'm just an illusion. Impossible, Chu Yunyan argued. I can still tell between a person and an illusion. I am just an illusion from 4 years into the future. If you kill me, you can leave this space, Sheng Ning said. Sheng Ning had just used a divination card to ask, does this copy have the power to traverse time? The result was, no. That meant the person in front of him was merely an illusion. The ancient castle had pieced together the illusions from 4 years ago and 4 years later. Chu Yunyan tightly hugged Sheng Ning, embracing this longed-for person. This was his only motivation to clear the game. After a long time, once Chu Yunyan calmed his emotions, he handed the cleaver to Sheng Ning. Sister, kill me, no matter if you are an illusion or not, I can't hurt you, I can't bet on that possibility. Sheng Ning couldn't help laughing out loud, giving him a light punch. So you believe I can kill you? To die by sister's hand would make me the happiest person in the world. Chu Yunyan revealed the first smile since entering this strange game. Before dying, to see his sister meant there would no longer be any regrets in this world. Chu Yunyan looked at her with deep, gentle eyes. Sister, after I die, take good care of yourself. If you meet someone you really like, you can remarry. As he spoke, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, like an abandoned little dog. Sheng Ning scoffed coldly. Don't worry, I'll go find 10, not just 1, and I'll bring them all to your grave so they can call you brother. After saying that, she ruthlessly plunged the cleaver into Chu Yunyan's abdomen.
The darkness instantly dissipated, and Sheng Ning returned to the bright reception room, suddenly meeting a sorrowful gaze.
Sister, I remember now.
Chu Yunyan pouted. He had always thought it was an illusion, but his sister's plan to find 10 was actually about real people.
You actually want to find 10, tell me which 10.
If I don't burn them to ashes, I'm not a worthy husband. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes in a delicate manner. You told me to find them.
Chu Yunyan slumped his shoulders. Sister, you killed me without hesitation. You really are tired of me. Am I a nuisance clinging to you like this?
It turns out all these years of love and time were ultimately misplaced.
Sheng Ning, unable to endure any longer, hooked Chu Yunyan's neck, pinning him under her arm, ruffling his black short hair. Tonight, I'll be on top. Are you satisfied?
Really?
Ha! Chapter 161.
The two were the first to emerge from the illusion. The other members of the adventure team had dazed expressions. Suddenly, the man at the end of the line violently spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped weakly in his chair. Chu Yunyan went over to check the man's breathing and shook his head at Sheng Ning.
He was dead. 5 more minutes passed, and Zhuo Qingshan suddenly jolted awake, gasping for breath. Seeing Sheng Ning and Chu Yunyan looking at him, the strong and robust man blushed. Are you okay?
The two shook their heads in unison. Zhuo Qingshan felt a slight tinge of shame in his heart. One was a delicate little princess and the other was a frail young master, yet they woke up before him. After Zhuo Qingshan woke up, a large door slowly opened on the west wall of the sealed reception room. It seemed that the passage would only appear if all three of them passed through this illusion test. Behind the door was a passage over 3 meters long, and from the reception room, one could almost clearly see the situation at the end of the passage. The large living room was filled with warm yellow light, and a retro European piano piece slowly played, soft and harmonious.
Should we go over first?
Zhuo Qingshan said uncertainly.
Wait for me. A weak,
hoarse female voice sounded, and all three looked over to see Qingqing. Chu Yuanyan cried out in a whisper, It's over, sister, she's going to bother me again.
Qingqing seemed to be seriously injured, her face pale as she walked over, wanting to lean against Chu Yuanyan. Mr. Chu, I seem to be hurt, can you help me?
Chu Yuanyan dodged quickly. Oh dear sister, I'm hurt too, I need a hug. He held with strength, leaning on Sheng Ning as if he could not take care of himself.
Sheng Ning. Alright then, magic defeats magic.
In the end, Qingqing was still carried on Zhuo Qingshan's back, and the four quickly arrived at the real hall of the castle. It was magnificent, with the large living room covered in Persian-patterned carpets. On both sides were European-style sofas, a crystal coffee table, and large, luxurious crystal chandeliers.
The spiral European staircase showcased the grandeur of the castle.
Zhuo Qingshan placed Qingqing on the sofa, and when he looked back at the passage, the wall had already reverted to its original appearance, even hanging an antique oil painting of a nun. As if there had never been a passage there at all.
Sheng Ning initially wanted to ignore Zhuo Qingshan and Qingqing to look for clues, but suddenly remembered she couldn't expose her identity.
Looking at Zhuo Qingshan and Qingqing. If both of them were players, then her going to look for clues would be too obvious now. Dressed up as a delicate, glamorous little princess, she shouldn't be looking for clues but rather pulling her boyfriend for photos and flaunting. With this idea, Sheng Ning flashed a bright smile at Chu Yuanyan. Honey, quickly take out your new Apple 16 Max Pro Plus Ultra and take some photos of me. Sheng Ning posed with great effort. Her slender figure paired with a retro dress made her look just like an elegant and noble princess from medieval Europe. Chu Yuanyan, however, had a face full of fear, recalling the terrifying times when he was pinched by the ear.
No woman could walk out alive from her boyfriend's phone.
Just like no man could take a picture of his girlfriend without being scolded afterward.
Wife, how about we skip taking photos? Chu Yuanyan trembled. It's so late, how about we find a room to rest first? No way. Qingqing exclaimed while holding her stomach. This castle is very dangerous. Mr. Chu, you cannot act on your own.
If you must act on your own, please do so with me.
Only I can protect your safety. While searching his bag for medicine for Qingqing, Zhuo Qingshan thought. Who protects whom? Protect your mom. Chu Yuanyan cursed out of anger, and he directly princess carried Sheng Ning as he stomped towards the 3rd floor. Chu Yuanyan had been here before and was very familiar with the structure of the castle.
In a large bedroom at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, he set Sheng Ning down on the bed. With a light motion, he took off his outer jacket, revealing a short-sleeved upper body with clear, strong muscle lines. He opened the wardrobe and directly pulled out a red-eyed doll. With a slight pressure, the doll emitted a piercing cry.
Sister, 2000. Sheng Ning understood right away. With a strike, the announcement rang out, and the disaster-level doll was defeated.
Only then did Chu Yuanyan lean next to Sheng Ning and explain, at that time, when I entered this dungeon, it was still an A-level 10-person dungeon, without the test of going the wrong way below. 10 people were assigned to different rooms, only the last one standing could win. On the first night, when I entered the bathroom, I slipped into a previous illusion and nearly didn't come out. You were mad at me for saying I needed to find 10 men. At this point, Xu Yuanyan angrily pinched Sheng Ning's chest, then felt his hand was too rough and rubbed it, finding it had good elasticity, so he pinched again, finally calming down after receiving a slap. What he didn't say was, by the next morning, he had beaten every man in the whole game. There was nothing he could do, he was the strongest, and though some were not convinced, they had to keep quiet. The next night, that doll peeped at me, singing about how his girlfriend got married, and the groom wasn't me.
But. Ha ha ha. Sheng Ning couldn't help but laugh, and then?
Xu Yuanyan was furious. She was quite strong at the time, almost at the level of destruction, so I taught her a truth about life.
Sheng Ning encouraged him. What was it? Don't mock a man who has been cheated on, because you never know what he might do. Sheng Ning.
Going in circles, he was waiting for her here.
Perhaps because Xu Yuanyan dealt with the weirdness in the room, at night their wild activities went undisturbed by anyone.
As dawn broke, Sheng Ning held her waist, wanting to cry without tears.
Why didn't a single weird thing appear in an S-level game all night?
At 7 in the morning, there was a knock on the door of Sheng Ning and Xu Yuanyan.
Hello, guests.
It's breakfast time, please go to the dining hall in a timely manner. A polite voice came from outside the door.
Sheng Ning felt a bit familiar in her days.
Xu Yuanyan sprang up with energy, doing a flip off the bed, but was kicked down by Sheng Ning behind him. Turning around, Sheng Ning looked weak, 2 dark circles under her eyes clearly accusing him of being irresponsible.
Sister, I'll carry you to wash up. Xu Yuanyan was very observant and thoroughly enjoyed the process of serving Sheng Ning.
By the time they came down from upstairs, the dining hall was already full of people. Not only were Zhuo Qingshan and Xia Qingqing there, but even Meng Xiao, Shanshan, and the man who had clearly bled to death yesterday were present. What surprised Sheng Ning even more was that her master, the priest of peace, was there, dressed in a tailcoat and smiling politely at her. It seemed that the person who just knocked was the priest of peace. Priest of peace, welcome to the castle, miss. Do you prefer salty or sweet for breakfast?
Sheng Ning raised her brow slightly, with a cheeky tone. I want it spicy.
Incorrect answer. The priest of peace revealed a friendly smile. So today's main dish will be spicy fried human brains. As he spoke, a blood-red aura erupted behind the priest of peace, instantly filling the entire dining hall.
Sheng Ning was already on guard and quickly pulled Xu Yuanyan to back away. Old man, Xu Yuanyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let's see what you can do.
Before his voice faded, Xu Yuanyan, wearing an orange-red windbreaker, charged into the blood-red aura, which began to erode his body. However, it seemed like his body was shielded, and the aura that made level 4 players tremble had no effect on Xu Yuanyan. Almost instantly, Xu Yuanyan grabbed the priest of peace by the throat.
1 punch, sharp and refreshing. 2 punches, strengthening the body.
The already injured priest of peace couldn't withstand such close care from his disciple son-in-law, begging for mercy after 2 punches.
Sister, what should we do?
Xu Yuanyan raised an eyebrow and looked back, his expression of wanting to take credit froze instantly upon seeing the empty space behind him.
Sheng Ning was slightly surprised to see Xu Yuanyan strike. When did NPCs get to strike NPCs?
Just as she stepped forward, preparing to intervene, the scene in front of her suddenly distorted.
The bright castle darkened instantly.
It transformed from daytime to dusk.
The blood-red afterglow poured through the window into the castle's hall. A foul stench lingered over the Persian-patterned carpet. Welcome, guests, to the castle racing competition. A man who looked like a host suddenly appeared on the second floor, and when his gaze landed on Sheng Ning, a spark of excitement clearly flashed across his face. I believe everyone is already aware of the rules for this competition. The first person to find a way out of the castle will win, and the winner will receive a prize of 100 million. Now, contestants, begin your journey to victory. After the host finished speaking, his figure vanished with a whoosh. The spacious castle hall instantly fell silent. Sheng Ning then noticed over a dozen contestants in the hall, some male, some female, some old, some young. 2 muscular men squatted in the corner, their green bean-like eyes constantly scanning the contestants in the hall, their malice clearly evident. Suddenly, Sheng Ning thought, if only 2 contestants were left, wouldn't the prize be within easy reach? She still didn't understand what was going on with this castle, and the few rules she had figured out didn't seem to help much. If she wanted to return to Xu Yuanyang's space, it seemed she could only complete this competition first. The 2 men's gazes fell on Sheng Ning, who was dressed in a vintage dress with exquisite makeup. They looked at her with lust. The shorter man said, "Brother, don't kill her just yet, look at that little waist, it's so damn tempting." The taller man revealed a lewd smile. When she goes upstairs later, we'll have our fun first. The first floor hall was a gathering place for everyone, and soon the contestants scattered. Some went to the first floor warehouse, kitchen, and storage room to search for a way out. Some headed to the second floor. Sheng Ning was one of those going to the second floor. She smiled at the small tail following her. Those who insult others are often insulted in return, and those who kill are often killed in return. She was no good person.
Several rooms on the front of the second floor had already been occupied by other contestants. Sheng Ning suddenly had a thought and turned to go up to the third floor, to the room where she and Chu Yuanyang had stayed yesterday. Upon reaching the third floor, the voices of the two men no longer pressed down, as if afraid Sheng Ning wouldn't hear. "Brother, this woman has a nice figure, she can definitely bear a son. If you like her, let's take her back to the village and let her bear you a son. If she can't, I'll help you."
Hee, thanks, bro.
Ignoring the men behind her, Sheng Ning pushed open the door, suddenly feeling a shift in her surroundings, as the sound of a chainsaw filled the air. When she looked closely, a man in the room was using a chainsaw to dismember a woman, and on the floor lay a similarly sized silicone doll.
When the man saw Sheng Ning enter, his excitement evidently paused. "Who are you? How did you get here?"
The woman's body had already been broken into pieces, her innards completely removed and bloodily laid out on a nearby table. The silicone doll had its abdomen opened, with intestines just stuffed inside. For some reason, half of it was hanging down on the floor. "Sorry, I took a wrong turn," Sheng Ning said, stepping back and closing the door on the man. The corridor was silent, and the two men who were just fantasizing about the future vanished without a trace. Clearly, Sheng Ning was no longer in the same space as those two men. Sheng Ning pushed the door open again, and the room was empty. She closed the door, then pushed it open again, and the room had changed completely. After trying this 3 times, Sheng Ning finally confirmed this door was one of the mechanisms to trigger different spaces. So after continuously opening and closing the door dozens of times, Sheng Ning finally pushed it open again and saw Chu Yuanyang. "Tell me, who the hell got married if the groom is not me?" In the room, Chu Yuanyang, with a hairdo that looked like it had been chewed by a dog, pounded his fists like a pile driver onto the doll in his hands. Whoa, don't hit me, it's you, it's all you. Whoa, I'm marrying you, is that alright? Pat, trying to take advantage of me, I'll kill you. Chu Yuanyang's eyes turned red, clearly he was really furious. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chu Yuanyang suddenly changed the direction of his raised fist and smashed it hard towards the door. He didn't even see clearly who was standing at the door. Sheng Ning dodged swiftly, avoiding Chu Yuanyang's punch, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Chu Yuanyang, if you hit me, I'll report you for domestic violence." With his messy bangs, Chu Yuanyang stood frozen in place, his body bent down involuntarily as Sheng Ning hooked his neck. His emotions shifted repeatedly in his eyes, the crimson gradually spreading. "Here to bother me again, huh?" The tightly wound nerves in Chu Yuanyang's mind were flicked again. He wouldn't allow this strange thing to keep pretending to be Sheng Ning and come close to him. Just as he was about to grab Sheng Ning's neck, Sheng Ning gently stood on her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss on Chu Yuanyang's cold lips. "You're done for, you've been kissed by me, let's see how you explain it to your wife." After saying this, before the man could react, she bit his cheek hard. Then, before the man could explode in rage, she closed the door and vanished from his sight. As Sheng Ning just stepped out of the room, a ghostly male voice rang in her ear. "Sister, are you having fun?" Sheng Ning was not the least bit guilty, smiling brightly as she hugged Chu Yuanyang's neck, making him bend down. "You still dare to yell at me? If I hadn't run fast, you'd definitely have abused me." Chu Yuanyang stretched out his long arm and lifted Sheng Ning's bottom, holding her entirely in his arms. "Are you saying I didn't try hard enough last night?" He leaned forward to reach for Sheng Ning's lips. Sheng Ning slightly tilted her head and avoided it, her lips brushing against her cheek, unexpectedly falling right into Chu Yuanyang's trap. His cool soft lips mixed with the fragrance of jasmine lightly pressed against Sheng Ning's tender cheek, leaving a clear bite mark. It hurts." Sheng Ning flinched her shoulder and then retaliated by biting near Chu Yuanyang's prominent Adam's apple. Satisfied to hear the man's suppressed gasp, Sheng Ning finally let go of her mouth. "If you can't even recognize your own wife, Mr. Chu, you have no objections to sleeping on the floor tonight, right?" Chu Yuanyang's eyebrows raised slightly. "Of course I have no objections." He couldn't recognize his wife, but what did that have to do with Gu Murongzeo? If things got out of hand, he could always summon his dozen or so other selves. Surely one of them could manage to sleep in the bed, right? As they spoke, Chu Yuanyang had already carried Sheng Ning back to the dining room on the first floor. Everyone was present in the dining room. Master Pingan stood with a bruised face at the side. Seeing Sheng Ning return, he wiped away non-existent tears and complained, "Disciple, look at my handsome face. Whoa, I got beaten up by your husband. I declare, I do not agree to this marriage." Chu Yuanyang smiled coldly. "You don't agree? Do you believe I can call Master Shuiyang over so that you won't have a chance to disagree?" Mentioning Master Shuiyang, Master Pingan's expression went blank, and then 2 real tears squeezed out, full of shame and anger. "Disciple, do you know? That Master Shuiyang, he's a pervert. There's gossip to share." The 3 of them huddled together, but before Master Pingan could speak, another chair appeared next to Chu Yuanyang. Qing Qing shyly sat next to Chu Yuanyang. "Mr. Chu, you don't mind me sitting here, do you?" As soon as the words fell, the scene around the 4 of them suddenly changed. Sheng Ning. She was used to it. The trigger mechanism in this old castle was really random. The sounds of men and women chatting filled her ears. At this time, the hall of the old castle was bustling with voices. The center of the crowd was a rectangular poker table. At this moment, the master of Pinyin had changed into a new outfit. A purple corduroy shirt, slicked back hair, and holding a deck of playing cards, he looked just like a handsome middle-aged dealer. And in front of the table were Sheng Ning, Chu Yuanyan, and Qingqing, 3 people. According to the competition rules, the winner gets a prize of 100 million, and the loser is directly eliminated.
Do the 3 guests have any questions?
These words came out of the master of Pingin's mouth without even needing to think.
I have a question. Sheng Ning raised her hand and slowly began to speak under the uneasy gaze of the master of Pinyin. Could we change to a slightly hotter dealer? I feel like you might affect my luck.
The master of Pingin's face froze, his good disciple.
This request is reasonable. May I ask if the guest is sure to eliminate the stealer? He will be replaced immediately.
A magnetic male voice came from the castle, laced with a hint of laziness.
No, it's fine. Sheng Ning quickly waved her hand. I don't want to see blood today, thank you.
She just wanted to tease a little to see what role the master of Pinyin played in this scenario. Who would have thought she almost sent him away? The master of Pinyin looked exasperated, snorting through his nose to express his dissatisfaction with Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanyan sat in the middle, with Sheng Ning and Qingqing on either side, surrounded by many unfamiliar faces, seemingly very eager for tonight's gambling showdown. The master of Pinyin began to deal the cards, 3 cards for each person.
Sheng Ning revealed her first 2 cards, Heart 2, Spade 3. Chu Yuanyan likewise turned over 2 cards, Spade 2, Heart 3. Qingqing, Heart A, Diamond A.
At this moment, as the cards were revealed, the crowd began to stir.
Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan's modest cards drew almost no attention.
What truly excited everyone was Qingqing's pair of aces. In this game, a trio straight flush straight pair high card. Among all the hands, ace is the highest, while 2 is the lowest. Now, unless both Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan drew a 4, forming a straight, they could not beat Qingqing's pair of aces. Sheng Ning remained as steady as a mountain, while Chu Yuanyan had a teasing smile, their hands tightly clasped under the table. Chu Yuanyan gently scratched Sheng Ning's palm, subtly teasing his lovely wife with his perfect profile. He didn't care at all about what was happening with Qingqing. Qingqing looked excited, as if she could already see the dawn of victory. She shouted, "Can I change the reward?"
"Sure." The man's voice echoed again in the castle.
Sheng Ning found the voice familiar. "If I win, I want this man next to me to stay with me for 48 hours.
Qingqing's gaze toward Chu Yuanyan was filled with determination.
The man pondered for a moment. "I can take his female companion for 48 hours, as for the rest, it depends on your abilities."
As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuanyan's expression suddenly turned cold.
"It's all fun and games, but don't joke about Sheng Ning." A hint of frost spread across Chu Yuanyan's clear face, his voice carrying a strong sense of pressure. "Try it." The soft warm lights of the castle flickered, and the temperature inexplicably dropped.
Qingqing could no longer hold back and eagerly flipped over her 3rd card. Another ace.
Qingqing looked at her cards in disbelief.
The scene erupted into waves of cheering. Trio. Ultimate trio. I haven't seen such luck in a long time. An ultimate trio.
In my years roaming the casinos, I've only seen an AAA trio once.
Chu, I win. This time, you're mine. Qingqing's cheeks flushed with excitement as she reached for Chu Yuanyan's hand, but he caught her throat instead.
His gaze turned sharp, with long fingers gripping Qingqing's throat, ready to act when he heard Sheng Ning's calm voice coming from behind him. "Husband, let her go."
Sheng Ning revealed her final card.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a 4, it was a club 5.
What?
It turned out to be 2, 3, 5.
How is that possible? How could 2, 3, 5 appear?
The spectators gasped upon seeing Sheng Ning's cards, the atmosphere electrifying. A sudden gasp again. Among all the random cards, the 2 to 3 is the smallest, so small that its chance of appearing is even lower than 3 aces in a row. So in the game of Do Diju, the 2 to 3 beats AAA. The situation turned instantly. The rare ace triplet, a once-in-a-thousand-year windfall, was directly defeated by the even rarer 2-3. Chu Yunyan looked at Sheng Ning's cards and suddenly felt a mix of anger and amusement. He turned over his card, revealing a 4 of diamonds. His card crushed Sheng Ning's hand but was still smaller than Qingqing's triplet.
In the midst of a loud uproar, the man who dominated the game spoke again. "Since that's the case, how about another round?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene around the 4 shifted again.
Sheng Ning, just realizing what happened, found herself sitting on a strange man's lap. She instinctively tried to get up but was held down by the man's large hand on her waist, pressing her against his chest, his voice laced with amusement.
"It's me. Who are you?" Sheng Ning's skin crawled, frowning as she tried to break free. Unfortunately, the man's arm was strong, and she couldn't get away. The man's voice remained calm. You can't even recognize your fiancé? Having a good time outside?
Fiancé, my foot. Sheng Ning was suppressed, a surge of anger rising within her, and just as she was about to vent, she suddenly recalled the letter she saw in the starry black prison.
Could this man really be that fiancé? When did the game copy become a soap opera? Remembered? The man loosened his grip slightly and persuaded, don't you remember the rules? In the castle, stay calm.
Sheng Ning's face was dark as she surveyed the area. It looked like a card room with a mahjong table in front of her. Wait a minute, suddenly two threads in Sheng Ning's mind connected.
In that letter from the starry black prison, it was signed Yan Zhang.
And not long ago, the lord of the fallen city, Yan Zhang, took over the dark entertainment city and became the new king-level anomaly. Yan Zhang and Yan Zhang were the same person. Sheng Ning raised her eyes, just in time to catch a glimpse of the man's unfamiliar yet handsome profile.
Noticing her gaze, Yan Zhang's eyes softened, his handsome features becoming gentler. Do you remember who I am now? What are you all doing?
Chu Yunyan's suppressed voice echoed across from Sheng Ning, filled with anger. At some point, the mahjong table had filled up with people. Chu Yunyan, Qing Qing, and the peace observer were all present. Yan Zhang's gaze fell upon them, and their eyes met in a charged instant.
Mr. Chu, I'm just talking to my fiancé. What does it have to do with you? Yan Zhang's voice flowed, full of confidence.
Chu Yunyan pressed his tongue against his back teeth, suppressing the anger boiling in his chest. I never expected you to take advantage of this opportunity.
People always make choices, don't they? When I couldn't be by Ning Ning's side due to a moment's hesitation, was it not also an opportunity for you?
A smile played on Yan Zhang's lips, but his eyes were icy cold. The defense of the Blood Lord's copy was very high, but in this copy, Chu Yunyan had no avatars within it. The only way for him to enter the game was to become a player. Fortunately, his strength was nearly at its peak, and other than the certain death rules, he had nothing to fear. But he had one miscalculation. Chu Yunyan's gaze solidified, and in an instant, he understood everything. It seems you've regained your former memories.
Likewise, then there's nothing more to be said, you will die.
Yan Zhang tightened his grip on Sheng Ning, his gaze shifting to Qing Qing. This Mr. Chu is one of the players.
What? Impossible.
Qing Qing stood up in shock, and as her gaze fell on Chu Yunyan, a death announcement echoed in the air. Human player Chu Yunyan's identity exposed, instant erasure. In Sheng Ning's dark pupils, Chu Yunyan's body exploded into a mist of bright red blood the moment the announcement fell. Sheng Ning froze completely, unable to even make a sound. Qing Qing's body swayed as she looked at Yan Zhang. Prince Chu is an anomaly.
How could it be a player?
In that moment, Qing Qing threw a thunder card at Yan Zhang. In the small game room, lightning roared.
In the next instant, Qing Qing's body vanished from the spot.
Yan Zhang wrapped his arms around Sheng Ning's waist, crushing the lightning with his bare hands, but unexpectedly, the true sword in Sheng Ning's hand was drawn, fiercely slashing across his neck. The tip of the sword sliced through Yan Zhang's neck, bright red blood gushed out. If it went any deeper, it would cut through his throat bone.
But this little injury was nothing to a king-level anomaly.
Yan Zhang stroked his neck, the blood stopped, and the wound healed instantly.
Ning Ning, calm down. Yan Zhang's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Ning Ning, we are meant to be together. Chu Yuanyan is a thief.
In Sheng Ning's pitch-black pupils, she lost focus, her mind buzzing with only the image of Chu Yuanyan exploding into a mist of blood.
Chu Yuanyan? Dead?
The rule of certain death, even resurrection cards cannot be used.
Sheng Ning could not accept that Chu Yuanyan had died in front of her.
The same pain, she could not bear it a second time.
Who killed Chu Yuanyan?
Yes, it was this person in front of her. He must pay with his life. Sheng Ning could not hear any words, launching a fierce attack on Yan Zhang, throwing all sorts of cards at him.
Ning Ning, calm down a bit.
Yan Zhang struggled to stabilize the space but still let Sheng Ning throw her attack card before his figure suddenly vanished.
Rule 2, after entering the ancient castle, please remain calm. Emotional fluctuations are the switch to enter other layers of space.
Suddenly, the scene in front of Sheng Ning changed, and she found herself back in the hall of the ancient castle.
It's him, he's the one who killed.
A circle of men, women, and children surrounded Sheng Ning. Watching Sheng Ning in her crazed state, fear rose from the ground beneath the people around her.
They instinctively wanted to distance themselves from this madwoman.
At Sheng Ning's feet were the corpses of two men of different heights, somewhat familiar.
You're the one who killed. You quickly withdraw from the competition.
A middle-aged man pointed at Sheng Ning, yelling fiercely. Feeling the change in the scene before her, a thread of rationality finally returned to Sheng Ning. But in the next second, her body swayed, her knees went weak, and she knelt on the ground, leaning on the sword, gasping for breath. This was the exhaustion after experiencing extreme fear and rage.
Ignoring her surroundings, Sheng Ning took out a divination card. Did Chu Yuanyan die?
The card became hot and burning, yet no answer appeared.
It was just an A-level divination card, and for matters beyond its capability, it could give no answers.
Sheng Ning wiped her face, only to find it already soaked with tears. The wound in her heart, which had barely healed after 4 years, was once again brutally ripped apart and crushed.
What weird world, what strange game. Without Chu Yuanyan, everything would lose its meaning.
4 years ago, the two spent all their savings to buy an 80-square-meter house, just when they finally had a home.
Chu Yuanyan was caught in this strange game due to a car accident.
4 years later, just when she could easily deal with the dungeons, just as Chu Yuanyan's strength was gradually increasing.
The strange game, once again.
Right before her eyes, it cruelly snatched away her happiness. Sheng Ning looked up, her fingers gripping the true sword dug into her palm, tears fell like broken pearls from her cheeks. Grief, anger, pain, regret all intertwined in her heart.
Powerful emotional surges made the surrounding environment shift rapidly like a slideshow.
Sheng Ning's black hair transformed, from strands to wisps, finally turning completely white amid the constant changes of the scene. In that moment, Sheng Ning shed her last 2 clear tears, her gaze turned cold and silent. There was no trace of starlight left in her eyes, as if engulfed in deathly silence.
Chapter 165. In the bright hall of the ancient castle.
Sheng Ning's hair was as white as snow, her vintage dress and brown sheepskin boots remained, but she lacked the charming feeling. Yan Zhang stood not far in front of Sheng Ning, frowning slightly, as her pain was beyond his expectations. At least, before Sheng Ning regained her memory, she shouldn't have such deep feelings for Chu Yunyan.
He reached out, his voice hoarse with a hint of pleading. Ning Ning, stop teasing, let's go back, okay? Sheng Ning was neither sad nor happy, stepping forward towards Yan Zhang.
Just 2 steps away from Yan Zhang, Sheng Ning suddenly raised the sword in her hand and ruthlessly plunged it into Yan Zhang's chest. The cursed real sword made Yan Zhang's face turn pale at once. Despite the pain, he gripped Sheng Ning's blade. Is this sword enough to take his life?
One sword? To take a life?
Sheng Ning wanted to show a sneering smile, but found her face too stiff to express any emotion. Sheng Ning suddenly pulled out the long sword, preparing to strike again, when the Guardian of Peace behind her hurriedly supported Yan Zhang's body and took her away from this madwoman.
Disciple, what are you doing? He's your fiancé, you grew up together. Shut up, who do you think you are?
Sheng Ning looked at the Guardian of Peace with cold eyes filled with endless disgust.
King-level oddities could randomly descend upon any NPC in the instance.
Just like the fate of fear that once befell Zhao Feng. The current Guardian of Peace was the owner of this instance, the Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea. It seemed that the Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea had a good relationship with Yan Zhang. Sheng Ning suddenly realized, the Master of Water Sun is chasing my master.
My master entered this instance, this was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Including this deadly rule. If Chu Yunyan's death was accidental, Sheng Ning absolutely did not believe it.
The Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea used his malevolent energy to swallow the misfortune from Yan Zhang's wound, then took out a healing card for Yan Zhang to use.
Sheng Ning, can't you see who truly loves you?
Yan Zhang gave up everything to find you, coming into this endless instance to search for you.
When will you turn back and look? The Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea defended Yan Zhang.
The Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea was not a witness to Sheng Ning and Yan Zhang's feelings, it was merely something he had seen in Yan Zhang's memory recovery dream.
Love me? Sheng Ning finally forced a mocking smile. Is letting the one I love die before my eyes, love?
Sheng Ning opened the live broadcast panel, and countless bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Dear players and all king-level oddities, Sheng Ning's lips curled into a cold, thin smile.
I, Shang Xiaomei, hereby announce a bounty. Any player or oddity that destroys the Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea and the Lost City Master instance will receive all of my incense, apples, roast chicken, and 5-grain liquor of your choice. With seamless operation, now everyone knew the effect of these items.
In an instant, the bullet comments nearly overwhelmed the live broadcast room.
Four-eyed Taoist, fellow Taoist, can we join too?
My senior brother can't sleep without your 5-grain liquor.
One-browed Taoist rewarded a special card as summon. From your appearance, it seems something has happened? If needed, I can come to you. Song Emperor, did something happen to my cousin? Why can't I sense his aura? Oddity Stock King, strange, why were the Fate Kings active just now, and now there's no news? Desperate housewife, baby? What happened to your hair? Don't be afraid, mommy is coming right away.
Upon hearing Sheng Ning's bounty, the Bloodlord of the Underworld Sea lost control of his malevolent energy, forming a wave that surged towards Sheng Ning. Then came the intertwined sounds of a bell and a mournful cheen, as a black coffin appeared overhead in the ancient castle hall. A red shadow appeared before Sheng Ning, instantly absorbing the thick, oppressive blood-evil energy.
Boss, is it these two people who designed to kill Zhao Lang? Shang Wanyi's oppressive aura was no less than that of the Bloodlord of the Nether Sea and Yin Zhang. Sheng Ning slightly nodded. Do you have the confidence to kill them?
Under the red veil, Shang Wanyi's expression was unclear, but she coldly said, Lord Song has always said I have made no progress, that I should have been promoted to a king-level anomaly long ago, so today I will fulfill his wish.
Shang Wanyi's aura rose sharply, with bloodthirsty energy clashing with the joyous candlelight energy in the air. The stifling pressure in the air made it almost impossible to breathe. This ancient castle will change if there are emotional fluctuations in its space, Sheng Ning reminded as she looked at the grim face of the Bloodlord of the Nethersea. The Bloodlord of the Nethersea was an experienced king-level anomaly with formidable strength. As she spoke, a red thread burst forth from her hand, wrapping around the Bloodlord of the Nethersea's wrist. Now you can't escape. After saying this, Shang Wanyi and the Bloodlord of the Nethersea's figures simultaneously vanished before Shang Ning's eyes.
In the next moment, two destruction-level anomalies rushed at Shang Ning with swords drawn. A still black coffin suddenly had its lid violently kicked open from the inside. A man dressed in splendid blue garments stepped out of the coffin, crushing the hearts of two anomalies with one hand each.
Greetings, boss.
The well-dressed man smiled just right, introducing himself, you should have heard of me, I am the wealthy young man who had Lan Rua play the zither, Ning Sun. Sister Shangwan dug up my grave, insisting I form a red and white collision combo with him, I truly had no choice. Watching the curve of his smiling lips, Shang Ning found it hard to believe he was forced. The battle between Shang Wanyi and the Blood Lord of the Nethersea was almost tearing this instance apart. Every time they entered a new layer of space, Shang Wanyi would leave a candle as an anchoring point in that space. She was very interested in this instance with so many layers of space. If she was happy, she would play hide and seek with Ning Sun, if she was unhappy, she would hide so Ning couldn't find her. Every time Shang Wanyi dropped a candle, Shang Ning could see the scenes in that layer of space. Suddenly, Qingqing appeared in one layer of space.
Shang Ning's thoughts stirred as she directly appeared in front of Qingqing following the anchoring point.
The man chasing after Qingqing was glaringly the chainsaw man Shang Ning had encountered before.
Wow, pretty white hair, the chainsaw man exclaimed excitedly, spotting two beautiful dolls.
The two shared an unspoken understanding. Qingqing whirled out a barbed 9-section whip, while Shang Ning plunged a sword into the man's heart. The chainsaw fell to the ground, and the man's body dissolved into black smoke. Gazing at the fallen chainsaw, Shang Ning stored in her space.
Qingqing stepped forward, grasping Shang Ning's hand as a faint current flowed between them.
Qingqing smiled, a momentary struggle crossing her face before she became carefree. I owe Prince Chu a life, now I consider it repaid. With that, she disappeared at the end of the corridor without looking back.
Shang Ning frowned. Indeed, Qingqing knew Prince Chu, didn't she?
At that moment, Shang Ning saw the figure of the dog-shoot bangs Prince Chu appear in the candlelit layer of space. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Shang Ning's mind. What if everything that happened in the instance was real for Prince Chu? Could telling Prince Chu not to enter this instance save his life? In the dimly lit space where the dog-shoot bangs Prince Chu was, the light was dim, and the surroundings were silent. It was like a stage after the curtain fell, with only the last actor taking their bow. You've come, Prince Chu leaned on the sofa, his gaze toward Shang Ning flickering with a moment of tenderness before extinguishing again. He must be hungry, this one before him was merely his sister disguised as another anomaly, yet he couldn't help but feel moved and happy upon seeing her. He truly missed his sister dearly. Have you cleared the dungeon? Shang Ning sat on the coffee table in front of him, her gaze level with his. The moment their eyes met, Shang Ning's tears could no longer be held back, rolling down uncontrollably, her sobs echoing through the silence. Why are you crying? Xu Yunyan irritably ran his fingers through his hair. His instincts urged him to wipe away Shang Ning's tears, but he froze just before touching her cheek. This was not Shang Ning, not his sister. Looking at Shang Ning, who had snow-white hair, Xu Yunyan sneered, if you're going to pretend, at least do it properly. My wife is young and beautiful, what's with your white hair? Shang Ning touched her silvery locks and stared straight at Xu Yunyan. Do I look very ugly like this? Xu Yunyan unexpectedly felt a chill run down his spine. Why did it feel threatening? You are really vicious, saying such things with my wife's face. Is this a death sentence? Bah! Xu Yunyan looked self-satisfied. You're ugly, my wife is not ugly. Even if my wife loses all her hair or all her teeth, she's still the most beautiful woman in the world. He spoke with such conviction, yet Shang Ning's tears flowed even more fiercely. Xu Yunyan, I warn you, never come back to this dungeon again. Even if the real Shang Ning is in this dungeon, you are not allowed to follow her. Tisk, TSK, you really think too highly of yourself. My affairs are no one's business but my wife's, Xu Yunyan said as he roughly ruffled Shang Ning's white hair in frustration. A ball of white light appeared at the entrance of the hall, reminding Xu Yunyan that it was time to leave the dungeon. Just as he was about to step into the white light, he suddenly turned serious and said to Shang Ning, if one day she comes to this dungeon, then no matter what treacherous paths or fiery mountains lie within, I will be with her. If you want me to leave her, no way. Xu Yunyan's figure vanished into the white light, leaving Shang Ning in a daze. If everything that happened in the dungeon remained in Xu Yunyan's memory, then he would definitely remember this warning, even knowing this dungeon would be his downfall. Yet he still came, because of Sheng Ning, he had to come. Sheng Ning felt weak, sitting on the couch where Chu Yunyan had just been, unable to regain her senses for a long time. On the other side, Shang Guanyi was fiercely battling the Blood Lord of the Abyss, with many shattered spaces cracking open, allowing countless strange creatures to escape.
2 destruction-level monsters attempted to attack Sheng Ning, but were swiftly dealt with by Yan Zhang.
Yan Zhang appeared before Shang Ning, his expression graver than ever. The situation had developed beyond his imagination.
What exactly happened between Shang Ning and Chu Yunyan in another time and space? Ning, don't.
Yan Zhang began, but Shang Ning suddenly pointed her true sword at him again. You said we know each other.
When was this? Who exactly am I?
Shang Ning remembered that in that special dungeon, there also was Shang Ning and Chu Yunyan. She too met Yan Zhang in that dungeon.
Was the memory Yan Zhang spoke of about events that occurred in that dungeon?
A flash of pain crossed Yan Zhang's eyes. He didn't want Shang Ning to remember, but he wanted her to recall their past.
Ning, stop asking. Can we start over? Let the past stay in the past. Yan Zhang's eyes glimmered with hope. I will soon become a deep anomaly, then I can take you away from this game and give us a chance to start anew, okay? Yan Zhang, you are feeling guilty.
Shang Ning understood his avoidance and had already figured it out in her heart. From the conversations among Yan Zhang, Chu Yunyan, and the Blood Lord of the Abyss, Shang Ning had roughly restored the previous events. It was like she had read a very popular web novel before. The male lead always regretted and sought every possible way to win back the female lead. But Shang Ning refused to acknowledge Yan Zhang as the male lead. At most, he could only be seen as a blind second male lead. And the true male lead would always be just one person. Yan Zhang took a deep breath, and a powerful, strange aura instantly enveloped the entire ancient castle. The previously dim ancient castle hall became even darker.
What do you want to do?
Shang Ning saw through the candles that every layer of space seemed to be on pause. Even the Blood Lord of the Underworld and Shang Guanyi were forced to stop fighting and came to the layer of space where Shang Ning was.
Boss, this person is a bit strong.
Shang Guanyi pulled off the bridal veil, the tassels on her phoenix crown swaying, and her beautiful little face was filled with seriousness.
Yan Zhang's expression was cold, showing no smile, and his aura was chilling. The king-level ominous pressure nearly made the level 4 Shang Ning kneel. Ning, I just want to be with you. Even if I made mistakes in the past, it shouldn't be a death sentence. Please give me a chance for redemption. A plain playing card appeared in Yan Zhang's hand. With a gentle swipe, it seemed to tear open a gap in the darkness, from which a heavy strange aura emanated. You actually have spatial talent. Shang Guanyi protected Shang Ning behind her. Before knowing Yan Zhang's talent, Shang Guanyi still dared to fight him.
But he had spatial talent, which meant that whenever he wanted, he could imprison anyone in a spatial maze, trapping them there forever.
Leave here with me. I won't harm this young lady, but if you insist on staying, she will die.
Faced with Shang Ning, Yan Zhang still spoke in an questioning tone, making his threat seem less harsh. Shang Ning secretly signaled to Shang Guanyi and responded to Yan Zhang, I can be sure without knowing about the past that I will not like you. You keep saying you love me, but you let the person I love die in front of me. I don't want to be with you, yet you force me to stay with you.
Is this love? Isn't this just a desire for control? Shang Guanyi received Shang Ning's gaze and, along with the coffin-bound Ning Sun, vanished in an instant. Ning, you are wrong. Look, I haven't even laid a hand on her, and that is exactly because I love you.
Yan Zhang seemed to seize an opportunity and retorted. Suddenly, the ancient castle trembled from underground, like an earthquake.
Yan Zhang's eyes sharpened, and he stepped forward to grasp Shang Ning's wrist. Leave here with me, Ning. His urgency made Shang Ning realize that the people outside posed a significant threat to Yan Zhang.
Shang Ning took out a summoning card given to her by a beardless Taoist not long ago, and with a gentle wave of her fingers, a gigantic Tai Chi Bagua pattern appeared on the ground, from which a figure slowly emerged.
Chapter 167.
The heavy, strange aura of black mist collided with Lin Tianshi's yellow Taoist robe, producing a blinding, burning light. Yan Zhang frowned and covered Shang Ning's eyes, fearing that she would be harmed by the dazzling light. Beardless Taoist Lin Zhengying stepped out from the Bagua, smiling.
Miss Shang, we meet again. Oh, you seem a bit different from our last meeting?
Looking at the dense strange aura before him, the talismans in his hands scattered, forming a small talisman array, quickly dissipating much of the ominous aura. Yan Zhang had heard of Beardless Taoist's great name and decided to be polite first, then defensive.
Lin Tianshi, this is a matter between my fiancé and me. Please do not interfere.
Lin Tianshi shook his head disapprovingly, holding a yin-yang bagua compass in one hand and a peachwood sword in the other, like a patient master guiding his students.
Humans and ominous beings are on different paths. Miss Shang is human, you are ominous. Your matter contradicts the harmony of yin and yang, since I have encountered it, I must intervene.
The tremors of the ancient castle became increasingly apparent, and a cracking sound of breaking walls resonated above the castle. The sky above the ancient castle resembled a broken mirror, riddled with cracks. In the next moment, a piece of the sky was kicked open by someone, and then dozens of figures squeezed through the shattered gap in the sky.
Sheng Ning suddenly felt many familiar auras.
Just like the first sight of the Hell Judge. Those shadows were shrouded in a layer of black mist that had not yet dispersed. Their gazes toward Sheng Ning were like wolves spotting a delicious little lamb, radiating a glimmer of hunger. In everyone's eyes, there was suppressed desire and possession. Delicious, sweet, lovely, beautiful master's favorite, I love it too. Zhao Jing was the only one among them who was clear-headed. Like a little cannonball, he rushed over and hugged Sheng Ning's thigh, saying, "Teacher, I'm here to save you." His face was full of delight, realizing that Sheng Ning was still shackled by Yin Zhang. With a set of Shaolin boxing, he actually forced Yin Zhang to take half a step back, releasing Sheng Ning.
The trick of immortality was as powerful as Yin Zhang's innate strength. Zhao Jing.
Sheng Ning revealed a long-lost smile and handed him a whole roasted chicken. Zhao Jing was not polite. After swallowing it in one bite, he clasped his hands together and, feeling guilty, said, "Master, it was my teacher who forced me to eat this. I didn't mean to break my vow." As the black mist dispersed, there was a notably bright bald figure among the monsters. His skin was rarely pale, and his features were quite handsome. Perhaps because he was a monk, there was a sense of peace and tranquility about him. In the center of his forehead blossomed a red lotus, harmonizing inexplicably with the colorful red robe he wore. He looked like a typical demon monk.
"Benefactor, I am the One-Punch Exorcist. May I ask if you wish to exorcise this benefactor?" One-Punch Exorcist's gaze towards Sheng Ning was gentle and calm. When his eyes glanced at Yin Zhang, the fierce aura he emitted was no less than the pressure coming from Yin Zhang.
Another oddly shaped blue-haired youth walked out, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his black shirt accentuating his tall figure but filled with a rebellious boyish spirit, blinking dog-like eyes that were similar to Chu Yuanyan's. "Guess who I am?"
Sheng Ning. "Sorry, I can't guess." With so many avatars of Chu Yuanyan, Sheng Ning simply could not tell who was who.
"You can call me the Keeper. If we are talking about the live streaming name, they all call me Shark King." The blue-haired youth teased a lock of hair in front of his forehead, both handsome and cocky. Another man with metal-framed glasses stepped forward, his refined scholarly air almost making Sheng Ning think he was a university professor from somewhere. Before the university professor could speak, Shark King ridiculed, "Sister, he was named by the King of Hell."
"Did you see that notebook in his hand?
That's actually his true body. This human form has been prepared for a long time just to lure you."
King of Hell. Good brothers should expose each other's flaws. King of Hell looked towards the fearful Destiny who was secretly grooming his hair with hair gel behind him. "Did you see? This one is truly flashy." Fearful Destiny. Fearful Destiny still looked like the tough Zhao Feng from the rural teaching copy. As for why it was Zhao Feng, well, who made this kid so lucky? Fearful Destiny dragged out another seamless connection that was also grooming his hair behind him. The hair gel is his. Seamless connection. In short, no one was allowed to be left without their underwear, right? One-Punch Exorcist stood at the forefront, his tone indifferent. "Did you design this to harm the master?" Chu Yuanyan's talent was Blood Master. They absorbed the dismembered body of Chu Yuanyan, blending with his flesh and blood. They absorbed his power, naturally swallowing the desires and affections within Chu Yuanyan's heart. Killing Chu Yuanyan was possible, but taking his wife, that is absolutely not allowed. Yin Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. "He is already dead. Why must you oppose me?" King of Hell held an ancient-looking notebook in his hands, looking toward Yin Zhang. "It is you who wants to take Ning Ning away, which is to oppose all of us." Shark King, did you forget? We all carry the master's genes. As much as the master loves our sister, we crave our sister just as much. However, we have already agreed that Ning Ning will have someone by her side from the 1st to the 15th. You have no part in this. Sheng Ning, didn't anyone ask for the opinion of the person involved? Master Lin stepped confidently to Sheng Ning's side. "It seems you don't need me anymore. I'll be a hindrance if I stay, so I will leave now." In the midst of a bizarre fight, a master like him really had no reason to stay. Watching as the figuration beneath Master Lin's feet rose, Sheng Ning quickly took out a gesture of gratitude, especially as she presented over 10 boxes of Wuliangye. Master Lin left behind a smile that showed teeth but not eyes, vanishing from the gaze of the strange ones. Yama, noticing the scene, stepped over to Sheng Ning's side, his voice gentle and clear. "Would you like to see the power of the Book of Curses?" Sheng Ning! Exclamation point. With that, Yama produced a brush in his hand, writing on an old notebook, "King-level anomaly Yin Zhang, left hand 6, right hand 7. The next second, red light flashed. Originally tall and proud, Yin Zhang's arm suddenly twisted uncontrollably, truly taking on the pose of left hand 6, right hand 7. Yin Zhang's face turned red, and the strange energy around him exploded, breaking through the power of the Book of Curses.
With a punch that transcended the splendor of his robe, he sneered at Yama, Point King, I told you, you're support type, yet you still don't believe. He joined his hands together, saying to Yen Zhang, Benefactor Yen, I'm here to transcend you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, with a sonic boom, his fist smashed directly towards Yen Zhang's chest. Shark King took the opportunity to lean next to Sheng Ning, a restrained desire in his eyes. Sister, do you know what a monk's talent is? Chapter 168. The Shark King blinked with dog-like eyes, carrying the aura of Chu Yuanian, making Sheng Ning think for a moment that it was Chu Yuanian returning. Sheng Ning gently shook her head. The Monk King seemed very strong, she thought for a moment and said, reciting scriptures? After all, he said transcend with a punch. Sister guessed wrong. The Shark King leaned closer, kiss me, and I'll tell you. True damage. His talent is true damage. Before the Shark King could finish, Yama and the seamless connection urgently interrupted him. Fearing Sheng Ning might do something irrational, Sheng Ning's gaze fell towards the punch that transcends. The Monk King's punch had no tricks, but each punch aimed straight at Yen Zhang's vital points. Suddenly, she understood, a punch to transcend physical transcendence. One punch sends you to meet Buddha. Zhao Jing rarely saw his master in action, but the master's movement was clearly different from when he taught him, anxiously shouting from the side, Master, wrong, it should be direct output. Master, use your waist to generate power, sit on him like Guanyin sitting on a lotus. One punch transcend, shut your mouth, you brat. As soon as he finished, he punched Yen Zhang's shoulder, greatly embarrassed. He didn't know if the benefactor would believe him if he explained this was not what he taught Zhao Jing. The talent of one punch transcend could be considered invincible at the same level. Moreover, Yen Zhang's arm was directly smashed to pieces by the punch, the pain distorting his expression, his gaze still unwillingly fixed on Sheng Ning. Ning Ning, give me one more chance, come with me. Do you really want to be with so many monsters? Yen Zhang, in pain and sweating coldly, felt this kind of pain striking his soul, yet could not overcome the suffering in his heart. If he had been by Ning Ning's side back then, would he be the one with her now? He had never doubted Sheng Ning in the past, just hesitated for a moment. How did things with Ning Ning come to this? No, all of this was because of that wild unicorn. If not for her, Ning Ning would still love him. He was right to kill Chu Yuanian. He took the opportunity this time and would not give that unicorn any chance again. Only. Why did Ning Ning's eyes look so cold, even filled with hatred? Sheng Ning looked at Yen Zhang with a blank expression. With clear speech and a calm tone, Yen Zhang, since you refuse to speak about the past, I will believe that in the past, I did nothing wrong to you. Since there was nothing before, now in front of me, you killed my husband. If I do not kill you, my heart will not be at peace. Monk Emperor, please, kill him. Sheng Ning's lips curled into a slight smile as she pleaded. A fist of transcendence flashed a crimson glow from the red lotus on his forehead, and a soft pink hue layered over his shiny head. What the lady wishes, the poor monk will do my best. Saying this, the monk's robe on the fist of transcendence moved without wind, a rich and pure aura of the Ghost King emanated from him. Holding on to the last courtesy of a monk, he brought his palms together towards Yen Zhang. The poor monk wishes the benefactor a swift ascent to paradise. The fist of transcendence concentrated all his power into his fist. This punch was unmatched in strength, almost capable of instantly killing a low-level king-level ghost. The fist raised a gust of wind, ruffling Sheng Ning's silver hair. Seamless connection seized the moment, directly pulling Sheng Ning into his arms, using his body to shield her from the fierce wind. Ah! Seamless, you sly old fox! The blue-haired Shark King nearby jumped in a panic. But in the next second, a chilling aura appeared in the sky above the ancient castle. The fist of Transcendence's fist, poised to strike Yen Zhang's temple, seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, unable to fall. Almost simultaneously, all the king-level ghosts present surrounded Sheng Ning, watchfully staring into the void. It's an abyss ghost. The fist of Transcendence's face changed dramatically, the dazzling red lotus on his forehead instantly turned black. In the next moment, he was flipped to the ground by a force, and all the power he had gathered to attack Yen Zhang rebounded onto himself. Monk! Master! The fist of Transcendence's face turned pale, his body as white as paper, falling next to Sheng Ning. Purified ghostly power scattered in the air, the fist of Transcendence's aura steadily declined. Not good. As seamless connection's pupils constricted, looking instinctively at Sheng Ning, the master's power has been forcibly taken away, the monk's aura is chaotic, he is about to disappear. Sheng Ning glanced at the sky above the ancient castle, where a gaze had been staring at her all along. Unconcerned about whether that gaze was good or evil, Sheng Ning took out 2 bottles of Wulianye and poured it into the fist of Transcendence. Wulianye possesses pure strength, perhaps it can help stabilize the fist of Transcendence's aura now. After a few breaths, the aura of the fist of Transcendence gradually stabilized, and the lotus on his forehead slowly regained a hint of crimson. At this moment, King Yen called out towards the sky, Lord Abyss, since you have come, why not come down for a visit? The strength of the Abyss Ghost was overwhelming. With just a slight move, it nearly cost the Fist of Transcendence his life. King Yen was gambling, betting that this Abyss Ghost had come specifically for someone, not just passing by.
Sure enough, a rumble resounded from the above sky. A black figure appeared before everyone. Sheng Ning felt a sense of déjà vu. Wait a minute.
Sheng Ning suddenly remembered that during the new player's grudge instance, Shang Guanyi had prematurely withdrawn the temple, causing her spirit value to exceed the limit, and her consciousness drifted into a void. And in that void, two black shadows spat at her, one of which was this. That was just a blurred and willful shadow. To avoid breaking the instance, he suppressed his strength to the king-level ghost realm. But the oppressive aura emanating from him made all king-level ghosts tremble, sweating coldly behind them. Useless creatures. The black shadow said disdainfully. Sheng Ning saw the king-level ghosts beside her clench their fists. The black shadow's gaze passed over Sheng Ning and fell on Yin Zhang, even more contemptuous. Trying to steal a chicken backfired. Pausing for a moment, the black shadow's tone took on a hint of apology as he looked at Sheng Ning. I didn't mean to say you were a chicken, it was just a personification.
Sheng Ning. What I mean is, this is truly an abyssal oddity, isn't it illiteracy? Not illiteracy. As if sensing Sheng Ning's inner thoughts, the shadow immediately retorted, a hint of anger mixed with embarrassment in its voice. It vented all its fury on Yin Zhang, saying fiercely, that nasty tadpole asked me to tell you, he saved your life today, so we're even. As it spoke, the shadow cast a disdainful glance at a dozen or so king-level oddities, showing even greater contempt in its eyes. When its gaze fell on Sheng Ning, the contempt diminished slightly, replaced with a hint of resentment, like a woman who had endured years of loneliness, yet still kindly reminded, be careful, I'm about to unleash something big. Chapter 169. In the dim ancient castle, everyone suddenly felt like they were shackled by an invisible force.
Sheng Ning felt as if the surroundings were rapidly retreating. Her consciousness seemed to detach from her body, twisted and crushed within bizarre reflections. When she became aware again, she discovered she was sitting on Chu Yuanyan's lap, her stomach feeling as though a washing machine was churning inside her. Pushing away the still muddled Chu Yuanyan, Sheng Ning grabbed a nearby trash can and started to retch.
Sheng Ning was dazed, her memories briefly chaotic. Hadn't Chu Yuanyan died?
After taking a couple of deep breaths, she gathered herself enough to look around.
It was a not-so-large mahjong room, warm yellow light illuminating three people sitting at the table. The master of the Peace View, Qingqing, and Meng Xiao. The scene before her felt strangely familiar, but was that really Meng Xiao? Living Chu Yuanyan frowned tightly, looking at Sheng Ning with a strange feeling rising in his heart. Sister, you're not pregnant, are you? Suddenly, a proud voice appeared in Sheng Ning's mind. Sheng Ning, if you don't give me a 10-year break this time you're the ugliest old woman in the world. Sheng Ning felt utterly baffled, looking at Chu Yuanyan with innocent eyes. What live broadcast? What pregnancy? I have no idea. Chu Yuanyan sensed the eerie air around them, activating his omniscient talent as the judge of hell, and instantly knew everything. He supported Sheng Ning's waist, feeling her flat belly, and spoke regretfully, it's a copy backtrack, this is the aftereffect of the backtrack, sigh. So it wasn't a little one after all. Though whether they had a child made no difference to Chu Yuanyan. But the thought of it being the unique product of him and Sheng Ning, a treasure that was one of a kind in the world, made his heart flutter. A copy backtrack would reset the progress of the copy to a certain time point. Besides players who had already left the copy, everyone's memories would also regress, disappearing completely. The master of the Peace View was still the master of the Peace View. Looking at the mahjong on the table, he began to narrate the story, the winner leaves, and the loser. Before he could finish, his face twisted into a sinister smile. Chu Yuanyan pulled Sheng Ning back to the table, with Sheng Ning sitting in his lap, tightly holding onto his strong waist. A feeling of having regained something lost surged within her. Although her memories were gone, the suppressed, sad, and destructive emotions still lingered in her heart. The faint jasmine scent from Chu Yuanyan acted like a calming agent, slowly easing her frayed nerves. Knowing what Sheng Ning had gone through, Chu Yuanyan fell silent, adding a layer of gloom to the already heavy table. Playing mahjong with someone who had omniscient abilities, the outcome was predictable. In just 3 minutes, Chu Yuanyan pushed the tiles before him, declaring, I won. As soon as the words left his lips, their figures vanished from the mahjong room and reappeared in a room on the 3rd floor. Chu Yuanyan's embrace around Sheng Ning tightened, yet his touch became increasingly gentle as he kissed her hair, heartache evident in his voice. Sister, you've worked hard, I won't do such risky things again. In his first death, Chu Yuanyan knew Sheng Ning would be deeply hurt, but he couldn't imagine the pain. Only until this death did he see her hair suddenly turn white. He saw the dead silence and brokenness in Sheng Ning's eyes. Only then did he realize how much pain his death would cause his sister. He had always thought he loved his sister the most, but it turned out he was also the one who hurt her the deepest. Sheng Ning was a bit tired, but curling up in Chu Yuanyan's arms made her feel especially safe. You've been through this copy, where are the clearing rules?
Now that she had found the Peace View Master, Sheng Ning could only think about clearing the game, completely unaware of Chu Yunyan's increasingly long face.
Sheng Ning, why are you so focused on work?
Chu Yunyan began to whine. You used to think about work, now you keep thinking about clearing the game.
Can you please look at me? A man's peak is very short. If you don't look, it'll be gone in a while. Look at me, I don't believe you have empty eyes. Sheng Ning, I heard that the sign of a man's peak ending is, well, you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Chu Yunyan's expression turned like a meme of Chow Chow's rice bowl. To prove himself, he took off his shirt. His milk-white skin made Sheng Ning dizzy.
Censored. Chu Yunyan considered himself an absolutely good husband, good in bed, good stamina, and good size. What to do when the wife is unhappy?
Of course, he should use his advantages to make her happy.
Sheng Ning was a bit confused. One moment they were talking about clearing the game, and the next moment they were in an adult conversation? Not suitable for minors. As night fell, the ancient castle fell into a quiet silence.
Sheng Ning cast aside all her emotions and slept sweetly in Chu Yunyan's embrace.
Bare-chested, Chu Yunyan gently stroked Sheng Ning's hair, a tender smile gracing his lips.
After a long time, he put on a jacket and got up. The moment he opened the door, the outside scene suddenly changed, and when he returned to the room, Sheng Ning had already vanished. Rule 3, please do not enter or exit rooms at night.
Once you leave and come back, it's no longer the same space.
The clearing rules were hidden somewhere in the layers of the ancient castle. He needed to get the rules and surprise his sister when she woke up. At the same time, he also had to meet someone. After changing through 6 layers of space, Chu Yunyan finally sensed that person's presence. Still in the ancient castle's hall, Qing was blocked by 2 men of different heights. The tall man said, after catching one pretty girl, here comes an even more exciting one. The short man smacked his lips, quite excited. Bro, this trip really wasn't in vain. Qing, a level 5 player, found it almost effortless to deal with a destruction-level monster and a disaster-level monster. 10 minutes later, both the tall and short men lay in a pool of blood. Qing looked up, her gaze colliding with Chu Yunyan standing on the stairs.
Chu Yunyan's eyelids drooped, his attitude indifferent.
In the memories he had seen, the tall and short men were also killed by Qing. His sister, on the brink of a mental breakdown, was accused of having killed the tall and short men in this layer of space. In the end, it was all fate. Chu Yunyan sighed slightly in his heart but soon cast aside this strange emotion. Whether it was fate or destiny, he and his sister were simply a pair born to be together, locked together, with the key swallowed. Prince Chu, Qing said excitedly, you're really not dead, that's just wonderful.
Chu Yunyan was puzzled, do we know each other?
If it wasn't for seeing what Qing did to Sheng Ning in the memories, Chu Yunyan would have thought this was just a lovesick NPC, but clearly, it was not. Not being remembered by the one she liked, Qing didn't feel too bad. She clenched her sweaty palms and explained, 3 years ago, you saved me in the S6 level Blood Sea Tourism copy.
If it weren't for you, I would have died in that copy.
Mentioning the Blood Sea Tourism, Chu Yunyan had some impression. Blood Sea Tourism was essentially an animal park copy, and in that copy, Chu Yunyan fed the keepers there with 2 big bowls of blood. Later known as the Shark King.
But he really can't remember saving Qing.
Qing continued, in the prophetic dream of a level 5 player, I dreamt of you saying you wanted to go home, to be by your lover's side. So, even though I can't remember when the exchange happened, I'm very happy to help her.
Chapter 170.
Sheng Ning woke up, feeling dizzy, as if her livestream was still running. She reached out to touch the person next to her, only to find that there was no one there, and the warmth on the blanket was faint. She instinctively opened her panel to check if she was really live streaming. But just that glance made Sheng Ning, already dizzy, freeze in place.
Information panel. Faction, human. ID, 444,477. Name, Shang Xiaomei. Level, LV4, 837223. Talent, Fusion Random Copy True Sword Ignorance. Supply Inventory, SS Level Space Card. Completed Dungeon, 7. When did this happen? Who did this, and why? How did she become a player in the human faction again?
Sheng Ning's emotions fluctuated, and the scene around her began to shift again.
In an instant, another person suddenly appeared in her room. The man was holding a chainsaw, cutting off the limbs of a beautiful woman.
Seeing Sheng Ning suddenly appear, he froze for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Pies don't fall from the sky, but beauties do, TSK, my beautiful muse. He looked at Sheng Ning's face as if admiring a perfect work of art. The chainsaw in his hand buzzed, and with a long leg, he stepped onto the bed, wanting to cut off this perfect head and preserve it in formaldehyde forever.
Sheng Ning frowned, drawing her true sword to block the man's first attack.
Supporting her soft waist, Sheng Ning cursed Chu Yuanian from head to toe in her heart. Who knew what got into him, insisting he wanted to have a child? Why have a child? Before she even learned to drink milk, she had to learn to roll, jump, and dodge weird things?
This is a creepy game, not a parent-child adventure game.
But some people are born to go against the grain. The more you don't want to have a baby, the more they want it. Next, it was Sheng Ning, now weak in both knees, about to fall, which made the chainsaw man even more excited. In the wardrobe against the wall were dozens of silicone and human bodies sewn together as dolls. The door was blocked by the man, and Sheng Ning could only point her sword at these silicone human dolls. Let me out, or none of these dolls will be safe. The man didn't care, his eyes filled with obsession for Sheng Ning. It's okay, you alone are worth them all. Saying this, he lunged at Sheng Ning, who could only keep retreating.
Just as the chainsaw was about to cut into Sheng Ning's shoulder, the room's door was kicked open fiercely.
Chu Yuanian was tall, his slightly messy hair couldn't hide the fierce light in his eyes. In the next moment, the chainsaw, which didn't break after being struck several times by the SS-level true sword, was crushed by Chu Yuanian with his bare hands.
The room was filled with a bloody smell, and Chu Yuanian's murderous intent was unmistakable.
He almost forgot that there was such a dangerous thing in the dungeon. After confirming that Sheng Ning was unharmed, the tension in his heart eased slightly. His aura was extremely cold, and his words carried a hint of judgment, a king-level creepy thing, yet like a stray dog, only daring to hide in the Bloodlord's dungeon, enjoying killing players for fun. In life a pervert, in death still unworthy of the stage. Since that's the case, your king-level creepy position should change hands. After saying this, Chu Yuanian quietly said to Sheng Ning, summon Xiaohong over, she loves to play with such people.
Xiaohong? Chu Yuanian coughed, Shangwanyi.
Wow, you called the Red Calamity, comparable to a king-level creepy, your neighbor girl.
Sheng Ning opened the Lord panel, and Shangwanyi appeared in the dungeon again. Greetings, Master, Zhao Lang.
Shangwanyi's poise was graceful, her pretty face slightly blushing under the red veil. Zhao Lang is so handsome, the master is so beautiful, how can they be such a perfect match? This creepy thing is a king-level creepy. I've killed quite a few women. Chu Yuanian wrapped one arm around Sheng Ning's waist and lifted his chin to indicate, it's up to you now.
Hearing about killing a lot of women, the killing intent around Shangwanyi couldn't be hidden.
She tore off her veil, her gaze like a poisonous snake peering out from the abyss, revealing a smile even more twisted than the perverted man. He, you like killing women, I like killing men.
We truly are a match made in heaven. A clear sound of bells suddenly rang in the air.
In the blink of an eye, Shangwanyi and the perverted chainsaw man vanished without a trace.
Where did they go?
Sheng Ning leaned against Chu Yuanian, looking regretfully at the drill on the ground. This chainsaw must be an SS-level weapon, and it was just crushed by that dog man. He really knows nothing of being frugal and saving.
Sheng Ning unilaterally decided to make Chu Yuanian sleep on the floor tonight.
I got beaten up by Xiaohong after being dragged to the dojo. Chu Yuanian felt like he was being disliked, so he hurriedly rubbed his wife's waist. Wife, I found a hidden rule.
Sheng Ning replied with a faint nasal sound, MHM.
Ignoring his wife's coldness, Chu Yuanian kept rubbing against her, presenting proudly, there's also a clearance rule.
Sheng Ning, MHM.
Chu Yuanian continued rubbing, watching as Sheng Ning's cheeks turned red from his actions.
He bit into the soft flesh by her jaw and took a deep breath.
He only stopped after receiving a slap from Sheng Ning and smacked his lips, saying, I also know about the factions. Mentioning identities, Sheng Ning was scared and covered his mouth, that's a deadly rule. Chu Yuanian smirked, his smile brightening his brow, full of joy, as long as you don't say it out loud, it's fine. And it must be a player saying another player's identity. Otherwise, Yan Zhang wouldn't have designed it for Qingqing to reveal that he was a player. Sheng Ning frowned, listening to Chu Yuanian explain the matter about Qingqing. In the end, Sheng Ning gave an unclear "oh." What do you mean by "oh"? Chu Yuanian held Sheng Ning's little face, rubbing her soft cheeks between his fingers. Are you also captivated by your husband's charm?
Sheng Ning revealed a fake smile. Husband, you're great. I give you 98.5 points. Why not full marks? What's with the 1.5?
The strong-willed Chinese man got anxious, he was a full marks husband. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes, because I have 1.5 excuses.
Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning asked, is Qingqing alright? Chu Yuanian shook his head, she's fine, we'll talk about the specifics outside. I'm afraid she might accidentally vanish. Half an hour later, Shang Wenyi's victorious announcement rang out.
Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing the hidden boss of the dungeon, the Stitcher first kill, defeating a bizarre king-level entity, gaining 200,000 experience. This first kill of the Stitcher grants an additional 50,000 experience. This first kill of a player against a king-level entity grants an additional 50,000 experience, rewards king-level entity hate value of 10 points.
Rewards Lord the Skin Theater, rewards attack card, Wonderful Chainsaw X1, rewards Puppet Doll S level X3.
A king-level entity, with 300,000 experience, immediately made Sheng Ning a level 5 player. At the same time, this golden announcement flashed across all the live streams of the human faction.
The previously lifeless human faction instantly erupted in excitement. Shang Xiaomei. Is this woman returning to the human faction? Is that the point? The key is she killed a king-level entity. Do you know what a king-level entity is? Pardon my curiosity, has anyone in our human faction ever killed a king-level entity? The top 10 on the human faction player leaderboard have all killed king-level entities, but they collaborated to do it.
Whoa, the light of hope for humanity, my Alan Bell, has finally come back. Some people can't sit still now.
Chapter 171. Shang Wenyi returned happily, without any serious injuries in sight.
But as a good boss, Sheng Ning still gave Shang Wenyi 1,000 incense sticks, 10 roast chickens, and 2 bottles of 5-grain liquor. Shang Wenyi was very happy, following her rich boss meant 9 meals a day. She didn't mention that her previous boss was stingy, though. In the copy backtracking, everyone's memories will disappear, but those who leave the copy or the strange beings will not.
So, Shang Wenyi has the previous memories.
She shyly looked at Sheng Ning. Boss, I really like this castle.
My Yen showed me the European wedding dress, what's it called again? A wedding dress, I want to hold the wedding in this castle.
Sheng Ning rubbed her forehead. She only learned later that in the domain of the same lord, one could visit each other. During this time, Shang Wenyi had been learning bartending under my Yen, the strange being in Sister Ning's first territory. Whenever Sheng Ning occasionally checked in the domain, can you imagine a woman dressed in a Chinese red wedding dress, wearing a phoenix crown, swinging cocktail glasses at the bar and calling everyone to drink? There was even a day when Shang Wenyi somehow got a pair of sunglasses, put them on her face, and danced in the dance floor singing, "Draw a dragon on my left, draw a rainbow on your right."
Now it's good.
The child's heart has grown larger. She wants to hold a Western-style wedding in the castle.
I agree.
Chu Yuanyan smiled, a thought he had since entering this copy. He didn't expect it to be said first by Shang Wenyi.
He leaned against Shang Ning like a noodle, both spoiled and pleading. "Sister, we haven't had a wedding yet." Shang Ning felt a bad premonition. "Are you planning to hold it here?" Chu Yuanyan thought for a moment. "If you want to hold one in each copy, that's fine too.
Lawn wedding, beach wedding, rooftop wedding, vintage wedding, Chinese wedding, interstellar wedding, or castle wedding, I can do them all, as long as the bride is you and the groom is me." A song flashed in Shang Ning's ears.
With the backing of the boss, Shang Wenyi stood a little straighter.
She rolled up her sleeves, put on her frog glasses, looking like she was ready to get to work.
Chu Yuanyan took out the hidden rules and clearing rules he found.
Hidden Rule 1, if the emotional intensity is lower than the last change of space, you cannot change the space again.
Hidden Rule 2, any form of death in this copy means real death.
When Shang Ning saw this rule, she instinctively broke out in a cold sweat.
Hidden Rule 1 is an absolute trap.
This rule means that if players cannot remain calm, the greater the fluctuation of their emotions, the later they can only change the space by exceeding that intensity. Otherwise, they will be trapped in this layer of space forever. If a player's emotional intensity was too high the first time, they will only have one opportunity to change the space, which means they will be forever trapped in this copy. Of course, one can also find the door to change space on the 3rd floor, but that room is guarded by a king-level strange being.
What's the difference from sending someone to their death?
The S-level copy not only has rules that guarantee death but also endless mental torment. Thinking carefully, when you are trapped in a certain layer of space and cannot clear it, there is only one way left before you restart with a resurrection card. But once you commit suicide using the resurrection card, Hidden Rule 2 means real death.
What a vicious rule. Looking at the clearing rules. Clear any 10 layers of space tests, C-level clearance. Find 6 doors to leave the castle, B-level clearance.
Stay calm for 48 hours, A-level clearance.
Fulfill Madame Zena's wish, S-level clearance. The two exchanged glances. The ABC level clearances were not within their consideration. So, who is Madame Zena? Shang Ning looked at Chu Yuanyan, her eyes sincere. "You've been in this copy, so do you know who Madame Zena is?"
Chu Yuanyan was lazily leaning against Shang Ning, his tone casual. "No idea, my brain only can hold you alone."
"Speak properly."
Shang Ning hit him again, and only then did Chu Yuanyan stand straight, rubbing his nose and saying, "The boss of the previous copy was a man, this one should be a new strange being after the copy was restructured."
Listening to the name, it still feels foreign and strange. Every level of the ancient castle is the same, just at different moments in time.
Chu Yuanyan wrapped his arm around Shang Ning's waist and walked out of the room, ready to patrol the entire castle again, hoping to find some trace of Madame Zena.
"Wife, are you tired?" Chu Yuanyan asked with concern. "If Zena doesn't behave later, let Xiaohong beat her up." "You should save your energy." "What do we need to save energy for? Is it for your better enjoyment?"
Sheng Ning was so furious at his fake compassion that her teeth were gritted. If it weren't for Xiaohong being here, she would have made him remember that a human's ear can turn 360 degrees.
Shang Wenyi, who is Xiaohong? Definitely not me. I am the red candle, the joyful spirit. The future joyful spirit of the ancient castle. Chu Yuanyan's face turned serious. Wife, your thoughts are too dirty. Keeping your energy is definitely for passing the level. Sheng Ning took a deep breath. If you say one more word, I'll slap you to death. Hitting is caring and scolding is love, so are you going to kiss me to death, wife? Chu Yuanyan said shyly, that wouldn't be good, I'm a reserved person, and there are others around. Shangguan outsider can't take it anymore.
That slender, aloof Zhao Lang has now turned into a shameless man. The filters shattered, and the man was stripped of his charm. I really should summon Xia Yuner to let her see what her beloved Morong Zhao is turned into now.
It's simply eye-searing.
After a round in the castle, Shangguani showed her true colors as a tool, busy running around left and right at the dog's command, but she didn't see even a hair of Madame Xina. In her lifetime, Shangguani was a noble lady of the capital, and in death, she was an unparalleled, destructive spirit. Chu Yuanyan is the first person daring to command her like this. So, in a fit of anger. Just a moment of anger. The moment the thought of resisting arose in her mind, a chilly glance from the dogman swept over her. And Shangguani felt as if her neck was gripped by fate, her whole being dropped into an ice cave. Woo-woo, so scary, Ning-sun come save me. Isn't this the legendary dog and dog leash? No. The master is so beautiful, kind-hearted, not a dog leash, but a dog trainer. Sheng Ning walking ahead completely did not know that Shangguani had already flipped from being a fan to blacklist. After confirming there were no clues of Madame Xina on this level. The three entered a room, opening the door, shutting the door, opening the door, space change. The light in this space was even darker. A clock appeared in the room, showing it was 2 in the morning. Chu Yuanyan's eyes flashed, leading Sheng Ning out of the room, and indeed at the end of the corridor, they saw a staircase that had never appeared in any other space, leading to the never-seen 4th floor. Chapter 172. The dark staircase had not a glimmer of light, as if a fierce beast was opening its bloody jaws to lure in the insignificant creatures. Chu Yuanyan straightened his back, finally no longer lazy against Sheng Ning's shoulder. So, that's how it is. Chu Yuanyan's gaze flickered, his voice low and hoarse, making Sheng Ning's ears itch slightly, but that's just right. He took Sheng Ning's hand, and the three of them plunged into the dark corridor together. In the darkness, Sheng Ning silently counted the steps of the staircase. By the 19th step, her eyes suddenly brightened. Another ancient castle hall. The staircase behind them had vanished, and the three stood before the hall entrance, as if they had come up from a basement. This time, the ancient castle hall was decorated even more lavishly, seeming like a fairy tale world. The towering dome was as vast as the sky, exquisite reliefs spread down from the top. A huge crystal chandelier emitted dazzling light, sprinkling like stars, illuminating the entire hall brilliantly. The floor was paved with smooth marble, the black and white patterns intertwined to form elegant designs. Unlike the last ancient castle, this time, the walls of the hall were adorned with massive oil paintings. Bright and full of color, the characters and scenery in the painting are vivid. Sheng Ning saw an extremely familiar person among these oil paintings. Chu Yuanyan. Sheng Ning lifted her chin, indicating Chu Yuanyan to look over. The new Chu Yuanyan locked eyes with the old Chu Yuanyan in the painting, whose bangs looked like they had been chewed by a dog. The new Chu Yuanyan touched his chin and commented, such a ridiculous hairstyle, only my world-class handsome face can pull it off. Sheng Ning, ridiculous hairstyle? Chu Yuanyan froze for a moment, then pressed himself against Sheng Ning, pouting cutely, I meant it's an ultra-amazing design, 100 years ahead of the fashion world. The other character oil paintings seemed normal, only Chu Yuanyan's painting stood out awkwardly. I guess it's because I was an SSS level clearance at that time, this dungeon is probably here to admire me, Chu Yuanyan explained. In the center of the hall stood a sofa made from high-quality walnut, deep and elegant in color, with the upholstery of top-notch velvet, rich wine red reflecting the entire hall luxuriously. Even if someone said this was a palace, Sheng Ning would believe it. But in this luxurious castle hall, there wasn't a single sound. The silence revealed a strange feeling. Sheng Ning slightly frowned, since she entered this hall, she had felt like there were many eyes watching her. Do you feel anything? Back then, Little Hong Shangguani also used the dragon and phoenix candles to keep an eye on Sheng Ning for a long time. Shangguani's eyes sparkled, completely enchanted by the luxurious scene, mumbling, oh my, all of it is oh my. Very good, take her away, another one has gone mad. Chu Yuanyan was very satisfied with the decoration of the castle hall. He rummaged through the pocket of his jacket, took out an apple-sized communicator, and captured the whole grand hall in a photo, not knowing who he would send it to. Sheng Ning couldn't be bothered with him and wandered around the hall. Besides the different decorations, the space felt a bit larger, but the basic layout was the same. On the 3rd floor, the feeling of being watched intensified. It felt as if someone was listening to her from behind, in that way that directly confronted her. But the bright corridor showed nothing strange. The oil paintings on the walls and the vases on the ground were still the same as when she came up. This feeling made Sheng Ning a little uneasy. She used the soul eye and tracking eye given by the Hell Judge to scan the entire castle but found nothing. But Sheng Ning did not think this was her illusion. Although her mental value hadn't reached 80 yet, 2 instances of exceeding mental values made her mental perception more sensitive than others with the same value. Plus, since these 2 cards were only A level, it was normal not to be able to sense king level oddities. Just then, Sheng Ning noticed an extra item in her inventory. Candle X1. A slender red candle burned on a golden candlestick. Scented candle, a small scented candle, lighting the way ahead. When in doubt, copy it first, 1,000 times more critical. Sheng Ning held the copied scented candle, the faint light hardly noticeable in the bright castle. However, after the scented candle burned, she suddenly heard voices of men and women chatting around her. Even though the lights are so bright already, why does this woman still want to light a candle? Although, this candle is an Eastern thing, right? So pretty, I want to buy it. Ew, why did she stop? Could it be that she discovered us? Impossible, we are in another space, she won't discover us. That's good, that's good. My family heirloom is under the wardrobe in the 3rd room, it was passed down from my mother's grandmother. What? Isn't your treasure under the nightstand floor? How did you know? Whoa, I'm going to tell the lady that there's a pervert here, you actually peeped at me. No way, big sister, it was you who dug through the floor and broke into my space. The warm, yellow glow of the candlelight fell on Sheng Ning's porcelain white little face, making her skin look even more tender and glowing, as if it could be broken by a touch. If one looked closely, they could see the twitching corner of Sheng Ning's eye, a sign of her effort to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. Could she not tell this was a test? But was there another layer of space beyond this layer of the castle? Xu Yunyan didn't know when he had walked up, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on the wall's oil painting. Woo, Mom, that man is so handsome, I'm falling in love. He's so strong, how does he feel even more capable than Madame Zena? Quick, go find Madame Zena, her true love has shown up, so strong, those legs, oh my, I can't help but want to. Sheng Ning's face darkened, huffing towards Xu Yunyan who wanted to pounce over, dressed so flamboyantly, who do you want to attract? Xu Yunyan raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of feeling wronged or angry after being scolded, rather looking pleased. You don't know who I want to attract? He bit Sheng Ning's tender little face, leaving shallow bite marks. Did you find Madame Zena? This time, Sheng Ning didn't push Xu Yunyan away, her eyes glinted with strong possessiveness, making Xu Yunyan's lips curl up wildly. Looking at the person in the oil painting suddenly appeared more pleasing to the eye. Sheng Ning moved the candle slightly closer to the oil painting. The figures in the oil painting, originally dressed in luxurious attire as noble women or dukes, suddenly turned into servants or butlers under the candlelight. Ah, she's getting so close, can she discover us? Impossible, this is the portrait Madame Zena made for us, how could anyone see through our true identities? Of course, just like the many castle paintings Madame Zena created, trapping so many people, none could escape. If no one can escape, then what are we? A strange voice with teasing undertones joined the conversation of the painted figures. Who is speaking? Ah. There's a ghost. Chapter 173. Inside the frame was chaos and turmoil. Under the candlelight, Sheng Ning and Xu Yunyan clearly saw the figures in the oil painting come to life, crazily running within the frame. Jumping from one frame to another, it was as if there was another layer of independent space behind the frames. Following the direction of the fleeing figures, Sheng Ning finally found all the escaping male and female servants in a 6-meter-tall oil painting in the castle hall. Whoa, head butler, this person not only overheard us, but also scared us, a small maid with a smiling lip complained. The person called the butler, under the candlelight, wore a tailcoat, and looked just like the master of the peaceful view. The character in the giant portrait slightly lowered his gaze, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Shangguani looked at the living figure in the painting, her eyes shining, and asked the man with the messy hair, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Sheng Ning. Xu Yunyan. Sheng Ning pinched her brow, too soft-hearted to hurt her, no girlfriend, but has a wife. Shangguani clearly didn't believe it, how do you know? I want to hear him say it himself. As Xu Yunyan was about to speak, he suddenly felt a powerful pulling force around him, pulling him and Sheng Ning into the space within the painting. Before they could steady themselves, the giant scissors in the master's hand, meant for trimming flowers and leaves, swung towards their necks. Sheng Ning stepped back to make way. Xu Yunyan gripped the scissors with one hand, applying slight force. The incredibly hard scissors instantly twisted and deformed, thrown aside by Xu Yunyan. A hint of fear appeared on the master's face as he retreated along with the group of male and female servants. This space was similar to the previous castle hall, but only the oil painting on the wall is different. In the oil painting of this space, everyone is in a decapitated state. It is like the decapitated image of Louis XVI in history books. Among this group of decapitated oil paintings, there is no sudden painting of Chu Yuanian, making the entire castle hall filled with a sense of medieval luxury.
It feels even more real.
Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian exchanged a glance. It seems they have arrived at a real castle.
From the very beginning, they entered the ancient castle in Madame Hina's painting.
The previous castle was probably Madame Hina's best work. She painted all the servants and butlers into the picture. There is even a portrait of Chu Yuanian, but as for the reason why, perhaps only Madame Hina herself knows.
At that moment, a rhythmic sound of high-heel footsteps suddenly echoed in the empty castle hall.
1 step, 2 steps, getting closer.
Following the footsteps, Sheng Ning saw a golden-haired woman in a European vintage gown appear on the second-floor corridor.
The woman is of pure Slavic descent, with golden hair, blue eyes, fair skin, a straight nose, and deep-set eyes. Her beautiful lips lack curves, making her seem a bit cold.
Without anyone introducing her, everyone knows she is Madame Hina. S-level clearance means fulfilling her wish. But her gaze is always fixed on Chu Yuanian.
Suddenly, her head tilted, revealing a hint of confusion.
You look so familiar. Chu Yuanian's eyes flashed with realization, so it's you.
Fearing Sheng Ning would misunderstand, Chu Yuanian quickly explained, this is a painter I met in one of the layers. At that time, just letting him paint a picture would allow us to leave that layer. But unexpectedly, time has passed, and this woman has become the boss of the S-level dungeon, a royal-level anomaly.
A glimmer of realization passed through Madame Hina's blue eyes. Are you going to marry me?
Chu Yuanian's pupils constricted. He hid behind Sheng Ning and said, I have a wife, don't say such things. Madame Hina's gaze shifted to Sheng Ning, and a roll of pitch-black drawing paper appeared in her hand. It's okay, I don't mind you being a widower. As she spoke, the paper unfolded, and Sheng Ning was pulled into the painting by an irresistible force. In the extremely dark space, countless blades came slicing through the air. Sheng Ning took out 10 vermilion bird cards. The bright, fiery vermilion bird illuminated the space in the painting, turning the blades to ashes in the scorching flames. The vermilion bird circled above, and just as Sheng Ning thought about how to break through the space in the painting, she suddenly felt the ground underneath her soften, turning into quicksand, seemingly about to swallow her whole. In the next second, using the S-level speed card, Sheng Ning jumped from the quicksand onto the back of the vermilion bird. The flames of the vermilion bird burned fiercely, and Sheng Ning used a phasing card to block the damage from the bird, directing it to fly towards the end of the painting.
Hee, you can't escape. Madame Hina's disdainful laughter echoed in the dark space. This laughter awakened Sheng Ning. An idea began to form in her mind. Is that so? Don't come begging for mercy then. Sheng Ning's voice carried a hint of anticipation.
A candlestick appeared in her hand. Since this candle can illuminate the flaws in 2 spaces, it can also help her get out of this painting.
Sheng Ning merged the candle with the vermilion bird card, speeding up the fusion of the crystal core.
In the next second, a brand new vermilion bird card appeared in her hand.
The card was strikingly black with silver edges, an SS-level vermilion bird card.
Logically speaking, merging into an SS-level card should make Sheng Ning happy.
However, the SS-level card cannot be replicated. The original card is needed for fusion, which means this SS-level vermilion bird card can only be used once. Sheng Thrifty Ning.
Fortunately, this is in a deserted space. No one saw her pained expression. If Chi had seen it.
You might want to scold Sheng Ning, sister. Are you really not willing to use an SS-level card against a king-level anomaly? Don't forget you used an SS-level summoning card to deal with that perverted doctor in the Wang's death hospital.
The SS-level fire phoenix carried Sheng Ning into the sky, red flames igniting a line of fire at the edge of the sky. In the next moment, the painted space collapsed, and Sheng Ning fell from the fire phoenix, landing on the sofa in the castle's hall.
The dimly lit castle hall exuded a damp, moldy smell. There were no oil paintings, no walnut sofas. It was clearly not the space Sheng Ning was in before entering the painting, but a different space altogether.
No wonder you're so fearless, Sheng Ning scoffed.
Sister can burn you once, and she can burn you again.
Opening the Starlit Laboratory, Sheng Ning duplicated all 10 tons of alcohol stored in the warehouse. Next, she summoned the sorrowful Xia Yun Air, instructing her to sprinkle alcohol in every corner of the castle using 9 avatars. Standing in front of the door on the 3rd floor that could switch spaces, she threw the candlestick into the castle hall. The next moment, switching spaces, burning. Switching spaces, burning. After Sheng Ning burned down the 36th space, she opened that door again, facing the twisted face of Lady Xena, filled with anger.
Chapter 174. My mom, my coat, my boss is a brain, 15. Handsome guy, video. Handsome guy, how about using this venue for a wedding? Seamless transition, wow, this gaze of the Mona Lisa, what a treasure. Does the castle really have such things? Fear of destiny, wedding? For me and my wife?
One-punch exorcism at Fear of Destiny, like, I admire your courage, master, I will help you exorcise him.
Can we switch to a female deity next time?
Jing Er misses her teacher. Yama's call it one-punch exorcism. You have too many schemes. If I had my way, you wouldn't be able to take a dump in 3 days. Keep a big shark. My girlfriend is getting married, but the groom isn't me. Sob. I will take you Shing to the deep sea to find pearls for my wife. It will definitely look beautiful hanging on her wedding dress. Handsome guy at keep a big shark. You really understand. I reward you with holding your wife's skirt.
One-punch exorcism, cunning shark. Fear of destiny. I suggest, can we let the wife and his tongue kiss in the wedding game? Guess who is the groom who is marrying my wife?
Fear of destiny has been removed from the group by the group leader. Chu Yuanyan had a black line on his face. There wasn't a reliable person among them. As for the many people coveting his wife, for Chu Yuanyan, they were all himself, just different skins.
Would his left hand that touched his wife make his right hand jealous? At the moment Sheng Ning was sucked into the painting, Chu Yuanyan even felt a bit fortunate. He needed to prepare the wedding venue and come back to surprise his wife. As for danger, Lady Zena's real body was right here.
In the painted world, for Sheng Ning, it was just sprinkling water.
He even hoped Lady Zena's painting would be stronger, so that his wife wouldn't return without anything being prepared. Lady Zena looked at Chu Yuanyan with admiration in her eyes.
This was a man more perfect than all her previous husbands. She wanted to keep this man in the painting, to be with her forever.
If he didn't want to. Lady Zena hesitated seriously. She was reluctant to cut off such a perfect head, just like those disobedient ones before. Chu Yuanyan's expression was cold as he matched Lady Zena's fiery gaze, speaking lightly, I don't have a habit of not hitting women. You now have 2 choices. 1, use your abilities to set up my wedding venue. 2, I kill you, strip you of your powers, and then set up the wedding venue. As he spoke, a strong aura radiated from him. Lady Zena's face froze, unable to believe, you've become this powerful, but no matter how strong you are, you must fulfill my wish. You can only leave the dungeon. Really? Chu Yuanyan's lips curled into a cold smile, as he reached out to grab the air. A blood-red cleaver directly broke through the barriers of the dungeon and landed in his hand. If Sheng Ning were here, she would definitely exclaim, what a fierce weapon, even more ferocious than an SS-level chainsaw. This is a SSS-level cleaver, already nurtured by Chu Yuanyan's blood to have a soul, radiating a killing aura no less than that of a king-level monster. Do I still need to clear the dungeon to leave now? Madame Zena's face turned pale. How could she not understand Chu Yuanyan's warning? Otherwise, she would become a wedding planner, or be directly killed. Wah, I want to go to the embassy. You are bullying a foreign widow. At that moment, the black scroll in Madame Zena's hand ignited. Chu Yuanyan's lips curved uncontrollably. It seemed his wife had found a way to break the scroll. He stretched lazily, like a man drained of energy by a fairy, lounging on the sofa. You don't have much time left. My wife said she might burn all the layers of space you've worked so hard to paint. Little did he know his words would come true. Madame Zena, furious, directly entered the painting. Her beautiful face twisted yet still held an unusual beauty as she shouted angrily, you two are just not human. Sheng Ning, curious, asked, what did he do to you? Chu Yuanyan didn't come to find her right away, so she guessed this guy was holding back a big move. Madame Zena, in a fit of rage, lost her words, he forced himself on me. Sheng Ning almost choked on her own saliva, but after thinking, she defended Chu Yuanyan. Ahem, first of all, my husband doesn't like foreign food, and secondly, he doesn't have such short time. Seeing Sheng Ning completely unfazed, Madame Zena felt like a heavy stone was lodged in her chest, growing increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, she thought of the woman in red in the castle and put on a hint of pity. Actually, I was just testing you. You have been deceived by that man. He betrayed you, he is with that woman in red, and he says you are an obstacle between them. He only cares about your status. From her years of experience with men, Madame Zena believed this woman must be the one on top. That man, though immensely handsome, relied heavily on this woman. Sheng Ning's face darkened as expected. She stared closely at Madame Zena's face, and after a long pause, revealed a sad expression, crying, so, it really is like this. He really doesn't love me. Oh God, why is my life so bitter? Sheng Ning cried bitterly, while Madame Zena felt a slight pang of sadness in her heart. Initially, she had prepared to watch a good show, but for some reason, she stepped forward to comfort Sheng Ning. Stop crying. All men in this world are ungrateful. I understand you. Sheng Ning, no, you don't understand. Madame Zena, I definitely understand you because I have gone through such things too. Sheng Ning, I don't believe you, you must be comforting me. Madame Zena's light blue eyes brimmed with transparent tears. She held Sheng Ning's hand as if finding a kindred spirit. I am the daughter of Yusupov. My father has no sons. Whoever marries me can inherit my father's title. He married me for the title, yet slept with my sister, but do you know? My sister has already married 7 men, and he still prefers my sister. So I vow to marry 8 men at the same time, that is my wish. Sheng Ning. Very well, a strong-willed Slavic woman. Then the question arises. Where would she find 8 men to marry Madame Xena and fulfill her wish? Chapter 175.
Sheng Ning suddenly stopped crying, and Madame Xena's tears gradually receded. Yet at this moment, she was so indignant that she forgot those were all fabricated lies. She grabbed Sheng Ning's wrist. Let's go, I'll seek justice for you.
Sheng Ning didn't move, clearing her throat awkwardly. Madam, are you sure my husband really did that? Madame Xena.
Her nose was itchy, with a little red bump there. Seeing Madame Xena's face getting darker, Sheng Ning quickly organized a bowl of chicken soup. Oh no, organized her words to comfort her. Madame Xena, you are so beautiful, noble, and elegant, with great abilities. All those grand paintings are your careful design, and this luxurious castle belongs to you. You don't need to be bound by a man's or a sister's mistake.
You have become so amazing definitely because you are good enough yourself.
They made wrong choices because they couldn't appreciate your greatness, which just proves their inadequacy. You are so formidable, not to mention 8 men, even 80 men are nothing to you. You should go out more and let more people see your beauty, falling at your feet. As for those who made mistakes, after punishing them fiercely, just treat them as farts and let them go? Sheng Ning wasn't especially good at comforting people, but to say this much and brew this bowl of chicken soup was truly her best effort. After listening, Madame Xena lowered her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes trembling lightly. It seems someone told me something like this a long time ago. The distant memory made Madame Xena slightly distracted. She looked at Sheng Ning. Actually, my current achievement is related to your husband. At that time, I was hiding in the world of paintings, unwilling to leave.
It was he who told me. Why should I be so amazing yet shrink back here?
I should let others be the shrinking turtle, which is why I stepped out of the painting. Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow, unable to stop the corners of her lips from lifting. Yes, he is a good person. Suddenly, a flash of strange memories flickered in Sheng Ning's mind. In the Starry Sky Lab, many people spoke harshly to her. A completely black Qilin baby, baring its newly grown teeth, fiercely bit that group of people. It looked just like a vicious dog. Madame Xena seemed to have made a firm decision. Let's go, let's kill that chainsaw man, which will fulfill my wish. That man was her betraying husband, who later changed his appearance and seemed to be possessed by a mysterious power, hiding in a room and starting to hunt players. Later, to hunt players, he even broke through the barriers between each layer of the paintings.
Sheng Ning smiled lightly. Well, it seems we are indeed fated. That man is already dead, not a trace left. Madame Xena was slightly stunned.
Ding, congratulations, player Shang Xiaomei has cleared the instance Ancient Castle, now rating. Player instance exploration rate is 98%, hidden clear completed, rating is.
Smack.
Madame Xena harshly slapped herself, interrupting the system's broadcast.
Sheng Ning? It's okay, I made it in time.
Madame Xena covered her chest, looking relieved after a disaster. She couldn't even imagine what that man would do to her if she let this woman clear the instance. She was sent here to hold Sheng Ning back. Sheng Ning truly found it amusing and helpless, saying, "What are you doing?" "Not letting you clear the instance," Madame Xena explained. "I changed my wish. My current wish is." When the words were halfway out, Madame Xena suddenly seemed like someone had grabbed her by the neck. "Done, almost let it slip." Madame Xena covered it up with a smile. "Let me take you to see other paintings."
Sheng Ning's gaze flickered, already understanding Chu Yuanyan's intentions and Madame Xena's mission. She grinned mischievously. "Madame Xena, do you know? Even if I clear the instance, I can still stay in it, and I won't be restricted by the rules." "Madame Xena, so that slap just now was in vain?" "My nose itches again, why is that?" Madame Hina is crying in her heart. A clown. Clowns are just ugly. In the castle hall, several humanoid avatars have already arrived. "So, you are the richest in this bizarre world, why are you so stingy?" Fear Destiny pointed at the seamless nose and scolded. "Not only stingy, but also very scheming. Damn it, my wife's wedding dress is incredibly beautiful. Not only did you not prepare suits for us, but you also got yourself such a handsome suit." Shark King held a bowl of fist-sized pearls, extremely angry. He's adding to his wife's wedding dress, how could he let someone else steal his home? One Punch Super Degree stirred up trouble. "Master, this guy wants to steal your spotlight, aren't you going to do anything?" Chu Yuanyan lazily lay on the sofa. "It's fine, I'll just use his body to get married." Seamless stood tall. "Wife. Mine." He could always remember. Back then, during the escape from the Bazaar City copy, it was clearly his own territory, clearly such a good opportunity to kiss his wife. But who would have thought that the judge would interfere, and after the master woke up, he was suppressed and dared not approach his wife. Tonight is the time to wash away this great humiliation. The portrait of the decapitated man in the castle hall has been taken down, replaced with wedding photos of Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan. Chu Yuanyan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in his heart.
Back then, as soon as he reached the right age, he took Sheng Ning to get the marriage certificate, without even a proposal ceremony. Even because he didn't have enough money, the ring couldn't be expedited. On the day they got the certificate, the ring hadn't arrived yet. A week later, the ring arrived, but he was gone.
They didn't even have decent wedding photos. Zhu Yuanyan couldn't help but start to reflect. Was this wedding too rushed?
When Shang Guani brought Mama Ghost and Brother Ghost, Zhu Yuanyan's face was a bit gloomy, scaring several imposing royal ghosts outside to check the wedding venue everywhere.
Stay away from this killer god.
Mama Ghost had long wanted to come, but her strength was insufficient and was stopped by her son. Now hearing that she would attend her daughter's wedding, she was extremely excited. But as soon as she entered, she saw Zhu Yuanyan with a gloomy face, as if someone owed him millions.
Mama Ghost's heart skipped a beat, tremblingly pointing at Zhu Yuanyan. Are you trying to regret the marriage?
Zhu Yuanyan was shocked and sat up straight. Mom, you're here.
Don't call me Mom, what do you mean? Mama Ghost crossed her waist, ready to seek justice for Sheng Ning. Zhu Yuanyan waved his hand explaining, no, I just feel it's too rushed, isn't it a bit unfair to her? Mama Ghost and Brother Ghost's expressions eased at this. Brother Ghost was very satisfied. Loving someone often feels like a debt. He glanced at the luxurious castle and laughed. If this is considered rushed, why not borrow a palace then? On the other side, Sheng Ning was picking flowers with Madame Hina.
Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared with a ripple in space. Madame Hina sensed the man's aura and immediately lost her power to resist, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Greetings, King of the Sea." What came was clearly an abyssal bazaar.
His gaze fell on Sheng Ning. Long time no see. Chapter 176.
The originally pleasant sounds of conversation disappeared into the wind. Colorful flower petals swayed gently in the wind. If one ignores Sheng Ning's frown, it would be a stunning picture. After all, the man was not bad-looking, resembling a blend of East and West, with fair skin, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, radiating a noble aura.
Why are you here? Sheng Ning frowned. Why would he come here at this time? Could it be to cause trouble? Zhong Lian saw Sheng Ning's thoughts and quickly withdrew his abyssal aura, his words carrying a hint of respect. Don't misinterpret, I have something to ask. Ask me? Sheng Ning found it hard to believe. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't help you with anything. Almost spoke out that I am a player. How is this different from suicide? Sheng Ning's heart was filled with lingering fear. I came to ask you to revive my mother, only you can do it.
Zhong Liyan spoke frankly. My mother is Ming Xing.
Ming Xing.
The Red Mermaid who was willing to use her own life to save the entire mermaid clan. Later, her consciousness was entrusted to Sheng Ning's wish card, but ever since Sheng Ning became a bazaar player, she had never appeared again. And Ming Xing's child is her son with that human man.
So it was you. Sheng Ning realized.
No wonder this man's nickname is Tadpole looking for mom, no wonder he made Sheng Ning greet Ming Xing when she first exceeded her mental value.
Everything has its clues.
The unspeakable weirdness lowered its head before Sheng Ning, its voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Only you in this world can revive my mother, so we can reunite mother and son.
Whatever you want me to do, I will, even surrendering my position as a bizarre being from the abyss. Of course, Sheng Ning is willing to revive Ming Xing. What do I need to do? Sheng Ning asked in confusion. Why was it her? Why did he come now, not earlier or later? Zhong Liyan said, you should have 3 S-level puppets. After merging them together, plus the broidered shadow you obtained before, it can merge into a human form. Along with the wish card, she can be revived. Realizing how unreasonable his request was, Zhong Liyan quickly added, if possible, I will not only give up my position as a bizarre being from the abyss, but I am also willing to serve you, no matter what it takes. Broidered shadow was an item that Sheng Ning obtained by merging the Fan Veil Phoenix Crown bridal dress embroidered shoes floral candles from the newcomer Grudge Dungeon. It can be considered a buff item. When used together with Shang Guanyi's red candle joy kill, it can provide a boost to mental value. If Zhong Liyan had not reminded her, Shang Ning would have almost forgotten about this item's existence. And those 3 S-level puppets, even taking out one would be enough to spark a competition between the human and bizarre factions. But Sheng Ning lacked nothing in S-level items. Using these things in exchange for a bizarre being's submission from the abyss does not seem like a loss. Moreover, even if Zhong Liyan did not say this, Sheng Ning would still choose to revive Ming Xing. I agree. Sheng Ning said softly. Zhong Liyan's previously calm face suddenly brightened, his excitement and joy hard to hide. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zhong Liyan said, overwhelmed, you go live, I will tip you, I will give you all of Yin Zhang's money. That's unnecessary. Sheng Ning did not have that memory, but her subconscious held no good feelings towards Yin Zhang, yet she still asked, what is your relationship with Yin Zhang? Back then, someone saved me, but there was a noisy puppy at her home, and she couldn't take care of me, so she entrusted me to someone else. Zhong Liyan looked at Sheng Ning, his gaze suddenly becoming dim,
as if he were looking through Sheng Ning at someone else. Sheng Ning acted quickly, merging the 3 puppets and broidered shadow. The wish card was placed on the body of the merged puppet, turning into a silver red light that fell into the puppet's body. The remaining time was to wait for Ming Xing to awaken.
Ming Xing loading 1%. 2%.
After everything was done, Sheng Ning and Lady Xena slowly picked flowers together.
Did you guess? Lady Xena observed Sheng Ning's calm demeanor, uncertain of her thoughts.
Without looking up, Sheng Ning's voice carried an imperceptible affection. Yeah, when he lifts his butt, I know what he ate yesterday at noon.
Pfft, Lady Xena laughed out loud. Ha, your Chinese language is truly profound. After picking the flowers, Sheng Ning began to make a hand bouquet.
Her calm gaze fell upon those blooming, brilliant flowers.
Sheng Ning's lips finally revealed a hint of a smile. This should not be an illusion, right?
When she finished making the bouquet, Mrs. Xena also received King Chu's signal. A blank scroll appeared in her hand, which she gently threw into the air, and many figures emerged from the scroll. Leading the way was Chu Yuanian, who had somehow procured a disguise card and had returned to his original appearance. At that moment, his slightly disheveled hair and spirited demeanor made his eyes seem filled with countless stars. All the starlight seemed to fall only on that bright figure among the vibrant colors. He held a bouquet similar to Sheng Ning's in his hand. The bouquet they had learned to make together looked about 80% alike. Behind him followed powerful and eerily graceful beings, like Fear of Destiny and Seamless Connection, at a kingly level. Today seemed to be a particularly festive day, as a group of impressive beings donned crisp, understated luxurious suits, applying careful gel to style their hair perfectly, revealing handsome faces, each with their own unique style. They walked behind the most outstanding man like a group of victorious generals, supporting their commander as they approached the bride they loved most. Autumn suddenly popped out from somewhere, pulling out a veil and pinning it onto Sheng Ning's head, happily winking at her. From the moment Chu Yuanian appeared, Sheng Ning's tears started to uncontrollably well up in her eyes. When she saw a colorful flower field filled with familiar faces, Autumn, Mom Gue, Brother Gue, Master Pingan, Mai Yan and Mai Yu, Zhao Jing, Shang Guani, Mrs. Xena, and a few others who looked somewhat familiar. They stood not far beside Sheng Ning, each looking at her with eyes full of happiness, expectation, and abundant blessings.
Seeing this scene, Sheng Ning's tears suddenly fell uncontrollably.
In this moment, she finally understood why some people, despite knowing it is an illusion, still can't help but sink into it. Family and friends were by her side, witnessing the happiest moment of her life. For Sheng Ning, this was a scene she never dared to dream of. And at this moment, it was right in front of her. Through tear-filled eyes, Sheng Ning looked at Chu Yuanian and saw that, just like her, his eyes were glistening with tears.
Chapter 177.
Petals flew everywhere, with blessings from friends and family. The couple, with tears of happiness in their eyes, painted a beautiful picture that no one dared to disturb. But unfortunately, there was a being who was not human.
Chu Ge, are you okay?
If not, let me step in, I'll ask my wife to, MMPF. Fear of Destiny had not finished his sentence before several men covered his mouth and dragged him away. Sheng Ning, with tears on her cheeks, looked at Chu Yuanian, whose mouth was all scrunched up as he tried hard to hold back tears, and couldn't help but smile.
Chu Yuanian, you look so ugly.
Sheng Ning wiped the tears from her cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. You're already complaining before we're even married, Chu Yuanian sniffed. Unless you say I love you 100 times, I won't propose.
Sheng Ning gazed at him with joy written all over her face. Chu Yuanian, hurry up and propose to me, I can't wait to marry you.
Chu Yuanian was thrilled by the words can't wait, sliding down to one knee before Sheng Ning, raising his handsome face full of love. I knew you loved me the most.
Beautiful Miss Sheng Ning, will you marry me? From now on, just be my wife, be my bride, have my children, and love me for a lifetime, for all eternity? Sheng Ning threw the bouquet at him. What about you?
Chu Yuanian's eyes were as determined as an oath, declaring, I, Chu Yuanian, will only be Sheng Ning's husband in this lifetime, her only groom. I will love you for endless lifetimes, remain forever loyal to you, always protect you, and never leave you.
If you don't want to have children,
I can live as long as I am with you, I will do anything.
He was so resolute, so passionate.
He handed his bouquet to Sheng Ning and took out a vintage red velvet box. These were the rings they were meant to wear long ago. Finally, at this moment, they were about to fulfill their mission.
Will you marry me? Chu Yuanian presented a diamond ring, not very large.
This was what he had prepared for Sheng Ning 4 years ago, using all his wealth. Though he could give Sheng Ning the best now, it was still not all he had. Sheng Ning extended her fair finger, her red lips slightly moving, proclaiming her lifelong vow, I do.
Ooh. Wow. Bang bang bang.
Fireworks exploded, countless petals flew, forming a heart in the air that enveloped the two of them. Send them to the bridal chamber, send them to the bridal chamber, the crowd cheered seamlessly.
Zhang Liyan stood at the edge of the crowd, waves of translucent energy rippling around him.
Let her go, she will never choose you. Zhang Liyan coldly said, looking at the couple spinning and kissing in the crowd.
Why not? I met her first.
We were already engaged. I am her fiancé, her husband. Yan Zhang was about to reveal himself. Zhongli Yan slightly moved his fingers, directly binding Yan Zhang in place. She is the benefactor of my mother and me. I will not let anyone disturb her moment of happiness.
This sentence was both a warning to Yan Zhang and a warning to those above in the void. The proposal ceremony ended. Qiu Qiu and Shang Wanyi pulled Sheng Ning away to change clothes.
Xu Yuanan glanced towards Zhongli Yan and gently nodded, returning to the castle hall with everyone.
The Abyss Anomalies had a total of 5.
They were the supreme beings of the anomalous world. Not only were they powerful, but they also managed the operation of the anomalous games. His strength had only fallen short of the Abyss Anomalies. He wanted to join their ranks and leave the anomalous world. But he was ambushed by the 5 Abyss Anomalies. Among these 5, only this foul tadpole still had some humanity. It was the only one who hadn't attacked him. Now that his mother and sister still had some connections, Xu Yuanan didn't mind letting Zhongli Yan attend his wedding.
In the void above,
2 shadowy figures huddled together in front of a screen.
One sighed, should we go?
The other replied, I want to go, this might be her only wedding.
Then let's go, we can slack off for a bit, the anomalous world won't explode, right?
The other said, but if both of us go, what will happen to those 2 guys?
So annoying. Those 2 are so annoying.
Instead of enjoying their peaceful lives, one wants to change history, and the other drags the Qilin cub into the anomalous world.
Now look, they have both become neither human nor anomaly, so annoying.
After a moment of silence, the other said, we'll just go for a short while, see them smack lips, and then come back?
Okay, let's be quiet.
The luxurious castle hall was adorned with walls of pink and yellow roses, brilliantly shining crystal chandeliers casting warm yellow light. The head of the Pine Piece viewing was in full display of a butler's demeanor, bustling around with a group of male and female servants. Sheng Ning, in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, looked at the off-the-shoulder French wedding dress, embellished with dozens of fist-sized pearls. A wedding dress weighing dozens of pounds, who could tell whether it was for a wedding or to be a special forces soldier?
In Sheng Ning's slightly speechless gaze, Shang Wanyi exchanged the big pearls for small ones. On the pure white wedding dress, the pearls sparkled like stars in the sky, each dazzling, showcasing elegance and luxury. Among them, the largest pearl was set by Shang Wanyi on Sheng Ning's crown, as the pure white dress fell, covering Sheng Ning's beautiful face. For a moment, both Qiu Qiu and Shang Wanyi were a bit stunned, so beautiful. Whoa, my wife is so beautiful, truly unfair to Prince Chu. Qiu Qiu wiped her tears, wanting to have Sheng Ning all to herself. Her face, hidden under a veil, was like a fairy from the heavens who had fallen to earth. Sheng Ning covered her lips and smiled, shaking the bouquet in her hands. Who wants to catch the bouquet later? The 2 immediately stepped back, waving their hands in unison. No, there's only one King Chu in the world. Not everyone likes to rely on a man like King Chu. Shang Ning.
The auspicious time has come. A deep voice came from downstairs, calling out by the master of Ping and Guan. Qiu Qiu and Shang Wanyi changed into their bridesmaid dresses and slowly supported Sheng Ning down from the 3rd floor. At the moment Sheng Ning appeared, the lights in the castle suddenly went out, leaving only a spotlight shining on her. The pearly sheen of her dress reflected the light, like the only star in the night sky, shining brilliantly. Xu Yunyan stood on the 2nd floor steps, watching the fairy-like woman draw closer to him. With each step she took, it felt like she was stepping on his heart. She stepped on countless sweet memories. Their first meeting, their first hand-holding, their first kiss, their first merging. Since he understood what it meant to be a man, Shang Ning had always been by his side. Even many years after his death, Shang Ning still accompanied him. Stars slowly fell before him. Shang Ning curved her lips, the corners of her eyes lifting in a beautiful arc, extending her hand, waiting for Chu Yunyan to take it. But Chu Yunyan just stood there, gazing at her, lost in countless memories, and finally, it turned into just one thought. Like a young man returning after experiencing 1,000 sales, he was finally marrying his bride. After seeing Sheng Ning smile, the excitement in Chu Yunyan's heart intertwined with all his years of effort. He could no longer hold back and covered his face, breaking down in tears. Big drops fell under the spotlight like diamonds.
Chapter 178.
Tears streamed down Chu Yunyan's face like rain, crying uncontrollably. Sheng Ning did not expect Chu Yunyan to have such emotional turbulence. She stepped forward to comfort him, patting his head. Don't cry, everyone is watching. Whoa, I finally married you, Chu Yunyan cried out, his handsome face mixed with joy and grievance. They had waited too long for this day. In the air above the castle hall, a little octopus with 16 tentacles appeared, each tentacle holding a camera. It looked at the sobbing man, and a youthful voice echoed above the castle, if that groom hasn't cried enough, come down and cry.
My brother can help you complete the wedding. Chu Yunyan and his many duplicates looked over, confirming it was not one of their own. Before the main man and his duplicates could react, a serpent-shaped whale tore through space, charging towards the little octopus. With a loud thud, both crashed into Zhong Liyan's chest.
Zhong Liyan, looking somewhat helpless, smiled apologetically at Chu Yunyan. Sorry, my kid hasn't woken up yet. He was the brother mentioned by the little octopus. Chu Yunyan's face darkened immediately. Back at the deep-sea dungeon, this little octopus had long wanted to steal his corner. The serpent-shaped whale broke free from Zhong Liyan's grasp and dove into Chu Yunyan's suit pocket, proudly raising its chin towards the little octopus. She is my brother's wife, your brother won't do.
Sheng Ning. Zhong Liyan, this little brat has been raised by me for years, ungrateful whale.
But he still maintained a smile and said to Sheng Ning, I just activated the live streaming permission for human players, you can start a live stream.
Many people want to attend your wedding, but this dungeon can't hold so many. Among them were the 10 Yama kings represented by Song Yu.
Sheng Ning swiped the panel, and the live stream began. Countless bullet comments and fireworks instantly filled the screen.
Song Emperor rewards Ghostly War Chariot X1 X2 X3 X10. Song Emperor rewards special card 1 birth 18 treasures. Congratulations to my cousin on his wedding. 3 years, holding 54 babies.
Weird stock king, king level, your majesty yen, what a wicked curse, ha ha ha, wishing my wife a happy wedding wife, I've been promoted to king level weirdness now after the wedding, come here for our honeymoon. Regardless of the weird camp or the human camp, countless people squeezed into Sheng Ning's live broadcast room.
Humans don't need to say much, Shang Xiaomei. Alan Bell, she's the woman who directly triggers special dungeons.
After becoming a weird player and returning as a level 5 player, single-handedly taking down a king-level weirdness, either way, it's enough to make human players worship. The weird camp goes without saying, have you inhaled incense?
Have you eaten an apple? These are special items of this woman. She is the goddess of the weird camp.
Soon, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached over 1 million, almost crashing the live stream system. On the railing of the second floor of the ancient castle, a group of transparent black mist angrily tugged at the hair on its head. I just wanted to eat a big feast, why do I have to work overtime? The black mist is named Gong Shu Chen, responsible for the operation of the weird game. Simply put, he is the programmer of the weird game. When the live broadcast system was overwhelmed, he was affected immediately. He could only cry as he reinforced the live broadcast system, casually adding new gifts. 8 weirds rewarded 1 happy candle, 10 weird coins. Weird dead bird rewarded 1 happy wine, 99 weird coins. I am the craziest in the weird game rewarded 1 golden boy and girl, 9,999 weird coins. If I can't sleep without the understanding king, I won't change my name rewarded 10 lives, 299,990 weird coins. King Qin Guang rewarded 10 born as a pair, 999,990 coins.
King Yen Luo.
The 10 hall kings are generous, that's not 990, it's 990,000.
No way, why is there a new gift at this time, isn't it to celebrate Shang Xiaomei's marriage?
Whoa, I told you this woman is the beloved daughter of the weird game, she's getting married, and the game even released a new gift.
Is it just me or does the groom look particularly familiar?
Got it, it's just the crown prince of the weird game and his girlfriend's game, turns out I'm just a piece of your play.
Since you don't treat us as outsiders, can we join in the wedding night?
Add me, I know 18 poses, and I can teach you how to have 18 treasures in one go.
Sheng Ning did not see the content on the live broadcast panel.
At this moment, she held onto the arm of Chu Yuani, who had stopped crying, and the two slowly walked down the second floor, accepting the blessings of all friends and family. When they reached the center of the ancient castle and locked eyes, Sheng Ning saw beads of sweat on Chu Yuani's tense forehead and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Yuani secretly squeezed Sheng Ning's hand. Don't laugh, or later I'll make you cry and beg me.
Sheng Ning.
The head of the Ping'an Temple picked up the microphone. Now let our newlyweds bring us tonight's first dance. As soon as the words fell, soft and splendid lights lit up, along with the sounds of a waltz piano piece. As the cheerful and moving music played, the two danced gracefully in the dance floor. After the song ended, someone started to cheer. Kiss, kiss.
Kiss one.
After tonight, the whole world will know that Sheng Ning is his bride. Thinking of this, Chu Yuani was so excited that his palms began to sweat. Sheng Ning had a gentle smile on her lips, gazing softly at him. Just this glance made Chu Yuani feel the blood in his whole body boil. He pulled Sheng Ning's neck and kissed her hard. Greedily savoring Sheng Ning's lips and tongue, his nimble tongue roamed in Sheng Ning's mouth, conquering the land. The cheers in his ears were endless. Chu Yuani's domineering occupation made Sheng Ning's knees weak, almost collapsing onto him. On the railing of the second floor, two groups of transparent black mist were about to merge into one. Gong Yiren hugged Gong Shuchen's neck, crying wildly, "Whoa whoa whoa whoa, Chen, Ning Ning is so happy. Don't let your snot get on me, you're disgusting. Whoa, what does a kiss feel like? Why is Ning Ning almost unable to breathe but Yuani still won't let go of her? I don't know, just having a sip of water or something, it's so dirty." In an unnoticed corner, a mass of black mist quietly turned pink. After the first dance ended, the hall became lively. To the pleasant and soothing music, someone began to dance slowly. Sheng Ning finally spotted the woman beside Zhong Liyan, her eyes shining like stars. At the moment their eyes met, she excitedly rushed over, Ning Ning.
Ming Xing.
The two embraced, their joy evident on their faces. Ming Xing sincerely thanked her, Ning Ning, thank you for saving me. How about this, let's become sworn sisters, from now on, we are family.
Mom Guy crept over, great, that means I will have 2 daughters now. Ming Xing, who was much older than Mom Guy, could only say. Brother Guy happily leaned in, putting his arm around Chu Yuanyan's shoulder, and said to Zhong Liyan, ahem, that means I will be your uncle from now on, can I hear you call me that? Chu Yuanyan showed his teeth, feeling a mix of rivalry and laughter, his rival was now his nephew, ha ha ha. He raised an eyebrow at Zhong Liyan, let's hear you call me uncle. In just the right atmosphere, Gong Shuchen and Gong Yiran, who were about to leave, suddenly changed their expressions. Gong Yiran didn't even bother to wipe her tears and disappeared with Gong Shuchen. Zhong Liyan was also frozen in place. Is this a joke? Is Sea King Majesty angry?
Brother Guy's face became serious. The Deep Abyss Anomaly, said to control all ocean and river instances in the strange game, was known not to be someone who couldn't take a joke. Noticing something was wrong, Chu Yuanian furrowed his brows and said to Zhong Liyan, you should go back and check. His omniscient ability could see all creatures in the strange game, but he could never see the past or future of the Deep Abyss Anomaly. Outside the thousand-tiered castle instance, the strange energy surged, countless instances of different levels collided, and barriers vanished. The rules of the ongoing instance became tumultuous, the anomalies scattered, and anomalies from high-level instances escaped, leading to a massacre when they encountered players and anomalies from lower-level instances. In just a few breaths, other king-level anomalies also noticed the situation in the instance.
Something has happened.
The voice of Fierce Fate echoed, and the hall instantly fell silent, a pin drop could be heard.
We should go back and stabilize the instance. Seamless Chen, with a serious face, sought Chu Yuanyan's opinion.
After Chu Yuanyan nodded, all the king-level anomalies left the scene. Zhou Liyan said to Sheng Ning, I'm sorry, I have to take my mother back now.
Sheng Ning knew something big must have happened, so she didn't linger.
She reminded Ming Xing, take care of yourself, before watching them leave. Soon, only the two of them remained in the hall.
Sheng Ning then asked, what exactly happened?
Chu Yuanian shook his head slightly, sensing the barriers of the thousand-tiered castle. He had to admit that the city defense of the Blood King of the Underworld was indeed well done, at least this instance showed no signs of turmoil.
We should leave the instance first, Chu Yuanian said, looking at Madame Xena.
Congratulations to players Shang Xiaomei, Peerless Chu Xiaoshui, just renamed, for completing level SSS clearance, received Madame Xena's blessing. The exploration degree of the instance is 95%, ranking first in this instance, reward, personal base attributes +1, reward, 600 points, reward, self-selected card and attribute card x3. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing a special task reviving Princess Ming Xing, received Sea King's Call x1, loyalty to the Sea King 100%.
Would you like to leave the instance now?
Yes.
Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian held hands as they left the instance. Before they could speak, Sheng Ning's ear once again picked up the announcement, ding, detected player leveled up to level 4. Ding, detected player leveled up to level 5. Ding, detected player received 11,630,000 strange currency tips. The exchange rate for human camp strange currency to experience points is 1:1. Would you like to convert to 11,630,000 experience points? Sheng Ning.
So what they say about getting rich after marriage is true. 10 million experience points, I am about to level up to 6 now.
A day ago. Sheng Ning dared not even think. Sheng Ning chose yes without any hesitation.
Ding, detected player has leveled up to level 6. Ding, player has accumulated 3 prophetic dream opportunities, now merged into one.
Would the player like to enter?
The strange world began to tremble, and Chu Yuanian furrowed his brows, using his omniscient ability to probe into the future of the eerie game.
Sheng Ning tightly grasped Chu Yuanian's hand, do I want to enter the prophetic dream?
Chu Yuanian, who saw everything, looked at Sheng Ning with a heavy gaze, then smiled gently and held her delicate waist, rubbing his nose against her face. Wife, no matter what happens in the future, you are still my wife.
You still owe me a wedding night. Sheng Ning felt his concern, but still had to let herself enter the prophetic dream. I will always be your wife.
Sheng Ning gently stroked his face, I don't know what will happen in the future, but if you die, I will never live alone this time.
In Chu Yuanian's shocked gaze, Sheng Ning entered the prophetic dream. The prophetic dream is an immersive dream.
When Sheng Ning opened her eyes again, a tall figure with a faint smile was getting ready to drape a blanket over her.
Yan Zhang, why are you here?
Sheng Ning sat up and rubbed her eyes, scanning the familiar surroundings. This was Yan Zhang handing Sheng Ning a glass of water. You haven't left the laboratory for a week.
Uncle and aunt are very worried about you, so they asked me to come see you. Sheng Ning drank the water in one go and lazily stretched. Yan Zhang, don't lie to me, they don't care about me.
The they in Sheng Ning's words referred to her own biological parents. This was a time of interstellar travel, where Earth people had left the solar system and established a vast federal empire deep in the universe. 30 years ago, Shang Su, the chief engineer of the Imperial Research Institute, brought his wife and daughter to the edge of the star system to study interstellar magnetic storms. During one magnetic storm, the spacecraft was damaged, and it was Shang Su's subordinate who saved him, sacrificing himself. But unexpectedly, that magnetic storm was particularly fierce, affecting the planet where the research institute was stationed. There were not many emergency evacuation spacecraft, and it was impossible to evacuate completely.
In a moment of life and death, Shang Su chose to take his subordinate's daughter and left Sheng Ning behind on that magnetic storm planet.
Fortunately, Sheng Ning was fortunate enough to survive amidst the magnetic storm, and was adopted by a couple on the Edge planet.
20 years later, due to Sheng Ning's outstanding research talent and advanced magnetic storm warning equipment, she was invited to work at the Imperial Research Institute. Shang Su recognized that Sheng Ning was his own daughter.
From a normal person's perspective, when a supposedly long-dead daughter returns safe and sound, parents should love their child 1,000 times more. But Sheng Fu and Shang Mu hated Sheng Ning deeply.
Simply because Sheng Ning's position as a researcher should have belonged to their current daughter, Sheng Ting.
Later, Shang Fu even personally stole Sheng Ning's research achievements and handed them over to Sheng Ting. Sheng Ting reported the research achievements ahead of time, and Sheng Ning instead became the one who stole someone else's research results. Sheng Ning wanted to appeal to the Research Institute, convinced that her research was advanced enough that no one there could understand it. But Shang Fu told her that this was their family's debt to Sheng Ting.
From now on, all of Sheng Ning's research results must bear Sheng Ting's name.
Naturally, Sheng Ning refused, went to find the dean of the Research Institute, but was told she was making a scene, and was sent to the laboratories on the Edge planet.
But unfortunately, they couldn't understand Sheng Ning's research results and insisted on putting them into practical use.
During one experiment, a failure led to an explosion, and the three elite families, the Sheng family, the Liang family, and the Zheng family, incurred heavy losses. The imperial leaders were furious. Order a thorough investigation into this matter, and both Sheng father and Sheng mother directly pushed Sheng Ning out to take the blame. Fortunately, the leaders are not so easily fooled. They discovered that the Sheng family had stolen someone else's research results and forced the research without understanding the experiments, which led to this tragedy. Especially since Sheng Ting sensed something was wrong with the experiment and left the laboratory early. The Imperial Research Institute suffered heavy losses, but in this experimental accident, it unintentionally eliminated a competitor for the Yan family.
The Sheng family and Yan family initially had a marriage agreement, and the Yan family preserved the Sheng family's status in the Research Institute. The condition was that Sheng Ning would return to the Imperial Research Institute and marry the next head of the Yan family, Yan Zhang. Chapter 180.
Border Star Starlight Laboratory. When Sheng Ning received the news that the young master Yan Zhang from the Yan family was coming to the laboratory, Yan Zhang was already at the door of the laboratory.
For Yan Zhang, Sheng Ning did not have many feelings. They had once both worked in the Imperial Research Institute. Although they both researched magnetic storms, their research directions were completely different, in two project teams, so they were merely nodding acquaintances. Moreover, Yan Zhang had a marriage agreement with Sheng Ting. Sheng Ning had only encountered Yan Zhang once in the cafeteria. Yan Zhang had given the last box of yogurt to Sheng Ning, and then Sheng Ting went home and cried for 3 days. Sheng Ning was scolded by Sheng father and Sheng mother for 3 days. Sheng Ning. Cherish life, stay away from crazy women and their fiancés. Now, Yan Zhang's appearance made Sheng Ning feel an impulse to throw him into the magnetic storm. Yan Zhang seemed to sense Sheng Ning's rejection and smiled slightly, very humble and friendly. Team leader Sheng, you must have heard about the experimental failure in the capital, but fortunately, your research direction has been confirmed. Magnetic storms are indeed related to the ancient Earth period. So I represent the Capital Research Institute to invite you back to the capital. Sheng Ning was too lazy to respond and stretched her legs. You asked me to come, so I came. You asked me to leave, and I would leave. Now you want me to go back. What are you preparing to use to take away my research results? I won't, Yan Zhang said firmly. You will be the leader of the Magnetic Storm Research Group. No one can boss you around. What about Sheng Ting? Yan Zhang paused and honestly replied, she hasn't received the punishment she deserves and has gone to another research group. Sheng Ning sneered, her face filled with mockery. I have never had any feelings for her. If we talk about the marriage agreement, you are my fiancé. As if knowing what Sheng Ning was about to say, Yan Zhang interjected. Sheng Ning stood up and waved her hand indifferently, do whatever you want. I only want to understand the cause of the magnetic storm and how to solve it. Just before Sheng Ning was about to leave, Yan Zhang said, let me stay here and join the research group. As you wish, my project group does not support idle people. That was agreeing to it. But Sheng Ning had no reason to refuse.
Yan Zhang, at such a young age, could become the head of the Yan family. His strength also should not be underestimated. With Yan Zhang's addition, it was a significant boost for the project group. It proved that Sheng Ning's thoughts were not wrong. Yan Zhang's presence brought many resources to the project. In terms of interpersonal relationships, there was no need for Sheng Ning to take the lead. Yan Zhang would handle it all well. Their cooperation became increasingly tacit. 3 years later.
Ning Ning, are you free this weekend? I want to go back to the Imperial Star.
Yan Zhang politely knocked on Sheng Ning's door and pushed it open after receiving no response. Sheng Ning was changing clothes, her back turned to Yan Zhang, revealing her white, perfect back, the lines beautiful like an elegant white swan.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yan Zhang awkwardly turned away, a rare blush appearing on his otherwise serious and handsome face.
Sheng Ning quickly got dressed to cover her own embarrassment and cleared her throat. Did you need something? Yan Zhang didn't dare to look directly at Sheng Ning. This weekend is my grandmother's 90th birthday celebration, and I want to invite you back to the Imperial Star, and by the way, talk about our matters? Sheng Ning raised her eyebrows in confusion. Our matters?
Yan Zhang smiled lightly, as if filled with endless tolerance and affection.
My feelings for you, can't you really feel them?
Ning Ning, whether in research or in life, we are a match made in heaven.
Are you serious? Sheng Ning's expression was strange.
Yan Zhang replied earnestly, of course, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you.
Sheng Ning had the expression of a subway elder. But I'm still a minor. Kidnapping a minor is punishable by chemical castration in the Empire. Humans in the interstellar age generally live over 100 years, so the age of adulthood is also delayed.
Sheng Ning is 24 this year, still a year away from adulthood.
Seeing Yan Zhang's defeated look, Sheng Ning revealed a pleased smile. Who told this guy to always act like he can control everything?
Yan Zhang, seeing her smile, said, it's okay, we can get engaged first, and then we will marry when you want.
Ning Ning, you know, if we want to get more data on magnetic storms, we need to fill the monitoring devices all over the Federal Empire. But this is a huge project, requiring immense manpower and resources. Only by getting engaged can I persuade the Yin family and the Shang family. Besides, Ning Ning, can you find someone whose soul is more compatible with yours than ours?
Regarding the last sentence, Sheng Ning felt doubtful.
But what Yan Zhang said earlier was the truth. The experiment had entered a crucial stage, and the data from monitoring devices throughout the Federal Empire was very important. As long as Yan Zhang could persuade the Yin family to agree to invest, then even if it meant marrying Yan Zhang, she could even call him daddy. After weighing her options, Sheng Ning still went back to the Imperial Star with Yan Zhang. The head of the Yin family announced their engagement during the old lady's birthday banquet.
Sheng Ting lost her composure on the spot, tears streaming at the banquet.
Under such a firm choice by the Yin family to choose Sheng Ning, Yan Zhang thought the Shang family would reassess Sheng Ning's value and give her the respect she deserved. So when Shang's parents came to take Sheng Ning home, Yan Zhang strongly persuaded her to return to the Shang family. He felt that Sheng Ning had too many regrets with her biological parents, and this was a good opportunity to mend their relationship. But he was wrong, utterly wrong. The moment Sheng Ning returned home, she was drugged by her parents and knocked unconscious, locked in the basement. Until the engagement day, Sheng Ting wore Sheng Ning's face and completed the engagement ceremony with Yan Zhang. Unluckily, just as the engagement banquet was ending, a sudden magnetic storm swept across the Imperial Star. In recent years, thanks to the efforts of Sheng Ning and Yan Zhang, most buildings on the Imperial Star had installed anti-magnetic storm devices. The only place completely without any magnetic storm resistance was the Shang family. All instruments related to magnetic storms on the market were basically produced by Sheng Ning herself. Every time Sheng Ting saw these, she despised herself for being useless, and over time, the Shang family installed no anti-magnetic storm devices. In that magnetic storm, the entire Imperial Star was safe and sound, but the Shang family's villa disappeared, swallowed by the storm. When Sheng Ning opened her eyes again, everything was pitch black. It felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on her, and a faint unknown scent filled her nostrils. It wasn't very unpleasant. If she smelled it long enough, she could feel a subtle fragrance. She tried to push the giant stone off her. The stone remained unmoved. Instead, the edge of the stone cut into Sheng Ning's palm, and the faint smell of blood began to waft in the air, overshadowing that hint of fragrance. As the smell of blood grew stronger, just when Sheng Ning was about to despair, the giant stone suddenly moved by itself. Light fell as the stone lifted, and only then did Sheng Ning see clearly what was pressing down on her. Where there was a giant rock, there suddenly stood a fierce and mighty beast. For a moment, Sheng Ning forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the beast, her mind a complete void. The beast snorted impatiently, its rage and ferocity evident between its brows, as if it wanted to crush her underfoot. Sheng Ning thought this would be the most refreshing way to die. Before she could regain her senses, the beast's nose twitched, clearly detecting the smell of blood. It was a very strange scent, something it had never encountered in its long life. It extended its tongue and licked Sheng Ning's palm. Sweet.
The enchanting flavor flooded its taste buds, but since the blood was too little, the sweet aroma vanished in an instant. Looking again at Sheng Ning's palm, it had already healed.
The
beast tilted its head, pacing back and forth beside the tiny creature as if pondering why this was happening. In the next moment, it opened its mouth, and with its sharp teeth, gently sliced Sheng Ning's forearm, instantly leaving a cut about 8 to 9 centimeters long. Blood gushed out, and the beast grinned, curling its barbed tongue to lap up the flowing blood, the sweet scent making its entire body radiate with colorful light. Pain jolted Sheng Ning awake completely. She was sure this was not a creature from the stars. In the intergalactic world, there had never been such a powerful yet seemingly foolish animal. The sweet taste in its mouth quickly faded, and the beast wanted to replicate the action, but upon seeing the wound heal again, impatience filled its expression. Exposing its sharp teeth, it had not yet descended when it was slapped in the face by a human hand.
Why did this little creature want to touch me?
The beast's black eyes locked onto Sheng Ning's angry gaze, and for some reason, it understood the emotion in her eyes. Sheng Ning's slap was a reflex. She had expected the beast to be enraged and perhaps a bit frightened, but upon seeing the dim-witted creature, she realized in an instant that her slap felt to the beast like a mosquito bite. Thinking of this, Sheng Ning furiously slapped it again, but this time she didn't hold back, cutting her own palm open again. Before her blood could even flow out, the beast licked it clean, using its saliva to help heal the wound. Seeing that the sweetness was gone, the beast dutifully brought its face close to Sheng Ning, signaling her to slap it again. Sheng Ning, for the first time in my life, I feel that not all slaps can solve problems. Too lazy to care about this creature without intelligence, Sheng Ning walked towards the sunlit area, wanting to see where she was. To be honest, this was her first time entering a magnetic storm. Previously, everyone or any flying object that encountered a magnetic storm never survived.
She had entered a magnetic storm and was still alive. What was happening?
The beast followed her footsteps outside, but its massive body blocked the sunlight, each step it took covering dozens of meters. After 2 steps, it could no longer see the soft, sweet little creature in its view. The beast. It extended its nose and nudged Sheng Ning on the ground. Sheng Ning was suddenly knocked to the ground from the unexpected force, rolling several times, her exposed skin tearing from the gravel below. As if thinking of something, Sheng Ning widened her eyes in terror. In the next moment, she was enveloped by a pink tongue, her blood vanished, and her wound healed. But Sheng Ning felt on the verge of collapse. Just a moment ago, she thought she was going to be eaten.
The beast smacked its lips in satisfaction, its enormous black eyes meeting the little creature's furious gaze, instinctively retracting its neck. With a change of thought, its body instantly grew to be about the same height as Sheng Ning. From this angle, it was very convenient for Sheng Ning to slap it. After being slapped, the beast showed no signs of anger. Instead, it was excited, wanting to lick Sheng Ning. After not getting what I wanted,
the small black eyes suddenly became watery, as if Sheng Ning had done something that enraged the heavens and angered the people.
Sheng Ning. Acting cute is useless, acting cute is shameful.
But this also made Sheng Ning realize that this was an animal with intelligence.
She tried to communicate. Do you know where this is? Indestructible Valley.
Yu Sheng Ning was shocked and took a few steps back.
You can actually speak human language. What human language? The giant beast tilted its head, then suddenly realized, you are human? Yes. Sheng Ning was puzzled. You've never seen a human, so why can you speak human language? What exactly are you?
The giant beast looked at Sheng Ning with a strange gaze, then proudly replied to her question, I am a Qilin, the last Qilin in the world. After speaking, it bent down, lifted Sheng Ning onto its back, and began to run rapidly. The wind howled beside her ears. If Sheng Ning had a speedometer, she would have found that the speed of this Qilin had exceeded 180 miles per hour. Just as Sheng Ning's hairline had receded by 1 centimeter, the Qilin finally stopped in front of a cave. Although Sheng Ning was blown so hard by the wind that she could barely open her eyes, she could still see clearly that this was a primeval forest. In the deep forest, small hills stood tall, and this should be the center of the small hills. As the Qilin entered, it was as if the cave had some kind of sensor, and flames suddenly ignited in pots everywhere. The moment Sheng Ning stepped in, she saw the murals in the cave. It seemed that in the primitive society of ancient Earth, they liked to record history in murals. Sheng Ning saw in the murals. Long ago, in the world, there were 3 clans: dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. As the conflict between dragons and phoenixes escalated, the number of dragons and phoenixes dwindled, while the Qilin clan became increasingly strong. It was also because of the strength of the Qilin clan that the energy of the world began to tilt towards the Qilins. At the same time, the negative energy of the world also tilted over. After a long accumulation, the Qilin clan was increasingly affected, and they began to kill each other. The Qilin clan, burdened with auspiciousness, saw the last few Qilins use their gathered auspicious energy to eliminate the negative energy of the world. This led to the complete extinction of the Qilin clan. But fortunately, the Tao has 50, and the heavens have 49. Under the protection of auspicious energy, the Qilin clan preserved their last trace of bloodline, which is the small Qilin before her. However, as the last auspicious beast in the world, the small Qilin bore too much energy and fortune, and could only live in indestructible valley to survive. If one day the small Qilin wanted to go outside, it had only one path:
to marry a human girl as a bride.
At the end of the mural, the girl was clearly wearing a simple dress, with her hands tied behind her back. This was exactly the same as when Sheng Ning was locked in the basement.
Sheng Ning.
She seriously doubted the authenticity of this mural.
Why should I, a human, care about the matters of your Qilin clan? A human bride? Are you talking about some Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale? Sheng Ning wanted to tell the small Qilin not to believe the mural anymore. What's the homophone for mural? Nonsense.
But as soon as she turned her head, she met a pair of sparkling big eyes, filled with yearning.
Chapter 182. Will you marry me?
The giant beast's short, pointy tail wagged wildly, and its eyes sparkled like they had light bulbs inside. In fact, he used to not believe in this ancient prophecy. But when this sweet human appeared, the giant beast slid to its knees, and all doubts vanished.
This is a selection by ancestors, truly sweet.
Sheng Ning rolled her eyes.
Is there a possibility that you are the one marrying me? The giant beast didn't hesitate at all. That works too. Sheng Ning, realizing later, thought it sounded like he was compromising. Wait, how did it turn to discussing marriage? No way.
Sheng Ning spoke decisively, our species are different, how can we escalate to this level?
The giant beast found it hard to understand, a circle of question marks appearing above its head. What do you mean different species? Aren't you a Qilin? Don't worry, I won't despise you. I despise you. Sheng Ning turned and walked away, recalling some ancient earth literature she had read about a beauty and a beast. At the time, she admired the thought process of ancient humans, who would have thought creativity came from life. She had no intention of being Ling Na Bei heir.
Seeing her about to leave, the giant beast lunged forward and knocked her down. You are my bride, you can't leave. Sheng Ning was caught off guard, rolling on the ground several times, her entire body becoming dirty and messy. Furious, she slapped the head that somewhat resembled a dog's, indignantly saying, with behavior like this, you still think you can have a wife? This kind of behavior in our human society is called domestic violence.
Pa! Domestic violence, man. The giant beast, confused, murmured. Why can I understand every word but still can't grasp it? Domestic hug? Hug? No, I just got touched again, shouldn't I be getting some sweet water?
In the moment of distraction, Sheng Ning had already run far away. Fortunately, Sheng Ning had observed that there was a river not far from the cave, where she could wash off. So, when the giant beast caught up with Sheng Ning again, she leaped into the river.
Don't! The giant beast raised his head and let out a mournful cry.
In his long life, he had some friends, but those friends had disappeared after encountering this river.
Humans, bride, sweet water.
He didn't want her to disappear. Without hesitation, the giant beast leaped into the water, following Sheng Ning's movement. Sheng Ning was swimming and wanted to catch a few fish to roast, but the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly crashed down, knocking her unconscious. When she opened her eyes again, Sheng Ning felt a splitting headache, doubting if this was a hallucination.
Wasn't she supposed to die in a magnetic storm? You're awake?
A familiar voice came from beside her. Sheng Ning looked up, her pupils suddenly constricting.
A human? There was actually a second human here. You.
Sheng Ning opened her mouth, only to realize her lips were numb and swollen, accompanied by the pain of broken skin. She couldn't help but touch her lips, frowning without noticing the man beside her had a slightly flushed face.
Did you save me?
Sheng Ning asked, pressing her lips together. Thank you.
The giant beast, oh no, the man nodded with a red face. After transforming, it seemed he suddenly became enlightened, understanding human emotions. He could clearly perceive that his bride had completely different attitudes towards him as a human and as a beast. Oh dear, why doesn't his wife like the tall, mighty, and handsome him? What a hard life, his wife had poor taste. Looking at his ever-changing expression, Sheng Ning was slightly dumbfounded. She could understand that being in this primitive forest for too long could drive anyone mad. She pressed her numbed lips again. My name is Sheng Ning, what's your name? His wife's name was so beautiful. The man showed a look of envy and inferiority. I don't have a name. Hearing this, Sheng Ning felt even more pity in her heart and asked hopelessly, then do you know how to get out?
The man lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling. It's very hard to get out.
So, there's still a way? Sheng Ning seized on his words.
The man nodded, his ears turning pink and gradually spreading to his entire face, his clear voice carrying a hint of shyness. We can get married.
Sheng Ning had an ominous premonition in her heart. The mural showed marriage, and now this man wanted to get married too. What did that mean?
It meant that the marriage rate in the primitive forest wasn't good either. Seemingly wanting to show sincerity, the man said again, "If your mouth hurts, I can help heal you."
Are you that big black dog? Karen. I am Karen. The last Kirin in the world. You really are. Sheng Ning glared at the man, pointing at her swollen, luscious lips. What on earth is going on? The giant beast's identity exposed, a hint of pity appeared on his face. I didn't mean to, you choked on water, couldn't spit it out, I could only help you suck it out. But who knew your mouth had some kind of magic?
One kiss and I turn into a human, another kiss and I turn back into my original form.
I accidentally played a bit too much.
He certainly wouldn't say it was because this woman's lips were so sweet that he kissed her.
Sheng Ning took a deep breath and moved closer, grabbing the man's ear. If you hadn't jumped down, how could I have fainted? Now, get me out of here.
The man dared not express his anger, feeling guilty when facing Sheng Ning's gaze. I told you, only if we get married can you leave.
Sheng Ning frowned. Is there really no other way? The man nodded. For now, this is the only way. The heavenly Tao rules in the unextinguished valley are incomplete.
If we marry, we might complete the missing part of the Tao, and there may be other ways.
Could you not look down on me this much?
I'm still the last auspicious creature in the world.
The man lowered his eyelashes, speaking pitifully.
Sheng Ning finally took a serious look at the man's face, with sharp brows and scattered hair covering his forehead, revealing a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. At this moment, with lowered eyelids, his thick eyelashes fluttered lightly, making one's heart ache at first sight. His high nose bridge, the fresh color of his lips, and the slightly drooping lip line made him look even more pitiful.
Even in a well-evolved interstellar age, it was rare to see such a handsome man.
In that instant, Sheng Ning thought marrying this man might not be such a loss after all.
At least, he was eye candy.
Clearing her throat, Sheng Ning said in a deep voice, "What do we need to do to get married?" Hearing this, the man suddenly lifted his head, his black gemstone-like pupils sparkling with excitement. Sheng Ning felt as if she could see his tail swinging wildly behind him.
It means you and I will have a little Kirin together. Chapter 183.
Hearing this, Sheng Ning raised her hand again, but seeing that starry-eyed profile, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to do it. Who knew? The man affectionately leaned in, love pouring from his eyes, a pure love that beastkind naturally feels for their partners. Sheng Ning always believed she was highly adaptable, quickly settling in whether on the Imperial Star or a border star. But now, for the first time, she felt being adaptable wasn't a good thing. She had clearly accepted that her husband was a beast.
Ah no, he was the last auspicious creature in the world. Can I call you Ning Ning?
The man leaned in closer, his tall frame almost fully enveloping Sheng Ning.
Thinking about that name, Sheng Ning shook her head. Choose another one, I don't really like it. The man revealed a set of white teeth. Wife. Sheng Ning, forget it, having a beastman husband is pretty cool too.
She brainwashed herself, somewhat accepting that title.
So can we kiss? You taste so sweet.
The man leaned down, the lovely scent of fresh grass filling her nose. Faced with such directness, even calm-minded Sheng Ning found it hard to resist. Before she had a chance to refuse, the man lifted her chin and began to conquer. Then Sheng Ning quickly understood why her lips had turned red and swollen. This was not a Kirin, it was clearly a dog. Sheng Ning felt her tongue numb from his sucking and pushed the man away, but in an instant, he transformed into his beast form.
His big dark eyes sparkled with confusion. Wife?
Sheng Ning snorted, climbed onto his back, and ordered, "It's getting dark, your wife doesn't want to be out here feeding mosquitoes." The Kirin raised its head high, carrying Sheng Ning as it swiftly darted through the lush green forest. At the peak of the tallest hill in the forest. This is where the Qilin resides. For countless years, he has gazed into the distance here, waiting for his human bride that belongs to him. When a pitch-black portal suddenly brewed in the sky today, his heart began to race, as if something important was about to arrive. Immediately, a figure was thrown down from the sky, and he ran for a long time before catching it just before the figure fell. The wild wind began to sweep through the forest, and he had to press the person beneath his abdomen to protect her. That was the instinct of the beast, and also a call from within his heart. It turns out this human female, sweet all over, truly is his bride. The night forest was filled with cold air. Sheng Ning finally understood why there was so much hay in the Qilin's den. It turns out he also needed warmth. Sheng Ning slept beside the Qilin, and even in an unfamiliar place with a beast by her side, she slept remarkably sweetly. When she opened her eyes, she found the Qilin had transformed back into human form, revealing a perfectly shaped and fair chest, with vibrant red fruits on it. For the first time, Sheng Ning felt thirsty. She really wanted to take a bite and try the taste. The man's breath was even, his slightly rising chest made the red fruits look even more alluring. Sheng Ning lowered her head slightly, and before she could do anything, the man pressed her down, holding her chin and kissed her again. This time, it was dizzying.
Sheng Ning went limp on the hay mattress, letting the waves roll and the clouds drift.
Dim light illuminated the small cave, and Sheng Ning squinted her eyes, seeing the man transform into a more mature version of himself, exuding a masculine aura that almost engulfed him. The man nibbled her ear, his actions evolving from clumsy to mature, growing too fast.
Thank you for helping me finally get through my juvenile phase.
The Qilin who had passed his juvenile phase could freely change his form, no longer transforming into a beast with just a kiss, nor would he secretly turn back into human form to hide his beastly teeth and suck on the woman's lips. While Sheng Ning was still sleeping in the cave, the man, bare-chested, walked out, once again gazing over the entire forest. This time, his gaze fell into the endless darkness at the edge of the forest. The mature Qilin inherited all the memories of his kind. Rather than saying the Qilin clan was destroyed by infighting, it would be more accurate to say they perished because the heavenly way grew weaker. The balance of yin and yang exists, with light there is darkness, with white there is black, with happiness there is sadness. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Positive emotions nurture the heavenly way, while negative emotions devour it.
As the variety of living beings grew, humans became the apex, recklessly hunting other beings. Their bloody ambitions polluted the spiritual energy, which indirectly tainted the heavenly way.
The energy of the heavenly way became mixed. It first plotted the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, absorbing the auspicious energy of dragons and phoenixes.
Next came the Qilin clan.
The Qilin leader sensed the abnormalities in the heavenly way and, sacrificing himself, began to transfer negative energy onto the Qilin clan, hoping to use the auspicious power of the Qilin to resolve the resentment of the heavenly way.
Unfortunately, it was a drop in the bucket.
In the end, a formation was set for the heavenly way, absorbing all negative energy and trapping it in a deep abyss outside of the heavenly way. Thus, tens of thousands of years passed. Unfortunately, humans still did not survive the backlash of the heavenly way, falling simultaneously in every ancient earth of every time and space.
Only the time and space where Sheng Ning resides has ventured deep into the universe, beginning to proliferate.
But as time passed, the negative energy of the heavenly way began to accumulate and replicate all the scenes filled with heavy resentment. The indestructible valley is the last line of defense against negative energy. Once the indestructible valley disappears, the negative energy accumulated by the heavenly way over millions of years will sweep through the entire universe. At that time, not only humans, but all living beings in the universe would be affected.
The entire universe would not leave behind a single life form.
Sheng Ning let out a soft sigh, breaking the man's train of thought. His fingertips seemed to still carry warmth, so he rubbed them together and turned back into the cave, wrapping Sheng Ning completely in his arms, inhaling the woman's sweet fragrance. The man thought with satisfaction, even if there was a big bang in the universe right now, he would still feel that this life was worth it. A day later, Sheng Ning woke up in a small wooden house. Looking at the unfamiliar roof, Sheng Ning felt confused again.
Who am I? Where am I? What happened?
She looked down at her crooked animal skin skirt and heard the sound of chopping wood outside. Sheng Ning walked outside barefoot and saw a man with his upper body bare, splitting wood under the sunlight.
Sweat dripped down the man's defined abs, shimmering brightly under the sun.
Every move he made was filled with male hormones and wildness. Sheng Ning felt the sun was scorching, making her mouth dry and parched. Noticing someone's gaze behind him, the man turned slightly, tilting his head, revealing his flawless profile, his dark eyes filled with Sheng Ning, yet holding back a deep restraint. His fiery glance made Sheng Ning blush all over. She averted her gaze, her lips unconsciously curving up. Did you make this skirt?
Chapter 184.
The man already found the answer he sought from Sheng Ning's reddened cheeks. The golden sunlight enveloped her, making her look incredibly fair, the loose animal skin skirt revealing her beautiful curves beneath.
This is my first time making it, so you'll have to make do with it. He was very modest and humble. The man's maturity made Sheng Ning feel a little uneasy, so she asked her doubt, how did you become different from before? I have entered adulthood and inherited the memories of my clan about humans.
The man pointed at the small house. Humans love living in small houses.
Do you like it?
Looking at the brand new exquisite wooden house behind her, and thinking that it was made by the man specifically for her, a strange feeling surged in Sheng Ning's heart. It felt just like when she received her first birthday gift, a mix of surprise, but mostly delight.
I like it, thank you. Sheng Ning said sincerely, you are really amazing.
Under the golden sunlight, the two exchanged smiles. In the next 2 days, Sheng Ning lived the life of primitive humans.
The man hunted, the woman wove.
On the third night, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Sheng Ning furrowed her brows while looking at the stars, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, does this count as us getting married?
You want to leave here? The man's tone was not a question but a certainty.
Sheng Ning decided to be open and honest. I don't know where this place is or why I am here, but if I can return, this will be the first survival case after the magnetic storm. Maybe I can soon find a solution to the magnetic storm. What she referred to as the magnetic storm was the negative energy of the heavenly way.
The man's eyes darkened in an instant. He silently gazed at the stars in the sky. Okay. You will go with me.
Both spoke simultaneously, looking at each other in silence once again. The mural mentioned that once the Qilin gets married, they can leave the Undying Valley. In the man's pupils reflected a shooting star passing by and a faint smile. At least, she did not want to completely abandon herself, did she? His voice softened a lot. Looking into Sheng Ning's eyes, he gently parted his lips. I cannot leave. Why? The man did not hide anything and spoke of the heavenly way and the negative energy. Is there no way to resolve this negative energy? Sheng Ning hid her surprise and asked the crucial question. The man shook his head. The power of auspiciousness can dissolve part of the resentment. For this reason, the three clans of the most auspicious power, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, already lost completely. So, I can't leave, but if you want to go, I can send you. The Undying Valley is the last line of defense against negative energy eruptions. Once it falls, the destruction of all life in the universe is just a matter of time. But I have developed a device to resist magnetic storms. Human technology is advancing rapidly now. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely come up with a solution for the magnetic storms. The man said nothing, and after a long while, he nodded, okay. He had already made up his mind. The brilliant meteor was coming to its end. At this moment, the man spoke up. When are you planning to leave? His voice was very calm. But Sheng Ning felt a wave of unease in her heart. The mature Qilin always gave Sheng Ning an ungraspable feeling. She preferred that pure man, whose eyes seemed to hold countless stars. 3 days. Sheng Ning said with a smile. She couldn't just use someone and then run away, feeling like a bad woman. 3 days later. The sky above the primeval forest was filled with dark clouds, and the man had turned into a beast, radiating colorful auspicious light. Sheng Ning rode on the Qilin's back, crossing into the channel behind the dark clouds amid rumblings of thunder. Goodbye. The Qilin stopped in the thunder-flashing passage, allowing Sheng Ning to dismount. His gigantic head tilted slightly down, pressing against Sheng Ning's head. She felt a wave of dizziness, her body uncontrollably drifting toward the passage outside. A massive magnetic storm swept through the passage, continuously devouring the auspicious power emanating from the Qilin. The Qilin gazed into the depths of the universe, at the already solidifying magnetic storm, as its auspicious power surged forth frantically. Perhaps Sheng Ning could really end the negative energy of the heaven's path. If she needed time, then her entire body of auspicious power was the best way to buy time. Even if it meant death, it was worth it. As the auspicious power surged forth, the dark Qilin's body began to shrivel, ultimately transforming into a cloud of smoke, disappearing into the vast universe. Even if she died, she would not be sad. On that night of flashing meteors, the Qilin had made up its mind. At the moment of parting, it had erased all of Sheng Ning's memories. When Sheng Ning woke up again, she felt as though her whole body had been dismantled, achingly sore, with a dull pain in her head. What happened to me? Wasn't I caught in the magnetic storm? Am I still alive? Looking at the familiar surroundings, she realized she had arrived at the laboratory of the Edge Star. As her vital signs returned, Yan Zhang received a machine alert, hurriedly walked into Sheng Ning's room, his face full of excitement of regained hope. You're awake. He stepped forward, directly embracing Sheng Ning. A strange scent rushed in. Sheng Ning felt a touch of resistance in her heart. She pushed Yan Zhang away and asked, what happened to me? What is going on? Yan Zhang was slightly surprised and tentatively asked, you don't remember what happened? Sheng Ning was a bit cold. I remember returning to the capital, and then what? Yan Zhang lowered his eyes slightly. After a moment, he slowly said, we held an engagement ceremony in the capital, and on the day of the ceremony, a magnetic storm occurred at the Imperial Star. I managed to find you and bring you back. You brought me back? Sheng Ning was skeptical. There was a blurry memory in her mind, of a creature like black ink sending her into a certain passage. Yan Zhang knew Sheng Ning was sharp. Saying too much would only make her suspicious, so he simply told the truth. After you were caught in the magnetic storm, I issued a search order across the Federation. Finally, a level 3 planet sent news about you, and I directly brought you back to the laboratory. Sheng Ning felt her head muddled. Her thoughts were very chaotic. She didn't even ask, why was I the only one caught in the magnetic storm? She always felt that she had forgotten some important person in the magnetic storm. But fortunately, with her vague memories, she determined one thing. In the magnetic storm, there were living beings. Chapter 185. Yan Zhang found their wedding newspaper, and Sheng Ning felt indifferent about him being her fiancé. Every time Yan Zhang tried to do something intimate, Sheng Ning inexplicably resisted. This puzzled Sheng Ning, but soon this emotion was replaced by new discoveries in magnetic storm research. Sheng Ning discovered that the once active magnetic storm suddenly disappeared for 3 days, and then, like a rebound, began to sweep across the planets of the Federation. Especially on some prosperous big planets, it was easier to trigger magnetic storms. Sheng Ning also discovered that her anti-magnetic storm device was not effective against all storms. If this problem could not be solved, the entire Federation Empire would be destroyed within 10 years. The only piece of good news was that Sheng Ning found a passage at the center of these magnetic storms.
Through observation, Sheng Ning discovered a newly formed magnetic storm cluster near the edge star, with very weak energy. Sheng Ning decided to enter the center of the magnetic storm cluster again.
Since she had survived in the magnetic storm cluster last time, maybe she could make it this time too. But Yan Zhang strongly objected.
The magnetic storm passed by, leaving nothing alive.
Although Sheng Ning was the first survivor, it didn't mean she would be lucky a second time.
Yan Zhang even stopped all research supplies in the laboratory just to prevent Sheng Ning from delving deeper into the storm.
But one midnight, Sheng Ning drove the aircraft and entered the passage at the center of the magnetic storm. The passage at the storm center caused the aircraft to malfunction, and Sheng Ning felt like she had entered a washing machine, eventually losing consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself in the middle of ruins. Smoke filled the sky, and in the center of a lush, primordial forest, a fire began to spread.
Sheng Ning felt this forest was very familiar.
Although it was dangerous, she rushed toward the flames. On the way, she encountered a delicate little wooden house, but unfortunately, it was covered in dust. On the walls of the wooden house was carved the figure of a dog and a woman. The dog's lines were simple, and Sheng Ning felt somewhat familiar with it. The style of its lines resembled her own technique. And the lines depicting the woman were lifelike, clearly drawn by someone different from the dog's artist. The woman's appearance surprisingly resembled her own. Sheng Ning suspected she had been here before. Could it be that she had entered this storm center last time as well? On the opposite wall of the wooden house, the reason for the formation of the magnetic storm was depicted. It turned out that these were all resentments generated by humans during ancient Earth times. The fire spread quickly, almost burning the entire forest clean. Fortunately, Sheng Ning's protective suit was heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant. She easily passed through the flames, heading toward the ruins engulfed in fire. Sheng Ning didn't know what she was looking for until 3 days later when she tripped over something. Looking down, what tripped her was not a stone but a smooth, white egg. Surrounded by charred wasteland, a glossy egg emitting a warm glow here was surprisingly bizarre. After careful observation, Sheng Ning realized this wasn't a snake's egg, so she took it and continued onward. The deeper she went, the colder the temperature became, so cold that even her insulated protective suit started to lose warmth. Yet that cold egg in her arms began to emit a weak light, warming her almost freezing body. Only when the sunrise arrived the next day did the warmth of the egg begin to fade. At the same time, Sheng Ning noticed that the originally white eggshell had now dulled. Sheng Ning felt it was not good. Would this little thing really warm itself with its life? What a remarkable warm egg this is. The facts proved that it was indeed so. For 3 consecutive days, the egg used its warmth on Sheng Ning, each time dimming its luster significantly afterward. But Sheng Ning had no choice, going back meant no way out. She needed to find the passage from her memories to leave the center of the magnetic storm. After nearly half a month, Sheng Ning had stayed in the forest for over a month, and finally, on this day, she discovered a volcanic crater. When she stood on the mountaintop, she realized that this was indeed the center of the forest. She hadn't found the way to leave, and at that moment, the egg in her arm suddenly began to cocoon itself, drawing a perfect arc in the air and falling into the volcanic crater. Is the egg trying to commit suicide? Or does it want to turn itself into a boiled egg? Clearly, neither was true. Sheng Ning quickly realized what was happening and jumped down right after the egg. The volcanic crater was the passage Sheng Ning had been searching for a long time. After experiencing another spin, like in a washing machine, Sheng Ning woke up in a pile yard of a mineral star. Soon, Sheng Ning was sent back to the laboratory on the edge star. When Sheng Ning returned to the laboratory, all the researchers went crazy. What kind of luck is this, surviving twice from the magnetic storm? Is there some secret? What surprised Sheng Ning even more was that time inside the magnetic storm was actually different from interstellar time. She had clearly spent over a month in the magnetic storm, but only 3 days had passed in interstellar time. Sheng Ning still remembered this time, especially after she explained the cause of the magnetic storm. A large portion of people disagreed. The grievances from ancient Earth times was already thousands of years ago. It was impossible for them to still exist today. But the facts are as they are. The researchers in the laboratory were once again divided into 2 groups. Yan Zhang wanted to have a serious talk with Sheng Ning, and Sheng Ning felt the same. Let's dissolve our engagement, Sheng Ning said rationally. Although Yan Zhang could offer her many resources, he was too domineering. This was the aura of a family patriarch, but he should not use this aura on her. Yan Zhang's eyes instantly turned red, his voice hoarse. Ning Ning, what are you saying? Do you know how worried I was about you these 3 days? I didn't eat or drink while searching for you everywhere in the Federation, and you come back wanting to dissolve our engagement. Why? Sheng Ning looked at Yan Zhang calmly, without a hint of emotion. Your identity is a shackle to me. The experiments I want to conduct do not require your interference. Sheng Ning was a very easygoing person, having little special interests since childhood, only the research project on the magnetic storm. This was the only thing she cared about, as if she was born to study magnetic storms. But now, Yan Zhang was a stumbling block on her research path. I'm just worried about your safety, Ning Ning, you have to understand me. I love you, and I'm afraid something will happen to you. You can't just think of yourself now, you have to consider me too. When I found out you went into the magnetic storm again, I almost went crazy, Ning Ning, I nearly lost you twice.
Do you know how I feel? I am thinking of you.
If we dissolve our engagement, you don't need to worry about me anymore. The egg in Sheng Ning's arms was cocooning, seeming quite restless. Sheng Ning turned to leave, leaving a sentence for Yan Zhang. Think about it, for the sake of the Yin family's reputation, you can put the blame on me.
Sheng Ning had no memory of the engagement, and her feelings for Yan Zhang were more of responsibility than obligation.
The next head of the Yin family, skillfully navigating among political and business elites, relied not only on the Yin family's status but also on his high emotional intelligence. But with such emotional intelligence, he and Sheng Ning had been together for so long. Yan Zhang would not be unaware of what her bottom line was. Since he knows, and he still acts this way, then he either doesn't care, or he wants to pull her. But this matter had little impact on Sheng Ning, her whole mind was now focused on the egg. Originally pure and clean, the egg now looked grey and dull. Even after Sheng Ning scrubbed it several times with a steel wire ball, there was no sign of it becoming bright. After resting for half a month, the egg finally regained a little luster. However, what made Sheng Ning speechless happened next. The edge of the star was located at the border of the Federation, where the temperature was extremely cold. The laboratory had a constant temperature system running year-round. But on the day Sheng Ning returned, for some reason, the constant temperature system broke down. In her daze, Sheng Ning felt a chill, followed by a continuous flow of heat wrapping around her.
Sheng Ning involuntarily moved closer to the heat source, clinging tightly to it.
After that, the constant temperature system in Sheng Ning's place repeatedly malfunctioned. Even after repairs, no problems were found. Later, it was discovered that it was the egg that had turned off the constant temperature system. Sheng Ning felt that this egg probably didn't like this temperature, so she put it in the freezer for 2 days before letting it out. Egg, /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// unknowingly, and it was already May in the year 6433 of the interstellar era. The energy fluctuations on the egg were still very weak, but magnetic storms appeared more frequently. During this time, the Federation was not peaceful. There was good news that a second survivor from the magnetic storm had emerged. This person turned out to be Yen Zhang, which further solidified the Yen family's position in the Federation Empire. Sheng Ning had no other thoughts. She still observed the magnetic storms every day, analyzing the energy from them, spending the remaining time with the egg. However, recently, the egg was particularly restless. Through observation, Sheng Ning found that it was indeed related to the approaching magnetic storm. To get closer to the magnetic storm, Sheng Ning took the egg and piloted the aircraft to the edge of it. Setting up the observation equipment, she discovered that the egg was missing.
Sheng Ning, oh.
The magnetic storm was not as intense as expected. There was even a sense that it was about to dissipate. This kind of magnetic storm had no observational effect, and Sheng Ning was about to pack up and leave. When she opened the aircraft, a shiny, pearl-like egg lay peacefully in the passenger seat.
It shouldn't be an illusion. The sudden weakening of the magnetic storm energy just now should be related to the egg? This guess was confirmed after 3 observations. Every time the magnetic storm came fiercely, after the egg disappeared, the energy directly weakened, almost to nothing. Sheng Ning excitedly kissed the egg, planning to take it all over the Federation, so the magnetic storms could no longer threaten interstellar humanity.
But the imagination was beautiful, while reality was stark. The next day, when Sheng Ning woke up, she found that the egg she had been holding was now just a dull white shell. And a heavy feeling came from her chest, accompanied by a faint heartbeat.
Pulling back the thin blanket, she saw a completely black, matte-finished dog.
It was a small puppy, no more than 30 centimeters long. It lay sweetly in the crook of Sheng Ning's arm, sleeping soundly, its slightly open mouth showing a cute pink tongue, adorable to the core. Sheng Ning's urge to get up was immediately sealed by this little creature. She could only lie there, gazing at it. Thus, for the first time in her life, Sheng Ning did not arrive at the laboratory before 8 o'clock. The little one woke up, its eyes still not fully open. A tiny ball that seemed able to melt hearts nuzzled against Sheng Ning's face and gave her a big kiss.
Sheng Ning, hey, this little guy is quite the rascal. She lifted the little one by the scruff of its neck. You came out of the egg?
The little one struggled to resist. The power disparity was too great, and after futile resistance, I could only glare at Sheng Ning. That's not an egg, that's my protective shell.
Sheng Ning couldn't help but poke the little guy's navel with her fingertip. The little guy immediately curled up and glared angrily. What are you doing? Poking my belly button will make me sick.
Sheng Ning chuckled, breaking into a light and beautiful smile. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, so what exactly are you? The little guy was so proud, lifting his chin. I am a Qilin, one of the ancient divine beast races, unique in the universe.
Gurgle gurgle.
After speaking, a sudden, inappropriate rumble came from his belly. Sheng Ning's smile widened as she picked up the only qilin cub in existence and got off the bed. The qilin cub hated this motion, struggled for a moment, then jumped onto Sheng Ning's shoulder.
What does the qilin want to eat? Sheng Ning really didn't know what qilins ate, but that didn't stop her mischievous thoughts. Is it grass? I've heard that divine beasts cannot eat human food.
The qilin cub noticed her playful smile, bared the newly grown teeth, and bit down hard on Sheng Ning's face in anger. We qilins eat humans.
This strength, rather than a bite, felt more like a kiss.
Sheng Ning was slightly stunned, a familiar feeling surged in her heart but vanished quickly, making her forget it in no time. Since you've kissed me, I'll be generous and let you drink the food meant for our human cubs. 10 minutes later, the qilin cub was sucking on a milk bottle, tun 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 tun.
Sheng Ning propped up her chin, watching the little guy eat, and suddenly felt like a mother. The little guy was happily eating and soon fell asleep, hugging the milk bottle.
Sheng Ning placed him into the observation device, and an energy fluctuation, like a magnetic storm, slowly flowed within the little cub.
It was being absorbed slowly. When the little cub woke up again, Sheng Ning was flipping through ancient human books. There weren't many ancient Earth books preserved, and the one Sheng Ning was looking at seemed to be ancient humans' marriage records. The cub scampered over, kissed Sheng Ning's face, and jumped onto the paper in her hands.
Stop making trouble. Sheng Ning poked it and saw the cub's paws perfectly on the name column. She suddenly had a brainstorm. Qilin handsome, do you have a name? The qilin cub replied proudly again, Qilin.
Sheng Ning, besides qilin, do you want a human name?
The little guy tilted his head. Since you say it, then I'll pick one. He focused on the paper in Sheng Ning's hand and after a while landed on a record.
This one will do. The chubby paw with pink pads stepped down, and the name underneath was Chu Yuan Yin. Chapter 187.
Sheng Ning's gaze fell next to Chu Yuan Yin, where the girl's registered name was Sheng Ning.
Was it a coincidence?
Ancient humans didn't need a household registration for marriage, and divorce was very difficult, so many signed premarital agreements.
This Sheng Ning was the same as Chu Yuanyan.
Sheng Ning pieced together the story of this couple.
Both grew up in an orphanage. Sheng Ning was 4 years older than Chu Yuanyan.
They were top students from elementary school all the way to university, especially Sheng Ning, who started working part-time after middle school. Amid such circumstances, she still managed to maintain the top spot among over 1 million students in the eastern region. After graduating from university, Sheng Ning entered a well-known company, and in the same year, Chu Yuanyan confirmed their relationship when he turned 18.
On Chu Yuanyan's 22nd birthday, they obtained a marriage certificate.
The premarital agreement narrated their emotional history, but what Sheng Ning didn't know was, at the age of 30, Sheng Ning gave birth to their first child.
Chu Yuanyan had a small success in his entrepreneurial career.
At the age of 34, Sheng Ning gave birth to the second child, and Chu Yuanyan became the undisputed new rich in the Eastern District. Chu Yuanyan became a popular figure, and in no time, countless people began to send women to him, but he always remained faithful. Later, feeling overwhelmed, he simply resigned and let Sheng Ning become the chairwoman and CEO.
Chu Yuanyan stayed at home, living a life of supporting his wife and teaching his children, constantly preparing various supplements for Sheng Ning. Just like that, 30 years passed. Their children began to shine in their respective fields, and the company's affairs were handed over to professional managers. Sheng Ning ended her life at the age of 84, and the next month, Chu Yuanyan passed away, and the two of them completed a beautiful and happy life together. Sheng Ning rubbed her eyes, thinking that since the little one liked it, let's name him Chu Yuanyan. When Sheng Ning took the little one to observe the magnetic storm again, this time the power of the magnetic storm showed no signs of weakening. She looked at the little one, Chu Yuanyan. The little one guessed her doubts and explained, actually, I have already died. Many years ago, I died in the magnetic storm for someone very important. Now that I can come back to life, it relies on the negative energy of the heavenly way. After I came back, I could no longer absorb that negative energy. Sheng Ning heard a buzzing sound in her ears. The little one's most important person? Wasn't she the most important person to him? Had the little one strayed so young?
Sheng Ning, who had a firm principle of not internalizing conflict, grabbed the now chubby black qilin and sternly asked, who is your most important person?
If you don't tell me, you won't have any NANEI to drink for the next 3 days. The little one looked wronged. You're not being reasonable. If I'm not your most important person anymore, why should I listen to you?
Sheng Ning turned her face away. Go tell your most important person about it.
The little one looked both wronged and pitiful. But you are my most important person. Sheng Ning was stunned again. Did you die to save me? So, that was why she managed to survive the last magnetic storm?
Thinking of this, Sheng Ning looked at the qilin cub with eyes full of softness, tears welling up. But I don't remember you. Why can't I remember you?
The little one, whose brain hadn't fully developed, said something he would regret for life. I did it on purpose. If I really died, you would be very sad keeping our memories alone. Sheng Ning choked, what is our relationship? I won't tell you, the little one's intelligence came on for a second, I won't tell you that you are my wife.
Sheng Ning doubted, how could I possibly marry a little brat I can slap to death?
The little one was furious, what do you mean, who do you look down upon?
Back then, I was nearly 6 feet tall, with 18 abs, handsome enough to anger the gods, flowers bloomed upon my presence, birds froze in awe, my scales were like black gems, cut like stars, possessing a bodyline as perfect as a meteor. Sheng Ning was amazed, a head so tiny could remember so many words. Indeed, new brains are more useful.
When can you transform back to having 18 abs? Sheng Ning asked while observing the nearby magnetic storm.
She was in a dead zone of the magnetic storm, just far enough away not to be affected. The little one sighed in distress, if it grows naturally, it will take about 1,000 years.
If I enter the magnetic storm, it could be the next second. The time and space in the magnetic storm seemed different from interstellar space.
If the little one could enter that longer time and space, she would be able to see a mature Qilin cub.
What would the adult Qilin cub be like? Would he still be this silly? Do you have a way to leave after entering the magnetic storm? Sheng Ning suddenly thought of a critical question.
This question struck a chord with the little one, and he proclaimed proudly, not only can I enter and exit the instance, but I can also bring gifts back for you. The gifts the Qilin cub spoke of were actually various scraps. To put it more specifically, they were severed limbs and broken parts of animals. In the laboratory over the next period, people often saw strange and bizarre biological waste being recovered from the team leader's experimental room. Sheng Ning could no longer tolerate it and gave the little Qilin a strong push. After that, the little Qilin became a little more restrained. But the effect was not great. Before, it was severed limbs, now, they were dragging injured beings back. These injured beings were all strange looking, some even a patchwork of human and animal.
Sheng Ning looked at them and felt a wave of nausea. The little Qilin inexplicably felt a chill run down its back. Huh? Who is trying to stab me in the back? The little Qilin did not receive an answer.
Through piecing things together, Sheng Ning also figured out why the negative energy of the heavenly way would form different magnetic storms.
Because everyone's grievances are different.
These little monsters said that the way to leave the center of the magnetic storm was to find its weak point. There are many magnetic storm clusters. Each magnetic storm has a different weak point.
How can everyone find it? Sheng Ning decided to have a chat with Yan Zhang. 3 days later,
Yan Zhang returned to the laboratory. Although Sheng Ning did not cheer along the way, she still expressed her welcome.
When the crowd dispersed, Sheng Ning said, "Do you have time? Let's talk."
Yan Zhang naturally would not refuse.
In the coffee shop of the laboratory, they both ordered a caramel macchiato. Sheng Ning got straight to the point, "Can you share how you left the magnetic storm?" Yan Zhang replied with disappointment, "I entered the magnetic storm, and you didn't even worry about me?"
Indeed, she had not, she was too busy playing with the little Qilin. Sheng Ning touched her nose sheepishly, "I didn't know when you entered the magnetic storm, but you coming back is quite fortunate."
Chapter 188.
If one traces back to when Yan Zhang's heart fluttered.
It was when Yan Zhang first met Sheng Ning at the youth competition held by the Imperial Research Institute.
At that time, Sheng Ning was wearing clear goggles, standing on a brightly lit stage, speaking confidently and calmly. Her face held a hint of polite smile, her posture elegant, and her voice melodious. Later, when Yan Zhang arrived at the laboratory on the Edge Star, he was even more conquered by Sheng Ning, her logical thinking and her focused seriousness.
Sheng Ning sparkled as if she were gilded, even her hair held its unique charm.
It drew him in deeply, making it hard for him to escape. He knew Sheng Ning's personality, besides experiments, nothing else could touch her heartstrings. So even when he noticed Sheng Ning's indifference towards him, he didn't mind. On the contrary, he found her cute little guilty look particularly endearing.
A smile appeared on his face, but his gaze dimmed a little. Ning, do you know what I thought at the last moment in the magnetic storm?"
Sheng Ning pressed down the little creature that was showing its teeth in her pocket and shook her head, no. Because in the end, she thought of nothing, she just felt a bit defiant against fate, wanting to move forward, continuously.
"It was you." The answer was within Sheng Ning's expectations. Sheng Ning raised her eyes to look at him. "What did you see in the magnetic storm?"
Yan Zhang was not alone in entering the magnetic storm. He was accompanied by 5 other researchers. They believed that if a woman like Sheng Ning could come out of the magnetic storm, so could they. The magnetic storm Yan Zhang entered resembled a school from ancient Earth. In that school, he was a bullied nerd, very timid.
Among the 5 accompanying researchers,
the first researcher, upon entering the classroom, didn't greet the teacher and was instantly shattered to death. The second researcher was beaten to death for resisting the bullies. The third researcher was erased when trying to escape the school. Only Yan Zhang and another researcher were left, trying to act like students in the school, enduring until the 6th day. In the evening, the fourth researcher could no longer bear the torment and jumped off the rooftop. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and the attackers began to search the entire school for Yin Zhang, wanting to vent their emotions.
Eventually, they found Yin Zhang on a rooftop.
As Yin Zhang lay nearly lifeless from the beating, he suddenly thought of Sheng Ning, wondering if she had gone through the same things. But Sheng Ning had never given up, and he couldn't give up either. So he made a bold decision: since death awaited them all, why not drag these bullies down with him? Yin Zhang began to fight back, killing all the bullies on the rooftop, even in anger, placing them in a begging posture.
They needed to atone, they had to repent to everyone they had bullied.
Just after midnight, Yin Zhang felt a rush of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a desolate star. Most importantly, after waking up, Yin Zhang once again observed that magnetic storm cluster, but its energy had weakened significantly. After hearing Yin Zhang's account, Sheng Ning frowned. It was clear that the magnetic storm cluster she encountered was not the same as Yin Zhang's. After a long time, Sheng Ning said, "It seems I have to enter the magnetic storm center again." With the little one around, Sheng Ning felt very confident. But Yin Zhang's face turned grim, his brows furrowed, and an imposing aura radiated from him. "Ning Ning, you can't. The magnetic storm is too dangerous, you must not go." The little one in Sheng Ning's pocket bit her finger, his bright eyes full of disagreement. Seeing this, Sheng Ning had to give in. "All right, let's not go for now." Yin Zhang revealed a smile. Ning Ning started to care about his feelings.
"So, Yin Zhang seized the moment, shall I take you back?"
Sheng Ning refused. "I need to go back to the lab to organize some data." As soon as she returned to the lab, the little one jumped out of her pocket, his short arms crossed, sitting on the lab table with his legs crossed.
This pose melted Sheng Ning's heart with cuteness. She softened her voice and cooed, "What's wrong? Whose little friend is so adorable?"
"Flattering me won't work," the Qilin cub raised his chin. "Also, I'm your husband."
"That human just liked you, he wants to pursue you." Sheng Ning innocently replied, "But I don't like him."
"That's not acceptable, he's so annoying." The Qilin cub jumped into Sheng Ning's arms, tightly hugging her neck, expressing his possessiveness.
All right, I won't take you to see him anymore."
Hearing Sheng Ning say this, the Qilin cub finally calmed down, completely oblivious to the strange tone in her words. Not long after, the little guy disappeared again. When he returned, he brought Sheng Ning a fiery red pearl, brilliant and eye-catching. Sheng Ning noticed the energy on the pearl and placed it in front of the observation instrument, discovering it emitted the exact opposite wave to that of the magnetic storm.
"What is this?"
This meant that if there were enough of these red pearls, they could fully resist the attack of the magnetic storm. As if understanding Sheng Ning's thoughts, the Qilin said, "Stop thinking. This pearl, just like me, is unique under heaven and earth." Saying this, he began to feel proud again.
Sheng Ning chuckled and teased, "Oh really? Then such an amazing Qilin brother doesn't need to drink any anymore, right?"
Saying this, she shook the milk bottle in her hand, and the next moment, loud sounds echoed through the lab. 10 minutes later, the little one, glowing with a dark, shiny sheen, let out a satisfied burp. He jumped up, landing on Sheng Ning's chest, puffing out his chest. "Let's go, husband will take you to see the world." Regarding this title, Sheng Ning didn't care at all, she was just teasing the child. She curled her lips. "All right, wherever the little one wants to go, we will go." That indulgent tone was as if saying the cub could ask for the stars in the sky, and Sheng Ning would pick them for him. The Qilin cub placed the pearl in Sheng Ning's hand and took her onto the flying device.
After 2 days and nights of long travel, the two finally arrived at the largest magnetic storm cluster in the universe.
Entering the magnetic storm group, Sheng Ning saw 2 lotus flowers growing together in a river filled with black aura. One black and one gray, emitting an inexplicable aura, powerful enough that just a careful glance made Sheng Ning's eyes sting.
"Stinky lotus flower, you are not allowed to bully my wife."
The little one in her arms angrily stepped on the void and flew above the 2 lotus flowers, spitting fiercely. The petals of the lotus trembled, revealing 2 figures on top, one male and one female, extraordinarily handsome.
I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the puppy. The girl stood on the gray lotus petal, covering her mouth and laughing. "You want a wife? You haven't even grown all your hair. Our Qilin clan does not grow hair."
The Qilin came for something important and did not want to argue with these 2 stinky flowers. "The negative energy of the heavenly Tao has dissipated, and you have been living in seclusion here, it's time to come out. The heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao, we take root and sprout in the chaos, immortal and indestructible. Why bother with the negative energy of the heavenly Tao?" The gray lotus flower refused.
Chapter 189.
Sheng Ning listened to the argument between the Qilin cub and the gray lotus flower. The Qilin cub wanted the gray and black lotus flowers to use chaos power to control the magnetic storm, but the gray lotus flower thought it would have no effect, so she disagreed with such a thankless task.
Sheng Ning remembered Yin Zhang's words.
After he left the magnetic storm group, the power of the group diminished significantly.
Could she think that once they completed the tasks in the space created by the negative energy of the heavenly Tao, they would be able to leave the center of the magnetic storm smoothly? But then came the question, how could they discover the tasks of the magnetic storm space, and how could they improve the survival rate in the magnetic storm space? According to Yan Zhang, the deaths of the early researchers were not random. It was as if there were certain rules. If they found these rules, maybe they could crack the magnetic storm. Sheng Ning exchanged her thoughts with the gray lotus flower. The gray lotus flower was very surprised, but under Sheng Ning's persistent persuasion, she successfully agreed to help. With the help of the gray and black lotus flowers, soon all the magnetic storm groups were controlled in place. Sheng Ning, using the power of the qilin and the red pearl, began to build the game passage. At this moment, Sheng Ning found that the distance between the magnetic storm groups was too far, so she asked the gray lotus flower to pull the magnetic storm groups around her into her own group. Sure enough, it worked. But even with the strength of these two, it was still somewhat insufficient. With this unique red pearl from heaven and earth, Sheng Ning easily entered and exited the magnetic storm space. She first entered several enormous magnetic storm groups, persuading a powerful creature that was half human, half mermaid, who was also quite cute. Yan Zhang thought she was her new pet and helped feed it for a while. There was also the underworld where ancient humans would go after death, ruled by the emperor of Fengdu. And the mad scientist from the time of ancient human extinction. Together with the two lotus flowers, they began to continuously connect the magnetic storm groups, gathering them together. Sheng Ning started building the passage inside the magnetic storm group and used the red pearl to determine the rules and tasks of each magnetic storm space. Such a big commotion could not be hidden from Yan Zhang, who had been observing the magnetic storm group. When Sheng Ning told Yan Zhang this conclusion, she thought he would be as happy as she was. But Yan Zhang's attitude was the opposite. He coldly faced Sheng Ning for the first time. Have you thought about who will complete these tasks? Sheng Ning disagreed. You know the power of the magnetic storm now. If we can't solve the problem of the magnetic storm, what kind of outcome will the entire Federation, billions of humans and creatures face? I don't believe everyone is a coward. There will always be someone willing to go. Moreover, as the ancient saying goes, under great rewards, there will be brave men. Sheng Ning and Yan Zhang were completely from two different worlds. Two people's ways of thinking are fundamentally different. Sheng Ning thinks about solving problems, while Yan Zhang is more like a politician. He needs to consider the consequences this matter brings to the entire Federation and his own position in this storm. The Federation is about to change its leadership, and Yan Zhang has been active during this time. If this matter explodes now, then his background as a researcher will force him to explain the outcome to the public at his election rally. But how can he persuade the masses to embrace death? In Sheng Ning's eyes, she is just a simple researcher. Like an inventor, she is only responsible for inventing things. How to sell and promote it is a sales matter. In other words, Sheng Ning is only responsible for researching the magnetic storm issue. Whether to adopt this method and how to convince the public is a politician's job. The construction of the magnetic storm channel went very smoothly, but it was also time-consuming and labor-intensive. Unknowingly, 2 years have passed. This time, Sheng Ning presented the entire structure of the magnetic field space channel and how to complete the task in the magnetic storm space before all the ministers of the Federation. The final outcome was decided by a vote in the cabinet. As the fierce voting came to an end, both sides were at a deadlock, with the last vote in Yan Zhang's hands. In hesitation, Yan Zhang almost raised his hand to vote against, but in a critical moment, he met Sheng Ning's indifferent gaze. When Yan Zhang wanted to vote again, he had already run out of time. In the intense dialectics of the deadlock, someone proposed that if they were to announce this matter to the whole Federation, Sheng Ning herself needed to walk out alive from a medium-sized magnetic storm group without any external help. Yan Zhang's opposition was very timely, but it didn't work. Finally, the cabinet reached a consensus. Sheng Ning could come back after returning from 2 magnetic storm spaces. At the same time, this meeting announced the renaming of the magnetic storm group to Mysterious Game. Each magnetic storm group is like a dungeon in a game, in order to alleviate the public's fear of the magnetic storm group. Sheng Ning spent half a year constructing all the magnetic storm channels perfectly. She also made a classification of the powerful beings within the magnetic storm group. The strongest only had 5 individuals, who are the guardians of the rules, possessing supreme power. Gui Lianhua Gong Yi Ran named the 5 of them the Abyss of Heavenly Path, meaning the negative energy that traps the heavenly path. Sheng Ning felt it was too long and simply changed it to Abyss. As Sheng Ning prepared to enter the dungeon, she brought nothing with her. Sheng Ning was already ready for not coming back. After all, this time she did not have the help of the red pearl and didn't know where she would go. Qilin had grown taller and heavier once again, making his promise carry more weight. I promise, my wife. No matter heaven or earth, I will find you. Just like that, Sheng Ning stepped into the magnetic storm channel, giving Yan Zhang no chance to speak. After she entered the magnetic storm channel, Qilin also jumped down, his figure sinking into the storm. 5 minutes later, Yan Zhang arrived at the channel transmission center and entered the storm center together. Thus, the first dungeon of the mysterious game was opened by its first player. But Sheng Ning felt nothing. She did not know this was a dungeon. It seemed as if this was her original world. She was an ordinary beauty at a university, having spent 3 very pleasant years of university. Just before graduation, Sheng Ning met a sophomore named Chu Yuanyan. The two quickly fell in love, and in the 2 years they were together, they had never had a fight. It wasn't that Sheng Ning had a good temper, but someone was too good at being spoiled, always able to grasp Sheng Ning's soft spot. The two got married on May 20th when Chu Yuanyan turned 22. On that day, in the hotel, Chu Yuanyang began his life with a teddy bear. He thought life would be so peaceful, but unexpectedly, over a year later, City A erupted in a zombie crisis. Chapter 190. Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyang lost their lives in this crisis. Yet Yan Zhang, after death, used the rich negative energy of the heavenly Tao to reassemble his body. He remained in this copy and started a long life within it. Sheng Ning thought she would lose everything, feeling some regret for not being able to properly say goodbye to her baby. But unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes again, she woke up in an orphanage. She was an orphan, and with the passage of time, the orphan was slowly growing up. This time, she met Chu Yuanyang when she was 6 years old. The two grew up together, studied together, and worked hard together, from knowing each other to falling in love and finally getting married. Until that day, when Chu Yuanyang excitedly went to pick up their wedding rings, he never came back. Sheng Ning saw the crazy man who still yelled after killing someone in court. That was no madman, it was clearly the crazy scientist Sheng Ning had retrieved from the magnetic storm space. At that moment, Sheng Ning realized that the scientist's obsession was solely to win the war of human extinction. But in the endless timeline, all the ancient Earth humans eventually met their demise. He traveled countless times into the magnetic storm space with ancient Earth humans, but failed to ignite the flame of hope to revive Earth. Now only the last space remained. If they could not ignite the hope of ancient Earth this time, it would completely disappear from the cosmic river. Here, I'd like to explain that Sheng Ning is not a native of the copy, she is an interstellar researcher. The beginning of the story is in the second copy that Sheng Ning is in. Sheng Ning, without memories, thought the second copy was her real life, but it was actually another copy. Sheng Ning faced the crazy scientist's mad eyes in the court. In a haze, she heard a conversation nearby. When will Ning Ning wake up? I don't know, this time, the prophetic dream has clearly dragged on too long. No, we must find a way. The madman has connected all the magnetic storm spaces in the universe, ready to swallow the Federation. He has really lost his mind. If he can't revive ancient Earth, does he intend for everyone in the Federation to accompany him to death? Why must Emperor Fengdu also get involved with the madman's affairs? After a moment of silence, Sheng Ning heard Chu Yuanyang's hoarse voice. The negative energy of the heavenly Tao has affected the normal order of the underworld. Ancient Earth and the underworld are closely connected. If Earth revives, the underworld can also return to normal. Conversely, if Earth disappears, the underworld will also collapse. The Emperor is left with no choice. They could only take a gamble. After a long time, a sigh followed. More than half of the level 6 players who have already left have re-entered the copy of the Extinction War. We must also prepare. See you in the copy. See you in the copy. After everyone left, Sheng Ning slowly opened her eyes. The last trace of confusion in her clear pupils vanished, while Chu Yuanyang, who was rubbing his temples, seemed unaware. Baby? Sheng Ning's voice was a bit hoarse, with a weak breath of sound. It was this slight sound that made Chu Yuanyang spring up from the soft chair. You're awake? Sheng Ning propped up her stiff body and let out a long breath. I'm awake, why do you look so haggard? Chu Yuanyang had stubble on his chin, chapped lips, and his beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with bloodshot. You finally woke up. Chu Yuanyang stepped forward and hugged her tightly. The pent-up grievances burst forth, his voice choked with emotion. You've been in a coma for an entire month. Sheng Ning patted his back. I'm sorry for worrying you. Sheng Ning could sense his anxiety. I never expected I would sleep for so long. I just heard what you said, but I still don't understand why the magnetic storm space has become like this. Sheng Ning's words made Chu Yuanyang realize that she had regained her memory, so he simply explained the matter. It turned out that Sheng Ning and the others had not been able to come out of the copy for a long time, and the Federation believed that Sheng Ning's plan had failed, so they abandoned the plan. But unexpectedly, the magnetic storm's spatial passage was gradually perfected under Sheng Ning's construction, and at the same time, 5 abyss anomalies established bizarre killing rules while connecting with the copies. As the rules gradually improved, they began to have their own consciousness. After that, the rules actively pulled interstellar humans into the magnetic storm space, assigning corresponding points for each copy. Only when the points reached a certain threshold could the 5 abyss anomalies simultaneously open a passage back to the stars, allowing them to return to the Federation. Thus, the magnetic storm space and the Federation lived in peace for many years. Until recently, when a madman dragged Chu Yuanyang into a bizarre game copy. The Black Lotus and Grey Lotus, namely Gong Yaran and Gong Shuchen, united with Zheng Liyan to imprison the madman and Emperor Fengdu in a dark prison. However, they did not expect that the madman and Emperor Fengdu would escape the dark prison while Zheng Liyan and the others were away.
Emperor Fendu commanded the magnetic storm group in the underworld, and the madman began to connect all the copies, leaving death and injury in their wake. Now, there is a giant magnetic storm group forming in the universe, and its power is still growing. Currently, more than 800 people have entered this copy, and what's worse is that the passage to the copy is shrinking. This means that the copy will close soon. At that time, the lives of the entire universe will depend on those who entered the copy. If they fail to clear it, the entire Federation and even half the universe will be destroyed by the magnetic storm group. Moreover, the news coming from inside is not optimistic, judging by the energy reduction level of the copy according to the level of clearance. This means that at least 1/10 of the people must achieve an S-level clearance. Such a super copy, with 80 people achieving S-level clearance, is practically as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if 6-level players enter the copy, they have little assurance. Then let's hurry and enter the copy. Sheng Ning took a deep breath, looked at the talents on her panel, and thought about the things she had obtained from various copies, suddenly feeling inspired. The golden butterfly knife from Broken Home. The diamond box from Desolate Wilderness. The pearl crown from Forbidden Deep Sea. The peaceful Tao from the special copy. The photo from Rural Teaching. The golden kidney from Escape from Ghost City. The dragon and phoenix flower candle from Newcomer's Grievance. The control watch from Starry Black Prison. The blank canvas from Layered Ancient Castle. Gathering all 9 items obtained from these copies into the fusion talent. No matter how many crystal cores Sheng Ning tossed in this time, the progress bar on the fusion talent showed no movement at all. Not good, the passage of the giant magnetic storm group is about to close. A scream came from outside. Chapter 191. Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. Just as the two entered the copy. Ding, detected player leveled up to LV5, does the player wish to draw a talent? Yes. The roulette spun and stopped. Ding, draw completed, congratulations to the player for drawing SSS level talent, Mental Web. Ding, detected player leveled up to LV6, does the player wish to draw a talent? Yes. Ding, draw completed, congratulations to the player for drawing SSS level talent, 5 elements. Sheng Ning looked at Chu Yuanian, who held her hand tightly, and slightly raised her eyebrows. Chu Yuanian had already tidied himself up, wearing a new Chinese-style outfit. Beneath his slightly messy bangs, his phoenix eyes were proud and charming, raising his chin invitingly. Wife, I've lent you my good luck, do you want to repay me? 2 SSS level talents, at least 2 kisses, right? A familiar tone and a smug expression made Sheng Ning curl her lips into a smile. Time is tight, let's settle the magnetic storm issue first, then figure it out together? Whatever the wife says. Sheng Ning chuckled, the kid really hadn't changed at all, so easy to coax. The moment she entered the instance, Sheng Ning felt a wave of dizziness, countless memories flooding her mind. Her name is Sheng Ning, and she was originally a sophomore student. But who would have thought that a year ago, the sun suddenly became active, and powerful solar storms disrupted the Earth's magnetic field, causing humans and all living beings on Earth to start mutating. Some humans successfully mutated, becoming powerful superhumans, while others failed and turned into bloodthirsty monsters that only knew how to devour. Now, it is the first year of the apocalypse. And Sheng Ning is just an ordinary human, without any superpowers, barely surviving in the survival base established by the government. The place where Sheng Ning is now is the number 6 survival base. She lives in a dormitory with 20 people. In a safe zone where resources are scarce and every inch of land is precious, humans without superpowers are the lowest existence. Fortunately, Sheng Ning is a college student, full of energy, and with her 5.2 eyesight, she managed to get a post as a guard in the safe zone. Additionally, she had previously keenly sensed the silence of the surrounding birds and predicted the monster's attack, which is why she was promoted from a dormitory of 40 people to one of 20. As the time for her shift approached, Sheng Ning numbly washed up in the narrow bathroom, then walked out of the ordinary person's residence towards the gate. Even the most energetic college student cannot withstand 8 hours of mental focus. 2 hours later, Sheng Ning felt a bit tired, her helpless gaze sweeping over the withered grass outside the base. Suddenly, the grass not far away shook unnaturally a couple of times. Sheng Ning thought she was seeing things, as the grass around her remained completely still for the next 5 minutes. Just as she was about to let her guard down, the grass on the other side shook as well. Unfortunately, the intertwined yellow grass made it impossible to see what was behind it. If only the grass could separate on its own. At the moment that thought crossed her mind, the tangled weeds really began to slowly part, revealing a monster covered in black, with a highly corrosive liquid clinging to its body. Alarm! Alarm! The moment Sheng Ning locked eyes with the monster, she pulled down the alarm next to her. In an instant, red and blue alarm lights flashed throughout the base. The nearest superhuman team rushed over quickly. According to the pattern of the monster's sneak attacks, it could be as short as 5 days or as long as 15 days. It had only been 3 days since the last monster attack, and no one expected the monster's assault to come early. So, the patrolling teams were mostly composed of low-level superhumans.
But low-level teams couldn't last long against these monsters.
Countless people were injured by the highly corrosive liquid on the monsters the moment they got close. Yet these people showed no fear, charging forward one after another, using their bodies to block the monsters' advance. They fought to buy time for the advanced superhumans coming later. Less than 2 minutes after the alarm sounded, 19 superhumans had already sacrificed themselves as the monsters began to push toward the base. They were now less than 50 meters from Sheng Ning's position. Suddenly, a monster lurking behind the others, resembling a wolf with a leopard's body and equipped with a pair of flesh-colored wings, fixed its gaze directly on Sheng Ning.
In that instant, Sheng Ning realized the power of this monster and its desire for her. But the monsters preferred to devour superhumans, so why would it desire her? Could it be that from the moment the grass parted, she awakened a superpower? There was no time to think too much. The advanced evil creature let out a sharp howl, as if issuing a command. In the next second, all the evil creatures turned to look at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning suspected she had awakened wood-type powers and tried to summon the surrounding grass and trees to bind these evil creatures. As soon as her thought appeared, the once yellow grass quickly transformed, and the vibrant green blades grew several meters in an instant, wrapping around the approaching evil creatures. Unfortunately, the evil creatures were coated with a high-intensity corrosive liquid, and as soon as the grass touched their skin, it dissolved in an instant. Ability user, wood-type ability user. Fire attack. Fire can drive back the evil creatures.
The ability users did not notice the evil creatures or Sheng Ning's powers and shouted in unison.
Fire.
Sheng Ning furrowed her brow, wondering why she was not a fire-type ability user. In the moment her thoughts landed, a layer of flames ignited around her invisibly.
In the next second, wherever Sheng Ning looked, flames raged fiercely.
The temperature of the flames was extremely high, with the bright flames displaying a deep purple color. The surrounding ability users quickly retreated. The air filled with the crackling sounds of explosions and a foul smell of roasting flesh. The number of evil creatures this time was not many. It was unclear if it was because she acted on her own or if they were part of the evil creatures' vanguard team. But in any case, the sudden appearance of the high-level fire-type ability user successfully resolved this crisis. By the time the high-level ability users arrived, the flames had already extinguished. The ground was charred black, and not even a trace of the evil creature's ashes remained. The high-level ability user Yen Zhang keenly noticed the fluctuations of ability energy from the watchtower and frowned, asking, "A new ability user awakened?" Sheng Ning was soon taken to the laboratory in the inner city. She sat in the testing chair and waited a long time without hearing the command to get up. An hour later, to her surprise, she met the head of the base's operations department.
"Hello." The man approached kindly for a handshake, anxiously asking, "When did you awaken your powers? Was there any abnormality?"
The man held Sheng Ning's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. If it weren't for the excitement and joy suppressed in his eyes, she would really start to doubt if he had any intentions toward her. About a minute before the evil creatures appeared, there was no abnormality at all, Sheng Ning replied truthfully.
The researchers following the operations department head were all dumbfounded. "You didn't have a fever? You didn't faint? No back pain or limb spasms?"
What the researchers mentioned were symptoms that every ability user would experience during evolution, and if the evolution failed during this process, those people would turn into evil creatures.
Sheng Ning slightly boasted, "No, really, is it that serious?" The researchers. The ability users outside the door.
One of the researchers stepped forward, pushing up his glasses, and said sternly, "I know you're very proud, but don't be too proud yet.
It's better to wait until you know your ability level before celebrating." Chapter 192.
Sheng Ning felt a bit hopeful. If she could become an ability user, she wouldn't have to endure sleeping in a huge dorm with 20 people, or having her but seen while going to the bathroom anymore. The researcher was holding a test report, already trembling with suppressed excitement. We use the energy intensity displayed by each ability user as a basis for classification. The highest level ability user currently has an energy value of 6.87 million, and his level is S-class.
So what is mine? Sheng Ning urgently wanted to know the result.
The researcher continued to tease, "During your first test, you directly blew up our measuring instrument, and we had to temporarily assemble a second measuring instrument, which also exploded. It wasn't until the last time that we created a measuring instrument capable of measuring in the 100 million range that we were able to fully accept your energy. Your energy value is 400 million, and moreover, it is a 5-element ability. The minimum energy value is 400 million. As the researcher's words fell, Sheng Ning felt a sudden ringing in her ears.
400 million? You said 400 million?
Sheng Ning felt a bit confused by this number. Her joyful beans from playing Do Di Zhu are not even this many. The researcher supported Sheng Ning's wavering body, thinking to himself, "Thankfully, a few old researchers fainting from excitement in the lab is nothing. This person is about to collapse." The Minister of the Combat Department announced, "Comrade Sheng Ning, your ability rating is SSS level. We are all very excited. Your appearance is like a spark of hope, igniting humanity's hope in the fight against the evil species. I know you're very excited, but please don't be too excited yet. Your ability level is very high, but the responsibility you must bear is also very heavy. In fact, not long ago, there was also an energy over a billion ability user at base 2 in the stock market. However, his ability was not offensive. Now that you have appeared, it reminds me of a suggestion that base 3 in City C once mentioned. The 3 bases will jointly send people to form a sharp decapitation team to find the source that has been secretly controlling all the actions of the evil species and destroy it. This way, the evil species will be left leaderless, and it will be time for us humanity to sound the counterattack horn." The reason the minister brought up this suggestion was that the previous highest level ability user had never surpassed 10 million in energy value. And researchers from the 3 major bases had speculated that the source's power is at least at the billion level. But now, everything is different.
Sheng Ning's appearance has shown humanity the dawn of hope. She is an ability user at the billion level. And she covers all 5 elements. All elements. Do you know what it means to cover all elements? Those are the 5 elements that derive all things in heaven and earth.
The minister's heart pounded wildly, looking at Sheng Ning with eager desire. Sheng Ning suppressed the excitement in her heart, stood up straight, and solemnly saluted the minister. "I guarantee I will complete the mission." At that moment, Sheng Ning's heart was as calm as water, as if entering a very mysterious realm. At that moment, it felt as if all of humanity's hope rested on her shoulders. The decapitation team suggested in the morning. Sheng Ning received notification in the afternoon while familiarizing herself with her abilities to meet the team members coming from various places.
Under the bright blue sky, several helicopters landed.
On one helicopter, the strong winds whipped up by the rapidly spinning blades scattered the man's hair, and before seeing his face clearly, he already came off as somewhat arrogant and reckless. The man had his hands in his pockets, and his tight black combat suit fully displayed the advantages of his tall figure and long legs. He was filled with a faint disdain, with sword-like brows, phoenix eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin, alluring lips, handsome with a touch of wickedness.
The moment their eyes met, the man raised an eyebrow at Sheng Ning, clearly showing in his eyes, "Hey girl, are you also captivated by me?"
Sheng Ning's heart skipped a beat, and then began to thump rapidly, her ears flushing with a hint of rosy clouds.
The next second, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning instinctively ignited a layer of flames around her, and with a sizzling sound, a faint burnt smell wafted through the air. The shadow that suddenly appeared in front of Sheng Ning vanished again in an instant, but still couldn't escape the flames, which burned away all his bangs at the front. Luckily he moved quickly, otherwise, with the temperature of Sheng Ning's flames, he would have turned to ashes in an instant. "Stop messing around."
A few people in military uniforms got off another helicopter, saluting the combat minister one by one, then their eyes fell on Sheng Ning. "Sorry, Qing Shuang just wanted to make a joke with you." Sheng Ning didn't think this was a joke. The earlier person's eyes, as well as this one's, were full of scrutiny and defiance.
But 10 minutes later, Sheng Ning understood why these people were so defiant.
The combat department actually assigned her to be the captain of this decapitation team. People from Base 3 had very strong opinions about Sheng Ning being the captain. "Minister, the assassination operation is crucial. She has no combat experience with the evil creatures. I disagree with her being the captain," Xia Qingxuang said, her hair burnt and curly. As soon as he spoke, others from Base 3 echoed in agreement. Sheng Ning was originally uninterested in being captain, but hearing this, she felt the need to assert herself. She raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly against her chair. "Powerful and confident, is fighting evil creatures about experience? In the face of absolute strength, everything is nonsense."
"I agree."
The man who was enamored by Sheng Ning came from Base 2, named Chu Yuanian. He also had an energy level over 100 million. "As for me, my powers lack direct attack, so Captain Shang, remember to protect this defenseless man." He sat beside Sheng Ning, leaning closer with a demeanor that had an unspoken intimacy. With both major leaders agreeing, the operations minister had no objections, leaving the other ability users daring not to voice any concerns. The time was set, they would depart a day later. This day was left for the 5-person team to get to know each other. But evidently, the ability users from Base 3 had other plans. As soon as the meeting was over, they disappeared.
Only Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian remained.
The evening haze burned brilliantly, half the sky tinted with crimson and lavender. The tall figure of the man cast a shadow over Sheng Ning, as Chu Yuanian curiously watched the seemingly delicate woman. It was surprising that such a body could carry 2 billion energy waves. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances.
"Captain Shang, how about showing me around the official base?" Sheng Ning paused. "I mean, today is my first time in the inner city, do you believe me?" Chapter 193. A day's acquaintance did not bring much emotional bonding to this makeshift team.
Especially the few from Base 3, all rare abilities and top performers, who held no respect for Sheng Ning. Take Xia Qingxuang for example, an S-rank wind ability user who had developed a teleportation skill.
Chao Xing, an S-rank ice ability user. Zhou Yan, an S-rank space ability user.
Among them, Chao Xing had the highest energy level at 687.
No wonder they dislike Sheng Ning, who would like someone stealing their thunder. The five began their journey southward.
Messages had previously arrived that evil creature spawn was active around the Qinling Mountains. In the luxurious 7-seat off-road vehicle, Zhu Yuanian rested his head on his hand, looking tired and slightly impatient, his expression not pleasant, eyes closed in rest. Sheng Ning sat in the passenger seat, curiously observing the outside world. Since the apocalypse, after being rescued to the official base, she had not seen the outside world. Looking out now, everything had changed. The once bustling capital city had fallen, overgrown with weeds and deserted.
Those towering buildings stood like forgotten relics, lonely in the city center.
The capital, once known for its wealth, now had turned into a lair for evil creatures. 20 minutes after leaving the base, Zhu Yuanian opened his eyes, his voice tired and lazy. Ahead, there are 17 mid-level evil creatures and 2 high-level evil creatures.
The power of high-level evil creatures was comparable to human S-rank ability users. But even among S-ranks, there was a difference in strength. The vehicle moved ahead for more than 50 meters, when a jet-black mid-level evil creature lunged at them. In the next second, an invisible force split the mid-level evil creature in two. My prey. Xia Qingxuang contested. Zhou Yan remained non-committal, fingers moving slightly, launching another spatial blade that pierced the hearts of 3 mid-level evil creatures directly. For the third team, killing evil creatures felt like a crushing game. Short for fishing fry. Soon, more than a dozen mid-level evil creatures disappeared, and with a loud moo, a giant rhinoceros charged directly towards the luxury SUV. Chao Xing, who had not acted, glanced dangerously with his eyes, his fists clenched, and the temperature inside the car dropped instantly. Outside, the rhinoceros was already covered in a thick layer of ice. Let's go, Chao Xing said calmly, giving a casual glance at Sheng Ning, as if this was just something trivial for him. However, Sheng Ning continued to stare out the window and said innocently to Chao Xing, "It seems we can't go." As soon as she finished speaking, a crisp cracking sound of ice was heard in the air, followed by countless ice blocks shattering. The rhinoceros angrily mooed, cold air spewing from its nostrils, and charged fiercely towards the SUV. In the next second, the SUV disappeared, and with a tremendous force, the rhinoceros, having overexerted itself, crashed down the slope across the road, rolling far away. The SUV reappeared about 50 meters ahead of its original position. The people in the car exchanged glances for a moment, and finally, their eyes all fell on Sheng Ning. "It's you," Xia Qingxuang said with a strange look. Sheng Ning blinked her innocent big eyes and said, "Yes, it's me, but I should thank you for the inspiration. It turns out I can teleport too, by using the power of the 5 elements." Xia Qingxuang. Chao Xing looked at that woman's beautiful and innocent big eyes, as if she was genuinely grateful, but this only made him feel a wave of frustration. It was just a 5-element supernatural being, what was so amazing about it? But using the 5 elements to teleport, didn't that mean he, this unique supernatural being, couldn't even think of that? Wasn't that foolish? If Sheng Ning knew Chao Xing's thoughts, she would definitely blink her most innocent big eyes and say in the sweetest tone, "Don't overthink, you really are a fool." Another high-level evil creature slowly crawled out from the end of the road. It looked like a human, yet also like a spider. A human body sprouted 8 legs, crawling on the ground, covered in a highly corrosive liquid that dripped onto the road, generating wisps of blue smoke. Its gaze was full of wisdom, locking onto Sheng Ning through the car window, revealing a strange smile. It sniffed the delicious aroma. Eating this human would allow it to ascend to the supreme existence. "Ha, it's coming for you," Xia Qingxuang restrained her glee. A being with 100 million energy levels, she had never seen one alive. Chao Xing was already prepared for battle. This high-level supernatural being had a high energy value too, and even he didn't have the confidence for a one-hit kill. As for Sheng Ning, who had hardly fought any evil creatures, she would probably be so scared seeing one that she couldn't even move. He looked over and saw Sheng Ning frowning in apparent pain. "Ha, just as expected." The temperature inside the car dropped sharply. The rather unnoticeable Zhu Yuanyan let out a hiss. "Cold," Zhu Yuanyan complained in disdain, stretching his hand to reach for Sheng Ning's hand. "Captain, can you give me some warmth?" Sheng Ning's passenger seat happened to be directly in front of Zhu Yuanyan, and a pretty hand reached over from the side, delicately pulling at Sheng Ning's clothes. Sheng Ning endured the ugly person in front of her and held onto that hand that kept pulling at her, feeling warmth transfer quickly. Then, the humanoid spider suddenly ignited in a layer of deep purple flames, and the temperature around it soared within a radius of dozens of meters. Chao Xing in the driver's seat felt a wave of heat coming, followed by sharp wails. In a few seconds, that feared evil creature had turned to ashes. "Now we can go," Sheng Ning blinked her sparkling big eyes at Chao Xing. Chao Xing. So annoying, it felt like those eyes were poking at him. Just leaving like this? If we don't deal with that rhinoceros evil creature, it will harm the base. Zhou Yan, who had been silent, finally spoke, opening his own space to search for the evil rhinoceros. In the next moment, he saw in the space he had unfolded a rhinoceros with tough skin and thick flesh, pierced by several sharp spears, almost nailing it to the ground. Zhou Yan's words stopped suddenly, and Sheng Ning looked at Zhou Yan with sparkling eyes, saying nothing, but conveying more than 1,000 words. Zhou Yan. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Like this, the people from the third base kept competing with Sheng Ning. Whenever they encountered evil creatures on the road, they would rush in and start smashing away, while Sheng Ning had already finished her business. With her big, sparkling eyes blinking, the gleam in her eyes wrote clearly, "Is this it?" Xia Qingxuan was anxious. All right, I won't argue with you, what about him? He pointed at Chu Yuanyan, only then noticing that the hands of the two were still holding together. Sheng Ning looked innocent. She hadn't sent warmth to Chu Yuanyan for a long time. It was Chu Yuanyan who was holding on tight. You are a level 1 special, but along the way, you haven't even released a single sound. Are you here to date or what? Chu Yuanyan lazily raised his eyelids. Do you want me to reveal the story of you at 8 years old jumping into the river to catch fish and getting bitten by a loach? Xia Qingxuan instantly exploded in anger, her face turning red, pointing at Chu Yuanyan and almost making a move. Are you so great with your prophetic abilities? Is this how you use your powers? Damn you! Chu Yuanyan, at 12, you climbed over the wall to spy. Xia Qingxuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong brother. No, master, just tell me any orders you have from now on. Chapter 194. The car stopped in front of a 2-story house in a town. This place was chosen by Chu Yuanyan after an entire afternoon. It was basically a place that wouldn't be invaded by evil creatures. Watching Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan go upstairs together, Zhao Xing burst out, "Captain Shang, dating is not allowed in the team." Sheng Ning halted, glancing at Chu Yuanyan before turning to look at Zhao Xing, her sparkling big eyes full of confusion. Who's dating? Zhao Xing frowned tightly. We are a team. If you have personal feelings within the team, how can we feel safe leaving our backs to you? Before Sheng Ning could speak, Chu Yuanyan scoffed, lazily raising his eyebrows. If you're scared, just go back. Honestly, without you guys, we can still kill the source of evil, and she doesn't even have to consider your pride. Dealing with evil creatures doesn't require restraint. You say she's restrained? She has been the most comfortable one on this whole journey. Xia Qingxuan chimed in, shrinking her shoulders and closing her mouth when she met Chu Yuanyan's gaze. Tension rose between Chu Yuanyan and Zhao Xing, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Sheng Ning stroked her chin, considering whether to eat milk turkey noodles or mashed potato turkey noodles tonight. Just then, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, and a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, possessing Slavic blood, appeared before everyone. Everyone, it's late and the wind is cool, don't argue outside. The sudden appearance of the woman shocked Sheng Ning, causing her to involuntarily step back and bump into Chu Yuanyan's embrace. Chu Yuanyan steadied her waist, softly saying in her ear, "Don't be afraid." The warm breath stirred Sheng Ning's emotions, making her heart race inappropriately, and the fear that had just surged began to fade away. Facing the woman's invitation, Chu Yuanyan wrapped his arm around Sheng Ning's waist and strode inside. Following closely were Zhou Yan, and finally Chao Xian and Xia Qingxuan. The exterior was just an ordinary house, but the interior was a breathtaking transformation. It was luxurious like a medieval palace, with crystal chandeliers illuminating every corner of the hall. Zhou Yan walked alongside Chu Yuanyan, whispering, "What's going on? Didn't you say this place is safe for the night?" Chu Yuanyan lazily replied, "What you asked back then was for a place without evil creatures. Look, there are no evil creatures here." Zhou Yan, what are these exactly? Chu Yuanyan's gaze carried a hint of disdain. In short, they are definitely not human. Zhou Yan. Today, he thoroughly realized that listening to a wise person's words is better than listening to 1,000 others. Sheng Ning was very curious about what this blonde, blue-eyed woman was. Since awakening her special abilities, Sheng Ning seemed to be able to sense all energy waves. She could feel that her energy waves were the same as those of Chu Yuanyan, Zhao Xing, and Xia Qingxuan. As for Zhou Yan, he was in a different wave band. The woman's wave band resembled Zhou Yan somewhat, but it was deeper than his. It seemed she sensed someone watching her. The blonde, blue-eyed woman turned her gaze towards Sheng Ning, revealing a faint smile, not minding at all. After everyone settled on the sofa, the blonde, blue-eyed woman spoke, "Welcome, guests from afar. You can call me Madame Xena. I am the owner of this castle. You are the third group of players to arrive here, but fortunately, they have not completed the game yet. Now I will announce the game rules. As long as you can leave this castle, you will receive a reward. I wish you all an enjoyable game. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reincarnated." After speaking, the once bright hall of the castle immediately lost all light and plunged into darkness. To explain, this instance is similar to special instances. It is a space of bizarre occurrences and monsters. As mentioned earlier, the mad scientist linked many instances within the War of Annihilation instance. Within the framework of the main instance, many smaller instances appear.
In simple terms, the main quest is to prevent the extinction of humanity, while side quests involve various smaller instances and bizarre occurrences, all while our little couple navigates both love and danger. The moment the hall went dark, Sheng Ning felt several new energy wave bands appeared within the castle's hall. They were of the same kind as Zhou Yan's wave. Before Sheng Ning could figure out what these different waves represented, she saw a shadow of a butler appear on the second floor of the tall hall. He spoke in a loud voice, "If you all want to leave the castle, not only must you find the door, but you also need to get the key, right?" The old man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, grinning lewdly. Sheng Ning thought there was something familiar about this lewdness, but she just couldn't remember where she had seen it before.
"Now I have a key for you. You have 30 seconds to hide.
As long as you are not found by me within 10 minutes, you can get the key from me."
As soon as the lewd butler finished speaking, Sheng Ning tugged Chu Yunyan and ran for it.
Sheng Ning looked at her hand gripping Chu Yunyan's wrist, puzzled. It was clearly easier to hide herself, so why did she instinctively pull him along? They arrived in a room on the third floor, and Sheng Ning scanned for hiding spots, while Chu Yunyan leisurely said, "Don't hide, it's useless." Sheng Ning glared at him, thinking it was vile not to help while disturbing the morale. Chu Yunyan innocently shrugged, "Your master, that bizarre being has a skill called Blood Evil Domain. In his domain, nothing can escape." Sheng Ning froze for a second, feeling a bit deflated, her slender shoulders slumping. "Then it's over, we can't get the key." Chu Yunyan curled his lips, finding this gloomy sister in front of him rather adorable. He tossed a cleaning card onto the large bed. The large bed instantly transformed, and Chu Yunyan lay down. "It's okay, as long as you mentally repeat we are invisible when he comes in, we'll be fine." Sheng Ning felt like Chu Yunyan was treating her like a child. No, more like he was treating her as if she were foolish. But his ability was all-knowing, there was nothing he didn't know in the world. She simply gave up and lay down on the bed too, listening to the screams outside the door. The cries were chilling. Soon, footsteps stopped outside the door, and Sheng Ning sat up nervously.
Chu Yuanyan didn't know when he took Sheng Ning's hand again, and spoke without any conviction, "Trust me."
The moment the door was pushed open, Sheng Ning was tense to the extreme.
"Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Sheng Ning desperately clung to a dying hope, having no expectation at all.
But the lewd butler who pushed open the door just frowned and glanced around the room. Without any intention of coming in to search, he directly turned and left.
"Sheng Ning, the magic has worked?" Chapter 195. After the butler walked far away, Sheng Ning turned to Chu Yuanyan and blinked, asking, "What's going on? Your ability?"
Chu Yuanyan propped his head on his hand, looking sideways at Sheng Ning, his lips curling into a wicked smile. "Captain, it's also tiring for me to know the outcome using my ability."
"You understand, right?"
So obvious a hint, it was as if he was pulling Sheng Ning's ear, shouting, "Come and please me." Sheng Ning was genuinely curious. After living at the base for a year, she had lost her arrogance, skillfully moving to give Chu Yuanyan a shoulder rub. "Chu handsome, the unparalleled handsome guy, kind-hearted Vice Captain Chu, could you please tell me what is going on?" Not much sincerity, clearly she was begging, but her soft voice sounded like she was acting cute. Almost instantaneously, it broke through Chu Yuanyan's defenses. He reached out his perfectly proportioned, fair fingers to tuck the hair falling by Sheng Ning's ear. "Captain, do you want to date me?" Sheng Ning's movements froze, looking at Chu Yuanyan with an increasingly incredulous gaze. "Wow, I thought of you as a brother, and you're trying to flirt with me?" Chu Yuanyan raised his phoenix-like eyes, guiding Sheng Ning's hand to his abs, his voice as tempting as a centuries-old demon. "Captain, open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe you see nothing." The hard battle uniform couldn't hide his defined abs, as the man's hand slowly moved down, about to touch the forbidden zone. Sheng Ning shrank back like a startled bird, her face burning as if it were on fire. "Why, you are being a rogue." Chu Yuanyan did not deny it, "Only being a rogue to you, you can do whatever you want to me." Sheng Ning suddenly found this person a bit slick. Could he be a playboy? The flirtatious atmosphere between them was about to dissipate when a heavy, loud clock struck from outside. Then the butler's voice echoed in every corner of the ancient castle. "The remaining 2 players, please reveal yourselves, the game is over." Sheng Ning instinctively sprang up from the bed, preparing to leave. But she was pulled back by Chu Yuanyan, his even fingers gently tapping Sheng Ning's head with a hint of fondness. "So easy to fool? How come it doesn't work on me? The time is fake, there's still a minute left." Sheng Ning. A minute later, the two walked out of the room and saw the butler with a sullen face. He said nothing, took out a key and handed it to Sheng Ning, then turned to leave. Sheng Ning muttered softly, "Is he a sore loser?" The butler angrily turned around. "You just wait, once the instance is over, I'll see if I hit you or not." Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Ning asked, "What about my companions? Those people you found earlier?" The butler grinned wickedly. "Of course, they've gone to other spaces." "If you can't even win such a simple game, ha 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 ha. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry whether you can find the door or not, ha ha ha." After saying that, the butler disappeared. a musty smell filled the air.
We've entered another space again, Chu Yuanyan explained, now we should search for the door.
To explain again, the rules of small instances connected under the major instance have changed. Then Sheng Ning understood why the hall of the ancient castle suddenly had several strange waves appearing.
Captain, I remembered you have a sword, Chu Yuanyan reminded. Sheng Ning subconsciously followed his instructions.
A sword suddenly appeared in my hand, and it felt just right.
What the hell is going on?
Chu Yuanyan said half seriously and half jokingly, besides your elemental powers, you also have a special ability, mental web, and this sword is a product of your mental web.
Sheng Ning gazed at the sword in her hand, unable to believe, am I really that amazing? Then I want a transformation device, I want to turn into light. Chu Yuanyan. The sword.
The sword remained still, and Sheng Ning could even feel its disdain for her.
Why? Sheng Ning was extremely disappointed.
Turning into light could solve the source of calamity and save humanity in no time. Chu Yuanyan, because you are the princess of the magic fairy castle, and can only transform fully.
Sheng Ning, is he treating me like a fool?
As they walked and talked, they soon encountered a strange creature, screaming as it lunged at Sheng Ning. A disaster level, level 5, strange creature moved in Sheng Ning's eyes as if in slow motion, like 0.75 times speed. Instinctively, Sheng Ning swung the sword, and the creature's body was split in two, yet it still lunged at her. This time, Sheng Ning cleaved its head in half directly, and the creature instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Chu Yuanyan applauded like a seal on the sidelines, great job, Captain. While saying this, he took out a handkerchief to wipe away Sheng Ning's non-existent sweat. With Chu Yuanyan around, the two quickly found the door to leave this place.
It was hidden behind a giant portrait of Madame Xena.
Sheng Ning pushed open the door behind the portrait, and a salty sea breeze rushed towards her. The next second, Sheng Ning heard a surprised voice from behind, it's a door, the door is open. While saying this, she squeezed Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan out, but she herself seemed to hit an invisible wall and was bounced back. The two completely emerged from the door. In just a blink, the colossal luxurious door suddenly turned into a plain little wooden door, and the salty smell of the sea filled Sheng Ning's nostrils.
Sheng Ning had a bad premonition, she glanced around and saw an endless expanse of deep blue sea.
The surroundings were all ocean. It was not the residential house they had entered before.
It's over. Sheng Ning showed a face of despair, now the Magic Fairy Castle storyline has turned into Robinson Crusoe. Chu Yuanyan pointed to a coconut tree not far away and said confidently, Captain, thirsty, let's drink coconut. Sheng Ning rolled her eyes at him, what time is it now? 5 minutes later, the two lay on lounge chairs, each holding a coconut, sipping the coconut water. If someone were to ask Sheng Ning, where did you get the lounge chairs? Sheng Ning would raise an eyebrow like Chu Yuanyan and say, bro, I have wood element ability. Even the coconuts jumped down from the tree by themselves to commit suicide. The night was starry, perhaps being on an island, the sky was exceptionally clear, and the stars were particularly bright. Thinking of the three who had died before even halfway through their quest, Sheng Ning felt worried, after all, she was the captain, and this time they were supposed to eliminate the source of calamity. But for some unknown reason, they ended up on this island. She didn't even know if they were in the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. Looking at Chu Yuanyan, who was already fast asleep beside her, he complained about the cold, and Sheng Ning used her powers to start a small fire. He then said he was scared, and the two were now huddled tightly together. Sheng Ning felt she was not his captain but his nanny. The next second, a mechanical voice rang in Sheng Ning's ear.
Congratulations player Shang Xiaomei and Handsome Guy for clearing the 18th level of the Ancient Castle dungeon, you have received a reward, Awakening Card X1. A glittering golden card fell into Sheng Ning's hand. Sheng Ning only felt puzzled, there was a line of small print on the back of the card. Clearing rules. Clear 10 hidden dungeons, D-level difficulty. Sheng Ning tilted her head to look at the awakening card, its surface was like a brain made of black mist, giving her a strange feeling. It felt like the cards included in snacks she used to eat when she was a child.
Why not give it a try? Perhaps she could awaken other powers.
She was just about to make a move when the card was suddenly snatched away by Chu Yuanyan, who didn't know when he had awakened. His eyelids were heavy as he raised them, his eyes only partly open, a mere slit that brought a chilling aura.
Sheng Ning, what kind of look is that? I'm not sneaking and eating snacks behind your back.
Chu Yuanyan vaguely replied with an and opened his arms to Sheng Ning, the night on the island is cold, let's stay together for warmth and rest.
There are still many things to do tomorrow.
If she didn't know she wouldn't feel cold due to her fire ability, Sheng Ning would have really thought this man was being serious and considerate for her. But looking at Chu Yuanyan's slightly pale face illuminated by the firelight, she still leaned closer, warming him like a little heater.
Using omniscient powers must be exhausting. The next morning.
Sheng Ning hadn't yet woken up when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her little foot. Opening her eyes, she realized that the tide had risen, and the sea water was about to submerge both of them. and a tiny crab was pinching at her foot with slight force. In pain, Sheng Ning let out a yell, and a flame shot out, fresh and delicious roasted crab coming out in an instant.
The ingredients went from their origin to being fully cooked in just a second.
However, Sheng Ning had no mood to catch a few more crabs for breakfast today.
Not knowing when, an ancient-looking temple floated not far away on the sea.
The most eye-catching was the 9-story pagoda in the center of the building, shining with golden light, resembling a pagoda tip that enshrined the Buddhist treasure, relics. The temple gradually moved closer to the island, accompanied by a blood scent mixed with the salty sea breeze. In just 2 breaths, the seawater in front of Sheng Ning had turned a bloody red, with sharks spinning nearby. Inside the temple, Sheng Ning felt a wave of energy, one that was even more fearful than Mrs. Zena's. Chu Yuanyan had already gotten up, carrying Sheng Ning out of the shallow water. "Since you are here, come out and let's meet," Chu Yuanyan called out loudly to the temple. As soon as his voice fell, the bell in the temple began to sound continuously. Each toll was deafening. Beneath the sound of the bell, the blood-red sea water kept churning and bubbling, as if countless people were struggling underwater. After the 81 tolls of the bell, a boy walked slowly out of the temple, half of his head shaved, while the other half had hair. A red lotus between his forehead flickered in and out of view. Chu Yuanyan recognized him at a glance and looked particularly grave. Zhao Jing. The boy looked no more than 20, with one eye brewing madness and the other brewing pain.
The whole person seemed to be torn apart into 2 beings. When he saw Sheng Ning, he was dazed for a while and slowly asked, "Adept, have you come to save me too?"
If Sheng Ning were to start a live stream now, the viewers would definitely sound the alarm for her.
This was a question that meant certain death.
Answering yes would face the painful side of the boy, making her a target for his venting. Answering no would face the boy's mad side, who would come to save her. If she didn't answer at all, and tried to dodge the question, she would appear insincere, the insincere would be killed. This was a completely deadly situation. Sheng Ning felt a wave of danger in her heart. Though she didn't know where the danger came from, she still brought out her most harmless side and tilted her head, blinking as she asked, "What are you talking about?" "I'm just a little fairy stranded on a deserted island." On Zhao Jing's face, the 2 sides that were torn seemed to show a unified crazy expression for a rare moment, but the next second he stood there in shock.
Why hadn't he noticed the relaxation of the rules? Why couldn't he kill the master yet?
Kill the teacher, betray the master and ancestors, thoroughly fall into hell, this way no one can force him into the Buddha's path.
Judge, why?
Zhao Jing spoke, his voice truly a punch that cut through the air, and the lotus on his forehead also fully lit up at this moment.
Chu Yuanyan laughed softly, seeming both real and fake as he said, "Sometimes ignorance is a kind of happiness." Sheng Ning's passive talent, ignorance.
As long as Sheng Ning treats this place as the real world, and does not know about the strange game, then this talent can be said to be invincible. Those who once looked down on this passive talent were probably just people who never had the chance to enter S-class dungeons.
This is also the reason why Chu Yuanyan did not let Sheng Ning use the awakening card.
Zhao Jing's face twisted with pain, the red lotus on his forehead extinguished.
When he spoke again, it was Zhao Jing's voice, and he almost begged, "Teacher, I am in so much pain, they all want me to leave you, I don't want to, the master almost got killed to save me, I could only eat him. I don't want to, why do you have to force me, why?" Chu Yuanyan slightly closed his eyes, and the sequence of events flashed before him. Sheng Ning looked at the boy with 2 faces, a sharp pain flashed in her heart, she tentatively took a step forward, the wood energy in her hand slowly circulating. Her hair had a wood attribute. Sheng Ning tried it out, and soon black hair grew on the boy's other bald half, looking much more normal if one ignored that very split face. The boy's words did not make Sheng Ning sense anything abnormal. After all, in this damn world even evil seeds existed, and she was still a 6-element ability user. Sheng Ning felt nothing was impossible anymore. Furthermore, this was a mental patient. She patted the boy's head and started to offer comforting words, "Don't be too sad, your master definitely wants you to live well, if anyone forces you, then bravely resist." Zhao Jing stared fixedly at Sheng Ning, a look of madness flashing again in his eyes, suddenly reaching out to grab her neck. Sheng Ning suddenly felt all her hairs stand on end, golden energy forming a layer of hard steel around her neck, and the next second, a super high-temperature fireball was thrown at Zhao Jing. Under the high temperature, Zhao Jing's arm was almost instantly burned to ash, the flames quickly surrounded him, turning him to ashes in an instant. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Sheng Ning had no time to react, and from the pile of ashes, a complete boy's figure appeared again. But this time, the boy's face finally returned to normal. He looked at Sheng Ning, whose eyes held a hint of fear, and said apologizingly, "Teacher, I'm sorry." Chapter 197.
Under Chu Yuanyan's dangerous gaze, Zhao Jing unwillingly changed his words, "You look very much like my teacher. I'm sorry, my name is Zhao Jing."
Sheng Ning nodded in understanding, looking at the temple floating on the sea. "Can you take us back to land?"
Zhao Jing nodded predictably, then led the 2 into the temple. The originally solemn temple had now become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beneath the golden statue of Buddha were scattered severed limbs, and the blood underfoot formed a small stream, slowly flowing into the sea. Seeing this, Zhao Jing's spirit clearly became unstable again, the lotus on his forehead flickering non-stop. Sheng Ning felt the terrifying aura, fearing this mental patient might strike at her again, quickly brewing a high-temperature fireball in her hand. Her eyes were filled with vigilance.
Chu Yuanyan patted Zhao Jing's shoulder, and a black stream of light shot out from Zhao Jing's body, merging into Chu Yuanyan's body. The red lotus on Chu Yuanyan's forehead slowly emerged. When Sheng Ning followed Zhao Jing into the somewhat cleaner wood storage in the back of the temple, she finally noticed Chu Yuanyan's difference. You.
Sheng Ning started to speak but hesitated, wondering how he learned from others.
In Chu Yuanyan's eyes, a mist was brewing.
The originally lazy face gained a touch of pride, and the bright red lotus on his forehead added a hint of enchantment to him. With a gentle flick, he left Sheng Ning's heart racing.
Isn't it beautiful?
Chu Yuanyan raised his chin, as if to say that if Sheng Ning said it wasn't beautiful, he would punch her.
It's beautiful, so beautiful. Can you make one for me too?
It was so cool, even cooler than the little fairies in the magic fairy castle.
Chu Yuanyan playfully raised an alluring eyebrow. So do you prefer the one with flowers, or the one without?
Chu Yuanyan absorbed the energy remaining in Zhao Jing's body, allowing Zhao Jing to stabilize, no longer being pulled by the two personalities. However, to completely absorb the energy of one punch overcoming, Chu Yuanyan could not achieve it all at once and could only absorb it slowly. This allowed one punch overcoming to find an opportunity, becoming Chu Yuanyan's main consciousness.
With flowers, then can you make one for me?
The more Sheng Ning looked, the more she felt that Chu Yuanyan's face, gifted by Nuwa, paired with the lotus on his brow, was simply a stroke of genius.
The descent of a beauty goddess would be nothing like this.
Hearing this, Chu Yuanyan was pleased from the inside out, the lotus on his forehead gently quivering as he stepped forward to embrace Sheng Ning's waist. He had long wanted to do this. The girl's waist was incredibly soft, her hands resting on his chest, her watery eyes seemed ready to speak.
Do you want it? Then kiss me? Chu Yuanyan coaxed Sheng Ning with a playful voice. Sheng Ning blinked. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You might be at a disadvantage. Let you have it, have more.
The man lowered his head, closing the height gap between them. Mesmerized by the swaying red lotus, Sheng Ning wrapped her arms around the man's neck and pressed her cool lips against his. In the next moment, the man absorbed her kiss like someone who had been thirsty in the desert for over a month, frantically sucking at her mouth for moisture. In the next second, Sheng Ning found herself pushed onto the large bed in the room, while Zhao Jing felt a force push him outside, his whole person thrown out like a refreshing splash. Zhao Jing was furious. This is a sacred Buddhist place, you cannot do things that are inappropriate for children. A gust of wind blew by, the air filled with a strong scent of blood.
Sheng Ning guessed right, this was indeed not China's inland sea, but already near Japan.
Zhao Jing said that there was a traitor in their temple who had let a powerful strange being from Japan into the temple. Fortunately, with his eternal deception and the real damage talent of one punch overcoming, the strange being was soon dealt with. They even went to directly annihilate the Japanese islands, leaving no living creature, becoming a dead silence. The change occurred after they returned from Japan. At that time, people in the temple saw Zhao Jing had studied in their temple for so many years but still used Taoist techniques. So they forced Zhao Jing to join the Buddhist sect, not only secretly planting a Buddhist heart in him but also directly shaving his head. Zhao Jing had been resisting, but the monks in the temple kept reciting sutras to nourish the growth of his Buddhist heart. Under this tug-of-war, Zhao Jing's mind fell into madness and almost killed all the monks in the temple. Only one punch overcoming did not give up on Zhao Jing. But one punch overcoming was ambushed by the master, his body shattered, and the only way for Zhao Jing to defeat the master was to consume one punch overcoming's body. Rather than saying it was one punch overcoming's body, it was more accurate to say it was the body of the Qilin, Chu Yuanyan. In the end, Zhao Jing killed the master, drifting in the temple, caught in the struggle of his mind. Sheng Ning blushed as she listened to Zhao Jing's story, retreating back into the room, refusing to come out. Chu Yuanyan, on the other hand, wore a calm expression, so calm that the veins on his neck stood out, clearly holding back something, with a trace of humiliation in his eyes. The fifth day of the instance.
The temple successfully arrived at the southern coast of Huagua. As soon as they landed, Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan Zhao Jing were surrounded by evil creatures.
What shocked Sheng Ning even more was that these evil creatures were all advanced ones. Their energy waves were much stronger than the ones near the official base. No wonder there was not a single survival base in the southern region. How could humans survive against such powerful evil creatures? A sense of desolation rose in Sheng Ning's heart, and she held no pity against these evil beings. The mental net locked onto the evil creatures, and she used both fire abilities and metal abilities, a high-temperature tungsten spear piercing directly through the brains and into the spines of the evil creatures. The air was filled with the smell of burning flesh.
Chu Yuanyan instinctively clasped his hands together, wanting to chant a sutra, but paused mid-air, then casually put his hands down. The city where Sheng Ning logged in was once known as Pengchang, one of the four major central cities of Huagua with Beijing, Shanghai, and Yangzhou. However, the once prosperous city was now in ruins.
The entire city looked like a wasteland, with ruins everywhere, showing how fierce the human resistance had been. But they still failed.
Master, what do we plan to do next?
Sheng Ning ignored this strange title, frowning as she looked into the distance at the deserted city. I want to check the city center. Her mental net could not reach the city center, but she felt there was something powerful there. Along with that, there were several energy waves underground similar to her own. With the presence of survivors, Sheng Ning was even more determined to go to the city center.
She had a vague sense of foreboding.
The three major bases had heard that the source of the evil creatures was in the Qinling Mountains, which housed the strongest known evil creatures. But this, currently known, did not include the long-missing Peng Chang. If the strongest evil creature was indeed the source, Sheng Ning felt that what was in the city center, which made her heart race even before appearing, might just be the true source of evil creatures.
Chapter 198.
The red lotus on Chu Yuanyan's forehead shimmered, and the consciousness of transcending through one punch was merging with him.
Sheng Ning clearly felt that the energy waves around Chu Yuanyan were rising again.
If before, they were on the same level, now he was clearly surpassing her.
However, Chu Yuanyan was currently looking at Zhao Jing with great disdain.
He glanced at Zhao Jing, who was closely following Sheng Ning, extremely suspicious of this disciple. Did he want to replace him?
Go find a car, we need to check the city center,
Chu Yuanyan said to Zhao Jing, tilting his chin, the red lotus exuding a familiar sense of pressure. Even though there were two of them, Zhao Jing still felt a chill run down his spine. After all, when the master got serious, it truly hurt. The three quickly got into a seemingly new off-road vehicle, speeding towards the city center. As they drew closer to the city center of Pengchang, a dark swirling cloud began to gather ominously in the sky above.
Flashes of lightning flickered within the vortex. Master, which fellow Daiwas do you think is undergoing tribulation?
Zhao Jing asked, looking at the thick thundercloud gathering above, feeling a vague calling within himself. Sheng Ning's spear pierced through several evil creatures. Under the high temperature, these creatures emitted a strange fragrance. Hearing this, she looked at Zhao Jing. Although, it looks like we are in an apocalypse sci-fi story, why did you go off to cultivating immortality? Since the apocalypse began, Sheng Ning had felt her ability to accept was really strong. Now even if someone told her that China could pull up Lu Zhishan, she would believe it without doubt.
Ah! Scientific cultivation of immortality, cyber divination. The end of the universe is a pot-boiling big stew. The end of science is mysticism, teacher.
Zhao Jing said while observing the thundercloud outside.
Chu Yuanyang parked under the thunderclouds, and at this moment, the sky had completely darkened.
Sheng Ning looked up at the towering building, deeply embedded in the clouds, feeling a slight unease in her heart. The powerful presence here was not the evil source Sheng Ning had imagined, but rather an energy wave so strong it was beyond description. His and Mrs. Xinafu's, as well as Zhao Jing's wave patterns were somewhat similar, yet many times stronger than theirs.
Sure enough, there are more dangerous things in this world than just evil sources. Above the top floor, lightning flickered. After a long build-up, the thunderclouds finally descended at this moment. In the instant the thunder struck, Sheng Ning seemed to see a golden glowing divine figure. It's the thunder god incantation, our Taoist people are up there, Zhao Jing said excitedly. He had a remarkable talent for Taoist practices. But due to his strange nature, he was born with a rejection of these very yan-laden incantations, unable to chant them successfully. And now, the divine summoning incantation was right in front of him, no different from an elementary student who loved basketball suddenly seeing Kobe. Zhao Jing ignored Chu Yuanyang's gaze, pulling Sheng Ning as they rushed up to the 108th floor. Chu Yuanyang closely followed behind. On the rooftop of the 108th floor, saying it was a river of blood would not be an exaggeration. On the edge of the rooftop lay several individuals sharing the same energy signature as Zhou Yan. If Sheng Ning had recovered her memory, she would instantly recognize them as fellow players of the strange world. Among them were two women, old acquaintances of Sheng Ning.
Upon seeing Sheng Ning, a flash of shock crossed their eyes, only to be instantly replaced by venom.
Sheng Ning felt a profound dislike for these two for the first time.
Her mental network instinctively shocked their nerves, causing the two women to feel a burst of pain in their brains, worsening their injuries, nearly causing them to faint. Looking towards the direction of the thunderclouds, after the lightning faded, Sheng Ning and Zhao Jing simultaneously saw a towering, steadfast figure in the center of the rooftop. Dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with brows meeting in a single line, his expression was solemn, looking fierce yet strangely reassuring. It was Lin Zhengying. Sheng Ning's eyes sparkled. In front of Lin Zhengying, all the Ultramen and little magical fairies were just small fry, only what Uncle Jiu gave was truly reassuring. When Sheng Ning was scared watching horror movies as a child, she would bow 3 times to Uncle Jiu's photo before daring to continue watching. In the escape from the hidden strange dungeon, it was the first time Uncle Jiu made an appearance, but I initially wrote Master Lin, not knowing if it was too subtle, and surprisingly, no one got my point. This time I want to shout it out loud. It's him, the ghost-catching king, Lin Fengjiu. Who would have thought that Zhao Jing was even more exaggerated, sliding to his knees, hugging Lin Zhangying's thigh. Whoa, master, I finally found you.
Do I look like your long-lost disciple? The master in the yellow robe, what kind of concept was that?
He was the top figure in the Taoist world. If he wanted any ghost to be reincarnated, the king of hell would prepare the life and death book at 2:30.
There's some exaggeration, but don't blame me.
Lin Zhangying frowned, his face looking odd.
Clearly, he was first scared by Zhao Jing's strange aura, and then disgusted by Zhao Jing's snot.
Holding a peachwood sword, he slightly gasped, looking over at the two useless disciples on the other side of the rooftop, feeling even more frustrated. You two little brats, look at how others treat their master.
Sheng Ning glanced at the two people, one handsome and suave, the other looking worn out.
Who else could they be but Xiao Shang and Wen Kai? Xiao Shang rubbed his head. Master, if you like this kind of thing, once we're healed, we will definitely hug your thigh every day.
Wen Kai, yeah, master, hugging the thigh, heh, who can't do that?
Beside Xiao Shang stood a woman, and to Shang Ning's disappointment, it was not the girl with the strange name Xiaoyu.
This woman was none other than Ling Chuai.
Upon seeing Shang Ning, she was first surprised. But seeing the unfamiliarity in Shang Ning's eyes, there was also a hint of disappointment.
With King Chu present, why hasn't Shang Ning awakened yet? Master Lin, you still have the mood to reminisce? This is not your dojo. Even if you two brothers join forces, you won't harm me at all.
The man speaking was the powerful presence that Shang Ning sensed. This one, the Sea of Corpses blood coffin, is the coffin king you used to mention in terrifying tales.
Among over 100 royal-level anomalies, his strength could rank among the top 3. If he exerted all his efforts, he could even trade blows with the abyssal anomalies. Like popping beans, he pointed at everyone on the platform one by one. You all must die.
You look quite nice, so I'll save you for last.
His gaze fell on Shang Ning, extremely satisfied.
Without any worldly desires, it was as if he was admiring the most beautiful artwork in the world. Such a beautiful human skin, it would be perfect to turn it into my night lamp. Ling Xiaowai's sense of crisis sounded the alarm again, and her despair rose once more. An hour ago, she accidentally entered this building from below, got caught in a coffin, and when she broke out, she realized she had stumbled into the dojo of this royal-level anomaly. To survive, she had to use her only special card, the Cemetery Duo, S. Unexpectedly, it summoned a pair of talented young masters who were defeated after just one exchange with the Sea of Corpses blood coffin. Just as Ling Xiaowai was about to resign to her fate, the Cemetery Duo, consisting of Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai, shouted into the air, Master, save us. To her surprise, Master Lin Zhangying appeared, capable of easily defeating most anomalies.
Ling Xiaowai's emotions were like bungee jumping, swinging between despair and excitement. Now she finally understood why this duo was rated S-class.
Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai are not the talented duo, this is just for narrative effect. I love everyone from Mr. Vampire, except Awei, but...
Chapter 199.
The wicked gaze of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin ignited Lin Tian's anger. He calmly stood in front of Sheng Ning, the peachwood sword in his hand crackling with lightning, while the yin-yang 8 trigrams plate in his other hand spun rapidly.
Is there any wine?
Lin Tian took a step back, his lips moving as he whispered to Sheng Ning.
Wine.
Sheng Ning felt puzzled, and in the next moment, a sealed bottle of Wolianye appeared in her hand.
Ha! Sheng Ning realized this wasn't the plot of the Magic Fairy Castle, it was like Doraemon. How did she think of something and it just appeared?
Lin Tian put away the compass, opened the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh.
Good wine.
As he spoke, he took out the compass again, and this time his aura soared to another level. With the peachwood sword in hand, he rushed towards the Sea of Corpses blood coffin without any hesitation. With each sword strike, the eerie aura of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin diminished significantly. Zhao Jing didn't know when he had drawn out a peachwood sword and hurriedly learned from him. Sheng Ning wasn't idle either, her gold-type ability activated once more, countless fine tungsten needles scattering like flowers from a celestial maiden, all piercing towards the Sea of Corpses blood coffin.
To her surprise, the Sea of Corpses blood coffin showed no fear, instead raising an eyebrow at Sheng Ning in provocation. You think human means can harm me? Since you want to move around, it's better, when I skin you later, your skin will be more taut. Ah.
The next second, just as the Sea of Corpses blood coffin finished speaking, a torrential rain of hard and scalding tungsten needles pierced every acupoint of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin, making it scream in pain.
How is this possible? How can a human like you hurt me? Sheng Ning didn't know the answer to all of this, but Chu Yuanyan did.
This was the effect of the ignorance talent. As long as Sheng Ning believed she was human, everyone else would think so too. But in fact, she was still a human player, and her awakened ability was merely Sheng Ning's talent. Sheng Ning tilted her head, blinking her innocent big eyes. Sorry, it seems you really are a villain. Not only do you talk too much, but you're also easy to slap in the face. The Sea of Corpses and blood coffin vowed that he had never suffered such humiliation in his life. The strange aura surrounding him solidified, then burst out, sending all the tungsten needles flying out of his body.
Thankfully, Sheng Ning opened the tungsten shield wall in time, protecting Master Lin, Ling Qiuwei, and others.
Only to forget that there were a few people on the other side of the rooftop. Countless tungsten needles instantly pierced into their bodies, and a cry of agony echoed through the sky. Sheng Ning was so shocked that goosebumps covered her skin. Among them, two people's gazes turned towards Sheng Ning with increasing resentment. One girl, bloodied all over from the pain, cried out, "Sheng Ning, if you have any grievances, just come at me, why hurt others?"
Sheng Ning was stunned. Who was making Longjing tea from the West Lake? No, I don't even know you. Why do you say that about me? This is the Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffins attack. If you can't protect your older brothers and sisters, you blame me? What have I done to offend you? Sheng Ning was on the verge of tears.
Oh, so it was herself after all. That phrase older brothers and sisters made the woman beside her flash a knowing look.
Sheng Ning still hadn't awakened. What kind of medicine was she selling in her gourd? During the time without Zhou Yuan by her side, Fang Xinro quickly grew. She finally understood the power of Sheng Ning.
No, if she had Sheng Ning's special items, she would do better than Sheng Ning, transforming the strange world completely into her own empire.
She wouldn't let any abyss-related monsters mess things up like this.
All of this was thanks to Sheng Ning. The tragedy of her life started from Sheng Ning. Whether the strange game was destroyed or not didn't matter to her.
Fang Xinro gritted her teeth, secretly swearing that Sheng Ning must die.
Soon, Sheng Ning threw herself back into the battle against the Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffin. This time even Chu Yuanyang rolled up his sleeves to join the fray. With all-knowing talent and the real damage of one punch, every blow forced the Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffin to defend with all its might. Moreover, there was Master Lin constantly forming seals and throwing talismans on the side, along with Sheng Ning, who was unleashing hidden weapons. They say 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands, especially when the opponents are a bunch of cheating dogs.
Master Lin? The Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffin was being suppressed, its strange abilities not even used before Chu Yuanyang forced them back.
Maybe everyone forgot, but Chu Yuanyang was the man who once took away 9/10 of the talents from the Fear of Destiny. Right now, besides the still unrecovered Blood Master talent, he had the Hell Judge's all-knowing talent, the real damage talent from One Punch, and the rule modification talent from Fear of Destiny. This was still Chu Yuanyang without regaining all his bodily power. Once the lost energy was restored, even encountering the 5 major abyss monsters would no longer be a problem. Soon, the Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffin was grasped by Chu Yuanyang by the neck and pressed to the ground.
Upon touching the spine of the Sea of Corpses and Blood Coffin, Chu Yuanyang's hand crazily absorbed the energy from its body like a magnet.
His energy waves surged again, rising in the spectrum shown on Sheng Ning's mental net. Chu Yuanyang's energy reached its peak in an instant, then became a straight line, infinitely extending within the mental net.
Sheng Ning knew that in modern computer language, this meant the machine had overloaded. Chu Yuanyang's energy value had now surpassed Sheng Ning's perception range. The lotus flower on Chu Yuanyang's forehead transitioned from blooming to flourishing, then all the petals fell, with the roots ultimately forming a coffin pattern. The blood-red coffin at Chu Yuanyang's brow looked exceptionally terrifying. Even the bottom of his eyes showed a hint of crimson. Seeing the strange aura leaking from Chu Yuanyang, all of Master Lin's authentic cinnabar talismans ignited spontaneously without fire. Xiao Shang was so frightened that he hid behind Master Lin. Wow, Master, what a strong strangeness. Are we doomed? Master Lin, furious, looked speechless. Shut up, you cursed boy. All of this happened in just a few blinks of an eye. The Sea of Corpses blood coffin was drained to a human skeleton by Chu Yuanyang, transforming into black smoke and disappearing in the next moment. A blood-red shroud enveloped the entire rooftop. Darkness mixed with blood color, more terrifying than a horror movie. In the not-so-distant sky, a blood-red coffin suddenly emerged, pouring down blood. The blood did not remain on the ground, instead, it poured into a brand-new Sea of Corpses blood coffin. The coffin. That was the true body of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin. The shadow of a figure was just an illusion it conjured. At this moment, Chu Yuanyang's eyes were blood-red. He stared at the coffin filled with blood, his remaining flesh completely soaked in it. And the spine he had just touched, that of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin, was his own Qilin spine. No wonder the Sea of Corpses blood coffin was so powerful, it had pieced together a small part of his body and sealed it within the blood-filled true body. This made Chu Yuanyang completely lose the connection with this small part of his flesh. In the heavy gaze of the crowd, Chu Yuanyang stepped forward, pressed down on Sheng Ning's head, and took a deep breath, saying, "Wait for my return, this time I will definitely take you home." As he spoke, his entire figure jumped into the blood coffin, and the blood coffin was instantly sealed from the inside. Chapter 200. Isn't it too risky to let him regain all his power? In the void, a tall and magnificent figure surveyed the vast and immense copy. Another man, with eyes filled with reckless madness, suddenly howled at the sky. "Haha, you're not afraid, are you?" He is the only auspicious beast in the world, and you are also the only righteous god able to intervene in human life and death in the universe, right?
The man merely sighed. Forget it, the strategist enters the game, let's see who can outsmart heaven and earth. The closed blood coffin suddenly burst forth with a blinding light, and then the blood coffin disappeared into thin air. The half-blooded human figure of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin was left with just a 1.3-meter tall little person. From the blood, a head slowly formed, looking up at Sheng Ning and Master Lin behind her. Can you not hit me so hard? Zhao Jingjiao let out a creepy laugh, suddenly opened his enormous bloody mouth, and directly devoured the shrunken version of the Sea of Corpses blood coffin. The talismans in Master Lin's hands were still suspended in the air. Forget it, these strangenesses were not things he could manage anyway. Zhao Jing let out a satisfied burp and suddenly spat out a card from his mouth. Special card any door. On the back of the card was another passing rule. Find the source of the evil seed, B-level clearance. As soon as Sheng Ning noted down this passing rule, the words on the card disappeared with the wind. This was the second time Sheng Ning had seen a passing rule. If the first time was a coincidence, what about the second time? Can it still be a coincidence? Xu Yuanian's departure had some impact on Sheng Ning's mind. From 5 people to 2, and now to just herself. Sheng Ning felt everything before her like a dream. Am I dreaming? Is this just a game? Can I really have special powers? 5 elemental powers along with a spiritual net that can summon objects out of thin air. Even if it's cheating, it can't be that simple, right? For a moment, Sheng Ning was in a daze. Now is the time. A loud shout rang out. While still dazed, a tungsten plate suddenly appeared around Sheng Ning, and in the next instant, the tungsten plate was sliced in half by an invisible force. On the other side, Fang Xinruo staggered to her feet. From the moment Ling Qiwei appeared, she was hiding her strength. Ling Qiwei is Sheng Ning's good friend, she could die to save herself, which can be seen as redeeming Sheng Ning. Unexpectedly, Sheng Ning appeared directly. She made a gesture to the man next to her, who had the talent of mind shock. The man understood in an instant. Fang Xinruo walked towards Sheng Ning, her face becoming tragic. Sheng Ning, I didn't expect you to dare to appear before me. Do you remember nothing? You, the killer, have actually forgotten your own crime. As Sheng Ning listened to Fang Xinruo's words, a strange image appeared in her mind. She held a knife and killed someone. You killed my brother, my half-brother, his name is Zhou Yan. You actually don't remember. Don't you remember how much he loved you? Have you forgotten how much you loved him? But you are a madwoman, we are just siblings, yet you thought he and I had some connection. You killed him, you took the ashtray and smashed it on his head, blood flowed. As Fang Xinruo described more details, the scene before Sheng Ning became more real. She almost fell entirely into this illusion. Ling Qiwei initially thought this was just a grudge between Fang Xinruo and Sheng Ning, but the more she listened, the more wrong it felt. Sheng Ning loved Zhou Yan? Why didn't Fang Xinruo dare to say this in front of His Highness King Chu? Just look, His Highness King Chu might knock off your crown if he hears it. Beside Master Lin stood Xiuxing and Wen Kai, both listening with great interest. Xiuxing didn't even know where he got the sunflower seeds from, they were crunchy and delicious. The next second, a familiar and affectionate slap landed on his head. You eat without showing respect to your master? Xiuxing cried, but he didn't say a word. Master Lin squinted at Sheng Ning, this little girl had some connection with their Taoist tradition. He would lend a hand if necessary. As Sheng Ning sank deeper, Ling Qiwei became a bit anxious. Yang Sherwan finally came to her senses and began to sing a nursery rhyme to Ling Qiwei. We are all robots. 1. Do not move. 2. Do not smile. 3. Do not show your front teeth. Ling Qiwei felt as if she was encased in a layer of confinement, unable to move. Fang Xinruo continued, Sheng Ning, you killed my brother, why don't you go die? You said if my brother died, he would accompany him. Go die, before you die, you will take others with you, right? After Fang Xinruo said the last sentence, her face had turned pale. Her third talent, chanting, combined with mind shock, could almost control a person's mind. She wove a bloody dream for Sheng Ning, letting her kill everyone in the dream and then take her own life. No, she should kill Sheng Ning after she wakes up, letting her suffer and regret until her last moments. After hearing this, Sheng Ning's eyes turned red, and she looked completely crazy. She took a step forward, and Fang Xinruo was startled, stepping back. Sheng Ning's voice was dull, give me a knife to kill everyone. Fang Xinruo felt a surge of joy and almost without thinking, she took out her weapon and handed it to Sheng Ning. Yang Xiaoruan felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The next second, the knife just taken from Fang Xinruo plunged fiercely into her own shoulder blade, piercing through. Sheng Ning used force in her wrist and thrust up, cleaving Fang Xinruo's right shoulder blade in half. The surprise on Fang Xinruo's face had not yet faded, replaced by immense panic. Why did it fail? It hurt. So much pain. Zhou Yan, where are you?
Before Feng Xinro lost consciousness, Zhou Yan's face appeared before her. Do you remember now?
Yang Xiaoruan stepped back, looking at Sheng Ning's still crimson eyes.
Effortlessly, she pleaded, Sister Shang, do you remember me? I am Yang Xiaoruan, we once fought through a dungeon together, and you gave me so much. Sister Shang, do you recall? I died because of you, and you saved me. I am Xiaoruan.
Before Yang Xiaoruan finished speaking, a blade still stained with Feng Xinro's blood sliced across her throat. A line of bright red blood appeared on Yang Xiaoruan's neck, but it was just a line of blood.
Behind Yang Xiaoruan, Zhou Yan had appeared without her noticing.
He pulled Yang Xiaoruan back just in time, saving her life.
Sheng Ning.
Zhou Yan's voice was rough, his eyes dark and complex.
He had awakened too.
He recovered his previous memories. Actually, when I was setting up Zhou Yan's character, he was supposed to be a beautiful and strong tragic figure, but since Zhu Xiaoshui was not around much, I was afraid he would overshadow him, so I toned him down. Due to poor data, the pace of the dungeons actually sped up in the later stages, causing some of the original settings to collapse. Several powerful duplicates couldn't shine in front of their wives, but I still want to thank the readers who have accompanied me this far. Gratitude again, love you all.
Chapter 201. Zhou Yan took a step back, bringing Yang Xiaoruan and the bloodied Feng Xinro away.
Only then did Sheng Ning remember, he was an S-level space ability user. Not only could he store things, but he could also tear open spatial rifts, appearing instantly thousands of miles away. Staring at a pair of crimson eyes, Sheng Ning slowly turned around. In fact, she had awakened the moment Feng Xinro spoke about her love for Zhou Yan. Powerful players possess extremely high mental values, and they don't necessarily need awakening cards to remember sealed memories. Lost in Feng Xinro's chanting, Sheng Ning discovered that her mental value had been slowly growing to 100 under the dual talents of Feng Xinro and that man. She was currently striving to suppress herself, releasing her mental power. In an instant, all players and mysteries within the dungeon felt a gaze looking down upon them. As if a deity stood at the center of the universe, casting its gaze upon the earth. Sheng Ning's mental web encompassed the entire dungeon map. She saw a dark void beneath the Qinling Mountains. Around the Qinling region, there were nothing but super-advanced evil breeds. Their energy was all over 1 billion, if they swarmed out, humanity would disappear from Earth in just 5 minutes. Yet, these super-advanced evil breeds seemed to be waiting for something, all trapped in a dormant state.
On the outskirts, however, some billion-level evil breeds were very active.
The mysterious Qinling mountain range has been a forbidden zone for humanity since ancient times. It is now also a forbidden zone for evil breeds. Sheng Ning looked at that familiar card, digging out a similar any door card from the corner of the space card. This card was given to Sheng Ning during a special dungeon when they collected the debt in exchange for Huang Mao's corpse. This card couldn't be duplicated, so Sheng Ning set it aside, only to remember it today.
Using the any door card. At the edge of the Qinling, a pitch-black door appeared, and a delicate and beautiful figure walked out from within.
Sheng Ning's appearance was like a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil, instantly awakening all the evil breeds in the surrounding Qinling Mountains.
Countless hidden billion-level evil breeds surged towards Sheng Ning as if they had gone mad. With Sheng Ning's powerful mental strength, she threw out dozens of Zhuke cards, and a gigantic fire Zhuke almost engulfed the whole mountain peak.
Following that, Sheng Ning's fire ability shot up into the sky, deep purple flames merging with Zhuke. Zhuke emitted a loud cry, reborn from the flames, and the soaring flames scorched half the mountain. The golden-red vermilion bird gradually turned into a deep purple, with its top feathers becoming even more purple and red. Slowly, the vermilion bird's eyes were no longer hollow and lifeless, its powerful flames reshaped its consciousness. This time, the vermilion bird was completely reborn from the flames. Faced with countless evil creatures charging forward, the fiery vermilion bird flapped its wings, and the evil creatures evaporated on the spot. Watching the flames spread across the mountain, how could Sheng Ning, born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, allow her pet to set the mountain on fire? The crimson in her eyes faded a bit, but it didn't prevent her from waving her hand, causing countless trees to burst forth from the ground, soaring high into the clouds. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. The small black dragon, who had been sleeping, was now longer and stronger. It circled in the sky for a while, seeing the pride in the vermilion bird's eyes, it cried out loudly, leaping into Sheng Ning's embrace. Sheng Ning was so startled that she immediately dodged away.
Can you imagine how it feels when a nearly 1 meter thick long worm bumps its head against you? Seeing Sheng Ning dodge, the small black dragon became even sadder. Mommy, do you dislike me? Sheng Ning responded, I didn't, I'm not, stop talking nonsense.
The small black dragon whined, Mommy, I can transform too, I need a lot of wood energy. Sheng Ning immediately understood, and countless vibrant green light surged forth from her, touching the gentle green light caused the trees to begin growing wildly. Basking in the green light, the black dragon's scales began to shed, and its horns grew rapidly. The energy it absorbed was far greater than that of the vermilion bird. 10 minutes later, a complete black dragon shed fell from the sky into Sheng Ning's hands. The majestic green dragon soared freely among the clouds, spreading vitality wherever it passed, causing all plants to begin growing wildly.
Mommy, am I handsome? The small black dragon, no, it should be called the small green dragon now, called from the sky, feeling extremely joyful. Mommy, quickly release the little black dog, it's a powerful weapon.
Sheng Ning thought of the dog named Gue, who understood her reluctance in the wilderness uninhabited dungeon and voluntarily coughed up the talisman. In the escaping the K-City dungeon, Sheng Ning had kept it close to her side with a containment card. She took out the dog card, and a dark shadow joyfully wagged its tail, its shiny black eyes looking at Sheng Ning filled with happiness. It was as if it were looking at its entire world. Sheng Ning's heart softened as she patted the dog's head. Countless golden energies surged into the dog's body. The dog's body began to swell, and its black fur started to fall off, revealing soft white new fur underneath. Its face also began to change, with a distinct king character appearing on the dog's forehead. The aura of the king of beasts instantly emerged, but when it looked at Sheng Ning, its eyes still sparkled with affectionate light. The vermilion bird and the green dragon shrank their bodies to follow Sheng Ning. Evil creatures once again surrounded them, their eyes filled with desire as they drooled on the ground. The vermilion bird could now talk, and it proudly displayed itself like a big brother. Little White, show me what you've got. The white tiger glanced back at the vermilion bird and then let out a earth-shattering tiger roar, causing the flames on the vermilion bird to involuntarily rise much higher. It singed a bunch of Sheng Ning's hair.
Sheng Ning. Vermilion bird, sorry. Green dragon, oh, still a foreign bird, huh?
The evil creatures ignored the bickering duo and charged at Sheng Ning and the white tiger.
The white tiger let out another menacing roar. The wrath of the king of beasts instantly subdued all attacking evil creatures. These evil creatures had evolved to this point, not knowing how many mutated animals they had devoured. Deep inside, they held a natural fear of the Tiger King. Moreover, this was the supreme white tiger, the master of slaughter. With 3 little ones present, they were practically advancing through the mountain unopposed, allowing Sheng Ning to relax instead. She frowned and asked the small green dragon, "Where's the Xuan Wu?"
The Qinglong leisurely replied, those two haven't decided the winner yet, no rush. As he spoke, the 3 beasts and 1 person had already arrived at the center of the Qinling. Ahead was the territory of the billion-level evil species.
Chapter 202.
Sheng Ning stood before a bottomless canyon in the middle of the Qinling, waiting for over half an hour but did not see the last divine beast appear.
Little Qinglong, annoyed, flicked his tail.
So useless, he said, and with a flick of his tail, he tore open a gap in the air, and soon 2 familiar little guys fell out of the crack. One had almost all its scales plucked off, while the other was left with only 2 foot appendages, covered in bloody wounds.
Sheng Ning. When Little Ba saw Sheng Ning, the 2 foot appendages twisted together pitifully, with tears in its eyes as it complained, "Sister, it hurts so much, that dog bit off all my foot appendages, and as if that wasn't enough, it hogged everything, not leaving a single one for you to make octopus balls." Sheng Ning paused. No need for that.
But looking at the miserable little Ba, Sheng Ning felt a bit of pity.
Yu Xing saw Sheng Ning's expression and shouted angrily, "You actually feel sorry for him? Look at me. Look at me."
Losing foot appendages is nothing compared to losing scales.
Sheng Ning, how about you two go back and keep fighting?
Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones showed the same expression they had never had in their lives, shock.
Little Ba, sister, you are so cold-hearted.
Yu Xing, the most poisonous is indeed a woman's heart. The white tiger huffed impatiently, while little Qinglong also felt a bit restless. The 3 already evolved divine beasts sensed a threat lurking deep in the Qinling, as if they had encountered some natural enemy. Little Qinglong impatiently said, "Only if they merge together can they evolve into Xuan Wu."
Sheng Ning took a look and realized it was true. Xuan Wu's body resembled a turtle but looked like a snake.
Yu Xing was originally a snake-shaped whale, and Little Ba's head somewhat resembled a turtle shell. Sheng Ning paused the merging talent's progress, tossing the 2 little ones into the merging talent, reducing the cooling time of the crystal core.
Seconds later, a strange fusion body appeared before Sheng Ning.
Then, Sheng Ning poured all her water ability into this fusion body, and soon a majestic Xuanwu Saint Beast appeared atop the Qinling mountain.
Clouds gathered and dispersed in the sky.
The 4 sacred beasts gathered together. In an instant, Sheng Ning felt that something in the depths of the Qinling was about to break through the ground. At the same time, all the evil species in the entire instance felt the summon from deep within the Qinling and surged toward the depths together. Sheng Ning sat on the white tiger's back as it leaped ferociously and landed on the opposite side of the canyon.
Soon, the first billion-level evil species appeared before Sheng Ning's eyes.
Contrary to the terrifying image she had imagined of an evil species, this billion-level evil species surprisingly had an appearance similar to that of a human.
However, its entire skin showed an oxygen-deprived oil-green color, completely naked, without any sense of shame. It's been millions of years, and finally someone has found this place.
The billion-level evil species opened its arms to embrace the sky, as if thanking the heavens for bringing Sheng Ning. The evil species' greenish pupils scrutinized Sheng Ning, speaking in a tone of bestowment, "You seem different from other humans. I allow you to join our wandering tribe and become one of us. You will have the same noble skin color as us." Sheng Ning habitually blinked her innocent big eyes, giving a sense of having no offense at all. While nibbling on an apple to regain her mental strength, she said in a gentle voice, "You must not be a negotiator."
Billion evil species, ?
Sheng Ning explained, "We humans value white as beautiful, we like white, young, and thin. Someone like you, forcefully looking like a green skin, is really not my type. If you want to conquer humans, I suggest you best change into the form humans like the most, lower their defenses, and then you can easily take them down." The billion evil species stroked its chin and began to ponder.
Suddenly, the expression in his eyes changed. "You are human, why are you telling me the weaknesses of humans?"
Sheng Ning spoke in an earnest tone that seemed harmless. "I swear by the true god of the exiled tribe, I have no intention to deceive the exiled tribe.
Humans are too weak. Telling you the weaknesses of humans is also my sincerity in surrendering to the exiled tribe."
The billion evil seeds' eyes gradually grew wise, and then their blue skin faded away, transforming into a white color like clouds. Sheng Ning continued, "Also, your power is too great, it will scare humans away. I suggest you release 70% of your power first, the remaining 30% is enough to deal with humans."
The evil seed hesitated, half believing.
Sheng Ning's expression was as firm as if she were joining a party. "Rest assured, a self-aware and powerful human like me, there is only one on Earth." Her sense of belief was so strong that a leader once said she was lucky to be born in modern times. If she had been born in the Qin dynasty, she would certainly be Zhao Gao's top flunky. Don't mention calling a deer a horse, even whether it is a blood sweat horse or a white dragon horse, Sheng Ning could explain it clearly. Under the influence of Sheng Ning's strong sense of belief, the billion evil seeds decided to trust this sincere human. The evil seed's body turned from oily blue to snowy white like clouds. The power of the snowy evil seed began to dissipate, but only a small part faded before it stopped. Next, 2 green tentacles grew from the evil seed's head and began to tremble. In Sheng Ning's mental network, she saw this evil seed transmitting the first-hand information it had obtained to all the evil seeds in the instance. Sheng Ning's mental value fully recovered, and she used 2 attribute cards of her choice, directly raising her mental value to 100. Her eyes turned crimson once more. The evil seed that was transmitting the message was startled.
Sheng Ning quickly explained, "I'm just excited, joining the great exiled tribe makes me feel extremely honored." The billion evil seeds were extremely satisfied. This was truly the cutest Earth creature they had encountered during their millions of years of lurking on Earth. No way, this time they had to give this Earth creature a sure yellow skin, which was the color of their exiled tribe's merits. So, throughout the instance, the evil seeds that had been fighting with the superhumans suddenly made a tactical retreat. The superhumans were confused, huh?
Before the superhumans could figure out what was happening, the previously disgusting and eye-blinding evil seeds suddenly all turned white, and some of their powers suddenly decreased. These evil seeds struck poses they thought were charming, trying to lower humans' defenses, and waited for a moment when humans weren't paying attention to directly bite off their necks. The dazed superhumans once again felt that overwhelming gaze. A soft and clear voice suddenly appeared in their ears. "The evil seeds are trying to lower your defenses for a sneak attack. Now is the time to counterattack." Almost simultaneously, all the superhumans' first reaction was to heed the divine command they heard. They had prayed to the heavens many times, begging for salvation for humanity, begging for salvation for Earth.
Finally, they received a response from the divine.
The moment Sheng Ning's voice fell, countless superhumans disregarded their injuries and whether their powers had reached their limits.
Facing the strange evil seeds, they unleashed all their abilities. In that moment, they drew their swords. Chapter 203. The exiled tribe can be said to be one of the earliest lifeforms to appear in the universe. They can survive on any harsh planet, hollowing out the resources of the planets they inhabit. As the universe develops, lifeforms become more and more numerous. For such an unrestrained group of beings, others in the universe began to reject them. They could only mimic the appearance of every lifeform to survive. Later, all the interstellar races banished them to wander. For billions of years, the exiled tribe visited countless planets, but due to their lack of a settled place, their numbers gradually decreased. Until they arrived on Earth. Sheng Ning knew of this race while doing research. In the instant that a billion evil species presented themselves, she understood everything. But what Sheng Ning did not know was the experience of this tribe on Earth. The first time the exiles tried to occupy this planet, they encountered the age of dinosaurs. Facing such a strong and unreasonable species, the exiled tribe could only hide underground. Thus, they escaped the Ice Age. When they returned to the surface, Earth had already entered the legendary Age of Gods. With a mere flick of their fingers, the gods forced the exiled tribe back underground. The third time, during the ancient times, the exiled tribe suffered defeat. The fourth time, during the Qin Emperor's era, the ancestral dragon army scattered them once again.
This time, their awakening was unexpected. Solar storms woke them up, and the intense radiation caused them to mutate. Outside the solar system, it seemed that higher civilizations were watching them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After lying dormant for so many years, they could finally occupy Earth. What made the billion evil species even prouder was that this time, a human surrendered to them. The billion evil species believed they were the great contributors of the exiled tribe, and maybe the next leader was themselves. A strange smile appeared on their face, looking at Sheng Ning with eyes full of admiration. But this smile did not last long. The billion evil species' antennae twitched as they felt their numbers rapidly decreasing. In just over a 10-minute span, nearly half of their people had been lost. Even they understood what was happening. You lied to me? The voice of the billion evil species was filled with disbelief and accusation. This seemingly non-aggressive human female, who sincerely offered advice to the exiled tribe, was all a lie. Sheng Ning remained calm and vigilant, the four little ones behind her stirring with anticipation. How could I lie to you? Don't speak nonsense. The billion evil species, having lost so many of their people in an instant, clearly entered a state of madness. Alongside them hundreds more billion evil species appeared, their teal pupils eerily fixed on Sheng Ning. With a command from one, all the evil species charged towards Sheng Ning. The four little ones instantly grew several times larger, engaging in battle with the billion evil species. But the number of billion evil species was too great. With just Sheng Ning and the four little ones, they struggled against the more than 100 evil species. Especially Sheng Ning, the evil species were different from strange beings. Special items like incense had no effect on them. Her S-grade attack cards kept flying outward, and the true sword in her hand was corroded by the evil species' corrosive liquid, decreasing its durability. It seemed that sensing Sheng Ning was in some danger, Shangguani arrived uninvited in a red outfit beside Sheng Ning, swiftly blocking the attacks aimed at Sheng Ning. Master, summon Miss Mayen, the NPC from Jiu Bar. Over. Shangguani's expression became much more lively, winking at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning had no time to guess what happened with Mayen, but complied. As soon as Mayen and another figure appeared, Sheng Ning finally realized Shangguani's intention. The other figure was none other than Master Lin's younger brother, the four-eyed Taoist. Seeing Sheng Ning, the four-eyed Taoist grinned. Boss, I'll help you gather people, remember to give me a discount when you drink later. Saying this, the four-eyed Taoist ignited a yellow talisman in his hand, and a golden formation pattern appeared on a nearby empty space. Not long after, Lin Tian Master appeared with a dark face. Behind Lin Tian Master was a person, his senior brother, King of Thunder, a stone-solid man. Lin Zhengying was the authentic descendant of Ma Shan, while the King of Thunder practiced dark arts. The four-eyed Taoist shook a talisman paper at the King of Thunder, which was why Lin Tian Master's expression was not good. The energy wave around the King of Thunder was even more intense than that of Shangguani. Sheng Ning was slightly surprised. This King of Thunder turned out to be a king-class anomaly. The King of Thunder was surrounded by a powerful pressure, and with a wave of his hand, countless anomalies appeared along with numerous zombies, crazily lunging at the evil species. You are Shang Xiaomei, right? Those special props from the Weird Happy Company are all made by you? The King of Thunder said arrogantly, with an unfriendly gaze towards Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning was quite quick-witted and hurriedly took out incense, apples, roasted chicken, and 5-grain liquor from her space card, and added another mung bean cake. Sheng Ning silently copied it 3 times, which made just 30 mung bean cakes. Although it seemed a bit stingy, Sheng Ning still only gave 3. After using her copying talent for so long, Sheng Ning had long known that items with a lower crit rate were more precious in the strange world. The King of Thunder had seen other items, but this mung bean cake was the first time he had encountered it, which made him curious. He pinched one and put it in his mouth. The soft and sweet taste suddenly softened the fierce expression on his face filled with killing intent. His gaze towards Sheng Ning suddenly became kind. Without any hesitation, the King of Thunder finished the remaining 2 mung bean cakes, very satisfied as he clapped his hands. With a wave of his sleeve, countless bolts of lightning fell directly from the sky. They did not strike the evil species, but rather hit the anomalies and zombies. The momentum of those anomalies and zombies surged, with some powerful zombies' fangs almost comparable to mammoths. Meanwhile, a long-lost notification sound rang in Sheng Ning's mind. Ding detected that player Shang Xiaomei has gained 90 points of favorability with the King-class anomaly, King of Thunder. Reward, choose a talent card from King of Thunder once. The King of Thunder clearly also heard this announcement, and he looked at Sheng Ning with affection. The Lightning Thunder Fist, Wooden Pile Technique, and Corpse Refining Resurrection Technique are all my talents. You can choose the Corpse Refining Resurrection Technique, it might be useful for you? Hearing the King of Thunder's kind voice, Lin Tian Master tilted the peachwood sword in his hand and directly pierced it into the eye of a billion-level evil species. In disbelief, he turned his face and witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. His hypocritical, vicious, stingy senior brother actually had such a gentle side. It was truly a sight for sore eyes. His senior brother was full of flaws, having loved crooked ways since childhood, but he also had one virtue, which was to protect his own. Of course, protecting one's own was the legacy of their sect. Others might not know, but Lin Zhengying certainly did. His senior brother ranked second among anomalies in the weird world. Gaining his senior brother's favor, this Shang Xiaomei could almost walk across the weird world. Yet, it remained unknown whether his senior brother would still uphold their sect's tradition after seeing that thing deep in the Qinling Mountains.
Ga 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 ga. Chapter 204.
Sheng Ning heard she could draw a talent card from a king-class anomaly. Her innocent big eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if she had been possessed by a greedy character, looking at Lin Zhengying with ill intent.
Lin Tian Master.
Sheng Ning obediently handed 3 mung bean cakes to Lin Tian Master, suddenly feeling that the 3 brothers didn't give the 4-eyed Taoist enough cakes seemed a bit unreasonable. So she took 3 more mung bean cakes for the 4-eyed Taoist. The 4-eyed Taoist laughed heartily. Senior brother's careful selection must yield precious items. However, Lin Tian Master and the 4-eyed Taoist were not anomalies, just special NPCs. 90 points of favorability only allowed Sheng Ning the chance to randomly draw an item or attribute from them.
In Lin Tianchu's hands, Sheng Ning drew the Yin Yang Bagua mirror.
And on the body of the 4-eyed Taoist, Sheng Ning actually drew a hidden attribute that had never appeared before: luck value. Ding, congratulations, player has gained 3 points of luck value, current luck value is 8. For Sheng Ning now, the Yin Yang Bagua mirror was of little help, it could only be said to be a delightful addition.
But luck value. That was a hidden attribute.
An attribute point that couldn't be raised in any way was just taken by her, 3 points at that. Sheng Ning smiled widely, her gratitude profound as she said to Mai Yan, from now on, whenever Taoist Simu comes to our bar, it's on the house.
Taoist Simu, ha 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 ha. Lin Tianchu? King of Thunder.
With a billion evil beings under Sheng Ning's previous deception, each one had lost some power, but with the strength Sheng Ning had, she still couldn't withstand it all. It could only be a 50-50 chance. Just as Sheng Ning was about to try summoning the modified monsters from the starry black prison, a large black door slowly opened not far from Sheng Ning. Then came the second, third. One door after another opened, and out walked 7 or 8 men and women of various shapes and forms. At the front was a woman in a wine-red spaghetti strap dress, glamorous and sparkling all over, like a movie star just coming from the red carpet. Next to her was a girl who looked obedient, but had a cigarette in her mouth and held a deck of cards in her hand. Behind the girl was a man in a suit, his expression cold, exuding a strong aura of dominance with every move he made. He occasionally glanced at his watch, creating an invisible pressure on everyone. Others were wearing aprons, holding a stainless steel cup with 2 golden eggs inside, and in the other hand, they held chopsticks, clearly making a classic egg pancake gesture. It was obvious that these people had been dragged over halfway through. The woman in the red dress was about to say something when a billion-level evil being unexpectedly found an opportunity and attacked from behind. Sheng Ning didn't have time to warn her, the true sword in her hand almost flew out. Suddenly, the woman pulled out a wolf-tooth club from her ear, still smiling, and hit a home run with a spin. The powerful billion-level evil being was whacked far away just like that. The woman smiled charmingly, her beauty dazzling. Sorry for the trouble, I'm Sheng Ning, one of the level 6 players who left the Yuri game. As Sheng Ning explained, the people behind her exchanged knowing glances and gradually took out various weapons, casually walking toward these evil beings. Then, the scene turned a bit bloody.
Arms and heads flew, intestines danced with brains.
Sheng Ning tied up her loose waves, her originally charming demeanor now transformed into a sharp and capable presence, as the pressure of a high-level player instantly appeared. Swinging her wolf-tooth club, Sheng Ning said, "We are all level 6 players, we worked damn hard to escape the Yuri game to retire, who knew some lunatic would connect our world again. I spent 5 hours on my makeup today, borrowed 200 million in jewels to wear, just to crush my ex-husband's white moonlight, and yet here I am fighting monsters." The more Sheng Ning talked, the angrier she became. So all my beauty is just for these evil beings? Do they even appreciate it? Sheng Ning, what a relief to hear her vent like that. Sheng Ning, venting her frustrations, showed no mercy to the billion-level evil beings, her wolf-tooth club swinging fiercely. With the addition of these level 6 players, the pressure on Sheng Ning, the 4 little ones, Lin Tianchu, and others significantly decreased. Sheng Ning took a moment to ask, so it really is possible to leave the game? Sheng Ning shot her a sideways glance. Your level 6 player is a bit weak, huh? Don't you even know these high-level rules? Sheng Ning, huh? You might not believe it, but I built all these channels for the instances. Right now, I don't even know how to leave the instance. Sheng Ning saw that she really didn't know, fighting monsters while saying, once a player reaches level 6, human players, as long as they have enough points, can leave the instance by completing the final challenge instance. At the beginning, the Federation picked players from various families and planets to enter the game, stabilizing the magnetic storm. Generally, those chosen are like the discarded children of their families. After returning, they can't avoid being ostracized. So we made a deal with the abyssal oddities. Besides our destined weapons, we gave up all our talents and cards. This allowed us to take one instance with us, leaving the game. As long as our instance operates according to the established world rules, it is actually not much different from real life. It is worth mentioning that once a player enters level 6, they can no longer change their identity, whether they are an oddity player or a human player. So, in the years since the odd game formed, very few have been able to leave it. Any player who left the instance was a combination of strength and luck, necessary for survival.
As the billion-level evil seeds disappeared one after another,
Sheng Ning could feel that the thing deep underground in Qinling was becoming more and more agitated. A layer of moisture filled the air, unknown when it began to spread. The Thunder King felt something was wrong first, but before he could say anything, the thing underground seemed to sense the Thunder King's intention, and suddenly countless thick bolts of lightning shot down from the sky, smashing straight towards the Thunder King.
No! Sheng Ning's pupils constricted. With lightning like this falling, even a king-level oddity would probably not withstand it.
The Thunder King was in grave danger. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Sheng Ning heard a jarring sound that was out of place, like eggs cracking. Just as the lightning was about to strike down, a pool of golden liquid suddenly splashed onto the Thunder King. Dozens of thick bolts of lightning turned the world into a blank, dead silence. In such dead silence, Sheng Ning suddenly smelled a hint of crispy fragrance.
Hee, it worked. Chapter 205. Hee, it worked.
When Sheng Ning saw the egg-filled pancake on the Thunder King, she was completely stunned. A simple middle-aged man stepped forward, took down the fragrant pancake, and apologized to the Thunder King. "Sorry, I got your clothes dirty." Saying this, he threw the pancake to the oddities, and their power instantly surged. Seeing this scene, Sheng Ning felt a bit familiar.
It seemed like fellow workers? Saved by grace, the Thunder King rarely dropped some of his arrogance. He didn't even have time to say thanks, and in the moment he recovered, he shouted, "Quick, leave this place." But it was too late. As soon as his words fell, a faint blood-red mist suddenly spread through the air, tightly sticking to everyone's skin. Sheng Ning felt a sharp sting on her skin. The faint red surged through her veins directly to her brain. Sheng Ning's already crimson eyes turned even bloodier. The four little ones were not in a good state either, especially the fused Xuanwu, which was faintly showing signs of splitting. The fire vermilion bird first transformed into a streak of flame, directly drilling into Sheng Ning's forehead. The other three little ones followed suit. Everyone present, except for Master Lin and Four-Eyed Taoist, was not in the right state. Like Shang Wan Yi and Mai Yan, they directly returned to Shang Ning's domain.
Zhao Jing also couldn't resist. He glanced at Sheng Ning with regret. "Teacher, be careful."
At this moment, leaving to avoid being controlled by the blood bead and attacking Shang Ning was the best choice. The Thunder King was ultimately powerful, holding on to finish his words. "This is the handiwork of that thing underground. It can ignite the killing instinct deep within the heart, be careful." After speaking, the King of Thunder disappeared. The depths of the Qinling Mountains fell silent, with only players above level 6 remaining.
Sheng Ning clenched her fists, her mind racing. Suddenly, she heard a whoosh behind her. She instinctively sidestepped, and a sharp playing card sliced through a few strands of her hair. It was the woman dressed in silk, holding playing cards, but now in her hands were sharp blades instead. If she had reacted a moment slower, she would have been gone now.
"Jiang Qiao, are you crazy?" Zhong Ning didn't understand.
Jiang Qiao had the highest mental value among them. How could she be the least resistant? Jiang Qiao's eyes turned scarlet, blades of cards swirling around her.
She grinned menacingly. "Keek, kill. 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 I want to kill you, let's see where you can run." Sheng Ning stared at Jiang Qiao, intending to prevent another attack.
But the moment Jiang Qiao finished speaking, Sheng Ning saw Jiang Qiao seemingly ignite, her cheeks and ears flushed. Her feet in flip-flops were locked tight, as if digging a castle out of the ground.
Then she recalled Jiang Qiao's dry laugh, which seemed deliberately made. That's it.
Jiang Qiao was hinting to her where to run.
It was to run deeper into the Qinling Mountains. They could relax the thing's vigilance while chasing each other. As soon as she understood Jiang Qiao's meaning, Sheng Ning also launched an attack. The two immediately exchanged blows, inseparable. Zhong Ning was dumbfounded, the domineering CEO was dumbfounded, and the egg pancake guy was dumbfounded too.
The two figures quickly vanished from their original spot. Along their path, all the surviving injured evil species were easily dealt with by them.
In the midst of combat, Jiang Qiao whispered, "We won't be seen through, will we?" Sheng Ning considered the mental capacity of the evil species and firmly shook her head. "No, didn't you just have a cigarette? Why are you so socially awkward now?" Jiang Qiao's face turned even redder, and with her bright red eyes, she looked like a little white rabbit. That was at the card table. I had to show some presents. I've already lost 50 packs of spicy strips." Simply shocking. Sheng Ning.
Both Sheng Ning and Jiang Qiao feared exposure, and their speed increased.
But they still stopped just a step away from the abyss's mouth.
Just as they prepared to attack the entrance, a thick fog suddenly drifted around them, wrapping them and scattering them apart. In the white fog, the two instantly lost contact.
Fortunately, Sheng Ning sensed Jiang Qiao's position through her mental net ability.
She discovered Jiang Qiao's mental value was very high, matching her own at 100.
Before she could marvel, the ground trembled, a muffled voice rumbling from below, "You can't fool me," shaking the entire Qinling. Sheng Ning and Jiang Qiao rapidly approached through the fog.
Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow, throwing a glance at Jiang Qiao, then mechanically said with vacant eyes, "Kill, kill, kill.
I will kill you." Jiang Qiao immediately understood, "Keek."
Sheng Ning, kill, 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 kill.
Jiang Qiao, keek. Sheng Ning. Jiang Qiao.
Sheng Ning suddenly felt that Jiang Qiao was truly remarkable, her strong belief was about to break. Jiang Qiao's face was redder than ever, and in the next moment, her expression changed, as she shoved Sheng Ning away.
A chopstick pierced through Jiang Qiao's left chest like a bullet.
The egg pancake man appeared slowly in the fog, his hollow eyes looking at Sheng Ning, saying, "Don't think you can fool me." Sheng Ning had nothing left to misunderstand, it seemed all their previous performances had been in vain.
"Why didn't you say sooner that you could control players?" The middle-aged man made no aggressive moves for now as Sheng Ning moved to check Jiang Qiao's injury. Jiang Qiao was slightly shorter than Sheng Ning, and the chopstick headed towards Sheng Ning's heart had passed right below Jiang Qiao's left shoulder. Jiang Qiao held her shoulder. Taking a card from the deck, it suddenly transformed into an S-Class healing card. Sheng Ning? An S-Class healing card, even Sheng Ning doesn't have one. Almost instinctively, she reached out to touch it, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. She touched it again, achieving a 100-fold critical hit. Now Sheng Ning was delighted, smiling as she shared half with Rang Xiao. "Thank you," Sheng Ning said. In the thick fog, another figure appeared, this time it was Chong Ning. Chong Ning was covered in blood, her palms mangled and raw, still unable to resist the mental invasion of that thing. She swung a spiked club and charged towards Sheng Ning and Rang Xiao. Just at that moment, Sheng Ning suddenly remembered the soul-binding talisman given to her by the four-eyed Taoist. After the 100-fold critical hit, Sheng Ning quickly placed a yellow talisman on Chong Ning's forehead. Chong Ning struggled for a moment, but soon stopped moving. The next second, the domineering man appeared. His most formidable talent was actually the SSS-class True Silence. Under his talent, everything was in absolute stillness, even time itself. Sheng Ning couldn't control the man for a moment, so Rang Xiao directly pressed a card against the yellow talisman on the domineering man's forehead. The remaining 6-level players, Sheng Ning and Rang Xiao, rewarded each of them a soul-binding talisman. Sheng Ning curiously looked at Rang Xiao. "What's your talent?" Rang Xiao smiled mysteriously. "SSS-class, True Rulebreaker. Sheng Ning? Of course, it's not as unfair as yours. If your luck attribute hadn't suddenly increased, I wouldn't have been pulled over," Rang Xiao said, her flushed face carrying a hint of grievance. Chapter 206. The thing underground finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a tremor and a shake, a heavy damp fog enveloped the entire Qinling. The whole instance felt a terrifying aura. Sheng Ning and Rang Xiao held hands to avoid getting lost in the thick fog. Both of their mental powers were full, easily sensing that the thing underground was gradually awakening, rising from below to the surface. The color of the fog gradually dimmed, turning gray, black. Before them was a pitch-black darkness without a glimmer of light, reminding Sheng Ning of the extreme darkness beneath the deep-sea palace. Just as she was about to do something, her hand was suddenly released by Rang Xiao. Rang Xiao's usually lazy voice now carried a hint of anger. "After so many years, escaping from the deep sea to the underground, is this all you can do, evil god?" Immediately, from Rang Xiao's cards, a woman wearing a crown and holding a scepter emerged. On the woman's scepter, there was a huge pristine diamond, the light from the diamond like a blade slicing through the darkness, directly dispelling the ultimate darkness. As if realizing that her dark tricks couldn't affect Sheng Ning and Rang Xiao, the darkness and fog gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning saw a pitch-black humanoid monster slowly emerging from the yawning chasm behind the fog. It looked somewhat human, but was covered in scales, with a lizard-like tail behind it, and the upper body had no intact skin, especially in the chest area, which had a bloody large hole. Only its head seemed to show some human features. It could open its mouth, revealing 3 rows of sharp teeth, its gaping maw dripping with blood as if it could snap a person's neck in an instant. Its gaze swept over Sheng Ning, filled with malicious intent, and its voice was hoarse, as if it hadn't spoken in ages. "Are you satisfied?" This question was clearly directed at Sheng Ning, but she didn't understand what it meant. "Are you satisfied with this strange game?" The evil god's face revealed a triumphant joy. "If it weren't for you creating such a perfect instance passage back then, how could I have been reborn so powerfully?" Rang Xiao's face darkened, clearly touched upon unpleasant memories. Seeing that Sheng Ning still looked puzzled, Rang Xiao explained, "The evil god is a powerful anomaly birthed from a certain earth, time and space. In that world, the balance of yin and yang was broken, and the strange beings ruled the mountains, leaving all humans as strange prisoners beneath them. After the last human died, the strange beings turned on each other. He was the last surviving strange being.
He should have perished with that time and space, but at that moment, the portal of the magnetic storm space was completed, and he seized the chance to escape from the soon-to-be-destroyed realm. The evil god covered his bloody chest, a strange smile creeping across his face, speaking of which, all of this was ordained by fate.
Do you remember that red pearl? Sheng Ning gazed at the evil god's chest, suddenly feeling a bad premonition.
That is not a red pearl, that is my heart.
Look at this shape, do you recognize it?
It's the one your little Qilin dug out with his own hands. Almost 90% of the evil god's energy was in his heart. Just as he was about to disappear with the time and space, a Qilin descended from the sky, taking away his heart. The energy of his heart could not only build a portal but also materialize some of the elusive forms within the magnetic storm space.
This was the key to forming the instance.
The evil god continued, but the way of heaven has always been fair. You took my heart, so you must return a glimmer of life to me. If you want to use humans to enter the magnetic storm space and weaken its force, you must pay the price for the foolish humans. Thanks to the top levels of the Federal Empire, allowing you and that little Qilin to enter the instance first, I could construct such a perfect game.
Are you satisfied, Miss Sheng Ning?
Sheng Ning smirked mockingly. The strange game has existed for so many years, and I've never heard of you before.
Why do you suddenly appear now?
The evil god clapped in praise, the malice in his eyes turning into admiration for Sheng Ning. Miss Sheng Ning, you are truly clever.
I really don't want to kill you. How about you become my lady, and we rule the earth together? Sheng Ning ruthlessly refused, not interested. Besides, how can you compare to our little Qilin? The evil god replied, Little Qilin, do you really think he can come back alive?
I can design ways to have him torn apart, ensuring his complete death. Sheng Ning scoffed. According to your logic, since our little Qilin can dig out your heart, next time, he can dig out your brain. She sensed the evil god's strength. Even without a heart, he was still terrifyingly strong. This powerful being was even stronger than some abyssal strange beings in the void. Even though Sheng Ning currently had the four sacred beasts protecting her and had Xiao, the Hanging King, by her side, dealing with her would still be easy for him.
But why was he delaying his attack? And since he could come and go freely within the instance, why did he ultimately choose to stay in this instance?
Thinking of exterminating the billion-level evil seed, everything seemed to be progressing a bit too smoothly. It felt as if one could clear the game without needing the clearing rules.
Wait a minute.
Sheng Ning's thoughts raced, but she still keenly thought of something.
She glanced at the evil god and asked Xiao, have you been to this instance before? What are the clearing rules here?
Xiao looked puzzled for a moment, then took out a playing card and lightly tapped its surface, revealing a few lines of small text.
Clear 10 hidden instances, D-level clearance. Kill 5 king-level strange beings, C-level clearance. Find the source of the evil seed, B-level clearance. Exterminate all evil seeds, A-level clearance. Discover the truth of the world, S-level clearance. Destroy the will of the evil seed leader, SS-level clearance. Ignite the fire of hope, Earth Reborn SSS-level clearance. It was the first time Sheng Ning had seen such comprehensive clearing rules, and for a moment, she looked at Xiao with a hint of jealousy. Everyone said she was the cherished daughter of the strange game, but in fact, it was Xiao, wasn't it? Xiao scratched his head.
No, it is just my talent.
Everything that doesn't follow the rules is normal for me. Sheng Ning.
In Sheng Ning's peripheral vision, the sinister gaze of the evil spirit suddenly became sharp, and a condensed, eerie air surged directly towards Jiang Xiao and Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning pulled out her true sword to defend, producing a deafening clash. The durability of the true sword dropped another 10%. Sheng Ning tasted a metallic sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, her crimson eyes making her look both mad and wretched. The evil spirit seemed pleased with the force of its attack, looking at Jiang Xiao and taunted, Jiang Xiao, this time can you protect your friend?
Chapter 207.
Sheng Ning pushed herself up by the sword hilt. From the moment Jiang Xiao broke through the darkness, she knew it wasn't their first encounter with this evil spirit. Now it seemed that Jiang Xiao must have suffered a lot last time. Sheng Ning silently held Jiang Xiao's hand, locking eyes with the evil spirit's oily green gaze, and said word by word, just now you said you wanted me to rule the earth with you? The evil spirit replied proudly, have you changed your mind? Too late. Before he could finish, Sheng Ning spoke again, so who did you send to achieve the SSS level clearance? Ignite the fire of hope. Where is the fire of hope? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the depths of the evil spirit's eyes, seemingly surprised that Sheng Ning could think of this level. He feigned a sigh, since you've guessed it, I can't let you live. Humans have a saying that villains die from talking too much, but I don't believe in this evil. So I will tell you my entire plan. Just imagining you knowing everything yet unable to do anything must be as despairingly beautiful as when Jiang Xiao's good friend died before her eyes.
Despairing humans are the most delicious. Sheng Ning scoffed. She thought for a moment, initially thinking it would be that unseen evil seed leader. But to her surprise, it was a player.
When she heard that name, Sheng Ning felt only a hint of surprise. After all, Zhou Yan had always been a person without principles. As for the Fire of Hope, it was the method to rebirth the earth. That was a research facility hidden deep underground by humanity. The place where the evil spirit had been before was the Underground Research Institute. Within the institute, humans developed a way to resist solar magnetic storms. As long as a satellite carrying energy waves that resist solar magnetic storms is successfully launched, the first step to rebirth the Earth will be completed. If the Earth can be reborn, it will completely break away from the eerie game and once again become a beautiful, vibrant planet among the stars. Now, Zhou Yan, Fang Xian, Rohi, Yang Xiao, and others are underground preparing to launch the satellite. The second step of the Earth's rebirth is to awaken the consciousness of the evil seeds. The method to awaken the consciousness of evil seeds is somewhat cruel, but as the evil spirit spoke, he danced around, his lizard-like tail swishing incessantly. Kill all low-level evil seeds and cultivate high-level evil seeds. Evil seeds above 100 million energy all possess consciousness, but most of their memories will be forgotten. After saying this, the evil spirit laughed mockingly. Humans always consider themselves great, your shadows exist in so many time and space. Ants consider themselves powerful, it's simply ridiculous. As he spoke, the thick black eeriness transformed into a rope, binding towards Zhang Qiao and Sheng Ning's necks. His speed was too fast, in the blink of an eye, the rope was already in front of Sheng Ning. The next second, Sheng Ning felt a force from behind her, propelling her forward, accompanied by a piercing collision sound in her ears. The eerie rope clashed with Zhang Qiao's card. Just as Sheng Ning drew out her true sword, two ropes shot simultaneously towards Zhang Qiao. Zhang Qiao remained calm, and the crown woman appeared again, her golden diamond scepter entangled with a rope. Sheng Ning pulled out all the incense from her space, countless incense sticks were ignited. The rising cyan mist looks like a cloud above the Qinling Mountains. In the next moment, the cyan mist all surged toward the Shashan Gui. Even pouring all of Sheng Ning's incense could only pause Shashan Gui's movements for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is too slow, slow enough for Qiao and the rope to already have made hundreds of back and forths. 2 seconds is also too fast, fast enough to only give Qiao a slight chance to catch his breath. Sheng Ning released 4 holy beasts again. The 4 holy beasts charged towards Shashan Gui in unison, and the powerful 5 elemental forces made Shashan Gui turn his head, a slightly serious look on his playful face. But it was just a slight seriousness. He dealt with the 4 little ones with ease, provocatively telling Sheng Ning, "Unless you can lift the 5-element holy beast, you will have no strength to fight me." But since ancient times, the 4 great holy beasts were only the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Where would a 5th one come from? Clearly, Shashan Gui knew this as well, making him even more proud. The strange aura around him seemed endless. He was the Shashan of the entire world's strangeness, a primordial being of the strange world. He barely moved, and it was already the limit for Sheng Ning and the others. With a tremor that shook the ground and mountains, the group instinctively looked towards another mountaintop. The inside of that mountaintop had been hollowed out, and a stone door slowly opened, revealing a tall launch platform inside. A row of rockets appeared before Sheng Ning and Let Xiao. It was clear that Zhou Yan and the others were preparing to launch a satellite. "No, we must stop them from launching the satellite," Let Xiao muttered. Now, there were no more evil seeds in the instance. Once the satellite was successfully launched, the instance would soon end, and it would be too late then. In a moment of distraction, a rope made of 6 strands of strange energy had already wrapped around Sheng Ning and the others' necks. With a slight pull, a wave of suffocation surged in their hearts. The rope made of strange energy could not be cut. In the next second, a wolf-toothed club smashed fiercely toward Shashan Gui. The yellow talisman on the forehead of the red-clad Zhong Ning had turned to ashes without anyone noticing. She was furious, pointing at her dress, which was stained and splattered with blood mist, saying, "This dress was custom-made by Country A, took 3 months to make, and you just ruined it." In the next moment, a domineering man appeared. He adjusted the watch on his wrist, and in that exquisite moment, the Egg Pancake Man and the level 6 players behind him struck simultaneously. This time, it had some effect. The strange energy on Shashan Gui dispersed a little, and it was at that moment that Sheng Ning and the others seized the opportunity to break free from the strange energy rope. But this move completely enraged Shashan Gui. His oil-green eyes became terrifying, and the scales on his body began reflecting different glimmers of light. Sheng Ning and the others were caught off guard. Someone was blinded by the light, and screams echoed one after another. Sheng Ning and Let Xiao evaded Shashan Gui's unexpected attack thanks to their full mental strength. Above everyone's heads, a sharp spear made of strange energy had somehow suspended in the air. Except for Zhong Ning and the domineering man, everyone else was pierced through the top of their heads by the spear, blood flowing like rivers. Before they could react, the spear was about to fall again. This time, the 4 people still alive, along with the 4 little beasts in the sky, were locked down by the powerful strange energy. They could not move. The sharp spear shone with blinding light, aimed at their heads. Sheng Ning gritted her teeth, almost revealing all her hidden cards, then used her talent SSS level phasing. But all talents became ineffective. In front of Shashan Gui, everything was worthless.
Sheng Ning laughed heartily, quite pleased with everyone's desperate expressions. Today's cooking received a perfect score. Just as the spear was about to strike, a bloody red coffin suddenly appeared in the sky, and a voice emerged from within, saying, "I heard you want to kill me? You really didn't think that? Am I the one you've designed to be dismembered? Fool." Chapter 208. The suddenly appearing coffin left the few remaining people confused. Daring to insult the Sheng Ning like this, is that tempting death?
Only Sheng Ning's heart surged with joy. He's back. The blood coffin slowly opened, and a blood-soaked Qilin stepped out, as if an inconspicuous step shook the foundations of the Qinling Mountains.
Is this, howling heavenly hound? Sheng Ning clutched his chest, unable to imagine what this pitch-black four-legged beast was. Xu Yunyan.
In this world, no one could call him a dog, except his wife. His front paw slammed down fiercely, and the ground beneath Sheng Ning suddenly cracked open, and he was buried in the earth as if he were a seedling, with only his wide-eyed head left above ground. Over there, the Sheng Ning felt a tremor at Xu Yunyan's voice, memories involuntarily flooding into his mind. When the human from that time and space had died, it was as if the entire earth had its lights extinguished, plunging into endless darkness. In the dark, he continuously grew his power, but as his strength increased, his heart filled with fear.
It was a fear of fate.
Until the appearance of that Qilin, carrying the pride and nobility of an ancient race, illuminating him who lived in darkness, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Without saying a word, he forcefully dug out his own heart, even feeling disdain for it. Thinking of this, Sheng Ning was filled with hatred, throwing a heavy punch at the Qilin in the air, wrapped in a force like 1,000 pounds, striking hard. The powerful and bizarre aura stirred up a violent wind, making Sheng Ning and the others nearly unable to breathe. Sheng Ning and Rang Xiao quickly dug Sheng Ning out and retreated towards the outskirts of the battlefield together. Facing such a fierce attack, a dark glint passed through Xu Yunyan's eyes. Once again, he slammed his front paw down, colliding with the strange, powerful punch, and the world instantly fell silent, followed by a huge roar as the Qinling Mountains, thousands of miles long, were suddenly split in two. That was Sheng Ning's full-force strike, yet it was met by Xu Yunyan in such a manner. Sheng Ning was horrified. Even if Xu Yunyan had regained his body, he shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that all these years he had really been pretending? If Xu Yunyan knew Sheng Ning's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scold him again without hesitation. "Fool. You think you deserve to waste so much effort over the only ancient handsome Qilin in heaven and earth?" Sheng Ning, usually fearless, suddenly felt a hint of uncertainty in his heart. With a dark face, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly a card appeared in his hand. This card was pitch black, the kind of extreme black that reflected no light at all. The card paused in the air for a moment and suddenly vanished, followed by the appearance of a man behind Sheng Ning. This man, Xu Yunyan had seen before. Or rather, Xu Yunyan and Sheng Ning's peaceful life was shattered by this person. It was he who controlled the driver to run over Xu Yunyan, pulling him into a bizarre game. Mad scientist. Sheng Ning looked displeased at the appearance of the mad scientist. Where is he? He was asking about Emperor Fengdu. The mad scientist's face was gloomy, his gaze towards Xu Yunyan reminiscent of a rat in a sewer. He's been delayed by Zhong Liyan. Zhong Liyan. Sheng Ning's voice dripped with sarcasm. He should have been killed long ago. The mad scientist smiled coldly and addressed Sheng Ning without courtesy. "It's still because of your uselessness. If you could have revived his mother earlier, he would be one of us today." The two didn't want to bicker like dogs in front of Xu Yunyan, so they tacitly stopped talking. At this moment, Sheng Ning also had an astonishing discovery. In her mental network, she could clearly see that the wavelength on the mad scientist corresponded exactly to that of the evil beings. In other words, the mad scientist was the leader of the evil beings. Seeing Rang Xiao, the mad scientist slowly spoke. "All players must go through a dungeon to leave the game. I had such high hopes for you, specifically putting you into this copy, yet who would have thought, you still were just a step away from perfection." It was at this moment that the mad scientist realized if he wanted to revive the earth, perhaps only Sheng Ning could do it. So, not long after Xu Yunyan was dismembered and vanished, he pulled Sheng Ning into the game as well. From a creator to a player, from a bystander to a participant. Sheng Ning did not disappoint the madman. Every time she perfectly cleared the level in the copy, the madman's heart soared with joy. This made Xiao's face turn pale, remaining silent, yet the rising and falling of her chest revealed her fury. The madman continued, his emotions fluctuating, and this time he became pleading. "Miss Shang, without you, the magnetic storm would have already destroyed the Federation. You are the one who allowed the humans of the Federation to survive, so please, revive the humanity of Earth." Sheng Ning recalled the first time she met the madman and cursed him as a lunatic once again in her heart. She slowly spoke, "You don't need to say it, I will also complete this copy's mission well, but do you want to revive humanity, or revive Earth? Or do you want to enslave the humans on Earth like Sheng Ning? If it were not for the same goal, why would Sheng Ning be with the madman?" The madman, exposed, exchanged a glance with Sheng Ning and burst into laughter. Ha, Sheng Ning, you are indeed very clever, but you are still just a player, a participant. If it weren't for you trying to kill so many evil beings, the hidden mission to revive Earth would not be so easily completed. The players who had previously entered the copy had failed each time at the hands of evil beings. Yet he, the leader of the evil beings, could do nothing.
Now, as long as we can launch the satellite, everything will be over.
Shashin Gue smugly added, do you know what the reward for clearing this thousands-player copy is? It's becoming a god, becoming the heart of Earth, this unparalleled existence.
The expression on Shashin Gue's face could only be described as madness, while the madman appeared much calmer.
His goal had been achieved, he possessed the power of the leader of the evil beings, and as long as humanity revived, his experiment could proceed. Whatever becoming a god, whatever controlling Earth and all of humanity, he didn't care at all.
Zhu Yuanyan and Sheng Ning calmly watched the two perform. At this moment, Zhu Yuanyan had transformed into human form, holding Sheng Ning's arm, and spoke in a voice that everyone could hear. You know, with their villainous declarations, shouldn't I be particularly righteous and persuade them to turn over a new leaf?
Sheng Ning, goodness, you understand how to stir up trouble.
This remark caused Xiao to quickly retreat with Chong Ning and Ba Zong.
Xiao found a reason, I will go stop the satellite launch.
Chong Ning weakly raised her hand, me too.
The energy from Shashin Gue and the mad scientist surged wildly, with Shashin Gue saying, after consuming the ancient divine beast, Qilin, I wonder if my strength can grow to dominate the entire universe.
Zhu Yuanyan sneered, do you think those guys from the M78 Nebula are pushovers? Chapter 209.
Zhu Yuanyan did not want to pay attention to those two ugly beings, his broad palm gently cupping Sheng Ning's neck, pressing his forehead against hers. Sheng Ning felt a warm heat in her brow, suddenly a dark Qilin figure appeared in her mind. Zhu Yuanyan curled his lips into a triumphant smile, sister, you're done, this is the mark of our Qilin clan, you are completely mine. Sheng Ning's lips curled slightly, even without a mark, I am still yours. The two exchanged smiles, it should have been a tense scene, yet someone suddenly threw dog food. Shashin Gue and the madman, unable to bear it anymore, felt that they were being ignored completely. This time, the strange energy on Shashin Gue gathered into a bow and arrow. The arrows glimmered with a seductive red, causing one's heart to waver at a glance.
Zhu Yuanyan held Sheng Ning's hand and whispered, wife, can you lend me some power?
As he spoke, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes. Sheng Ning understood in an instant, her entire body unleashing her earth-based abilities towards Zhu Yuanyan, and the four little ones seemed to sense something.
Emitting the light of the five elements from their bodies.
The death god wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The sharp and poisonous arrow shot out, but Zhu Yuanyan caught one in his hand, applying a slight force, and the arrow let out a piercing, eerie howl, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing. The madman directed billions of evil creatures to charge forward, but they were stopped by the four little ones. In 5 minutes, the power within Zhu Yuanyan grew even stronger, and he became more inscrutable. Every look in his eyes felt like it transcended time, gazing into yours with an endless weight. But when he spoke, he was still the familiar person, you go deal with the satellite situation, I'll handle these two ugly things.
Sheng Ning nodded, softly reminding, if you can't win, run away, I've had enough of being a widow.
Just these words caused Zhu Yuanyan's eyes to redden slightly, and he solemnly promised, I will definitely bring you home.
Sheng Ning quickly rushed to another hill for the satellite launch. The situation here was far worse than she had imagined. Besides Zhou Yan and his 3 companions, there were other players and dozens of royal-level monsters.
A large portion of those royal monsters were Zhou Yan's, and the situation only began to ease after the arrival of Qiao and others.
Sheng Ning saw some familiar faces, like Yan Zhang.
Like Chao Xing and Xia Qingxuan, and her brother, the Ghost Mom. Everyone and the monsters made way upon seeing Sheng Ning, instantly clarifying the previously chaotic scene. Yan Zhang and Zhou Yan stood side by side, behind them were dozens of royal monsters glaring hungrily. These were the trump cards Zhou Yan received from the madman and the death god. Seeing Sheng Ning, the eyes of Yan Zhang and Zhou Yan brightened, especially Yan Zhang, who almost wanted to hug Sheng Ning but forcefully held back. Today, it's time to settle this. Sheng Ning's face showed no change as she looked at Zhou Yan. A hint of sadness crossed Zhou Yan's eyes, he had ultimately come to this point. He nodded slightly, his eyelashes drooping, alright, then it's best 2 out of 3, whoever wins gets to press the launch button.
Sheng Ning nodded, what do you want to compete in? But ladies first, can I choose my opponent first?
Yang Xiaoran beside them tried hard to minimize her presence but was still locked onto by Sheng Ning's gaze. She silently hoped Zhou Yan wouldn't agree, but saw him nod instead.
A trace of despair appeared on Yang Xiaoran's face.
Currently, Sheng Ning was a level 6 player, while she was still level 4. The difference between them was beyond description.
Why couldn't she let herself go? Was a single betrayal really that important?
If anything, she was almost teaching Sheng Ning a lesson not to trust others so easily, maybe Sheng Ning should thank her instead.
Since she had already been chosen, Yang Xiaoruan stopped hesitating, revealing the most genuine hatred on her face, waiting for Sheng Ning. What shall we compete in? Can I say it? Sheng Ning nodded confidently. Let's see who can summon more animals in 1 minute.
Yang Xiaoruan had her plan. Her abilities were animal type and spiritual type, and she could summon many animals. Although this contest seemed somewhat childish, it was the only way she could think of to defeat Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning's expression was strange for a moment. You'd better not regret it.
Yang Xiaoruan began to sing a nursery rhyme, her voice spreading out, drifting over the Qinling hills, and soon the sounds of flapping wings came from the sky. There were no living animals left near the Qinling area, and it was truly difficult for Yang Xiaoruan to summon the eagles in the sky.
At the same time, dozens of earthworms surged from underground.
Sheng Ning curled her lips, originally wanting to take out the control device of the Starry Sky prison, but the controller had already been tossed into her fusion talent.
At that moment, Sheng Ning realized that there were still dozens of minutes left on the cooldown of her fusion talent.
A flash of joy passed through her heart, and Sheng Ning was very certain that what she would fuse this time must be very precious. Connecting her own domain, Starry Sky Laboratory, she took out the backup remote control from the lab, and instantly, countless deformed monsters appeared, lunging at Yang Xiaoruan. Yang Xiaoruan quickly retreated, her song becoming more urgent, but it had no effect on the monsters summoned by Sheng Ning. Soon, all that was left on the ground was a pool of blood. Watching a strange movement in the air, a hint of mockery appeared in the corner of Sheng Ning's eye, and she said to the air, "Disappear within 10 seconds, and you can still be alive." No one cared whether Yang Xiaoruan lived or died.
First round, Sheng Ning wins.
In the second round, Fang Xinro chose her opponent, and surprisingly, it was the Mother Ghost. Although the Mother Ghost was now a destruction-level abnormality, facing Fang Xinro, who had allied with the Blood God, she still had no chance of winning. Second round, Fang Xinro wins. In the third round, Older Brother Ghost vs Zhou Yan. The Older Brother Ghost was already a king-level abnormality. His furious buffs and ability to ignore various rules allowed Zhou Yan's cards to only work at half capacity. However, the Older Brother Ghost couldn't win against Zhou Yan right away, and the third round ended in a draw. Thus, there could only be a tiebreaker. Obviously, the king-level abnormality behind Zhou Yan would not agree, and a fierce battle was about to break out. In the end, Yan Zhang stepped forward and stated that one round would determine the winner, looking at Sheng Ning with a dark glint in his eyes, clearly plotting something. But he did not get his way. Zhang Xiao stepped forward instead. Yan Zhang vs Zhang Xiao. Yan Zhang chose playing cards according to plan, but halfway through dealing, he directly tore a card in half, wanting to pull Sheng Ning out of the instance. This was a pass card he had worked extremely hard to obtain, a pass allowing direct exit from the instance. But it was seen through by Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao flicked the ash from her cigarette. "This king-level abnormality, in terms of schemes, I might not be as good as you, but in playing cards, you aren't better than me." She held the pass card between her fingertips with the other hand. The situation became tense, as the pressure from the king-level abnormalities behind Zhou Yan filled the entire space. At that moment, Fang Xinro let out a sharp scream. "What are you doing?" There stood a figure next to the launch button, smiling slightly at everyone, as the floating dust in his hand slowly pressed down on the launch key.
Chapter 210.
Such a sudden change took everyone by surprise, and the expressions of the king-level abnormalities behind Zhou Yan changed drastically. They were well aware of what would happen once this launch button was pressed. But there was no time to waste.
The reddish-brown floating dust pressed down on the launch button.
The next second, a huge burst of flame suddenly erupted from the bottom of the launch pad nearby. The sudden high temperature made everyone retreat in unison, and by the time they reacted again, the rocket let out a loud explosion and soared into the sky.
"I will kill you."
The king-level abnormalities behind Zhou Yan surged toward that figure. The figure with floating dust flicked it lightly, pulling out a money-spraying gun, countless pieces of black talisman paper spraying out, landing on the bodies of those king-level abnormalities, emitting a wave of burning black smoke.
Sheng Ning.
The figure before her wore a burlap Taoist robe, and the floating dust in his hand gave a sense of ethereal grace, which harshly diminished the Taoist's beauty.
Looking at this unfamiliar female Taoist, Sheng Ning couldn't tell whether this person was friend or foe. Noticing Sheng Ning's gaze, the Taoist smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Ninger. I am your master's wife. Do you like this welcome gift?" Sheng Ning's eyes widened, her voice rising a couple of pitches. "Master's wife?"
The beautiful Taoist pointed the money-spraying gun at the group of king-level abnormalities, stepping forward confidently to introduce herself. "I am the master of Shuiyang Temple, and I am also the wife of your master who has not yet entered the door, so it is reasonable for you to call me Shiji.
Shuiyang Temple Master.
Sheng Ning suddenly thought of what she had heard. Ping and Temple Master was chased by Shuiyang Temple Master, so this was what the chasing was about? But Sheng Ning found it hard to understand. Shuiyang Temple Master was powerful and beautiful, so why would she fall for her master?
As if sensing Sheng Ning's thoughts, Shuiyang Temple Master sighed. "Alas, it's all fate. Who let me see your master taking a bath?"
As monks, we generally value our reputation, so I can only be responsible for your master. It's a pity that he shyly ran off to that old witch, Lady Xena.
Sheng Ning. Her master must be the male lead of a middle-aged idol drama, right?
Previously, she escaped while he chased her. This time, it's a middle-aged version of a domineering wife running away with a child. The rocket had already launched, igniting the fire of hope was more than half done. Compared to Feng Shinro's franticness and the strange wariness of the wine-level monsters towards Shuiyang Temple Master, as well as their fear of the god of death, Zhou Yan and Yan Zhang seemed much calmer. No, Yan Zhang was still a bit troubled. He had failed again this time.
Was this really fated? He looked deeply at Sheng Ning and asked Zhou Yan with some despair, "What are you planning to do?"
Zhou Yan was extremely calm. He had anticipated this situation ever since he accepted the god of death's offer. So, he curled his lips, relaxing slightly, as if surrendering, yet also as if completing an unpleasant task.
"Will you let me and Ro go?" Zhou Yan looked at Sheng Ning.
Sheng Ning glanced at Feng Shinro. "I will only take action against my enemies." The implication was, as long as you keep Feng Shinro from opposing me, I won't kill her.
Zhou Yan smiled. He knew Sheng Ning was actually soft-hearted. At least she had never really gone for the kill against them.
Feng Shinro looked at Zhou Yan in disbelief. She rarely saw Zhou Yan smile, and she definitely didn't want to see him in this surrendering manner. Without mercy, she slapped Zhou Yan twice in front of everyone, then threw out her attack card, ready to fight Sheng Ning to the death.
But the next second, her card was snatched away by Zhou Yan. Ro, we are leaving, going home." "Home? What home? Where do I still have a home?" "Zhou Yan, did you forget? Your father killed my parents. I hate you." "Zhou Yan, don't you want to seek my forgiveness?"
"Good, as long as you kill Sheng Ning, I will forgive you."
Zhou Yan's cheeks turned slightly red, with the handprints clear on his face.
He looked back at Feng Shinro. "I can't defeat Sheng Ning, let alone kill her." As he spoke, he tore apart a space, pushed Feng Shinro inside, and then also stepped in. Before leaving, Sheng Ning noticed he mouthed something to her, but Sheng Ning did not understand.
After Zhou Yan left, some long-level monsters also gradually dispersed.
The trend was irreversible. They might as well return to their own story instances and plan early. Yan Zheng already had an answer in his heart but still asked, Ning, come back with me, wouldn't it be better to start over?
This time, I will definitely stand firmly by your side.
Sheng Ning remembered the hesitation that Yan Zhang had never been able to let go of.
She said calmly, Yan Zhang, you did nothing wrong. Our stances are different, our choices are different.
Your hesitation is only human nature, I have never blamed you. Sheng Ning wanted to persuade him to let go, but unexpectedly, these words directly stimulated Yan Zhang's nerves, and his restrained face showed signs of cracking.
You don't need to say anymore, Ning.
You don't blame me because you have no expectations of me. You have no expectations of me because you never like me. I have no place in your heart.
What if it were Chu Yuan? What if he hesitated at a critical moment, what would you do?
Sheng Ning's mind flashed with that scene.
What will she do?
She will twist Chu Yuanyan's ear 360 degrees, making him understand who was the real boss, and then make him do all the housework for a month, sleeping on the floor for a month. Seeing a trace of softness in Sheng Ning's eyes, Yan Zhang's heart ached even more.
Why did none of this belong to him?
His emotions were unstable, and Sheng Ning didn't want to provoke him further. The master of Shuiyang took out a black talisman and handed it to Sheng Ning. This is a special calming talisman for weird situations. Sheng Ning stuck the talisman on Yan Zhang's body. Just as she was about to say something, several loud roars of sacred beasts suddenly came from the other side of Qinling.
Hearing this, Sheng Ning's heart tightened. She patted Yan Zhang's shoulder. You need to live well and look forward. I have never belonged to you and will never have anything to do with you in the future. Yan Zhang, goodbye.
After saying this, Sheng Ning greeted Jiang Xiao, asking her to take care of Yan Zhang and make sure everything was fine here. She wanted to see how things were with Chu Yuanyan. At that moment, on the other side of Qinling, Chu Yuanyan was covered in blood, black smoke rising from his body, and the 4 sacred beasts were not in a better state. All this started when the satellite was launched. When the god of death Gui found out that it was Sheng Ning's people who pressed the launch button, the entire situation collapsed. He knew Sheng Ning was strong but never expected her luck to be this good. Originally, he arranged for whatever happened between Zhou Yan and Sheng Ning. As long as Sheng Ning didn't press the launch button, it would be fine. But he didn't expect the master of Shuiyang to suddenly appear, disregarding fairness, catching them off guard.
Now everything is over.
The god of death Gui knew that he would certainly be held accountable after resurrecting on Earth. Instead of facing death alone, he preferred to drag others down to hell with him.
Chapter 211.
Before Sheng Ning returned to the abyss again, the god of death Gui had already gone mad. He had grown countless strange faces all over his body, making Sheng Ning, who had a fear of clusters, feel disgusted. Each face on him wore a painfully twisted expression, and their eyeless eyes appeared even more terrifying.
Why are you here?
Zhu Yuanyan shook off the blood from his body, and many black, hard scales had fallen off, revealing the fresh red flesh inside. The other small ones were not in good shape either, covered in blood, exhaustion evident in their eyes.
The madman watched hungrily from the side.
He looked at Sheng Ning's body, not knowing what he was thinking.
Sheng Ning took out apple-roasted chicken and wulianye to replenish the little one's energy.
The god of death Gui could only watch. He shouted and charged forward, countless twisted faces rushing out from his body, pressing down on Sheng Ning's mental state. Zhu Yuanyan swallowed a big bite of roasted chicken, not having time to heal the injuries inside him. He leaped in front of Sheng Ning, transforming into a huge beast form to block the attack. A piercing scream shattered Sheng Ning's eardrums, her ears bled, and they buzzed. At that moment, the mad scientist suddenly acted, using his phasing ability to pass through Zhu Yuanyan's body, pulling the somewhat dazed Sheng Ning and directly disappearing from the spot. Sheng Ning's ears could not hear sounds, and a damp earthy smell filled her nostrils.
About 3 minutes later, Sheng Ning's eyes brightened, and she arrived at an underground laboratory.
In the laboratory, there were 2 beds, each with a connector at the head of the bed. Sheng Ning tried to resist, but the damaged true sword couldn't defend against the abyss-level madman, whose eyes shone with the brilliance and excitement of impending success.
I said, you can't put all your hopes on the god of death Gui.
Like soy milk, it's wisdom to drink a bowl and pour out a bowl.
The madman injected Sheng Ning with some anesthetic, and soon she began to feel dizzy. He placed her on the bed, and her brain was opened by the madman, with instruments continuously connecting to her brain. Then, the madman lay down on the other bed. Connect the device to yourself.
The moment the device lit up, a sharp pain surged through Sheng Ning's brain, and the madman's memories flooded into her mind. This world was, after all, the madman's original world. In his research, he discovered the existence of the evil god. The evil god was too powerful and had been spreading negative energy among humans, quickly plunging them into endless conflicts and violent incidents. The madman had been searching for a way to empower humanity, so he developed a gene-enhancing vaccine, but unfortunately, it failed.
However, the madman was manipulated by the evil god and believed the experiment was a success.
He began injecting humans, and the evil seeds started to appear. At this time, the madman was already blinded by the evil god, constantly researching the evolution potion, until, with the last injection, the most perfect enhancement potion in history was developed. After injecting himself with it, he realized that the world had completely changed.
After the world fell, the madman was engulfed in self-blame, regret, and intense hatred, exacerbating the expansion of negative energy in the space.
Until one day, he was pulled out of this world by Sheng Ning using a red pearl, and he finally woke up. Thus, he continuously sought ways to resurrect humanity and revive the earth, only to find that the answer ultimately came from the evil god. He agreed to cooperate with the evil god but saw Sheng Ning's strength. Whether it was building a passage or clearing a dungeon, the madman knew that Sheng Ning was the key person. So he kept a backup plan for himself. He believed he would definitely have the chance to capture Sheng Ning. As long as he caught her and used the device to swap their memories and souls, he could occupy her body and become the ultimate winner.
But he calculated everything yet overlooked one thing.
Sheng Ning was a player with maximum mental power, and in the struggle for consciousness, he was simply no match for her. After expelling the madman's consciousness, Sheng Ning slowly got up and took out a healing card to mend her injured head. Looking at the unconscious madman, Sheng Ning held the red pearl tightly in her hand. Just after completing the final fusion of her talent, no one expected that the fusion result was the red pearl that had gone missing since Sheng Ning entered the dungeon. Looking at the red pearl in her hand, Sheng Ning snapped her fingers lightly, and soon 2 figures appeared behind her. One was Zhong Liyan, and the other was the Emperor of Fengdu. Sheng Ning looked at them, curled her lips and said, having watched the show for so long, it's time to contribute a bit, right? The Emperor of Fengdu revealed a hint of a peaceful smile, as you command, Mississippi. Sheng Ning looked at him, lock the madman in your hell for at least 500 years.
Is that all right?
The Emperor of Fengdu replied, 500 years, the same treatment as the great sage.
That's considered capable of him.
The Emperor of Fengdu then disappeared with the madman.
Zhou Liyan asked with a smile, just let him go like this?
With your power after clearing this dungeon, it wouldn't be hard to get a new ruler of the underworld.
Sheng Ning lazily waved her hand, no need. Moreover, if I were to hold him accountable, what about you?
You want to resurrect your mother, and he wants the underworld to function normally. Essentially, both are using me for their own purposes, so there's really no difference. Considering your efforts to maintain the operation of this strange game, I will generously forgive you for this little matter.
The mad scientist truly wanted to kill Sheng Ning. Both Zhong Liyan and the Emperor of Fengdu had their own agendas. Gong Yiran and Gong Shuchen were for the Tao of Heaven.
And Sheng Ning's original intention was to resolve the federal magnetic storm crisis, combined with the evil god perfecting the rules behind the scenes, leading to the birth of this strange game. After leaving the laboratory, Chu Yunyan and the battle with the evil god were still in a stalemate. The strength of the four little ones could no longer cope with such battles and could only wait anxiously on the side.
When Sheng Ning appeared with the red pearl, the scene was electric. The god of evil took a breath and suddenly, a split second later, a claw from Chu Yuanyan cut off an arm of the evil spirit. The strange energy quickly replenished, and the severed arm was restored in the blink of an eye. Sheng Ning said, "Do you still want to fight?" Upon closer inspection, the red pearl had some uneven patterns on it, but it did not hide the radiant glow and pure, eerie aura it emitted. As the red pearl appeared, the four little ones huddled close, like cats smelling catnip, eager to indulge themselves. The god of evil's eyes were filled with hatred as he roared, "Give my heart back to me." Sheng Ning replied, "This strange game has come to be thanks to your heart, so surrender, god of evil, and I can give you a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, Master Lin appeared behind Sheng Ning. He held a peachwood sword, while Qiao Shang was carrying a huge jar, on which symbols were drawn in bright red cinnabar. The god of evil realized Sheng Ning's intention and pointed at the jar, saying, "The chance you're talking about is to let me live in this jar?" Master Lin explained, "In this jar, there is freedom and mystery. With you inside, I will perform a purification for you, 181 times, absorbing the essence of the full moon during that time. It will surely remove all the evil energy from you, and then you can return to the human world." Chu Yuanyan transformed into human form, standing next to Sheng Ning, taking the red pearl with clear intention. "Enter the jar, live. Not entering means death. As long as this red pearl is crushed, the god of evil is undoubtedly dead." The god of evil laughed 3 times loudly, "Ha ha, do you think you can capture me? No way. Want me to surrender? Impossible. I am the god of evil. The ruler of all strange things. No one in this world can judge me." Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for clearing the dungeon, The War of Annihilation, now proceeding to rating.
Player Shang Xiaomei's dungeon exploration rate is 100%, completed hidden path, rating SSS, human player faction has ignited the fire of hope, now granting the ultimate reward of the strange game. The red pearl slowly rose from Sheng Ning's palm. Along with the card from the spatial card that read all things live, and incense, apples, roasted chicken, wuliangya, candles, and mung bean cake. All the items fused into a bright light in the air, merging into the earth. Ding, the space-time of the earth has restarted, thanking human players Sheng Ning, Chu Yuanyan, Let Xiao, and Fu Shiyan, the domineering CEO, and others for their contributions in restarting the earth, now granting rewards to the players. Ding, player Sheng Ning has obtained the heart of the earth's spacetime, allowing free travel through spacetime on earth. Ding, player Chu Yuanyan has obtained the power of the Tao, guarding the abyss. Ding, player Let Xiao has obtained the supermarket of all realms, able to enter any spacetime. Ding, player Fu Shiyan has obtained the CEO maintenance system, able to descend upon any CEO. Ding. Ding, thanks to all players for their contributions to restarting the earth, this system represents the gratitude of all celestial gods. Preserve the fire of earth and maintain the conservation of universal energy. Thank you all once again, and wish you a happy new life. Let Xiao and Fu Shiyan exchanged glances, while Chu Yuanyan, holding Sheng Ning, burst into a loud cry, "Wah wah wah wah, wife, they are so bad. I've worked so hard, and they still want to enslave me to guard the door. Wah 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 wah." Sheng Ning patted Chu Yuanyan's back, there, I will always be with you." Chu Yuanyan's eyes were red from crying, as he angrily clenched his fists, "No way. That Zhong Li Yan, and Emperor Fengdu, all of them will guard the door. Not one can escape." The ending is a bit rushed, for example, Master Shuiyang, it's actually a dungeon, but it got cut off. Master Shuiyang, actually, there's not much to see, just my story of chasing my husband, Shai, he ran away and I chased after him, he couldn't fly away. I've seen all the questions everyone raised, not having an outline is my hard flaw, and due to the drastic shortening later on, many issues arose, so I am extremely grateful to those who have accompanied me to today, I love you all very much. Thank you for your tolerance and encouragement, otherwise I wouldn't have written to this day. Again, thank you all. Tomorrow I will write an extra chapter. The first extra will be to polish the ending a bit more, and the second will start writing about each character and their little stories. Everyone, whose story do you want to see? Our appearances have all been cut, who do you want to see first? Also, there's the award ceremony for the Bazaar game, featuring Xiao and the domineering CEO, Ling Qiwei, Zhou Yan, Feng Xinro, Yang Xiaoru, and so on. Finally, I want to say thank you again. Thank you all for being able to see this, love you. Ding, detecting that the ultimate reward for the instance has been issued, please choose whether to stay in this time and space to live or to return. At the moment the instance rewards were distributed, all players received a broadcast simultaneously. Some were bewildered. If I stay in this time and space, then what will my identity be? Someone couldn't help but ask aloud. Live with the player's existing identity. It seemed that after clearing the game, the instance had gained a bit more humanity, answering players' questions one by one. If players leave the Bazaar game, they can exchange their current items and talents for federal currency based on their registration. If they stay in the current time and space, when the time and space rewind to a certain node, she can choose a talent as her golden finger.
Ling Qiwei had been waiting to say goodbye to Sheng Ning. She looked at Sheng Ning, who was walking out of the valley, and revealed an eager smile. Sister Shang, I want to stay in the newcomer's grievance instance, see you again if fate allows. After she left, Shang Guani came out of the realm. She also wanted to leave, including my Yen and others, who all had to return to their own time and space and start their lives anew. The instance time and space reset, all time and space restarted living from a certain node. The King Grade Bazaar retained the memory of the instance, while the Destruction Grade memories would only think they were reborn. Under the Destruction Grade Bazaar, no one remembered the instance events. All time and space on Earth returned to their original trajectories. After sending everyone off, Shang Ning and Chu Yuanyan sat on the top of Qinling Mountain watching the sunset. The four little ones behind them were making a commotion.
The world suddenly became beautiful.
Sheng Ning felt it was somewhat unreal.
Everything in front of her seemed like a dream. Each world she had visited felt like scenes in a dream. The setting sun looked like blood, and Chu Yuanyan wrapped his arm around Shang Ning's shoulders, unexpectedly saying, "Wife, I thought of a permanent solution."
Shang Ning? Chu Yuanyan's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Let's have a child, let him inherit the family business, what do you think? Shang Ning reached out and pinched the ear of someone. What if it's a daughter?
A fair and soft little girl suddenly flashed through Chu Yuanyan's mind, calling him dad in a childish voice, and his heart softened suddenly.
Don't even mention letting a daughter guard the abyss. Even if it meant cleaning toilets for his daughter, he had no objections. It's over, the plan has failed.
Chu Yuanyan felt somewhat dejected, but the next second he proudly raised his fist and vowed, "Then we will keep going until we have a son." What greeted him was another big nose of love.
Sheng Ning didn't want to bother with this person anymore.
She still had things to do. The current time and space, as the main time and space of Earth, needed to be perfected as soon as possible in order to connect with the interstellar time and space. Sheng Ning hung a red pearl on her chest. Or rather, the heart of the demon god. No matter how Chu Yuanyan looked at it, he found it displeasing. He and his wife didn't share that kind of heart-to-heart connection.
Annoyed, should he go to Lin Tianchi and drag the dog thing out to beat him? The reconstruction of the main time and space on Earth was smoother than expected. The biggest contributor was Qiao. Her multiverse supermarket system connected the main time and space of Earth with other already restarted time and spaces, gaining resources from various timelines. At that time, Qiao moved a little stool, sat in front of her supermarket, holding playing cards with her left hand, and a cigarette with her right hand, her long black hair tied back with a hairpin. She looked neat but with a casual, carefree style. After leaving the strange game, Jiang Qiao opened a small supermarket, playing cards with her neighbors every day, selling water, living a carefree and leisurely life. When the strange game rewarded Jiang Qiao with the multiverse supermarket system, she felt even happier. Now her small store truly lived up to its name. There was nothing you couldn't find there. The three major bases of the main spacetime had disappeared, and all humanity was once again heading towards vast territories. The official Minister of National Defense bought many building materials from Jiang Qiao, allowing superpowered individuals to swiftly rebuild the Earth. A month later, the reconstruction of the main spacetime was almost complete, and Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan were preparing to leave.
Chu Yuanyan, who stood at 1.89 meters, lazily leaned on Shang Ning's shoulder. "Wife, where are we going next?" Chu Yuanyan felt quite pleased. While others honeymooned around the Earth, he and his wife were traveling across the entire universe.
Whose wife is so amazing? Mine.
At home, rely on my own good looks. Out, rely on my wife.
The peak of a man's life is nothing more than this.
At that moment, the domineering Fu Shiyan passed by, now the richest person in the main spacetime. Looking at the lazy and pale Chu Yuanyan resting against Shang Ning, a question slowly rose in his mind. This was a success that he couldn't comprehend. The second world that Shang Ning and Chu Yuanyan went to was their original spacetime.
As soon as they entered that spacetime, Shang Ning instantly shrank to her 18-year-old appearance. And Chu Yuanyan was 14, the age when he hadn't yet fully grown. Chu Yuanyan. When can my plan to have children begin? Ding ling ling. The class bell rang, and Shang Ning silently walked out of the school gate. It wasn't that she didn't speak, it was that when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Just as she reached the school gate, Shang Ning saw a familiar woman. She looked just like when they first met, an ordinary middle-aged woman, with a face full of the hardships of time. Only her bright eyes made Shang Ning's heart skip a beat. After seeing Shang Ning, the woman pushed through the crowd of students and hugged Shang Ning tightly. "Ning Ning, Mom is back, and Mom will never let you suffer again." The familiar warmth made Shang Ning smile slightly as she hugged the woman back. Back in that dark and damp home, Shang Ning was pulled by her mom to change into slippers and wash her hands. After putting down her backpack, her mom shouted into the room, "Sheng Xian, your sister is home." Soon, the door to the inner room opened, and Shang Ning saw a tall, familiar figure. Brother Gue. She should now call him brother. Shang Ning thought her brother should be confused,
but she saw a doting light flashing in his eyes. Sheng Ning was puzzled. Just as she wanted to speak, her mouth could only make a babbling sound. Shang Xian patted Sheng Ning's head. I'm fine now, and I will protect you and Mom from now on.
Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Sheng Ning's gaze changed. Was it the debt collector?
Shang Xian clearly thought it was the debt collector too. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong biceps. When the door opened, it was a familiar face, about the same height as Sheng Ning.
He had an accusing expression. Sheng Ning. How could you forget me?
Sheng Ning looked at the 14-year-old Chu Yuanian, his youthful features full of innocence, looking just the right age to sing Love You Alone in the dark alley. With memories, Brother Gue slammed the door shut, clean and decisive.
He hadn't properly enjoyed time with Mom and sister, and you, who hadn't even fully grown, wanted to snatch her sister? That was impossible.
In the warm home spacetime, 2 months passed, the still immature Chu Yuanian was forced to go to the abyss, and only then did Sheng Ning leave with Chu Yuanian. Jiangxiao's multiverse supermarket thrived, and it was said that in the yard behind her supermarket, there were more than a dozen guest rooms, filled with various handsome men. Every night, Jiang had to find someone to talk to heart.
Chu Yuanian was finally gone, and Sheng Ning said, I'm going to the supermarket to buy a lollipop, is that okay?
When Sheng Ning arrived, Jiang was playing chess with a man in ancient costume. The man was gentle as jade, with clear and handsome features, and his every gesture reminded Sheng Ning of an old friend.
Morong Zhao.
After the time and space reset, he returned to the time of the newcomer's grievance.
What are you staring at?
Get your own drink, just scan the code on the wall, Jiang said, scratching his head, looking unusually irritated. Sheng Ning didn't even need to look at the game board to know Jiang's current state.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
The wind chime at the door jingled. Jiang was about to make his move, not even glancing at the door, using the words he had just said to Sheng Ning to deal with the newcomer, adding at the end, Sheng Xiaomei, please entertain him.
Sheng Ning took a sip of green tea with green plums, smiling as she looked at the newcomer. What do you need?
To her surprise, the man was dressed in a gray sports outfit, staring intently at Sheng Ning, not shifting his gaze for a long time. Sheng Ning touched her cheek. If you keep staring, I'm going to start charging. The man slowly lowered his eyelashes, his voice a bit choked, and he said, High Priestess, I finally found you. With just those words, Sheng Ning froze. You are. The man was tall, his skin slightly dark, and he seemed a bit shy in front of Sheng Ning. The hope in his eyes seemed as if it could sprout wings and fly away.
You are Long Jiujiu?
Sheng Ning couldn't believe that Long Jiujiu had grown up so much. That little kid who once needed a diaper had now turned into a young man in his 20s, and Sheng Ning felt a strange emotion welling up within her.
How to say, does time really make one grow old? How did you get here? What do you want to buy? Sister will give you a discount.
Jiang lazily looked up. You might as well just give him my shop.
Sheng Ning, did you hear that?
Your sister Qiao has given the supermarket to you, so hurry up and say thank you. Such jokes did not bring a smile to Long Jiujiu's face. He bitterly revealed his purpose. Sister, I want to buy some advanced weapons and food.
Sheng Ning's face slightly changed. What happened? What's going on in your world?
Long Jiujiu sighed, telling the story of what happened after Sheng Ning left his time. It turned out that after all the time resets, the desolate wilderness copy continued to develop according to the previous time, with no changes.
And 5 years ago, the Longya tribe had split into 2 tribes.
One tribe, led by Longi, still wanted to survive by boxes, refusing to work. The tribe that Long Jiujiu belonged to clearly wanted to live by farming, and the 2 tribes had been arguing about this. But the boxes on the prairie had become scarcer, just like the legendary treasure boxes needing to pass through 5 barriers to obtain. The effort didn't seem to be worth what they got. Thus, the members of the Longi tribe had to lower their heads and return to farming. However, their land had been abandoned and was given to those willing to farm. When the Longi tribe returned, they wanted their land back and even wanted the food others had worked hard to grow. Neither side was willing to give in, and in the end, a member of the Longi tribe burned the land in the wilderness.
Now everyone had run out of food.
Long Jiujiu knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. He accidentally entered the supermarket of worlds, wanting to buy weapons to defeat the Longi tribe and drive them away, so that more people could live more stable lives. Listening in silence, Sheng Ning had thought that after resolving the issues of the Gui king and the land, the Longya tribe would thrive, but instead they were heading toward division again. Sheng Ning pulled out a storage card for grains from the shelf and said to Jiang, I'll make a trip to the desolate wilderness time. If Chu Yuanyan comes, just let me know. Jiang waved his hand, hesitating to make a move with the piece in his hand.
Entering the desolate wilderness time.
The eye is met with a deep blue sky, a gentle breeze, and the land of the prairie wafting with a bitter scent. After walking for a while, life sees a town with curling smoke rising.
Compared to the simple wooden houses of the past, these buildings are clearly much more advanced.
Pavilions and towers rise, revealing scenes of prosperity everywhere. In the center of the town stands a stone statue.
From the back, you can see a slender figure.
Sheng Ning has a bad premonition, and seeing the smile in Long Jojo's eyes makes this feeling even stronger.
Sure enough, from the front view, the stone statue looks remarkably like Sheng Ning. Someone saw Long Jojo come over to greet, just like many years ago when Long Yi seduced Long Fei's neck. Jojo, who is this?
Oh my god, High Priest.
You're alive? Sheng Ning. Such a shout startled everyone in the town.
Everyone rushed over, and upon seeing Sheng Ning, they knelt down in unison and shouted, "The High Priest has come, we are saved." The elders of the Long Yi tribe can never forget that night when a great fire swept across the entire prairie. It was the High Priest who killed the strange creature, giving them hope for life. The young ones, who were born anew, looked at Sheng Ning with curiosity, having grown up hearing stories about the High Priest.
Now they see, oh, a High Priest doesn't age?
Among these people, Sheng Ning sharply caught a particularly unique gaze.
In that gaze, there was no surprise, no curiosity, no worship. What remained was a sickly obsession that gave Sheng Ning goosebumps. After distributing the food, Sheng Ning prepared to find Long Yi to talk. But halfway, she was stopped by the owner of that obsessive gaze. Sister, do you remember me? Sheng Ning looked at him in silence. Sister, now I am called Long Chu, if you are willing, you can still call me a Chu. A Chu's face was fair, with doe-like eyes that seemed to contain endless affection. The sly king A Chu. What do you want? Does the split of the Long Yi tribe have anything to do with you?
Sheng Ning's voice was very cold, with no feelings for A Chu at all.
A Chu bit his lip and said mournfully, Sister, it has been a long time since we met, can't you be a bit warmer?
Sheng Ning wanted to say something more, but suddenly a black meteor streaked across the sky. Before A Chu could react, he was crushed under a giant turtle.
Dare to compete with me for my sister, are you tired of living?
Chu Yunyan, hiding his power and fame, confidently wrapped Sheng Ning in his arms and proudly said, As long as I am alive, all of you can only be concubines.
Chapter 2:14.
A Chu didn't expect Chu Yunyan to arrive so quickly. Upon seeing Chu Yunyan, A Chu finally broke down, his pitiful expression vanished, revealing a fierce look.
Damn it, you heartless man. We agreed that I would lend you my body, and you would enhance my talents, and what happened? Chu Yunyan impatiently dug at his ears, I gave you my flesh and blood, and you couldn't digest it, is it my fault? I haven't called you useless yet.
A Chu wanted to get close to Sheng Ning to complain, but was kicked away by Chu Yunyan, turning into a shooting star in the sky. Chu Yunyan scoffed disdainfully and turned back to meet Sheng Ning's meaningful gaze. How did you end up here?
Sheng Ning huffed, what about you, how's everything over at the abyss? Did you run away again? The great emperor of Fengdu is here. Chu Yunyan raised his chin, he wronged my wife, do you think I can let him go easily?
You're not holding it against me, I'm coming.
Sheng Ning smiled sarcastically and poked his chest, speaking grandly, but wasn't he just looking for an excuse for himself?
Seeing through him, Chu Yunyan stopped pretending and lazily leaned against Sheng Ning's shoulder. Wife, you know, there's only one Qilin in the world.
Sheng Ning, so?
Our Qilin clan has always had very few offspring, I have the duty to revitalize our Qilin clan. A large hand wrapped around Sheng Ning's waist. Looking back, she met Chu Yunyan's utterly bare gaze. As everyone knows, a teddy has 4 legs, and so does a unicorn. In this vast world, in the universe's countless dimensions, Sheng Ning ultimately settled with Chu Yunyan in the 80 square meter 2-bedroom they bought before the game started. When Sheng Ning woke up again, Chu Yunyan was holding her, sleeping soundly. Thinking about last night's intensity and the man's unreasonable demands, seeing him now peacefully asleep made Sheng Ning's anger flare up. Even though her legs felt weak, Sheng Ning still kicked out, only to be captured by the man, who pressed her down and fell back into a heavy sleep. When Chu Yunyan woke up again, Sheng Ning was already gone.
On the bedside table lay a note. Go to the abyss, don't let me see you for half a month. Chu Yunyan. It's over, his wife is fed up with him.
It hasn't been long, they've only been married for a year, and already it feels like the 7-year itch. He sensed where Sheng Ning was.
Sheng Ning was at the multiverse supermarket.
It seemed everyone had a new life, and Sheng Ning didn't want to disturb them.
The most frequent place to go was Qiao's multiverse supermarket.
What a ridiculous supermarket, it was clearly a multiverse brothel, where all the men were posing and preening. When Chu Yunyan arrived at the multiverse supermarket, he saw Sheng Ning sitting in front of a chessboard, exchanging moves with a very elegant and handsome man. They each took turns placing their pieces and occasionally shared a knowing smile.
Chu Yunyan. So there really is a new dog outside, right?
Finally, the last chess piece fell, and Sheng Ning looked up with a smile, thank you for the game. The man smiled gently, I thought letting Miss Sheng and Miss Sheng be friends, there would be some similarity in our chess skills, it seems I underestimated you.
Xiao, no, what do you mean? Before he could finish, another man appeared at the entrance of the multiverse supermarket.
The man wore gold-rimmed, frameless glasses, had handsome features, an elegant demeanor, and was holding a book in his hand.
He looked like a university professor in a light blue striped shirt and slacks.
Warm and refined, with vast knowledge.
Xiao's eyes brightened. Sir, are you staying or just passing through? The biggest benefit Xiao got from the multiverse supermarket was the ability to collect handsome men.
The man's gaze accidentally brushed past Sheng Ning behind Xiao, the store's light making Sheng Ning's small face appear white and clean, like a lotus flower after a summer rain.
Even though it wasn't their first meeting, the man's heart still raced uncontrollably. He wore the same gentle smile as the man she was playing chess with. Can I stay? I have no money. No money, no money. Our multiverse supermarket isn't short on cash, we just want to give every handsome man a home.
The man chuckled modestly. Thank you, if there's anything, feel free to call on me.
Xiao's eyes lit up. Is that okay? Can you even scrub backs?
The man instinctively looked at Sheng Ning, only to find her resting her chin on her hand and looking at him, her eyes hinting at a smile, making him feel as if he was being seen through for a moment.
Yama took a small step back and said to Xiao, how about we switch it up? I'm particularly good at assassination. Xiao, so dangerous, I like it. Sheng Ning. Fearing Xiao might say something outrageous, Sheng Ning stood up, saying, I want to stay here for a few days too, can I take this guest with me? Xiao was about to say she could go by herself, but seeing the other man sitting beside her, she had to drop the subject. Okay, you arrange the room. What do you want for breakfast? Barbecue? I just got in some superb beef, it's incredibly tasty. Sheng Ning gave an okay sign and led the elegant university professor to the backyard. The sky in the backyard of the multiverse supermarket was filled with stars, with an occasional shooting star streaking by, creating a colorful trail. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, the multiverse supermarket appeared particularly tranquil. Yama thought for a moment and pretended to ask, Miss, are you also a resident here? Sheng Ning chuckled softly. Yes, my name is Sheng Ning. What is your name? The king of hell was momentarily speechless. What was his name? What could he be called? The Book of Life and Death? The king of hell calling out names?
Seeing that he could not answer, Sheng Ning did not ask more questions, her gaze quickly drew to the shadow behind the gigantic ginkgo tree in the courtyard. A man, bare from the waist up, gripped a silver dragon spear, performing a set of fluid and graceful moves with remarkable skill. His posture was commanding and upright, and the stars in the sky merely served as a backdrop to him. As the man brandished the spear, his long hair flew, covering half of his handsome face. Just when Sheng Ning wanted to take a closer look, a big hand suddenly covered her eyes, and a constrained, oppressive voice came from behind, seeing filthy things. Aren't you afraid of getting eye needles? Sheng Ning pried the man's hand away, puzzled. Hey, you really interfere too much. If you're not afraid, you take off too. The king of hell called out. The man with the spear noticed Sheng Ning and paused his movements, slightly nodding to her, Miss Shang. Hearing Miss Shang was like poking a hornet's nest. The previously closed doors flew open, and everyone greeted Sheng Ning.
Miss Shang. Miss Shang has returned. Miss Shang, thanks to your herbs, I've recovered quite a bit.
Sheng Ning responded to each one with a smile, until she could no longer ignore the cold, oppressive atmosphere behind her.
Oomph, little guy, exposing your flaws, huh?
But when Sheng Ning turned around, the man behind her still maintained his elegant appearance, occasionally adjusting his glasses, displaying no unusual behavior whatsoever.
Could it be that she really misunderstood? Isn't this Zhu Yunyan? Pushing open a door, you can stay here. Ling Jiang asked, then where will you stay? Sheng Ning found it somewhat funny but did not show it. She coldly replied, why do you care? Ling Jiang said, I'm new here, feeling a bit scared, this place is too mysterious. However, when I see you, I feel a sense of security in my heart, so. Sheng Ning, so you want to stay in my room? Ling Zhong's eyes sparkled, is that okay? His eager demeanor made Sheng Ning doubt if she had seen Zhu Yunyan. But this person felt familiar, yet she couldn't place it. Perhaps she had seen him in some other storyline? Ling Jiang followed Sheng Ning into her room, and the next second, he saw Sheng Ning leaving with a blanket. Hey you? Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow. What? Ling Jiang was dumbfounded, his refined and scholarly face displaying an unexpected look of bewilderment. You're not living here? When did I say? Sheng Ning spoke with a tone as if teasing a little animal, that I'd live with you? Chapter 215. The next morning, Sheng Ning opened the door and saw someone basking in the sunlight. He displayed his most perfect profile, holding a book in one hand, and with the other, he gently adjusted the glasses on his nose, like a handsome god deep in thought. Upon hearing Sheng Ning's movements, he turned his face and offered her a refined smile. Good morning, Mrs. Shang. His perfectly accented foreign tone made Sheng Ning nearly gasp. What kind of terrible sin had she committed to make others think she liked such a pompous accent? But she still replied, please mind your wording, I'm Mississippi. The man was momentarily stunned, only a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but no other expression followed. Okay, Miss Shang. Now it was Sheng Ning's turn to be stunned. Could it be that he really wasn't pretending to be Zhu Yunyan? Zhang Qiao's life was quite irregular, not showing up today after not knowing where he went last night.
Sheng Ning sat behind the bar, watching the comedy show from the main timeline. Occasionally, guests came in, and if she felt like greeting them, she would; if not, she wouldn't bother. Life was pleasant and comfortable. No wonder Jiang Qiao loved running a supermarket. My ultimate dream is to run a small shop, holding a watermelon in summer and fanning myself at the door watching people come and go, the fading sunset staining the sky red as it filtered through the tree branches and landed on the ground. The man playing chess with Jiang Qiao was surnamed Lu, whom Jiang always called Young Master Lu. As soon as Sheng Ning sat down, he arrived.
Young Master Lu. Sheng Ning smiled and greeted him. Miss Sheng.
Young Master Lu responded, suddenly feeling like something was pricking at his back. Looking back, I saw the man from yesterday, who resembled me by 8 points, glaring at me. Young Master Lu smiled knowingly, catching a glimpse of Sheng Ning, and already had an idea in his mind. He stepped forward, reaching out to touch Sheng Ning's head. In the next second, a figure flashed by and pushed young Master Lu aside, standing in front of Sheng Ning, speaking urgently, "What are you doing?" Young Master Lu looked innocent. "I just wanted to help Miss Sheng pluck her gray hairs." King Yen could no longer maintain his gentle demeanor, sharp light glinting off his frameless glasses.
"Who do you think you are to touch her? And pluck hair? Come, let me pluck yours, and then send you to Ninhua Temple to become a monk." Young Master Lu chuckled. "Are you not pretending anymore?"
King Yen glanced at Sheng Ning, meeting her eyes that were both smiling and mocking, suddenly recalling what Chu Yuanyan said to him yesterday. Unlike the Judge of Hell, King Yan's talent was different. After the Earth rebooted, the underworld resumed normal operations, and both were included in the underworld system. Unexpectedly, King Yan became the death registry of the underworld.
A death registry always having a gentle appearance.
Among Chu Yuanyan's many avatars, the one shadowed by fear had a rough manly style.
One who transcended with a single punch embodied a clear and simple mind. Raising a big shark was a sunny and cheerful boy. The Judge of Hell was aloof and ascetic. Only King Yen was fitting of the word elegant. He brought King Yen over, to avoid Sheng Ning discovering, only injecting a bit of consciousness, leaving the rest pure original King Yen. King Yen did not expect to be exposed so quickly, his elegant face gazing at Sheng Ning for a long time, subtly displaying an awkward smile. "I admit, my mouth is a bit bad." Sheng Ning propped up her chin and beckoned with her finger at King Yen. King Yen completely liberated his nature, not sparing even himself. "Are you teasing a dog?"
Saying this, he took a step and squatted down in front of Sheng Ning, even willingly exposing his chin. The handsome and elegant man was quite obedient, with a pair of deep, affectionate eyes behind his scholarly glasses.
It was him, yet a different him. Sheng Ning admitted she became interested.
Seeing this, young Master Lu laughed and said, "It seems Miss Sheng quite appreciates this. At least I put in some effort for Miss Sheng. Aren't you going to repay me?" Sheng Ning glared at him. Before she could speak, some could not hold back. "What a big face you have. With that face as a city wall, it could stand for 1,000 years.
She likes me, and still needs to thank you? Who do you think you are? Even two dogs mating by the roadside should thank you for passing by?"
"Stop calling him young Master Lu, just call him Face Master." No, call him just Master, because you have no face."
"Or should we call him Face Master?" "Why?"
"Because you have thick skin."
Sheng Ning. She was in disarray. What a mouth that could distort reality.
Even more disarranged was Face Master. He had always been graceful, thinking this man was somewhat similar to him. Who would have thought? At this moment, Jiang Jiao walked in, looking quite drowsy. Upon seeing young Master Lu, she paused for a moment. "Why are you still here?"
After speaking, she looked at Sheng Ning. "Why hasn't it been resolved? Are you still caught up in your act?"
Sheng Ning spread her hands. He showed his flaws. "This guy's attack is too strong," directly leaving people puzzled. Jiang Jiao glanced at King Yen, helplessly saying, "Big brother, why aren't you properly stationed in the abyss? Why are you here causing trouble?"
"The hidden Chu Yuanyan, you know?"
Clearly, Sheng Ning was still somewhat confused.
"Jiang Jiao, big brother, look whose territory this is. If I can't even tell who's coming, then this store shouldn't even be open."
These words seemed directed at Chu Yuanyan, yet also sounded like they were for young Master Lu.
Indeed, young Master Lu's expression tightened slightly. The warmth and elegance around him could no longer be maintained. "You all know?"
Sheng Ning consoled, "Wanting this supermarket is nothing to be ashamed of. I want it too." Chu Yuanian stood up from the ground, hands on his hips. "Do you want the supermarket, or do you want those men in the guest rooms behind you?" Heaven and earth bear witness, Sheng Ning naturally wanted the supermarket, and that group of men behind it. Young Master Lu was from a cultivation realm among 10,000 worlds. After learning the secret of the 10,000 world supermarket, he wanted to kill to let Xiao take over the supermarket.
Unfortunately, the moment he had that thought, Xiao already knew it.
Life running a supermarket was quite leisurely, but occasionally one would want to seek some excitement.
Chapter 216.
The elders say, one must have thoughts to live on.
And my thought to live on is redemption.
When I was very small, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, I could always see my mother's crying face. One day, the neighbor's grandmother told me that my parents divorced and my mother didn't want me anymore. At 10 years old, my father failed in his fifth business venture, and when he was about to take me to die, my mother came and took me to her new home. In the new home, there was a younger sister, 6 months younger than me. At that time, I still didn't understand what that meant. She was very well behaved, very beautiful, wearing the same dress as the doll. She said her name was Fong Shinro.
Xin means new life. On the second night at the new home, my father came. There was blood everywhere. My father nearly killed my sister too. She was screaming, hiding behind me. The police cars arrived. Before my father was handcuffed, he committed suicide. In the world, there was only me and my sister left. My sister developed depression, she no longer spoke, and her way of responding to me was by screaming. I knew that sharp tone held nothing but hatred for me. The look in her eyes was similar to the way she looked at my father, both looking at a devil. I didn't know what use there was for someone like me to live. My father personally killed my mother. At midnight, I would always dream of my mother's wide-open eyes before she died. She said she regretted taking me back. She said I must take good care of my sister. So, I cannot die. At least until my sister recovers, I must stay by her side. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or accidents. On my sister's 18th birthday, the strange game swept us in. After taking my sister through the first instance, we both gained abilities. Her ability was very strong, it could guide the direction of tasks. At the same time, there was good news. After becoming a high-level player in the strange realm, one could wish for things from the unspeakable strangeness, such as resurrecting family. My sister's illness was instantly cured. She said, "I want to resurrect mom and dad." Tu Lin scoffed, "You can only resurrect one person at a time." My sister didn't look at me. She said, "Zhou Yan owes me 2 lives, letting him repay just 1 would be cheap for him." I awakened the ability of space, S-class. But I didn't dare let Tu Lin and his group know. They would use my sister and use me. I didn't want to become someone else's pawn, I just wanted to protect my sister. If possible, then I would resurrect my mother. The days spent in the strange game were far better than in real life. Because here, my sister was full of spirit every day. She was afraid of the strangeness in the game, but every time she marched forward. I thought that with my space ability as a trump card, I could always protect my sister. But I didn't expect to encounter Sheng Ning. She was so beautiful, powerful, confident, poised, and smart. Perhaps all the wonderful words would not be excessive when used on her. But unfortunately, she stood on the opposite side of my sister. Well, in this game, there couldn't be friends. Among so many people in the guild, once a conflict arises, would they not just sacrifice the less important to protect the greater? Sheng Ning had too many unusual traits, the mermaid beside her, the octopus under her control. She could even fearlessly negotiate with the Mermaid King. She was confident and strong, showing no signs that this was her third instance. This is a racing game. She was the first to clear it and left the dungeon. I thought my sister and I would be stuck here for a while, waiting for the special dungeon to open. But to my surprise, just a few days later, the special dungeon was opened. The opener was Sheng Ning, as expected, and it made sense. But fate always likes to play tricks on me. The last time I parted from Sheng Ning, I said, "I hope next time we meet, we are friends," and that did not happen. This time, it was destined to be a fight to the death. I also didn't expect the guild to directly send 4 high-level players into the dungeon just to hunt down Sheng Ning. My sister thought it was her honor, I thought otherwise. Tu Lin asked me to find Yang Xiaoru to threaten Sheng Ning. I agreed, but just as I was about to tell Yang Xiaoru to find Sheng Ning, the mycelium man came. It was all in vain. My sister was very angry about my betrayal. She knew how to control me. If I dared to do anything, she would cut her wrist in front of me. I had no choice but to compromise. I owed her that. When Sheng Ning's head fell, I could hardly believe it. For survival types like us, instincts are most accurate. Sheng Ning didn't die, and I actually felt a hint of glee in my heart. With the special dungeon rules appearing, just when I was earning crystal stones for my sister and myself to leave, Yang Xiaoru arrived. She said she wanted to take revenge on Sheng Ning. After hearing her reason, I had nothing to say. Although I found it ridiculous, I was also the cause of it all. No, we were the true culprits, yet she wanted to work with us against Sheng Ning? It was simply absurd. Later, I learned the answer. In this world, there is a psychology called not fearing scarcity but fearing imbalance. I thought Yang Xiaoru was simply jealous of Sheng Ning and had finally found an excuse. My sister and Yang Xiaoru worked together to figure out how to deal with Sheng Ning, and it seemed like Yang Xiaoru wanted to drag my sister into danger. I had no choice but to give them an idea. Let Yang Xiaoru and Sheng Ning resolve their grudges themselves, don't involve my sister. Fearing Sheng Ning would fall for it, I even suggested Yang Xiaoru provoke Sheng Ning in advance. If she had any brains, Sheng Ning wouldn't fall for it. But I overestimated Sheng Ning and underestimated human nature.
It wasn't Sheng Ning, after all, they had entered a bizarre game, yet they had such high morals for themselves? When Sheng Ning finally caught me, I really wanted to ask her.
But asking would only make me more despicable, gaining nothing in return.
She was too merciful. For a backstabber like me, she should have just killed me directly, yet she chose to spare me.
Even her own sister gave up on me without hesitation. Why didn't she just end me? Then I would even thank her and sing a song, "Thank you for warming the seasons." Like that, she only planted a forbidden technique inside me and left. I got stuck in this world. I don't know if I should say I was lucky.
The neighboring dungeon opened and needed a stuck player.
With my S-level spatial talent, I became invincible in this dungeon, and I fought hard for this opportunity. Since I couldn't die, life had to go on. With Fong Xin Ro not beside me, I could be a little more relaxed. I could even enjoy this game. But karma is real. Who would have thought, without Fong Xin Ro in this dungeon, there was actually Yang Xiaoru. For this troublemaker, I really wanted to strangle her. Unsurprisingly, Sheng Ning won again. To be honest, I really didn't want to encounter Sheng Ning in the dungeon anymore. If I had to encounter her, could we at least be on the same side? I'd like to experience being carried for once. It seemed like the bizarre game heard my call. After Fong Xin Ro leveled up to level 4, when connecting territories, she obtained a pass from a king-level bizarre entity. She used this pass to exchange for my departure from the instance, restoring my identity as a player. Before I could even say thank you, I was slapped again. I was used to it, yet I wasn't accustomed to it at all. After a long separation, I thought my sibling would be warm for 2 minutes. If 2 minutes were too much, then 2 seconds would suffice. It turned out that Fong Xinro had a prophetic dream when reaching level 4, knowing about my hidden S-level spatial talent. My level was still low, but relying on my spatial talent, I easily passed several instances, and my level quickly rose. It was not until the final battle, which was also called the Battle of Annihilation. Sometimes, I felt that fate was cruel to me, allowing me to be born into such a family, yet giving me occasional wishes fulfilled. I felt like a foolish donkey, led forward by destiny. In the Battle of Annihilation, among thousands in the instance, I naively believed that I was in the same camp as Sheng Ning. At the moment I awakened, I was just grateful for a second before Fong Xinro shattered the dream with her call. Fate once again reached out its hand to toy with me. With Fong Xinro around, I could never be in the same camp as Sheng Ning. I found myself standing opposite Sheng Ning once more. Yang Xiaoruan and Fong Xinro had long been in cahoots with the mad scientist. Yang Xiaoruan suffered so much in the Eerie City instance, without the madman, she would have been dead long ago. This madman was preparing to deal with Sheng Ning, but unfortunately, it proved useless. I just quietly watched my sister's tall towers rise, then watched her tall towers collapse. From the moment I heard the system's announcement, I had the idea of escape for the first time. What did Sheng Ning teach me? She only taught me one thing: my life is mine, not determined by the heavens. This time, I want to live for myself. Chapter 217. Sheng Ning didn't know if Chu Yuanyan had drunk the water from the mother river, bumping around every day wanting to reproduce. It wasn't until Gong Su Chen and Gong Yiran returned from their world tour that Sheng Ning realized that this person was in heat. Adult unicorns enter their mating season. After entering this phase, they don't just want to mate indiscriminately but wish to raise offspring. Only after having offspring can unicorns truly be considered adults. Gong Su Chen and Gong Yiran had gathered knowledge from countless instances over decades, so they were well aware of the human desire for offspring, thinking that Sheng Ning might mind reproductive isolation, that humans and beasts shouldn't mate. They began to kindly persuade Sheng Ning to have children. Sheng Ning, raised in an orphanage, though she knew she was an interstellar being, she always subconsciously thought of herself as someone from Earth, initially thought her boyfriend was also an orphan, so he wouldn't have the pressure of elders pushing for children. Now, looking at the two flowers, she said, "What is meant to come will always come, it cannot be avoided." Once the two flowers finished speaking, Sheng Ning shrugged and spread her hands. To be honest, I never used contraception either. The two flowers' expressions changed immediately. In terms of rare species, besides the unicorn clan, these two chaotic flowers born from the energies of heaven and earth are also rare. Perhaps because of this, the two flowers felt particularly fond of Chu Yuanyan. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately disappeared, forcefully dragging the still dozing Chu Yuanyan in front of the abyss to the Federation Hospital for a full examination. The result was normal. Yan Zhang got wind of the news from somewhere and rushed in front of Chu Yuanyan, saying loudly, "The DNA of humans and beasts is different, don't struggle, give up. If you really want a child, I'll eat some losses and let my child call you daddy." This calculation was tight against Chu Yuanyan's throat. Since Sheng Ning's body was fine, it could only mean that fate hadn't arrived. 3 more years passed, and still, there was no movement. Chu Yuanyan had completely lost his spirits, and his scales were almost wilting. Sheng Ning advised him to ask the judge of hell, after all, they were omniscient. Chu Yuanyan absolutely refused. Regarding a male beast's dignity, there was no way he would ask such a thing.
Sheng Ning, feeling helpless, could only quietly seek out the Judge of Hell, wanting him to use his gift to figure out what was going on. The Judge of Hell, emitting the fragrance of jasmine, was like a breath of fresh air in the gloomy and dark underworld. This made the Judge of Hell earn the title of the most popular employee for 3 consecutive years. Upon seeing Sheng Ning, the judge's eyes lit up, and his typically stern face softened a bit. Before Sheng Ning could say anything, he handed her a cup of tea. "I know your purpose for coming.
Don't be anxious, have some tea first."
His movements were graceful, and wearing the official attire of the underworld added to his solemnity and dignity. Among all his avatars, Sheng Ning's feelings toward the Judge of Hell were somewhat different. After all, Xu Yuanyan had been with Sheng Ning for a long time, bearing his face. After finishing the cup of tea, the judge's aura suddenly changed. "You dare to sneak here to find him?"
Xu Yuanyan had arrived. Sheng Ning was surprised. The judge couldn't have predicted Xu Yuanyan's return, could he?
In fact, the judge had indeed foreseen it. He even knew why Sheng Ning had been unable to conceive, and for that reason, he wanted Xu Yuanyan to speak up himself. Having just entered the Judge of Hell's body, Xu Yuanyan realized he had been had. Damn it, among so many avatars, there were others with impressive talents, yet he had to encounter the most treacherous one.
Sure enough, he saw his wife asking without caring who was in front of her, "What is the reason?" Xu Yuanyan made a bitter face. "Can I not say it? I promise, next month we can have a baby." Sheng Ning narrowed her eyes, exuding pressure. "Speak."
"Xu Yuanyan, it was during that teaching aid mission in the mountain village, I modified your rule, no pregnancy allowed."
Sheng Ning. In the judge's foresight of the future, Xu Yuanyan spent an entire month sleeping on the floor.
In the 5th year of the new Earth calendar.
With the loud cry of a human baby, Xu Yuanyan outside the door also groaned in pain.
Some said he felt sorry for Sheng Ning, while others said he was just relieved he wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. After all, Sheng Ning had been pregnant for 2 years, and he had been sleeping on the floor for 2 years. When Sheng Ning was helped out of the delivery room by Xiao, Xu Yuanyan hugged her tightly with red eyes.
"Wife, thank you, you've worked hard."
In fact, it wasn't that hard. During the pregnancy, the baby was very well behaved, just a small curve on her belly, and sometimes Sheng Ning would forget she was expecting.
The childbirth was even incredibly smooth.
But Sheng Ning knew that Xu Yuanyan was saying that after a long, lonely time, he finally had a home. In this world, he was no longer the only Qilin, guarding this vast emptiness and solitude.
The end. Thank you all for your companionship along the way.
I haven't dared to look at the comments these past few days, feeling guilty, because I wasn't in the right state while writing.
Tomorrow I will apply to finish, and before the 11th, I will revise this and outline the new work.
Once again, thanks to everyone for accompanying me. This is the first book I officially finish. To all the friends who accompanied and supported me, my gratitude is endless.
Everything will be placed in my next work, and I hope to bring everyone better stories.